The female lead deliberately wore a 10 yuan express delivered outfit to test the male lead, who naturally wasn't interested in her. But I took a liking to her. Then, with the male lead's help, I slept with the female lead. However, I didn't quite understand the ways of men and women, and the female lead was also under the influence of drugs. So, I ended up being exhausted to the point of fainting and was hospitalized. As soon as I woke up, I heard a hoarse and agitated voice. Don't think that just because you've done such despicable things, you can step into the Hua family's door. I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. I woke up with reddened eyes, still feeling dizzy. If I wasn't mistaken, this must be an important character from the book Grandfather Hua, the grandfather of Hua Yunqi. I've transmigrated into a book, but it's not that strange. Old Master Hua had initially thought that any man who could scheme against his granddaughter must be a cunning and calculating individual. To his surprise, the man before him looked on the verge of tears, which made the old man frown sometimes. An enemy being too weak left him at a loss for how to proceed. I just woke up. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling overwhelmed by the other's imposing presence. Freshly awakened, I was terrified. Seeing how meek I had become, Old Master Hua felt the situation was easily manageable. "Speak," he said. "What will it take for you to leave my granddaughter?" I recalled what was written in the book. The original host was truly infatuated with Hua Yunqi, and despite not knowing the Hua family's background, he insisted on marrying her. His phone was filled with videos of the female lead competing in matches, typical of a devoted fanboy. No matter how much the Hua patriarch tried to dissuade him, he wouldn't budge, even threatening to sue Hua Yunqi for forcing herself on him. If they didn't let him marry her. In the end, the Hua family had no choice but to relent. On top of that, Hua Yunqi had been an athlete, constantly busy with training and competitions, and this was the first time she had ever corrupted a man. So she agreed to the marriage. But after entering the Hua family, he realized life wasn't easy. The female lead didn't like me at all, and in the end, he was persecuted by the male lead and died in despair. Now that I have crossed over, though unsure if I can return, I don't want to go to such a place and ask for trouble. So, after a moment of hesitation, I timidly asked, "How about money? Currently penniless, it's time to plan for the future." Old Master Hua didn't quite catch it at first, hardly believing the matter could be resolved so simply. "Fine. How much do you want?" Old Master Hua felt a pang of frustration. This boy was actually willing to give up his granddaughter for a bit of money. "I don't know how much to ask for, so why don't you decide what to give me?" I said, avoiding Old Master Hua's gaze and putting on a pitiful expression. I knew Old Master Hua was very domineering and had a soft spot for the puppy dog type. The more powerful a person is, the more lenient they tend to be toward the weak. Plus, given the Hua family's wealth, I figured the offer wouldn't be too low. Sure enough, seeing me soften up, Old Master Hua took pity and said, "Since you're being so obedient, this will be easy. Just tell me how much you want." 100,000 shouldn't be too much, right?" Old Master Hua was taken aback, staring at the young man who only showed the top of his head to him, and fell silent. It turned out that his granddaughter wasn't even worth 100,000 yuan to him. The family I came from before transmigrating wasn't wealthy, so I deeply felt that 100,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. At least it would be enough for my future living expenses. So I obediently nodded in agreement. Old Master Hua smacked his lips, thinking that this young man wasn't actually so detestable. His nature was simple, but it seemed he didn't take the Hua family seriously enough, compromising for such a small sum of money. Now, seeing how genuinely docile the young man was, the old master felt a bit reluctant to bully him further. He turned around and said, "Xiao Sun, transfer 500,000 yuan to this gentleman's account." The man behind responded, "Yes," then took out his phone and glanced at me. Me, now pale-faced, sat there in an oversized hospital gown, looking as if a gust of wind could blow me away at any moment, giving off an impression of extreme fragility. Me searched left and right, finally finding the original owner's phone in the nearby drawer. Unlocking it with a fingerprint, I was startled upon seeing the wallpaper. This must be Hua Yunqi. Quite beautiful indeed. My body, seemingly out of control, lightly touched the phone's wallpaper as tears fell even harder, accompanied by a deep ache in my heart. This couldn't be my own emotions. After a moment of fear, I closed my eyes and suppressed the feeling, which gradually subsided. It seems some lingering thoughts of the original host remain, especially those concerning Hua Yunqi. Old Master Hua scratched his nose somewhat awkwardly. I wiped away my tears, as if having made a decision, quickly changed the phone's wallpaper, carefully handed it over, opened an app, and then asked me to use fingerprint recognition to log in. Soon after, the phone displayed notification of a huge sum received. With a ding sound confirming the transfer, I sighed in relief. Great, from now on, I won't fall into the Hua family's deep pit like the original host did. The old master, looking at my expression, said helplessly, Now, shouldn't you write me a guarantee letter? Having received the money, I felt it was only fair and readily said, Do you have paper and pen? Bring them to me. Old Master Hua frowned slightly as he saw how readily I agreed his granddaughter was so wonderful. Yet, I was willing to give her up for just 500,000 yuan. I wrote the guarantee without hesitation, also in duplicate, and then handed over to the side of the child's little son said, I have pressed on the handprints below to sign the name. You who sign ah? Do you still think our Hua family will back out? Elder Hua almost didn't roll his eyes. His grandson is the one who has a fiancée. Sooner or later he's going to marry that nice girl. In order to save himself from any trouble in the future, it's better to sign on the dotted line. No, it's a matter of formalities. Of course Gu Xiaoxiao isn't afraid of them backtracking. Because right now others don't know what the Hua family is about, but she does. Don't look at a style are quite cautious, but in fact that is the entire country of China's mainstay of the existence of the whole book. No one can shake, including the main character. Although there is a period of decline, seems to be because of something was frozen all the funds, but soon returned to the peak. I didn't read the book in detail, so I actually forgot about that part. Bring it. Master Hua opened his mouth. Xiao Sun hurried over. Then he picked up a pen and signed it as well. By the time they'd all dealt with it and each breathed a sigh of relief, the door to the hospital room opened. A man dressed in a dark-colored dry suit stood in front of the door in a cool manner. His appearance was handsome and resolute, obviously very young but appeared to be exceptionally mature. The most conspicuous thing is probably the pair of long legs, straight and slender, very attractive. At this moment he was carrying a lunchbox in his hand, and that hand seemed to be well-boned and quite strong. Gu Xiaoxia loved these hands. They were a very strong and rigid pair of hands, a pair of hands that could protect people. I don't know why, but her heart was beating quite fast. Was it the original owner's emotions running out again? He is not so nymphomaniac, is not just a little bit of handsome and then man a little bit, but think of people in the future. Heart is the heroines, think of this inexplicably calm down. But also afraid that they can see the emotions in their eyes. Gu Xiaoxiao bottomed his head, looking pathetic, as if a ravaged flower in general. Hui Yuxing didn't expect his grandfather to be there, so he frowned slightly and said, Why are you here, old man? Call Grandpa. Elder Hua corrects with a cold face. It's not that you're not feeling well, so why did you run here? Hui Yuxing frowned, wondering who had informed the old man of the matter. Why did I run here? I was hospitalized here. If it wasn't for that girl Minnie. He chose to shut up in the middle of his sentence by glancing at the person on the bed. Gu Xiaoxiao still heard it, and little Min girl should be the heroine Yu Min. As for the fact that Master Hua would come to the door, this was her doing. She sat there sneering in her mind. Sure enough, that good friend of the original owner had gone and inadvertently caused trouble for herself again. Now Yu Min is afraid that she has already somewhat noticed that the Hua family is different, such a big thing they can use some relations to suppress, so show a little strength. She must now regret to push such a man to the original owner. The results later, the original owner is still stupid when she is kind of a fart. Yes, the heroine in this book is a simple white flower with no heart, but she is actually an ambitious person. She comes from a bad background, so she's always trying to make a better life for herself, and then she uses her scheming very well without destroying her own persona. The only thing wrong with her is that she doesn't know that although Hui Yuxing is a retired athlete on the surface, he is actually the current president of the Hua family, who can shake up the entire country, and he hasn't announced it to the public because of his low profile. So, this heroine was very outstanding among the blue and white true white flower heroines in the beginning, and Gu Xiaoxiao was extremely fond of it when she read the text. But after wearing it, Gu Xiaoxiao didn't have a good feeling about this female lead, because all the misfortunes of being a female lead were caused by the female lead, including the original lead's blackout, miscarriage, and even death later on as well. Alma, when I think of how the original owner later conceived a child for Hui Yuxing, but was caused to miscarry by the female lead when she was happiest, and she crawled to her male counterpart while wailing for him to save the child, the scene was too beautiful for her to really recreate. Points for having to not be paired with a male, no matter how handsome. Hui Yuxing's reaction was surprisingly the same as his own grandfather's. also afraid of Gu Xiaoxiao having any drastic reactions, so after glancing at her and seeing that she was still obediently sitting on the bed, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then you can go back. I'll take care of this matter myself." "What are you going to do with yourself?" "I've already helped you deal with it. This is the guarantee. From now on you have nothing to do with her." Master Hu snapped and placed the guarantee in his grandson's hand. Then said, "Talk amongst yourselves, then get back to work for me. Remember, you still have half a year before you have to take over." The word Hua wasn't said because there were outsiders present. Yes. Hui Yuxing receives the guarantee and takes a look at it and still doesn't believe his eyes. Ever since he became the acting teacher of the university's physical education, this little girl has been stalking him to death. However, he was only able to go to the school as a teacher this time on the orders of the old man and wanted to meet with that little fiancée to cultivate his feelings. But he didn't know that he'd run into this hijacking. Hui Yuxing grew up with an introverted nature and was quite decisive in his actions. A girl as passionate as she was, he was afraid that his own insipidness would bore her sooner or later, so he hadn't even considered spending time with her like that. So in her confession when she refused, originally thought that the two no longer cross but did not expect the end of the military training day, he was the gang of students to drink more, and then confused and she rolled bed sheets. Especially the way she cried and insisted on marrying herself or else she would jump off the building. When he thought about it, his heart was so clogged that he almost didn't jump himself. As a result, he ended up agreeing in a brainwave for some reason, and then this one was so excited that she fainted after hearing the news. The person will be sent to the hospital before checking out a bunch of injuries. He was shocked by what he did, although he suspected that it may be calculated, otherwise it will not be so out of control, but also really feel that she should be married. After all, the matter is their own doing. But he didn't expect her to regret it when she woke up from her coma, and Hui Yuxing felt his heart clogged with panic. "Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? He can't possibly eat it and not recognize it anyway. Marry whoever is married. He has decided this time when the person is discharged from the hospital, the marriage will be booked first, and then who's next to get married. But I didn't expect people don't marry. Can't help but wonder if she is because she was forced by the old man, or because of other reasons. It's not like you think you're a bad technician, is it?" But it had to be said to his embarrassment and relief. No one likes to marry a woman they don't like, and he was no exception. "I am scared, and besides I am short of money. Even if I marry you, I'll divorce anyway, so I might as well not." Good, very good. Capricious, money-loving, and full of calculations. Such a woman had nothing to regret even if she was discarded. Chapter 4 Female Leader. Hui Yuxing's forehead veins are jumping up. Temper was bad. He took a few steps up to the front to pick up the woman's hospital gown and said, "Gu Xiaoxiao, you really are too capricious. There is no consideration of other people's." Giggle, the hospital gown is too big, and he made the force to bring the clothes lifted slipped up at once. Gu Xiaoxiao arm was forced to lift, the neck was Li raw pain. Scared as a kitten, like a cry expressed their own very difficult. The voice is also called out, she is now weak. As long as the opposite side of the man, a little bit of force will be able to pinch her to death. However, Hui Yuxing was looking down and saw the scenery inside the hospital gown, and the waistline that could be pinched off with one thin hand. The bruised fingerprints imprinted on the snow-white skin were particularly striking, and if he hadn't guessed correctly, that was what he'd done last night. For a moment the breath was actually ambiguous, and he let go of her hospital gown like a hot hand and said, "Now that you've made up your mind like that, don't come back to trouble me in the future. Fine, you stay away from me first." The powerful testosterone-filled aura made Gu Xiaoxiao, who had yet to be a non-vegetarian, a little calmer. And then there was the fact that she felt the heat of his body with its terrifying muscles, and she needed to be still for a while. In order to keep herself farther away from him, she used her small hands to support Hui Yuxing, but she did not have any deterrent effect. Instead, she made Hui Yuxing's heart jump, and this woman was much more well-behaved without her bossy appearance in the past. Because there is no heavy makeup on the whole face, as clear as a hibiscus. If not for the fact that he is still lying in this hospital bed, he would almost be a bit unrecognizable. His side of the distraction, but Gu Xiaoxiao's side of the fast crying. "They are innocent, big girl. This situation is too broken." Her degree of shame. "What if you want to hit someone and you can't?" But I didn't expect that. At this time the door ran in a girl wearing a white dress. As soon as I saw her, Gu Xiaoxiao felt unusually annoying. No need to think to guess who it was, the female lead. A girl who grew up being picked up by the original owner's family, a best friend of the original owner, in the end stepped on her to become a noblewoman of the top mansion in a city, while the original owner ended up being killed by her. Yumin, you really need to stay away from her in the future. You guys, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. After saying this, he turned around but didn't leave. just made an appearance of leaving. The plan seems to have succeeded, but it did not occur to me that the Hua family does not seem to be so simple. His own decision at first was a bit too hasty. It is better not to put down this tree first. Now that he has appeared just in time, they are only afraid that they will not be able to talk about it, or at least stir up the marriage first. Hui Yuxing immediately stood up straight and took a glance at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was shrinking on the bed nimbly, helping her pull the lapel of her coat, which was already wrinkled upwards, into a ball, and then was still stunned for a moment. She wasn't her own anything, why should she help her with this? Hands raised into a cute cat's paw action, some overwhelmed Gu Xiaoxiao, even more confused, said that even after the marriage are not to touch the original owner of a year after the setting. When changed, I looked down at my lapel and saw that it was much more neatly organized. Is this Hui Yuxing a Virgo? The book clearly explained that although the female partner married him, but because it is forced to marry and Hui Yuxing has a man's arrogance, plus the two are actually not familiar with even each other's real birthdays, she did not know in the end, so it is not happy at all. Especially when it comes to matters of conjugal harmony, it can simply be described as a hellish mode. At this point, Hui Yuxing felt that he would want to strangle this capricious woman in front of him if he stayed here for one more moment. And with a cold face and no speech, he took a proper step and left before Yumin. He's going to ask his grandfather how the hell he forced people to not even marry themselves. At least he knew that she loved him, unless grandpa's methods weren't very honorable. Hui Yuxing was not yet cut out to use means to force a little girl. After all, he was always responsible for the things he did. After the person hurriedly left, Yumin said behind him, how can you just leave like this? You guys are not already… Yumin, gotta jerk, the heroine is worthy of the future is to be an actor. This acting is really no one. Really good for her anxious look. Besides, people want to go, comrade, Hui, you let him go, called back, you married, Well, the heroine now only really have this kind of idea, no matter who wants to marry anyway. She Gu Xiaoxiao does not want to marry. This is a book, the other side is also for the heroine lifelong not married to the person, even if the handsome look again cannot be obsessed with their own. In detail, in fact, the male match is also considered one of the victims. Yumin looked back at her best friend on the bed in surprise. She was usually so stupid that people couldn't bear to look at her. If it was before, she wouldn't have let Hui Yu walk, and would have hugged him to death and not let go. Without realizing that the more she did this, the more she made the man hate her, but she had just called back to herself something wasn't right. Turning back to look at Gu Xiaoxiao with pitiful eyes, the appearance is really charming. So many years she pretended to be used to it, it can be said that there is no crack. At the end of the book, it was written that the heroine had won the Best Actress award, and she felt that she really deserved it. The female match is miserable. In order to revenge, the heroine also joined the entertainment industry, want to beat people, but finally got the name of a vase, but also by the black body. The end of the fiasco, the two compared to know how strong the heroine's acting skills. Hee. I'll go get him back for you. Make sure he's responsible. Well, Yumin, you don't have to be busy and just brought the person's grandfather to scold me. He has clearly said that he won't let me enter the Hua family's door, so I can't get married anyways. It's just that I'm not sure. Why would you know his grandfather? The tone was full of resentment. Facing such a pure and lovely Yumin, she only felt quite disgusted. Who let herself wear into a female match, and the female main character was not born to be in the right place. Besides, in the end, by her doing so made the original master collapse his entire life. Since she wore herself in, she would not make the same mistake as the original master. Yumin's eyes widened. It was true that her intuition was right. She had actually become smarter overnight. Things that were abnormal were evil. What had happened? No, must try again before. So he said, I was unintentional. I originally wanted Grandpa Hua to make a decision for you. How did I know that he would say such things? Now I will go to find Grandpa Hua to make it clear. Don't be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. What's the hurry if I can't enter the Hua family's door anymore anyway? Besides, I accepted the money from their family and have no relationship with Hui Yuxing at all from now on. Gu Xiaoxia finished calmly, then tried to move a bit towards the bottom of the bed, only to have her legs hurt like hell. Chapter 5. How strong is that Hui Yuxing? Did he break his leg? That stupid big man Hui Yuxing is all kinds of elite, but in that matter is simply a savage or an inexperienced savage, so the book writes that he does not touch for a year. Accidentally touching, it seems that the female match is painful to the point of being unable to do so. Is it too violent or is it gifted? How can you accept money from their family? Grandpa Hua is still hospitalized and is in need of money. Besides, you will have to marry into their family in the future. Yumin said anxiously. She had to maintain the image she set before not to mess it up. No matter why she suddenly got smart, her side was dominant. Do you want me to marry into their family so much? Crouching in a groove. Clearly know that their family background is not ordinary, still say that their family needs money. really is a fake noble little white flower. If her legs didn't hurt too much, she really wanted to get out of bed and hit her. But you guys, you're already together. Yumin gritted her teeth and, that's enough. Yumin knowingly doesn't speak in the dark. You're actually Hui Yuxing's fiancé, aren't you? Otherwise it's not like you're related to their family, yet you're so familiar with them, so familiar that you can talk to Master Hua about things like your friend's privacy. But because I've always been a fan of elegant and noble men, I was afraid that Hui Yuxing wouldn't want to marry him, and that's why I was urged to go after him, right? Seeing that people ignored me for fear that I wouldn't be able to get rid of him, he helped me get that party and even invited him to it. As a result, it turned into what it is now. Then you even went over to Grandpa Hua's side to sell him a good deal, telling him about yesterday's events and giving me a bad scolding. Are you really my good friend? Not my enemy? What's the point of pretending? Clearly you already know that Grandpa Hua isn't simple, but as a result, you still pretend to know nothing about it really is treating others like little cuties. Well, the original owner was a cutie in the beginning. Came to her senses later, but by then it was too late. Her own husband fell in love with her best friend, and she became the woman who annoyed him the most. Although there is no enmity or grudge with the heroine, but for the sake of her own beautiful uncalculated life, Gu Xiaoxiao thought. Since she is not benevolent, then she will not be righteous. The book seems to confide that at this time Hui Yuxing went out and then folded back once more, when she heard Yumin comforting her friend to let her consider clearly, do not harm others and herself when she was heartfelt, and felt that this fiancé is not bad. Obviously her fiancé and girlfriends. Rolled in bed, but also for the sake of they think about them. Then his heart was filled with guilt, and from then on he was a little biased toward the Black and White Lotus heroine. Thinking about he let him know the true face of the heroine today, no matter what he said is true or false, but heard just that the words of the general public will think more. I just don't know if this male match will still be as stupid as he was in the book in the future, always treating Yumin as a little white flower who doesn't know anything to protect her and help her until he sends her to the very top while he himself ends up alone. It's pretty sadistic when you think about it, his fiancée abetting her friend to chase after her own fiancé. What a loaded topic, especially when the party in the first place was organized by the heroine. Well, the original owner actually begged the heroine to let her help, thinking it was just a party but didn't expect her to drug her help. As she finished speaking, she glanced toward the door and found a tall, strong figure imprinted underneath it. She instantly recognizes that it's Hui Yuxing, and it looks like he's really back as in the book. The plan worked, the heart was really happy, and it didn't feel too good to deal with the black-hearted White Lotus. Outside the door, Hui Yuxing really heard it. He was thinking how he was also the one who tossed her all night yesterday. At least he should do something about getting discharged, and at the same time also hide this matter from others so that she can't be laughed at by others at school. But he knew that this time he came back to the outside and heard the conversation between the two girls. Hui Yuxing's face was as black and purple as a black cloud. Originally, he had a good impression of his little fiancée through some contacts. A good girl who was well-behaved and understanding, very friendly with her classmates and took care of her friends, although her background is not good. But because her father had saved his grandfather's life is also really kind to the Hua family. Even without knowing their Hua family's lineage still being very filial to his grandfather, although he has been avoiding himself but probably because of fear. How could he have imagined that she would encourage her good friend to go after her fiancé, and even helped Gu Xiaoxiao pit herself, which really made him somewhat unacceptable. You should know that the male partner's persona is that he has never taken this little fiancé as an outsider, so he has defended everyone but her, or else he wouldn't have gone to that kind of party. Seeing the figure outside for a long time, Gu Xiaoxiao was relieved and secretly laughed in her heart. But the opposite side of the little white flower, Yumin, has already cried, almost fainted. She was noisy. The whole person is not good. The brain is painful. Hastily waved her hand, not wanting to listen to her. I am not. I did not. I am for your good explanation, just said. Then you to Hui Yuxing drug so that he forced Jamie is also for my good? What? Hui Yuxing outside the door of the whole body shook. Originally thought that the other party is intentional, calculating intentional seduction. Everything is her arrangement, including in their own bed. However, the meaning of these words is that she did not want to be with herself, she was actually forced to do. Xiao, how could you think of me like that? Besides, where would I get that kind of medicine? You even suspect me like this? I'm your best friend, ah. Yumin cried and defended herself. Eyes couldn't help but glance outside. Her words were a bit biased. Could it be that she was saying it to someone else? There didn't seem to be any shadows imprinted up in front of the door, and when she listened closely there was no sound of human breathing, so she was probably overthinking it. In fact, she didn't know that the other man, Hui Yuxing, had deliberately restrained his breath. For someone who had practiced sparring for years, It wasn't difficult. Ha ha ha. Isn't it? As long as I tell Hui Yuxing about this, he will soon find out. As for friends, let us break up. Nope. Really pumped up by her to say something like that. So he added, let's cut ties. What's with this childlike declaration? Gu Xiaoxiao was kind of despising herself, but for the sake of her own future happiness, she was going to not want to get entangled with her any further. Yumin opened her mouth and said in surprise, Xiao Xiao, we have never been separated since we were little. You even did it for a man. Get out, you get out. You're the one that turned this friend to death for a man afterward. Now that's a nice thing to say. Dash. Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Gu Xiaoxiao's head hurts even more when she's exasperated by her kind of hypocrisy. And again, she always has to do it to show Hui Yuxing outside. Although he might not be able to find out everything Yumin had done in the future, once the seed of suspicion was planted, it would be hard to go back to the beginning. Without Hui Yuxing's guilt and care for the heroine, Yumin, the little white flower, would be nothing. Chapter 6. Yumin didn't dwell on it much, and ran out right away when she saw Gu Xiaoxiao getting agitated. She needed to know how things fell apart and why that little cutie. She needed to find out. She needed to find out, and then this matter must never be known to Hui Yuxing. That man is so straightforward, he needs to know that then his plan to use so much time to bring Master Hua on board will be in vain. And then again, he seems to have quite a few properties that are very insightful, and can always give himself a little piece of the pie. For this reason, she came out and looked around first, realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary before she left. Hui Yuxing, who had already hidden himself to the side early, saw the flash of murder on Yumin's face at the time of closing the door and her somewhat strange circling behavior. She was afraid that this would be overheard. Could it really be that she did it? She frowned. This woman is not simple. But the worst thing was not himself but the girl he had accidentally raped, who hadn't intentionally seduced but had been forced to do so. It's great. Yumin is a really good girl. After calming down a bit, he decided to find out the truth first. After all, he couldn't take one side of the story at face value. It's just not like he was something to be sent around freely and in such a devious way. Thinking of this, his fists clenched rather tightly. A few steps to the door of the hospital room, just about to push the door, finally stopped alive. He felt that he was a bit ashamed to see her now, so he might as well calm down for a while. Cold Snort took big steps, this time directly from the family, asked for a car and driver waiting outside, when the time comes to directly send Gu Xiaoxiao back to school. The two women inside he did not want to pay attention to, regardless of the fact, are quite disgusting. As for the ward Gu Xiaoxiao, just a moment of excitement made his whole body weak. Can only shrink in the hospital bed to sleep at ease, and then woke up when it has been a day. Already better, she applied to the doctor for discharge. But I did not expect someone to take the initiative to help her do the discharge procedures. That is, a young man in his 20s seems to be quite respectful attitude, and did not tell their own name who came, waiting for her to do the formalities on the car will be sent to the school. Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao guessed in her heart that it should be the person Hui Yuxing had arranged, which was completely different from the book. But he had completely ignored her at that time. I guess not letting him marry himself really relieved him. At the same time that flip-flop had worked, making him start to doubt his fiancée, which was good, he'd be free from now on. In fact, the book also did not write this is not Yumin did, just the back of the explanation of a sentence, is when the female match after the tragic death of the heroine in her grave to recall wrote a sentence. Really regret the initial arrangement of everything. That's probably what this was referring to initially, and it's really possible that the drug was given to her, but it definitely wasn't a forced J because the female counterpart did it willingly. However, she preferred to say so that the male match misunderstood the guilt. After all, it is a thick leg. Even if it cannot be embraced, it cannot be messed with. No matter what, it was better to adapt to her new life here later. She was now extremely missing her home and was in a very bad mood. However, one has to live. First, she went to change all her bank passwords, and then she cut off her sinful relationship in the same dormitory. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately applied for a dormitory change after arriving at the school, making up her mind not to see that Yumin anymore. The farther away from the heroine or whatever, the better. Because she is the heroine, her friends are all going to take all kinds of potshots for her. When she got into her new dormitory, she realized that her roommates were not friendly to her, leaving her with a top bunk bed with nothing on it but trash. As a person who had already entered society, she knew that she was isolated, and she had asked for it. In the past, the original owner was a proud person, plus by the little white flower has been flattered a little bit, cannot find the southeast and north. Since I saw Hui Yuxing, the good and righteous gym teacher with long legs and asceticism, I couldn't help but be moved, and Yumin was at the back of it. So I gave up my face to go after him. But she's not the only one who likes Hui Yuxing. Just no one is as bold and shameless as she is. It's just that the original owner didn't know that she was being hated by the girls while she was pursuing the man she loved. But she didn't even pay attention to that at the time when she was feeling good about herself. It's normal to be isolated now, and anyway, that was a stupid thing the original owner did that she could have completely ignored. Go up to clean up their beds, and then the quilt will be laid very casually on the lie down. Others ignore her, she is still lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, the university in 3 years mix a familiar face on the line. Of course the face, or to get by. After a nap she bought a lot of snacks on the table and said, "Little sister, today the first day of the transfer to 202, which is considered to be a canon for everyone. I hope that in the future to take care of more. Don't you have Hui Yuxing to take care of you? Don't they all say outside that he's been taken down by you? Why bother with us useless shrimps?" A girl who looked quite innocent snorted coldly. "Take a fart," sis now woke up. "That man is too hard, I can't chew. Since I don't think that can have the ability to have taken the initiative to admit defeat. In the future, you who love to go on who go on. Anyway, I don't dare to climb up the iceberg again, too tired." Gu Xiao on the table with a look of hopelessness, causing another girl said, "Since you can't climb on the contact information to us, you're willing to give up? Fine, just give it. I'm only going to say it once you guys memorize it for me, and then I'll delete it." After saying that, he took his cell phone out. There are 4 beds and 4 students in a dormitory at the university, but there are only 3 students in their dormitory, because it's colder on one side and no one wants to come over. Now the other 2 girls are simply staring in disbelief that Gu Xiao really dared to hand over Hui Yuxing's contact information, knowing that the only way to get his cell phone number is through Gu Xiao's shameless pursuit of him. 136x times x times x times x, do you remember? Gu Xiao saw that they were stunned and lowered her head to write it down on her cell phone. Then said, "I'll delete it then." After saying that, she pressed delete contacts and deleted the number in her cell phone with the alias love of a lifetime. Also deleted was the last bit of the original owner's things about Hui Yuxing, and she instantly felt much more relaxed. Now that Hui Yuxing knows the true nature of that little white flower, let them go on hurting each other in the future. "You guys really split up?" The handsome girl, who was a bit convinced of Gu Xiao, came up and climbed on top of her bed to ask. Gu Xiao picked up her hand and looked at it and said, "Wrong. Not even love wears the score? But I thought you all lived together? Now everyone is rumoring. Absolutely impossible. He has a fiancée who doesn't care about me. Now do you understand?" Gu Xiao patiently finished explaining, and then opened the book to prepare for tomorrow to go and study seriously, to be a proper schoolmaster. And the 2 girls below asked at the same time, "So he has a fiancée? No? Who is his fiancée?" "It's my good friend Yu Min Ah." After saying this, Gu Xiao picked her lips underneath the book. Only it was well concealed and others didn't see it. "What? Didn't she always encourage you to go after Hui Yuxing? How could it be her?" Chapter 7. Farewell to the past. Who knows what she thinks? Maybe she doesn't like Hui Yuxing, so she's using me as a gun. No wonder you moved to this leaning dorm room. The 2 girls didn't ask any more questions, but their heads were already automatically weaving an annual girlfriend's revolt drama. But a girl who had fallen out of love was always easy to sympathize with, so their relationship inexplicably got better, and Gu Xiao got a small bowl of noodles when they cooked them at night. She starts college the next day and then realizes someone is following her. Not thinking that she would somehow get another fangirl, Gu Xiao hid to try and scare the other party, and ended up almost making Yumin cry. Seeing her like that, Gu Xiao immediately lost interest, and directly passed her and continued to walk forward as if she hadn't seen this person. "Xiaoxia, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. So I'm going to talk to Grandpa Hua about breaking off this engagement, you." She was surprisingly alert. Would a normal person react like this in familiar surroundings? "Please don't be so white. Okay? Even though I'm no longer in a relationship with Hua, that whoever, but now you go and tell people that Elder Hua said that everything was because he didn't want to marry his grandson because he didn't want to hurt me as a friend. Do you think Elder Hua would want to kill me or kill me again? With how much Master Hua likes this granddaughter-in-law himself, he will definitely suffer." The original owner had not been abused by that old master because of this little white flower's tattletale, and was also punished as if he were a little soldier running around the Hua home, and the Hua family's old mansion that took up half of the mountain's entire piece of land, taking at least 5 or 6 hours to run in a circle. Thinking about it all made it painful. No, no, no. Then I don't say well. By the way, the girls in my class want to organize a sorority. The other party is a boys' school less than 2 kilometers away from here, but it's missing one person, so I've booked a spot for you. Since you've let go, you can go ahead and take on a new relationship. Haha. First time by a cutie. Calling her white eyes, She almost got angry, but still had to keep the aggrieved expression on her face. Yumin, I just got dumped here. You let me calm down. Besides, we've already cut ties. I hope you won't come back to me just like that. He himself will not go. Remember, Yumin's previous life is in this situation to lose the first time. And that person is the male lead Situ Lufeng. They are also considered to be entangled in life and play a good hand of sadistic love. It made the whole world turn for them, and in the end, even the Hua family was implicated, and the original owner was caught up in it and killed. The beginning of the president of the text is not all violent boat scene, so this novel is not exempt. So Yumin is the main male Sito Lufeng to the strong that the two rolled the sheets of this thing only the original owner knows, because Yumin was crying in front of her after the fact that she is actually Hua Yuxing's fiancé, that she knows Gu Xiaoxiao like Hua Yuxing before letting the person give her. But now he has happened this kind of thing. I hope that she can help herself to beg Hua family to help. Don't let that Sito Lufeng haunt them. The original owner is also stupid. After hearing this reason from her, she didn't blame her for lying to herself but actually begged Hua Yuxing to help Yumin in various ways, but didn't talk about the fact that those two had already rolled in bed. As for Yumin, she always sells out when Hua Yuxing shows up. All sorts of aggravation that he doesn't need his help, that he can take care of it himself, but then he doesn't do anything but sit there and cry. Hua Yuxing, who probably felt sorry for his fiancé at the time, really helped out and delayed the marriage of the two. The original owner was not happy and she made all sorts of mistakes, and then from the beginning she begged Hua Yuxing to help her. She ended up being the one who was not in the right place. Yumin really couldn't believe that the Gu Xiaoxiao in front of her was a friend she had spent many years with, knowing that she had spent a long time trying to please her. Knowing that she is a person who loves what she loves and hates what she hates, it is impossible to give up on Hua Yuxing so easily, not for any amount of money. So she tried. Xiao, please, we're best friends. I don't want to be separated from you. And I really didn't mean it. Truly, I don't have any good feelings for him. I hope you can be happy. It's not over yet. She doesn't want to get involved in there, but she's just being a pain in the ass. Well, since this is what you want, then she will go, direct them to bed sheets of the matter stabbed out. Anyway, the ugly is not her. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao pretended to be the original owner and grunted but didn't leave. Yumin immediately understood and smiled. Don't be angry. I really didn't mean to hide from you that I am his fiancé, but it is because I see that you like him a lot and I am afraid to say that you don't dare to go after him. Now since you guys are already like this, then we have to move on, okay? Suddenly reverting back to the past, was she being paranoid? Then try again and see how long she can pretend. Moving on? Fine, I'll go to the sorority. But that doesn't mean I forgive you, huh? The original owner seemed to be like this, only being knife-like to Yumin. Yumin let out a sigh of relief and said, That's good. We'll go over together the day after tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to the library. Gu Xiaoxiao looked like she didn't want to care about her. But Yumin sneered behind her back. Even if you become something, you still have to be under her control in the end? However, one must be careful of being bitten by a dog instead. Thinking about this cannot help but be very angry that her family old man is also, even in the city, to rent a small bungalow to test her. As a result, let her mistakenly think that their Hua family is just an ordinary family. I did not expect to let this Gu Xiaoxiao pick up the cheap. If their family did not come up with $500,000 at a time, and inquired around, those houses are actually their Hua family, that really is a lost treasure. Luckily it's not too late. This time if she arranged to sleep with a different man and then took photos or let others know, then the Hua family definitely won't want a woman like her. As for herself, she is still the fiancée of the Hua family, and sooner or later she will become the young lady of the Hua family. There are so many houses that one can get well just by eating the rent. The more she thought about it, the more beautiful she became, and she turned around and picked at her long hair to go make early arrangements. However, she still didn't understand just how deep the water in this Hua family was. The library was still quite crowded at this time of the day, and it seemed that there were not a lack of students who loved to study in this school. Gu Xiaoxiao had graduated from college before crossing over, and although it was two worlds, some of the knowledge was actually pretty much the same. And now she felt she couldn't afford to be any more disheveled. The lousy hand of female supporting must find a way to play it right before she could do so. Thinking this way, I sat in the library for 3 whole hours, motivated to be a learner. Suddenly, the cell phone text message prompt scared her. Shivered. Busy from the pocket to see inside, the unknown number sent a very brief letter of knowledge. Recently, can someone annoy you? What do you mean, who's bothering her? Maybe it's a mistake, but I can't ignore it. What if it's someone I know? So, she replied back, who are you? Just to some unfamiliar project table. More tired of the new president raised his head and pressed his forehead. Heard her 3 words, instantly frowned. He has been thinking these days that woman will not be difficult for others, In case of isolation by the school, want to not be able to do it is not good. So consider 2 or 3 days to send such a sentence of text messages. The results of the other side, but back to him 3 words. Who are you ah? Also question mark. He almost dropped his cell phone when the woman who had all his numbers backwards and forwards asked who he was. Chapter 8. Who are you? When she was forced to snatch their own cell phones and then hit her number will be the number of cell phones, and then for this matter was also punished around the playground to run 3 laps. Hot days that woman out of the whole body is sweat, but still smiling and waving in the hands of the cell phone. I really do not know how to think it is really stupid. But to turn the tables and not even remember his number in the blink of an eye is just enough. Calm down for a while, he will take back the phone. After all, he also did something wrong. Well, although drinking a little medicine cannot control their lower body hurt, people have to do something to make up for it. Right, he checked it out, he was indeed drugged that day. After listening to the woman's words, he went to the blood test, although after a day but the blood is still a little residual drug. But did not find out if that Yumin did. But he felt that since that day Yumin's attitude towards himself is really different, and even took the initiative to send text messages to himself. The content of the text message was even more mind-boggling, as she actually told him not to blame his friend, that everything was too capricious for her best friend, and that it would be okay after a while. Hui Yuxing is not a fool, and comparing back and forth, he feels that Yumin is not as innocent and pure as she seems. As Gu Xiaoxiao thought, the seed of suspicion sprouted as soon as it was planted, and Hui Yuxing has changed the trajectory of his life just because of one sentence. Now he could only send another text message with patience. Hui Yuxing. Hua hua. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't think that Hui Yuxing would take the initiative to contact her so she looked at her cell phone in shock, horror, and wonder, as if there was a small monster crawling out of it. I remember that the book has been the female match to find Hui Yuxing but he did not contact the original owner once is not these small details written in the book? Or maybe he himself had met a fake Hui Yuxing. Oh yeah, he asked if there was anyone annoying himself. How about the truth? So she wrote the text message. Your fiancé, who kindly asked me to go to the sorority, used to forget you. After sending it over, Gu Xiaoxiao gave herself a nod of approval and sued Yumin, so she could eat an extra bowl of rice today. Hui Yuxing frowned and put down his cell phone. What exactly did this Yumin mean? Before, he didn't support Gu Xiaoxiao chasing after him. But now he's taking her to the sorority, knowing that she's already his own person. No, she was not his person. As soon as I thought of this, my heart felt inexplicably lost like something. With the tip of the pen poked his head, it must be that he was pestered by that girl silly. Suddenly quiet, actually a little miss her, no, just not used to it, it must be so. At the same time, he suspected that Yumin did not have a good heart, while Gu Xiaoxiao's words had a little credibility, because Grandpa did have a very bad impression of Gu Xiaoxiao after Yumin spoke out of turn in front of him, and was even so angry that he almost had high blood pressure for 2 days and couldn't get down. Just thinking about it, the old man called him. Usually know that he does not like to answer the phone when he works, so never call. Today this is what happened? Brat, the next time you come back you get married to Minnie right away. Don't abduct any more wildflowers for me to break her heart. Gramps, the granddaughter-in-law of your heart is taking Wildflower to the fellowship. What? Minnie isn't that kind of girl. She even said before that you weren't to blame for this. After all, you were drunk. Besides, everything was that woman liked you too much, didn't struggle. Otherwise this ugly thing wouldn't have happened. Master, do you really think so? If I were to get real, what woman could escape from me? Is struggling useful? So what? You don't blame Xiaomin. She was kind enough to let you out because her good friend liked you. But that woman is clearly a scheming one, receiving the money on the front foot and then breaking off her friendship with Xiaomin. What's this if not taking advantage of her in the first place? I think Xiaomin and her went to some kind of fellowship. It should be because she wanted the two of them to be on better terms. Elder Hua growls over there, almost losing his mind. Master, we've hidden our birth. Do you think that Gu Xiaoxiao knows what you and I are? Know how many assets the Hua family has? But I gave her $500,000. Did she ask you for it directly? I give. Hua immediately rested his temper. People did not ask him for much money as he took the initiative to give 500,000 to take the money to smash people, and does not seem to have told Minnie this number. Think here said, Xiao Min how good but also apologized for her, and said that the money and so she worked to save up will return for her. Xiao Min is a good kid, but it seems like that girl shouldn't have anything else on her mind either, so don't fall for it. All right, old master, you have a good hospitalization. I have to go out first. The more I hear, the more I feel that this Yumin is suspicious. What should I do? Is there really such a nice girl in the world? Is it love to be married to such a saintly mother who treats everyone so well? As soon as he thought of love, he thought of Gu Xiaoxiao. The problem of feelings is really troublesome. Hui Yuxing really want to find a woman to get married right away. But this woman will be their own, that small fiancé? I did not expect that she really went to talk to the old man about the matter of the duel. This is not nothing to add to the chaos. He only said that the final friendship but did not say to go to the friendship. His heart suddenly cold. Already on the so-called fiancé did not have any good feelings. I always feel that her words and actions are in the same acting. I heard that has signed a film company in training. It will not be from there to learn how to act it. Hopefully this would stop there and the old man wouldn't be pissed off at her. The documents were handed over to his assistant. He turned off his cell phone and walked into the gym that was specially prepared for him in the company. Only when he was troubled he wanted to work out. After sweating people were relaxed. There was a moment of silence in the separate room. But a memory suddenly came to his mind of the tiny room filled with passionate gasps. Indistinguishable from hers or his. But he remembers her somewhat pained expression and in the corner of her eye the tears. Unable to stop himself from shaking his head, he began to run fiercely again. The assistant outside said, "Aren't our new president retired? Why are they still so active in exercising and thinking about fighting for the country? No, I see he has a woman." Huh? There's a woman, no way. So the news that they were about to have a president's wife silently spread throughout the headquarters, breaking the hearts of the women who wanted to chip away at the young president. After returning home in the evening, Hui Yuxing took a shower and finally sent a text message. "Where are you going to the sorority? What time is it?" Gu Xiaoxiao was sleeping in a daze, casually glanced at it and mindlessly replied, "Lotto bar, 9 o'clock. She went to sleep after sending it, had absolutely no idea who she was sending it to, and forgot about it when she woke up. Chapter 9 bar. Only what Gu Xiaoxiao didn't expect was that a random text message she edited made Hui Yuxing dress up and sit in a bar from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The veins on his forehead jutted out, feeling like he was really pissed off at that little wildflower. Sitting here wasn't without its perks, however, as he saw a young man give a bartender a bag of money and then also place a packet of medicine in his hand. At first he thought it was just a dark deal that didn't concern him, but when it was 9 o'clock in the evening there were so many people that he pretended to be a drunkard and climbed on the table without getting up, blocking his face with the collar of his coat, and his long wig covering his eyes that were as sharp as icy knives and frosty swords. He wouldn't admit that he had come to catch an adulterer, but he felt his liver and kidneys hurt a little after seeing the extremely well-dressed little wildflower walk in with a group of people. The liver pain was from anger, and the kidney pain was from just seeing her own body had certain strong reactions that couldn't be suppressed. He spread his legs apart a little subconsciously, or his balls hurt. But the woman was ignorantly chatting away with another man, and before long a group of them were sitting at a table ordering drinks. She was still drinking and frowned. 18 years old? It should be full, or how much of an animal one must be. But without realizing it, he was looking at the girl until she received a drink in her hand that the bartender himself had brought up. Hui Yuxing stood up from his seat in a flash, staggering and crashing into Gu Xiaoxiao, then went to the restroom. Gu Xiaoxiao's arm was raw from the impact, and the wine was half dissipated. She frowned and put down the cup to look at the white shirt she was wearing and said, "I'm going to go down to the bathroom to wash it. Go on." Yu Min kindly also handed her a stack of wet wipes, which had some special drugs on them, especially useful for men who could easily react just by smelling them. "I have." Gu Xiaoxia didn't accept her kindness. When she came out from the inside, she found that the person who just bumped himself climbed on the original table again. This hot day covered so thick he is not afraid of prickly heat. Just thinking, see some of these people go down to dance, and she was also pulled down, back to see the table put an ice basin inside the mix together with the liquor. This was a fancy new way for young people to play, and Gu Xiaoxiao was a bit uncomfortable. But everyone drank and she followed suit, not realizing that she was being dragged out of the bar when she wanted more. "Who are you and what are you doing pulling Xiao? Yu Min wanted to chase after her, but she didn't catch up at all. She felt like she was trapped. Why was her body a little hot? Since Gu Xiaoxia became different, it seems that many things are out of her control. Who the hell is that man? Gu Xiaoxiao was pulled into the underground parking plant. She felt a little dizzy and a little hot from the alcohol, so she couldn't break the man's grip at all. Somehow, though confused surprisingly, the man was not dangerous. Just moves a little roughly to push her inside a car, or the back seat. It was obvious that what happened next must have been intense, but surprisingly, I was kind of looking forward to it happening. "What's wrong with you? You go away. Don't come near me." The voice was hoarse and out of place on its own. Gu Xiaoxiao was in a daze when her bag was snatched away. Then the wet cloth suddenly fell on her face. Slightly awake brain looked up at the tightly wrapped man. His pair of eyes so familiar. "Hui Yuxing." What was this guy's madness today? Why did he suddenly rush to the bar and bring it up himself? You're obsessed. The path? What path? Don't step out of the car. I'm going to find out who the hell is doing this in the dark. Hui Yuxing looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, still conscious, and knew that she should have no problem with just one sip, and excluding her seductive eyes, everything was fine probably. The air in the car was hot somehow, and Hui Yuxing felt that if he stayed here for another minute, he wouldn't be able to control himself and make another mistake. Somewhat exasperated, he got out of the car and slammed the door, but on his way out he turned the car on and turned the cold air up to the max. This was to prevent anything else from happening if she got hit with that drug. It would keep her awake. After he finished his business, he ran inside the bar. Unexpectedly, the people who had just partied had dispersed. He went straight to the bartender, not realizing that the other guy was scared and fled. Hui Yuxing acted athletically and chased after him, running 2 streets before pinning the man to the ground. That bartender was scared by him to know what to say. It turned out that he just received a letter asking to put the medicine in Gu Xiaoxiao's wine, but he didn't think that the young people had to play mixed hit, so that wine was poured into a bunch of drinks. Hui Yuxing let the person go when he knew he wasn't lying after all. There was still a delirious woman in the car, and he was a little uneasy. Returning to the parking lot with a serious look on his face, he opened his car door and then saw a scene in living color. Someone was scrunched up in a ball clinging to a corner of the car, shoes removed, 10 round, cute toes gently balled inward as if they were holding back some pain. When she sensed that someone had opened the door, she raised her head slightly, a pair of innocent and confused eyes as if they were dotted with starlight, and Hui Yuxing's heart jumped a few beats faster. In particular, that little look of waiting to be ravished made him, as a big man, feel a little hot blood rushing to his head, to be unable to hold back. Can you bear it? It might not be possible to want him. After all, it had all happened once, so it wasn't too bad. Besides, right now she was really attractive. Hui Yuxing, can you give her the clothes? It's freezing. But before she could finish speaking, Hui Yuxing had automatically removed his coat, and at the same time, he jumped into the car. After a few moves, the wide back seat became a bed. Yes, of course. This little goblin, it's okay to eat him now. Hui Yuxing with a cold face had just finished doing this when he saw the person who had just been shrinking to the side suddenly pounce on him. First stunned for a moment, not expecting her to be so proactive. But in his heart there was some anticipation. His expression didn't change, but in his heart he was already looking forward to it. This time it is considered a real meet, right? He reached out to catch her, but then he saw someone pull the coat he'd taken off in a flash to wrap his body over it, muttering, "It's so cold. I almost thought I'd freeze to death." Hui Yuxing maintained the position of wanting to hug for 5 seconds, finally realizing that he wanted to fork out, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and retract his hand with a black face turning around to turn off the cold air. But his arm was grabbed by a pair of hot little hands, and his entire body stiffened. Don't turn it off just a little longer." She couldn't stop panting. Her body seemed to be on fire, but her consciousness was slowly coming to her senses. Someone had drugged her, and it didn't take much thought to realize who it was. "You mean, you really are a thief? In that case, don't blame me. I want to go inside and take a shower, okay? I remember there are private rooms upstairs with bathrooms." "Could be. I can't walk." Her whole body was soft and fluffy, and this would really be a pushover if someone tried to push it. However, she felt that Hui Yuxing must not have much interest in her, so she was not on guard against him. Chapter 10. The business in the box. The veins on Hui Yuxing's forehead jumped up, letting himself carry her to the box. Wasn't that a prelude to something destined to happen? But she is now in this state is really not very suitable to carry all over the street, cannot get people to their own home, it is more likely to have accidents. Hui Yuxing could only resign himself to turning off the car and picking her up to run inside the bar, while Gu Xiaoxiao became even more uncomfortable being held by him. Her 2 little legs kept moving in his arms, and her face kept rubbing against him. She was already doing her best to restrain herself, not wanting to put herself in the hospital again. But what about the comfort of being near him? However, when she arrived at the back box of the bar, Gu Xiaoxiao thought of one thing. Now Yumin has already been Sido Lufeng to the strong that, right? Remember that the plot explains that it is the first room of the box. When she saw that the corner was the first box, she bit her teeth and groaned, then pulled hard on Hui Yuxing's collar, her hand to probe into his lapel, and said in a daze, "It's so hard. I'm so hard." Gu Xiaoxiao felt that Hui Yuxing had always hated himself, so by doing this he'd be in a hurry to shove himself into the bathroom for a cold shower or something. With his temper of the sky boss own oldest too, a come-up temper still care whether there is no one inside. In fact, She had used this move correctly, but at this point, Hui Yuxing was so hooked that he almost didn't fall to the ground. It took a few deep breaths before he barely managed to hold the person tightly toward the box, afraid he would hold her down and force her to do it. "Guest, there is someone inside the first box," a waiter in the back called out. But Hui Yuxing's kick was definitely fast and accurate, and the door to the first compartment opened instantly. Gu Xiaoxia immediately stuck her head out to see what was going on inside. It would be better if she could take a picture with her cell phone now. She wasn't disappointed. The box didn't have a bed, but it did have a row of very large leather sofas, and there now lay a couple of men and women in the middle of an errand, a picture a little too hot for her eyes. I don't need to look closely to know that the woman is Yumin, and the man should be the male lead Situ Lufeng. Worthy of being the male lead, he is really quite handsome. I was going to admire the two men's bodies again, but I didn't know that the back of my head was forcefully held down by a hand, and then my whole head touched someone's hard chest, which slightly hurt, and my nose might have to collapse. Sorry. After doing such a thing, Hui Yuxing just politely apologized, closed the door, and reached out to kick the door of the second private room side by side. "Guest, you don't move roughly. I'll. The waiter opened the door, and in his heart he thought, what's wrong with these guests today? All of them are so anxious. When Gu Xiaoxiao was carried in, she distinctly heard Yumin weakly call out, "Brother Hua, save me." Ah, it didn't look like he was trying to force himself on us. He was so enthusiastic. Did he need to be saved? Now Hui Yuxing already knows that she and Situ Lufeng got together, or saw it live and in person. I wonder how the heroine will be able to play any icy white flower in the future? As he was thinking about it, he didn't realize that he had somehow been sent to the couch and then a hot body pressed up against him. "Nima, why isn't this following the script?" Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at Hui Yuxing in horror, then suddenly realized that this man's face value was really awesome, and she was actually sucked in by his deep eyes. Want to get laid again? Anyway, it's not like I haven't been on it before. Then, she didn't know if she was under the influence of the drug, or what just reached out and wrapped her arms around Hui Yuxing's neck, and was then ferociously kissed by the other party. That's just a kiss. It's clearly the feeling of being devoured by a descending tiger. What's all this excitement about? Good. Pain. Gu Xiaoxiao was made to ache, and her brain cleared up in an instant, pounding and hitting to get Hui Yuxing to duck away. But his movements were really quite raw, and he almost ate her dry in this moment. "You get up. I'm in pain. What about the promised abstinence, pro? Why are you completely different from what's written in the book? Did he drink the drug this time too?" Hui Yuxing knew that he had lost control, and when he looked up and saw Gu Xiaoxiao's slightly swollen lips from his own bites, he felt a little guilty. When he heard her say it hurt, he subconsciously sat up and asked, "Where does it hurt?" Gu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and took the opportunity to slip out of bed with a flip, then pulled on her lapel and said, "I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, she rushed into the bathroom and locked it. But she probably forgot that the bathrooms in these boxes are all made of frosted glass, so although you can't see anything, you can still see a vague figure. Hui Yuxing was so angry that he opened the refrigerator and pulled a dozen beers out of it, pouring in 2 cans in a few gulps. Hui Yuxing. As soon as Izzy's slightly hoarse, petulant voice sounded inside, his big brother started protesting again. "What is it? Can you please go get me a change of clothes? I can't wear mine. I'm sweating through them." It was still shredded by that perverted someone who had just been there. After all, she had been a little girl before she wore the book, and this would have freaked her out a long time ago. However, Hui Yuxing was as if he was pumped up with chicken blood. He always felt that he had just done that to someone else, and then the other party seemed to be very trusting and asked him to go and buy personal clothes. Did this mean that his 26 years of being a single dog would officially end, and he would be a person with a girlfriend in the future? So tempted to post a friend to celebrate. With a promise, he went out all lithe to help his lady friend buy clothes, changing his own clothes in the process. It was too much of a drop. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, after taking a bath and wearing the wide pink and white pajamas prepared inside, she lay down on the sofa and rested. Although the medicine had relieved some of its strength, she felt that she was really tired now. Just when he wanted to close his eyes for a while, he heard someone open the door all of a sudden, and then he himself was torn into the first box by 2 men in black. Gu Xiaoxiao shrank back a bit and said, "Who are you?" After asking, she glanced at Yumin, who was also wearing the same pajamas as herself and was shrinking to the side, and at the moment, she was really portraying a little white flower quite wonderfully. Situ Lufeng. That man was already dressed, and was considered well-dressed. He looked Gu Xiaoxiao up and down and said, "You're Gu Xiaoxiao, her friend?" "No, My name is Gu Xiao, yet I'm not her friend anymore. Whether you are a friend or not, help me persuade her to go to the hospital now, and $100,000 is yours. Also, I don't want a second person to know about this matter, or don't blame me for being rude. Situ Lufeng's family lineage was actually quite powerful. At least it wasn't something that the current Gu Xiao could mess with. 200,000. Gu Xiao extended 2 fingers and managed to see Yu Min's surprised look. Xiao, I'm your friend. At a time like this you don't care about me, instead you want money? Yu Min asked Situ Lufeng to call someone over, on one hand, to try and see if Situ Lufeng had a playful attitude towards himself, and on the other hand, she also felt that today's incident that was crashed by Hu Yuxing had something to do with this Gu Xiao, or maybe everything was arranged by her. And when did she recognize money so much? And her behavior has changed a lot lately. Other people may not have noticed, but Yu Min felt that she was not possessed by any evil. While doubting and crying at the bottom of her head, her beauty was uncharacteristic. This makes the eyes of Situ Lufeng on the other side become colder and colder. He feels that this girl's vision of making friends is a bit poor. Chapter 11 Fighting. Gu Xiao didn't care what the sadistic hero and heroine thought, and only said, I said I'm not your friend. And who's to blame for what you did today? Do you want me to tell you the whole story? Yu Min doesn't know the real strength of the Hua family yet, and Situ Lufeng is a rich big spender at a glance. It would be strange for the heroine to give up on him, but she is just trying to put on an act to get some respect so that she can lay the foundation for the position of being the rightful wife in the future. Gu Xiao, who had read the book, couldn't understand any better. And besides, she was angry at Yu Min's calculating behavior today. What truth? I don't know what's going on. Yu Min's heart snapped. She suddenly knew what was wrong. That was that no matter how she pretended, the Gu Xiao in front of her seemed to know what her intentions were, meaning that she had been seen through by her. Then how did she see through herself? She suddenly burst into tears, and Situ Lufeng immediately went over to comfort her. All right, don't pretend. It's quite good to go to the hospital right away. At least for the sake of the money, I cannot tell anyone about this matter, and I cannot explain to Master Hua that you are not in any ice-clear virgin anymore. Just now there was a moment when Gu Xiao felt a chill down her spine, and there was always a feeling of being suddenly stripped bare and scrutinized, and this feeling came from the main female lead Yu Min. Can't be the heroine's aura, can it, that she's starting to fight back? Yu Min had already decided at this moment that the Gu Xiao in front of her was simply a world of difference from the past in terms of her personality, in addition to her appearance being the same as before. So, this person is not Gu Xiao. Then who is she? She never fought battles she wasn't sure of, and had to know why she had become like this. But first, use the surrounding to suppress her arrogance. Thinking about pretending to be angry enough to stand up, he ended up with an ah scream of pain. Gu Xiao could clearly see that she was pretending, and couldn't help but give a giggle. As a result, this sound provoked the Yen Wang male master. That Situ Lufeng was not a good-tempered one, and suddenly raised his leg and kicked Gu Xiao's belly. Nima, Gu Xiao, this regret, how to forget this man is a stupid bee, late stage of the middle 2 disease. In addition to the heroine, others in his eyes are mole ants said to step on the death. This is really kicking obviously have tried to hide in the did not expect to have to take a kick, just a day in advance. Remember that this kick is the next day when the hero went to find the heroine. The original master will be petite heroine block behind to suffer. The book can write pain for more than a month. Even the small days are ahead of schedule. Did not expect this time she did not block or to be kicked. Gu Xiao closed her eyes. She wanted to dodge, but the other male lead was also a practiced fighter. She felt sure she was going to be kicked off with this kick. Just then a strong hand wrapped around her waist and ducked back, and there was a bam in her ear. She didn't seem to be hurt. Someone had saved herself. There was something surprisingly touching about being instantly held in a warm embrace, with his ear right at his heart, where he could hear the powerful heartbeat. For the first time in her life through the book, she had the feeling that someone else cared about her, and surprisingly, she wanted to cry a little less eager to engage with the male counterpart, but still feeling good about his sudden appearance right now. Hu Yuxing bottomed his head to look at the little woman he had just protected, and his eyes, slightly misted with water because of fear and nervousness, were locked onto his face, inexplicably causing one's heart to beat a little faster. But he hadn't forgotten what he was here for, and couldn't help but glare at the man who had suddenly struck out and kicked his woman without a word and raised his fist. Gu Xiao, who was hung out to the side with her hand on the sofa, was in a state a bit like sleepwalking, with a look of where this is and who I am. Hu Yuxing got even angrier when he saw her out of the corner of his eye, and always felt that she must have been bullied. So this hand and foot were even more sharp, hitting Situ Lufeng, so that she didn't even have the strength to fight. Until this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao this time did not know excitement, almost did not clap his hands. No wonder he's an athlete, he's got no one else's hands. The main character Situ Lufeng is definitely not weak, but he was actually forced to the side by Hui Yuxing to be passively beaten. This force value is really great. Just as he was thinking about it, Yu Min suddenly came down from the sofa, a pair of small hands pulling at the pajamas that were about to fall apart. A seductive look exclaimed, "Mr. Sito? Brother Hua, you guys don't fight. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Hua, I want to throw up." Gu Xiaoxiao turned her head to the side. This name-calling was really odd. Besides, for Yu Min to want to seduce two men at the same time with that body, it was really ridiculous. It was time to show her what a murderous weapon was. She originally inside as a vacuum, and then gently pull the collar, that effect immediately out of Yu Min 100 times stronger. Then he also made a worried look under the excitement of a step forward. Uniform snow-white long legs are also exposed. Humph, trying to seduce Hui Yuxing in front of her? It was hard for her to break this man straight, so she couldn't let him fall inside the heroine's pit again. But what she didn't expect was that she acted too successfully, deeply hurting Hu Dajiao's heart. He felt that he had lost a lot of money. His girlfriend's ditch was almost exposed, and she shouldn't be wearing anything inside. So tired, now what to do with it? Gu Xiaoxiao was depressed because she was only about to show a little more on her side when two black clothes suddenly rushed in outside the door. Their target, obviously Hui Yuxing. And Hui Yuxing's eyes were actually glancing at her. Breasts. Looks like pills. It's overplayed. Immediately, she said with a machine ling, "Hui Yuxing, be careful." Then she dodged and reached out to catch the spilled bottle that one person had hit. Snap. Gu Xiaoxiao thought her hand was going to be ruined, but the expected pain didn't come, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that someone had actually broken the bottle with her empty hand, only that her hand was also injured. At this time, Yu Min rushed up and tried to stop it, saying, "You guys stop fighting. I'll say it's a misunderstanding," which knew that before this breath was even caught. I saw Yu Min Shang flying like a swallow into Hui Yuxing's arms, crying, "Brother Hua, it's really great that you're here." Lying. Yu Min, did Hui Yuxing steal your child in his past life? Why are you so eager to make him an enemy? After all, Hui Yuxing saved his own life. Gu Xiaoxiao intends to help him out. She has always been a character who makes a clear distinction between grudges and grudges, and it's hard for Hui Yuxing to get out of it once he's been pestered by Yu Min and Situ Lufeng. Unbeknownst to me, Hui Yuxing actually automatically took 5 steps back, maintaining the distance a stranger should have before saying, "Starting today, our marriage contract is cancelled." Yu Min was immediately stunned. Even Gu Xiaoxiao was the same. They haven't been talking about calling off the engagement in the book, because Elder Hua states that Yu Min will be their family's granddaughter-in-law sooner or later. I didn't think it would be so easy to let Hui Yuxing say something like that today, so I don't know why Gu Xiaoxiao feels as if she's a bit square. Brother Hua, this is really just a misunderstanding. Let us calm down. You have not always disliked Hui Yuxing, right, in the past, but it was eager to break off the marriage contract with him. Now why all of a sudden you are not happy? Besides, mistakenly there is no misunderstanding we will not see. If it is really a misunderstanding, then this misunderstanding can be really deep. The back of it is a shriek because a piece of clothing will be completely wrapped up in her, and then like a dumpling being people pulling toward the outside. The male lead Situ Lufeng coldly said, "Hui Yuxing, that retired athlete was quite famous back then. But his identity was a mystery, he couldn't even find out, and it was obvious that someone had deliberately covered up his birth. But at this point, losing is not a losing battle. You really don't deserve the girl Yu Min. You're good at doing things by breaking off your engagement with her. In the future, you'd better not pester her or don't blame me for not being polite." Chapter 12. This is a misunderstanding. Then don't you ever pester my woman again, or don't blame me for being rude either. Hui Yuxing smoothly replied, but he didn't want Gu Xiaoxiao to stare at him from the side. Who is his woman? The male lead and male partner, king to king, each with an arm around a woman seemingly ready for a fight at any moment. It was a slightly delicate situation, but just then she suddenly thought of something and stretched out a small hand on one side and said, "Two. What about 200,000? I know that Situ Lufeng has not been angry. Hui Yuxing has already lifted the person, and directly to the second private room to throw the person on the sofa. As a result, the movement was too big, and someone showed a little bit. Hui Yuxing turned around in a panic and closed the door behind him, saying, "You're short of money? It's okay." But he promised. Promise what? If I persuade Yu Min to go to the hospital, I'll be given $200,000. Snapping, a pocket of clothes was thrown on her. Gu Xiaoxiao was still really insecure about this robe and immediately ran to the bathroom to change. Hu Yuxing was on fire, and if he had a cigarette now he really wanted to pull it out and smoke one. But the team had explicitly banned this cigarette in order to keep their athletes in good physical condition. But now that he's retired, he's learned to smoke. Stunned for a moment, he finally pinched the cigarette pack and put it back in his pocket. How dare that man take Gu Xiaoxiao over there to persuade people over such a trivial matter? Do you think the Hua family is made of clay? However, today he really saw the reality. Yumin really no longer worthy of the Hua family's young lady. She and that man entangled. If it is really forced, okay. But look at her that way from beginning to end, did not mention the past police. That proves. Hui Yuxing, can you send me back? Gu Xiaoxiao actually didn't want to bother the male lead, but she was afraid that if she went out and encountered the middle-aged psychopathic male lead plus the little white flower female lead who could make a fool of herself, then she would definitely be out of luck. Let's go. After all this, Hui Yuxing had no way of ignoring this woman. She was simply his robbery. Unfortunately, this robbery got into the car and fell asleep, or slept against the window. A look is trying to avoid themselves. Can't help but squeeze the steering wheel. Before, when she was still in school, she always chased after his ass share. How to have a relationship but suddenly cooled down. Do women always change like that? I was in love before and then I said I wasn't. He has a good background in this life and later joined the national team because of his family's special love for sparring, and in addition to training is to play the game, has not come into contact with women, and for the first time he felt that women are such abrasive creatures. He just retired from the army and met this evil star, which is considered to be the robbery of his life. However, the attraction is true, make your heart beat faster. Brain can't fit anything else, but her is also true. And also abnormal ability to drive people crazy, if not she was born small and weak. His slap already do not know how many times down. After struggling for a while, he finally slapped the steering wheel. Bear with me, what's the point of a real fight? After dropping someone off at school, there was still her reputation to look out for. After all, she was no longer here as a gym teacher, so first of all, wake someone up. Huh? But the other side was sleeping extremely fragrant, was tossed for so long her face with a trace of fatigue. Not only that, but also like a very insecure child, like, obviously asleep, 2 hands are still uneasy to hold together, will be shrunk into a small group. It was true that what had happened during this time was a little less than ideal for a girl, and he just sat and watched her until a tear suddenly fell from the corner of her eye. For some reason, Hui Yuxing's heart fluttered, and he desperately wanted to swallow that tear, but he didn't dare to abrupt her. Mom, I want to eat braised pork. Oh, the little mouth muttered. Hui Yuxing still listened carefully before hearing it, and as a result, he was so furious that the veins on his forehead snapped and jumped up, almost failing to pinch her up. How greedy are you? You want to cry over red meat? Why don't we just take her to eat? I'm a little hungry myself anyway. Silently started the car, and then drove to a quite famous private restaurant. Stopped. Just as Gu Xiaoxia slowly opened his eyes, confused. Arrived. When she finished speaking, she opened the door to get out, only to forget that she was in an SUV or one of those extremely high ones, and barely managed to fall off with 1 foot in the air. Below that is the curb. It's disfiguring. Fortunately, Hui Yuxing's reaction was extremely sensitive, and before he finished unraveling the seatbelt and realized that something was wrong, he reached out and scooped the person up, and then roared in fear and sweat, "You don't want to die." Gu Xiaoxia was also a little bit scared afterward. She really was a bit sleepy. Looking back at the savior with tears in her eyes, she said, Thank you really," then also smiled a little bit to show her friendliness. Only this smile was harder to see than crying. 2 physical tears were also squeezed out of the corner of his eyes, looking pitiful. Hui Yuxing had never really looked closely at her when she was chasing after him in the past, but today it seemed that this niece was not bad looking. Well, not only is it not bad, it is very good looking. Obviously just extremely simple dress. Even did not put on makeup, but hard to give her a clear water hibiscus flavor. In addition, with such eyes to look at a man, any man will not be able to stand awe. The knot in his throat moved as he loosened his waist, which was thin enough to be held in the palm of one hand, and said, "You're welcome. This is a private restaurant not far from the school, so go inside and wait for me while I park the car." The restaurant? No need. I want to go back to school to rest. I'm not hungry at all. Cooing, the stomach did not cooperate at all, called out. Gu Xiaoxiao, originally also a serious rebuffed look, immediately froze. The 2 snow-white cheeks to the naked eye visible speed turned pink. Ugh, I'm gonna go. What if it's so cute that it's a crime? Hui Yuxing felt like he'd been dealt a fatal blow, and his heart was kind of beating faster and faster. Still going. He closed the car door and pulled her into the food court. Of course I'm not leaving. My stomach is screaming with hunger. Let's have a breakup dinner. With that, the two of them walked in and found a seat that looked good for a couple to sit in. Hui Yuxing ordered braised pork first, then 3 more vegetarian dishes, which were considered hearty and not wasteful. How did he know he wanted red meat? Maybe it was just a coincidence, the big guy probably liked red meat too. However, he looked a bit out of place in this outfit today. The book said that Hui Yuxing was a very self-disciplined person, and because he came from a very good background, his whole body carried an aristocratic aura. She couldn't help but look a few more times and realized that this was indeed the case. It's really quite handsome, especially with this height, and this heroic face really makes you want to look at it more. Although the male lead is called a fancy beauty, he's too demonic and not her cup of tea. Sighing again at the thought, so what if it's her dish, you can only look at it but not eat it. Chapter 13, The Little Lover. Hui Yuxing was playing with his cell phone on the other side of the room, but his palms were sweating. The girl on the other side of the room was checking him out. But why did the atmosphere suddenly go down like a dog shrugging its ears? Where do you look bad? Hui Yuxing looked up a bit depressed. He was a person who had always been very passive about his feelings. I should say not too good at handling them. He now wants to be a man with a girlfriend, but he's also a bit confused when someone who was originally passionate suddenly dies down. What's bothering you? Why you can shrink in a chair. Stomach ache. Maybe it was the cold air she'd sucked in when she first got out of the car, but her stomach hurt a little cold and tingly anyway. Waiter, pour a cup of hot water with some sugar in it. Hui Yuxing greeted the waiter with great experience, and before long a cup of white sugar water was placed in front of Gu Xiaoxiao. She brought it up with a weak smile, then silently drank the water, and when it was a little better said, "Thank you." Hui Yuxing listened to her such a well-behaved thank you heart or feel quite comfortable. In fact, he is more like a well-behaved point of the girl, so the beginning of this girl in front of the eyes of some not too much like. But now that we're getting along, we realize that she's actually quite obedient at times, like right now. People are so quiet and not loud. She used to be so overzealous at school that it was a bit overwhelming. Now it's just right. You. Hui Yu line. I'm. Kuzi. The two finished in unison. Hui Yuxing said, "You speak first." At this time the food came up. Gu Xiaoxiao smelled the fragrance and took her chopsticks and ate it. While eating, she said, "Wait to finish eating and say." It smelled so good that she wanted to swallow her tongue. Hui Yuxing maintains the habit of eating without speaking and sleeping without speaking, also silently ate his meal. He has a large amount of food and also ate quite quickly, and when he finished eating, the opposite side of the girl only ate into the half a small bowl of rice, and then seemed to be a little bit unable to eat into it. Gu Xiaoxiao was too high on her stomach. Obviously she felt quite hungry, but she couldn't eat any more after eating just a little bit, and she felt that her stomach was braced. In the end, he could only put down his chopsticks and said, "I'm done eating." Aha! Hui Yuxing nodded and didn't move. He was still waiting for her to finish what she had just said. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know why she was a bit nervous about facing Hui Yuxing, who was looking directly at him, but she finally said, "Let's not meet again. He's been dumped." Hui Yuxing's entire body stiffened and his entire being went cold. His eyes seemed to turn into 2 sharp arrows as if they could penetrate the heart, saying, "What do you mean by that?" "No, nothing means. Just think it. We are not very suitable. Besides, I have received money. I can not go back on my word." Gu Xiaoxiao was shedding tears inside. "Mom, this man is too scary." She felt like she was going to be punched. It's written in the book that the male counterpart doesn't have too good of a temper. So if she gets punched, should she fight back or should she call the police? While he was rambling, Hui Yuxing suddenly stood up, and he punched the wall behind Gu Xiaoxiao. Then he coldly said, "Good, very good. You keep your word, very good." It was normal to break up with him after collecting the money. It was abnormal for him to have to come to her. Thinking of sucking in a breath directly stride outward, but can be seen in anger, the back of the hand on the veins are jumping up at the roots. Gu Xiaoxiao was scared silly by him. Not their whole family said they want to break up. How is he still angry? Suddenly hearing a movement behind her, she busily stood up to avoid it, only to see the tiles on the wall that had been hit by Hui Yuxing suddenly cracking and then snapping down. This if hit in her head that still live not live, this is too violent. It is not to say that the future do not see well, even break up are not counted, this temper is really not good. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. In the end, she not only paid for her own meal, but also lost money for the tiles and repairs, which cost her nearly $1,000 in total, and she was heartbroken. But that was fine as long as she could leave her alone in peace later. Which knew that when she returned to the school she saw several students probing their heads to see what was going on. And she followed these people's gazes. But she saw that there was actually a luxury car parked in front of the school. This must be a multi-million-dollar car. I can't even name it. It must be a limited edition. I think it must be the president of some family sitting inside. Awesome. I wonder which mistress is here to give it away. That's a great look. It's not the hero, is it? Generally people really rich or quite low-key, at least will not open this red sports car so tawdry. For example, people's male counterparts driving a Land Rover and will not be so ostentatious and will not be too out of place. Sure enough, the young lover came out of it and then ran towards the school, crying as she did so. Yumin, wearing a white dress, looked like it was not a low-grade product. The shoes, they were still shining. So high profile. The same as the bed after the female partner to buy clothes. Look at the other people by that is called the faction. But this is probably in the supermarket she carried out a random bar. The number can be right on the good thing. As she was about to leave, she suddenly saw Yumin rushing to her side at a speed of 100 meters before hiding behind her and saying, "Xiao Xiao, save me." The veins on Gu Xiaoxiao's head jumped up. Then she was covered in cold sweat. This heroine was trying to pull her down again. Wasn't she? Seeing the male lead catching up, she turned to Yumin and whispered, "If you shamelessly try to use me to pretend to be some little white flower again, then don't blame me for nonchalantly proclaiming your business everywhere." With her reputation stigmatized in advance, let's see what kind of popular little flower she will still be in the future. Gu Xiaoxiao extremely hated the fact that Yumin used her as a shield, and then acted like she had a big belly when the time came, and that's how it was written in the books. I thought Yumin would act like a little white flower and cry as she did in the past, but I didn't know that she even whispered coldly as well, "Who the hell are you?" Gu Xiaoxiao only felt a chill throughout her entire being. She had already tried her best to always imitate the original main character. Why would the female lead who had been utilizing her female counterpart all this time suddenly notice that something was wrong with her? Then all this time she had continued to pretend in front of herself as she had in the past. Had she been suspecting her for a long time, or even testing the waters?
呜呜，天啊，女主好可怕！女主光环真的不是随便往头上扣的，确实是个厉害人物。
For a moment she didn't know how she was going to answer the heroine's question. So she had to pretend she couldn't hear it and turn around and run. However, she was still grabbed by the arm by the middle-aged hero. What did you say to her? Why did that little woman have a pained look on her face, as if she was about to burst into tears? Gu Xiaoxia subconsciously glanced at the female lead, who at the moment was no longer the calm look she had just had, but rather the little white flower like one who could shed tears at any time. Chapter 14 picked up a male companion. The world owes the actress a lifetime acting award. Really. Speaking of which, the heroine is still a good actress, not a professional, and still have that kind of acting skills purely practiced in life. Because of the panic, Gu Xiaoxiao reached out to shake off Situ Lufeng, then frowned and said, "Don't involve me in your matters. I've already cut ties with Yumin. Can't you just stay away from me? Count on me to beg you." She finished speaking, then took a quick step and walked away. But behind her, Yumin's nervous voice rang out, "I want to go back to the school dormitory, Mr. Sito. We'll never see each other again. Okay?" Only now did Gu Xiaoxiao realize that it was actually the heroine who was the most powerful. She seemed to have figured out what kind of woman Situ Lufeng liked. That's why she kept playing this kind of lustful game by his side, right? At this moment she knew that she had really underestimated the heroine, and now that she had been stripped of her armor, should she avoid her in the future? As for the following farce, she didn't listen to it. She just went back to her dormitory, and when she lay down on her bed she felt physically and mentally exhausted and didn't want to do anything. When she woke up again, Gu Xiaoxiao cheered herself up and studied actively, intending to take one step further from the school bully and one step further from the heroine. Unfortunately, she was approached by her male counterpart. Still in the library, she answered a quick phone call, and without even looking at the number whispered, "Hey, which one are you?" Hui Yuxing felt like he really wanted to run to the school to get that woman a few times to forget about it, and surprisingly, she still hadn't saved his number. By the way, she said she wouldn't see him again. Then why did he even call her to complain? Did you give my number to someone else? Yes, one had a very important reason to call her. Your number? Oh, it seems to be something like that. I changed my cell phone number. Didn't want to be bothered by those little girls. Oh, I'll tell them. Changed her number. Looks like those 3 young ladies in the same dorm room are out of luck. This time he called, it was so that he could notify the others not to call them again. Right, okay, she'll take this task. Gu Xiaoxiao. Hui Yuxing was so angry that he was about to explode, but after opening his mouth, he finally said, "Take care of yourself. What's going on here?" The intuition guy is equipped with something, but how would Gu Xiaoxiao know if he didn't say anything? But at night she knew it and felt her stomach pain getting worse, so she wanted to go to the nearby pharmacy to grab some medicine to take first. Maybe it was because she had been too stressed out lately, that's why. I didn't realize that people wearing into the book even brought their old problems with them. But I didn't expect it to rain halfway through the walk, so I'm glad I took an umbrella. Then, a tall figure was found in the alleyway clinging to a cigarette, looking extremely lonely and isolated. Hui Yuxing, why is he here? Something's not right. Why are you coughing and falling to the side at the same time? Why are you so unlucky today? Obviously don't want anything to do with it anymore. Gu Xiaoxiao stomped his feet and finally walked over, reached out and raised the umbrella to his head a little speechless. Do you want to become a soup chicken? Why run here to daze? The rain is so big, but also smoking. Suddenly realized that the smoke has long been doused. Hui Yuxing seemed to have only just come to his senses as he looked down at Gu Xiaoxiao and said with a cold face, "It's you. It's me, what's wrong? What the hell are you doing in the end? Could he still be in love? With the male match, that ice-cold character is simply impossible. Just thinking about it was wall-thumped, and then a wild kiss pounced on the sky. This guy's been drinking? Athletes aren't allowed to drink or smoke. What's he up to? Suddenly thought of the plot of the book. It seems that the male partner after the marriage with the original main character because the hand to undergo a major operation abroad for a period of time. But if the operation is not successful, that hand is probably wasted. So the original main character in the book every day and the heroine complained that the male partner ignored her, and even before the marriage to be so mysterious. So that's why the male counterpart is a bit of an anomaly today. Remember, it seems to have run into the heroine to get her comfort, very grateful, but also caring to send her back to school. The result was the original owner to see the stalking up. Now is their own bad luck, and said the male partner, "You drink the wine, do not go home to run here to do what?" There was no end to this. She felt her mouth was about to swell, her whole body was going limp, and she felt like she was going to fall to the floor now that the hand around her waist was loosening her whole body. But he didn't let go, and one leg was still bent to support her. And the posture became so strange that Gu Xiaoxiao's entire being was bad. It was hard to wait for the male counterpart to straighten up. She had been made to fester. Feeling that everything she had said before had been ignored by him, that this man had no respect for her, she reached out and slapped him across the face, saying, "Nerve!" Hui Yuxing didn't duck and took the slap, then grabbed her hand and said, "I'll be out for 10 days, so wait for me to come back." He is now in a messy heart, did not expect this time suddenly old injuries recurred. If not surgery or surgery failed to his hand on the waist, the future cannot even pick up the pen, so that there is no psychological pressure is false. Even he himself did not know why he would suddenly run over here, but the moment he saw her he knew that he was just cheap. People obviously said to break up, but he looks like he can't carry up, and put down is too disgraceful for a man. Yes, he originally thought so. Men for the sake of face, not to mention split a hand. Split countless is not impossible, money can be lost, but people cannot be lost. Now that he saw the person, he couldn't help but kiss her. And then he realized that there was nothing in losing people or money, and there was no way he could ignore the woman in front of him. "Who would wait for you, you pervert? Don't come looking for me." Gu Xiaoxiao was really furious, and angrily walked out a few steps and suddenly came back, then slammed the umbrella down hard on Hui Yuxing, so angry that she stomped her feet while saying, "Why don't you pour it on you?" After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Hui Yuxing held the umbrella in a daze for a full 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden he covered his face with one big hand and looked up and laughed loudly. "Hui Yuxing, you are finished, you. This is also really too cute." No wonder he couldn't help thinking about her. So he really was mesmerized by her. Not to mention Hui Yuxing, Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised to see the main female character also come out from inside the school when she ran back, seemingly pale and also going to buy medicine. She glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and said in a pseudo-saintly manner, "What's wrong with you?" Gu Xiaoxiao was getting angry, so she said, "None of your business." Then she ignored her and went back, but was completely unaware that there were eyes in the dark that had already seen everything that had just happened in their eyes, and frowned and decided to go back and tell her boss. Surprisingly, someone dared to disrespect Ms. Yu. She would probably die a horrible death. Chapter 15. The plot goes completely off the rails, and Gu Xiaoxiao back to the dormitory the next day on the cold. The symptoms are not too serious, so she did not take medicine, with a large quilt to cover in the dormitory to sleep for a day and then get up much better. This day she seems to be forgotten, inexplicably some discomfort. When she got up, She picked up her cell phone and found a few messages from Hui Yuxing on WX, just saying that he had gone abroad and wanted her to take care of herself. The big pervert ignored him. But when I opened my friend's circle, I realized that the umbrella I had thrown at him yesterday had been photographed and posted in close-up, with an angry little man on fire on top of it. What's this guy up to? He's not stoned and wants revenge, is he? Told you shouldn't act too impulsively. And look, it's gonna pay off. No way, I just woke up and he made me hungry. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that the cafeteria had long since stopped entertaining her, so she could only go out of the school to buy some food, which just into the supermarket soon was caught by someone. That person looks very pleased, as if to see the years of lost sister, just short of Gu Xiaoxiao to pack away the feeling. What do you want? Gu Xiaoxiao held a ham sausage in front of herself with a horrified face. Miss, you don't recognize me? I'm a talent scout from T Family Entertainment. I was amazed when I ran into you on the street earlier. 2,000 words were omitted from the following before returning to the normal topic. It's a pity that you actually gave the role to your friend, although that girl also has a lot of potential, but it's too late. I'm not saying anything bad about your friend. I really want to ask you to join our company. This company seems to have been mentioned in the female lead's career line although they signed the female lead but didn't make her red. Then they were scooped up by the male lead and soon the female lead was red hot and they regretted it for a long time. However, in her memory, that role was actually snatched by the little Black Lotus heroine with a mind trick. Every girl has a dream of being a star, but the female counterparts are particularly thin. However, it is said that becoming a star will be famous and favorable, so she wants to audition for it. The female lead, on the other hand, said to her at this time that Hui Yuxing is not a man who likes his girlfriend to go around showing off at first glance, so she was advised not to give up such a good man for those. It's really a set in front of people and a set behind them. In the end, the female match is just stupid enough to give up this opportunity for a man who doesn't love her. However, the female lead went to Company T in her name, ostensibly to help her refuse, but secretly said that her friend recommended her to come. So she got the role and used the $5,000 she had saved up to treat the female lead to an meal in the student cafeteria. That was the first time the heroine had ever made an exception and spent money on the girl's family. And before that, she was the one who spent the girl's family's money. Missy, what are you thinking? Didn't think anything, just one thing. Are you mistaken? I didn't recommend any of my friends to act in your company. I just asked a friend of mine to decline your company's invitation, silently putting a small shoe on the female lead, making it harder for her to stand up in the company in the future. Anyway, what she said was also the truth. She couldn't always let the female lead step on the original owner and her to pretend to be a good person in the outside world. That's so, then perhaps I am mistaken in my understanding. These do not delay your reselection. I continue to invite you into our company, because I think you can be popular. This talent scout was obviously a smart person, and didn't say anything bad about his family's artists too bluntly. But in his heart, he already knew what was going on. After all, he had been in this business for so many years. What kind of people hadn't been seen before? Oh, she wanted to be a schoolteacher, not a star of any kind. Once he looked up, he saw that the female lead Yumin had just come in from outside. Seeing her see two people standing in one place, eyes immediately show a hint of wariness. Even a little afraid? Gu Xiaoxia faint smile picked up the hair. Can let the heroine is not good, that is the most happy. Because the heroine is unlucky, she this female supporting to smooth the wind will not be squeezed by others. The company went in also nothing. Anyway, the not heroine to fill in some plug, she can be happy. Although I don't have much acting talent, the big deal is to be a vase like the original female supporting actress, which is still a bit of potential, but it is much more capable than the face of the female lead. The big deal is that when she is hacked, she will withdraw, but she can't be as stupid as the original female supporting actress to follow the female lead to fight. Right now, she just wanted to make the female lead feel bad. But Gu Xiaoxiao did not know that the temperament of her soul belonged to the kind of obedient and lovely type of woman, even if she smiled with a few points of innocence. But the female match is the kind of fiery red face, delicate like a blooming rose. The combination of the two let her inexplicably have the devil's body angel's smile. The talent scout simply looked dizzy, even stood on the side watching. This side of the heroine did not notice, obediently handed over the nameplate, a burst of hot heart. That, I look forward to Miss can go to the audition, and then actually wobbling like a dream and left. No problem. She waved her hand at the man, not realizing that she had the charisma for this, and that she would still be able to find a pretty little brother in the future even if she left her male counterpart. Just thinking about it gave her a pang of discomfort and a stomach ache. Covering his stomach for a moment, he heard someone beside him say, "Who is that man?" Gu Xiaoxiao sneered and said, "Who is it that you don't know in your heart? What does it feel like to steal my role and still not be read?" Anyway, he fell off the horse and was afraid of what she would do. So he took the instant noodles and intestines and went to the side to make the payment and left. "No matter who you are, but Gu Xiaoxiao is my friend. Are you banging her or?" "Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't have friends like you who keep digging holes for their friends to jump into. I was really blind when I chose you as a friend." After she finished speaking, she walked away expressionlessly. But she didn't expect to be taken away by two men with one arm on each of them only halfway there. What kind of world is this? Why do they say they're kidnapping people? She struggled, but it didn't work. A handkerchief was also covered over her mouth, so that she couldn't make any sound at all. And then in surprise she was taken to a man. He was clinging to a red Ferrari, and his slender thighs showed that the owner was a really handsome, powerful man. What's wrong with the male lead today? Not gonna find the female lead to get bored but running to himself, what's going on here? There is no such thing in the plot. And Situ Lufeng glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "I didn't think that for a delicate like you to seduce the current president of the Hua family. You really did get lucky." After saying that, he reached out and pinched her chin to lift the person's head up and said, "But if you dare to mess with my woman again, then don't blame me for not being polite." There was nothing under the sun that he, Situ Lufeng, couldn't do. Even though the Hua family had used their connections to hide Hua Yuxing's identity, he still found out. He just hadn't thought that he had already taken over the Hua clan. Chapter 16. Suspicious. Gu Xiaoxiao thought to herself that the male lead was still a bit more powerful than the female lead. At least she already knew Hua Yuxing's true identity. She reached out and slapped his hand away, laughing coldly. "So you still dare to take a shot at me now? Not afraid that the Hua family will make you lose your reputation?" The male lead is scornful of the Hua family, at least for now. Situ Lufeng but coldly hummed, "Dare to move my woman, heavenly kings I will not let go. As for you, I can let these few subordinates of mine serve you, and I believe that in the future, the Hua family will not want such a rag to enter their home." Forgetting that the male lead is a refined middle-aged man, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately wimped out. Revealing a smile that was worse than crying, she said, "Then, if you say what you want me to do, I'll do it. That's always fine, right?" Situ Lufeng was stunned for a moment, then let out a giggle. He hooked Gu Xiaoxiao's shoulder and said into her ear, "Little girl, you're quite funny. As long as you stay away from you Min in the future, maybe I'll forget about you." Gu Xiaoxiao immediately said, "Got it. Definitely complete the task." This look was obedient enough, right? She didn't dare to mess with this refined male master now. However, she added a sentence, "But if she always wants to come to me, then what do I do? I'm also very depressed. Why don't you think of a way?" It was true that she was the one who wanted to be hard or soft, but the goal had to be achieved. This way she simply interpreted the doggedness, weakness, and softness perfectly, and it was the first time the hero had ever dealt with such a girl, which was inexplicably amusing. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. I don't know why, I think we two are quite similar, or you can ditch that man and be with me, I can adopt you." "Well, aren't you tired of handling two at once? You're not qualified to compete with her." "Oh, then this is something we can't talk about." Situ Lufeng snorted coldly, lost interest and walked to the side and said, "I'll have someone keep an eye on her at all times, and I won't let her have that time to move towards you. Get lost. I really don't want to see a woman like you again. Just as annoying as those women who could do anything for money." Gu Xiaoxiao, however, was relieved that she hadn't been tossed around really well, and it seemed that in the future she would have to be as soft as she could be, or else she would live to suffer. When she got back, she dutifully went to class, went back to her dorm, and then went to audition back for the camera as per the phone number given by that talent scout. However, the other party said that there would be a 3-month trial period, and this stage only required her to cooperate in receiving training from the company, and then she would have to participate in some competitions, which of course could not delay her normal study time. Sure enough, it's not the heroine. She was going to walk away. But the other party surprisingly offered $5,000 a month, and after considering it, she agreed. Not lack of money, lack of experience, and this lack should definitely not be taken up by the heroine. It was pretty tough work though. She sacrificed the time she would have slept to come to the office and practice, first and foremost, to get a sense of the camera. This thing really didn't need to be practiced. This look of the female match was a self-contained beauty plus an invincible filter function. No matter from which angle the shot was taken, it was perfect. That training mentor simply didn't believe that such a character existed, experienced it himself, and then felt that the young girl in front of him might be a natural bug. As a result, Gu Xiaoxia's classes weren't as tight. Dance class was next, and she felt sick all over after only one day of dancing, and crouched there covering her stomach in excruciating pain as she exited the back door of T's entertainment. "Why are you here?" A voice sounded from above her head, familiar and containing a touch of caring. She saw Hui Yuxing when she looked up and thought of the umbrella she had smashed into him. Is he here to take revenge, or is he here to take revenge? Frightened little face white, busy stand up want to go. But just took a step away, she felt that her stomach turned over very uncomfortable, as if there were countless acidic water attacking to the top. She didn't hold back a wow and vomited out. Hui Yuxing is still hanging on to one arm. He just got off the plane and wanted to come to T Family Entertainment to take care of things. But he ended up running into the woman he wasn't ready to meet at the back door. But she seemed to be uncomfortable, so I came over. But I didn't know that this meeting would scare people to vomit. Was I that scary? But all of a sudden, a half-thought suddenly came up. He fine-counted the time he and she rolled bed sheets. But it has been more than a month. It will not be so coincidental, right? Hui Yu walked up and gently patted her back, saying, "That, you won T. Have it, right?" Next to the assistant startled, since the president of the Lord, when there is a girlfriend and already have a child, would have thought that such a president he does not have to deal with these messy things. It seems that everything is not necessarily. However, the woman who heard this was even more horrified than their men. She wipes her mouth with a tissue and looks at Hui Yuxing in a depressed manner. No! How shameless does he have to be, thinking he can be a father all at once? Besides, people's books don't say that they have a child after rolling in bed. So isn't this president's ability to brainstorm a bit big? Then why did you throw up? I've, had an upset stomach lately. No, I'll take you to the hospital. Hui Yuxing thought that if there was a child, then it would be simple and straightforward, just marry the person and have a son. As a result, the girl shook off his hand and said impatiently, "I've said no. Do I know if there's one or not?" Gu Xiaoxiao felt confident that what was not written in the book she certainly would not have. When Hui Yuxing thought about it, it was also true that it was impossible for a woman to not know about this, and he was the one who was overly concerned. It was hard to break free from his hand. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she always needed to care about the male counterpart. After all, she still had to hold her thighs. So she glanced at his hand and said, "Your hand? Is it better?" Hui Yuxing, who was cared for, was slightly thrilled inwardly after all. He still wished he could get along better with her. Much better. The operation was a success. Won't be an invalid anymore, so can't he seriously pursue her? As a result, when he looked up, someone had already stopped a cab and left. Gone. Find out for me what she's doing in T's house. Yes. The assistant hurriedly agreed, although he still didn't know what the identity of the woman who could run away from under the eyes of his new president was. He didn't dare to ask. When Hui Yuxing realizes that it might be his girlfriend who is coming to model for the T's, he finds his best friend, the owner of the T's, Duke Xiao. Although he was a close friend, he had rarely seen him since he became an athlete and had only recently resumed contact. Xiao Gongzi, who received the call, pushed all the entertainment and almost flashed in front of his friend, saying with a rare face, "When did Hu Dazhao think of me? Could it be the reason why I clicked the like button last time you sent out a friend circle?" Chapter 17. Don't show too much. Hui Yuxing ordered his wine, then hitched up his legs and said, "Xiao Nan, has your family recently recruited a new female artist for a trial period as a print model? Her name is Gu Xiaoxiao." Speaking of this name, he actually felt that his heartbeat was a little unsteady. It always felt as if there was something wrong with him. Xiaonan said, "There is. That pretty girl body can be awesome. You and her what relationship? Need me to send her to your bed?" Unfortunately, the words did not finish. The person's collar was pulled, the whole person was lifted up, strangling him almost out of breath. Joke. Why are you still as serious as in the past? Xiaonan frowned. Although she had grown up with him since childhood, she really disliked this man's character and couldn't take a half-hearted joke. Is that how you treat those girls? So is he going to get people out? Xiaonan hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Of course not. This is a joke. Next time, I definitely won't joke with you as a person. By the way, what did you ask that girl about? Really afraid of him? It's not a big deal. It's just that you'll give her fewer jobs in the future where she wears less, preferably ones where the key parts aren't exposed at all." Hui Yuxing finished in a serious manner. Then looking at Xiao Nan, he puffed out the wine he had been drinking, then coughed a few times and asked, "Can you say the specific parts?" "It's that all below here cannot be revealed." He compared the position below the chest, then saw Xiaonan and suddenly burst out laughing. No, bitterly. You're trying to get my artist to go for a suit special, aren't you? What's there to see if young girls don't show? She's not for you to look at. Hui Yuxing's overbearing declaration stunned Xiao Nan for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Dude, really? It's not a big deal for a rich guy like him to play with a little starlet, but there are very few people who are that stupid when it comes to the real thing. What do you care? Anyway, Xiaolu, arrange a better job for. Don't get too tired. What's the use of him moving really that side of the child but has been avoiding him? Okay, I'll just take it as raising a young granny is always okay. Speaking of which, your old man says every day that you're getting married soon. How about that? That's the goal. Aha! It wasn't like this was something that could be hidden, so he immediately nodded and gave an accurate answer. As a result, the other party was surprised and said, So this is the girl you've been engaged to since you were a child. She's quite pretty.
No.
No, it isn't? You're not afraid your grandfather will make a scene. This point he has not considered how to say with the old man. Anyway, he decided things he has no way to sway. Thinking of the time that Xiao and also do not know how to get called to a group of buddies, we sing and dance to enjoy a night, back when he did not go home, ran to the girls' school near the others ran a circle. Finally thought about their own a little stupid running what use call a phone call went through and the other person turned off their phone. He this temper really want to drop the phone in the future will not come to find her. But how to say that if you like a person has no dignity, he had to cheaply send a message to the person, after all, it is still a patient. Why are you here, Brother Hua? You came to look for Xiao. Do you need me to call her out? A gentle voice rings out not far away, and then his face, which seems to be very concerned about him, peeks over. It's you. Hui Yuxing turned around and was about to leave. I went to see Grandpa and he said he was worried about you, told you to go back for a bit. I don't know what's going on between you guys, but Grandpa's so old. Come on. I'm older than you know what to do. It's you? It's almost 12 o'clock. Can you go into the school? Is it really a good idea for a schoolgirl to come back at this hour? It's better for my own little woman to go to bed early at this hour. I was just going to check on Grandpa, and then I didn't think about the time anymore. But it doesn't matter. I can spend the night in a nearby hotel. Ho? Really? Then I'm leaving. Hui Yuxing gets into the car. He really doesn't want to talk to this woman right now. Brother Hua, do you feel that Xiaoxia isn't quite the same as in the past? Yumin asked out tentatively. She felt that Hui Yuxing must be able to feel it, because before a certain woman was really dead set against him, but now she was like a different person. Hui Yuxing frowned and said, What are you trying to say again? Changed? Where has it changed? Or is this woman trying to badmouth that little woman behind her back again? He'd love to hear what she can say. As a result, before she could say anything, she saw a red sports car parked in the middle of the two of them. The speed was really fast to the point of being unable to do so, blowing up a red whirlwind like a round. Immediately afterward, Sita Lufeng got down from the car, then lit a cigarette and glanced at Hui Yuxing. Isn't this Hui Xiao, looking for my girlfriend for something?
No.
Hui Yuxing frowned. Since he had a boyfriend, why did he still want to get entangled with their Hua family? Straight up, Grandpa wasn't so brain dead that he had to pull them together. So what exactly is her purpose? This is how people are. When they have a very bad impression of a person, then they have a slight suspicion of all her behavior. If you have a good impression, it's different, and you'll think that everything she does is for a good reason. That's why Hui Yuxing is acting like this now, and with a little bit of encouragement, he can spot the childlike acting skills of some people. Situ Lufeng approached Hui Yuxing to press his elbow against his car, then smiled demonically. Then please show up here less often in the future. Hui Yuxing suddenly turned around, his height suppressing Situ Lufeng, the corner of his mouth with indifference. When you have the ability to confront me, when to say such words, otherwise it is nothing more than night and day arrogance. After saying this, he got into the car and the assistant drove away. Situ Lufeng gritted his teeth at the car. It was true that he couldn't shake the Hua family now, but sooner or later, he would make them disappear forever in a city. Gu Xiaoxia didn't know about all this, except that the next day she suddenly got a job to help take pictures for a wedding magazine. This job is so wow because every girl has the dream of wearing a wedding dress. Although it was a bit difficult after wearing it into the book, it didn't stop her from having this dream. After taking half a day off, she took a car and arrived at the designated place. Then she saw that her big boss was actually there. However, what was the matter with him glancing at herself without a glance? Frowning slightly, she still put on her wedding dress under the makeup artist's arrangement. The female match of this face plus her good temperament unexpectedly with the wedding dress accidentally fit, after walking out of the fairies as if it can float up like. Even Xiao Nan, a man who grew up in a pile of beautiful women, was stunned and could not help but feel that the original straight male aesthetic is also possible. At least this face value hit really easy to fire. Chapter 18, Unexpected Popularity. Either that or he himself will push a little behind the back. Red or not will depend on whether this face of hers is durable or not. Xiao Nan stroked his chin in thought before letting his assistant go and do it. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, she thinks her job is very easy. Just follow the photographer's arrangement to walk around and pose for the camera. And she's not the only one who came here this time. There are a lot of girls. When she was done with her makeup, she received her paycheck and went back, thinking that the first time to save money to treat themselves, so they went to eat a big meal before returning to school. Only she didn't know that Xiao Nan silently took pictures of her at the scene, then secretly sent them to Hui Yuxing and typed, "It didn't show, did it?" Hui Yuxing is being lectured by the old man because he wants to break off the engagement. Suddenly, indirectly to the picture of someone in a wedding dress poofed out even the water, but fortunately the phone screen is sort of saved. He coughed softly, then turned his cell phone back on and took a look. Not much is exposed, but why does it look so sexy? This wedding dress wear really good look. If next to the side of the stand again, their own will be more perfect. Master Hu said, "Is something wrong with the company? Well, I'll go first." It didn't make sense, so he had to do it the hard way, and it was impossible to get him to marry that woman anyway. Yuxing, Grandpa is getting old. This is my only wish. Can't you just be a comfort to Grandpa? If the hard doesn't work, then the soft will. When did you become so fragile? Besides, I'm the one marrying, not you, so what's the comfort? Of course, Hui Yuxing doesn't believe that his tough grandfather would be weak to this extent. It's a complete setup. As a result, it was really beaten by Master Hua with a cane before walking out, although the pain was not a loss. After sitting in the car, he looked at the photo over and over again, and finally his hand shook and saved it. The woman of the family is good-looking. Wearing a wedding dress is even better. Soon he learned another thing, and that was that he wasn't the only one who was so nice. A lot of men thought the same as him. It wasn't known who posted the photo online, and then Gu Xiaoxiao, who was still in school continuing to prepare to be a school bully, was suddenly on fire. She didn't even know what was going on. She just felt like there was always someone whispering behind her wherever she went. And then once in a while, when she bumped into the heroine, she would drift over with envious and jealous eyes. What was going on? Until, out of the blue, a girl came to her seat and asked, "Excuse me, is this you?" After saying that, they took out a magazine and pointed to the cover on it. At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao realized why she would be noticed. Not that it is difficult to shoot a cover or something fire. People heroine acted in the drama are not fire. When the original shoot, because the original female in the school deliberately helped the heroine, publicity seems to fire so a while, no one remembers in the twinkling of an eye. But as a result, the heroine got the name of T University Schoolflower, but also a lot more suitors. Otherwise, why can't they see Hui Yuxing? "It's me," she answered good-naturedly, then smiled shyly, looking well-behaved. "So, can you sign an autograph for us? You don't know, you're old hot on the internet now." The two girls were happy to see Gu Xiaoxiao being so good at talking. "Really? I've been busy with my studies lately and haven't been online much. But do I really need an autograph? I'm not a star." Gu Xiaoxiao was really a bit embarrassed. She just posed for a few times as a vase. Isn't it too much to ask for an autograph? Maybe you'll be a big star in the future, and then this signature will be worth a lot of money. The girls loved to dream, and their eyes gave Gu Xiaoxiao that much confidence. Then said, "Borrow your good advice." She hadn't thought about Red, except that she was still happy in her heart, because the current heroine must be very unhappy. After signing, she received a phone call, and it turned out that she had another job. As soon as a person becomes popular, it's easy to get jobs one after another, and Gu Xiaoxiao was a bit flustered, not realizing how easy it would be for her to catch fire. When I had time to brush the net a bit, I found that I was inexplicably on the hot search. The reason is that a reporter boy posted a set of photos, elaborating that he really wanted to marry such a girl as his wife in the future. This reporter was already quite famous, so it brought a little heat, plus her face value can really beat, so it was inexplicably hot search. So it was so easy to be on a hot search? Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she must have gotten lucky. How does she know, in order to this hot search behind someone but made a little effort, of course, is also Gu Xiaoxiao that face value and temperament can play. Each company push newcomers always have a set of their own way, but some obviously to create opportunities, but like a stone sinking into the sea, such as the previous heroine Yumin. Also, for example, some people push on the fire like gu xiao xiao, this kind of. Since the fire, then the following to start frying. Xiao Nan, the old man of the entertainment industry, how will let go of this opportunity, directly to this easy to fire the girl arranged to play a small role, and then touted a turn believe that the effect will be better. What do you know, it was rejected in person. I'm sorry, I want to focus on my studies right now, and I can't act. It was the proper truth, and besides, she hadn't signed an artist contract in the first place. So the company couldn't sway her decision. Xiao Nan, a mouthful of blood, almost did not spit out. Now he suddenly know why she can be surnamed Hua Fancy. The original is also a master who can die of anger. Will not be able to learn and there is such a big gold master in the back support. This said half feel wrong because look at the meaning of the girl in front of the eyes does not seem to know, in case they destroy the plans of people chasing girls, but also may not be how to be taught a lesson. So hastily retracted the words and said, there is this big company as a backing, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I just don't think I'm cut out for this. It was good to be able to fire for a moment to piss off the heroine. Other than that, she really didn't think too much about it. Besides, lately she felt like she was always willing to be lazy. She didn't even like to carry out the plans of the school master anymore. She just wanted to sleep. At the thought of this, she even yawned, then rubbed her eyes and said, sorry. She really didn't mean it, it was just that she couldn't stop the sleepiness when it came to try and stop it, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Xiaonan huffed and said, all right, you change your mind in the future, just come and find me. But I hope you don't give up on this aspect of graphic modeling. After all, it's a signed contract. Got it, boss. This little matter of his own made the big boss come over and personally say that he was really a bit flattered. But see the meaning, one can continue to be a vase, that is still good. In fact, graphic modeling, this job is quite good, once can have a few thousand income, and then also do not need to be too time consuming before the official work can also do some small odd jobs after the best. She is not demanding, enough to eat and drink on the line, anyway now have money in hand. Chapter 19, this hodgepodge of flowers. Walking out of T's house, a car stopped right in front of him, the male counterpart's car. A bit of inexplicable nervousness wanted to turn around and walk away, but I heard someone behind me say in a deep voice, stop. Oh, why still pester her, don't even want to make a grudge. Stiffly turned around, the result of the face was stuffed a stick of flowers over. The fragrance of the nose, just a little too mixed, a moment did not hold back a sneeze. Hu Yuxing himself felt depressed, but when he bought the flowers, people asked his girlfriend what flowers she liked and he didn't know. So he could only choose a little bit of the same package together. Anyway, more flowers are always right. He spent the first 20 years of his life training and competing, and was not at all proficient at chasing girls. What do you want to do? Gu Xiaoxia roared halfway and then weakened to ask. The opposite side is the person they can't afford to offend. If you can hide, hide. If you can't hide, pretend to be weak. After you. This president is not a little biased, other families of the president are not so Chasing a girl is not supposed to flower luxury car wine beautiful clothes well. This flower is there, but she is fast to hold the immobility. A big pile of there, don't know also think she is a flower store. His character is still so twisted. I'm afraid he has an ulterior motive, right? Could it be that he thinks the female lead can't be had, so he's coming after himself, the spare tire? Rolling his eyes at the sky, he returned the flowers and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. I don't think that's appropriate. A good horse doesn't eat back grass, we've already broken up. Besides, there's no way I can explain to Mr. Hua if I accept. You. When did he become a grass? That's it, I have to go now. I'll send you. Hu Yuxing's greatest patience in his life is afraid that it has all been used up here. But in the past 2 days he has calmly thought about it. In case she is really pregnant, after all, this kind of thing is really hard to say. Or just chase it, whether pregnant or not, to catch up with the person is their own, no problem. So he came to chase, but it seems that the effect is not very good, difficult to do. Oh. No. Gu Xiaoxiao was trying to refuse, but she didn't know that she was being held by others and walked away. She struggled twice to no avail, so she could only frown and said, ouch, my hand hurts. It's a real pain, the kind that's about to shed tears. Hu Yuxing had to loosen his grip and wrap his arms around his waist instead. Don't you do that. There are so many people. There's a lot going on. Hu Yuxing reprimanded her, then picked her up and left, practically lifting her into the car. However, Gu Xiaoxiao was not too comfortable by him, so that the whole person is not good, directly jumped out of the car while dry heaving up. The troublemaker Hu Yuxing was instantly confused. This has vomited twice and still says no? It must be that the little girl's face is too tender, so she doesn't want to admit it. What should he do then? If he chases her too hard, He'll be hated, so why don't he just observe her for a while? Xiao Lu, send Ms. Gu back to school. Okay, boss. Hui Yuxing thought to himself that it was over. His vest seemed to have fallen off, and hurriedly explained, I opened a small company. Gu Xiaoxiao heart straight rolled his eyes. The heroine is not still hiding what to hide. You can hide a lifetime, Not right, he hides his off their own what matters. Back to school to continue to do innocent college students to go. This man cannot be touched. Which encountered him will not be good. Luckily, he sort of let himself go back to school and wondered what was wrong. Speaking of which, the male counterpart coming to pester himself was originally a plot runaway. Could it be that he behaved too well, so he made it impossible for him to love the female lead anymore, so he turned his head to love himself? I shivered. Although the female partner is beautiful, there are many beauties in this world. How could Hui Yuxing's proud temper look at her? So it must be for the sake of responsibility or something. Besides, what if the plot always favors the female and male leads? After all, they have a halo. If she fell down the stairs with her baby, she might as well hit the wall and go back to her old world. On the other hand, Hui Yuxing called Xiao Nan out again and said with a sullen face, Old Xiao, you should arrange less work for her in the future, and it's best to not even use physical strength. So you mean you want me to invite her back as a grandma, right? Not letting her shoot here and there? Hui Yuxing didn't say anything and took out 2 VIP cards, and a smile immediately appeared on Xiao Nan's face as he said, Huadajo's business is my business, and I promise to provide for people as if they were grandmothers. VIP cards for 2 big international brands of clothing. When the time comes, their own artists will be able to get a 20% discount when they go to choose their clothing. How much money will this save? It's a deal. Hui Yuxing snapped the 2 cards down on the table and turned around. However, Xiao Nan held the card and said, Huadasha, this has not caught up yet? Hui Yuxing didn't want to admit it, but he just didn't catch up. Xiao Nan immediately saw it and laughed. If you have the energy to just bribe me to slam this in front of her, which woman can't handle it? Hui Yuxing looked back at Xiao Nan and frowned. It really works? I dare to pack, if you... Xiao Nan gave a bunch of ideas and then felt that he was really great and could teach the famous city Huadazhao to fall in love, and he could have something to brag about in the future. Hui Yuxing now has no idea, like a sponge absorbing the knowledge of decent and immodest, feel that listening to what is more useful than what they think. Just execute it. Really difficult, he has never done those things in his life. But if I don't go after it, what if I have a baby and then think about aborting it? That night, Gu Xiaoxiao, who was lying in bed, was forced up by a burst of life-threatening message alerts. She picked her phone up somewhat angrily, not understanding who was so idle as to keep flicking videos at her. At first glance, it turned out to be the jerky male counterpart, Comrade Hui Yuxing. His tone was as straight and beaten as ever. You have 15 minutes to walk out the door or I'll pick you up in your dorm. Then came the countdown. This must not let him in or by the dormitory girls see that is not their own slap in the face. Although the 2 of them do not have anything, but explain it is also laborious, and then again they certainly will not believe. This Mr. Hua has always been very low-key. Why suddenly want to play the tactics of a domineering president? There is nothing to do, seeing that there are still 5 minutes, she only put on a piece of clothing to wear shoes and run out the door, and so out the door to think of the cell phone did not take. Come back and take it again while walking back. I'll be right there. Mr. Hua looked at his cell phone outside and the corner of his mouth was raised. Xiao Nan was right. This trick is really good. Initially, he is confident in this plan. Not a moment to look at their own female friends from the inside ran out a little worried. Could not help but rely on the car said, You can walk over. Run what run the child ran know how to do. Gu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she glared. It wasn't him who chased after her. Otherwise she could have run out, but this position has been very conspicuous. Immediately walked over and said, You want to? In the end, far away to see a couple walk over. Do not think of driving on the jump up, said. Quickly get in the car quickly. Be careful to be seen.
Chapter 20 I'm crying.
Hui Yuxing was a bit depressed. Was he that unattractive? But it's good to get the person out. So he got into the car neatly, and then the girl in the back seat looked at his hands and asked, Can you drive like this? The car is an automatic. Then hang on too. It can be operated from the steering wheel. High-end car is really remarkable it, who let her wear when her own father still drove a manual gear car it on these completely do not know too advanced. But it always feels weird to let a disabled person drive. Fortunately, his car drove quite steadily, and when he got to the corner a certain Mr. Bully, in full mode, ordered her to sit in the front passenger seat, and then said, Open the box underneath, and there's a long gift box inside to open as well. Gu Xiaoxia originally really do not want to grind here, but people said that in order not to disturb the driver's spirit of concentration can only be the gift box he spoke of opened, and then see that there is actually a blue reflective strip on it which reads, "Female potty mouth exclusive seat, other people are exempt from sitting." She nearly threw the reflective strip out of her hand as her small hands shook in shock. What does this mean? This seat is occupied, or give her the seat. Her little head was a little underutilized, even the cold sweat came out. Stick it on. It's said that girls love it when their boyfriend's car leaves a spot for them because it's romantic. He hadn't really seen where it was romantic, it wasn't just a seat, he had less than a dozen cars. Was he going to drive them out and post them all over? In fact, it's okay, there is an excuse to call people out is also quite good. This, why should I post it? Why don't you let you Min do it? This was a bit of a heavy task, and she really didn't want to monopolize this position, so she subconsciously gave way. The only woman in this world she also knew was Yumin, and subconsciously said the name out loud. As a result, she stirred up a hornet's nest, and Hui Yuxing's face darkened. He parked the car to the side and pounded the steering wheel coldly. What do you take me for? It's a gift, so you can send it back and forth? Gu Xiaoxiao did not expect the male match to get angry when he said he was angry. Thinking of the tiles he knocked off with a punch, the whole person was not good. So scared that he immediately hugged the reflective sticker in his arms tightly and shrunk himself into a ball. To be beaten. She had been most afraid of beatings since she was a little girl. Luckily, because she was good, she had never been beaten. Would she make an exception today? I just set it off the top of my head. She hastily explained, not even daring to open her eyes. As a result, when she heard the sound of the car door opening, she cautiously raised her eyes and realized that the person was standing outside walking back and forth in big strides, smoking while walking. She subconsciously tried to drive out, but the door wouldn't open. So, can this car be locked even outside? She didn't understand at all, and she didn't dare to ask until Hui Yuxing, who had finished half a cigarette and got on the car, came with a cold face and said, "Sit down." Then the car sped away until it reached a Western restaurant. Is this to bring her for dinner or to sell her? Look at his face like he's here to sell her. Look at his behavior like he's here to eat. This person is very differentiated, isn't he? But she didn't dare to run, so she could only follow silently. When she gets inside, she realizes that Hui Yuxing actually booked a table a long time ago. Or no, it's chartered the entire restaurant. When did the straight president have this kind of chasing girl skills? This is obviously now learning to use it, so what exactly is his purpose? Cannot say straight, really scary. After they sat down, there were people playing the violin, obviously very romantic things, but the result is Gu Xiaoxiao, because of the spirit of excessive tension, directly ran to the toilet to vomit. After vomiting back to obediently sit, and then heard the opposite side of the man suddenly sighed and said, "You are so afraid of me?" Ever since that incident, she seemed to be very afraid of him, and no longer approached him as she did before. Well, no, not really. I just think, right, that it's better for us to keep our distance. It wasn't a good match in the first place, so it's better not to dwell on it. And what was the purpose of your previous behavior? Gu Xiaoxiao thought of the original woman paired with the obsession of love, could not help but shrug down her shoulders and said, "At that time it was me who was stupid, thinking that there was nothing else in this world except love. But now I've woken up. I think, be a starlet and then go to another man? Don't even think about it." Hui Yuxing stood up all of a sudden, slapping the table and jumping straight up. "So what do you want me to do? When I chased you, you couldn't see it. But when I gave up, you chased me. I don't want to marry you. I just want to live quietly. Okay? Don't even think about it. The person Hui Yuxing has his eye on can't even think about escaping." Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to cry and said, "But you don't like me and you're still pestering me to do what? Where am I wrong to change? If not, I'll hide out. So it's always okay, right? If you're in the way, then you can hide away, right? I just have my eye on you, what can I do? I'll find you wherever you're hiding, or you can try." Hui Yuxing is not a civilized person either. This excitement even puts out the bandit spectrum. However, looking at the opposite side of the little girl seems to be very scared look, then scratched his head. Then thought of Shaon and told him the secret, snapped a moment threw 2 cards over, said, "Feel free to use." As a result, the little girl on the other side of the table was directly scared and cried. And while crying she also coughed, which seemed quite difficult. "What's wrong? What's wrong? I'll change it." Gu Xiaoxiao reached out and pushed the card back, saying aggressively, "What do you take me for? I have to marry if you see me. Why didn't you agree when I saw you?" After saying this, she didn't care how ugly the other party's face was. She directly stood up and walked away. Hui Yuxing's inner thought is, He regrets it. I knew she was so good that still pretend what noble directly get back is not finished. Now that all the methods didn't work, he silently smoked a cigarette deciding that he would never listen to Xiao Nan in the future. This is really hard to chase if you don't love it, and it's so exciting, why don't you take your time? On the other hand, Gu Xiaoxiao was devastated when she returned to school. She didn't want to offend her male counterpart, but he always seemed to find ways to make her angry. She said she wanted to stay away from him, but it seems to be getting deeper and deeper, and she can't live with it anymore. But soon she knew what a sadder day would be. That was when the heroine, probably thinking that she was too much in the limelight lately or something, showed up at her shoot with a smile on her face, changing into the same clothes as her. Xiao Xiao, I didn't think that you were also so interested in the work of graphic modeling. Didn't you say before that you won't enter this business? Yumin knew that this person was not her friend, but she just wanted to probe her bottom line. Whoever knew what she was jealous of, sooner or later, they would also be used for her. Chapter 21. The Flower Vase. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that the heroine would never say useless words, and it would have been awkward to come up with this right off the bat. She was currently shooting a promotional image for a clothing magazine, and it could be said that everyone around her had been circling around her for 3 days now, and they were all very dedicated. However, Yumin coming up with such a sentence out of the blue would definitely make everyone think that she was a very casual girl. When everyone else is struggling with their work, suddenly there is an alternative that is sure to be ostracized. As expected, Yumin had just finished speaking when she felt the gazes around her were a bit probing, and if she added more fire only to fear that her future days would be difficult. In her heart, she understood, but Gu Xiaoxiao, who had been pampered since she was a child, didn't know how to fight with the heroine. She just told the truth. Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, but seeing that everyone is so serious, it would be a bit much if I didn't raise my spirits. Besides, aren't you an actor as your life's work? You used to look disgusted when I asked you to come and do modeling. Why did you come over today? Yumin smiled and said, No, I used to be busy, but now I'm free to make a guest appearance. The words are really lofty. Gu Xiaoxiao also did not, and her skin, self-concerned about doing their own work. When resting on the side to look at the phone, also do not love to talk to her. But completely unaware of all this is Yumin Yus. In fact, she and this Gu Xiaoxia also have no hatred, but just do not like others in front of their own high and mighty. So that afternoon, the internet was abuzz with the idea that a certain Netflix vase model had pulled a fast one and was playing with her cell phone while working. After the photos circulated, there was a big reaction because only a few days ago just read this time to pass play big. This thing can be really serious enough to immediately hit her to the bottom of the valley. Xiao Nan quickly found out and immediately called Hui Yuxing. Just because people are so concerned, they don't dare to make up their minds for fear that they and T Family Entertainment will all have to scatter in case they make a mistake. Gu Xiaoxiao had no idea about any of this, and by the time she saw the negative news about her online, it was already the 3rd day. Meanwhile, the official staff of T Family Entertainment had already come forward to confirm that she hadn't been playing a big game at work, and then now it seems to be being discussed in response to her being a vase. The positive side is, it's not just a print model. What's wrong with the vase point? Other people can't swing it. The opposite side is, such a vase is not popular at all, so far not even a drama. I'm afraid that what material cannot, should be early out of this circle. Gu Xiaoxiao was depressed. She was a vase who messed with who. Acting is her own refusal. Not receive the play. These people are really looking for trouble. What should we do now? Although she said that she didn't care what other people thought, but now being talked about like this was always a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Especially around the eyes can really make a person's mood or depressing up. She had to escape out of the university campus in the outside of a cafe to sit down to drink a cold drink to calm down. Boring time to play the game, and then while playing while thinking, in fact, she is disgusted with the heroine's purpose have reached. There is no need to go to what graphic models. The big deal is not to continue to do college students. Anyway, some of the rumors are just right on the end of it. This was a much more comfortable thought, and I began to play the game in earnest. But this kind of look of hers was not so much for the owner of the car inside the street. He felt that the little girl must be under a lot of stress right now, and even kept on swiping her cell phone to read the news, with a look like she was about to cry out. Although barring the fact that she was ignoring herself, it didn't mean that he couldn't help her. After all, he was the one who had done the wrong thing in the first place, and then now he was angry and couldn't ignore the other person. Hui Yuxing made an unprecedented call to the only director he knew, saying, "Director Song, I heard that you've been preparing a new movie recently. How's it going? What lack of investment? It's possible. I wonder what kind of theater. Costume? Not bad. A movie? That's great. Just say how much investment is needed. But I have a request. I want to arrange a girl to go in for a role. Aha, pretty for sure. Not much of an actress, but she's very nice. Would you like to take a look? Yes, yes. When? Right now? Okay. I'll be right there. Hui Yuxing hung up the phone and took a few steps to Gu Xiaoxiao, pulling her into the car. Gu Xiaoxia felt pressurized. What is this male supporting actor up to again? Waiting to get into the car, Hui Yuxing said, "You are not a vase." Said a whoosh, this car scampered out. Scared, Gu Xiaoxiao hastily hugged the seatbelt. Half a long time before reacting to the male match just seemed to comfort her right. Rarely, from the occurrence of these things until now it seems that one has only received the concern and comfort of one person. Cannot help but feel that the male counterpart seems to be good too, so the well-behaved said, "Thank you. I'll take you to meet someone." Hui Yuxing didn't explain much. Anyway, in his heart he had a superb lady friend of his own, and there was absolutely no need to prepare for everyone to see him. So Gu Xiaoxiao met the famous domestic director Song in jeans and white short sleeves. Even she knew who this one was. After all, in the future it was the heroine's royal director, and one of her explosive films was made by this director. Hui Yuxing was afraid of hurting her face and said before they met, "Director Song said there was a lack of an actress, and it just so happens that I only know you, so I introduced you here, and whether you succeed or not all depends on your ability, and it has nothing to do with me. I didn't think about making a movie. You're not a vase." How could she take that? That's it. I have other things to talk to the people here, you go in. After saying that, Hui Yuxing walks away in a very dashing manner. But a closer look will reveal that his body is a bit stiff, because the card delivery slapped him on the tiger's ass, and he's afraid that he'll do something bad with good intentions again this time. Gu Xiaoxiao actually understands the male counterpart's idea. He's trying to help himself get rid of the flower vase argument, right? In fact, this really does not matter anyway. The original owner is a vase, and did not see how much delay her normal life. But if people had the intention, then let's try. After all, it was rare to come here and have someone act so kindly towards her. It didn't matter even if he might just be in charge and just couldn't get out of the fate of the male and female pairing entanglements. After entering, Director Song personally shook hands, then sat her down and asked her a few questions. In fact, from the moment the little girl came in, Director Song was taken aback. Although Hui Yuxing said that she was very pretty, he didn't expect her to be as pretty as this. Her face was very good, not to mention the makeup. And indeed very good, looking a bit of classical beauty of the delicate style. With his many years of experience to see, this girl put on ancient costumes must be very beautiful. Chapter 22 Set Photo. The ancient costume, this thing can be really quite picky. Some people wear it on the fairy with the aura, some people wear it on the ugly knot. Director Song felt that this little girl was the one who brought her own ancient style beauty to the scene after wearing it, and was originally planning to arrange a random role for her, but after seeing the real person and saying a few words he decided to give her the role of the second female co-star. Because she's really suitable for that supporting actress role, and at the same time she's kind of giving Hui Yuxing a huge face. You have to realize that for a newcomer to get a role like second supporting actress, the start is really too high. Originally do not intend to act, only intends to be a vase of Gu Xiaoxiao was forced on the Liangshan. People are very facetious, dumped a role to her bad face to refuse it, so inexplicably agreed. Then the song director is also a sharp person, directly found the T Family Entertainment to draw up a contract, so Gu Xiaoxiao became an actor. Forget it, just accept it for the sake of getting some face back. Didn't the internet keep saying that she was just a flower vase who couldn't act at all? And now that she had taken up the role, let's see what else they could say. I'm kind of exhaling this time. I should thank my male counterpart for helping me out. Unfortunately, this time, the male match surprisingly did not appear. That day did not even send her back and disappeared. She wanted to say thank you, did not have the opportunity. There was no way, so she sent a message to say thank you. Hui Yuxing, who received the message, was happy, as long as she liked it. Anyway, this supporting actress role doesn't have any martial arts scenes, and she spends her days in tears, and then eventually blackens out. However, the whole thing was quiet and quite good. He was the one who had read the script, so he was quite confident that his woman could act, and in her own color. Now he also figured out a way to do it. It might not be good for him to keep pestering, but distancing himself a bit might slowly make her feel better about herself. Hui Yuxing, who thinks quite beautifully, decides to go underground, but observes his future wife's every word and action at all times, and absolutely cannot let her suffer. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she got this role is really too easy to get. To know people, song director is how strict a person. Even the male more than 10 only appeared in 2 or 3 shots have to be personally selected. But she only took a look at the booking. It seems that they are considered to come in through the back door. I'm afraid to be sidelined. I've read fewer books in this genre. Otherwise, how could I have swiped this president's book? It has a pill-popping feel to it. However, the director asked them to come the next day to set the makeup, so they had no choice but to wash their faces and come over. Everyone seems to be quite busy, but because most of them don't know each other, so they are shaking each other's hands and adding WX and cell phone numbers and so on. Gu Xiaoxiao is actually not good at socializing, and the company has only sent her an assistant who hasn't arrived yet. So, she silently cowered in the corner, planning to make herself disappear and forget about it. But miscalculated, the face of the female supporting cast would be discovered even if she hid in a corner with a plain face. A lot of people didn't know who she was playing, but seeing such a well-behaved girl, they all wanted to get closer because it was non-threatening, and one couldn't help but feel a sense of protectiveness. Being surrounded by 7 mouths and tongues, Gu Xiaoxiao is a little too busy. Blushing Heartbeat looks that poor and cute. After all, it's still a girl who hasn't reached 20, and she looks so cute. On one side, Director Song walked in and nodded. It seems that this girl can act in her own color. It doesn't matter if you don't have acting skills. Just be yourself. Silently looked back at the side of the hut, where a pair of eyes are looking out through the curtains. Since this person recommended people to come over to act for why they still have to sneak and hide, it is really a mystery. However, he did not dare to ask. Is really dare not ask. The style of the Hua family has always been tough, so many years have not heard of any of their family for women to go through the back door. This Hua de Xiao seems to be the first one and also walks so fearful. Now, the adoption of a small star, what is not a strange thing with so much to hide it. However, he is quite afraid that this little girl has a gold master on the support of the immobilization, then shoot up the scene to late and early to leave. That would not be very good. Although the female third drama is not much, but also considered a very important role. Just thinking about everyone began to make up, waiting for the man, and a woman must finish makeup out of everyone's collective applause. Secretly praised this song director is really too good at finding actors. It is simply appropriate. Then there's the second female, who's kind of a super gorgeous lil girl. But when the third woman came out, they felt a sense of light before their eyes. It's not absolutely beautiful, but you can't pick out what lack of color people have. And wear this dress extremely beautiful. Simply fairy cannot, good behavior cannot. But there is a rare noble in it, back straight, chest and waist is really beautiful, beautiful with a little bit of demonic. Others do not mention, alone song director are directly applauded. He felt that this is what he wants female 3 right. However, Gu Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable, always feeling that there was a pair of eyes behind her staring at her dead center. Very uncomfortable. She turned her head violently, but there didn't seem to be anyone behind her. And that feeling had been there since the moment she arrived here. She thought it was her illusion, but there was just a moment when it was too obvious, and she even felt the coldness. Couldn't help but look back a few times. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see. The photo shoots had to be done one by one, most notably the male and female leads, so she wanted to mull over the script, and Director Song had a chair arranged in the shadows under one of the rooms for her to go over and look at. The director was not able to notice the newcomer's own. Gu Xiaoxiao was already very grateful. Rushed to the chair to sit down and seriously look up the script. Previously read some and did not care, but when she saw the ending, she could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Said, "This is not Gu Xiaoxiao well. It seems that women should not fall in love with what people really fall in love with. The end are not good." An ancient version of Gu Xiaoxiao has always loved the male lead, but the love of her life was deceived by her best friend, who then snatched away her only love. She a simple kind girl's last struggle a flip, but also killed by mistake. Did all sorts of wrong things in the name of love, but never did anything bad, yet everyone thought she deserved to die. That way, it makes way for the hero and heroine. The people in the house, however, stood by the window quietly looking at a dark back of the head, heard her mouth muttering, could not help but be stunned, and the heart could not help but think that she did love herself before. All day long followed behind himself, but he did not respond to her. Later, because of that matter after she changed, he has not been able to find the reason. Could it be that she knew about her relationship with Yumin and that's why she wanted to quit? Or is it, knowing that after loving it will keep getting hurt, that's why she stopped loving it? She's chickening out, isn't she? Or is she just sad? Obviously in love with herself. But all of a sudden she's caught herself in the middle of a forced B. Is that why she's in this situation where she's avoiding herself? Scratching his head, he felt that this matter should be explained. But how to explain this is a problem. He wants to suddenly jump out. As far as her little guts will not be scared to death. Chapter 23. Life is not a script. Suddenly, it seemed that this little girl in front of her was really injured, and then the reason was still herself. Now he suddenly turned around and ate this little grass of hers. No wonder she would this have such a reaction. The two were separated by a window, each with his own thoughts. The next few days are to shoot the female supporting drama first because Hui Yuxing explained at the back that he couldn't let the female number 3 get tired. Her drama is basically arranged at the front, almost like a one-woman show. And Gu Xiaoxiao is really not acting, but she found that in fact she does not have to act dressed up to sit there. Take a step, the lines with feelings out surprisingly can be. The most difficult thing is probably to cry, and she is usually very petulant, saying that it is very easy to cry out But today she cried a little reluctantly, because the heroine somehow actually came to guest star in a villainous role. The most important also was the role of killing the female supporting character, and she felt a lot of pressure. It wasn't her before, when did she change it? Didn't the novel say that the female lead rarely gets a play? Could it be that she has now begun to treat the male lead as a gold master intending to make a killing? The plot is a bit off because this plot will have to wait until the female match is married. She wants to use the male lead to save up some money to quickly become red, because I do not know how much money that Playboy Situ Lufeng can spend on her. Right, in the original the heroine wasn't really in love with the hero at first, just a gold master and employment relationship. And the male lead also just when the female lead is a plaything, only some special, still not true love. Everything, it takes a series of abusive relationships to fall in love with each other. But of course that's all later. Gu Xiaoxiao felt so tired that she didn't even want to pay attention to them, saying that she wouldn't pester her. But it turned out that the male lead still didn't look at it. It seems that what the male lead says is also unbelievable. Just thinking about it, there was a commotion at the door, and then the male lead walked over with a group of black-clothed and sunglassed bodyguards in a powerful manner. Gu Xiaoxiao surfaced calm inner spit. Why this male lead out like to bring so many people? In the end, how afraid he was assassinated But in the novel, obviously with so many people, but the time to be out of danger is still out of danger. Is it because it is convenient and the heroine to do something harmonious things will be sent away? What a mystery. What she couldn't think about she didn't think about, but gave the male lead a contemptuous look to at least make him realize how much she despised him for not being able to keep his word. The male lead Situ Lufeng sensed her provocation and went up and wrapped his arms around the female lead and didn't know what to say. The female lead just glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and then looked at the director. It seems to be really well behaved as well. But a little twisted not to let the male lead embrace her. A saintly woman. But Gu Xiaoxiao was a person who had read the book and understood in her heart that she was doing this entirely to cater to Situ Liufeng's taste. Moreover, it's been dealt with n times in secret. Is it really good to pretend like this? Well, it wasn't any of her business anyway. Just play her part and successfully retire. As for what happened to the male lead and the female lead's family, let them go with the plot. In the novel, the heroine was forced and helpless while accepting the resources given by the male lead, and then desperately acting to make everyone recognize her. That's what they say about being a whore, right? Suddenly, she thought of Hui Yuxing, who seemed to have found resources for herself as well. And even though it wasn't something she begged for, she felt as if she owed it to someone. How about thanking him after getting rid of the vase incident this time? Or maybe treating him to dinner like a friend? She wanted to avoid people, but she seemed to have made it clear last time, and lo and behold she wasn't even pestering him now. But she was completely unaware that the room behind her had a cranky president hiding in it from time to time. He arrived almost every morning at 10 o'clock, then watched for 2 hours before returning to the office, and then again in the afternoon for an hour before going about his business. These are only known to Director Song and his assistant. They feel that this Hui young man is like a demented man. All day long follow the other girl's ass, but do not dare to show his face, which is like a recent legend of the Hua family's new overbearing president. Look at other Situ Lufeng, brightly and squarely come to be the gold master, to support the face of his own woman vs pull hatred. In short, all make him disgusted to the extreme. Just this is not dare to say who let people have money. Deliberately spending money to let the girl who originally played the villain get out of the way, and then bringing in someone who is completely out of line with the villain's words and actions. It's fake not to be annoyed. But people have investment, that's the big man. Anyway, as long as it doesn't affect the direction of his movie, he can tolerate a few of these ads. However, the girl recommended by Hui Yuxing is still reliable. He really doesn't know. What's the matter? Director Song is upset? No. Better try the makeup first. Everything waits for a makeup test because the scene is about to start shooting, and it's surprising that it's today when you take out the record. Can it really work? I haven't even memorized my lines yet. Gu Xiaoxiao's side can be ready. She is new to acting, so she needs to enter the situation in advance. Anyway, the female lead has already suspected that she is not the original Gu Xiaoxiao, so there is no need to pretend, directly back to the original self. But when the heroine came out in heavy makeup, that aura of evil really took everyone by surprise. This included Hui Yuxing, who had already come to the house, and he felt that his little girl was going to be bullied, so he frowned. Gu Xiaoxiao, however, wasn't intimidated by the heroine's aura, because she knew that she was afraid that this was her original appearance. Everyone else thought that this villainous evil was played by her, but they didn't realize that the usual her was the one acting. The two met in the center of the field, about the same height, one as elegant as a fairy, the other as evil as a charm. Eyes locked. For some reason Director Song felt that their rivalry must be very exciting. The scene is that the villain is a very capable female subordinate to the villain, who appears only 2 to 3 times in the whole play. She came this time to despise the female match number 3 for not being worthy of the male lead at all, and then proceeded to kill someone. There were only a few lines of dialogue, and then Gu Xiaoxiao was about to be cut down to the ground in one fell swoop. The two stood for a while. Yumin laughed. Are you ready? It's hard to play this part without being able to act. In fact, these days Gu Xiaoxiao's performance was very good, because it was in character so everyone didn't feel much awkward. Hearing Yumin say this, everyone felt that the girl in front of them turned out to be a real vase. Hui Yuxing's hand, which was smoking a cigarette in his room, tightened, daring to bully his woman so blatantly. It was really bold. No, before she was bullied into tears, he definitely had to go out and help. However, it didn't occur to me that Gu Xiaoxiao even borrowed the power to hit 3 points and said, "Yes, I really don't know much about acting. After all, I didn't come from a science class. And I should also learn from you. After all, you've acted in a movie." The same words have meaning. You have acted in a play is not a science class to teach her. This is also considered to have acted in half of the play is not a little bit of 50 steps to laugh 100 steps. Chapter 24 Fake Wrestling. After saying this, there were already some people showing contemptuous smiles. In the eyes of these old actors of theirs, there were just 2 little white people standing on the field still boasting about their acting skills. It really made people have no eyes to see. But when it actually started, everyone was completely stunned. This is a bit too much. It can be compared to a veteran actor. The first act was over and over again, which really made people fall down. They didn't expect them to be so good. But the second act is a little harder, requiring Gu Xiaoxiao to pounce on the ground. This shot would basically have a mat on the ground and wouldn't make her fall hard. But it's time to think about the borrowed space. If you don't duck well, you might either fall badly or get hurt by the person with the sword. And neither one was a professional who hadn't learned to lend a hand. So the crew's martial arts director came over to teach each of the 2 girls a little. One to teach how to fall, the other to teach how to fight. Gu Xiaoxiao knew in her heart that she should be beaten this time if there were no accidents, because it would be a waste of time to fight. She would now have to spell out how to fall over and over again, and not let the other party catch a hold of her and beat her up a few more times. Yumin, this person in the novel, is a pseudo little white flower with a grudge, especially with a queen's heart. That is, everyone in the world has to listen to her fiddle. All of her recent behavior proves that this heroine won't allow others to surpass her heroine aura. So she comes to suppress when she sees that she has a bit of momentum going up. When she was ready, she took the field with her head held high. Since there was no way to avoid it, she would go forward, even if she would suffer a little bit. But she couldn't keep wincing and letting the heroine underestimate her. After all, this was a one-way ticket. Pointing to be able to go back seemed a bit impossible. Yumin was also ready. She took the murder weapon and came to the field and said to Gu Xiaoxiao, who was now dressed up in quite a mess but still looked very fairy, "Xiao, I just learned these I might miss, so be careful." "I know." Sincerity wanted to hit her, just couldn't hide even if she wanted to. While he was thinking about it, the director's side was already calling for the start. Yumin said, "Just you still presume to get the love of Jing'an candidate? I'm telling you, he's already married to County Princess Lianhua. You'd better die." The sarcastic tone was definitely not the least bit ambiguous. And at this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao only needed to act shocked for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, Why? He clearly said that he would protect me for the rest of my life. That's a question you can ask in hell. Soon they'll be there for you." After saying that, he swung out a sword. In fact, this sword was only a wooden sword, and usually when actors swung it, they would deliberately slow down to give people a chance to react. But Yumin didn't. She swung it with all her might, running directly at Gu Xiaoxiao's face. On one side of the room, Hui Yuxing gripped the chair next to him with one hand, almost pinching the chair's backrest out of shape. He had just watched his little woman acting quite seriously and felt that he hadn't seen her like this for a long time. And the last time she had shown such a look was when she was chasing after herself. It's just that he didn't care at that time, and now he had somewhat forgotten about it. Since she was seriously trying to act well, then she shouldn't bother herself. After all, it was her war. As a retired athlete, he still quite understood this, but he just didn't expect Yumin to be so shameless. Also, do not understand. His own little woman in the end, what point to provoke her, to be so resentful. This is not acting. Acting is to leave a little room. He also stayed over here for a few days, how can he not know? Everyone's heart lifted at this moment. And just then the two men actually fell together. Gu Xiaoxia collapsed on the mat while Yu Min fell to the ground. She immediately climbed up and nervously said, "I'm sorry. I was just too nervous and exerted too much. Xiao, are you all right? Get up and let me take a look. You're crushing my feet." Gu Xiao fell quickly, but her chin was still swept. Then the most crucial thing was that the heroine also pressed on her feet when she fell to the ground. She felt like she was going to be ruined, and tears were coming out of her eyes from the pain. Yu Min was busy standing up and said sorry repeatedly. Then Sita Lu Feng walked to her and said, "Don't apologize? Where did you hurt yourself?" After saying that, he took a look at her arm, where it was all knocked blue. Can't help but sink his face and said, "You still apologize to others you have fallen like this. Quickly go and treat the wound first." After saying that, she glared at Gu Xiaoxiao, as if all the wrong things were done by her. Gu Xiaoxia is very aggrieved. Her own side of the foot is still in pain, but by the main man glared at even some conceited. There is no way she now cannot offend anyone. But she wasn't going to just let everyone feel justified in who was hurt, so she cried, "It hurts, my feet hurt. Quickly, send the person to the doctor." The word courtyard hadn't even been said, yet a figure had already pushed the window and scurried out with a whoosh, then picked up the frothing Gu Xiaoxiao and left. Only heard Yu Min call out a "Brother Hua" from behind, and then there was that familiar chest, the sound of eager breathing. But probably a little bumped by him, Gu Xiaoxiao got into the car and then dry heaved a few times, saying, "You, why are you here?" And also hid in the house behind the script they often read. There is a place to put the camera equipment. Generally, the actors are rarely near. And the female supporting three basically don't have any outside scenes, basically all shot over there, so that this man is hiding there today to watch himself filming? No, there's always the illusion of being watched these days. Could it be that he's been hiding inside? Inexplicably a little panicked, "This is not the president, why make follow the demented like?" Said, "The president is very busy?" She may have worn a fake president text, right? "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Finished. This time all the people think that I have someone behind me. In the future, it is more difficult to mix. Obviously there are still two scenes. Since you know that there are people behind you, why are you still afraid of being bullied by them in the future? No matter who it is, give me a dislike. Forget it. Or let me do it. How can she dislike when she is so timid? Everything still have to do it themselves. Surely let that Situ Lufeng will not dare to appear in front of her in the future. Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't had time to promise to dislike her. So why did this task take a turn back into Hua Yuxing's hands? In fact, her feet did not hurt much. This time it is in the dislike. Let everyone think Yu Min rely on a gold master clearly beat people still whole as if quite reasonable. However, all by the sudden appearance of Hua Yuxing appeared, because can be directly from the scene to carry away the person has not been stopped. That really is not many people. Although Hua Yuxing hasn't announced his takeover of the Hua family yet, the news isn't a total blackout. And by then he'll only know that he's his gold master once he checks. Okay, the gold master on the gold master anyway also accompanied the sleep. Besides, there are still two more scenes. She is almost done. Find out what other people love to say they cannot care. Chapter 25, Going to the bathroom. With this in mind, Gu Xiaoxiao nestled to the side like an ostrich, causing Hua Yuxing's heart to ache. But he as a straight man is not too good at comforting people, can only send people to the hospital dutifully, did everything the boyfriend. Helped register, pushed to the examination, and then gave back to pay the fee. The cost of treatment I will pay you back in a while. Said halfway by the standard cold eyes of the male counterpart to be scared to hold back. Do not want it, save money. But the hospital, this disinfectant smell is too bad. Not only so, there are people at the door vomited. This flavor of a nose, she could not stop her stomach fluttering. Directly stood up and ran directly to the side of the vomit up. Because to wear costumes in order to beauty of the waist, so she did not eat any meal. Now even if it is vomiting, cannot vomit what? But this left Hua Yuxing completely baffled, and he felt that it was abnormal even if he was stupid. After all this, the stupid girl still hasn't realized it, so what to do? The first time he became a father, he was also a bit at a loss. Fortunately, the hospital arranged a temporary ward for her to rest. After placing her on the bed, Hua Yuxing went out and came back in a short while with a dark face, saying, "Let's go. Go to the restroom." Gu Xiaoxiao, although this body was broken that layer of stuff, but she herself is a good big girl, was a tall and handsome and gold type of man in front of the face to say, "Let her go to the toilet." The words of this cheek cannot stand. There is no accident read through, and then said, I do not want to go. I have heard of forcing others to eat, have not heard of forcing others to go to the toilet. Hu Yuxing silently took out a small pea cup, and then his ears reddened completely as well. Gu Xiaoxia coughed lightly. She felt that this was the hospital letting herself urinalysis, so she gave out cups. That really picked up. Give me that one. I'll pick it up and deliver it myself later. It would be too much of a breakthrough in the level of shame to have the President Sama serve it to himself for inspection. How are you going to go and jump over there all sprinkled? Thinking of herself jumping while spreading a handful of that what Gu Xiaoxia also felt particularly awkward and could only struggle. Or, you call a nurse? They're busy, so hurry up. Hu Yuxing was even more shy than she seemed to be, but Gu Xiaoxiao felt that the man was probably more impatient because he didn't want to do this kind of thing. She did not dare to say anything, can only get out of bed was helped to go to the room comes with the bathroom. Still have money good, temporary rest wards can be whole to a single room, still have a bathroom. Otherwise to the outside will be even more embarrassing. Fortunately no outsiders. She ended up going in and catching a little bit and then handing it out wrapped in toilet paper and then blushing like she was on the verge of a fever. Wanted to face but was a little scared. Now the male counterpart's face was like that dark cloud. She didn't even dare to look at it. But then I saw the male counterpart actually put the thing on the table and then took a box out of his pants and ripped it open with one hand. What is this? You brought your own inspection equipment? How is that possible? What are you doing? Not handing it over outside. As a result, the other placed a small white stripe in the glass, glared at her and said, wait. Even more stupid also understand, this is clearly early pregnancy test paper. Gu Xiaoxiao thinks that the male partner is really overconfident. How can she have it? People did not write it in the book. If this is really there, the plot must be biased into what kind? She cried and laughed a little, then said, I really didn't. I just have a bit of an upset stomach lately. And then the great aunt, she didn't know what time the original owner came, so she didn't care at all. Besides, it didn't seem to be a month yet, right? As he was rambling on, he saw the hero take the strip out of it, then set it down and stared at it with his eyes wide and his hands shaking. Gu Xiaoxiao had a bit of a bad premonition, and she scrambled to get up from the bed and poked her body to look. Then she realized something was wrong. How come there seemed to be 2 bars? She snatched the thing up with her hand without thinking, looking at a deep red bar with a small red line outside of it that was so shallow you almost had to look closely to see it. The whole thing was stunned. This shouldn't be happening. Why is it suddenly 2 bars when they said they wouldn't accidentally have a baby until 2 or 3 years later? Why are you so confused? You even took a fall today. What if it's a bit? Hu Yuxing is happy. Buy one get one free, he's earned it. No, I'm a bit dizzy. Gu Xiaoxiao is swaying, looking like she's about to collapse. But fortunately, Hu Yuxing puts his arm around her and carefully places her on the hospital bed. I'll call the doctor. Don't scream. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil, not quite wanting to accept this fact for a while. And Hu Yuxing also said, yes, now this matter cannot let others know. So I chose to accompany you here to test with early pregnancy test paper. How do you say now is also a small actor in case it is shaken out for fear that it will give you pressure, so he must be careful to do so.
呜呜，一说起这个，顾潇潇就想哭。
She's still a girl. Never thought she'd have this day of unmarried pregnancy. Always thought that the female match would not have it because after all, it was not written in the book. As a result, now, reality is slapping her face, hit all swollen out of shape. Then what am I going to do now? Even if she was strong, she was still a woman, and now she could only ask the man beside her who was causing trouble. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been able to conceive this child herself. What else can I do? Give birth. If she dares to abort it, she'll be angry with her for a month. Hu Yuxing took another look at her aggrieved expression and felt that a month of anger was impossible. He would probably be angry for half a month. But I'm still a college student. I still have to act. I don't have a boyfriend yet. No boyfriend is going to have a baby. She can't get over this hurdle in her heart. Have his child even want what boyfriend? This woman is planning to go to heaven. Hu Yuxing said with a cold face. Get married. Immediately and immediately. Let's see. What's there to think about? Meet grandpa and my parents at my house tomorrow. Just so they're both home. You let me think. Gu Xiaoxiao held her head and shouted. Her mind was in a mess. Which woman would be able to calm down when she suddenly had a child? The only thing she's relieved about right now is that Hu Yuxing recognizes the debt and is willing to take responsibility, or else he wouldn't have let her give birth to the child. She had wanted to stay away, But now she was inexplicably going to get together as a couple and marry him and have a baby. So surely she would have to think about such a thing? As for aborting the baby, it was said to be quite a sin, and she didn't have the courage to kill someone. If she didn't abort it, then she would face marriage. A little speechless is this child how to come, why the book inside did not explain. Her memory is correct. If there is really a female match still need to be entangled in it, the male match must be anxious to marry. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Pregnancy. No, the book but wrote one thing, that is Gu Xiaoxiao in the beginning in order to stand up for the female lead was kicked by a man. Then the female lead went back and got a stomach ache and a period, then bled a lot scaring her half to death. Later on it was still good and she didn't care. Can't be, that's not a period but an early miscarriage, right? So there was actually a baby but it was kicked out by the male lead without anyone knowing? But when she came to this world, although she also had to take that kick, but she was blocked by the baby's father, and the kick didn't hit so there was this little life. Damn, I should have known better than to dodge that kick. No, it was all the fault of the man beside her. She glared up at him with blurry tears in her eyes and saw someone standing willfully straight waiting for her to respond. The stature is straight, the family history is excellent, the person is also born very to the taste. Although married to him will have a bunch of bad things, but was left out to the side of their own life is actually not bad. When the child is born, the big deal is to leave, then you can also share some property. You can think about it. I'll take you home when you calm down. Hui Yuxing is a bit afraid to push her, now that she's a pregnant woman. Aha! Let's just see it, Master Hu won't agree anyway, and neither will his parents, so let's see what you do then. You're the one who proposed, this has nothing to do with her. Suddenly, Hui Yuxing took a few steps outside and opened the door violently. Then seemingly not realizing anything he slammed the door shut again and said, "Strange. What's wrong?" Gu Xiaoxia asked with a sob. "Just felt someone outside. What if someone hears about it then? I won't even be able to go to school then." The pressure was too much, and the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. "I'll make sure that anyone who dares to say anything will get no good results. So what are you afraid of? You can still control everyone, ah? You really think you're the male lead, you're the male match, the male match. Ken, forget it, tomorrow you will know. Don't think too much. I'll send you back to. Stay in the hotel today. Tomorrow I'll buy you an apartment to live in first." "I don't want to hear this. I just want to sleep." Gu Xiaoxiao didn't like the smell of the hospital too much either, so she had to listen to Hui Yuxing and go find a hotel to stay in first. Fortunately, she wasn't a popular star now, so she didn't have to cover up too much. After she and Hui Yuxing arrived at the hotel, she laid down on the bed and fell asleep in a few minutes. Originally, she was tired from the drama with the female lead, and now that she knew she was pregnant, it was really too much of a blow, so she chose sleep therapy to wake up and talk about it. Hui Yuxing went out to make a call to his family when he saw that she was asleep, so he had to make that side a little prepared, right? As a result, the old man was the first to object and even blurted out, "I'll cut ties with you if you dare marry her off. Don't say those useless things, if you don't want your grandchildren I don't care. The big deal is that I won't get married in the future." He was not as careful as he was with Gu Xiaoxiao, he just disliked the old man. But he was very strong. "What did you say? Say it again?" Elder Hua asked in surprise. "That is the last time the two of us are not together well, once in the center. This child, if you do not want it." Hui Yuxing asked directly. He had always been one to not play any corners with his family. Master Hua's side was silent for a while and said, "Bring her to the house tomorrow, I mean the old mansion. Okay, remember to make something good to eat, and then don't freak anyone out. She's timid and hasn't been through much." "Are you for real? Can't you see? Let's not talk about it. I'll go get her something to eat. She's puking all over the place." After that, Hui Yuxing went to prepare braised pork for Gu Xiaoxiao, who had wanted to eat it last time. After Master Hu put down the phone, he felt that there was something wrong with this. How could his grandson know that the girl was pregnant so quickly? He had to have someone investigate and then realized that his grandson had been pestering people lately. Therefore, he frowned thinking that this girl was not simple. He did underestimate her. Using retreat to advance to trick his grandson, a man who hadn't had much contact with women, was really capable. Fine, let her come over since she wants to marry, and he won't let her have her way if tomorrow. Besides, it's not certain if that child is really there. Hui Yuxing didn't think about it, and even if he did, he thought he could handle it. When he came back from cooking and found Gu Xiaoxiao still sleeping, he even lightened his walk. He gently walked to her front and found that she was really well behaved, but she looked very insecure when she was cowering in one place. He didn't know what was going on, but he carefully sat down on the bed and then slowly laid down next to her. He had wanted to hug this woman for a long time and hadn't thought that he would have such an opportunity today. She could be so pretty, why didn't she feel that way before? Now, he felt that she looked good in everything she did, and suddenly frowning made people want to kiss the tiny Chuan character on her forehead. He thought and moved in this way. His lips next to the slightly cool skin actually made his chest surging. Suddenly he thought of that day, a moment of blood boiled. Swallowing hard, his large hand rested on the other party's glistening white jade-like little face. But just then the other hummed and then apparat. Opening her eyes to see him seemed startled, and she fiercely tried to sit up. However, Hui Yuxing's large hand held her down and said in a hoarse voice, "It's me. Don't get excited." Gu Xiaoxia didn't sit up at once, but her heart was quite speechless. Anyone who opens their eyes to their own bed lying a big man will be afraid of it. Did not hit people or her good temper. Especially the other party's voice was permeated with a sexy flavor, which was straight to hear. If it was the case that day that she was herbal, now I am afraid that some indescribable things have already happened. You, what do you want? He's in her bed, what else could he be doing? I told you to eat. Get up and eat something. Hui Yuxing really couldn't stand it. The other party's small appearance of protecting his collar was really too much for a man's heart. He felt like he was going to explode. Hearing dinner, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately felt hungry. She really sat up and wanted to go open that takeout package. But her hand was pushed away by her male counterpart, who opened the package himself, then moved the small table on one side directly to the bedside and set it up for her to eat. This service is really spot on. Gu Xiaoxiao's face was all red with shame. Since childhood she has not been served like this. No, she hadn't been served by a man like this. Chapter 27 Panic. She was embarrassed to be stared at, so she asked, "You're not eating. How can she open her mouth when she's staring like this?" Eat. Hui Yuxing picks up a bowl of noodles, feeling a bit reluctant to part with it. What if the woman on the other side doesn't have enough to eat? Actually, he could order more, but it would take longer. Thinking, he picked the noodles and put them into Gu Xiaoxiao's bowl and said, "I haven't moved yet, so eat more." Originally a bowl of noodles Gu Xiaoxiao already cannot eat off and also want to eat braised pork, the results of his bowl to clip that she does not hold up. I really can't eat it, so don't give me it all to waste. No fear, you can't eat me. Gu Xiaoxiao did not believe this era is not in the past when there is no food, cannot eat completely can be dumped. He was born so good is not afraid of waste. But she didn't open her mouth because the braised meat was too flavorful, ate one piece after another, and opened her mouth to praise. What kind of divine braised meat is this? It's so delicious. Originally, she didn't feel too hungry, but the more she ate, the hungrier she got, and the more she ate, the more she craved, and in the end, she just focused on eating the meat without eating much of the noodles. Then the faces left. A little embarrassed, she put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm full." Just after saying that, the other party took her bowl and then reached out her chopsticks to eat, not disliking it at all. "I don't eat the rest of it." But unfortunately by the time she voiced it there wasn't much pasta left. "What?
No.
You a big president to do this kind of thing really good, not at all consistent with the persona it. But is this considered an indirect kiss?" Gu Xiaoxiao felt so flustered that she didn't even dare to look at her male counterpart squarely. Not a moment later people finished eating and cleaned up. Then the phone chased after him, and he embarrassedly said, "I have something to leave for an hour, so you can rest for a little while longer." After saying that, he went out. Gu Xiaoxiao flopped down on the bed. She felt so tired. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the male match, it was that she didn't want to go through the process in the book. But now, it seems that she has to go even if she doesn't want to. Reaching down and touching her stomach. Was there really something here? Why didn't she even feel anything? Maybe the red thread line was fake? It was too shallow after all. Want to go to the bath but found himself no change of clothes. There is no way but to go downstairs to the supermarket to buy 2 pieces. Supermarket clothes are ready to wear is not too expensive. Buy a set of not more than 200 usually can wear. She also bought a piece of home-cooked pajamas, and when she came out, she thought about going to the drugstore section of the supermarket to buy test strips. Maybe it was wrong on the first try. Taking these into the hotel, a quick test revealed that it was still 1 deep and 1 shallow, except that the shallow was still as shallow as the naked eye could just catch it. It looked like there was a scene forced on her. It was hard enough being a female match trying to survive. She didn't even know how she was going to cope with this situation. How about just leaving it to the male counterpart? When he was fretting, he suddenly saw Hui Yuxing gasping and opening the door to enter the house, and said in a somewhat bad-tempered manner, Where have you been? Buy a change of clothes. Didn't I tell you to wait for me to go out and get it? What's wrong? It's fine, I'm worried. Huiyuxing frowned and told her to sit down, saying, why don't we ask the director to make sure you don't shoot the next 2 scenes? No, you have to finish what you start. What happened? It is reasonable to say that he went out to the neighborhood supermarket once, should not have any problems. Why look at him, will be so nervous. Suddenly, the expression of the man across from her was gentle. Obviously a drop of sweat dripped from his forehead, but his eyes were gently staring at her fingers. Ma, the pregnancy test she just pinched hadn't been thrown away, and the top wasn't anything too nice. She was too busy reaching down and tossing the thing into the trash can, then waved it off and said, what are you looking at? I just think life is still really weird. Ahem, and I brought you a change of clothes too. Oh, it's rare that he has a heart, so why don't we just get over it? But the moment she opened that dress, all sorts of tic-tac-toe words floated down her forehead, and she was really pissed off. It's fine to say that you bring clothes if you say you bring clothes, and a little bit of high class is fine. But for you to bring maternity clothes for a woman who is newly pregnant and hasn't even been to the hospital to be sure, that's intolerable. I'm not pregnant yet? Shaking a maternity dress, she said loudly. Alas, he was originally quite good-tempered, but he's about to turn into a bursting temper. Wear it first, I want to see it. There just happened to be a maternity store across the street when I went clothes shopping, and when I went in to browse around a bit, I saw a maternity dress and thought it would look beautiful on her. So I bought it back. It's too early. Oh, there's another one down there. Hearing that there is another, Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, but was still curious about what skirt he bought. Took out a look and found that the straight male aesthetic is always so pure. Is a white skirt, but with a light red decorative belt too. For some reason, she thought of the pregnancy test she had just thrown and couldn't help but blush, throwing her dress on the bed. Not wanting to wear it was like putting that thing on herself to flaunt it. Not going to our house tomorrow, recuperate for 2 days and then go. I for one will take you to buy a house. It's not suitable for you to live in the school's dormitory in your current condition. I have my own money. Gu Xiaoxiao, you must listen to me now. Gu Xiaoxiao was a bit unconvinced, but what he said was the truth, and she really didn't have any ideas right now. Then she could only listen to him. Besides, she was afraid that her classmates would see what was going on. The next day, Huiyuxing took her to buy an apartment near the school. Originally, he wanted to buy a bigger one, but Gu Xiaoxiao didn't agree, so he bought a penthouse of about 90 square feet. But because of its location, the building cost more than $1 million when it was all finished. Really expensive. There are more than $500,000. Gu Xiaoxiao originally thought he was a little rich woman, but now think of the original is a seat house, cannot afford to buy the poor students only. In the future, are we going to live here? If you get married but don't get the Hua family's favor, it's not a bad idea to move out. But she doesn't know that this makes Huiyuxing's heart burst with joy. This little girl is finally willing to live with him. I can see that a child is still quite useful, and it saves him a lot of work. He's really not good at chasing women, and he plans to do it just this once in his life. Aha! You can live wherever you want, as long as it's with him. Gu Xiaoxia realized that the house was all loaded and they just had to turn in their bags. Do you have any more requests?
No.
She didn't have much need for that as long as she could live. Besides, this place was much better than the student dormitory, so what was there to be dissatisfied with? Go move out then, tomorrow night? Then he moved in too, bright and early, to live together. Chapter 28, Misbehavior. It depends. I'm going back to class this afternoon. Aha! Get her suspension done as soon as possible, meet her parents after seeing her own, and then arrange a date to get married. All of this had to be done within a month or the belly was going to get big. It's best to book around 4 months, when the fetus is settled. By then the marriage will not delay the wedding, and will not harm her body, so it was happily decided. Huiyuxing is actually a very calm and steady person who is very organized about things, and in this life, Gu Xiaoxiao is probably the only one who has exceeded his expectations. And Gu Xiaoxia's side was sent into the school found a little wrong, that is, some no students are with colored eyes to see her, is the kind of backstabbing secretly do not know what to say. She turned back, immediately silenced the appearance. There had been that before, but the eyes were completely different from now. It reminded her that Huiyuxing had strictly forbidden her to play with her cell phone since this morning, and had even replaced it with a cell phone that couldn't access the internet but could only receive calls, and was said to be very radioactive. Now, it seems that he doesn't want her to know what's going on. Her own cell phone cannot be used, there are other people's, so she and classmates borrowed the phone. As a result, the other person looked at her with pitiful eyes, and then automatically found out the message for her to see. Nai lega, which asshole even sent this kind of news. He is also unlucky. How to do a vase can also be on the hot search twice. To know that other actors to buy hot search are very difficult to go up But it's just a little flower who just acted in a drama, not just an unmarried first child. Why let them hype like this? What a recent popular model is unmarried and still dating a mystery man in the middle of the night without any sense of propriety. Then the following picture, she and Huiyuxing walked into a hotel. When they entered, the door was followed by someone to take pictures, but it is a little difficult to see from a distance. What's even better is that she was followed when she went to buy a pregnancy test or a close-up. Luckily, the close-up was not of her face but of the pregnancy test underneath, but even so, her identity was clearly revealed. At least anyone who knew her well could see who she was. That's why some people in this area of the school are skeptical and are thinking that the person mentioned above is her. Silently, she returned her cell phone to her classmate and said thank you before sitting powerlessly in her seat. This kind of thing was really quite devastating, and she felt that there must be someone behind the scenes who was screwing her over. Otherwise, why would she, a newcomer who had just entered the entertainment industry, have people posting negative news one after another? It didn't take long for Director Song's side to call, hoping that she would step in to explain and not affect the entire crew. How is she going to explain this? A press conference? Or admit that they are pregnant, although nowadays a lot of unmarried pregnant, but as a starlet is still in college when this kind of thing, that will certainly be criticized. Understanding very well in her heart, she suddenly felt rather powerless. The heroine really wasn't letting her have a good time. What was she going to do now? It was at this point that the person who had just lent her the phone suddenly tapped her on the shoulder, then handed it back to her, and lifted his chin a bit to show her the hot search on it. The first item on the hot search was, surprisingly, what the vicious competition in the industry can do to a person. Inside, they even cited 18 examples of the recent Mise Entertainment's various attacking behaviors against T-Family Entertainment, and then it was just too much for people to tolerate, for some to force the death of T-Family Entertainment's red-hot young flower, and also made a male star suffer from depression. So they called for healthy competition in the industry. Scrolling down, I found that there was actually a bit of her in those 18 examples. It didn't mention her name, only that she was the popular young flower that T-Family Entertainment had recently tried to promote, but it didn't occur to them that she'd been ruined by all kinds of photoshopping by Mai. In fact, that is not PS Gu Xiao clear very much, just did not think of their own company as so great, even so help themselves really is too touched. If the single for her own one person to explain or even do anything will only be afraid to be skeptical, but turn to the company and the company between the things to that will be easy to let people easy to believe much more. Furthermore, this Mai's company was actually Situ Lu Feng's company. The reason why it was Mai's was because it was the property of his maternal grandfather's family, but it was just inherited by Situ Lu Feng. As for the Situ family, it wasn't something he could control right now. The family line didn't appear until the plot progressed halfway through. In any case, she was touched because the T's had nothing to do with her, or at least protected her. So the classmate actually apologized to her for doubting her in the previous picture. Gu Xiao waved her hand without caring. She felt that life was really up and down. In the morning when she walked into school, she was still hated by all the people, but when school was over she was already being sympathized with. It really is a life full of surprises. These things put down, not to mention that she still have to move today, the first thing to go to the dormitory to pack things. As a result, when she went in, she found that her bed was empty and there was nothing left. This is a thief, right? Her whole person was baffled. I was about to find the dormitory aunts to ask about the situation, but her roommate came back and said, "Now it's a small star to move out. Congratulations, in the future. When you become a big star, will not forget us, How can that be? By the way, where's my luggage? It was taken by your company. Don't you know?" "No, no one informed me. It's clearly someone sent by Huiyuxing. He really has a long hand. He's obviously busy, but he still thinks about these things, so he's not afraid to die." However, since they were done then, she headed out of the school with her small carry-on bag. But it didn't occur to me that just around the corner from the school gates, I saw a person who was annoying, the female Li Jumin. She walked over and looked at Gu Xiao and said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect you to be quite powerful, that you could make the boss of the T's family make such a big gesture, and even dare to offend Mize. This is something on the company's side that has nothing to do with me. What's the point of you running here to talk to me about this?" Gu Xiao was already somewhat accustomed to the mistress's front set and back set of things, so it wasn't a surprise to be spoken to so directly by her. Although the T-Family Entertainment has a great reputation in the entertainment industry, and the boss is a rich second generation who is considered very powerful. However, compared to Mize, they are a small house in a big house. Therefore, Xiao Nan would not be stupid enough to go against Mai's. There was no such thing before. This time, it's on the hotspot at this point in time, openly going against the Mai clan. Does that prove that they've found a bigger backer? Yumin analyzed the situation, and her eyes stared at Gu Xiaoxiao, seemingly asking her if this matter had anything to do with her. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart jumped. Could it be that Hui Yuxing was behind this? Then he really is quite protective of himself. Chapter 29. A New Home. She was an outsider who came through the book and had been thinking of staying away, so she hadn't even bothered to learn about these relationships. The heroine Thru and Situ Lu Feng together now probably will a city's high society also understand almost. After all, she was also signed in the T family, so naturally she had to focus on checking the bottom line. It's not bad for the heroine yet. She's already started the mansion fighting program, but she's still stuck on the question of whether to have a child or not to have a child. How would I know any of this? The one who has been walking with you lately is Brother Hua. Is he? The heroine was analyzing, when all of a sudden a car stopped in front of her. It was really sudden. Gu Xiaoxiao even heard the ear-piercing brakes. However, that car was obviously avoiding her, a step away from her, but a punch away from the heroine. This car skill is also invincible or really want to run people over. Both women were startled, especially Yumin, who subconsciously took 2 steps back before seeing that what was parked in front of her was an ordinary Land Rover, which should be Hui Yuxing's usual car. Hua brother, you? This is to want to run over her. He did not have any place to offend him. I know that after Hui Yuxing got out of the car, his eyes were cold and stabbed her like a knife. Stay away from her, and don't blame me for being rude if you keep pestering her. Hui Yuxing went up to protect Gu Xiaoxiao and sent her directly to the passenger seat. Gu Xiaoxiao is at a loss. She actually does not understand even if she let Hui Yuxing recognize some of Yumin's true nature, but he should not have any evidence because the book is written and the heroine has always been very rigorous, and even her own back to find cannot be found cracks. But now the male partner looks like he knows that the female lead is going to harm herself. Why? She would never know that Hui Yuxing was very pampered and sensitive because of something he encountered as a child, so he identified himself as a person. Therefore, just seeing Yumin standing in front of Gu Xiaoxiao, he felt a special kind of vigilance, and his first thought was to protect the person first, otherwise he was afraid of regretting it for the rest of his life. So, even if you don't know whether Yumin treats her as a friend or an enemy, first send the person to the car, so as to be safer. Yumin then saw with her own eyes a reflective strip on the passenger seat that read the popular online seat sticker for female friends. Hui Yuxing wouldn't do such a childish thing. He's a straight man or a calm and uninteresting person. How would he do this? So it must be Gu Xiaoxiao's doing. The original said that he received money to break up with him, actually secretly seduced him. Really underestimated this woman who did not know where to drill out. Or was she actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? She found her target. So she revealed her tiger's teeth? Brother Hua, where are you taking her? If it's too late to come back, the school will remember the fault. Yumin walked up with a look of doing it for their own good, then said, I can talk to Auntie and leave the door open for you guys. I don't know how much more and how long it will take to come back. It was quite ambiguous for her to ask this, as if Hui Yuxing had taken Gu Xiaoxiao to a room. Although Hui Yuxing is a president but an unskilled president in business, he hasn't toyed with women. The only time he did it was under the influence of drugs. So, in this regard, he has not been able to get up. Although with men when what meet words are crashing out, but Gu Xiaoxiao, this woman is the scale. Other people absolutely cannot think to the top, which includes the female lead. Is this something you should be in charge of? Hui Yuxing got straight into the car, then turned around and said, Also, I'm not your brother. So next time, please call me by my name. Snapping the car door shut, he then said to Gu Xiaoxiao, In the future, you stay away from her. Of course I know. By the way, where's my luggage? It's already been moved over and packed for you. Hui Yuxing only said half a sentence, the second half being that his luggage had been moved in and packed as well. You knew about that thing where I was filmed. Well, it's not your fault. But don't worry. There won't be any followers in the future. I've gotten someone to deal with them. Hui Yuxing said. Then, were you behind the T family's affairs as well? Is it really okay to fight the male lead before this main drama even starts? After all, that's the male lead. There's a halo on his head. He, a male supporting actor, even if his background is more powerful, he shouldn't be able to fight the male lead, right? It's all written in the book. I don't know why. She is a little worried about him. Stay out of these matters and nurse your fetus in peace. Hui Yuxing feels that she doesn't understand her family history yet, so she probably won't need to worry about it when she goes to their house. He felt that his mouth was stupid, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it even if he wanted to, and then he would make people angry again. Can't be mad now with a baby in tow. It is known that women at this time are extremely bad-tempered. What if they are so angry that they miscarry? Gu Xiaoxia's side is still angry. Look at this as the straight man. Let a person have the urge to want to flatten him. But don't dare, after all, people's force value is super strong. Returning to their newly purchased house in silence, Gu Xiaoxiao saw a middle-aged woman coming out of the kitchen with a delicious meal. Hui Yuxing said, "Sister Bai." "You, hello?" Gu Xiaoxia nodded her head at that Mrs. Bai. "This introduction is a little too simple, isn't it? What about yourself?" Just as she was thinking about it, the other person's sister-in-law Bai said in a very disciplined manner, "This is Madam, right? I have made a few small dishes and I don't know if they are to your liking." The gentleman said that the madam is pregnant and it must suit her taste or else she will leave. This job paid really well, she didn't want to just leave. It's just that the madam is a little too young, about the same age as her own daughter. The gentleman was very old, had he been forced into it, and why did he seem so rusty to the family? Only these she dared not ask, for her job was nothing more than tidying up the house plus 3 meals a day plus a soup in the evening. It was easy enough to set out the meals and leave on her own accord, telling them on her way out that they didn't need to clean up and just leave it there. She'd take care of it later when she came to make the soup. When the two of them sat down to eat after the people left, Gu Xiaoxiao just wanted to ask about Sister Bai, but Hui Yuxing said, "Now that things have been settled, we can go over to the old mansion tomorrow, right? Do I, need to prepare anything? What if I'm a little nervous?" "No need, we'll go together in the morning." "Oh, going to their house is whatever he says it is now." After eating her fill, Gu Xiaoxiao became a bit sleepy. She went to yesterday's room and wanted to take a bath and rest. As soon as she opened the cabinet, the cabinet contained not only her clothes but the man's as well, and although it was packed in 2 separate compartments, she was really a bit shocked having always used one cabinet by herself. Chapter 30. Sleep on the couch. Hui Yuxing was still clearing the table, and immediately rushed in when he heard shouts of alarm coming from inside. "What happened? Slipped? Poured it?" "Not yet," said. Saw Gu Xiaoxiao pointing to the cabinet, staring round eyes. "What's going on here? Didn't you say that this would be our home from now on?" "So he moved in. Isn't this pre-marital cohabitation normal? We're not married yet?" Gu Xiaoxiao expressed her anger, the kind that didn't even want to hug her thigh. "Then I've moved here and we'll be getting married soon in the near future. What do you say?" Hui Yuxing didn't let out this violent temper, and even showed weakness without even thinking about it. Looking at her angry red cheeks and round eyes, he doesn't seem to have the courage to lift the table. If someone else dared to say this in front of him, he would have been beaten up. "Bear with it, you can really beat it up, she can't resist a punch like that, and there's a little one. You can't fight it. You can't fight it. If you fight it, it's gone. You sleep on the couch." How come the male match didn't lose his temper today? He thought he would be beaten up. But he even suddenly pretended to be pitiful. This is really going to kill him. What about the inexplicable Mo point? It seems that this man is quite affectionate and can bend over backwards for the sake of his children. I don't know if he didn't marry for the rest of his life because of the unformed child or because of the heroine. Obviously is a quite sensible person. Why was the heroine fooled? Can't be because this man is dead-eyed. A love for life, right? In a sense, she really thought right. The male counterpart, Hui Yuxing, was such a person, though he himself was afraid he didn't even know it. "Then, that's fine. Call me if you need anything." Hui Yuxing, like a large dog abandoned by its owner, hugged the quilt and really went to sleep on the sofa. So obedient, Gu Xiaoxiao endured half a day before repeating the process of trying to call someone back and then kicking them out again, so accomplished feeling but can't, she has to hold back. After all, people are just for her stomach, this piece of meat. In case of anger later, can't hold the thigh, how to do? However, there is one thing figured out, is why these days he wrapped himself around the ferocious. Must have been suspected of the existence of this child, so only to look at the tight, for fear of their own to his child to death. Yeah, that must be it. As for the previous entanglements, they had already been automatically ignored by comrade Gu Xiaoxiao because of the child's appearance. But tomorrow, she's going to his house, and it's rumored that she'll be staying there for 2 more days, so she'll need to bring her traveling kit with her. After thinking about it, she typed up a traveling bag while looking for clothes, and anyway, she doesn't need to bring more things if she's only staying for 2 days. When I was tired of packing, I took a bath and went to sleep, but in my dream, I vaguely saw the first contact of the original female lead going to his house, and it was just awful. Moreover, the female lead was still there at the time, and it was said that Hui Yuxing had asked her to go there, but now that I think about it, they were just deliberately hiding the fact that the female lead was once Hui Yuxing's fiancée, and one by one they were treating the female match as a little cutie. The matriarch is certainly at fault, but they are also hurting her endlessly. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart gave birth to an emotion called dignity. Even if she had to marry into the Hua family in the future, she would have to do so with dignity. If she were to marry into the Hua family, she would have to do so with dignity. If she were to beg and beg, she might as well not have this child. If you really can't let go of it, then you can raise it yourself, and you can't even let this group of people named Hua look at it. Thinking of this, she also woke up from her sleep, subconsciously touched her cell phone, and found that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Ma, although I said that I don't want to spoil the Hua family, but I can't rush to go back at noon. I was busy getting up and putting a little black dress on my body, and then rushed to the bathroom. In the process, I saw that Hui Yuxing had already woken up and was sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper, and when she got up, she said, "There's no need to rush," and then someone had already rushed into the restroom before the sentence was even finished. What a lively pregnant woman. Doesn't it matter? Thinking of this, he stood up and warmed up the meal, waiting for Gu Xiaoxiao, who came out after freshening up. To see the situation in front of her, the whole person was stunned. The aloof male partner in the book, the arrogant CEO, would even cook. What are you looking at? Sit down and have some porridge and egg custard. His long and slender hands set things on the table one by one. Obviously not hungry, but I do not know, look at him, that hands placed food actually want to eat. So sat down to eat up one bite at a time, said, "You do, can't be." In the morning, Mrs. Bai cooked congee and made small dishes and left, and I steamed the egg custard. How was it? Hui Yuxing was never truthful and serious. But this kind of him can still make such a good egg custard. Gu Xiaoxiao, a bit unbelievable, but also deliberately tasted a mouthful, fresh and fragrant, simply delicious on earth. Some surprised stared at him because she will not do these. Hui Yuxing was staring at his ears a little hot, and reached out to hook the crushed egg off her lips and put it in his mouth, saying, "Not good. No, 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 no." Ma Dan, suddenly coming to such an ambiguous scene, made her almost spurt a nosebleed. Her eyes didn't know where to put it. Do you, a straight man, want to suddenly make such a sexy thing that people can't stop imagining things? Reaching out and slapping her face, Gu Xiaoxiao decided to ignore him. On one side, Hui Yuxing was also stunned by his own behavior just now, but there is no way. It is that he feels that the woman on the opposite side is too charming. Sharp little chin, eat food when to clip a drum, especially cute. Especially after hearing that the egg custard was made by him, that shocked little look is really fascinating. Vegetarian for more than 20 years, facing the only girl who let him open up. Every now and then he felt that he would turn into a wolf at any time. Therefore, without realizing it, even he couldn't control his desire to get closer to her, and then wanted to pounce on someone in a minute. Such a beast, he felt helpless even to himself. But there was no way out. After the two were silent for a while, Gu Xiaoxiao finally finished eating. She took out her lipstick from her bag and prepared to apply it. After all, it was to meet the parents, always have to be a little more formal, which knew that it was pressed. Hui Yuxing's hand was fast, accurate and strong. And then Gu Xiaoxiao watched her over 100 lipsticks being crushed into dregs. A woman's obsession with lipstick is never something a man would expect, so she almost cried, looking at the corpse of her lipstick and glaring at Hui Yuxing. "Why are you like this? I've only used my lipstick a few times. It's not good for pregnant women to wear lipstick. Go ahead." Hui Yuxing, whose hands were much faster than his brain, had nothing to say but, "I'll pay you back." As soon as he heard that someone had bought himself a new, Gu Xiaoxiao finally let go of the son, but still had a stern face and got into the car with him. However, the traveling bag was carried by him, and even the seatbelt was fastened by someone else after getting into the car. The situation was slightly bizarre, but luckily the car was finally moving. Chapter 31, Unwelcome. She was growing apprehensive, but you can't expect the man next to you to comfort you. Looked like people are quite happy. The music in the car are high to the sky that day. I didn't realize that he usually looked quite calm but actually liked to listen to these. But she felt that it was noisy, so she frowned and opened the window to turn her face away to breathe. Hui Yuxing finally felt something was wrong and shut the song off. "What's wrong? Is it hard? Aha! Then I'll slow down." Pregnant women always need to be taken care of more. According to the signs he found on the internet, some of them are carsick and will vomit. That's strange. Why isn't she throwing up today? Hui Yuxing wanted to slap himself when he thought about it. Is it fun to always vomit? It's good not to vomit. It's just that it's a long way too far. Gu Xiaoxiao was fast asleep and said, "This is going out of the city, right? Why is it so far away? How do you usually come to work?" I, in fact, live in the company. Hui Yuxing hasn't been back to the old mansion for a while either. And it's actually not that it's that luxurious there, it's a decades-old house after all. It's just that the location is very remote, and the surrounding mountains are all owned by their family. As for the real place of residence or not too far from the city, there is really special luxury. Usually Grandpa Shi Jing do not live there. The city is his parents' house. Of course, he usually will go back, only adult has been living in the team. After retirement to the company has been living in the company, there is no need to commute so far. Waiting for the mountain scenery is not bad. Gu Xiaoxiao, as a city child, rarely see these, cannot help but probe the head to see. The mood is also unexpectedly good up. Hui Yubing coaxed her. There's a nice view up ahead. I'll take you to see it? No, we're all late. Just in time for lunch. He was a member of Hua's family, naturally didn't think that much, but still respected the fact that Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't taken her there, thinking that it would be the same to take her there by then if she had to stay for 2 days anyway. After all, the old man wasn't easy to serve yet, and he hoped it wouldn't be hard for her when the time came, or he'd take someone with him. At this point, the two of them don't know that ideas basically go in a straight line. Then Hua's house arrived, a small single 2-story building that looked a bit old and seemed to be quite well maintained. Then the area was also large, with a garden in front and landscaping. Just look at this building, feel that their family is rich, and then Hui Yuxing also finally explained, my grandfather used to do textile factories, and then did a little big by my father took over, he began to do the clothing business and later intervened in the oil business, got a group. Then he married my mom, who was in the hotel chain business. This house is where my grandpa and my grandma lived back then, and the land in the mountains over here is also his, because of the old memories, so it hasn't been unsold to developers either. Male Match Pro, is it really okay for you to explain your identity in such a calm manner? The way he said it was so simple, completely avoiding the important information about the top of the rich and powerful list in a city. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this person probably grew up living in this environment, so simply do not care about these false names, so it will be a rich second generation living into a variety of casual appearance. But he was also a president himself, which really made it hard to understand him as a contradiction. The car was driven in, and after arriving at the location, he parked the car casually, then drove for Gu Xiaoxiao and took the gifts and walked inside. He also said, the ground here is old, so be careful not to fall. Aha! She is not a child anymore, and again, which is old, it is simply unimaginable for people to imagine the life of the pavilion courtyard. In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao likes this courtyard. Quite a, how to say it, rural atmosphere. She did not wear to the time when her grandmother's house is the countryside, when she was a child often go, very like to go there to play. Because the memory is all pleasant things, so she did not feel that there is such a big yard but make so rural words what is not suitable. Rather, she felt that it suited her taste and looked around. Doesn't it feel nostalgic? My grandmother's family was born in the countryside and was never too accustomed to city life. So my grandfather built this house for her. Yes, that hardened old man who actually did this kind of thing for his wife? It's really unimaginable. A man who loves his wife so much should not be a bad person. Only the temper is probably a little hard, and the man in front of me. At this moment, the door opened and 2 people walked out, 2 young girls who also looked very compatible. However, when they looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, they somehow revealed a look of contempt at the same time, although it was only for a moment, but Gu Xiaoxiao still felt it. At the same time, she also knew who the girl walking with Yu Min was, Aunt Hui Yuxing's daughter, the second female match of the novel, Fu Lingyun. This one was a true lady of the house, proud as hell. She would later fall in love with Situ Lufeng and variously snatch it from the female lead. And in the end, she didn't snatch it and was drugged by Situ Lufeng to let his subordinates get it on. Originally this is nothing anyway, she was a woman who likes to play, is not a virgin. However, she thought that the one she was playing with was Situ Lufeng, and when she had a child, she went to the door on the day of the engagement between the hero and the heroine, saying that the child was Situ Lufeng's. Then her subordinate showed up and said that the man who sent her to the room was him, and that she knew that the young lady was a virgin. Then Situ Lufeng's subordinate appeared and said that the man who sent her to her room that day was him, and also knew what kind of birthmark the young lady had on her inner thigh. That place is very secretive, and those who have not had a relationship simply don't know. This big lady was so angry at being publicly dropped in the face that she rushed out and was hit by a car and died. A typical brainless female match. However, in advance, she was still coaxed by the female lead to be quite honest, before meeting Situ Lufeng, but she had been wearing the same pants as Yu Min to deal with the original female lead, who let the other heroine know how to kiss ass and make a big lady quite happy. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she came this time probably to be difficult. She did not enter the door on the retreat. They do not figure what they are afraid of what Hua family. A bad turn of the head on the way out. Big brother, you're back. Is this the star lady? Fu Lingyun ran up looking very lively and said. Hu Yuxing said, what star lady? People have names, called Gu Xiaoxiao, called sister. Hello, Ms. Gu. Fu Lingyun extended her hand, looking downright generous. However, a handful of luxuries simply shook Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Still, she calmly shook her hand and said in a nonchalant manner, hello. That is, she didn't show the same bashful look as the original owner. Nor did she act too detached. Huh, aren't you guys good friends? Why don't you even talk? Fu Lingyun glanced at Yumin and asked strangely. Yumin laughed. This is not. We're just classmates, neighbors, not friends. Gu Xiaoxiao still maintained a straightforward attitude. With these people she was too lazy to play with them. It wasn't that she felt uninterested. It was that she felt too tired and lazy to put on an act. Chapter 32. Payback first. Why are you here? Hu Yuxing opened his mouth and asked. Yes, in the novel, according to the heroine, it was Hu Yuxing who invited her here, but now that I look at it, people's male counterparts wouldn't even do such a thing. So it should have been Master Hua who asked her to come. What does this mean, letting his grandson watch and choose? The hint of good impression that had just risen towards Master Hua was now all gone, and he skimmed the corners of his mouth and silently stood behind Hu Yuxing as a transparent person. But he gave him a fierce blank look, knowing that he wasn't to blame, but still couldn't help but be angry with him. Hu Yuxing only felt the cold hairs at the back all stand up. Intuition is not good. So he turned back with a stern face and pulled Gu Xiaoxiao said, it's hot outside. First into the house to talk about it. People haven't even entered the house yet. So what if they run away again? So Yumin was ignored before she had a chance to reply. She looked hurt and Fu Lingyun was still comforting her on the side. Gu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at the sky. This plastic sisterhood would have to fight to the death for a man sooner or later. She was happy to see this day. Hu Yuxing, who was pulling her along, also felt that this was not a good thing to do today, and just as he walked into the hall where the Chinese style was very obvious, Hu Yuxing's pupils shrank, and he learned that his grandfather seemed to be even more opposed to his marriage than he had imagined, even if the other party was pregnant, because, well, his parents weren't there. Where are my parents? He asked directly. There were some problems with the overseas business. They went to deal with it. Elder Hu smiles when he sees Yumin come in and says, Xiaomin come sit over here by Grandpa, completely ignoring Gu Xiaoxiao. Hu Yuxing, however, didn't care and nodded to a middle-aged woman and man on one side, then introduced Gu Xiaoxiao. Grandpa, you've met. Over here is little aunt and uncle, and behind them is their daughter. Gu Xiaoxia didn't have to call them. It wasn't certain if they were relatives or not. So she nodded and said, hello guys. Hu Yuxing didn't think she was being rude, pulling out a chair and saying, you sit first, Aunt Chen. Give Xiaoxiao a cup of cool white boiled water. Don't add anything. The meaning is clear, letting Grandpa notice that this aspect is a pregnant woman. Gu Xiaoxia took the water and took a small sip, looking at how the following was going to proceed. That little aunt was good at talking and said with a smile, yo, this girl is really good looking. Xiaomin, you're about to be compared to her. I heard that you guys know each other. Yumin immediately said, yes, Xiaoxia and I are friends since we were little, then slightly bottomed her head looking a little disappointed. Oh, no wonder I can get to know you, Xing. The little aunt seemed to be going to say more, but Hu Yuxing said, today I brought her here to meet you all, and at the same time I want to let you know that Xiaoxia and I are already boyfriend and girlfriend, and want to do so in the near future. Don't say anything first. I want to ask Ms. Gu. I remember when you were in the hospital you promised me to break up with him and never see him again. I heard that you've been in frequent contact lately. You look like this. I'm very skeptical of whether your character can stand up to my Hua family's daughter-in-law. This marrying his grandson's daughter-in-law is a lifelong matter. So Elder Hua feels that he should let his grandson understand which one of this girl and Yumin is actually worth marrying. Snap. Gu Xiaoxiao took out a card from her pocket and snapped it on the desktop with one hand, then moved her hand away and said, return your money, and also, I'm not pestering your grandson. They don't give her a good face is not it, she is still forced it when she is good bully Come on, run at her stomach. Master Hu's face turned blue as he pointed at the card and said, you think that settles it? That's fine. I'll proceed to follow the contract. After saying that the card was taken back again, she stood up and left. Her temperament was not normal. Little white flower she can pretend, but not in this situation. The original owner is pretending to be a little white flower. Everything is smooth. Bush came in, in exchange for nothing more than they intensified. Sometimes people have to love themselves in order to be loved. Hui Yuxing pulled her back and continued to press the person into the chair saying, "Master, call Grandpa. I'm done with this marriage." You confused. Xiao Min is such a good girl, you can't negatively affect her. Previously, he hadn't been able to tell that this child, Xiao Min, liked her grandson, but after this visit he realized that she seemed to have a good impression of him. Although the little girl surnamed Gu has a child, they can still afford to raise their Hua family by giving birth to the child. Negative? Gramps, looks like you're really getting old. How long has it been since you've been out and about? Don't you know that she already has a boyfriend? Hui Yuxing stares at Yu Min and says, "Or do you want me to tell you what happened that day?" But did not think not to talk about this matter, okay? A talk about this matter Hua old man's cane actually hit over, and then Yu Min even covered his face and cried bitterly, saying, Grandpa, Elder Hua's cane didn't end up hitting Hui Yuxing's head, as his grandson wasn't a vegetarian either. He could only say to Yu Min, "Go to the house and rest for a while. I'll talk to this kid alone." Yu Min nodded and cried as she went upstairs, while Elder Hua said to Hui Yuxing, "You come with me." Hui Yuxing gave Gu Xiaoxiao a comforting glance and said, "Wait for me to come back." Gu Xiaoxia nodded her head, eating the fruits served by their maid and drinking water as she waited. She wanted to see what kind of monkey show Yu Min was putting on. As soon as they left, Fu Lingyun came over and swept Gu Xiaoxiao up and down, then said, "Being a star is different. I can't even tell with this makeup." Gu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and didn't explain that she wasn't wearing any makeup at all today because her cousin wouldn't let her. Then I heard her say, "What's wrong with Yu Min? She is a long time ago engaged to be married to the main room. You this junior still dare to enter the room, quite powerful. Gu Xiaoxia said calmly, "Are they married?" Fu Lingyun said, "They were married long ago. So are they engaged?" Going lower, are they boyfriend and girlfriend, and how long have they been together? Of course, it's a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Fu Lingyun had actually only gotten to know Yu Min today, but Grandpa liked her, so she naturally had to act closer to him. Gu Xiaoxiao let out an "oh," then picked at her chest hair and laughed. "Looks like you've misunderstood something. As early as a month or so ago, Yu Min was actively encouraging me to chase after Hui Yuxing. The whole of T University pretty much knows about it. You guys can go and ask around. If they're boyfriend and girlfriend, why do they still want me to chase after my own boyfriend? Stupid or crazy? Or is it an ulterior motive?" "What? She asked you to chase after my cousin?" Yu Min hadn't mentioned this. If that was the case, then what was the deal with that ambiguous attitude of hers? "I see that child Yu Min is quite kind. Is it because you like Yu Xing too much that you let him go to you?" Little Auntie chuckled on the side. A dignified mess. Chapter 33. Is the child yours? Gu Xiaoxiao said. "Who knows? I don't know what kind of engagement they had before, and she didn't mention it. Besides, if I were to know about this, I wouldn't rob her fiancé if I were such a kind person, right?" The corner of Fu Lingyun's mouth turned away. She had never seen such a shameless woman, and praised herself for being kind. Even her own friend was disliked and ran away crying. She didn't even bother to comfort her. A true heart of stone. But now the situation is not clear. She cannot be too offended by her cousin's woman. In case they are married, can be cousin's wife. They pay family still have to rely on the Hua family to survive it. Gu Xiaoxiao, however, looked calmly at the fruit in front of her, then thought that this Fu family could really pretend. They knew that the Hua family had been out of power for a while, so they just abandoned the tree and defected to the main man, and then they broke up with the main man over his daughter's affairs and ended up in bankruptcy. Originally, they even came back to beg the Hua family, but they didn't get any help. Just the kind of people who saw the wind in their sails. She felt sick to her stomach watching them act. On the other hand, Elder Hu took his cane and pointed to the ground, painfully saying, "Why did you just say those words that irritated Minnie? That child was forced to J.A. Do you know how difficult it was for her mentally? I heard that you were there at that time, but you didn't save her. Xiao Min didn't resent you already good. You will say less harsh words in the future." Hui Yuxing was stunned, and originally thought that Yu Min probably wasn't that bad, and that everything was just him thinking too much. But now, once he heard about this development, he felt that this girl was quite resourceful, and had even told her grandfather about this earlier. It's not easy for a girl to talk about this, and the most important thing is that she's using it to gain Grandpa's sympathy. "I didn't really see how reluctant she was. That was drugged. And I suspect the incident had nothing to do with the woman you were with?" Hui Yuxing punched the table next to him, fragmenting the good table. He reddened his eyes and said, Then why don't you say that this was done by Yu Min? My woman would never do such a thing. Besides, I guarded from morning to night. I haven't seen her act any differently. On the contrary, Yu Min, you kept watch from morning to night? Then why didn't you save Xiao Min? Did you put all your thoughts on that woman ignoring Xiao Min, who is your fiancé? Elder Hua almost dies of anger and calls out to Hua Yuxing with a cane. Hua Yuxing stood as if he were standing at attention and didn't even move, saying, she was also hit that day. You guys, you're not going to. Again. She's strong and has been in the car blowing the air conditioning. Gramps, she's my son's mother now, and you're making it hard for me. Elder Hua said, what's so hard to do? Just tell her to give birth to the baby and get lost. Xiao Min won't care as long as I care. I'm afraid that the woman who is not the same as the table will raise my son to death. Besides, I just want to marry Gu Xiaoxiao. Other women I don't even bother to look at. You know that his grandson is as stubborn as he is, so he said, okay, I'll give you a day to think about it, and take a good look at whether Xiao Min is good or that playwright. Your Minnie is also a playwright, not much stronger. Hua Yuxing went straight to the front hall after saying that. He was a bit uneasy about his little woman staying there alone. As a result, as soon as he came in, he realized that she was still sitting there obediently, but Fu Lingyun reached out and seemed to want to hit her, her arms raised. He immediately scurried forward and looked too late and said, Fu Lingyun, if you dare to touch her, I'll crush you to death. After saying that, he slapped up the chair next to him and threw it out. Ah! The young aunt next to her was startled. Luckily, the chair didn't hit her daughter but fell on the table next to her. Fu Lingyun was instantly stunned, and when she saw Elder Hua come out, she immediately cried out with a wow and jumped straight over to him, saying, Grandpa, I'm scared to death. My cousin even tried to kill me for an outsider. Hua Yuxing, however, walked up to Gu Xiaoxiao to protect her and said coldly, get the hell out of here. She's also something you can touch. Don't give me that crybaby. Annoying. Although Gu Xiaoxiao felt that Hua Yuxing's temper at this time was just too bad. But why was it so cute? She stood up and reached out to pull on the corner of his coat, pretending to be aggrieved. World War, right? She's waiting to see what's going on. Master Hua, however, asked, what's going on? Fu Lingyun pointed at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, I then asked her how she seduced her cousin, and then she even said that it was Minnie who helped her. Gu Xiaoxiao was also behind Hua Yuxing and said in a resigned voice, I didn't say anything wrong. Do you think so? Hua Yuxing's heart was in turmoil by the small hand pulling at the corner of his coat, and he immediately said, right. Fu Lingyun choked and said, I just said a few words for Minnie, saying that she wasn't afraid of losing her life by stealing her best friend's man. Are you? Gu Xiaoxiao pulled on the corner of Hua Yuxing's coat and asked with teary eyes. Hua Yuxing's entire body was like an electric shock as he said, no. Fu Lingyun gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa. Guess what she said? She said that it was my cousin's own pleasure and had to bring her back to meet the parents. She didn't rush over. She's clearly looking down on our Hua family. Grandpa, you should quickly kick her out. Gu Xiaoxiao continued to be the demon consort, pulling Hua Yuxing and lifting his little head. Did I say anything wrong? Hua Yuxing didn't hold back and reached out his large hand to rub her head, then said, you're not wrong. The words were overflowing with pampering. Elder Hua felt that the woman across the table was really too high class, having already cleaned up his grandson's obedience. As for this granddaughter, well, he calmly said, it's better for you not to take a strong lead in the Hua family's affairs. After all, your last name is Fu. Dad. The little aunt immediately stood up. She knew that her father was still holding a grudge over what happened back then. She just didn't expect him to turn towards an outsider. All right, you guys don't have nothing to do. Let's have dinner. Lingyun, go get Xiaomin down for dinner. Okay. Fu Lingyun didn't know why her grandfather would help Gu Xiaoxiao speak, but she saw her cousin's face and knew she was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Since she couldn't afford to offend him, she should let Yu Min do it. But she was not the right person for the job, so it was good to see them fight. I thought this would be the end of the matter, but it didn't occur to me that Gu Xiaoxiao was still whispering next to Hua Yuxing. They also asked me if what I said on the internet was the truth, if I was having a baby, and said if that baby was yours? Hua Yuxing's face turned dark as he looked over at his little aunt, seeing her give an awkward smile then ask, and then what? Then I am very sure that the child is yours. That cousin of yours then said that you cannot need to be born to test the DNA. Let me go to the test. Do not put gold on your face by the time it is not. You think this child is not yours? Gu Xiaoxiao said when the tears fell. Not acting is really aggrieved. Chapter 34 The Nursery. The child is mine. I hope you won't talk nonsense. Although Hu Yuxing didn't do anything, the storm in his eyes was enough to scare anyone. Elder Hua also glared at his own daughter and said, "Eat. Don't say anything." It didn't take long for Fu Lingyun to come back and feel that the atmosphere wasn't right, especially when her own cousin was looking at her as if she was hiding knives in her eyes. She had wanted to provoke the two women into another fight, but ended up being stared at in such a way that she didn't even remember what she had eaten. The most important thing is to eat halfway. The repression of her almost cannot stand when Yumin suddenly said, "By the way, Xiaoxia song director let you go over in the past 2 days to make up the rest of the footage. After all, the crew is going to start publicity. Why should director Song let you say it? It's not like he doesn't have my phone number. Isn't this strange? It's not like she had told anyone else that Yumin was her best friend. Besides, she shouldn't be the one to tell herself about such an urgent matter. It can't be that she's trying to come up with some kind of demonic scheme again, still letting people eat? I'm not your friend. I've already said countless times that we're no longer friends, and I regret being friends with someone like you." Gu Xiaoxiao regrets a bit after she finishes speaking, because the heroine is clearly acting for someone else to see. And if she's not wrong, it should be for Elder Hua. I didn't expect Master Hua really opened his mouth and said, "You young people have to get along well, not for a little thing to cut off or something. Since they are good friends, they should cherish them, and don't do anything capricious day after day." Snap! Gu Xiaoxiao placed her chopsticks on the table, and her voice was quite loud. The Hua family were stunned, not expecting this little girl to be bold, daring to choke with the old man, having thought that there was no one else in the world but Hu Yuxing. Even Hu Yuxing was startled. His little woman was so bold. He had thought she was timid, which Noah looked to see her face pale. Sweat on the forehead are dripping down. Cannot help but care to ask, You are all right? The situation is not too good. Just thought of here, heard Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Your home bathroom in which? Right, around the corner. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the person cover her mouth and run wildly out the door, and a group of people looked at her background in disbelief. Hua old man felt that he went too far. Why not say these at dinner time? Look at this person has vomited into this. After all, it is a pregnant woman. All things she is the biggest guilty of this thing to say her well. But Yumin does not think so. Now she already know that the Hua family is not just a few properties. There must be other business, and large enough to extend to foreign countries. Although that Situ Lufeng really good, but that person's temperament is difficult to control. They have no mother's family, certainly need a strong backing is good. This Hua family is also considered a good choice. Even if they don't marry in themselves, they still have to make them work for them. But this Gu Xiaoxiao is a mixing stone. Must break them up, and then Master Hua himself will be victorious. Just use this. Gu Xiaoxiao has been refusing to admit that they are friends mentality. Let Hua old man witnessed her capriciousness. The result, in the twinkling of an eye, she pretends to be what vomit, but also really able to pretend in front of the people to win sympathy. Next time must let her look good. Immediately afterward, he saw Hu Yuxing follow him over, looking anxious. Before, her senses were very sharp, feeling that this fiancé was at least not nasty to herself, should say there was a little bit of liking. Otherwise, with his kind of hard-on character, would not take the initiative to approach, and he never refused when he asked him out himself. But now it was completely different. He could completely ignore himself and even had cold eyes. Was it because of Gu Xiaoxiao? This woman was really much harder to deal with than expected. At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao walked out from inside, and her entire body seemed to have been weakened for a moment, unable to stand at all and collapsing directly into Hu Yuxing's arms. Hu Yuxing didn't bother eating, so he picked her up and went upstairs. Actually, Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't that weak. She just didn't want those eating to eat well. They couldn't eat well once Hu Yuxing left anyway, so they were just anxious to find out what was going on. This isn't a marriage, so you can't just say anything about her pregnancy in front of Yumin, an outsider, right? On the contrary, the male counterpart was quite pathetic, frowning tightly with a brow that could pinch a fly, and disliking the other party even when someone called. But he came back with a very gentle behavior, saying, "Is it better? Who?" She didn't really want to know about him. She just didn't have anything to say. It didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing would honestly say, "My company's assistant can't do a thing right," when his life is at stake here, and he's still bothering him about that little. Hu Yuxing almost didn't dismiss him. "I'm fine, if you're busy, just go." Pretending to know what's going on. Who wouldn't? Anyway, in the Hua family, as long as she holds the male match, no one dares to do anything to her. It's just that this is very tiring. She'd rather lie here and rest. Suddenly seeing a small door next to this room, It looks like the method of decoration is quite special. Hui Yuxing said, "No need. I've taken these days off." Seeing where her eyes were going, she couldn't help but look more softly and said, "Do you want to know what that room is for?" The Hua family's room is really quite large, but she feels that this is definitely not a guest room. Because the room is left with a bathroom, it's just weird that there's an extra door. She expressed her curiosity with a look, then Hui Yuxing opened the door. From a distance, she saw a rocking car. It won't be what she thinks it is. Slowly sitting up and taking 2 steps toward that house. Hui Yuxing had already come over to support her and said, "Slowly. There's no rush." When she walked over to take a look, her whole body was stunned and said, "This is the children's room, right?" No, properly speaking, it was a baby's room. Because it was all stuff for babies, what with all the hanging toys, the cradle, and the soft music that played every now and then. At a glance, this room decoration at least 100,000 hit the bottom. Because the material is very good, otherwise obviously newly decorated, but there is no smell at all. All around there is a wall enclosure with impact protection. It looks very high grade. This was for her child? For some reason, she had a small thrill in her heart. Grandpa prepared them. Don't look at him like that, but he's especially anxious to have a grandchild. However, I bought these things. How is it? Hui Yuxing asks his little woman with some trepidation, afraid that she might be dissatisfied with something. This child must be very happy in your family. She thinks it's good to have it. At least Hui Yuxing will have a son in the future. Even if their Hua family doesn't accept him, he's really qualified as a father. Chapter 35. You're a good father. As for that elder, Hua is really twisted and speechless, but his behavior says it all, only liking the child and not the child's mother. Therefore, the child will not be hers even after it is born. It's our house. I know that people in your family don't like me. In that case, I won't force anything. Let's get married, and then when we have the baby, we'll get divorced. This way he won't be considered a bastard, and I've done what I'm supposed to do. You're a good father, surely you'll treat him well. Even Elder Hua wouldn't hate that child because of her as a mother. This point their Hua family's 3 views are still very positive. What are you babbling about? Don't worry. I won't let this happen. Hui Yuxing looks at Gu Xiaoxiao. This little girl is speaking to herself this seriously for the first time, and somehow he knows that what she's saying are words of sincerity. It turns out that the smartest one is still her. She knows what kind of situation she is in and what she has to do. But inexplicably, this kind of her makes Hui Yuxing's heart ache. He reached up and touched her face with his big hand, then slowly moved closer. I'm going to rest. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately understood what he meant and directly pushed the person away and ran to the bed to lie down. Hui Yuxing answered and said, I'll go have them make you some soup. Women need the nourishment of soup, and this cannot be skipped. Shortly after coming out and seeing Yumin, she pulled Hui Yuxing and said nervously, Just now, Xiaoxiao, she vomited so much. Could it be? There. What's it to you? Hui Yuxing dodged and continued to walk forward, but Yumin followed behind him and whispered, I'm just concerned about her. You probably don't know that we grew up together. Xiaoxiao has been very innocent since she was a child. I'm afraid that this matter will be too much pressure on her. No, you're better off worrying about yourself. Gu Xiaoxiao's matter, please stay out of it. Also, don't always talk about her in front of Grandpa. I want you to understand one thing. No matter how confused the old man is, he's still my real grandfather, and I'm the only heir to the Hua family. Also, tell that boyfriend of yours to make fewer moves and be careful that he'll never be able to climb up. This was probably the longest sentence Hui Yuxing had ever spoken to her. And Yumin had gained an extra layer of knowledge about this man. Originally, she had thought that he was just a retired athlete with muscles but no brain. But today's words suddenly made her realize what it means to know a man's face and not his heart. He seemed to know that Gu Xiaoxiao's matter was Situ Liufeng's behind. Therefore, there is a reason why the situation on Situ Liufeng's side has suddenly tightened recently, and that is that this man's strength is only stronger than Situ Lufeng. He's not my boyfriend, and I didn't really want to mention the guy. Is that so? But I see that man can always appear in front of you, and you have someone guarding you in the dark outside here. He cares about you a lot. Hui Yuxing points outside and then goes off to talk to the old man even if he's not bothered. As for Yumin, she also subconsciously looked out the window. The long courtyard went out to the mountain road, and didn't see any people. But she knew that Hui Yuxing's words were true. Situ Lufeng had always had people spying on him in the dark. That's what she hated about that man so much. Even if she liked it, she couldn't always have someone guard her, as if she could cuckold him at any moment. Besides, since you don't want to marry her, don't always delay her from finding her own happiness. She is not going to give others as a junior, then I am afraid that there will never be a day to come out to just do the main room. I don't know how Hu Yuxing got angry with the old man, but in any case, the meal was much more harmonious in the evening. At least the little aunt's family had gone back, and Yu Min wasn't there, so it was less awkward to eat with just the three of them. Perhaps because there were no one to pick on, plus the fact that his grandson was really devoted to Gu Xiaoxiao, Elder Hua was a bit shaken up. Then Hu Yuxing even put in a good word in the middle, saying, Xiao is very satisfied with the nursery, and the baby can be raised here in the future. After all, the air here is good. Don't you think so, Xiaoxia? Yeah. She hadn't eaten for lunch and had only had some soup, and she was long hungry now, so she ate fiercely. Master Hua has a quirk, which is that when he was young and hungry and scared, he especially liked the act of eating fragrantly and then not spoiling the meal. Instead, Gu Xiaoxiao's wolfing down his food somewhat pleases him. In addition, people are pregnant, this time is not good to say anything. If you want to say, also have to grandson to say, he was a grandfather, only look forward to the birth of a heavy grandson can be. It's just that, in his heart, he doesn't want them to get together, because Mandy is his ideal granddaughter-in-law. After eating, I saw two people walking side by side to cool off underneath a flower stand, and my grandson was holding her up, and then he took the initiative to look for a topic of conversation, which was really kind of irritating. You should know that Hu Yuxing has never taken the initiative to find a topic of conversation since he was a child, and that he is a super boring gourd who refuses to talk. Usually, it's a struggle for him, the grandfather, to talk to him for a few moments. But how could it look so awkward that such a man would be the one of the two who initiated the conversation? Didn't you say that this woman is stalking her grandson, and that she's not forgetting her old love? But why does it look like the grandson's side is more aggressive? Is it like what Sun Tzu said, that he couldn't get over it so he went to pester her? Moreover, it wasn't her who set her up that time, but Sun Tzu who got trapped and forced himself on her? It's true that the Hua family is at a disadvantage. Giving $500,000 seems to be too little. Why don't we talk about giving more and buy the kid too? Hua old man pondered for a moment. Before may be possible, but now look at the grandson's appearance seems somewhat unlikely. If you really do this kind of thing, then I'm afraid it's just like beating the lovebirds. Gu Xiaoxiao was the one who saw the beautiful scenery Hu Yuxing spoke of the next morning, and it really was a rare sight. She couldn't help but suck in a bit of air before saying, "Send me to the set afterward. There are still 2 scenes left to shoot." There was a beginning and an end to things, and her scenes were already pitifully small. "Your body is a little worried, don't move and throw up is good. I feel fine today." At least she was energized. In fact, she'd always felt like it was kind of mystical that she could be pregnant, like she was still in a dream and hadn't woken up. "All right then." Hu Yuxing agrees, and the two of them go back to change their clothes and head to the set. Master Hu kind of disagreed and said, "Since you've got one, you should stay home and raise the fetus? Our Hu family still can't afford to support you? She's also responsible, after all. She took this job and has to finish it." Hu Yuxing said he took Gu Xiaoxiao away. He can see that his little woman does not look surface care but actually quite petty in the heart. Otherwise, how when their grandfather is able to not speak to be able to ignore, she is clearly still angry. Chapter 36 Bodyguard. Just this little look is still sulking. Can really tolerate her. But it's cute, isn't it? Elder Hu waved his hand and let them go. He also didn't say if he agreed to their marriage or not, because the topic hadn't been officially brought up yet. Gu Xiaoxiao is a little worried but still manages not to collapse her mind. Anyway, she's not the original owner doing what she has to do to marry into the Hua family. Only the thought that the original owner's parents would know, she thought according to her memories, probably she was going to get the beat out of her. Hu Yuxing saw that the old man didn't object and personally sent Gu Xiaoxiao to the filming site, which was considered a location, and was filmed directly in the Sea of Flowers. The director didn't feel that Gu Xiaoxiao was late, but remembered Hu Yuxing's instructions not to reveal his identity and acted as if he hadn't seen it. So he ignored Hu Yuxing. How could Gu Xiaoxiao not see this situation? She was a bit depressed, thinking that the director hadn't informed her that she was coming over to shoot the movie, probably because he had informed Hu Yuxing, and then the two of them had contacted each other privately. The director didn't show much abnormality in his appearance, and then arranged it very well, which is not proof that he knew he would come. And Hu Yuxing acted extremely low-key, standing on one side of the tree far away from the crowd to smoke, but had no intention of leaving, that is, phone call after phone call to see that he was very busy. But the first male supporting actor was the first male supporting actor. Even standing there he was super eye-catching. There were a few girls in the crew who were secretly looking and then even taking pictures of them in a flamboyant manner. They were even guessing his identity and finally muttered in whispers, So stylish, probably a bodyguard, right? A female third can afford a bodyguard? Is not the company to hire Not recently, the online speculation is very strong. Someone wants to be unfavorable to her. That's quite possible, so handsome. Kirikou said more and more loudly, standing behind the Gu Xiaoxiao, but all heard She could not help but rolled her eyes to the sky, felt that the eyes of these girls have a problem. Actually will be the president of the hall of others into a bodyguard later to regret. Glancing back at the man, the long is really handsome, and it is completely different from some of the so-called fresh meat. Skin is not too white, the legendary gudong color. The whole body is full of strength, to that station is really quite like a bodyguard. Before she wore the book, such a man did not even dare to think about, now not only appeared but also pregnant with his child. At least the genetic direction is very stable, there will be no problem. When she was thinking nonsense, she found that the male match was also looking at her, and the eyes were straight, and she was a little flustered in her heart. Busy twisted her head and did her own thing, and that bodyguard still stood in place obsessed. His own family's woman is really good looking. Changing into the ancient costume is simply a fairy, especially standing in this kind of flower sea place. He usually didn't like to take pictures, but now he couldn't help but secretly, all around, take pictures of her, and then realized that it was really too beautiful, each one could be used as wallpaper. He's also a pretty straightforward guy and picked one for his cell phone screensaver. Waiting for the office and then using these images on his private computer as well was really beautiful and mesmerizing. Especially when she looked back at herself, that confused and well-behaved look, it was simply more lethal than a smile back. It's a really nice situation to look at your phone screen and giggle while watching a real-life version trying to act there. Suddenly all the men over there surrounded their women. What happened? He put his cell phone into his pocket and took a few steps over, only to hear them congratulating. It turned out that the little woman had wrapped up today with 2 scenes over and over, which really saved the director a lot of energy and time. He was praising Gu Xiaoxiao's acting skills, saying, "Although you're a newcomer, but you did pretty well. I hope you'll study more in the future and then have the chance to work together again." Okay. Thanks all the time to the director and everyone for their help. In fact, the people in this crew were good. There wasn't much hooking up, only the days when the heroine came the atmosphere was a bit different, but now it seemed to have returned to its original form. It's true that a female lead can bring problems wherever she goes. Everyone discusses celebrating her, but Hui Yuxing disagrees and directly says, she needs to go back and rest now, so everyone make way. After saying this, he directly pulled people away. Gu Xiaoxiao was still in her ancient costume, so she couldn't help but say, "Wait, I need to remove my makeup first." Is really troublesome. He brought the person to the makeup car. Not long after the vegetarian Gu Xiaoxiao came out, she whispered, "I think it, after all, shooting for so long, should not be," and the crew to say goodbye. There's no need. What's the point of having a large group of people together when she's pregnant and doesn't know how to be careful? How did they know that when they left like that? By the afternoon, rumors were circulating that the actress was married to the male bodyguard or something like that. Of course, they didn't know until they got back. Hui Yuxing is going to show his cards to the old man this time. Since the movie is finished, the marriage has to be finalized right away, right? Of course, since he doesn't agree with it, the marriage should be done. At least the marriage license should be obtained first. I realized that once I entered the Hua home, I found that my little aunt's family had come back and then were talking to the old master about something. When Master Hua saw them come back, his face was still as heavy as water as it had been in the past. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that nothing good could come out of this, because Yu Min was among these people. This heroine couldn't see anyone else as good in the novel, and she would definitely do something this time, but she couldn't say anything in advance if they hadn't made a move. Hui Yuxing also frowned. He had clearly kicked these people out yesterday, so why were they here again today? And the atmosphere is extremely strange, so what exactly are they here for? Just after exchanging a few pleasantries and sitting down, all of a sudden I heard someone outside pressing the doorbell of the front door, and then a maid who answered the doorman's phone came over and said, "Master, there's a doctor named Chan outside who wants to see you." "At last, let him in," the little aunt said pleasantly. Gu Xiaoxia looked at them. What was the reason for this call for a doctor? Hui Yuxing glanced at Elder Hua, and he said in a big way, "I called this doctor. Didn't you say that you've always been afraid to let her be examined in the hospital? This Dr. Chun is a famous obstetrician and gynecologist. I asked him to come over and give Miss Gu a checkup, and he has the most advanced instruments with him." Oh, Gu Xiaoxiao nodded, which was encouraged by these people not to believe that she was pregnant. In fact, she couldn't believe it herself, so it was good to find a doctor to make sure. "What do you mean by that, old man?" "It doesn't mean anything. What's wrong with checking up on her? Isn't that more conducive to physical well-being? Master Hua just finished speaking and that Dr. Chun walked in. Chapter 37 Blowing Up the Woo. Dr. Chun was a middle-aged man, but dressed in white with two assistants carrying the so-called instruments. He looked like a professional. He came in and asked, "I wonder if we can start?" Rather, he was a competent type, and he hadn't seen any panic. One must know that there are really too few people who can remain so calm in front of Hui Yuxing and Elder Hua. Which is? He spun around, and then Gu Xiaoxiao stood up without hiding. But Hui Yuxing protects her to death and says, "You don't trust me?" He didn't say that he didn't trust Gu Xiaoxiao but instead lifted himself up, making people think that he was very responsible. At least that's what Gu Xiaoxiao thought, and she actually quite liked men with commitment. Elder Hu shook his head down and said, "No. I said I was just asking her to do a more detailed examination." Hui Yuxing looked around the room before saying, "Whoever came up with this idea, and whatever the outcome, I, Hui Yuxing, believe that you should be well aware of my methods." The little ant couldn't help but shiver, but she immediately said remotely, "This has nothing to do with us. Everything was father's own idea." "Okay. Get out of the way, it's just a blood draw." Normally in the hospital pregnancy test is a blood test, which can be much more accurate than a pregnancy test strip, so she took the initiative to hand over her arm. That doctor is very professional style began to give her blood. Her skin is very white, blood vessels are also good to find, not a moment to draw blood. Then Dr. Chun used various instruments to operate. Then there are people who will take out the sample also do not know where to go. Everyone is waiting there, the air seems to condense. This time the female lead didn't take the initiative to come over. She sat beside Master Hua, saying a few words to him from time to time, sometimes pouring him a glass of water, in a filial manner like her own granddaughter. As for Hui Yuxing, he sat beside Gu Xiaoxiao in a rather calm manner, as if he would be on her side no matter what happened. With a little peace of mind, just then a phone call came through and then a lab form came out of that machine. The man looked at it and said, "This lady, it says you are not pregnant." "What?" Hui Yuxing stood up. He was a bit in disbelief that this was all true. But Gu Xiaoxia is very calm, as if this is the return of the plot of the book as people are very at ease. She wore to this book, the only let a person feel a little bit of gold finger places probably can predict the development of the back. If the plot of the book are repeated major deviations, that she understands and did not understand the plot of the difference between what. Now she was relieved to hear that she wasn't pregnant, but she was a little sad to hear that she wasn't. After these days of preparation she had already thought about being a child's mother. The result suddenly said no more heart inevitably uncomfortable. Reaching out and touching her stomach, although she had not been able to get her period, she did not feel too much when she said there was a child here. Hui Yuxing saw Gu Xiaoxiao's movements, and it was his child that he couldn't just let someone else get rid of. So he reached out and pulled the doctor by the collar, saying, "Are you a doctor or not? Who told you to come here? Say." "Yuxing, you calm down. He is indeed a great doctor. This matter. Cousin, if you don't fully believe it, why don't you try again with the early pregnancy test paper? I've heard people say that sometimes it happens some days before the great aunt comes." Cousin said on the side as if she was quite calm. Hui Yuxing glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao as she stood up and said, "Yes. Then why don't I go with you?" Yu Min said, "No, there's no need. If there is or there isn't, I'm not going to fake it." It was easier for her to not have it than to have it anyway. Hui Yuxing, on the other hand, suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "No matter what the outcome is, I'm not a deadbeat." Gu Xiaoxiao shook off his hand, then walked in with the early morning pregnancy test paper given by that Dr. Chun, only to try and find that there was only one bar. She wanted to cry, but after enduring it, she took the pregnancy test paper and came out. I didn't expect to see Hui Yuxing standing there when I opened the door. He glanced at the small white bar and saw that there was only a red line on it. So he opened his mouth and didn't know what he should say. In fact, he was really looking forward to the baby, and it was hard to get used to the sudden disappearance. "I want to go upstairs." Gu Xiaoxiao is a bit lacking in courage to stand out, but has already handed that pregnancy test slip to Hui Yuxing, meaning for him to explain it to the crowd. Hui Yuxing can't believe it a bit, but accepts the fact that Grandpa can't possibly find a doctor to talk his child out of existence. After all, it's the Hua family's child and he's looking forward to it. In a somewhat depressed mood, he walked into the middle of the living room, then shook his head when he saw the old man looking at him. Although that thing was cupped in his hand, those with bright eyes could see it. Cousin Fu Lingyun immediately pointedly said, "Grandpa, that woman must be pretending to be pregnant for the sake of our family's property to try to marry in. You can't." "Shut up," Originally she didn't know about the pregnancy or anything. It was only because I saw her throw up and suspected it that I let her try. And, with or without this child, she was going to marry into the Hua family sooner or later. Hu Yuxing stood there and frowned after he finished speaking. He actually wished for that child to exist. After all, being able to have the opportunity to see his great-grandson at his age was a joyous occasion. But this kind of thing cannot be forced, and the age of the grandson cannot be said to be too old. But it did not occur to me that now the child is gone, they are a basket case. Originally wanted to resent people Gu Xiaoxiao, but the grandson himself said that he had to let people try, the result of trying out 2 lines they misunderstood, which cannot be blamed on the young people. This matter. You have to deal with it calmly. The words have not yet been said. It saw Gu Xiaoxiao carrying a traveling bag down from upstairs. Yumin immediately jumped and trotted over and said, "Xiao Xiao, what are you going to do? This matter, in which there may be any misunderstanding. What can I do to make room for you? You're not his fiancé, so now that I've given you my place, you can marry him. Pedestrian Hor Yu is quite good. I wish you 100 years of happiness. That's it, I'll leave first." Her entire person looked relaxed, pretending, and really slapped the faces of a bunch of people who thought she wanted to marry into his family. Hu Yuxing's face went black, but he didn't know why. He knew this woman would definitely react this way. Having just clearly been in pain, he took a breath and said, "I'll walk you. No need. I just used my cell phone to call DDT. Let's not see each other again." After saying this, he carried his small bag and walked away in a very dashing manner, not even returning his head. Chapter 38. Face punching. Hu Yuxing stood there stiffly, his fists clenched as he suddenly sneered. "As you can see, she doesn't care if she can marry into the Hua family. You guys, when the Hua family is a piece of treasure land, can people treat it as grass? I hope this time it's not someone with a good heart who feels good about themselves." He even scolds his own grandfather within this sentence because they really are thinking too much. Master Hu stood up and said, "Can you speak properly?" "Can't. Why don't you let him talk properly when his daughter-in-law is gone? Why don't you go to heaven?" Anyway, he was depressed, wanted to drink, wanted to go to work, wanted to go after her. However, now that he didn't even have a reason to chase after her, he felt that he didn't have the face to see her. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to ask her to test if she was pregnant, there wouldn't have been this embarrassment. And in the end, even the child that he had been waiting for so long was gone, which was really quite hurtful. Hu Yuxing became famous at a young age and has always been quite famous in the fighting world, winning countless awards. Today, for the first time, to experience what is called blow, but also by his beloved woman directly to her girlfriends, he wanted to be angry and married. But the thought of being at fault is their own subside, but not willing to see these people in the Hua family again, directly out the door to drive away. After they left, that Dr. Chun also left. Yumin was filial and comforted Elder Hua for a while, then utilized to make a phone call on his way to pour water. Shortly afterward, a private drop-top vehicle that was still to travel on the road was knocked off the trail. Although there were no casualties, the people were seriously injured. And that car was the one Gu Xiaoxia had called earlier. Luckily, nothing happened to her, because halfway down the road she suddenly felt like throwing up, so she opened the car door and went down for a walk. She couldn't let the car wait for her, so she paid to let the car go, while she sat in the pavilion on the side of the mountain, completely unaware that the car she had hit earlier had been crashed into the deep ravine below the mountain road. But Hu Yuxing knew, and when he saw the car that had been knocked off the road, his heart twitched for a moment and his eyes instantly turned red. Obviously there was a rescue going down to pull people, but he still jumped down from it in a few steps and then looked at the driver who had already been carried out. He busied himself by running to the back seat to see if there was anyone there. Had it been thrown out? This would be the drop only, as there was that company's logo plastered on the back of the car. Dash! Dash! He looked around and found no one, so he ran up and asked the driver who was being carried up, "Did you get a female passenger? Where is she? Where is she?" She got off. The driver was carried into the ambulance after only a few words, and Hu Yuxing was relieved to hear Gu Xiaoxiao get out of the car. So he didn't drive and directly extended the road back towards the ambulance, only to see a figure slowly walking down the road halfway. Seeing what happened in front of her, she was quite curious, while probing and looking while taking her feet out to loosen them up. It seems to be high heels walking on the mountain road, really some not too comfortable. Hu Yuxing saw that people were fine before his heart was set free, and he took a few steps to run up to Gu Xiaoxiao, who was stunned, and said, "In the future, you're not allowed to sit in other people's cars." Huh! Unknown Gu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. She simply did not know what had happened. Just walked over to see the front is very chaotic, seems to be a car accident, but not yet wait to see which car accident is the person who was hugged. She sensed that Hui Yuxing was afraid and couldn't help but gently push him. Don't you think I'm lying to you? You won't? I asked you to test it. Hui Yuxing thinks that he still has the ability to tell the difference between a man and a woman, but it's hard to say he's weak in this area. Then what if I make you suspicious by pretending to vomit? It shouldn't be. This male counterpart has a high IQ. How could he not have thought of this? So, she thought he had already suspected her, but it didn't occur to her that he hadn't even thought about it, especially since his eyes were so direct. Gu Xiaoxiao was actually stunned for a moment. He really believed in himself. I don't know why I was a bit touched. You won't. Hui Yuxing said, I believe you. You're so stupidly cute. What about us? And continue a relationship? Then we can at least be friends. Gu Xiaoxiao straightened up, then extended her hand with a slight smile. In the past, she wanted to hide, but now she wanted to be a friend with her male counterpart. And as for how it would be in the future, let it go. Hui Yuxing almost spat blood in anger, but after thinking that a friend is always better than a stranger, he reached for one of his stiff hands and shook hers, saying, I'll send you back. No, I'll just take a cab. Not friends. Gu Xiaoxia had the feeling of having moved a stone and smashed her own foot. Still, she is helped by Hui Yuxing into his car, and then realizes that the car she hit earlier was knocked down a hill, and the driver has run away. It was really dangerous. If I hadn't gotten out of the car halfway through trying to throw up, that would have been the end of it. Basically now it's either sacrifice or hospitalization. So, in the future, you'll take less rides in other people's cars. It's not that serious anymore. It's not like I get into car accidents every day. And I'm not a pregnant woman now. I can protect myself properly. The words invariably dug into the hearts of both men, and both hurt quite a bit. Then your body needs to be checked too. Why don't I accompany you to the hospital? No, I'll take care of myself. Wasn't it just that she wasn't dying to go to the hospital? But she was really sick of it. Then, Gu Xiaoxiao was sent to the house they bought. Now that this house made it awkward, Gu Xiaoxiao walked into the house and said, I'll move out after a while. This house was bought in your name, and it's yours to move out. Why don't you just stay here as my compensation for you? Hui Yuxing, afraid of her refusal, directly turns around and walks away, not giving Gu Xiaoxiao time to say anything at all. Gu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief when she saw that the people had left. She felt that there were really too many things going on lately and it was all a bit overwhelming. Besides, it seemed like she hadn't been able to catch her breath since she came to this world. Why don't we go out for a walk and change our moods? Just in time for school to be out for summer vacation in a few days. With that in mind, she packed up and went to school, saying she wanted to be a student always ended up taking time off for something. But first of all, before going back to school, she went to buy a cell phone. She also used the kind of non-smart without radiation. When she waited until she got to the school, she found Yumin actually waiting for her at the front gate. Then holding her chest, she sneered, How does it feel to not be able to marry into a rich family? That's good. I didn't want to marry in the first place. Yumin, I don't want to get involved with you right now, and you'd better not mess with me, or don't blame me for not being polite. This time Yumin used her weakness of not wanting to be friends with her to almost strike back at her. This woman was genuinely terrifying, not worthy of being the heroine. Chapter 39, The Pursuer. Yumin said, Gu Xiaoxiao would never threaten me. That's because I didn't know that you were playing nice in front of Elder Hua while still making me chase my own fiancée so deviously. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't refuse to say anything about being the original owner in the third person. This kind of thing, as long as she didn't admit it, no one knew. Yumin really frowned, then said, You're overthinking it. I'm really just... To the old man. Well, you don't need to explain anything to me. It's better to save your strength to explain with your man. Finished glancing at the Mercedes-Benz coming car, the male lead is really no use, said to control the female lead results in no control at all. Seeing the corner of Yu Min's mouth, she even deliberately went forward to try to pull Gu Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, the other party seemed to have guessed what she wanted to do as well, and opened her hand in a flash and walked away. After getting rid of the heroine, she settled down for a day of classes, and I don't know if it's because she's grown in fame lately or because T-Family Entertainment had a very successful turnaround that brought her up too. Anyway, a lot of people on campus know her now, and there are still people who say hello to her. Today was even better, with a sunny teenager confessing his love for her. And also quite famous a schoolgrass, he looked a bit nervous and said, Gu Xiaoxiao student. I am Zhang Tao from the third year. Recently I always see you in the library. I don't know if I can add a WX friend with you. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't one to reject people. Plus she hadn't made any friends since arriving in this world, so she readily agreed. which knows that just after adding WX Zhang Tao said, "In the evening, can we go out for a meal together? That is my treat. I'm not going to go if I want to study a bit in the evening. Have fun with your friends." Gu Xiaoxiao's heart jumped and she refused. When did she become so peachy? "There are no other friends, just you and I. I want to chase you. I don't know what you think." Zhang Tao stared at her with a pair of very passionate eyes that seemed to be filled with anticipation. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately nervous, just almost with Hua Yuxing put together a pair, which just separated immediately to find a boyfriend. This kind of no sense of propriety things she still cannot do, so immediately want to refuse. I just waved my hand and suddenly saw Zhang Tao immediately bottom head. "I know I'm a little self-important. You are a star, but I'm nothing. But please give me a chance to be a friend first." "Okay, fine." She didn't know how to say no, so she just nodded her head in agreement. "So, is it okay for friends to go to dinner tonight?" Suddenly felt that this senior's routine is really a step-by-step. If Hua Yuxing had his ability, I'm afraid he would have chased himself into his hands. Unfortunately, he was either furious or hard. Inside the book, he was a big warm man with an indifferent appearance and a very gentle heart. So how did he change completely when he came to her? Well, why think of him? Now that she is no longer in a relationship with him, what's wrong with going to dinner with another boy? So he nodded and said, "Okay then. I'll pick the location and I'll pick you up later." Aha! How normal this was. Gu Xiaoxiao, who had never been chased by a normal person before, actually quite yearned for this kind of life. After class, Gu Xiaoxia walked out of the school gates to find Zhang Tao waiting there, riding a bicycle. She had seen this kind of grounded transportation for the first time since she came here, and was really a bit emotional. In reality, she was also a girl who often rode her bike to and from school, but in the book, she found that luxury cars and such were the norm. As long as the characters appear must drive luxury cars, this senior is quite normal. Sitting in the backseat of his car, it suddenly occurred to her that there is such a plot in the book, that is, although Gu Xiaoxiao has always liked Hua Yuhang to death, but the heroine once said that she also has a senior who has always liked her, but just begged for it. That senior wouldn't be Zhang Tao, would it? Swallowing, she wanted to jump out of the car. "What's wrong? Is it because you're nervous about not having been on a bike?" Zhang Tao turned around and asked with a bit of embarrassment. "No, it's not. I used to ride my bike a lot. And you put pads on it, it's not uncomfortable at all. It's just, we'll just eat whatever we want around here." "All right then. I know a good private restaurant, why don't we go there?" "Okay. It's up to you. Otherwise, I'll avoid them after dinner so I won't get rid of one and get another one." Just didn't expect the world to be so small. They came to the restaurant where she and Hua Yuxing came to sit on the seat where he knocked off the tiles before. Even the waiter looked at her. Eyes are strange, a glance digging Zhang Tao. This is afraid that she brought another former Olympic champion to smash their home. After all, that tile after replacing the up and look a little strange in style some do not match. "What would you two like to order, please?" The waiter was trembling with fear, but he was looking at Gu Xiaoxiao instead of Zhang Tao across the table. Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said, "I'll do anything. How about ordering 2 lady dishes?" Zhang Tao ordered 2 desserts and then 2 light small dishes and said, "Can I call you Xiao Xiao?" "Aha! Why don't you order 2 dishes? I don't know what you like to eat." "All right. Since she's all here, so don't be polite." Gu Xiaoxiao ordered a boiled pork slice. Recently, she had an upset stomach, so she had been avoiding spicy dishes. But today, for some reason, seeing the menu made her want to eat it. "You like spicy food? Ah, so do I. Then let's order some more Szechuan food. They do a good job." This is enough. A college student has to be careful with his money. After all, he hasn't saved up any money yet and relies on his family to help him. Which into the thought that people Zhang Tao very understand what she was thinking in her mind. Scratched his head and said, "I have a part-time job, you don't have to save for me." He also dated 2 girlfriends before, no matter which one had a boyfriend was rightfully raised by him, knowing that he would not be polite with him when he wanted to pursue his own. Like Gu Xiaoxiao, this kind of no for others to consider the girl is really too little, originally also feel that his a poor college student's chasing star is not too self-importance, but look at her such a good actually think that their decision is really do right. When the meal was ordered, Gu Xiaoxiao weighed her words and said, "Senior, in fact, just call me Zhang Tao." "Zhang Tao, I actually don't want to think about personal issues right now. I want to focus on my studies and wait for everything until after graduation." "I know, and I'm not in a hurry, I can take my time." It was a bit of a shame to give up on such a good girl, so it was good to just be like this for now. The first 2 girlfriends really broke his heart. Always wanted to find a good girl to fall in love with later and get married after graduation. She was just right like this. Chapter 40. Someone takes her home. Gu Xiaoxiao did not know what he was thinking in his heart, since people did not say chase their own and twisting and turning is not good, as if more narcissistic-like. So the two were very pleasant to eat a meal, eating while chatting is quite good. Zhang Tao's family is a small county. Parents of ordinary workers do not have much money. He himself, while attending classes and working in a gas station, enough to cover his living expenses without having to ask for money from his family, is also quite self-reliant. Gu Xiaoxia also introduced her home slightly before hearing Zhang Tao say, "I heard that you and Yu Min are no longer friends?" Well, yeah. Not too much want to bring up the main female character, but did not think of the person on the opposite side of the road. I support you in this decision, that person of hers. How to say it, I am not too fond of speaking ill of people behind their backs. But one of my buddies quite like her. Chased her for a long time, bought a lot of things for her. Actually, it's not like he volunteered for it. Besides, Yu Min has never agreed, it's kind of his own feelings. But the other day, Yu Min cafeteria meal card is out of money, my buddy to charge 500. The result is that she said to my buddy did not want, but up to now also did not give gifts, even if this money actually I think between friends should give. Well, I feel the same way. People are the protagonist, they think that everyone should give her money and things. Besides, since hanging on to that so-called diamond bachelor situ Lufeng after she is afraid to look at the 500 big several thousand, even wear clothes are high-grade goods. While saying I don't want the body but honestly wear all kinds of other people to buy things is also considered strange. You used to. I'm the one who's giving her food and clothes because our two families used to be neighbors. Then my parents opened a small factory and saved some money while their family had external debts because their parents were always sick. We've been friends since we were kids, so she gets a share of whatever I have. You're just too kind. I could tell that you were usually quiet and didn't bother anyone in the library, and you often helped the administrator set up the books, and at that time I thought you were a good girl. Zhang Tao rubbed his nose and said, Ahem, I'm not that good. I didn't think that learning a study would still be noticed. Let's just say that it's impossible for the female supporting actress to always lose to the female lead with this appearance, unless everyone is affected by the female lead's aura. Look, there's one right in front of you that isn't affected. You did so much for Yu Min, she still sees people now and says that you are capricious, that you cut her off for no reason, childlike. But I think that you must have a reason. It's rare to find someone who understands her, and Gu Xiaoxiao didn't lie. I just saw that she was a bit of a set in front and a set behind, and supported me in chasing after Hui Yuxing, and then I realized that she was actually Hui Yuxing's fiancée, the kind that her parents contracted when she was a child. She doesn't like to push people to me, but the Hua family thinks I'm a third party meddling in their relationship and hates me. I was also wronged, so you know what happened later. I didn't charge her card. She didn't have money before she let another man charge it. Gu Xiaoxiao seldom said these words with outsiders, probably because she wanted a tree hole. Today there were more words. After the two had a pleasant meal, Zhang Tao took the initiative to send her home. And when he arrived at that upscale neighborhood, he scratched his head and said, It's expensive to buy a building in this neighborhood, isn't it? Not really, the company arranged it for me. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't want to make herself too otherworldly, so she pushed that it was arranged by the company, when in fact she had thought about moving. Right, have you considered my proposal before? If you have considered it, then talk to me, then I will leave first. Zhang Tao actually wanted to go up and sit down, but once he heard that it was arranged by the company, he also didn't want to disturb her work, so he offered to leave. Gu Xiaoxia sent the man to the corner outside the neighborhood and waved her hand vigorously at him. In fact, the proposal he was talking about was a travel plan. It was not unusual for students to form groups to travel outside, and they happened to have a small group that they wanted her to join. And Gu Xiaoxia happened to want to go out for a walk, so she moved. Only that she didn't know how the company's side would arrange it, so she hesitated for a while before agreeing. What proposal? Are you guys trying to elope? A cold voice rang out behind Gu Xiaoxiao, and she was instantly frightened and her legs almost didn't fall. Fortunately, the person behind her pulled her back, only to move a little roughly and turn the person around and said, Go up and talk. So vain, why have a feeling of being caught, Jay? But she did not do anything. I don't know what's going on, but she can't help but wimp out when she sees Hui Yuxing. I don't know if it's because his previous violent behavior of rolling in bed with the original owner scared her too much, or if it's because she's afraid of him. But anyway, she can't say half a word right now. When she got upstairs, Gu Xiaoxiao watched Hui Yuxing spinning on the floor like a trapped animal, picking up his cigarettes to try and smoke them, and then ruthlessly stuffing them back into his pocket, finally glaring at her and saying, Who is that man? Yesterday, she told him she wanted to be friends, and today, she got a man to send her home, so she's really popular, and she's underestimated her. Junior year senior. dropping me off at Suburban. Had dinner, I guess? Or it wouldn't be so late. The heart snapped, the male counterpart's IQ was indeed online. He really underestimated him at times. Yeah. And then also about what to do to go is not it. Gu Xiaoxiao, you can patience you. This was not what a president should say, but Gu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to spit it out now. So she had to choose to bow her head and shut herself up like an elementary school student. Ha! Yesterday I said I'd be friends with you, today you got me a boyfriend. If I said yesterday I'd break up forever, are you gonna get a license with another guy today? Say. No, can't. Really angry, so angry. Should she call the police? She was afraid of being violently beaten. But she hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be lectured here by someone who wasn't even a boyfriend? But a counterattack? That's impossible. She wimped out into a ball. Can't? What can't you do when you've brought people into your home? You could go to heaven. Can't get on. Gu Xiaoxiao. Here it is. Hui Yuxing suddenly came up and pressed the person down on the sofa. His eyes red as he said, "Have I let you get away with too much? Making you feel that you can ignore me? Hui Yuxing as a person at any time? No, don't dare. Don't you dare, I want to throw up. It just occurred to me now that I'm always throwing up isn't because I'm stressed out." Chapter 41 Live Broadcast. She used to have a classmate in reality who would get dizzy and want to vomit when she was nervous and stressed. Was this also the case with this body of hers? Hui Yuxing couldn't do anything about her showing weakness like this, and could only stand up with hatred, then said, "Can't you go to the hospital to take a look? I've had a good day, if you don't." Press her. Everything's great. Do you hate me that much? No, it's not annoying. Hearing this, Hui Yuxing was finally in a better mood, but he said, "Before and you said it was to be friends, now think about it, that's impossible. You're still my woman. I'm still your man. From today onwards, you stay away from other men." What are you, so bossy? If you're not bossy with your own woman, she'll be able to go to heaven. After Hui Yuxing finished speaking, he sat down on the side as if he were a grandfather and said, "I haven't eaten since I got off work. Go make me something, anything." Yoo-hoo, coming to her to act like a big man. Huh? Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to kick the man out, but she also knew that this man was not good at kicking him out, and she might even be abused. She had no choice but to go to the kitchen and cook some noodles, and then made him a bowl of fried noodles with some pasta sauce. She really wasn't too good at this aspect of cooking, but it wasn't like she couldn't cook anything either. To compare, definitely not inferior to the male counterpart because his handiwork is really good. It's just that people are pretending to be a great master. What can she do? She can only silently bring up the noodles and said, "I'm going to take a shower. You eat slowly. Whether it is good or not, she is not responsible." Fear of people again angry, she went back to the room to get clothes to take a shower. Now the weather out of the day has long been hot. Sticky all over the body is not good. Just been man a pressure, she heart is not comfortable. Did not feel hate, surprisingly also afraid of him, smell sweaty flavor embarrassment. It was true that having a relationship was different because always when he was near more or less, she would recall that time. Originally when she first came here she didn't have that memory, but slowly she realized that she would have a lot more memories that didn't belong to her, and as soon as she had more memories she was uncomfortable, especially from that time. Come to think of it, was it that the original owner felt that those memories were private and didn't want outsiders to know about them? But as time went on she slowly disappeared and those memories were given to herself. But seriously so intense. Just being pressed by the man on her body she felt quite nervous. Her mind could not help but think of that day's events, always feeling mixed up, but could not help but pander to this man. As a matter of fact, a woman's attitude towards a man with whom she has a relationship is different. At least, she felt as if she had changed into a different person. While taking a bath while vigorously to the face of the water, it is not easy to wash out to see someone actually will make their own noodles all eat, and then also give the bowl all brush good, even the kitchen are to help her clean up. Just now, he was still pretending to be a great master, but this time he was able to bend and stretch. I really don't understand what he was thinking. "I'm going to take a shower, you can do the rest." After saying that he took off his coat while heading to the bedroom, and in no time at all, he took his clothes and went to take a shower. Well, this thing is not right, shouldn't he go? But why the rush to the shower? Did that mean something indescribable was going to happen after the shower? She was totally unprepared. Besides, is he trying to recreate a child without one? No, it's absolutely not okay. Gu Xiaoxia, anxious like an ant on the hot pot, do not know what to do to be good. It is not easy to see someone out but by his body of muscle to scare to autism. The ostrich-like bird quietly walked toward her bedroom, intending to lock the door and pretend that there was no such person as her. But then she heard the man say, "I'll sleep in the guest room. Don't worry about what I'll do to you. Only my things are moved here. Do not live here company side, no change of clothes. Gu Xiaoxiao's whole body stiffened. She didn't think she was making a fool of herself. She couldn't help but say stiffly, Who cares where you sleep, ah? After saying this, she ran directly to the bedroom to lie on the bed and did not want to care about anything. But I still felt awkward inside because I did just think wrong. And the man outside was equally depressed. He was just too soft-hearted, looking at her afraid to dispel the previous idea of pressing the person down on the bed and directly letting her conceive a child once more, and still be able to marry himself at that time. I'd rather go to bed. But the next morning his luggage was already in the middle of the living room. Even though the other party didn't say anything, Hui Yuxing knew that this was a sign to drive him away. Looking at the girl in the kitchen carrying kanji out, he sat upright and waited for the food, and when it was finished, he said, Even though I'll be moving away, I'll be coming here to eat every day. The words are so hard. Really don't want to be controlled by him. But don't dare to make a sound, because this man is not at all the kind of person you can be forgiven if you resist. That made her think even more about avoiding it or just agreeing to go on a trip. She really thought of what to do the next day, and Zheng Tao said that he wanted them to go together, and also prepared things for traveling. But did not think of T Family Entertainment let her for their own more publicity, after all, have taken the play of course, but also for the play's publicity to make a contribution. First of all, we have to open the live broadcast every day to broadcast an hour or so to save popularity. T Family Entertainment has a live broadcast platform. The pop is very strong. If the live broadcast on it will certainly be watched. Gu Xiaoxiao does not want to be famous, but the company has arrangements she only have a hard head on. Anyway, the drama are shot. Now T's not to do is a bit sorry for others. So before she left, she decided to go live for a bit. Do not know what to say, is on time to open the live broadcast software. These she does not yet understand is to find someone to come over specifically for her to install. No one was there at first, so she took a book and studied there. Suddenly raising her head, she realized that there were actually 3 audience members already. Gu Xiaoxia blushed and said, I didn't realize there were people already here. So if you guys want to hear something from me or have any questions to ask, just go ahead. Then sure enough, a guy typed in and asked, Little beauty, did you leave your beauty face on? Where does the beauty face turn on? Gu Xiaoxia hurriedly got up and went to press around on her phone, but she didn't know where to turn it on. Oh my god. I can't believe you didn't turn on your beauty face to go live. You're such a straight girl. Your guest, Intentional Heart, rewarded 999 roses. Everyone applauded. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't care. Usually live broadcasts have a reward program, but no one will reward too much money for the first time, so she didn't think much about it. However, a few people who had just come in saw it and immediately marveled. XXX guest. How come I just came in and saw 999 roses? Landlord, please add friends. Chapter 42 Accidents Abound. Gu Xiaoxia immediately felt that something was wrong and asked, How much is a 999 rose? That please? Of course it's 999 ah. You really aren't too skilled in this anchor business. I'm sorry, I just started today too. I've never touched this before. Gu Xiaoxiao was a truthful child, admitting apologizing right away for what she wouldn't, honest to the point that others couldn't bear to bully. Maybe it was because it was rare to see such an honest and soft girl like Gu Xiaoxiao, so her live broadcast this time was quite successful, or at least the reactions from the guests were good. As for the 999 roses, she couldn't even return them if she wanted to, because that person didn't say anything the whole time, just sent 999 roses and disappeared. Perhaps it was T Family Entertainment themselves who sent the audience? Otherwise, the whole process without a single bounty is indeed a bit cold. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't care about any of this, and discussed with the company that she would take the first few days of her summer vacation off from taking any work. Since she had only signed on for print modeling work, there hadn't been much work, so taking a few days off was no problem. The T family wanted to sign the artist, but Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't agreed to it until now. Anyway, now that her reputation has been cleansed, what else is she going to do in the theater? And she's done being a student. Unfortunately, her travel plans died before she could even begin, as she went straight to the hospital with a foot injury. Speaking of which, she didn't know what kind of bad luck she had. Obviously the road was so wide, but the car had to let her side squeeze, causing her to rush to the inside to hide, resulting in her feet stuck on the road teeth. Luckily, the person did not fall with a hand to hold up, but the foot was injured. At that time, it was swollen, want to go on a trip and so on are all empty words. Lying in the hospital, Gu Xiaoxiao depressed. Should not call the parents of the original owner ah. The doctor told her that she would have to stay in the hospital for at least 2 or 3 days. But in her condition, She needed help even to go to the toilet, and she couldn't do without someone to take care of her. But she doesn't have any friends since she's been here, so she'll have to pay for a caregiver. When I was hesitating, I heard the nurse outside say, "This male comrade, don't rush in." Gu Xiaoxiao's heart flips up when she hears about men and is skeptical when she looks up and sees Hui Yuxing barging in. He seemed in a hurry, coming in and rushing over to the bed and swishing the covers off her, then looking at one leg in a cast and saying, "What's gotten into you kids?" "I." Gu Xiaoxiao was a bit aggravated, but she held it back when he drank. "Why don't you just not go out of school from now on? As soon as you do, something happens. Besides, why do you go out when you have nothing to do? Do you have to be guarded every day so that nothing happens honestly?" "I." The nurse called the doctor to come over and give a change to a single-room ward. So Gu Xiaoxiao cannot even say a word, living in the hospital to change the ward or a single room. "There's no one to take care of you, is there? I'm here today." Hui Yuxing calls his assistant Xiao Lu to come over without waiting for her to say yes. And then in no time Gu Xiaoxiao sees a lot of people walking around in one corner of the ward, but in 10 minutes or so there's an extra office area there. How was she going to react now? It seemed too late to kick the person out. On top of that, the other person didn't even give her a chance to speak. At the same time, slightly touched by the fact that she thought she was going to be mercilessly left here unattended. At least there was someone who could see her wasn't there, though probably the last person she wanted to see. Hui Yuxing looked at her as she stared blankly at him, a frightened little pet, and the wide hospital gown reminded him of when he was sent to the hospital earlier after he had been what's-his-name. Thinking about the fact that this girl had already been hospitalized twice in about 2 months, it was really a disaster. He suddenly had the illusion that he was raising a daughter, obviously trying to catch up and become his woman, which was a bit confusing really. "From now on, let me know if you want to go out and I'll take you out." "No, no need. Then you don't get hurt." I know. Can't she just straighten up and be human?" "Obviously not." Hui Yuxing made a few arrangements to get her side of things done. Then after sitting beside the computer for a while, he turned back to look at the little woman on the bed, who was reading on her cell phone and asked calmly, "Want to go to the bathroom?" "No, no need." Gu Xiaoxiao's face burned at his question. Why did this man always ask such words in a formal tone? But sooner or later, she had to use it, and a little later she struggled herself off the floor to go to the bathroom. There were crutches next to her, but she couldn't get down with her foot in a cast, so she had to use Hui Yuxing to support her. When she came out after relaxing, she said with some embarrassment, "Why don't you just go back to the office? I don't have anything else to do here. It's proper to take care of one's woman. Just lie down honestly for me." "I'm not your woman," reiterated for a moment, then was glared at or went back to bed to lie down. As a result of lying down for too long, she got depressed. Not caring if there were any outsiders around, she lost her temper and said, "Why am I so unlucky lately?" In the school was suddenly flying ball hit. If not someone to help block a bit, I probably want to break the face. The most important thing is, the rooftop can fall down, a broomstick hit my head. Fortunately the shoelace open, I can be avoided. Did not think of anything else can be avoided but cannot be avoided, suddenly rushed out of the car. That car was black? Well, how do you know? Pulled the surveillance? Hui Yuxing suddenly frowned and said, "The last time that drop driver had an accident, it was a black car that hit him, and there's a blind spot in the surveillance." He immediately stood up and said, "I'll go out for a bit. What's with the wind and the fire in this guy's face?" But she didn't expect him to be very angry when he came back. But he didn't say anything to her. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to ask, but didn't dare. The male partner's temper was too violent, but his mouth was very strict. If he didn't want to say anything, she couldn't ask a single question. But while she was eating, she cautiously said, "What's wrong? You've probably offended someone. So stay honestly by my side from now on." It didn't occur to me that these times were not accidents because the black car was one, and it didn't have a license plate and it wasn't aimed at the little girl. I can't, can I? She hadn't offended anyone either, right? But then she thought of the heroine, and a sudden chill ran down her back. That psychopath wouldn't try to kill her just because he couldn't control her. That would be really sick. The heroine aura turned out to be so derived. She should not lament. The book will be this woman so well written clearly in the misleading others. 3 views. The heroine should have the right 3 views, right? You're just too simple. Hui Yuxing was furious when he had his people look into this clue, but he still hadn't found out who was behind it, and no one had even photographed who drove that black car. Chapter 43 Tightly Defended. Hui Yuxing had only spoken, but behind his back, he had sent people to check out almost everyone around her, and as a result, he hadn't found anyone who was trying to disadvantage her. He also felt strange. but the signs were that someone was trying to deal with her. But it shouldn't be killing, but rather retaliation of some kind. But those little tricks were all tightly calculated, counting on no one being able to find out before doing that. Just treating a little girl like that, he felt that the other party was not a good person either. As for asking the little woman if she's offended anyone lately, no need to ask. She shouldn't be able to offend anyone by looking at her timid appearance. On the contrary, I heard that she rejected that senior's advances. Shouldn't she be praised? But when I saw those big wet eyes, I'd rather not, so she wouldn't look so aggrieved again. They had been quite harmonious, but Elder Hua suddenly sent someone to call Hua Yuxing back, so he had no choice but to leave. Besides, she is doing much better now, and can walk back and forth on her crutches. Gu Xiaoxiao see him go or relieved. Just lay down not a moment to see the doctor's group kill too. A fierce and vicious like let her mistakenly think they did something wrong. Cannot help but suck in a breath of cold air trembling. How is it? Nothing much. Just wanted to recheck you. The results of the blood tests came back 2 days ago, and this doctor is a little skeptical about your test results. Her attending orthopedic surgeon pointed to a female doctor. The woman doctor was very friendly and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just another blood draw." Oh, she was so used to drawing blood that she wasn't really afraid. Then the orthopedic surgeon checked her foot again and found it healed pretty well. Then they all withdrew. The woman doctor had the nurse draw her blood, and as she did so she asked, "Now let's ask some questions. Are you married?" "No, I haven't." "What does this hospitalization have to do with marriage?" "Then you have a boyfriend?" "No need to ask. That's the boyfriend over there, right?" The female doctor is very clear about what happened in the single-room ward. After all, there are very few people who can spend this kind of money in vain these days, unless they are particularly rich. Gu Xiaoxiao, who had inexplicably acquired an additional boyfriend, had no way to defend herself. "So, how long has it been since you've had a period?" "It came in the day before yesterday, just less. Then, this morning it was gone." She thought it was so nice that the female match was a great aunt, coming in fewer days and being extremely the frugal type. "Yes," the female doctor finished holding up her glasses, and then said with a great flavor of gnashing of teeth, "Then I'll have someone notify you when the test results come out in a while." "Oh, how long to get out?" "An hour. I happen to be going for a walk out front. Is it okay if I go to the nurse's station and get the results myself?" "Of course." After the female doctor finished speaking, she left with the nurse who had finished drawing blood, and Gu Xiaoxiao always felt that there was something in her heart that she was thinking about. It seems that Hua Yuxing should not be able to return for a while, and may have been taught a lesson by Master Hua. After all, a good company does not go over to personally accompany her patient. In fact, she is not without a long heart. That is, the novel's president is a day-to-day business. Usually to take care of the heroine is to let the assistant or will invite people. But Hua Yuxing is not the same. He is personally responsible for, usually have things outside before letting the assistant to do. Gu Xiaoxiao herself feels conflicted about him, but she still can't accept marrying into the Hua family, which according to the book is a hell. According to the book, it's a hell. A hell of a mind, and she's already traveled through it, so she doesn't want to be locked up in a prison like that again. Besides, the situation of the last visit to Hua's house is also unacceptable to her. If it is not for the sake of that outside of the Mojave child is also impossible to insist, but also good child does not exist. While thinking about it, she glanced at Hua Yuxing's workbench and headed out the door. If he was there, he definitely wouldn't have let her risk coming out. But the mood of always being in the sick room was really depressing. One hand on crutches, while walking while resting finally moved to the downstairs. Breathing air will go to the nurse's station on the first floor to see if the examination report has come out the results. In fact, the nurse's station will not give her the test report, but just to inform her what the results are. Standing there for a while, then a nurse called out, "Gu Xiaoxiao, in." She hurried over little by little, and that nurse looked at her then said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, 48 days. All is well with the embryo, but there have been signs of a miscarriage." "What?" Gu Xiaoxia almost didn't stand still as she swayed on the ground, luckily with her crutches in her hand. Obviously said no. She reached out and snatched the test sheet to look at it, and the results on it made her dizzy for a while. How can that be? It clearly says it's not there. Why is it there again? What am I going to do then? She was so confused, more agitated than when she first found out, that she thought God was just playing with her. Taking the test sheet, she walked out quickly, not even caring about the injury on her foot. She felt like running away to a place where no one knew her. Better yet, she could go back to her old world. It was really too chaotic here, really exhausting both physically and mentally. However, I don't know how to walk unexpectedly to the road. A car almost hit her body. Gu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes. Maybe this will bring her back to the real world. It's really great. There was a harsh squeal of brakes. Then a man pulled her into the car and sat her down, sneering, "You're not going to die, are you? Situ Lu Feng?" Unlucky how to meet him, but looking at the main character in the drama, her emotions once again broke down. Said, "You think I want this but not you guys forced. You guys have nothing to force me to do what, obviously have been hiding all the time." After saying that, she covered her face and actually whimpered and cried. Situ Lu Feng fell by her to cry trough. He did not do anything only to look at her looking for death behavior heart upset want a sarcastic a few words. The result of how to give to provoke a cry. Suddenly, he saw a lab form on the car seat. He picked it up and twitched, so it was a pregnant woman. Really no talent for this matter to cry? If you don't want it, then get rid of it. You should have been prepared for it a long time ago. You only play your whole family out to play. That was an accident. Well, is your woman made out well? She did not want to push to me. The result got into such now. I'm not sure if you're a man or a woman, but I'm not a man, and I'm not a man, and I'm not a woman. Gu Xiaoxiao now does not care if he is the main man or something else. In short, see who dislike who state. Situ Lufeng demon-like said, "Not be expected to keep what is the meaning of human life, women's opinion." Finished, very handsome, take out a cigarette just to point, but thought after all, there is a pregnant woman on put away. Chapter 44 can really knock it off? Seeing his behavior, Gu Xiaoxiao also calmed down. She didn't know what was going on in the Hua family before, but thought that it might be the Hua family or the female lead who didn't want her to marry into the Hua family and then tried to get her child out of the way first. That's why things have been going wrong lately, and it's not likely that it's the heroine and the guys from the Hua family that are causing the problems. The book didn't explain much about all this, and the thing that showed the most was that Fu Lingyun, how she sold her stupidity and how she bullied the original female lead. In short, she didn't want to be sent up to be bullied by her. Although she is now a bit cognizant of that, Hua Yuxing, he may be able to help himself a bit. But it's only been 2 months since she met him, so it makes sense that she wouldn't trust him. Who said not to look forward to it? Who said not to look forward to it? I'll look forward to it anyways. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly came up with a good idea. As long as she didn't tell Hua Yuxing about her pregnancy, then he wouldn't force herself to marry him. So when the time came to find a time to hide, everything would be fine. It's a bit hard to have a child in private, but it's better than marrying into a family you really don't want to go to. That would just be torturing yourself. As for the child, in fact, he should be happy. No, definitely will be happy. I don't know if it was because she was angry with Situ Lufeng or watching a mother walk by gently with her own child. In any case, she calmed down a bit and made this decision. Perhaps one came here to protect this child. Expect what else you're crying about, wanting to have a baby for that man so badly. He's not as simple as you think. You are as mesmerized by performance as she is. Sooner or later, you'll realize that he's a hypocrite. Situ Lufeng had already found out that guy Hua Yuxing was pretending to be a pig in a poke. Obviously a giant in a city, but pretending to be a poor man to trick 2 simple children. Doesn't he just want to play games? Then he'll let him play enough and see if he capsizes when the time comes. Of course, maybe the girl in front of him will be happy because she can marry into a rich family. Can you stop the car? Didn't want to hear the male lead talking about the male counterpart, and he wasn't any good. The male lead was good this time. Beckoned the car to stop. Gu Xiaoxia simply opened the door and got out. But before closing the door, she still said, "That or thank you. You're just going to walk back?" Situ Lu Feng asked as he looked at her feet. "Anyway, it's fine, walk slowly. What's the point of letting someone else's hero send himself back? Walk slowly. It's not like it hurts too much. You're not cute at all. Why don't I teach you a trick to control men?" Situ Lu Feng suddenly walked presently, then hooked Gu Xiaoxiao's face and said into her ear, "You have to learn to be gentle." Ear a burst of strange itch, this man not only in her ear speech also blowing air. Really is accustomed to seduce women playboy. It is difficult for him later by the heroine pinched to death, do not dare to mess around again. Reaching out a hand to push him away, a little flustered. "You have a girlfriend, why are you still like this?" It's so uncouth that she's all worried and panicked for the heroine. Women, don't they all like that? Not all women. Gu Xiaoxia dodged backward while keeping an eye on her surroundings, seeing that no one noticed them before she panicked and walked backward. "Woman, are you trying to get my attention?" The only ones who repeatedly avoided him seemed to be that woman and the girl in front of him. "No, you really misunderstood. I really wasn't trying to get your attention. That's all, bye." She really couldn't stand how self-absorbed the male lead was and limped off towards the hospital side while stepping backward. On the way, she also thought about it anyway. If she wanted to give birth to this child in private, she could only hide it from Hui Yuxing and the Hua family for the time being. And as for how it would be in the future, no one knows, so let's just take one step at a time. Looking at her back situ, Lu Feng smoked a cigarette in the car. Stubborn girl is always easy to let people look at a few more eyes. That woman is also stubborn, and at the same time also makes it impossible to know what exactly she thinks in her heart. Do you still want him to marry her? Not to mention that he doesn't want to be tied down by others yet, but I'm afraid his family wouldn't agree. As for Hui Yuxing, he really is all for each other, and I believe it's impossible for him to make his own decisions about his marriage. Since this is the case, he would like to see how he is going to end up playing with a child, and if he can't, he can also stab him in the back to avenge the last time he made a mess of the chicken and dogs. Looked at the time or go to find their own woman. Recently she seems to be obsessed with the witch these things, get what crystal ball, fortune telling and so on, although do not like but also have to suffer it, who makes her so special. As for limping back, Gu Xiaoxiao is also out of the body sweat. But she still insisted to the doctor's office some twisted, and she said she did not want to let her boyfriend know about this matter. The doctor still respected the individual's opinion and agreed to keep it to himself. After returning to the hospital room, Gu Xiaoxiao planned to leave the hospital and packed up her things. Anyway, this kind of back to raise the same. The big deal is that there is no one to cook. She ordered takeout good. Just after cleaning up, Hui Yuxing came, and then saw him subconsciously gently covering his stomach, but immediately forced himself to calm down and said, "You back." On the rare occasion that the little woman would take the initiative to speak to herself, it was usually a roll of the eyes and a, "What are you doing here?" Like this, a rare act of normalcy. He thought it must be that he personally took care of her to change his opinion of himself, so his attitude changed for the better. "I brought you fruit. I want to be discharged from the hospital." Gu Xiaoxiao can't always be in the hospital. Otherwise, what if she's seen to have problems? As for the Hua family, she can just be careful, it's best to hide out. Hui Yuxing immediately frowned. No. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to veto it outright, and it was clear that the doctor had said she could be discharged. But she really can't drag her feet here any longer. She's not afraid that Hui Yuxing will find out, but she's afraid that he'll insist on marrying her. So she pulled him back and begged, "Hui Yuxing, I really don't like living here. It all smells bad, and I don't eat or sleep well. Let's go home." She felt that he was discussing with him, but in Hui Yuxing's eyes, this is a little daughter-in-law and his own pampering. The small appearance is not too sweet. His heart immediately and contained 10-8 sugar like a shake of God on the road. That is also okay. Finished not by regret, when he saw no inhibition, even because of a person said a few words on the change of intention. Fortunately she is late to come a few years. This too when he had to enter the sports school when others are not persuaded to listen to this girl to a pampered himself sure to serve. Covered my face. Too sad. However, since the promise was made, let's do the discharge, and soon after the discharge formalities were completed, the two returned to the top floor of the small building. It can be said that Gu Xiaoxiao has now made this place her home. But there is always a man who comes to steal the place with her, which makes people very dissatisfied. You let him move, the result is always left some clothes or things and then find an excuse to come to find, not even convinced. Chapter 45. Pushed to the limit. After Hui Yuxing put his things down, he went out in a hurry, and Gu Xiaoxiao, a semi-disabled person, couldn't do much but look for an apartment on the internet and try to move out. When someone knocked on the door at this time, she was surprised that anyone would come over. Limping to open the door, she was surprised to be greeted with a splash of something fishy and smelly. She threw up almost at the same time, and the other person actually said, "Ashes to ashes." Gu Xiaoxiao's true soul returns. After saying that, the person ran away, and Gu Xiaoxiao, the whole person was splashed all over the body red. She woefully closed the door and ran to the bathroom and vomited, simply almost vomit out the gastric juices before giving up. After throwing up, she was so scared that she immediately called Hui Yuxing's cell phone, shivering. Now she couldn't care less about anything. She just wanted to find Hui Yuxing to come over and accompany her. It was horrible, and she hadn't expected to be treated like this at all. Hui Yuxing was being forced by his grandfather to arrange a program to be completed in advance. So he was so busy that he was about to split one person into two. Suddenly the phone call came and he said with a great deal of anger, "Hey, what's up? Hui Yuxing, help. Someone threw blood at me." "What, you wait, I'll come right away." Throwing the program in his hand directly flew out. Xiao Sun said behind him, "Mr. Hua, Mr. Hua." The old man said what the other party did not listen. A step has been scampered to the car, a smoke disappeared. When he came back, he saw Gu Xiaoxiao nestled in a pool of blood. The door was full of blood, and the room smelled fishy. The little girl seemed to have fainted from fear, her whole body shivering but unable to cry. How are you? Are you hurt? Suddenly, see a face full of blood lifted up, a pair of eyes fixedly looking at him. Extraordinarily pathetic. Hui Yuxing hugged her at once, not caring if there was any bloodstain in, but just gently touched her head and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I definitely will. Don't be scared." She was already scared to the point of going crazy. It was clear that she had done nothing but cut off a female lead and tried to protect herself, and she had been pushed to such an extent by someone else. What makes you think she can be trampled on like this just because she's a supporting actress? In that case, it would be better to fight to the death. Since changing the ending of the female match turning black and then fighting with the female lead, then it's a fight, and I have someone to support myself anyway. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoxiao is no longer confused. She slightly makes a little plan for herself, then pulls Hui Yuxing and cries, It's her, because I cut her off. She thinks it's unlikely that I would do this, so she says that I'm not Gu Xiaoxiao, that I say that I'm possessed by something unclean. I only stayed away from her because I could see how sinister she was. So why is it always against me? In the past, she wouldn't say such words because it would be in vain. Without proof, no one would probably believe it. This time she couldn't help it. It's good that others don't believe it. At least find a way to keep the Hua family away from the female lead and break her left arm. Hui Yuxing suddenly thought of what that woman had said to him, that Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't the same person anymore. But she is who she is, and possessions and the like are nothing more than superstitions. And for that Yumin to really do something like this just because of that suspicion is a crime. Since she could do such a thing, it proved that she could do even more terrible things, such as the recent spate of dangers around Gu Xiaoxiao could also be related to that woman. I'll find out. And tell the old man to be careful with that woman as well. It really is too dangerous. Does the old master know about this residence? I didn't tell anyone. Meaning, if the old master knew, then it was probably him who told Yumin. Hui Yuxing exploded when he heard about this, because he hadn't told anyone else about Gu Xiaoxiao's address either. But the assistants by his side were chosen by the old man over the years, so it was only right to know about him. You take a shower first. I'll definitely return the favor. Hui Yuxing immediately puts water on her, then sends the person into the bathroom and directly calls his assistant Xiao Sun to ask him about the situation. But it turns out that he didn't realize that the old master had actually asked him about where Gu Xiaoxiao was staying. So he called the old master and asked if he had told Yumin about this place of residence. The old master didn't know the inside story and said, "That girl Minnie is aware of it because she said she was very worried about that girl. After all, she was said to be unaware of what happened last time, and she didn't know if she would be shocked. Old master, you really are getting more and more confused with age. What kind of person is that woman? Can't you find out a bit more?" She even suspected that Xiaoxiao was possessed by something and then had someone splash her with blood. Hui Yuxing was almost furious and said, "In the future, tell her to stay away from my woman." After saying that, he hung up the phone. If he wasn't unable to stay away, he would definitely go and get that woman killed. While Gu Xiaoxiao washes the blood away in the bathroom, her mind grows clearer, and she even sets a plan for herself. The heroine's persona only won't crumble, but she'll also make Hui Yuxing suspicious if she does this. If the plot progresses as it should, soon the Hua family will face a major change of heart, when the assets will be frozen and they will even be kicked out of the mansion they live in. All of this is done by the male lead because he feels that Hui Yuxing's presence leaves him no possibility of controlling the female lead. The two Hua family members who were kicked out of their home seemed to be in a terrible state, and then the heroine came across them and gave them some money, for which they regarded the heroine as a great benefactor. Very well, I must cut off at that time, not hate themselves, then let Master Hua change his attitude towards himself. It is best to have suspicion of the heroine again. What's wrong with trying to get everyone to like it with a little heartburn when you're forced to do it anyway? As for Hui Yuxing, the original is his own man, and now see also good to hold on tightly, do not let go. The original heroine did not succeed does not mean that she will not succeed. Arranging all the plans well, he slapped his face lightly when he heard someone knocking at the door. The male partner in the novel is a very macho person, especially for the small white flower type of women. Most have no way, belong to the kind of heartache in the hard eyes, but will never say it. Since this is the case, then he himself will pretend. Originally the nature is quite delicate. I do not believe that he will not be moved. Looking at his legs and then at his figure, being so soft always made his heart ache. Didn't it? So she said inside, "Hui Yuxing, I can't stand up." She wrapped herself tightly in a towel and held onto the tub, pretending that she really didn't have the strength and was sad and wanted to cry. From now on, everything else aside, let's start by removing one of the heroine's arms. But Hui Yuxing, who was in the middle of his anger, felt so fired up when he opened the bathroom door that he thought he might suffocate and kill someone if he didn't do something today. Chapter 46. She's going to fight back. Gu Xiaoxiao is a bit confused. Why is this situation a bit wrong? Obviously Hui Yuxing should not come in very distressed, and then hold her back to the room to comfort her? Why are her eyes so red? Did she do something? She was stunned for a moment and felt that her side was a bit out of her depth. Being depressed, things finally came back to normal. She was carried to her room, then also took a hairdryer to dry her hair. Then said, "In the future, less of this dangerous stuff? Where did I do anything dangerous? It was clearly her trying to harm me." Gu Xiaoxiao thought he was going to talk to him about being splashed with blood. So she said with great indignation, "No, I'm asking you not to dress like that for a man." She thinks she's wrapped up pretty tight, but she's not really showing anything, so maybe this guy is actually pretty good at brainstorming? Oh, no wonder his eyes looked so strange just now. So he was thinking about forking over. Gu Xiaoxia almost rolled her eyes to the sky. This man really makes people not know what to say about him. His own legs are like this and he still has that mind? Tomorrow, I'll hire a living assistant for you, and she'll take care of you. Hui Yuxing spoke out of the blue. Why? Just want to bring him into their own camp. How come they do not personally do it? In the past, he could not even be driven away, and now suddenly he wants to leave. I'm sure it's not true love. If it were the heroine, she wouldn't be like this anymore. But it didn't occur to her that Hui Yuxing gave her the answer. I'm afraid I'll catch fire. Huh? On what fire? Looked up at his eyes, instantly understand. Cannot help but grasp his bathrobe, that or do not come. Her side is also quite afraid. In case suddenly transformed into a wolf, what to do? It is better to be careful, after all, now there are goods in the stomach cannot be offered. As for the child in her stomach, she can't say it now. This plan to stay until the situation changes and let them find out themselves, and then also save them from thinking that they are trying to figure out their family's money, must wait for the assets to freeze and then say it. Originally, she hadn't really wanted to count this, but now there was no way around it. It was completely forced on her by the heroine. Hui Yuxing doesn't know what's going on in his little woman's mind. He just wants to find out for her who the person who came over to spill the dog's blood is. So he quickly found a life assistant to take care of Gu Xiaoxiao, while he himself went out to look for that person, and it only took a day to catch the person, only to find out that the other party was actually a little cutie. A question and a half. Not only that, I heard that it only took a few pieces of sugar to trick Gu Xiaoxiao into throwing blood. Gu Xiaoxiao also recognized people face to face. Really is that day on their own splash dog blood woman. Just do not understand why she is a little cute. She looked quite normal that day. But someone proved that this woman is a little cute. I've been stupid for years. Hui Yuxing doesn't believe it either. He trusts his little woman 100% now. So he lets the people proceed to investigate. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that the female lead wasn't that easy to deal with, and she frowned. A little cutie. Who the hell is she to know my name and still accurately run into the house to splash me with that kind of stuff? Now that she thought about it, she was scared to death. Hui Yuxing touched her head and comforted her. Don't worry. You'll recuperate at home and I'll definitely find out who's behind this. Seeing that he was serious, Gu Xiaoxiao finally felt a little relieved. Whether or not it's found out, it's good that Hui Yuxing is on her side. Don't look at him as a male supporting actor, but he only lost power for a moment in the book, and then he was almost always on the same side as the male lead. Think about it. How can you prove the heroine's true love without a more powerful male partner? As for her, her days were much more autistic, as she couldn't really get out of her home because of her foot injury, and then one day she heard a knock on the door outside. Limping out, she saw that the female assistant Hui Yuxing had hired was actually standing in front of the door and asked, "May I ask who the visitor is?" She had already taken out a notebook and started taking notes. This living assistant, how to also bring a watchman. These 2 days her cooking is good, usually not much to say, really quite satisfactory, but did not think she can also act as a security guard. The person outside said, "Xiao Xiao, I'm Yumin. I want to come and explain. What happened before really wasn't my doing. You have to believe me, although I know where you live, but can have not come here even once." She said it sincerely, but Gu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it at all, while the female assistant wrote down everything she said, then said, "Are you Ms. Yumin? According to Mr. Hu's request, you can't talk directly or have physical contact with Ms. Gu Xiaoxiao, while I will record everything you say and hand it over to him to deal with." Yumin outside the door and Gu Xiaoxiao inside the door thought at the same time. Where did you find this person, robot-like? It can't be from a bodyguard company, right? I have to say that they really guessed right. Hui Yuxing is the one who hired a bodyguard for Gu Xiaoxiao. Only on the surface he changed it to a living assistant for fear of what others might say. Yumin took a breath and said, Although brother Hua suddenly had an emergency and traveled, but still so want to protect you. Xiao, you really happy. The old master there, I've already said goodbye to him and won't blame you for the last time you pretended to be pregnant. And I've already quit. You can now go back to Hua's house and live there if you're afraid. Gu Xiao was furious and wanted to say a few words, but the assistant suddenly blocked in front of her and said, Miss Gu, Mr. Hua has just sent a message saying that he is on a business trip for 2 days and has one thing to do, but he will come back very soon so that you don't have to be afraid. In addition, if anyone comes to the door to pick a fight, leave it all to me. Aha! Suddenly curious as to how she's going to handle it. She always feels that this cold-faced, poisonous-mouthed attribute is slightly adorable. In the past, Hua Yuxing was also like this, but there was no telling from when he had actually changed quietly. Thinking about it, she felt surprised herself, having never considered this. Perhaps he was easier to seduce than she thought? Just as he was thinking, he heard that female assistant suddenly say, according to what Mr. Hua said, Miss Gu Xiao is his real girlfriend, his future wife, and there was never any other choice. So, your so-called let would not exist. However, this is something I will still say to Mr. Hua. Yumin was blocked to death. She would have liked to see if this even tossing and turning had gotten the child out of the way. As long as there is this child, her plan to have the Hua family as her backing will be for nothing. But she didn't hear about her miscarriage. Did she secretly solve it? As long as there isn't this child, it's fine, but she can't take it lightly just yet. But Hua Yuxing's control is so strict that she doesn't even have a way to see people how to stimulate her. Good. Since I don't go out, I can't believe she's not online. Turning around with a sneer at the thought, she had everything under control. Chapter 47. Inexplicably underwrapped. Seeing that the person left, Gu Xiao said thank you to that female assistant, not thinking that she was so helpful that she actually said what she wanted to say. The female assistant only nodded her head and said, everything is at Mr. Hua's command. After saying that, she put away her small book and went to cook, truly an all-rounder. Back to the house to get a cell phone, although she is now no one to control the use of cell phones, but she is pregnant with a child she knows very well. For fear of affecting the fetus, she's very careful and usually doesn't keep it close to her body. When she opened it, Hua Yuxing left her a string of voice messages. For the first time, I asked, are you resting? I have to go on a business trip for 2 days. Can you take care of yourself? Then 10 minutes or so the second one says something like, what are you doing? At least return an emoticon. Another 10 minutes of the third. I cannot take you, you do not even pick up the phone, and so I go back to clean you up. This grumpy guy, doesn't he just not answer the phone? One look at the missed calls and there were 10. She just stood outside and listened to the action, then had a drink and came back like this. Who knew he'd call so much? Could it be to tell him he was traveling and she didn't get it? But it can't be. I was in my room earlier. A check of the cell phone found that I do not know when to set the mute. Oh yes, she was afraid of being startled when she slept, and then her heart fluttered uncomfortably, which is why she set the mute. Pregnant women's memory is really not very good. She recently felt that she was losing her mind, and sometimes all kinds of petulance, even a little odor or special sound, cannot be heard. As for the foot, it's actually pretty much healed. It's just that she doesn't seem to have much courage to get out of the house. However, the live streaming aspect is going to be done, and the company has pushed for it several times. None of this matters, it's better to call Hua Yuxing back first. The thought of a phone call over rang 2 times. The other party answered. There is a man on the other side of the road said, the 3rd quarter of our company this project lost? You wait first. Hua Yuxing opened his mouth. Gu Xiao immediately said, aha. When she heard that people were doing business, the well-behaved voice made Hua Yuxing's ears crispy and said, not talking about you. Are you okay? Why don't you answer the phone? Although stern, he couldn't afford to get angry. I had my phone on silent, so I didn't hear it. Have you eaten yet? If you're feeling bored, have your assistant walk you out. Got it. I'm just telling you I'm fine. Go about your business. Aha. Hua Yuxing was really busy, but he couldn't help but feel a particularly comfortable feeling in his heart being taken care of by his girlfriend who knew how to take care of him like this. And of course he felt happy when his own woman gave him face. Complicated meeting also no longer feel annoying. To say that this is still the first time she took the initiative to call herself it. Slightly pleased, surprisingly quickly this side of the matter is finished. But after the meeting he still gave his girlfriend a call back. But unfortunately the other party still did not pick up. Mute again. Cannot open it? There is a cell phone, can just throw it, go back and must teach her a lesson before. That said, I don't know what's wrong with me, but anytime I try to teach a lesson, I feel like I can't let go. By the way, by this time the private investigator should be on to her, hoping to find out something. What he thought was good. Now a private detective was sitting beside Gu Xiaoxiao placing some information on the table one by one, while the bodyguard female assistant stood behind her and said, "In Mr. Hu's message, this gentleman is allowed to get close to you, but there can't be any contact physically, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Ah! The corner of that private detective's mouth twitched. This one in front of him must be an expert. He even felt the pressure. Luckily, he hadn't touched her hand just now when serving up the documents, or else it would have been a tragedy. Gu Xiaoxiao was instead looking carefully at the documents he had found out, and it turned out that the little cutie he had caught earlier, sure enough, it was nothing more than a blindfold. The person behind it turned out to be her twin sister, because the two were orphans so they were separated early on. Almost no one knew they were sisters. Because one was scruffy and the other was delicate, it wasn't the same person how it looked. But if they cleaned up a bit, it was almost exactly the same. The detective had photos there, and she could see at once that the two sisters were alike. But why? It should be the heroine who is behind this, but is there any relationship between it and this woman who divines for a living? The book only says that the heroine is very resourceful, and it doesn't go into what all her methods are. According to this sister, she is your black powder, and especially hates you. Then he played a recording where a hissing voice counted all kinds of bad things about Gu Xiaoxiao. Is not a vase well, I am several times better looking than her, why she can even read. Is not just selling X. You see her a look of a dainty? This kind of hissing is really not like pretending, as if being brainwashed. Even though Gu Xiaoxiao didn't even believe that she had such a black fan. She had to believe that it might actually have nothing to do with the heroine after hearing this voice. Did she say where she got my address? She just said she'd been following you. How is this possible? I haven't gone out for a long time. Besides, Hui Yuxing has been following me around. Sighed. Blushing, why did she feel like she was actively admitting there? Why do I feel like I'm actively recognizing their relationship after saying this? But people's private detectives and the assistant behind them are all business people. Did not feel awkward at all. Just feel that their employer's this girlfriend is so innocent. The face does not move red. The more you look at the better. The two-face control people surprisingly suddenly felt that it was normal for this one to have black fans, and there had to be someone who was jealous of someone who looked so beautiful. Mr. Hua is more alert, but there's no way for us to investigate this kind of thing publicly. Miss Gu, now that Mr. Hua has handed this matter over to you Quan to handle, do you want to resolve it privately or via the police? Call the police. It was more likely that people wouldn't be able to pinch anything, and she couldn't really say if the police would be able to find out anything. The heroine's halo really isn't covered, but sooner or later she's going to help her pull that halo down. After Gu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the private detective left, and then no one came to bother Gu Xiaoxiao about anything. After all, she is also considered a public figure. Then, I heard that the sister went to jail, sentenced to 6 months. Gu Xiaoxiao was also ready to start her live broadcast. After all, she had been slacking off for quite a while due to her injury. I just didn't expect tonight's live broadcast to be quite good at first, but later on, someone even asked her if she was adopted by anyone, and then someone below added, "It's surnamed Situ, right? It's really awesome. A city's famous Diamond King, ah. What are you guys babbling about? How could I possibly be bagged by Situ or something?" The rumor that it would be Hua's surname if he were to be bagged is a bit bizarre. Chapter 48. Trying to hype it up. But the bottom immediately took out the evidence, saying that there is a picture on a forum with a real image, and then the honest Gu Xiaoxiao really took the phone and opened it to look at it. There was indeed a photo, but it was a photo taken by whoever took the photo when she was injured and almost hit, and the timing was perfect. It was exactly the part where Situ was teasing her. Gu Xiaoxia almost cursed, crying and explaining, "I was walking with a leg pain and accidentally almost got hit by his car, and then it was just picked up. Who in the world took such a picture?" Some people comforted, some people said sour words. What she also do not look in the mirror to see themselves. What other people Situ also is she can be used to hype the object. And what is she self-directed? Gu Xiaoxiao gas anxious said, even if I am looking for someone to support also do not look for him. To look for is also able to support me for a lifetime of men. Noisy for a while, feel dizzy, directly shut down the live broadcast also regardless of the repercussions of hiding into the bathroom to vomit. Things are really following one another. How could someone take that kind of photo? The male lead isn't very good, so why would he be fired? No, or maybe this is the male lead's doing. He knows Hui Yuxing's real identity, so he's using this opportunity to hit him? Or is he using this opportunity to hit him? Or is he hitting her? I can't think straight, my brain is a mess, and my stomach even hurts a little. This was not a good thing, must go and check it out to be sure. But there was someone outside watching her, and if she wanted to go out that assistant would definitely follow. Now was not the best time to let Hui Yuxing know, so Gu Xiaoxiao pretended to be weak and came out, saying with a pale little face, "Assistant sister, my stomach is not feeling well. Can you help me go buy some stomach medicine? The assistant has been making soups that nourish the stomach lately, so I'm sure Hui Yuxing must have explained it. I really don't know how meticulous he is. Why did he tell this assistant all the details of her life? Or is he in private contact, talking to her about this and that without anything else? Then why don't you call yourself?" Thinking of this, I touched my cell phone again and took a look. Well, her memory was really so bad that she had forgotten to turn on her cell phone's volume can again. She didn't forget this time, but it was a question of whether or not she would return the call. To return, I guess, because after all, he really did find out the person who spilled her blood. Even though he didn't find out the rightful owner, there was always an explanation. But it would have to wait until she was done checking. After all, the child was important. Even though she hadn't been someone's mother, since she decided to have it, that was her responsibility. Thinking about it, she looked at the female assistant, walked away and packed her bag and limped out. Now the plaster has long been folded, just walking a little limp. Fortunately, it is not too painful, and then go out and take a taxi and expect her a pregnant woman can walk for how long. But she now finds herself a celebrity of sorts. As the publicity for the movie has increased, her small supporting role has doubled in attention, although people are concerned about who she's being adopted by other than her face. With a mask, sunglasses, not at all conspicuous dress, believed that no one recognized. Waiting for the hospital, hastily registered to check. Running before and after sitting down after she felt foot pain, body is still weak. Then the doctor read the report and said, "Recently is not a shock or and boyfriend have intercourse?" Got a shock. Gu Xiaoxiao blushed. She wasn't too fond of talking about her personal matters outside, and looked a bit formal. "Let me prescribe you 3 boxes of fertility-preserving pills. Remember to take them 3 times a day." After saying that, the doctor brushed a few times and prescribed the pills for her to collect. Gu Xiaoxia knows that the child is fine, put a little heart, so tortured are so strong, seems to be a pretty strong child. If it is not the male lead that kick, maybe the original in the book will have a better day. At least Hua family can look at his blood on the part of this drop, does not have to be so tortured her. Unfortunately, everything was done for the female lead. Luckily, she came to save this child. Touching her stomach, she suddenly saw a person. Although he was dressed in a mysterious way, she still recognized him. Situ Lufeng, what's he doing in the obstetrics and gynecology department? He was here the last time, so it shouldn't be a coincidence, right? She quietly followed over and saw him slamming a check on a woman's head, saying, "You'd better listen and abort the child. Don't use this kind of excuse to go to Situ's house to find discomfort. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. No wonder it's always here. So it's messing with people's lives." That woman is surprisingly also very powerful, with a finger pointing at Situ Lufeng's chest, said, "What's the matter? Is not wanting to marry the small called you Min? I heard that her recent resources are good to blow up. It is not that you give. I know. I am you are tired of playing, would have liked to fight for it. But unfortunately, people do not recognize this child. Can only be knocked out. Still really want to open, take a close look at this woman, also recognize, is a small flower girl before the red. Seems to be Situ Lufeng, his company. The rabbit ate the grass in the nest is also powerful and also eat out of the cubs. Unfortunately, this child is really cannot stay. This woman is also stupid. If a child could really win back love, that woman would be rolling in bed with all those high rollers. And in the end, they'd be responsible as long as they had a child anyway. But these are really not about her things, just to go, but was blocked by a person. He reached out and pulled Gu Xiaoxiao directly. She brought in front of Situ Lufeng, said, "Young, this woman may be a reporter to be how to deal with." Situ Lufeng gangly said, "Then just send her to a nightclub for a bit of fun. Remember to take more good-looking pictures. When the time comes to put it out there, it has to be appealing as well. However, this figure is quite a pity." "Huh. Why do I look a bit familiar?" "Take your hands off." Gu Xiaoxiao knows that Situ Lufeng doesn't dare to do anything to herself. After all, there is Hui Yuxing. Although they were fighting openly and secretly, they would leave a trace of leeway, and couldn't make it too stiff when the time came for fear of a bad ending. That's what it says in the book anyway, and that's what she thinks. Situ Lufeng realized who it was when he heard her speak, and waved his hand to let his subordinate take the popular actress away, then said, "What do you mean by coming to me? Think I did that thing on the internet? There's no need. The women who rumor with me every day can be a circle from Roa City. Not you." She thought she was using her to stimulate Hui Yuxing, so who would it be if not him? In fact, this kind of thing really doesn't have any effect on Situ Lufeng. nor does it have any effect on Hu Yuxing, and the only one who suffers is her. So, will it be the female lead? But she's just a small-time actress now. Can she be powerful enough to control the media? Chapter 49, The Troubled Situ Lu Feng. Impossible, she is still not married to Situ Lu Feng, simply do not have any real power, but a small actor, and this time there is no on the hot search, but it is just a rumor. And I suspected that you made it up, to fire yourself up? If I borrow this hype, red is black and red, and I'm not that stupid. You're pretty self-aware, but this isn't the place to talk. We'll be photographed and think we're here to get an abortion. You think everyone is that stupid. Anyway, the heroine wouldn't be stupid enough to carry a child to threaten him. This one of her own is a complete accident. I already knew that the Hua family would oppose it, but I didn't think that they would want to get rid of this threat privately, so it would be most unwise to use a child to marry into the Hua family, and I might even lose my life. Well, there's no need to mention these right now. First of all, they have to go out with Situ Lu Feng hiding from the crowd. Luckily, he had a driver and drove the car directly to the door, and they were safe when they got into the car. Gu Xiaoxiao said, "Please just send me to a place where I can park and stop. It was too risky to get out of the car here. After all, Situ Liufeng's reputation was too loud and there were many people watching him, so it was better to be careful. As a result, I didn't expect that the parking place would be the parking lot of a high-class venue. How could she walk out of here? This is my place. I believe no one can take pictures here. Follow me." Situ Lu Feng gets out of the car, not giving Gu Xiaoxiao a chance to walk away at all, directly letting his people take her upstairs. He has a special room here, and when he goes in, Situ Lu Feng says, "I heard that you love Hu Yuxing a lot? You heard wrong. There's no such thing." Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know what he had brought himself here for, knowing full well that he probably wouldn't be done anything about it, but he was also a bit flustered. "But for you, Hu Yuxing didn't do much behind the scenes, and even suppressed me to the point where I almost couldn't breathe. This is a revenge I, Situ Lu Feng, want to avenge. Most importantly, that woman of his was always more enthusiastic about the Hua family than he was about himself. She seemed to be checking out Hu Yuxing's true identity. If she knew about it, I wonder if she would leave herself? Really? What does that have to do with me? Don't you have his seed in your belly? Didn't you just ask a woman to abort her seed? He might think the same as you if he knew." Situ Lu Feng didn't deny that a birth like theirs had been surrounded by all kinds of women since they were young, so this kind of accident was still easy to happen. "Is that why you didn't tell him about it?" "Yes." "Okay. What the hell did you bring me here for?" "I want to ask you how exactly I can make that woman my person." Situ Lu Feng was referring to Yumin. Gu Xiaoxia only felt a headache. What was this male and female lead doing abducting someone else in a relationship? Didn't I say it? Send her something worthwhile. Sending a building and a car won't be enough. This still needs to be asked. Yumin likes it when people send her things, preferably money. You don't talk about her like you do. That woman doesn't take anything. Every time you give it away, you have to force it. Not accepting? Are you thinking of her as too noble? Wearing the clothes you gave her, carrying the watch you gave her on her hand, carrying the bag you gave her on her back, and pretending to be pestered by rich people all day long at school that she's helpless as well. It's really ridiculously contrived. Gu Xiaoxiao was probably particularly bad-tempered because she was pregnant. She had already suspected that the female lead was screwing her over behind her back in all kinds of ways, and all of a sudden when she heard someone lift her up so high in her heart, of course she would be unhappy, so she crashed out with these words. But after saying that, "I regretted it because the male lead Situ Lu Feng is a snake charmer?" Sure enough, he immediately stood up and approached Gu Xiaoxiao, then controlled the person to the wall and coldly said, "You are not qualified to talk about her yet. You are yourself who does not love herself, but you want to impose what you have made on her. You can really be a..." Gu Xiaoxiao was tugged by his collar Lu to gasp. Could not help but sneer. "Then you find me this to ask is not more?" Since she was bullied by the heroine to know what is called people good to be bullied, so now the whole person is full of resentment. Suddenly threatened by Situ Lu Feng, not only did not fear but very angry, reached out and swept to his eyes. Situ Lu Feng did not expect this woman to dare to fight back, and subconsciously took a step back. And Gu Xiaoxiao took this opportunity to dodge, picking up the tea cup on the table and slamming it at the male lead, while she herself grabbed the door and ran. Unfortunately, she was a step too slow, and her hair was pulled by Situ Lu Feng, who then slammed her onto the sofa. Viciously, he said, "I wonder what Hu Yuxing would do if he knew that his woman was being ed by another man? Situ Lu Feng, you'd better not touch me, or you'll wait for bankruptcy?" She struggled, but unfortunately the other party was a man where she could not struggle. And Situ Lu Feng, knee on her stomach, coldly laughed. "If I killed his child, does he still have to thank me?" In this instant, Gu Xiaoxiao, who was still struggling a lot, unexpectedly did not move. Her eyes were full of fear, which made Situ Lufeng stunned for a moment. He was born a mistake. No one liked his existence since he was a child, and many times he wondered if his mother loved him or not when she was pregnant with him. But now that he saw Gu Xiaoxiao's look, he seemed to understand a little bit. It turned out that when a mother would still love her child, or at least would want to protect him, otherwise she wouldn't have been born healthy. In this moment of bewilderment, they heard a clanging outside, followed by someone screaming, and when they looked toward the door, it was tucked away. Hu Yuxing was like a heavenly warrior descending from the heavens. After seeing such a sight in the room, his eyes were crimson red, and suddenly he was hitting straight at Situ Lufeng, really showing no mercy. "You dare to touch my woman. Situ Lufeng, we are not finished." Gu Xiaoxia shivered and sat up to hide to the side. Fortunately, her clothes were not torn, just a little messy hair. Besides, she has not been to not be so excited? The veins are jumping up. "Hu Yuxing, you shut up. Oh, why is she so mean to her? She is already very aggrieved." Okay. Suddenly ran into a snake charmer to catch up, but also by the titular boyfriend yell, "This is down, what bad luck." Probably out did not look at the yellow calendar. But the fight over there is a bit too intense, and since the male lead can't seem to beat Hu Yuxing, his bodyguards rush in to help. Hu Yuxing fought 5 times, which was really awesome. Now it seems that the supporting characters are not afraid to be handsome, but afraid to be too powerful, so the main character is really under pressure. Yes, that's the kind of pressure that's needed. She couldn't wait to heap Hu Yuxing to clean up both the male and female leads now, saving them from always annoying her. Chapter 50. Who is the Hua family afraid of? Thinking about it, she was still quite worried. After all, it was the father of her child. What if he was broken? But in the end, she didn't see Hu Yuxing get broken, but rather he broke someone else. I wanted to tell him to leave right away, but I didn't know that the police had come. I don't know who reported it to the police. Anyway, as soon as they came in to persuade the fight, they used very violent methods, especially to subdue Hu Yuxing. Oh, they weren't able to subdue it at all. And it was Gu Xiaoxiao who yelled from the side, "Hu Yuxing, calm down." Only then did Hu Yuxing put away his fists, but his eyes stared at her with an unwilling look. Gu Xiaoxiao was still wondering what she had done to make him so angry. Oh yeah, he snuck out on his own. This guy doesn't think much of it, does he? Apparently, he just thought too much about it, and she was tearfully calling. The charge of group brawling was still a big one, and they were taken to the police station together. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was the cause of the incident, was also brought in, and the 2 policewomen who interrogated her were all impressed by this little girl. Even caused 5 or 6 men to fight for her, originally full of BS, but after a closer look could not help but marvel. What is this immortal face-off? No makeup, sitting there with an aggrieved expression has made their collective hearts soft. Gu Xiaoxiao was asked why they fought, and she honestly said, "I was caught by Situ Lufeng, seeking how to chase a girl who was my previous best friend." What next? Next, Hu Yuxing misunderstood. So they fought. It's that simple? It's hard to imagine 2 business giants fighting over 1 woman. No, 2 women. When she wanted to ask more questions, a police officer accompanied by a lawyer came over and bailed Gu Xiaoxiao out. When she came out, she saw that everyone, including the troublemaker Yumin, was there, and she was standing in front of Situ Lufeng and Hu Yuxing crying, saying, "Don't be like this, I don't want to see you guys fight. Hu Yuxing, you know what happens when you offend me. These injuries, you'll have to pay for them sooner or later." Really? Is our Hua family still afraid of your Situ family? Hu Yuxing glances at Gu Xiaoxia and says in a domineering manner, "This time, I hope your Situ family can afford it." Situ Liufeng's whole body stiffened. He was indeed arrogant, but the Hua family was indeed an existence they had no way of shaking. But he hadn't thought that this man would go to such extremes for a woman, daring to openly provoke the Situ family. Then, naturally, he would not show weakness. Unfortunately, just as he was about to say something, he saw a rather fat middle-aged man outside come over with a string of bodyguards, and directly nodded and smiled at Hu Yuxing. "Huadajo is really sorry. My canine son messed with you in a moment of confusion. So why don't we just forget about it this time? When I have time, I'll personally set up a drink to thank you for your generosity. Boss Situ is really polite. Since you personally came over, then this matter is settled today." Hu Yuxing waved his hand, his condescending attitude making Situ Lufeng furious. "You, Lufeng," quickly apologized to Huadajiao. As for those women, finished with a glance at Yumin, who stood in the middle of them crying with a disgusted face. "It's better to give it to Huadajiao." Situ Lufeng snorted coldly and said, This matter doesn't need your attention. After saying that, he crossed his pockets and went out. But only when the person went out did he realize a problem. That woman didn't follow. Gu Xiaoxiao was watching the drama from the side. That Situ Liufeng's father was really all kinds of polite to Hu Yuxing. But Hu Yuxing didn't compromise and only said, I can only promise not to target the Situ family this time. This answer Situ boss seems to feel satisfied, subconsciously glared at Yumin again. A woman with a poor figure and such a scanty face can cause such a big trouble. It seems that he really needs to control that unfilial son. Yumin was innocently lying down. But she surprisingly didn't explain but leaned over towards Hu Yuxing's arms in a very ambiguous state. Just how confident is she that a woman who was seen by Hu Yuxing when she was with someone else could still be liked by him? How big is her face? Gu Xiaoxiao went up and squeezed her, then reached out and pulled Hu Yuxing, who was the father of her own child. So it was not a crime to pull. But it didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing was very direct, wrapping his arms around her and saying, Did you ask for this? What? Then she was pulled straight outside, completely unaware of where she'd messed with him and why she wasn't as gentle as she'd been in the past. The next thing she knew, she was being taken back to the house and rubbed against the bed. What's this about? Scare her? What the hell do you want to do? Gu Xiaoxiao pushed him as hard as she could with her small hands. But it didn't work. Seeing that he had finished rubbing, he carried her into the bathroom and threw her into the water to wash, rubbing up and down without a hint of love bath. This is to dislike her dirty, is it? She also has a temper, dislike you also on it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. As it turned out, the process was grueling. A certain girl finally realized she was in trouble and at the last minute had to kick her calves and beg for mercy, saying, Will you let me go? I didn't mean to? Didn't mean to seduce me, or did you mean to lie to me? Where have I ever lied to you? No, it was a little too dangerous. This man was moving for real. You didn't lie to me? Then what's the deal with you sidetracking your assistant to go see Situ Lufeng on your own? And what's the deal with that pose you guys were in when I met you? This is not really easy to explain. Her brain suddenly planned on the head said, I am to ask him why he will be the day of the things publicized. What day was it? Hu Yuxing generally seldom learns about such gossip news, so he was confused after hearing it. Let go first, I'll find it for you. Gu Xiaoxiao silently struggled, but was only let go of one arm, and a huge mountain was still over her head, saying that it wouldn't move away. There was no way but to pick up the cell phone to show Hu Yuxing the photos he had taken outside the hospital earlier. He was really stunned for a moment, and then after looking at it for a couple of moments he suddenly exerted himself, and Gu Xiaoxiao could only hear her cell phone wailing. So she busied herself with, Cell phone, your lighter? As a result, the cell phone was pinched and crushed. What's going on? It's that day I went out for a walk and ended up almost letting his car hit me. But he forced me to pull me into the car and had to ask me how to chase Yumin. Today is also the same. I was directly pulled by him to ask about Yumin. I was so angry that I said 2 bad words about Yumin, and then he was pressed down to be bullied. Fortunately you came. Is that so? Hu Yuxing obviously didn't believe it. He suddenly picked apart Gu Xiaoxiao's coat buttons. Then his pupils shrunk because there was a mark there. Although it wasn't heavy, but it also made people feel like it might have been caused by a certain man's heart was very uncomfortable. He was desperate to make the marks left by the man disappear and then covered them. Whether she was telling the truth or not, he wasn't going to let go of her today. Chapter 51. Can't afford to toss. Why did this man suddenly belong to a dog and nibble and bite? Gu Xiaoxiao was a novice at this kind of thing, a super novice. Therefore, she was so scared and nervous that she couldn't help but shriek out in shock. Don't be afraid. We've done it once anyway. Don't be nervous. Hu Yuxing mouthed to comfort, but he is not too familiar with the hand. Either pressed to the person's hair or pressed to the person's meat. Simply then Gu Xiaoxiao also woeful. But in the end is a man, other skills no such as nature, the weak is strong, he is now the strong one. Gu Xiaoxiao see him so their own instead calm down, although it is true that there is a time not afraid. But she is now a pregnant woman, cannot afford to toss. I was thinking about whether to say this thing out when Hu Yuxing's action suddenly fast up. She did not have time to say that side of the opportunity to become a thing. What's going on? She was so scared that all she could do was whisper and beg for him to be gentle. For the sake of the baby after all. Hu Yuxing did calm down, and of course he couldn't tell you how relieved he was to have someone. But look at her little face confused. The corners of the eyes are still hanging teardrops, do not dare too hard. After all, this person is their own, cannot send her to the hospital once again, right? Both of them were considered to be the first time they really rubbed shoulders. So there really wasn't too much joy, but the man's heart was satisfied, and Gu Xiaoxiao was nervous plus worried the whole time. Luckily, Hu Yuxing is not an animal. He is not as fierce as some men in novels when they get something. He is still very gentle. Afterward, he slumped down next to his woman, not tossed enough but feeling comfortable. While Gu Xiaoxiao insisted on getting up to go to the bathroom, Hu Yuxing said, "I'll carry you." "No, I'm going to take my pills." "It's true that you need to take a tranquilizer pill. This father is too much of an asshole. To come like this all of a sudden, what if he hurt his child? Can't you not take the medicine? Let's just get married. Why bother with that?" Hu Yuxing felt that this person was his own, and made a big show of being her home. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that he would misunderstand that he was taking birth control pills, also intentionally let him misunderstand. After listening to him, rolled her eyes and said, "I don't want to marry into your family and be hated." Finished taking the bag into the bathroom, while sitting on the toilet hard to eat pills. Both of these masters are so tossable, one vulnerable and needing her protection, and one looking for all kinds of opportunities to eat her. Just like that, she was suddenly a woman, and she felt slightly depressed. I was sitting there in a daze when all of a sudden I heard a knock on the door outside. "Is it uncomfortable? Let me put the water on for a bath?" "No, I'll put it on." Gu Xiaoxiao silently called the faucet, then wiped away the tears on her face. "Anyway, it's no use crying when it's all over." Speaking of which, she doesn't hate Hu Yuxing too much, but she felt a bit disgusted when she was bullied by Situ Lufeng before. Is it true what they say on the internet that women become different after a man and a woman have that relationship? Halfway through the water, he heard the door say again, "Are you not feeling well?" "No, this will open the door." Gu Xiaoxia hurriedly changed into the pajamas she had brought with her, and just in time to come was to wrap the quilt around her body and go into the bathroom. When the door opened, she was shocked. Hu Yuxing, the president, stood there looking at her with nothing on. Really not the usual tarda. She immediately averted her eyes and chortled, "Can't you wear anything? It's too hot." But the other party also said, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. What are you afraid of?" But look at her, that petite and still angry look, how so cute. Want a kiss? Before she could kiss, she had taken her bag and gone out, then lay down on the bed as if to sleep. "Wait. A bath will make you feel better. Don't go to sleep." "I don't want to move." "You don't have to move. I'll do it." Being a former athlete, Hu Yuxing's physical strength was no problem at all. So he carried the person in to wash up, and in the middle of it he wanted to have another fight, only to be rejected by the little woman crying. Come what may, I don't believe she'll be squirming in the future. In fact, he never understood how women thought, and the next morning his offer to move in was rejected. He was so angry he wanted to punch her, but the thought of last night's wailing was lost on him. "So what do you want? When will your family agree to let me in the door for you to be my boyfriend?" "You." "They'll agree sooner or later." "Then let's talk about it sooner or later." If there's no guessing wrong now that the female lead Yumin already knows what's going on in their Hua family, she's only afraid that she'll directly abandon the male lead to marry into the Hua family. When the time comes, there might still be some kind of demonic moth. She's not going to get into the muddy water now. Everything will wait for her plan to be implemented. Hu Yuxing couldn't do anything about her, so he could only call the female assistant back and said, "I'll go back and discuss this with the old man. Don't think too much about it, and don't think that you can go to another man. I'll get you once you look for one. Do you hear me?" This threat obviously worked, and Gu Xiaoxia, who usually retorted a few sentences, immediately shivered and nodded her head in agreement. She was really scared. The model issue was really a big problem. She simply couldn't afford it. Hu Yuxing saw her honest heart is very proud, as a man's pride. He hadn't been this happy when he won the championship before, and took advantage of the momentum to go back and have a showdown with the old man. As a result, he didn't expect to be beaten up, the reason being that he had made Yumin cry again. "It's none of my business whether she cries or not. I've already told her to her face to break off the engagement. She's not even my woman anymore, so what's the point of me clinging to her? See for yourself. This is what your women do." The old master finished throwing some newspapers to the table. The above shot is some ambiguous scene, really makes it easy to mistake that as a couple, but the protagonist is Gu Xiaoxiao and Situ Lufeng. Hu Yuxing is trusting Gu Xiaoxiao and said, That was just a misunderstanding. You know about her hospitalization a few days ago. She went out for a walk and almost got bumped by this man, and then dragged her on a quest to find out what happened to Yumin. After all is said and done, it is still Yumin who caused the trouble, if it is not her. Come on, when did you become so narrow-minded? Or is there some kind of virginal Y festival? I'm an older man who can see past it. Why do you exclusively grasp this and not let go? Elder Hua feels that Yumin, a young girl, being victimized by that man Situ Lufeng was an accident, especially since she insisted on claiming that she didn't blame the other party and that she was the one who fell for someone else's trick. He had also sent people to investigate, but the results didn't find out that the medicine was Gu Xiaoxiao's doing, or else he would have gotten that little girl out of a city long ago. But now the grandson may be the reason why he won't marry Mandy, and he needs to untie his heart. I didn't have that episode, but I just wasn't interested in that woman. Then you're responsible too. Chapter 52. A few days of calm. Old master, why are you so stubborn? The one who has to be responsible for her is that Situ Lufeng. The one I need to be responsible for hasn't married home yet. I forgot to tell you. I really did stay at her place yesterday and slept in her bed. Hui Yuxing didn't hide anything at all, and then added, I can't say. One day this child will be born. Do you still want me to marry you, Min? Elder Hua was really angry this time, covering his chest and pointing at Hui Yuxing, unable to speak, and not a moment later his face turned blue. Doctor. Hui Yuxing hurriedly called the family doctor over, and everyone was busy for a while and finally gave the old man oxygen and medicine before he slowly slowed down. Can't you do as I wish? In the beginning, if there was no Minnie's father, your grandmother was afraid that she would have been long gone, and it would not have been possible to stay with me for so many years afterwards. I'm grateful. Elder Hua weakly said. Hui Yuxing knew that he couldn't irritate the old man any further, but he was also stubborn and definitely wouldn't compromise easily, so he kept quiet. Alas, I knew that your temperament is not one that gives in easily, so why don't you go abroad and calm down for some days while I think about it? Good. Hearing that the old master's tone had loosened, he felt that there was a door, so he happily agreed to go abroad for a few days. In fact, he couldn't bear to leave, but in order to let the old man calm down, he could only do so. If he does not go, that is, and the old master against, then I am afraid to get no benefit. He grew up in the team, his parents and busy back when only the old man and grandmother. He knew his feelings for his grandmother also do not want to go against him. After Hui Yuxing had left, that doctor said, Young Master Yuxing has the same temper as you. Old Wu, do you think it's right for me to push him like this? It's been said that he's like you, only he won't compromise so easily. But that woman has a bad nature. If he marries her, I'm afraid he'll be cheated in the future. If his nature is the same as mine, then this life will be considered ruined. He'll always understand. Ugh. Old Wu looked at the old man for a moment and said, But your illness can't be delayed. Should we discuss this with young Master Yuxing? No need, I can still hold out for a few more years. Elder Hua had actually wanted to find his own woman to go to for a long time, only holding on because he couldn't worry about his grandson. His grandson is too much like him, a one-way street when it comes to relationships, one that doesn't look over his shoulder and falls in love with someone he shouldn't. The first time I saw him, he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have. How can a woman like that, who is so capricious and watery, get into the Hua family? Besides, seducing a man to live with him before he was even married was something he really couldn't stand to see. Hui Yuxing didn't hesitate. He's the one who thinks of what to do, and knowing that he's going to leave, he immediately went to Gu Xiaoxiao's place, fart trembling object newlywed little groom like report to his little daughter-in-law, resulting in the other party looking like he's about to die of exhaustion, and said breathlessly, Then you come back early. Then weakly closed his eyes. Oh yes, I tossed her yesterday. And look at that little face as if it were a ravaged flower. He only came here once and didn't dare to be too aggressive. Why don't you be more careful next time? I wanted to come back and go again, but it seems I can't. I don't know what I'm going to think these days. I don't know what to think about these days. This has not left and already want to put people in the pocket with. Originally, I had the idea of taking it with me, and I was afraid that I would make the old man sick again. This matter cannot be too hasty, at least let the old man think about it. Gu Xiaoxiao had already eaten her lunch, and she was now very spiteful of herself for not being able to hold back for a moment and being given that by the male counterpart. At that time, it seemed like there were many opportunities for someone to not treat her that way, but I don't know why I chose the stupidest way. It seemed like it was kind of hard to go along with the plan and stuff. Hopefully nothing too big would happen in the future. She couldn't afford to take any hits right now. Now, on the internet, her company has now helped her to clarify that she has not been adopted by anyone, but still the reputation is not too good. Just now, the original owner's father called again to let her study well and don't make those useless star dreams, and then also Yumina praise, said how she is smart and capable, while she is not that piece of material. Gu Xiaoxiao directly hung up the phone, so doubtful that this is not the birth of the family. Although the book wrote that the original owner's parents were nice to her, they were also very nice to Yumin. When Hui Yuxing opened the door and entered the house, he saw Gu Xiaoxiao staring at the book and sat down, put the car keys on the table and said, "Is there anything you want me to do? I'm going abroad later." When she saw the mail match, she naturally thought of what happened last night, and Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel her face heat up. She also didn't know if she had tethered the mail match's heart now, and couldn't help but say arrogantly in a moment of nervousness, "Do you need to report to me where you're going? It's not like we have any relationship." "So what was it yesterday? A booty call?" Hui Yuxing was so direct Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't pick it up, and for a while she had a red face with the meaning of "I'm gonna cry to you." Hui Yuxing was particularly depressed by the look in her eyes, and couldn't help but think that it wasn't very nice for a man to say such strong words to a girl. So he changed his mind and said, "Of course not, we're getting married soon. The old man has already promised me to consider it. When I go abroad to take care of the company's affairs and come back, we will get married." "Okay. I'll have to think about it." It wasn't impossible to get married before the Hua family's assets were frozen. And anyway, it would be fine to share the same pain when the time came. Well, as long as Elder Hua agrees, not making things difficult for her seems fine. Well, Gu Xiaoxiao does not have any position. She was originally pampered by the family, grew up not so to self-improvement and self-reliance, typical of a small woman. "Okay, you still have 4 or 5 days to think about it, so I'll leave now. Remember to eat well and don't give yourself stomach problems again." Hui Yuxing began to instruct. Gu Xiaoxia, head full of black lines, seeing a president suddenly talk wine into a home woman man, and he is so big head standing there saying some words that do not meet the status of how to have a little cute. I know, just hurry up." She pushed the man out with a red face and stifled a laugh. But when he got to the door, Hui Yuxing held the door closed, giving full play to his unique strength advantage to make Gu Xiaoxiao no way out. So he asked, "What else do you want?" She asked, "What else do you want?" Her voice was so delicate that she shivered. Hui Yuxing didn't speak either, bending down big to match Gu Xiaoxiao's height before bringing his face over. "It's over, the good and indifferent president has turned into a big pervert, or the most shameless kind." Gu Xiaoxia pinched the corner of her coat, then came up and kissed her. "Okay." Then, her head was touched, and the entirety of her gentle and powerful scent surrounded her, making her face blush again. Chapter 53. Engagement first. "Take good care of yourself and wait for me to come back." Hui Yuxing gently closes the door for her, completely unaware that he still has such tender moments. If his friends were to see this, they'd be shocked. What would they say? What would they say? He was slightly torn, but what was wrong with being gentle when the woman was his own? Got on the plane, landed and got busy with work, and only had free time to message or call her. The girl over there is also extremely quiet. She likes to squat at home to study, rarely go out, and likes to eat all kinds of sweet things. These are the information passed to him by the female assistant. After studying and understanding it, he can then chase a. Although the person is already her own, marriage must be kept fresh. By the way, last time, because of the misunderstanding of her pregnancy so ruined her a tube of lipstick. At that time she was very angry, so have to compensate her to be able to do so. So when he was free, he shopped the side of the store to buy a whole set of more famous lipstick to the mail over, hoping that she will like. But on the circle of friends but first sent out, show-off wrote, to buy a gift for his girlfriend, everyone think how? The following former teammate's message. Lying, you can have a girlfriend is really heaven is not kind. Teammate 2. That's showing off your wealth, isn't it? Friend 1. Which young lady is it? Quickly burst the photo. Friend 2. The sun is coming out of the west when straight guys actually know how to give lipstick to girls. Gu Xiaoxiao, far away from home to study the lipstick first to see the circle of friends. Cannot help but the whole person is fast jumping out of bed with joy. A whole set of lipstick, to know a single one she cannot afford to buy, let alone a whole set. And this lipstick is a big brand, it is said that pregnant women can use. Find a rich boyfriend is good. Look at this first gift is deep in her heart. The nagging feelings of the previous days were swept away and silently felt sweet inside. And Hui Yuxing received the message of thanks and felt that women are really hard to understand. You send her a whole set of houses, do not care how to send a lipstick to be happy like this. How about a skincare delivery tomorrow? However, still bought and brought back will be more intuitive. See her happy face, and then say a few words to coax, may be able to let yourself share her half of the bed again. The more I think about it, the more beautiful. Decisively find a female staff to search for a variety of skincare products and cosmetics. Anyway, it is not expensive on more than $100,000. He didn't send a friend this time, so it had to be a surprise. When he cannot sleep at night, he always fantasizes about going back to some little daughter will be excited to kiss and hug him. That must be beautiful to the sky, right? The heart wants to jump. Big brother are a little excited. No 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 no. Although the overseas business has been expanding for a few years, but recently there is a little problem that needs to be dealt with seriously, or else we will have to shrink back to the country to be the head of the snake. At this time the phone rang, he casually picked up, found that the old man called, thought it was his own woman, called over it slightly disappointed. The old man was nice this time, saying that he had figured it out and was going to get them engaged first. Hui Yuxing immediately laughed. Okay, then let's get the marriage booked first, and we'll get married when she graduates from college. It's only a 3 or 4 year wait, it's the same. When Master Hua hears that he agrees, he says that he will prepare immediately, so that he can also return soon after his official business. How could Hui Yuxing even think about business now, and immediately said that his flight was in 3 days. Elder Hua then agreed. Then Hui Yuxing called Gu Xiaoxiao, but the time difference between the two sides was a bit different. So it was nighttime on his side while Gu Xiaoxiao was shooting prints on the other side, and she didn't get the call. After she finished shooting, she went to talk to the company's assistant and said that she would have to do less work recently. First, the wind was tight, and second, she didn't want to stay in the entertainment industry when her 1-year temporary contract expired. Waiting for the expiration of the Hua family can be almost back to the top. Their stomach is also big at that time, also what work at home to raise the fetus can be. Unfortunately, T Family Entertainment felt that she was a good seedling, and her legendary physique that had been on several hot searches after only one drama would surely catch fire, and they didn't want to release her no matter what. Listening to her want to hide, let her open live at home. At the same time we'll arrange a manager to arrange all the work matters for her. Waiting for the company to arrange everything before seeing the call from Hui Yuxing, she hesitated for a long time and asked the person beside her, "What time is it in M now?" "About 1 o'clock in the middle of the night?" That new agent looked at his watch and said, then turned back to look at his new follow-up little girl. She was genuinely not very old, her face value was genuinely capable, and she was quite well behaved and not at all ostentatious. Unfortunately, it was rumored that there was a rather powerful gold master behind her, so it seemed that it was best for good girls not to enter the entertainment industry, or else they would all be tainted black. Gu Xiaoxiao has no idea what her new manager is thinking. She thinks that Hui Yuxing must be sleeping now, she'd better not call him back. If something is really wrong, he should call at night, which is tomorrow morning in M. Sure enough, Hui Yuxing did open up when it was past 9 in the evening. His tone sounded extremely energetic. "Good morning, by the way. It's nighttime over there. You don't have to watch your cell phone live, so go to bed early, and you don't have to think about working in the future. I'll just support you. By the way, the old man that side has agreed to let us first engaged. You prepare for a while, when I go back you are my." Gu Xiaoxia heard the sound of the razor and brainstormed about someone's busy morning commute, and couldn't help but say, "Got it. Go back with a present." Aha! Never been in a relationship and don't know how to get along with a guy. But the mood does feel pretty good. After listening to Hui Yuxing's sharp conversation, she felt the image of a capable president before her eyes. Not at all like the man who had been pestering her before. Men are all multifaceted, so it seems there is nothing wrong with that. After putting down the phone, she feels that Hui Yuxing is quite resourceful and was able to get through to that old codger. According to the novel, all the way to the end, Elder Hua could have wanted the male partner and the female lead to be together, and was even more persistent than even the male partner, so she really didn't know what he was doing it for. Originally also thought that at least until their family bankruptcy their own performance turned before changing their minds, which no or Hui Yuxing has the power of action. It seems that the previous approach to hide closed the wrong, obviously to seduce the male partner to the hand in order to be all sorts of success. How about, for the sake of his efforts, should we go and tell him that someone is trying to get the Hua family to freeze all their assets and then investigate? But think about it or forget it. For one thing, they do not have the ability to know who is behind the ghost. Even if it is nonsense now, no one will believe. The big thing is, to accompany them through the difficult times, perhaps in the heart of Master Hua himself will become more noble than the heroine. Simple. Chapter 54. Forget it, I'm not the heroine or don't have that kind of idea. The big deal is to move out after marrying Hui Yuxing. I believe that man should listen to himself. Thinking this way, Gu Xiaoxiao will not be entangled. She worked at home live broadcasting, quietly do a beautiful girl, soon to be seen outside the face value of everyone will also be that this scandalous thing to forget. Who let Gu Xiaoxiao live at home every day, surrounded by some of the young girl department things. Completely no trace of men appear. More careful people found that she did not go out for a day or something, so the term house girl appeared. Her name on the internet was also changed to Otaku Girl Xiaoxiao. The manager, based on the characteristics of her live broadcast, let her introduce some beauty knowledge to pull popularity. so that you can pull in some of the young girls who love beauty. Everyone knows that her skin is good, of course want to learn about skincare methods, but Gu Xiaoxiao just want to say, youth invincibility is considered a secret, the bottom is good to say this kind of will certainly be beaten it. However, she still did a good job during the day and gave the fairies a lecture on how to take care of their skin at night. Gu Xiaoxiao, an honest young woman who has never been refined, does things with her hands full, so she is asked by her fans how on earth she manages to be able to go out perfectly this morning. I don't have to rub these in the morning either, at most a water and out the door. It's kind of hard to know which one to rub all of a sudden with so much. Fan. So you have it written here to share your skincare tips. This is the company decided on, not me personally, but everyone rest assured, I am all ahead of time to do homework, and then these cosmetics are also used, feel that there is really no danger before recommending to everyone. Fans. Never had I seen such a matter-of-fact teenage girl who somehow hit it off with her doppelganger. However, they found that their idol is really too soft and too delicate and too cute. As long as a little bit of overly aggressive words, she blushed on her side, and then blinked a pair of big innocent eyes and said, the company does not allow me to meet with the fans in private, why don't we video it, this is still possible. A crowd of female fans budding screamed, they are just kidding, why do you have to be so serious to answer? Not only answer but also find ways to meet their requirements, so spoiled idol is probably the first time to see the fans. Suddenly Gu Xiaoxia's cell phone rang. She picked it up and answered it saying, hello. Looking for which one? Miss Gu, well, tomorrow can you come to the top floor of Chaoyuan Mansion? Block A, number 123. There are some things to be said and understood. Elder Hua's voice rings out on the other side of the phone. Gu Xiaoxiao is a little excited because, after all, she's going to officially become the grandson's daughter-in-law of the Hua family, and even though she's only engaged, there are always some things that need to be made clear. Should I call my parents? She asked cautiously. Not yet, Elder Hua said afterward. I hope you'll be there tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Okay. Gu Xiaoxia hung up after promising the other party. It seems that she is still not to accept her. It's okay. She does not want to marry into their family so much, and so do each other. Because of the live broadcast, everyone looked at her back when she did not look too good, naturally want to care about it. A fan typing asked, our otaku girl, how sad face, is it what happened? An elder asked me to meet him, but I'm a little scared. Fan, then don't go. How can this be, after all, they're elders, it's better to take a trip. Anyway, Hua Yuxing will be back tomorrow, so there shouldn't be anything wrong with him then. The fans felt more and more that their idol was a good boy, so they comforted her for a while and the broadcast ended. Just after taking a shower, Hua Yuxing called, saying that he had an evening flight from his side and would arrive home right around 9 a.m. Then he told her not to be nervous, that he would soon be there to accompany her, and also said that he would move in with her after the engagement and wait until she graduated to get married. Gu Xiaoxia thought, she can hold out but her stomach can't. After the engagement she will tell him this can be done. Lying there with nothing to do when calculating how to cope with tomorrow, and then take the phone to turn over randomly, the results unexpectedly turned to the Hua family recently moves frequently as if to do something happy, all the major media are concerned, but up to now has not revealed a bit of news. Everyone guesses that the Hua family may want to complete the recent turnover of the old and new. Then here are some so-called analyses that look pretty solid. However, she is a pregnant woman only to see a moment to sleep over. Recently, because of poor appetite, lost a lot of weight, although the reaction to see the light but is unusually picky about food, basically eat anything like swallowing medicine. Luckily, there is lipstick to support her mood is kinda beautiful. The next day on the use of Hua Yuxing's lipstick, even if it is to go to a meeting also want to dress down their own. May not Yumin will still come, after all, the old man's heart is still her most important. Wearing a dress that is still quite pretty, she arrived at the address that the old master said yesterday. This is a grand hotel that is commonly used by tycoons, and I heard that it is the Hua family's property. As soon as she arrived, someone stood at the door to greet her and sent her directly to the elevator to go upstairs. Gu Xiaoxia wondered why it looked like a wedding party down there, with the media lining up outside and the guests arriving in droves. They were dressed up in fancy clothes and looked very grand. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it, after all, there were really a lot of people who had to organize weddings and stuff, and today was said to be a good day. She was a bit nervous and touched her cell phone in her bag, because Hua Yuxing would definitely come over as soon as he got off the plane, and would definitely call if he couldn't find her by then. Just why is she so nervous? Can their Hua family still eat people? When she reached the top floor, she was invited into the room. The door was gorgeous, gold in color. Walking through that door probably turned her into a princess. She couldn't help but laugh to herself and walk in. Then she discovered something that made her realize what it meant to be a female supporting role. That is, she can't change into a princess in any case, and the female lead is the real princess. She is now surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Makeup, organizing clothes. Dress up really is extremely beautiful. Gu Xiaoxiao felt a tumbling in her heart. She had been tricked by the Hua family. Obviously, he said he was going to talk to her about the engagement. But when he came, he turned out to be the heroine sitting in the bride's seat. And the female lead was even more shameless, turning around and smiling. Dash is here. Do you see how well I'm dressed today? Gu Xiaoxiao didn't even think about it. Walked up a few steps and used all her strength to whip over and ruthlessly slapped Yumin. Yumin, this little white flower, head tilted to the side. Panicked. You? Why did you hit me? You know in your own heart, like to steal other people's men. Now what do you care what good girl image? Should be smoked certainly to smoke a painful Chapter 55 Hilarity. Enough, Gu Xiaoxiao, this matter is a decision I made. There's no need to involve others. Elder Hua opened his mouth. Even. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around, and her stubborn appearance caused Elder Hua's heart to soften for a moment. But there was nothing that could be done about it. This woman knows that she's getting engaged to her friend's man, and she's still sitting here with this look on her face. If I were you, I would have jumped off a building in shame. At first she supported me in chasing after Hua Yuxing, and knew what kind of relationship Hua Yuxing and I had, and she herself had another man, and had been adopted by that man for almost a month, and had done what she should have done and shouldn't have done long ago. And as a result, she was still smiling and ready to get engaged to her own friend's man. This is not what is it? Or is she sitting here because she was forced by you? Gu Xiaoxiao finished and said without waiting for Master Hua to open his mouth. Your Hua family don't bully people too much. Even if I don't have the power and influence, it's only because your grandson chased after me all the time that he caught up. It's not like I licked my face and stuck it on. What's the difference between humiliating me and humiliating your grandson? I'll just sit back and wait to see how you'll end up when Hua Yuxing comes back. Hua Laozi was initially made weak by what he said. But then he heard that she even threatened herself with her grandson and couldn't help but frown. The grandson is his own, why should he listen to this woman? The men of my Hua family won't throw away their dignity just because of a woman is not enough. Today the reporters and celebrities have the dojo. Do you think he'll make the Hua family a target of ridicule for you? Elder Hua feels that this woman is a little out of her depth. However, Gu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and said, You're the one who caused this state of affairs, not me. So you can just continue, I don't care. Xiaoxiao. Don't be difficult. Yumin laughed wildly in her heart. Although she was beaten, she had already forced this woman to the brink of extinction. And in the future she will be the Hua family's rightful granddaughter-in-law, and even if she is more powerful, she will still be nothing more than a junior. Unfortunately, the play has not been accomplished by Gu Xiaoxiao and picked up the flowers to smash. But fortunately there is a bridesmaid next to it over to block a bit before not getting covered in water. And Gu Xiaoxiao said, You give me shut up, scheming whore, black white lotus, control over the burst of neuropathy. Don't think I can't see it. Just see you all day in front of me to pretend pity interesting, simply like a pleasing master's puppy. Now that you've been abandoned by your master, you want to turn against him, completely forgetting whose family you grew up in. Without my family's help, your family would have gone bankrupt, and you wouldn't even be able to go to middle school, so this is how you treat me? I should have known that I would have fed a cat instead of feeding a dog like you. Gu Xiaoxiao. Get the hell out of here. Elder Hua hadn't expected this little nymph to be so powerful, swearing in a set of words. He had invited her here because he wanted to tell her that she wouldn't want to enter the Hua family for the rest of her life. And of course, he wanted to give her a little compensation. Who would have thought that this girl's temperament had changed so much that she cursed their Hua family all over the place? There's no more compensation or anything. It's better not to let her mess up the engagement ceremony. But Gu Xiaoxiao laughed. You invited me here, so it won't be so easy to drive me away like this. Don't worry. I won't make any trouble. I'll just watch the fun quietly. Grandpa let Xiaoxia stay, or at least let her see brother Hua one last time. I'm not dead yet. Gu Xiaoxiao was now carrying thorns all over her body, but her heart was always uncomfortable. Well, only uncomfortable at first. She really wanted to watch the show now. It's a wonder that Hua Yuxing's character would be able to let it go. But if he really endured it for the sake of the Hua family, as Master Hua said, then she'd never see him again and the baby would be gone. Reaching out and touching her stomach, she wondered why it hurt a little. She was subconsciously scared, thinking that she was too willful, and this had nothing to do with the baby, so the big thing was to let the Hua family look at not getting it. Her own life still has to be lived, at most away from here. But if Hua Yuxing made a scene, he still had to give the Hua family a downward spiral. Calculating here, she coldly walked out of the room and waited, Not a moment later they were going to go to the meeting place and honestly followed, really did not say a word. Elder Hua frowned and said to the people around him, "Keep an eye on her. If she makes any movements, knock her out and take her away." "Yes. Grandpa doesn't have to be like this. She is also difficult." Master Hua patted her hand and said, "It's hard for you." Gu Xiao rolled her eyes at the sky and walked into the venue with her arms around her. The sound was really loud, but they waited in the hut next to them for a bit, and Elder Hua went out to give his speech first. Yumin looked at Gu Xiao standing to the side, especially hovering over her stomach. If it wasn't for Elder Hua's presence today, she would have found a way to get rid of this belly. But the gas is gone. It is not her business, after all. Like these rich men in the outside world, to engage in a demonic accidentally pregnant with a child or something is not a new thing, and then their own belly again pretend to not care about this matter, then Master Hua is not even more love him. As for Hua Yuxing, it's easy to seduce a man, and he will get him sooner or later. Gu Xiao looked at Yumin with a cold smile. She was indeed very good. She was able to make Elder Hua hide such a thing from Hua Yuxing. Just thinking about it, he found a pair of middle-aged men and women smiling as they opened the door and entered the house. And after seeing Gu Xiao, they immediately ran over enthusiastically and said, "Xiao, you're here too. Look at us. We haven't seen you all the way out in front. This is Yumin's parents?" Yumin on the side is also very nervous, although she let someone to Gu Xiao sprinkle dog blood, but it seems to have no use. She is still the tone of the recent one. Is it really like what she just said from childhood to see their own, just did not say broken? No, she must be a different person, depending on whether she recognizes her parents or not. "Hello, uncle and auntie." The original owner seems to have a good feeling about this Yu family couple, and her heart is all warmed up. However, Gu Xiao didn't feel too good because she knew the reason why Elder Hua would make such a decision all of a sudden. And it was Yumin's father. This person saved Master Hua and Grandma Hua in the beginning. At that time the situation was unstable. Master Hua and Grandma Hua were captured by a group of scoundrels. At that time Yumin's father was a militia member. In order to save these two old people were also injured. It is said that he carried Grandma Hua to the hospital with serious injuries. Really a very good person. Unfortunately, everything seems to have gone bad in this day and age. Gu Xiao just greeted and stopped making a sound. Then she heard someone outside say, "Miss, you come out. Hua Daoxiao is back." Hearing these words, the two women shuddered at the same time, while Yumin glanced at Gu Xiao and quickly walked out, although others looked at her quite dashingly. In Gu Xiao's eyes, she was considered to be in a sorry state. Chapter 56. Get out of here. Gu Xiao will not steal it with her. They have to be incarnated as a small poor child who was tricked. Otherwise, how to provoke the pity of a big man. Thinking of dissolving the hostility just now, the whole person became aggrieved, tears contained in the circles of the eyes to fall not to fall. Life can force a person into a white lotus, which really makes people very depressed. Luckily, she had a delicate appearance, and it was easy to be heartbroken with a look like that. Of course, by the way, she also picked up her bag and used an eyebrow pencil to point her frown downwards, so that she looked even more innocent. Don't blame her for messing you up if your family is not righteous. And when she looked almost ready, she slowly pushed the door open to look out. Hua Yuxing had already arrived at the hall, and was first surprised by the sound of reporters and congratulations, because he thought the old man was preparing for his engagement to Gu Xiaoxia. When he looked around and didn't see Gu Xiao, he asked the old man, "Where's Xiao?" "She's in her room." "Oh." Hua Yuxing will be his tie organized a bit. As soon as the plane was accused of today, he is going to be the groom of the engagement. This dress is still panic set on. Also do not know how the image is now. Don't be a small woman to be disliked. When the finishing touches were done, they heard the host stand up on the stage and say, "Welcome to Mr. Hua Yu's engagement. Today the two couples are going to exchange the rings and be betrothed for life with everyone's blessing. And in the future, they will grow old together and face all of life's hardships and difficulties together." This is a set of words, but there is no explanation of who the bride is. Gu Xiao was in no hurry, waiting for them to reveal it, and wanted to see what Hua Yuxing's face would look like. Well, although she couldn't bear to see Hua Yuxing so happy, she wasn't the one who tossed him around, so why rush to feel sorry for him, and then let the whole world think that she's a mistress, the one who breaks up other people's couples? Of course they have to be the villains, and they have to be thrown off their faces by Hua Yuxing in front of so many people. Of course, if he condescends, then she'll make a scene and leave, never to be seen again really. But if he can be as stubborn as he is in the novel, then he should take on the responsibilities of a man. Even if he does not do anything, this engagement is only afraid that it is not good. Because she saw Situ Lufeng early in the crowd, and still crushed the wine glass black face of the hero. He will not be obedient to see it. later have Yumin suffered. Who let this novel is a bit of sadistic love, can make the heroine chasing after the unrelenting hero think about it with feelings. As he was thinking about it, he heard the host say, "Will the two newlyweds please come up to the stage?" Hui Yuxing felt that his little woman should come out at this time, and then dodged onto the stage himself first, his eyes glittering with a halo of happiness. But after waiting for half a day, he saw his grandfather bring Yumin up to the stage with him. And that woman was dressed quite beautifully, with a shy and timid look. Hui Yuxing's heart suddenly went cold, and his face darkened as he said, "Master, where is Xiao Xiao?" Elder Hui smiled and said, "Yuxing, today is the engagement ceremony for you and Minnie. Look at all the reporters and celebrities from all the families arriving to watch the ceremony. Shouldn't you and Minnie be exchanging rings?" "That's right, I'm all set." With a wave of his hand, a hostess brought a box to Hui Yuxing's face. A pair of sparkling diamond rings were placed inside, which looked to be worth a lot of money. But at this moment, Hui Yuxing was already as black as a pot. He looked at his grandfather, finally realizing that he was the one who had tricked him into coming back to get engaged to that woman. Then he also forced him to admit his relationship with this woman in front of so many city dignitaries and his ex-teammates. He really can't be soft, and if he is, his own happiness will be ruined. He had a responsibility to the little woman, and he had a responsibility to the Hua family, but he couldn't give up the oath he had previously taken or turn his back on his love just because of his responsibility. Coldly laughing, he then suddenly reached out and knocked those two rings to the ground. The ring's tinkling crunch as it lands on the ground silences the entire hall, and Elder Hua's face goes cold. It was really as that woman had said, that his grandson could throw down the Hua family's face for her, and that this engagement was his own fault. My Hui Yuxing's only girlfriend is Xiao Xiao. What is this woman? Grandpa, you really are getting more and more confused with age. Where is Xiao Xiao? Hui Yuxing wasn't polite at all. Not only did he not give face but also exposed Gu Xiao Xiao. Gu Xiao Xiao shook her fist in the room. "Good Hui Yuxing, you really are a man. Now it's time for her to take the stage." She pulled her skirt a little nervously, then gently pushed the door open and stood there quietly, although she didn't say anything, but it was easy to attract Hui Yuxing's attention. "Xiao Xiao." He jumped down from the stage and ran to Gu Xiao Xiao, then immediately explained, "It wasn't my idea. I didn't realize abroad that Grandpa would make such an arrangement." The flashbulbs were directed at Gu Xiao Xiao all of a sudden, and the major media didn't realize until now that the so-called Gold Master wasn't any Situ Lufeng but the Hua family's youngest, Hui Yuxing. Gu Xiao Xiao had already prepared herself for the possibility that she might be on the hot seat again, and now she would have to act very innocent in order to let everyone know that she was actually a poor little thing who was being bullied. "You Hua family bully too much. I also did not beg to marry, and why do you want to do this to me? Yesterday evening called me to discuss the matter of engagement. I asked to see my parents' old master said no. At that time I was live, everyone can testify. But I did not expect myself to come after you. Min even sat there in a beautiful dress, smiling, and asked me, 'You came?' Do you know how much my heart hurt at that time?" After saying that, she wiped her tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Hui Yuxing was genuinely heartbroken, but the outstretched hand was avoided by Gu Xiao Xiao. She proceeded to shed tears. "You're fine with whoever you're engaged to. Why you Min? She's my friend." No, a former friend. Since this is the case, she'll stink up the Hua family and Yumin together. They were the ones who messed with her first anyway." Yumin immediately said after hearing this, "No, it's clearly me and Brother Hua who have a marriage contract. It's you? Don't be ridiculous. You didn't know the true identity of the Hua family before and couldn't stand Hui Yuxing, so you kept encouraging me to go after him. I caught up and you turned back to him when you knew the true identity of the Hua family. Really shameless." Yumin looked at Elder Hua without explanation. She also did not expect Hui Yuxing to be so stupid as to do things that don't want the face of the Hua family for a woman. Elder Hua said, "All right, everything is me forcing Xiao Min to do this. I've already decided that he's my Hua family's granddaughter-in-law, so get the hell out of here." Chapter 57. Never see you again. Elder Hua had displayed his domineering autocracy to the fullest, but had taken Yumin out of the picture. At this time, Gu Xiao Xiao turned her face and wiped her tears as she said to Hui Yuxing, "You said you convinced your grandfather, but in the end, you just slapped me in the face. I'm Gu Xiao Xiao. I'm just a fool to be fooled by you, and from today onwards we'll never see each other again." Life can sometimes really force a good person to act all out as she is now. Hui Yuxing reached out to pull her back, but was brushed away, saying, "Let go of me. I don't want to make a fool of myself here again. After saying that, he walked out step by step, walking with that elegance. There was no way, if it was a normal female match at this time, should fly and run, but she couldn't run, she still had a ball with her. Hui Yuxing didn't chase after him. It was Elder Hua who caused all of this, and he needed to bring this farce to an end. So he jumped onto the stage and said to Elder Hua, "Elder, you know the character of the Hua family, running down one road until it's black." Then picking up one side of the mic, he said to all the people, "This engagement ceremony is not established, that's it, please go back." Elder Hua said coldly, "You really want to do this?" "Yes." Hui Yuxing dropped the wheat in his hand and was about to go after Gu Xiaoxiao when Elder Hua gasped, "Stop him for me." Many bodyguards came from all directions to surround Hui Yuxing. He was planning to fight when Yu Min's father suddenly said, "Elder Hua, let's forget about this matter today. We didn't know that young Master Hua had a date and that the child was Xiao Xiao. But in the early years of our family's bad life, Xiao Xiao had been the one who helped us out. If we had known it was that child's date, we wouldn't have let Minnie get engaged to young Master Hua. Minnie, come down and let's go." Yu Min stood on the stage holding the wedding dress in her hand vigorously. She felt that she was really humiliated today. But first, she had to get her reputation back. So she walked over to Hui Yuxing and suddenly slapped him. She meant that as long as Hui Yuxing had a guilty conscience in his heart for receiving this slap from her, then she was justified. But I didn't expect Hui Yuxing to suddenly take a step back to avoid it, and said in a cold voice, "And on what basis do you hit me? On the basis that you are a woman, or on the basis that you have the face to stand in Xiao Xiao's position, you are nothing." Hui Yuxing, don't go too far. I don't know who's gone too far today. Hui Yuxing turned around and was about to rush out. The bodyguards wanted to block, but Elder Hua said, "Let him go." Waiting for Hua Yu to walk after the old man who let the reporters and guests are sent out, he went back to the back, did not stand, almost did not fall, but fortunately was held and then was sent to the hospital. Yu Min still wanted to follow to honor him, but was pulled away by his parents. They felt that even if this matter today was booked by Master Hua, his own daughter hadn't even refused, it was still infuriating, especially since the Gu family had been kind to their family, and Gu Xiaoxiao had taken care of her daughter since she was a little girl. But looking at what just happened, Xiao Xiao already hated her daughter. How could things be like this? You guys don't pull me back. What's the point of going back? I still have to go see the old man. He's in the hospital now and needs someone else to take care of him. Yu Min struggled out, then said, "You guys get in the car. I'll give you guys money to spend on traveling expenses. Really don't want to go back to that poor home. For her brother's tuition can't come up with the money. She go back to have no face to go out to see people." "Xiao Min, don't be so capricious. Didn't you like Xiao Xiao since you were a child? Why did you steal her boyfriend?" Yu Min's mother discussed with her daughter. "What do you mean her boyfriend? The surname Hua was originally my fiancé. Well, it was she who snatched it first. In front of her parents, she did not have much to hide her true nature, and even showed the resentment of these years. Didn't Dash say that you were the one who made her chase after you first? You believe her when she says she is your daughter, or am I?" Yu Min shook off her mother's anger and ran straight out the door. Hui Yuxing, this revenge she will avenge. But just before she ran out of the building, she was hugged by a person, and then she was thrown into the car. Then a man pressed down on her and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to marry Hui Yuxing that badly?" No, I didn't, I was forced to." "Yeah? But you were really humiliated today," Situ Lufeng said while he domineeringly tore the gown on her body and then said, "You are not allowed to wear Hua family's things in the future, not to mention that you didn't become Hua young lady today. Even if you did, you're still my woman. I will let you know what kind of man can conquer a like you." The car traveled all the way to Situ Liufeng's private residence, and Yu Min was tossed around by him until she couldn't get out of bed at all the next morning. She cried and begged before stopping, and then wrapped herself in the quilt with a reluctant heart. "You're not willing to do that? Then how about you join me in making the Hua family never raise their heads again?" "You? What are you talking about? Don't pretend. I can tell you're an ambitious person. You can leave me behind to marry Hui Yuxing. Isn't it because you see that the Hua family is stronger than our Situ family? I'll give you this chance to be the mistress of my Situ family. I'll marry you as long as you bring down the Hua family." "No, Master Hua has treated me. I told you to stop pretending. If you keep pretending, what we did here last night will be put on the internet. You've got quite a body. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done to you? From the moment you went behind my back to get engaged to Hui Yuxing, you were already betraying me. And what I hate most in my life is women like you. So what do you think I'm going to do to you?" "But I was forced to do it by Master Hua, and he wanted me to have a good life." "Enough, you really are cheap enough. Gu Xiaoxiao is at least consistent. But you really make me unbearable. Yu Min silently cried, weakly said, I promise you not okay. You do not do this to me well. I do not know what to do. I'll marry you as long as you behave, don't worry. Really? Really? Situ Lu Feng tenderly kissed her. But this thorn in his heart really could never be pulled out. He truly liked this woman. But it seemed that this woman didn't have a long heart. She is so unreal, not real at all, not as real as that woman Gu Xiaoxiao, although sometimes she is also pretending. But she has never been disgusted with him. I should say that she is avoiding him, this point he still feels it. At least, for his own man loyalty, want to give birth to his child. But not in order to let him marry her into the door as some kind of young lady. As for Yu Min, the longer the time went on, the less he knew what she was thinking anymore. Gu Xiaoxiao simply does not know Situ Lufeng has such a good evaluation of her. At the moment she is hospitalized. There is no way, a little stimulation in the stomach of the little guy and the noise, although the medicine is better, but thinking of their own and nowhere to go, simply hospitalized. Chapter 58. Hospitalized. Originally, the doctor had told her to stay for only 2 days to get a shot and then she could go back. But she felt that she had nowhere to hide but in the hospital. She couldn't bring anything with her anyway, so she might as well rent a place to live somewhere. Anyway, she planned to hide for a while, waiting for the Hua family to lose power before coming out. At that time, if she appeared then, she would be slapping Master Hua's face. She just didn't know what would cause their Hua family to suddenly lose their power. While hospitalized, while finding a smaller house, rent just over 1,000 a month, the 8th floor, turnkey. The first thing she did was to take the bag she bought in the last few days of her hospitalization and go there. She also bought a new cell phone and got a new number, and as for the previous one, she simply sealed it up and didn't look at it anymore. Anyway, I don't want Hua Yuxing to find her and make their Hua family a mess. The strong heart of revenge made her heart also difficult for a few days, and then slowly after moving into the new home, she did not think much about it. Concentrate on being a housewife, even the door is rarely out. However, she did not know that the outside looking for her are looking for crazy. Hua Yuxing had searched almost everywhere he could after realizing that Gu Xiaoxiao had disappeared, but he hadn't seen any sign of her, and he thought that girl might not be able to stop thinking about it. Otherwise, why did her parents say she hadn't returned home when they contacted her? Didn't go home, didn't look for classmates, couldn't get in touch with my cell phone, never responded to WX or anything. Friend circle not updated. Can't even find the manager or T-Family Entertainment. Hua Yuxing went to a bar with his teammates to get drunk. And when he came back, Master Hua called out to him and said, Don't you even work now? I have liked this one woman since I was a child, and as a result you guys have forced her away, and it is not possible to force her to die. What can I do? Nothing. People like what to do. Money and company can follow me for life, can give me children? You! Hua old man is also a little regret, early to know his grandson is in such a deep he did not do so. The result was the Yu family couple to come here as soon as he begged for help, thought of his old partner, so hot-headed to think of this way. I'm scared every day. Scared that one day the police department will come looking for me and say that they've found a female corpse somewhere. Hua Yuxing pounded the table, then said with bloodshot eyes, Alas, I didn't know things would come to this. The Yu family couple said that it was Minnie who was recently pestered by a rich second generation hoping that I could help, and I felt that this was the only way to keep her from having to be harassed. You can recognize her as your god-granddaughter. You can warn Situ Lu Feng, what are you doing putting my happiness on the line? All right, I have a headache and don't want to talk about it. He took his clothes and went upstairs in a mess, then moved out the next day and never came back. Master Hua knew that this time it was a big blow to his grandson, but how to find the other party did not come back. But fortunately Yu Min came. She still takes care of him as she did in the past, reminding him of his old partner, who was just as simple and kind as this girl when she was young. Yu Min said very quietly, In the future, I'll come often to take care of Grandpa, so don't think about what happened before. Right, don't think about it. Elder Hua patted her hand. Now that his grandson's mood is not too stable, he has to support himself in terms of business. Before that, he didn't hand it all over to Hua Yuxing. After all, before he graduated, he was an athlete who only cared about competing and had no contact with the family business at all. Everything should be done slowly, and compared to others, his learning ability is already considered good. When their Hua family made such a mess, Gu Xiaoxiao had already started to wear fat clothes, because she herself found that her small belly was slightly orphaned, although it was not visible, but if she wore tight clothes it was a little bit stiff. At the same time the cups had grown and were starting to rise there. This was supposed to be an awesome baby, all in advance of food preparation. Today, She occasionally turned on her phone and found that the number of messages and information in her phone really overwhelmed her a bit. In particular, the original owner's parents seemed to be very concerned about her, asking her where she was every day. Gu Xiaoxiao then returned to past, stating that she was adjusting her emotions without thinking about it, and that she would continue to go to school when she was almost recovered. The whole country pretty much knows that she's such a Cinderella, so how could the Gu family's parents not know about it? So, she obediently confessed, and after confessing, she looked at Hu Yuxing's messages, and surprisingly, they were all 3 words of sorry. The apology was pretty sincere, and the person was really quite pathetic, but she didn't want to just show up and let him have his way. But it wasn't nice to worry about someone, so how about sending him a message telling him he was fine? Just thinking about it, all of a sudden the cell phone rang. She was startled. It was only turned on less than 2 minutes. There was no message back, and she hurriedly turned off her cell phone. After shutting down the machine, she sighed with relief and did not know who called so coincidentally. But what did she know? This side of the cell phone got through to the group of friends that Hu Yuxing had found to help make the call were shocked. They were requested to call to this cell phone number whenever they had time. These teammates also saw how badly Hu Yuxing was tricked by the old man at the engagement ceremony. So of course they would help out, and as a result, they got together to drink while calling their future sister-in-laws, and one of them actually got through. Before they could get excited about the other party turning the phone off, they immediately called Hu Yuxing to tell him about it. Then, and there are 2 guesses, one is that the phone was taken by someone else to turn it on to take a look when they saw someone calling and immediately turned it off, and the second is that she herself turned it on to take a look at the message and then turned it off in shock. Hu Yuxing thought that the latter was more likely, so he sent out messages hoping that she would understand that he was looking for her and waiting for her at the same time. It wasn't until 2 days later that he finally received an emoticon of a little person being angry and on fire, followed by 3 words. The anger hadn't subsided. God! How can this girl be so cute? Hu Yuxing sighed in relief. It seems that she is still soft-hearted. Obviously so angry to give him back a message. If you want to return a desperate one, it's okay. But this one with an emoticon doesn't look serious. So, he felt that this girl is a little bit slightly cute or has long been angry is not want to see him. This is good. Everyone can calm down. Thinking this way, he stopped tossing and just sent her a message every day when he was free, and he didn't stop until something happened to the company all of a sudden. No one ever thought that the so powerful Huas would collapse in an instant, due to the fact that information about their partners and shareholders was put on the internet, leading to serious losses for Huas and the various companies they worked with. Simple to say, but the stakes are huge. So, the top enters the investigation, and all of the Hua family's assets are frozen within 3 days. Originally, the freezing of assets wouldn't have made them move out of the mansion, but I don't know if someone was behind it or what, but the Bureau of Investigation needed them to move out in order to conduct a reasonable investigation into all of the Hua family's property. Chapter 59. Picking Up People. 15 Chung Kong Road. This is the place where the female main character gave the male partner and the old master money, when the original main character originally wanted to pick them up and take them back to her house, but was rejected by Hu Yuxing. So she got angry and left, while old master Hua seemed to have an attack and was later picked up by some mysterious person for treatment. It's just that the book never said who that person was, and it wasn't mentioned later. As for Hu Yuxing, he took the money given by the female lead and was very grateful to her, and the few times he met with her he had to go behind Situ Liufeng's back because he was afraid that he would deal with the female lead because of it. It was also at this point in time that the female lead became Situ Liufeng's girlfriend and stabilized her relationship. In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao thinks that the heroine is at this time to know that Situ Liufeng's powerful and the Hua family can't even compare with him. Besides, the Hua family is already finished. Of course, she has to choose a person to marry who can make her able to move up the ladder. The rumors about the Hua family have been swirling for the past 2 days, and she doesn't know how the Hua family's grandparents and grandchildren were sent here, but she still went to step on the spot early. It was found to be basically empty of homes, just a strip of everyone, suitable for all sorts of clandestine work. She stepped on the spot twice and finally saw that there was a large supermarket on the side of the road, and everyone in the neighborhood came here to buy groceries, including the people in the neighborhood where she lived. Then this is her own excuse: these days nothing to come back to buy food. Really cannot buy 2 times, must pick up the person back to be able to do. Remember that it was already dark when the female lead gave the male counterpart the money, and the 2 of them bought something to eat on the side of the road because they had nowhere else to go. Since it was a dark day, then it would be fine if they came a little later in the afternoon on their own to buy food. With this intention, she went to the supermarket almost every night, looking out as she shopped, only to see no one. Did the plot change and then the guy stopped coming here? That would be bad? Or should she call herself to ask about the situation? Thinking of this at night, she really opened her cell phone and sent a question mark to Hui Yuxing. The message he sent turned out to be, "I'm sorry, maybe you made the right choice to leave. What's wrong with this male match? All of a sudden he's backing off. Is he not confident enough to pursue her because his family is being investigated and his assets are frozen? How can that be? What will he do if he backs out?" But then sent a message the other side did not return. She also want to maintain their angry image, cannot always send a message, and finally can only open the machine did not turn off again. This had proved that she was not hiding after her anger subsided, and if the male partner wanted to find her it would only be easy to get the person back. But the man didn't call her again, which really made her not know what to say about this person. But it's just a momentary blow, not even wanting a girlfriend? Or are you planning to wait for the turnaround to come back to her? How can that be? What if that little goblin, the female lead, snatched the lead? The next day, she went grocery shopping again. As a result, she saw a car dropping them off from afar, and a man with sunglasses talking to Elder Hua and Hui Yuxing about something. However, soon Master Hua harshly drove the people back to the car, and then he and Hui Yuxing both sat on the side of the bus waiting chairs and seemed to be talking about something. Soon, the sky was drizzling, and even though there was a shed over there, it couldn't hold back much of the rain. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was abused by the two men before, is still very angry, but looking at the two men who were unbeatable earlier, there is not even a place to block the wind and rain in their hearts, which is slightly touched. Of course, is in pity for their own boyfriend. As for the boyfriend's grandfather can be ignored. Now how to reach them was the point, and it was a bit unrealistic to walk out on them out of the blue as a chance encounter. Since she lived just out of the way of the station, they'd be sure to pick up on the suspicion when the time came. How about just a little bit brighter? Gu Xiaoxia thought of a plan, and then bought an umbrella for the supermarket clerk to send to the station, and did not let him say who bought it for him, even if it was a gift from the supermarket. The supermarket clerk strangely took the umbrella and sent it over, realizing that these two people were only carrying a traveling box, but with an extraordinary aura. Hui Yuxing said, "Thank you, may I ask if this is free gift from the supermarket?" The clerk finished with a horse slicker, then quickly ran back. Hui Yuxing subconsciously looked inside the supermarket, but he saw a small head whooshing and shrinking behind a magazine, and although it was fast but his dynamic vision was good, he felt that the person seemed a bit like his little woman. "I'm going to the grocery store to pick up a few things. By the way, I'll see if it's her." Aha! Elder Hua let him go without suspicion, calculating in his heart how he was going to put this matter to rest. Their assets were frozen now, and they had almost no possessions left except for some change in their bags. They had just discussed renting an apartment nearby, so Hui Yuxing was looking at his cell phone. Hui Yuxing walks into the supermarket and realizes that it's quite big, and then doesn't see his little woman. He looked around while buying things. If she was avoiding him, then she wouldn't recognize him, so as not to bring her trouble. Just make sure she's okay. As a result, standing in front of the drink, he saw a tiny body peeking out from inside the bottle, none other than his little girlfriend. She was hiding among the bottles and cans looking at him like a thief, but her eyes were full of confusion and worry. But it's too good to be true. It's like you haven't lost weight, you've gained a little. Hui Yuxing wanted to touch her and hug her, but he couldn't. He stood there in silence for a long time, finally buying a random drink and leaving. Lying. This guy really doesn't want her anymore is what? It's crazy to turn around and walk away when you've clearly noticed yourself, and buy 2 horrible mustard drinks and 2 loaves of bread. Elder Hua was thinking the same thing. His grandson was probably soured by the successive blows, and look what he bought. High sugar bread, horrible drinks. Is this trying to kill him as an old man? How can a man be discouraged by this little thing? No, it's her who's inside. The corners of Hua Yuxing's mouth were curled when he spoke of her, and his face carried a bit of joy. Elder Hua easily guessed who this she was and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, the grandson was looking for her, and as a result, he found and did not meet her. So, she had this umbrella delivered, didn't she? This is still do not want to see them? Right, he had hurt them deeply, so it was only right that he didn't want to see them. He sighed, then turned around and was stunned for a moment. Hui Yuxing, still listening to the rain, said, "Well, it should be her. She's hiding and doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see her right now, so down and out. Seeing her doesn't even give her a stable life. Old man, what are you hitting me for?" He looked at his grandfather strangely, then watched him point his finger at the rain behind him with a rather tangled look. Chapter 60. You can't stop thinking about it. Hui Yuxing's heart skipped a beat, feeling a little less than good. As soon as he turned around, a pocket of vegetables thrown over, he hastily caught it, and then saw his girlfriend who used to be quiet and had never gone crazy pointing at his nose. What do you mean ah? Obviously see me and pretend not to see. Do not want to pass how? The corner of Hua Yuxing's mouth twitched. He had never imagined that he would be threatened by a woman pointing at his nose, and it tasted quite good. Because she didn't dislike herself, she still wanted to go on with her life. Is it because she's handsome and has a big body? Even if you don't have the money to see, people are willing to follow you. Rolling her eyes, she heard the little woman poo-poo again and said, "It was never together in the first place. It's me who came out redundantly. Give me the dish." She winds up again to grab the dish, and the result is that the other person does not let go of her hand when she snatches and snatches. "What do you want? How have you been?" "Humph. I'm doing very well without you Hua family having nothing to punch me in the face." On one side, Elder Hua felt his face hurt a little, but from the situation just now, this girl's feelings for her grandson seemed to be genuine. Otherwise, his own family's affairs are now spreading out, and he himself understands in his heart how menacing the internet says, but she still dares to come this way is also considered to have a heart. Also send umbrellas, heart to also good. Not as much as Xiao Min said. Strange, Xiao Min didn't seem to have said anything bad about her. It was all analyzed by himself with his intuition. Then is he misunderstanding her? Can't help but also did not speak, just watch this pair of men and women flirting on the side. Hua Yuxing knew it was fine when he saw that people could still be sarcastic. At least she hadn't gotten to the point of committing suicide, and with a sigh of relief, he put the dish towel down and said, "That's good." Huh. Why was this guy's reaction so cold? He couldn't really be planning to go the abusive route and break up with her first and come back to her when he'd gotten his career pride back. If this is written according to the general script, then wouldn't she find another male counterpart in the meantime to be able to do it, and then tangle it up a bit, you snatch it and I'll snatch it for a good laugh? Nope, off topic. Gu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. Her own belly is almost seen out, cannot have time to talk to him about these. Besides, this day is also dark, the rain is getting bigger and bigger. She is a pregnant woman, to catch a cold will be bad. You go back. Hua Yuxing rushes the person away with reluctance in his heart. Her flowing sea is all wet, and her expression looks a bit forlorn, shivering a bit because of the cold. Oh, probably pissed off by him too. The whole person is pathetic and helpless in the rain. He wanted to take off his coat to her, but he was afraid that she would stand there and not move. The weather is so bad, afraid that she will freeze again, cannot, and then look like this will be more, wanna hold not let go. Go! He turned and drank. Elder Hua couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. His grandson's heart can't be very painful. Hua Yuxing, you've had enough, ah. By what right do you let me go back just to go back and let me go just to go? Now, you guys are coming with me. What? Go wow, pouring here to say interesting ah? Ah? Oh. Will not really want to catch a cold, right? She was startled. Busy hands off Hua Yuxing's jacket. Said, "Give me cloak. I cannot catch a cold." Ah, that's too much initiative. Carry my groceries, go on. But we shouldn't get involved at this point. What's the point of nagging? If you don't go, then don't ever see me again. I'm gonna go find a senior in the school to fall in love and get married and have kids right away. What's the point of nagging you? No way. Hua Yuxing hadn't wanted to go with her, but he hadn't expected people to turn around and pull out and carry away their traveling boxes. Hua Yuxing had no choice but to follow. But when he turned his head and realized that the old man hadn't moved, he couldn't help but look at him. It is true that Master Hua is now homeless, but he has a guilty conscience in his own heart and is a bit embarrassed to go with others. Why are you guys so abrasive? I'm gonna get really cold if I get wet again. Gu Xiaoxia turned around and called out, "Grandpa, Xiao Xiao is a good girl. Let's go." Hua Yuxing picks up Elder Hua as she says, "You guys instead of you." If she refers to you alone, it proves that she has a grudge in her heart and doesn't want to accept Elder Hua. But when she said you guys, it meant that she had probably already let go of her feelings. Master Hua could only follow. The two of them had no idea where she was taking them, but it should be her home. In fact, Hua Yuxing didn't expect to stay at their house, but just wanted to take a look and make sure she was safe before leaving. Then he realized that the neighborhood she rented was old, but the environment was quite nice, and her room was clean. The room over there is free for you guys to go change. Then to the left and right is the bathroom, which has a shower. But it's a 60-square-foot house and you expect to be able to take a shower? And even if she lets them come, she still has to maintain a high and mighty attitude, especially towards Elder Hua, who absolutely has to be treated as a class enemy, so as not to let him underestimate her. However, meals always need to be made, and I don't know if I've had a full meal after being kicked out for so many days. When I look at Hua Yuxing, I feel like he's lost weight. No, 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 no. But lately, I don't know what happened, but as her children got older, she actually started to miss men. Not that kind of want, just want to have a person around to take care of themselves. Maybe it is too empty reason. Or perhaps it is used to, since coming to this world, this man has been hovering around, suddenly disappeared a bit uncomfortable. While thinking about it, she fried 2 dishes and then cooked rice as well. Although it is very simple, but at least it looks quite okay, also enough to eat. She is actually not too good at craftsmanship. This is not in order to brush an impression. As for why she was brushing up on her impressions, that was a plan she had already set in motion. Anyway, she didn't want to be some cowardly good guy now, so she had to plan for herself. As for love and all that, she didn't hate Huiyuxing anyway. He was originally his favorite dish, and aside from being a bit straighter, there was nothing wrong with that. In fact, even if you go back to the present, seems to find so much gold, reliable, in addition to a little straight, seems to have no shortcomings, so marrying him is certainly not a loss. When the meal was served on the table, Master Hua and Huiyuxing had finished their baths and changed their clothes, and came out to see the meal hot on the table. They couldn't tell what they felt in their hearts for a while, and these days they had also instantly tasted the warmth and coldness of human feelings, especially Huiyuxing, who never knew that so many people would come to trouble them once the Hua family lost its power. They had some private property at the beginning, but in the end it all went to some debt-collecting villains. This led to the sale of their old mansion to pay off their debts, which was the real reason they had no place to return to. Just when everyone was turning away from them, even the little aunt's family was shutting their doors. This little girl gave them a full meal, which already showed what kind of person she was. Chapter 61. How can you starve to death? What are you looking at? Eat, although maybe it doesn't taste too good. Gu Xiaoxiao blushes up herself after saying such haughty words, but Huiyuxing thinks heartily that this is shyness. The little daughter-in-law is also growing up, like a newlywed. Aha! Their grandparents and grandchildren sat down instead, and then after eating a meal that really didn't taste too good, Huiyuxing thanked them while taking his umbrella and preparing to leave. What are you guys doing to go? Gu Xiaoxia asked as she finished cleaning up the dishes and opened her mouth when she saw that the people were leaving. We're going home.
Huiyuxing lit.
Don't be ridiculous. If we really had a home, you guys wouldn't have to sit at the bus stop with your traveling gifts. Besides, it's getting late, you guys should just stay here and figure it out tomorrow. The situation is a bit wrong. In the past he wanted to live, she did not allow. Today, how would be so enthusiastic to allow? Is it? As a result, a rag was thrown at Huiyuxing, and then Gu Xiaoxiao chortled. Don't think too much. You'll sleep in one room with Grandpa. Huiyuxing looked outside and saw that it was indeed raining harder and harder, and there was no place for them to stay even if they went out now, so they had no choice but to make do with one night here, and then find a way to find a house tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Just the room next to the bathroom. There's a TV in there, you guys can watch whatever you want. That's it. I'm a little tired, so I'm gonna go back to the house to rest first. In fact, it was either tired or intentionally avoiding them. Huiyuxing smiles bitterly. It seems that she still hasn't completely lost her temper, and is helping herself only because she's too pathetic right now. Really don't want this woman to pity herself. After entering the house, I found that although this room is small, but there is a large bed should be enough for them to live in, the grandparents and grandchildren. Just sat down and did not have time to talk outside. Someone knocked on the door. The old master said, "Come in." This tone, as if this is their home. But it should be used to it, after all, it's someone who has been high up for half a lifetime. Gu Xiaoxiao carried the quilts in, then said, "Are 2 quilts enough?" Enough. His own little woman really did care about him. Just as he was thinking, he saw her bring 2 more cups and then said, "There's no automatic water dispenser here. There's hot water in the kettle, I carried it for you." Xiao. Huiyuxing simply didn't know what to say. But with his favorite girl walking around in front of him, how could he be so cruel as to not speak to her more? But just because he wants to talk doesn't mean that people will talk to you. So he saw that the little girl ignored him and turned around to go into the room, then closed the door with a snap. How is this about getting angry, or did she never get over it? After closing the door, Master Hu said, "Maybe I was wrong at first. This girl is still good. She was already good. It's you who keeps thinking nonsense. Old master, now you still can't taste it, that Yumin is deliberately leading you to think about Xiaoxia indiscriminately. Of course you're not happy every time I talk to you about it. Forget it, let's just rest." He took the quilt and covered himself with it, then sniffed the faint scent wafting from it. It was the body odor of his own little woman. After all, he still knew it after sleeping with her. Her old master is not without a long heart. This time he really cannot help but think more. because from the accident to now that you girl only appeared once. He let her leave and then never came again, also did not care to call his personal phone. This makes people have to think more, even her parents have called. Lay down in silence, not realizing that I had a high fever in the second half of the night because of the rain. Hu Yuxing felt that the temperature around him was not right, and when he turned around, he sensed that the old man was not right. He sat up in a hurry to get dressed, then saw that the old master was already in a feverish daze and couldn't be woken up. He hurriedly picked him up and headed out, but he ran into Gu Xiaxia, who couldn't sleep at night and went to the restroom, and she asked strangely, "What's wrong?" "The old man has a high fever and needs to be taken to the hospital. Call an ambulance. You can't stop a car at this hour." "Good." Hu Yuxing looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "Wait at home. It's raining outside. We'll be back soon." "Okay." Gu Xiaoxia wasn't afraid of them running away. Her luggage was still there, just still a little worried. After all, so old suddenly high fever is not a good thing. She hadn't slept much that night and was groggy, but she didn't expect Hu Yuxing to come back with Elder Hua the next day. Although both of them were haggard, they looked as if the illness should be fine, but they just needed to take medication. "Quickly go inside and take a rest. How's it going?" Gu Xiaoxia asked. "There's nothing more to it." Hu Yuxing helped Elder Hua into the house, then came out and looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's dark circles under her eyes and said, "You should go get some rest too. Definitely didn't sleep well." "No need. Where's your watch?" Gu Xiaoxiao strangely grabbed Hu Yuxing's hand. He had that watch with him all the time. Obviously, when she left, she was shaken in the eyes because she wasn't paying attention, but when she came back, it was gone. "I'm putting it away. It's raining." Hu Yuxing pulls his hand out, then moves to help Gu Xiaoxiao make breakfast. But Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that this person must have sold that watch. If she wasn't wrong, they should be out of money. "What exactly happened?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked, pulling Hu Yuxing with her. "I'm only afraid I'll have to live on your side these days." Hu Yuxing smiles bitterly, not having thought that he would have such a day of embarrassment. Gu Xiaoxia sighed in relief and said, "I still think it's something. Anyway, you won't starve is all." It was great that she hadn't been abducted by the heroine to stay at her place. This should prevent that old man from thinking he's too poor to love the rich. Blah. Her entire body was pulled into Hu Yuxing's arms, but she quickly let go. Hu Yuxing said with great restraint, "I'll go look for a job." Aha! Didn't he used to want to pounce on her all the time? But now he's being more honest. Men, why do they always talk out of turn? Although the Hua family's grandchildren did stay here, the situation seemed awkward as the host welcomed them but did not have a kind face. After all, she had offended her before, and then also slowly figuring out her true nature. The fact that she is a soft and cuddly person, and that she needs something to help out as soon as she sees it, and that Hu Yuxing was basically taken care of when he went out to look for a job is a good thing. But Hu Yuxing's side of the story is not going well, and after he came back, he seemed to be devastated. "What's wrong?" The sensitive Gu Xiaoxia immediately felt something was wrong, then asked while wiping the table. Hu Yuxing appeared to have had a bit of wine, and he said in a low voice, "Nothing." Then he went inside and never came out. "What's going on here? Is your self-esteem hurt?" I don't remember this period in the book for the male partner. Chapter 62 Traumatized. However, for 2 days in a row, Hu Yuxing was still in the same situation, walking for a day and then coming back drunk. Even Master Hua was not calm. They collectively held a meeting for Hu Yuxing, but the other party said, "I'm just ing useless? What's wrong with that? Those people saw my resume and immediately sent me out. Courteous but just not keeping me working. But I have to find a job." Master Hua said, "The fact that you can't find a job isn't the reason you can't find a job, but rather, there's only someone behind the scenes doing the pushing. For whatever reason, I can't even raise a family and call myself a man. Eating the little woman's, using the little woman's, even the money for the recent drink was secretly stuffed into his pocket by the little woman." Hu Yuxing felt that he was probably the wimpiest man. "It's just a momentary slump. You really aren't the same as the Hu Yuxing I used to know." Originally, I wanted to irritate him, but I didn't expect Hu Yuxing to sneer. "Yeah, I feel like looking down on myself too." After saying that, he punched the table and stood up to leave, and it was already late at night outside. Master Hua sighed when he called out for no response. The two of them looked at each other, and Gu Xiaoxiao, who was pretending to be arrogant, didn't say anything and went straight into the house. Not a moment later she felt that something was wrong outside. How did Elder Hua not make a sound at all? This is not normal. She had to open the door to sneak a peek, and this look revealed that Elder Hua had fallen to the ground. This is not a good thing. She rushed out to hold him, calling, "Old master, old master." The result was that the other party did not say anything, and his face was also green and his lips were white. Gu Xiaoxiao almost peed in fear, and busily called an ambulance over, and then sent the person to the hospital. As a result, the hospital said that the old man originally had a heart disease, and now he needed to make a stent for his heart, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But the cost of the operation is very expensive and she needs to think it over. The first time I saw this, I was able to see the old man's life, and I was able to see the old man's life, and I was able to see the old man's life, and I was able to see the old man's life. This Hua family can really calculate. She felt that she was sleeping for nothing, but also for them to raise children, but also to take care of the old, inexplicably feel very bad. As for that male supporting, also do not know in which nook and cranny drinking it, contact half a day did not get in touch. The result is still he finished drinking, cannot get in the door to take the initiative to call back. "Hey, aren't you guys home? Your grandfather is hospitalized." "What?" When Hui Yuxing arrived, he found Gu Xiaoxiao nestled on a bench already asleep, looking helpless in a tiny ball. He cursed himself for being too much of a beast to put a girl through such a thing. In fact, the old man had a cold that time. The hospital already wanted them to have surgery, but the two are now penniless, which money so Hui Yuxing these days is not only looking for a job, he also looked for people to borrow money. The results found that no one is willing to lend him money, so he felt useless, very frustrated. Just at this time, did not expect the old man suddenly had an attack, or Gu Xiaoxiao took the previous selling money to save. His male ego was once again hit to the bottom. "Sorry." This time very seriously apologized in front of Gu Xiaoxia, resulting in the other party saying, "Why did you just come? Scared me to death." Then he jumped on him and whimpered, "No matter how strong you are still a little girl, and you are indeed not man enough. This kind of surgery is quite time-consuming, and the failure rate is quite large. After all, it is an emergency surgery, if not sent to a major hospital cannot do." After waiting for nearly a few hours, a doctor finally came out and told them that the surgery was successful, but they needed to be hospitalized for a few days. Hui Yuxing immediately helped the old man with the hospitalization procedures, and then discovered that a penny is really hard to beat a hero, because everything here needs money. Luckily, Gu Xiaoxiao is a kind of understanding woman, and gave Hui Yuxing a card, which was used to deposit the 500,000 yuan, and now there is not much money left. Hui Yuxing took that card and finished everything, then felt his face burning even when he saw Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that it was not easy for her to be the female partner. While she had to take her family background to help them, she also had to take care of his psychology. Pretending to be a bit arrogant, she said, "What are you looking at? I just don't want people to have accidents in my house." Aha! Hui Yuxing was still quite twisted. After hearing her words, he felt that his vision was really damn good. This girl is simply too cute. He couldn't help but want to hold her and kiss her furiously have would. Since the family fortune had been frozen, she was afraid she was the only light in front of his eyes, and it was a particularly luminous kind. However, he has to stay here to guard Master Hua, so he basically can't go out to work, and he's fretting when he sees that there isn't much money left. He really needs to toughen himself up in the future. Originally, he thought that he was in the hospital as long as he will be on the line. Anyway, in the past in the team cohabitation training is also all kinds of bitter. It just didn't occur to him that his little woman would cook and bring him food, at least once a day to come, and then he found that she began to make up. Then began to answer the phone. This situation is a bit wrong. She's rejecting the whole world for a while now, and not answering any phone calls at all. Then one day when he went to withdraw his money, he accidentally found a few $1,000s extra on his card and then checked it and it said work pay. His hands shook. That little girl went to work and saved money to call this card. What does this mean? It means that he Hui Yuxing was raised by a woman. Crouching, happiness came too fast. He simply did not know how to accept until someone in the back said, "Hey, are you happy and stupid? There are still people waiting to withdraw money behind you." Hui Yuxing busy card out. Now he looks quite a mess. After all, the beard does not have time to shave, only once a day to wash the face. Sometimes teeth do not have time to brush. But such an image of a woman in turn to support him? This is true love. Elder Hua had already woken up, and when he saw Hui Yuxing return, he asked, "What did you do?" His voice was still weak. After all, after such a major surgery, he was really considered to have slumped out of the hands of the Grim Reaper. Hui Yuxing shook his head and took out the rice he had beaten for the old man and fed it to him, then also gently peeled an egg. "Money for my surgery?" Still asking. Hui Yuxing's hands stiffened for a moment and he said, "Xiaoxia paid for it, the hospitalization, and all the expenses. That little girl, I was wrong about her. I shouldn't have gotten bent out of shape in the first place. It's me who doesn't deserve her. She goes to work now and brings me food." The tone of her voice was full of pride. As she was talking, the little nurse outside greeted a person. "Ms. Gu, you're here again. What kind of delicious food did you bring today?" "Braised meat." She recently learned to do her own man are thin to make up, after all, is the child's own father, is not it? Chapter 63 Rubbing Together. The corner of Elder Hua's mouth picks up a smile. In times like these, it's only that little girl who cares about her grandson. "I'm going to sleep. So if you have anything to say, say more." Then he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Hui Yuxing's entire body was stunned. Did Grandpa mean that he agreed to them being together and then started rubbing it in? But what is the use of rubbing together? They have nothing now, and it is impossible to give her happiness. Waiting for their own ability or far away from her, when to get back to their own things, and then she will be close to the Hua family to enjoy the blessings, do everyone envy of the mansion wife. But when his own little woman carrying a lunchbox came in, his throat tightened. I do not know if it is not an illusion. She not only their own rounded, even belonging to the women's special have grown a circle of appearance, although wearing doll clothes, but look also obviously cute. Would love to have it now, but that would be irresponsible. Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't know what Hui Yuxing is thinking. She's quite worried now. She can't do modeling anymore even if she goes to look for a job, because her stomach is big, and the last time she went, her manager thought she was fat and asked her to lose weight. She was so depressed it wasn't fat. But now that the family is running out of money, pointing to Hui Yuxing, who is being targeted by shadowy forces everywhere, is definitely not an option. So what kind of work should she do? But she also did not say this out. For the Hua family, she still does not want to show weakness in front of them now. Just do not want them to look down on themselves. Besides, now they will not have any idea or to come on their own. But also did not intend to suffer in silence. Must let them know how hard they have to save money. Better yet, wait a few days and then find a way to report their pregnancy to them, so that they will be heartbroken to death. Dinner is ready. She takes the lunchbox out, then slaps her face and hands the chopsticks to Hui Yuxing again, completely lacking the gentle good manners she had when she spoke to the nurse. Hui Yuxing didn't care at all. He picked it up and ate it. Even though the flavor wasn't as good as Top Chef, he felt it was similar to that. It was really very tasty. Even if he was allowed to eat it for the rest of his life, he would be willing to do so. But he also can't show too close to her. When the time comes, he is afraid that he can't control himself. Besides, in case this time to get out of the child cannot even raise. Well, I'd have to get her to agree to let me into her house first. In the past, there might have been some hope, but now there seems to be no hope at all. Hui Yuxing can't help but feel good about himself. Has the old man eaten yet? Eaten. Yeah. Just as well I didn't bring out his share. Gu Xiaoxiao went to fetch water after she finished speaking. Then Master Hua opened his eyes and looked at the two people's meal in front of his grandson and said, "Is this girlfriend of yours forever with her mouth and her heart not following the same path?"
No.
She used to be gentle and sweet, very docile to everyone, and would speak warmly and softly about whatever was on her mind. But since that incident, she has become less forthcoming. What that incident was, of course, Elder Hua was more than clear. He didn't make any remarks. He only said, "It was our Hua family that was wrong before. Go apologize to her. It's better for me to stay away from her some of the way I am nowadays, lest she get caught up in it as well. After all, we don't know if those people will turn on those around us." "That's true too. But you're a man and have to protect your woman." "Gramps." "Call Grandpa. The one who has gone through life and death and is still standing next to you at the last moment is the one who is true to you. Catch it." "I understand." Hui Yuxing couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw that the old man had figured it out, then looked at the door and waited for Gu Xiaoxiao to come in. How could he have known? But he heard her arguing with someone outside from afar. The heart trembled and could not help but stand up and walk out, but saw that she was stopping the too pugilistic reasoning. She only to the chest high but not a step back. "To you reason, now the old man lying in bed with a heart problem, you are now going in to ask for money from him will only be angry to the death of the people. Why don't you take a step back and wait until he gets well and will definitely return your money?" Hui Yuxing was almost shocked at this moment, completely unaware that his little woman would have the courage to help them block the debt collectors. Even though she was whispering, the voices of those two people were loud enough to be heard by Master Hua in the middle of the hospital room, and he suddenly felt that he had really made a big mistake, and that he was probably really old and couldn't even look at people anymore. He reached down and removed his string, saying, "The market price for this is around $300,000 or $400,000. Give it to them. We've almost paid off these small foreign debts. This is Grandma. It will come back to me. Got it, Grandpa?" Hui Yuxing reaches out to take it, and when he comes out, he's already seen those two people pushing and shoving Gu Xiaoxiao, so he can't help but rush up to protect her and say, "What are you doing?" One of the big men said, "Your Hua family is a real loser to let a little girl get in our way. We gave her face the first 2 times. You won't be able to hide this time. What? It's helped block twice already. How come I've never heard her say anything about it? But when she looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, she turned her head to the side as if she didn't want to see him. But at this time, Hu Yuxing feels like his face is burning. He feels like he sometimes wants to fork out. This girl may love herself more than she imagines. She stayed away before, but was she just reluctantly distancing herself from him because the Hua family didn't agree? This little girl really makes you wonder how you're going to love her better, and you're really liking her more and more. However, Gu Xiaoxiao would have skimmed her lips if she had known that he was thinking this way, because she hadn't thought about brushing off Hu Yuxing's favorability. She did it because she was afraid that Master Hua would be irritated, and then her $500,000 would be wasted. But this time, she had also deliberately hesitated to let the people over, so it was time to let them hear what they had done. Even though she did good things, she wanted to let others know and not always be vilified by those who then turned into bad women in the eyes of others. You guys take this thing, it'll definitely offset the money we owe your company for the materials. Hu Yuxing calmly dealt with the matter at hand. If placed in the past, he would have already hit someone by now. But after all this, his temper was somewhat restrained, and the person became very introverted and serious. Those 2 people naturally believed that there were a few bad things in the hands of the Hua family. Besides, these masters of the Hua family have always said one thing and said another, so they took the things away. Remember to keep an account for us with whoever you sell it to, and sooner or later we'll buy it back. All right. As long as your Hua family has this ability, we will definitely work with you again. Then I'm really sorry. Our Hua family only works with friends. This kind of company that was desperate for their bit of the bill as soon as the Hua family's funds were frozen. They wouldn't be contacted again. Chapter 64 Variety Show. Those 2 people were not used to Hu Yuxing's dead set on saving face, so they took their things and left. Gu Xiaoxiao was relieved, because they were going to barge in on themselves and really didn't know how to deal with it. Suddenly, he felt the man next to him change his aura and condescendingly said, Gu Xiaoxiao. Crouching, what is this person crazy? You didn't invite him? It's clear that there is nothing wrong with him now, but why do you feel a little weak when you see him with a dark face? What is it? She scrunched her neck in abasement. Hu Yuxing reached out and touched her head, then said, Remember to discuss anything with me in the future. As soon as I heard his tone of voice soft up, Gu Xiaoxiao this side of the heart, raised his head to put his hand top away and said, Why do I have to discuss with you? You are my what people are. After saying this, she threw her head down and went directly into the hospital room to pack her lunchbox. Seeing that Master Hua had woken up, she didn't make a sound and packed up her lunchbox and carried it away. But at this time, Master Hua suddenly said, Yu Xing, you should speak more gently in the future. Apologize to Xiao Gu. What? Is the sun coming out of the west today? Master Hua even asked Hu Yuxing to apologize to her. Master Hua actually saw the meaning of Gu Xiaoxiao's body language and couldn't help but cough lightly, feeling that he had really offended people badly, and lo and behold didn't believe in helping her speak at all. It's my bad tone. Hu Yuxing obediently apologizes, and he dares to say that this is the most obedient he's been in his adult life. No, I'm going. You hang. Give it a quick send-off. After Elder Hua finished speaking, Hu Yuxing took Gu Xiaoxiao's lunchbox with one finger command and one movement and led the way. After waiting out of the hospital, Hu Yuxing said, You don't need to go out to work. I'll wait until the old man is well. He still has to go to the nursing home for rehabilitation. Are you asking me to take care of it? I'm not Yu Min who doesn't have that kind of patience. Besides, I want to save some money on my own without relying on a man. Don't you care? After saying this, he turned his head and left. But when he got on the bus, felt that it really wasn't easy for him, and after planning for so long, he was finally able to get Master Hua to change his mind about himself. If he's not wrong, he's already supporting himself with Hu Yuxing. But this is not enough. She is still not as important as Yu Min in the old man's heart, so she must work harder. What they lack now is money, so they must also let them know that they went out to save money, and that it was the very hard kind. But what to do with this one? Modeling wasn't hard work, especially print modeling. Her face value was very good, so as long as she stood there, she could be photographed at any angle. When she got back, she packed up again and went off to do a quest she had picked up earlier. Luckily this time she was wearing one of those baggy old-fashioned dresses, so it wasn't going to take that much to get in shape or for her to worry about her little belly. The manager frowned as soon as he saw her. This is putting on weight again, isn't it? Didn't I tell you to lose some weight? Reduced, not much use. Gu Xiaoxiao pouted, and then the manager wailed in the heart growl, too cute, such a bun face really makes it hard to endure. The heart of the heart has a torrent of kneeling heart. Obviously all adults can look at the still like pure elementary school students so budding in order to which and the skin is really good, a pinch of water that kind of obviously did not make up The manager of the demented woman has never brought such a versatile artist, dressed up with a makeup can be bewitching that people cannot bear to look at, but if not makeup that is so pure that people think she is the castle escaped from the little princess in general, need to be seriously cared for to be able to do so. Such a woman but recently said that she was abandoned by the Hua family. Really poor. Missing for so long before paying, she must give a few more jobs to pick up before she does. But every artist has to have an image, but lately she thought about setting up this daughter of hers as well, but she hadn't had much inspiration. Suddenly, it came to her naturally when talking about the Hua family, and she couldn't help but feel excited in her heart, just waiting to discuss it after she was done with her work. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know that she had been recognized as a daughter by the older sister who had just turned 30. She was more worried about how much she would be paid for this job, which depended on whether or not the other party was satisfied. As a result, $5,000 arrived. She felt very satisfied. Because of the previous disappearance, so the company has not been given wages, she is now regular work, the salary will also follow. In fact, if on her own then the spending is really too enough, but now it is carrying Hua's old man's recovery costs. It is said that a month has to be tens of thousands of dollars, and it will take at least 3 or 4 months to recover. The Hua family should not take too long to reorganize, but exactly how long it took is not explained in the book. She felt that it shouldn't be short, about half a year or so. After all, the female lead has found the male partner 3 and have feelings, and the male lead to snatch and finally by the male lead to get this only to forget about it. Now the male counterpart 3 hadn't shown up yet. She calculated in her mind as she walked. When the work was done she was going to go back and rest, not realizing that she was still being called by her manager who had to set an image for her. She didn't think she was anything special, so she was confused. Then when she heard the manager's idea she said with a terrified face, "No, I don't think I'm some kind of goddess of fortune. Didn't I tell you that I'm all jilted? You got dumped but the guy who dumped you went broke right away, so I think you should be the girl kissed by Lady Luck, period. Etc. I'll take you home." Okay. Why did this feel a little bit bad? But surely the other manager knew more than he did after so many years of experience, so let's just go with it. But did not expect, her manager moved so fast. The next day her image was set up also copied the sky. You know, the Hua family is a big family that doesn't fall down easily. This is just heartless. Some people say she's taking revenge, while others think it might actually be that she's favored by Lady Luck. Anyway, the more it's hyped up, the hotter it gets, and now Gu Xiaoxiao feels like she's going out with a mask on. It made her a little less comfortable, and there were times when she had to be coached by her manager on the phone. Then, out of the blue, her manager asked her if she wanted to accept a variety show called Star's Kitchen. She considered it for half a day and said, "But I'm not a star." "You care about this? My daughter is not my big lady. You have now made a movie soon to be released. Do you know what will happen to you after the release?" "What? How's it going?" "You're going to be hot, you know? So, now you're a star and it's good to go to the Star Kitchen or something. As long as you show yourself, you don't have to act anything on purpose. Go ahead. Auntie, little ancestor, $50,000 after tax for one show. How about that? Pick up. Chapter 65, Money Matters. And the director is also a famous... What did you just say?" The manager asked again as if she didn't hear it clearly. Her own daughter was that bad. Too lazy. So, all of a sudden to take over the variety show she still did not react for a moment. Until Gu Xiaoxiao repeated, "I'll take it. Think about it. Because you may be asked personal questions." Aha! Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were now glowing as soon as she heard about the money. Plus she remembered that Yu Min would be there this time. Now that she had gotten out of the T family to fly solo, she was actually privately signed by the male lead, and the resources given were the best. Since she will be a hit because of this, then one only needs to remember to pinch off the point in the book where she is popular, then even if one is not popular, one will still make the heroine suffocate. Well, actually these are not things, the most important thing is money. Now, she heard money the whole time her eyes were glowing kind of thing. Okay. I'm gonna call for an appointment, you get some rest. Well, go back and be careful. Gu Xiaoxiao waved her hand as she got off the bus. She was still living there in the small 60-square-foot building she rented because moving was too tedious. Plus it was closer to the hospital. Just as he arrives home, he senses a different atmosphere inside and goes in to find Hui Yuxing actually cooking in the kitchen. "What are you doing back here? Where's the old man?" "Left the man there?" "The old man wants to eat dumplings. I came back to give him some." "You?" Looking at how people seemed to face tired, he thought about a cup of water to her said, Drink more hot water. Here it comes. Here it comes. The almighty hot water of the man's mouth. I'm going to take a shower and change. I have to broadcast live later. Then this dumpling she won't help wrap. Every time she comes back she orders takeout, and only after she's eaten and finished working can she do some food for Hui Yuxing and the others and send it over. But today he came back on his own, he's saving himself the trouble. But Hui Yuxing still stubbornly brought the water to her room, and then continued to wrap the dumplings. In fact, which is the old man's willingness to eat, it's that he received the money again fearing that Gu Xiaoxiao would get tired and come back to see and take care of him. Sure enough, the girl was taking care of him, but not taking care of herself very well. After the dumplings are wrapped, we must let her eat more. Suddenly the hand wrapping the dumplings froze for a moment. When did I have the idea of a family woman and a man? When did I get the idea of being a family man? But listening to the house face live seems to have begun. The girl inside seems to be more lively than before, and when he talked to some, a moment shouted, I am pure face, did not open beauty, you still let me off, what off? I from beginning to end are not open. You see, my neck on the small bumps on the fire up? Look at this, look at this. Hui Yuxing thought of the situation where she raised her head in front of the camera to show everyone her little bumps, and couldn't help but feel the knot in his throat move, inexplicably feeling the urge to lick it away. In fact, he also silently picked up his cell phone, then turned off the sound to secretly watch her live broadcast. Remembering that he even sent money when she first went live, her simple appearance at that time really made people want to be a licking dog. Now also, looking at the following fans' swipes, what vegetarian face also so beautiful still let people live. What, your eyebrows must be painted, right? Then, a certain woman, in order to prove, he took wet wipes to vigorously wipe his eyebrows. It seems extremely afraid of being wronged character. And someone in the room didn't realize that there were still people peeping in. Just continued to calmly explain the usage of the goodnight mask. The manufacturer of this kind of mask had given her a box of it, and it was the non-irritating type that could be used by pregnant women, so of course she had to help push it more. After all, people had spent a lot of advertising money on T-Family. If she pushed more, there is a commission, a mask has $1. Because of the star effect, she now had a basic equal ratio of male and female fans, about 20 to 30,000. As long as half of them bought her a day, she was happy, not to mention that there were times when a person bought more than one box. And, of course, it's a good product. It was comfortable to stick it on, and she patted her face as she went home to fan questions. When it came to eating or not eating, she surprisingly had a bit of happiness in her heart, saying, I'm waiting for dumplings. As she was talking, there was a knock on the door. Then she subconsciously said, come in. But she instantly panicked after saying that. She still had an unknown object attached to her face. Although she and Hui Yuxing have not established a romantic relationship, but after all, he is her man, is also still considered the first period of love, so she does not want him to see herself with a layer of clean white mask. But it can't be helped. People come in. Moreover, he actually did not half hesitate to put the dumplings on the table, and then also place the dishes. The whole time Gu Xiaoxiao watched him do it with horrified eyes, waiting for someone to close the door to see their powder are stunned. They have been brushing that pair of slender good-looking man's hand is whose? Is it a boyfriend? Is it an assistant? Or was it a husband? Gu Xiaoxia immediately replied, it's a living assistant. No problem, there are a lot of male living assistants nowadays. And Hui Yuxing, who had seen himself being talked about as a living assistant in his cell phone, drew the corners of his mouth, feeling that she really dared to talk. Still, it was kind of useful to be able to do this on his own now, so at least he wouldn't be unable to do anything to help. He silently cleaned up, then sat himself down to eat. At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao, who was being pushed by her fans to ask for pictures of her little brother, finally ended her live broadcast and came out, washing her face and looking at Hui Yuxing, who was eating. He hadn't taken care of himself too well for a while and looked a bit lousy, and the clothes on his body had been worn for a few days. How do you look at him? How do you feel that he's a poor little kid that no one wants? Want to go change and take a shower? I washed the clothes. No, he brought out not many clothes. There are 2 or 3 pieces have not been washed, just put there it. He didn't have much time now, so he didn't care about any image issues. Forget it, let's go out and buy some clothes after you finish eating. And buy 2 sets for the old man as well. The patient clothes need to be changed as well. Why are you being so nice to him? He doesn't even know what to do. But while she was thinking about it, Gu Xiaoxiao had already helped pack the dumplings with a plain face, and then opened the refrigerator to bring some small dishes with her. Hui Yuxing put down his chopsticks and walked behind her, suddenly reaching out and hugging her hard. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but he felt that she had lost weight, but he didn't know why he felt that she had gained weight when he looked at her. Obviously, there wasn't much meat on her arms, and her shoulders were much thinner than in the past. You, what are you doing? Let go of me. Aha! Hui Yuxing was obedient this time, directly releasing his hand. The person also backed away a few steps, then silently picked up his lunchbox and left. Wait. I'll go with you and get some clothes for you. No need. Must use. The scruffy dress hurt her to look at. Chapter 66 Clothes Rack. It just didn't occur to me that the formerly overbearing Hui Yuxing was now so obedient. And as long as she held her hand, she obediently followed her to a nearby big shopping mall. This isn't a high-class place, and Gu Xiaoxiao, who saves her money, wouldn't go to buy any luxury goods. But she still had to explain, saying, I can't afford to buy you any nice clothes right now, so you're not allowed to mind. Aha! Hui Yuxing is happy in his heart. The men in their Hui family actually have a common problem, which is that they especially like women to spend money on them. In the past, when I was at home, I heard my father and his little uncle blowing off steam after receiving gifts from women, and then my little uncle was happy enough when he got a girlfriend and bought him a cold drink. Now, his girlfriend is taking him clothes shopping and feels like she's on her way to the top of the heap. It didn't matter what clothes were bought for them to be able to wear, especially since it was quite a blessing to watch her pick out clothes for herself. Not a moment to see, she chose 2 sets, take and go to the side of the fitting room to try. Wear out even after the sales clerk are stunned. They have never seen such a stylish man, obviously just more than $100 of clothes, was he wore out the effect of brand name. Your boyfriend is so handsome. He looks good in everything. Aha! Gu Xiaoxiao casually agreed. But suddenly she saw Hui Yuxing looking back at her with an unbelievable look on his face. What's not to believe? The baby is there, isn't he still a boyfriend? She gave him a blank look, then said, try this one again. Aha! Hui Yuxing took it and went in, coming out still a handsome young man. LOL, what about the fact that the more you look at your man, the more handsome he gets? Lost in thought for a moment, and then immediately blushed and turned his head to help Master Hui pick 2 pieces of accompanying clothes, both soft material. Then wrapped up together meet pain for a while. For sets of clothes whole spent her nearly 600 oceans. Real heartache. But when buying clothes and think of men's underwear, she did not cross the previous time to their own old father and brother have bought underwear what has been smooth, so to the store said by men's, and then the waiter took to let her choose, and then she really nonchalant choice. Hui Yuxing, who was carrying the clothes on the side, had his ears reddened a bit. Was this to buy him? No, he's not excited at all, just a little thirsty. The body, it's just like him. Gu Xiaoxiao pointed at Hui Yuxing, which made him even more nervous, and the man turned away. The waitress immediately picked out underwear that suited his figure, and then she bought 5 pairs at once, a total of 5 colors to change wear. But she couldn't buy Master Hua's, so she called Hui Yuxing and said, you pick. Pick what? Pick it out for the old man. Do I get to pick it out? Hui Yuxing thought so, and busily walked over to help the old man pick out 2, then loaded them together. Gu Xiaoxiao pays the money, then leaves the mall with him. Hui Yuxing carried his things to the hospital while Gu Xiaoxiao headed for home. Before they could separate, they saw a very ostentatious car pull up in front of them. A head poked out from inside, then looked at Hui Yuxing and whistled, Huidajo, is this already the turn to fall into the ranks of the white boy? Hui Yuxing's veins rippled on his forehead, and he looked like he wanted to hit someone. But Gu Xiaoxiao didn't want him to get into trouble, and blocked in front of him and said to Situ Lufeng inside the car, yeah, who let my man be handsome, and it's none of your business if I like to keep him? Go, you should do what go. Ignore him. Afraid that he will cause trouble. She moves her hand to push Hui Yu to walk, not expecting her to defend herself so well. Hui Yuxing didn't want to cause trouble, but this revenge was something he definitely wouldn't forget. With a cold snort, he carried his things and went straight to the hospital. Seeing the person obediently leave Gu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, then left without looking at Situ Lufeng. But it didn't occur to me that Situ Lufeng actually walked down to walk alongside her and suddenly said, drink a glass of wine with me. I'm not available. I'm going back to get my beauty sleep. It was a night out shopping for clothes, and it was 10 o'clock in the eye. Don't you realize what will happen if you evening me? It's easy for you to become a star, or to become a movie queen. But I don't really like to be on the side. Then why were you with that Hui Yuxing in the first place? Isn't he just a big spender? When I first met him, cannot know his identity, only know that he is my hero, is a respectable athlete, not big money. This is the original heroines, and then she did not want to evening big money, only want to hold the thigh to come, but did not think but accidentally evening. Of course now is not a big money. I don't know why, But these words made Situ Lufeng surprisingly stunned, saying, so, at first, she also didn't know Hui Yuxing's identity. So after she knew it, she was able to leave me behind and get engaged to him, right? Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned to look at Situ Lufeng. What happened to this male lead? That he wanted to wake up from the female lead's lies? What had happened? Or was he no longer infatuated with the heroine? She almost screamed out with joy in her heart, eager to fill in the bricks and mortar on the industry of defeating the heroine, so that she would be pressed down for the rest of her life without being able to turn around. So, she didn't forget to remind him, do you know how I treated you Min all before? When she was in elementary school, she didn't have my pencil and cried to me. So I cut up my own pen and gave it to her, and she was beaten up by her mom. When she was in middle school, she said she had a crush on a boy I secretly liked, and I let her have it. After middle school, their family had a hard time. I began to bring lunch to share with her to eat, sometimes brought $10 for the two to use separately. When she was in college, I paid all her tuition, I bought the quilt, I bought the books, I paid the cafeteria fees. However, she secretly drugged that man Hui Yuxing because she didn't want him as her boyfriend and arranged for us to sleep together. What? That's impossible. She's always treated you as a friend. Situ Lufeng felt that this woman was intentionally destroying Yu Min's image. But what has she done to me as a friend? Secretly, she has been badmouthing me in front of Master Hua, and then joined forces with the Hua family's little aunt to get rid of the baby in my belly. By the way, a few days ago she should have hired a fortune teller to pour dog's blood on me, and if I hadn't rushed to the hospital, the baby wouldn't have survived. You are his pillow, these should be able to detect it, right? I also do not want to say bad things about her. Just want to remind you, she is completely different from what you think. After saying this, he ignored the dumbfounded Situ Lufeng and walked away. And what Situ Lufeng thought was that a while ago Yumin always said that she went to find someone to tell fortunes, and then special puzzle those things. He was depressed at the time and didn't understand what it meant, but after hearing Gu Xiaoxiao say, it seemed to have somewhat figured it out. Chapter 67. Want to be a good cook? In fact, Situ Lufeng didn't care how bad a woman was. Anyway, it wasn't like he didn't know that women were sometimes more vicious than men when they were ruthless. It's just that he had always felt that Yumin was just a college student, someone as pure as a little white flower, and hadn't thought that she would be able to hide this kind of thing from him behind his back. The most important thing was that not a single crack was revealed in front of him, which proved that she had only prepared for it or had long thought of hiding it from him. And what exactly is he in her eyes? A big shot who's being pimped out. Ha, when did one become so tolerant of the kind of women one hates the most? He turned around and went back to his car before thinking that since Gu Xiaoxiao, this woman, didn't want to be a big spender, wasn't she the kind of woman he wanted the most? However, she seemed to really hate him. But there were things that needed to be ascertained, and just because one could tolerate her didn't mean one had to be lied to all the time. And this time Gu Xiaoxiao went home and fell asleep, and the next day she received a notice to go meet the director, because she needed to sign the contract in advance and some of her taboos, such as not being able to mention something or other things. Originally, the reason why the producers and directors of the Star Kitchen program hired Gu Xiaoxiao was because they saw her as a hot body everywhere she went. Plus the fact that she's really been on the hot searches too many times lately. She's simply the hot search physique. Originally, they also arranged a lot of scripts for her to take a look at, although it is an impromptu program but also in accordance with certain rules, otherwise for the sake of ratings beyond the bottom line of the invited stars, then no one will come. Of course, the point of interest this time was still with both Gu Xiaoxiao and Yumin. The fans on both sides were pinching each other pretty hard, so this time they took the opportunity to maybe even get on the hot seat. In fact, the last installment of the show wasn't very well received and they had to find a way to find the hottest star to turn it around. When Gu Xiaoxiao arrived, everyone was quite surprised, having met Yumin before. Although she behaved like a new small flower, like all kinds of reserved, but the manager's reputation on the pressure of the crowd uncomfortable, not to mention her surface pretend all kinds of harmless, but let a person feel as if receiving a GA bit a big figure like. Although Gu Xiaoxiao is very hot recently, but the temperament of the people is as light as a chrysanthemum. The most important thing is the value of the face. The skin is really too good. No makeup can dump Yumin a street. Suddenly understand that Huiyu behavior, why want this woman and do not care about Yumin, as long as not blind or a man will choose her okay. Of course, one can't look at superficial orientation but also at character. Well, it's useless for them to look at anything. Although Gu Xiaoxiao is now very red, but after all, there is no gold master, but people Yumin behind a Situ Lufeng, that man can be more than once explicitly and implicitly support her. Just because of this, the girl will have to suffer a little bit when she enters the theater. So, not yet on air, Gu Xiaoxiao has already taken everyone's impression points without knowing what the situation is. She also sat down very nicely. Negotiating this sort of thing was something she'd rather leave to her manager's old mother. She couldn't do it on her own. When the screenwriter began to seek out what her inhibitions were, she considered for a moment and said, "Emotional matters I don't wish to mention, and then the Hua family's business is no longer my concern. There's nothing else." Got it. It's normal, celebrities don't really like to ask about their personal affairs. By the way, I wonder what your level of cooking is? Can make simple dishes, like braised pork, scrambled eggs with leeks, that sort of thing. Oh, the atmosphere is quite harmonious because Gu Xiaoxiao is not like other celebrities who are busy when their asses are just dipped into the chair. She accepts all kinds of questions calmly, and then only after all the questions are asked and the contract is signed does she get up to say goodbye. She is really calm. In the end, the director asked with a bit of impatience, "That Miss Gu? This time Miss Yu is also there. Do you see anything you need us to say to Miss Yu for you?" "Nothing, I have no shame." She was going to mention that she had 100 words waiting for her there, and if she dared to mess up she really wasn't a soft touch. In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao dares to pack her bags that Yumin will bully herself, which is exactly what she hopes for. Because being in the process of brushing the favor of the Hua family's grandparents, if she makes a mess I believe that the two of them will be heartbroken, right? And then see how she can still treat these two as her right-hand man. In addition, the male lead is already suspecting her. When the time comes to make some kind of sadistic love or something does not do anything to her. After signing the contract, she prepared a few clothes to prepare to go to the crew to stay for a few days. These days they are going to live in a mysterious island for a week, and then use the local ingredients to make gourmet food, 3 times a day, 3 meals all by themselves. Before leaving she definitely want to go to the hospital. After all, this is a live program, definitely want to let this grandparents and grandchildren to see This is one of her purposes, not to see how to do. However, there are many things to prepare before leaving, and she didn't carry a lot of bags. So when she arrived downstairs, she immediately asked Hu Yuxing to come down and pick her up. After all, she's a pregnant woman, so she can't carry it up the stairs by herself. It wasn't long before Hu Yuxing came down and said, "Why are you carrying all these things? I've got something to go out for a week, so I've got something for you guys to come over." Well, warms the heart. Hu Yuxing carried his things upstairs with Gu Xiaoxiao. Then she took things out one by one and said, "The old man will probably be discharged from the hospital in a week or so, and I just bought all these things. This is a cold mat that you can put on later. It's not good to lie down in this hot day," he said, but did not look at the old man. Master Hu touched his nose. This girl has a big temperament. It is better to provoke less in the future. Look at it, until now still ignoring himself. But in the end, the heart is fine. They are really hot in the past 2 days and cannot always turn over. Hu Yuxing nodded, then memorized what she said. The weather was hot, and I could tell how hard it was by looking at the sweat running down her head. Then he watched her take out some fruits, all of which could actually last for 2 days. Finally, she gave Hu Yuxing $5,000 and said, "There are a few thousand in the card, but it might not be enough if the old man has to be transferred to a sanatorium afterward, so you can take this money." Hu Yuxing felt as if he had been bagged by a woman and looked at the money a little less eager to take it. In fact, they can secretly take the money from little uncle, but they are afraid that their enemies in the dark are waiting for them to do so, and it would not be good to involve little uncle again at that time. After all, the Hua family to turn around still have to rely on the little uncle's secretly find people activities to see who in the end in the ghost. Gu Xiaoxiao saw that he didn't take it and put the money on the hospital bed, then said, "It's only for a week. Don't lose yourself. I don't want to spend the money, but in the end, it also makes you and a beggar like." Said and twisted to go, the heart-depressed thought, how these two did not ask themselves to perform what program really a hammer. Chapter 68, I'm afraid I'll get sick from anger.
Xiao Gua.
Elder Hu spoke up. He could see that his grandson was still holding back. If he didn't speak up, such a good girl might just fly away. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't respond, but stood still. "Where are you going for a week? How bored we must be without you." I'm going to go talk to the Star Food crew." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Hu Yuxing, like a ghost, sent Gu Xiaoxiao to the car, and then came back and immediately took out his cell phone to search for when the Star Food will be broadcast. But this search saw that there is still Yumin in this issue. It turns out that the woman has not been put under control, and she is still active in the interpretation circle. But Hu Yuxing has no good impression of her because his women save money so that they can live a good life, but this woman is afraid that she wants to make a better life for herself. Why, when is it going to air? This Friday. That's coming up. What are you staring at? Show me. I'm afraid you'll get sick with anger. What? Did the crew even set her up with a boyfriend? No, see for yourself. Hui Yuxing said after handing the phone over to his grandfather. You're spending Xiaoxia's money on treatment. Don't spend any more for her. He himself is a soft eater now and doesn't want to add to the burden of others. Elder Hu took it over for a look without knowing why, then said, That girl Xiaomin still seems to be living hard, so I'm relieved. That's pretty generous of you. After all, everyone can choose their own path. She's not at a disadvantage either. $2 million plus a villa. If she has a little conscience, we won't be. Yu Xing, forget it. Don't mention this again. When he felt sorry for Yu Min before he went bankrupt, he gave her a sum of money privately, not realizing that his grandson knew about it. At a time like this, one can't even count on one's own relatives, let alone outsiders. One's own daughter, one has given her more than that. His own granddaughter is the same, but in the end it is not to turn them away. The reason is ridiculous because their home is too narrow to recruit them. The granddaughter also complained to him that if he had passed the villa on the hill to them in the first place, they would have had a place to live, saving them from having no place now. No room? Isn't it ironic that a family of 4 or 5 plus 5 or 6 maids have no place for their grandparents and grandchildren to live? Now, an outsider had given them a place to live in peace with a 60-square-foot room, running around for his hospital bill. How humanity had manifested itself in this moment. He knew that this was unfair to Gu Xiaoxiao, but sooner or later he would give her the best. You go and send a message to your little uncle to secretly speed up the investigation of the person behind the curtain. Then after I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll go and contact a few of my old friends. It's also time to let them know that the Hua family's branches are deeply rooted, not something they can bring down. And your parents, tell them to act as soon as possible. Didn't you say you wanted to keep quiet for a while? Don't scare the people behind it. I do? But do you want to give it up? Hui Yuxing said. I can't bear to see her suffer. It's true that he can't bear to see her suffer, but in order to confuse others, he now has to continue to be a little white boy like this, continue to be unable to find a job, and continue to watch her work hard. Young man, the mind still needs to be sharpened. It's almost too much to bear, but there's still a lot to bear in the future. After all, those who want to fight the Hua family with all their heart and soul can't possibly look at them well. Sooner or later, they will still do it. At the very least, they'll definitely want to know something about them, and will definitely retaliate at that time, only hoping that they won't retaliate on their own prospective granddaughter-in-law. As he thought, right now Situ Lufeng is sitting in his office grinding his nails while listening to his subordinate's report. Elder Hu just finished his surgery. I heard it was a success, but he'll have to convalesce in the future, and it's rumored that his emotions can't be too agitated. Ha! Then in the future there is nothing to stimulate him. Don't let him get too good. Situ Lufeng said. But Yu Min, who was on the side, said in surprise, Elder Hua is hospitalized? Then who paid for his surgery? Situ Liufeng's hand paused for a moment. Elder Hua was overbearing but truly good to Yu Min. How could she even think to ask who paid for the surgery at this point after hearing the news? Suddenly he thought of Gu Xiaoxiao, who seemed to be with Hui Yuxing. Can't be her, obviously she was so screwed by the Hua family and ended up taking money for that old man's surgery. She's crazy. As if to prove what he thought, that subordinate said, It's Gu Xiaoxiao. According to the people below, she picked up the Hua family father and son on the road and brought them back to her home. Then Master Hua had a sudden onset of illness and she took out the money to give him an operation, and also came out of the workforce now in order for Master Hua to be able to go into the sanatorium to continue his treatment. Ha ha ha, I finally know who the dumbest woman in the world is. She's quite a traditional virtue to do this for a man. Isn't this the legendary raising a white face? But that Hui Yuxing doesn't have a very white face. Situ Lufeng laughed at her foolishness, but in his heart, why wouldn't he envy Hui Yuxing, who was really lucky? Just then, Yu Min was heard saying, This is kind of like something Gu Xiaoxiao did. She grew up with the foolishness to dive in headfirst as soon as she fell in love with something. Including you? I don't count. I'm her little follower at best. This time, since she's saving up money for Elder Hua's treatment for his illness, then I must help her before I do. It's not a big production anyway, feel free. You're willing to let the old man and the others go? Yu Min asked with a look of surprise. But in her heart, she had no idea what this Situ Lufeng was thinking. This time, he didn't want to persuade her to suppress Gu Xiaoxiao so that she would dust herself off and get out of the entertainment industry, so that once the Hua family's old man died, he would be able to have a monopoly on the business. Situ Lufeng smiled and said, Not you have been persuading me to let go of the Hua family. I also want to give you some faces, not it. Yu Min really wanted to break open Situ Lufeng to see what was in his head. She sucked in a breath and smiled. Then thank you. I'm going to go get ready. I still have to go to the island in a few days. There's nothing there. Fear not. I may visit any time and bring you whatever you want then. That's good. Yumin looked at Situ Lufeng very nicely. Why is this man strange lately? But where is it strange and somewhat unable to taste it? Waiting for her to get on the boat before she thought. Obviously she was about to get ready to leave. But he didn't overbearingly press himself on the bed and torture her. Even when she spoke up for Master Hua, she wouldn't have been like this before. Her heart snapped. She has now let Hua Yuxing to Gu Xiaoxiao, can't let Situ Lufeng also go wrong. Thinking about it, she sent a rather romantic micro-wrestling selfie of the sea and herself. Chapter 69, Fellow Eaters. The following message. It seems as if the only thing left in heaven and earth is yourself, the sea. A person is really so small. This is the tone that Situ Lufeng likes. At such a time he should be comforted, right? On the surface nodding a compliment, secretly maybe very yellowish. Sure enough, the overbearing president sent over privately. Lonely, wait, I will soon go to hold you. It seems that I was overly concerned and still think with my lower half of the man. Not worth it. On the other hand, Gu Xiaoxiao's manager was bitterly pointing at Yumin's WB. Look at how poetic people are. You should at least post one. Hair what? Selfie you look no worse than her. Do what to let her only beautiful on, do not wimp. Oh! Dumbfounded Gu Xiaoxiao found the selfie place where Yumin had just taken a selfie of the sea for a change of direction. Inside was herself and everyone else on the boat. They were now preparing a barbecue, so it looked very crowded. I felt fine after the shoot and then wrote straight away. Squeezed and sunburnt. I thought I was a salted fish. Snapped and sent it out. Feeling good about herself. She's filling in for the show's publicity. Pest! Situ Lufeng, who is paying attention to the situation of the crew, sprayed out a mouthful of coffee. This painting style is not the same two people as how it is. One lonely, one crowded, this is really a different state of mind, different scenes are different One is too real, the other unreal. One he didn't hold back. He gave Gu Xiaoxiao a like, and then turned off his phone to continue working. However, this like was noticed by Yumin, who felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was doing it on purpose, deliberately singing against herself, and even trying to get Situ Liufeng's attention. This woman had become completely different from the past, and she didn't dare to guarantee that she had also set her eyes on Situ Liufeng's piece of fat meat, wanting to come and take a bite. It seemed that she, herself, must strike first. Thought immediately took another selfie of myself hiding far away. Just caught a fish on the grill, not too comfortable, stay away. She happened to include Gu Xiaoxiao in her shot, who was holding a grilled fish in her hand. Gu Xiaoxiao's manager was furious. She pulled Gu Xiaoxiao, who was eating happily, and said, "Look, this little cousin is not planning to go on with you. Don't be afraid, Mom. Sister support you," and she tear. Gu Xiaoxiao swallowed the fish, then decisively listened to the manager's tear. She took a picture of a grilled fish, then made an anime circle with the words, "Little fishy fish is so cute. How can you eat little fishy fish?" Yumin originally wanted to show off her kindness, and when she took the picture, she intentionally photographed Gu Xiaoxiao as a foodie. However, it didn't occur to her that she would post such a cute picture and then live to compare her to a heartthrob. When did this Gu Xiaoxiao have such tactics? Yumin still wanted to shoot again when suddenly he heard the director's voice. "Miss you, the fish is my fishing. If you do not eat, we can stay away from the distance. Just do not portray me as a cruel murderer. Right?" He was also depressed, fishing, and everyone to share a little. The result was that this shot everyone's interest in eating barbecue is gone. Luckily, there was Gu Xiaoxiao's picture, and everyone turned, or else they would have thought that the whole ship was a bunch of ferocious beasts. Yumin didn't expect such consequences. She just wanted to tear Gu Xiaoxiao apart by hand too much, so she immediately said, "I'm sorry, director. I definitely won't post selfies indiscriminately in the future." She blamed the selfie for this and automatically shifted the focus of the matter so that she wouldn't offend the entire ship. The people on the boat also did not pay attention to, after all, are aware of the people have a gold master cannot dare to offend, even the director is the same. He is now a little regret to invite this ant to come. The appearance looks obedient but in fact is a prick, not at all honest meaning. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, well, is not a week, but at least now to see people have not been any special action. Everyone soon arrived at the island, and then soon the taping of the show began, and even though it wasn't a wilderness survival show, the first thing they had to do was put away their cell phones and some of their belongings. Gu Xiaoxiao had nothing and took the initiative to hand over her cell phone. But Yumin also had to be sticky and say that she was sending a message to someone else before she could hand it over. This time invited plus she has 3 female stars, then 5 male stars, because this kind of island life is too hard, only not red, but still a little popularity will participate. Others are ugly refused. Only Gu Xiaoxiao is in it for the money, and of course to brush up on the favor of the Hua family's grandparents. As for fame, she hasn't really thought about it. When Yumin came back from the phone call, the director said, "Can we start?" Yumin also had a makeup touch-up with the help of her manager, while the other actress similarly went to make up her outfit. After all, she must look beautiful when she first opens the camera. But Gu Xiaoxiao was looking at one side the whole time, delicious. There the crew had found 4 chefs, each with a freshly prepared dish behind them that looked really good. In fact, she couldn't remember if the original owner and herself were foodies, but now she was really craving for it. After all, she was pregnant. This child must be very anxious whenever she saw something she wanted to eat, and now she felt that her mouth was almost watering. The chefs were satisfied with the straight look in her eyes that at least one of them knew what they were doing. A no too. And one of the popular boys had drooled under his eyes and swished back with a sizzle. Gu Xiaoxiao turned her head to look and realized that beside her was a sunny and beautiful boy, a very beautiful and greasy kind. He also didn't have any makeup on, and was staring at the delicious food with a pair of dark circles under his eyes that didn't seem to have gotten much sleep. Then, the two looked at each other. Both felt that they had probably met fellow foodies, and reached out to shake hands. "Hello. My name is Zhang Mingjia. My name is Gu Xiaoxiao. The food across the street seems delicious. Is this for us?" "I suppose so. To not pose as a craving for them, mind." The director looked at them a bit speechless, secretly let the cameraman take a picture of it. This little gluttony really has no one. The pop-up side, however, had blown up. Ika really is too cute. There is no, I seem to have seen him out of the saliva. Really is a fellow foodie. I will support him. B. Who is this goddess? These eyes are almost growing into the rice. I think she looks so cute. Being a foodie, I'll take the line first. You guys feel free. Next, there were those who stood for Zhang Mingjia and those who stood for Gu Xiaoxia. The two droolers had unknowingly pulled a bunch of votes from fellow foodies, and the key was that there were quite a lot of foodies. Then Yumin and their side had also finished making up their costumes and came back to let the shooting begin. The director sat there and smiled. "Okay, so the program has begun. First of all, on behalf of the program team, I would like to thank everyone for coming. Let's first introduce the guests for this episode." Everyone was then introduced. When the name Lu Yuanqing was heard, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced towards him. "Yoho, the third male partner has appeared, quite handsome. This time there is something to see." Chapter 70 Teammates. She didn't look around much. After all, everyone was waiting for the director to move on. This director was a smiling man, and his next words took everyone by surprise, because he calmly said, "The first one is to first ask all the guests to wash off the makeup on their faces, because we are a food program this time, and the first thing is to elementalize the face." "What?" The actress quit, saying, "I'm never going to remove my makeup. I'm quitting." "But you've already signed the contract, and everyone is veiled. What are you afraid of?" The director said with a smile. Yumin also disagreed. Recently she found that her complexion was very poor, mainly because she had to be busy with socializing during the day, but at night she had to be bullied by that man Situ Lufeng. And he was bullying her almost every day. Long down the skin is a little dark yellow. There are dark circles around the eyes, and I do not know if it is okay to face the camera like this. "May I have some cream?" "You can use skincare products, but never makeup." The director said the nail in the coffin, so everyone had no choice but to go and remove their makeup. But there were two people who didn't move. One was Gu Xiaoxiao and the other was Zhang Mingjia. "Why don't you two go take off your makeup? You have 3 minutes. The director's assistant wondered. Gu Xiaoxiao said, "I didn't put on any makeup. I just put on some toner. Should I wash my face?" She touched her face. Then the manager on one side said, "I'd rather let her put it on. But she's so lazy that I even chased after her to let the toner be patted on. And this sea breeze is really killing her." Old motherly sighs and helpless sounds. The director was surprised, but he couldn't really tell that Gu Xiaoxiao was putting on makeup even after looking left and right. And the other Zhang Mingjia also said, "I didn't put it on either." The result was his manager kicked his calf and said fiercely, "I've let you put on a foundation. You can't stay up less late." "No, that's not going to work. I'm going to be king soon. I have to fight." Everyone laughed after Zhang Mingjia finished speaking, and then the pop-up side was about to explode. Firstly, they think Zhang Mingjia is cute, and secondly, they think it's impossible that Gu Xiaoxiao didn't wear any makeup, because her face under the camera looks as if she's turned on her 10th grade beauty face. Even Elder Hu said, "I thought at first you were just looking at this face." Hui Yuxing grunted. "He's such a shallow person," he said. "But looking at that smiling snow-white face, it doesn't really matter." However, looking at the smiling snow-white face, He said that there was nothing wrong with being a bit superficial. His own little woman is just beautiful, more and more beautiful, so I want to lick the screen. Drooling. Speaking of which, Xiao Gu's previous screensaver was a picture of you that I saw. But then she deleted it. Elder Hua feels like he's sinned. Hui Yuxing's heart warmed up when he heard this, but thought that the other party had deleted himself. So could he have already wanted to start his life over? And that's why he repeatedly rejected himself? Just as he was thinking, the screen had come out with everyone's face. In fact, the male celebrity side is not too much worse, at most is the dark circles heavier and skin is not very good. But the female celebrity side is much more miserable. Yumin is not bad, but looks very haggard. Obviously she and Gu Xiaoxiao the same age, but stood together more than 2 or 3 years old for nothing. The other one had lumpy skin, and even her face had gained a lot of weight. Everyone marveled at the wonders of makeup. Even Gu Xiaoxiao was shocked yet. She was about to want to learn how to apply makeup from this actress. It was like a miracle. That actress wasn't someone who was too calculating. After all, she had removed her makeup and didn't have much to dwell on. She just touched her face and said, "I get like this when I eat chili peppers. I can't help it." Gu Xiaoxiao had seen people like this before. It was true that there were people who loved eating chili peppers, but as soon as they finished eating, they were like this. In fact, to put it bluntly, this girl may also be a foodie only to eat and beauty on She Chose Beauty. The director saw that everyone was washed up and said, "Then I will introduce you to these 4 masters." After saying this, he introduced the chefs one by one and said, "Now you are divided into 4 groups, and each group will be taught to cook under a master. Then all 4 of your groups will learn from what the masters have done, and then the masters and the judges we chose in the village will comment on it, and then the audience will vote on it and decide which group wins." Still need to group up? Zhang Mingjia glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and decided that he could group with her, both being foodies. Gu Xiaoxiao felt the same way, that the 2 foodies together would probably rub off on each other. But she later realized that she was really very wrong. The director nodded and then asked everyone to write on a piece of paper which celebrity they would like to be grouped with. Is this free choice mode? Everyone took the paper and analyzed it individually, and the segment wasn't broadcast because it was secret. Gu Xiaoxiao's manager like a mother. Or you choose Lu Yuanqing, he is, after all, a movie star. Play a good relationship in the future can be. Just finished to see her daughter has finished writing a note, but it is written on the top of the Zhang Mingjia. Although Zhang Mingjia band origin development is also good, but now is still an idolized star, nothing too solid foundation, also do not know will fire a few years. But her daughter has decided what she can do, of course, is to support. In fact, she can also see Gu Xiaoxiao, although the appearance of weak, but in fact the heart is very idea, and tear up is not so easy to admit defeat, on the contrary, also everywhere to catch the first opportunity, indeed sometimes quite reassuring. But in a flash reality slapped her in the face as her daughter went on a blatant food begging spree. May I ask if those who don't have anything to do now may start their meal? A moment later the food was cold. The director and the chefs were so happy that they almost fainted. But I didn't expect another troublemaker, Zhang Mingjia, to say, "I'm hungry too, when can I eat?" Each of you can only choose one of these dishes, and then you must learn the dish in order to pass the score. But first group, you all wrote it. The director said, "Let everyone to their own front will unfold the note." Then he said, "The grouping is quite smooth. First of all, the 2 pairs who are willing to cooperate with each other are Gu Xiaoxia and Zhang Mingjia. You can choose the dishes, and then you can only choose the dishes made by a master." Zhang Mingjia whistled, then said, "Come on, you choose first? Then I'll just pick anything." Everything tasted good, he was a bit out of ideas yet. Gu Xiaoxia chose a bowl of large plate chicken that she had long wanted to eat. Then Zhang Mingjia immediately chose a fish, and the 2 of them ate it on a side table. Next to be chosen was Yumin and movie star Lu Yuanqing. The 2 of them didn't know for what reason they got together. As for the other 2 pairs, they were chosen by lottery. Everyone chose their dishes and sat down to eat. The rest went to the cast and crew, which was a reasonable arrangement. However, the next part is the collection of raw materials, which is a bit difficult for everyone. Chapter 71 Benefits for Eaters. Waiting to eat a meal only to find can eat meat people combined, especially Gu Xiaoxia 2 people, find fish and chicken are very easy, just go to the village to buy on the line. But some choose in order to show off in the TV how elegant people suffer. Look at the pair of Yumin and the movie star selected are quite buy and get things. One of them chose duck tongue, one chose mountain vegetables, so one has to go up the mountain, one has to buy hundreds of ducks or go to the island's various stores to find duck tongue, can be described as a difficult task. Sometimes there are still perks for foodies, especially meat lovers. Gu Xiaoxiao only spent more than $100 to buy several chickens, and then because she is sweet and pleasing to the eye, The family also helped her to kill and pluck the feathers, and even the internal organs are clean and let her bring back. The whole time is smiling and humming, not to mention how happy. She so also infected all the people. Some people even will her smile to the screenshot posted on the internet can be wallpaper. Hui Yuxing, who is developing towards being a demented man, also saved one, and then lay on the bed of the escort to continuously stare at the screen in a daze, and then waited for tomorrow's program when they were cooking, thinking that she was going to learn to make this dish and come back would she make it for herself to eat. Then clinical master Hu said, "You don't want to think too much, it is better to chase the candidate to the hand. That girl's cooking skills are not as good as yours. Solid old man, are you a real grandfather or not?" Hui Yuxing blindfolded the quilt, then went to watch the program replay. And the people on the island are going to rest, the dishes if made tomorrow. The next day, old morning, everyone had a small breakfast of porridge with savory dishes of clear vegetables before the day began. This did not include Gu Xiaoxia and Zhang Mingjia, both of whom were lazy in bed. Gu Xiaoxia was scooped up by her manager, and then there was a photographer to follow her. In fact, they had been told last night that they might be raided at any time, so they all slept in their pajamas. Gu Xiaoxiao's pajamas are very distinctive. A big-eyed cat with 2 cat ears on the shoulder straps. It's just too cute. Plus, she was soft and good-tempered, so she didn't get angry when she was dug up, but just begged her manager to sleep some more. That attitude was similar to that of a little milk cat, causing the viewers watching the replay at night to squeal, and some of them even wanted to bring Gu Xiaoxiao back home to keep her. It was so cute. Well, both of her group are adorable. Zhang Mingjia was no exception, but he was much thicker, with one thigh still thrown outside, and slept with his cell phone in his arms, and then the screen of his cell phone was still hanging on the game interface once he opened it. When he got up, he actually freaked out and said, "Whoa, fell asleep again. This time I'm going to be scolded badly." Waiting for the two of them to finish cleaning up out of dinner, everyone has finished eating, and so clean up this cooking when the degree of obvious fall others a cut. But it does not matter, their ingredients are ready, Yu Min that group is still tangled. So, they still do the dishes first. Gu Xiaoxiao was quite serious when she learned the dishes, asking questions when she didn't understand, coaxing the chef to be happy. Learned how to make a big dish of chicken with only 2 chickens, quite excellent and very talented in cooking. She didn't feel any of this. She just thought that cooking was a relaxing kind of work. Originally thought it would be very smooth, which no encountered a pig teammate. This Zhang Mingjia, although can eat, love to eat, to talk about eating to the head of the road. But he is a cooking idiot. See the pot of hot, he first ran away. Then threw down his playing hands, very innocent Gu Xiaoxiao. She took a few onions, scared to look around, thought what happened something terrible, and finally had to help turn off the fire and let out a sigh, feeling pills. Just because of this sentence, she managed to circle over a few of Zhang Mingjia's fans, and everyone laughed into a goose in the pop-ups. At the same time sent out an inner cry, "Heartache Missy," for a second. "Go Missy." Then a head poked out of the screen and said, "Still splashing oil?" As a result, he was viciously disliked. "Are you here to be funny? The fire was just turned on and you ran away, master." You quickly beat him up. Gu Xiaoxiao crossed her waist and adopted a child training style of education. She wasn't acting, it was real anger. Because, get the first place, that team still have to share more money. It Zhang Mingjia run, she saw their hands of tickets whooshing fly, cannot be angry well. Zhang Mingjia inexplicably felt weak and came back with a heave-ho, only to be taught by the chef uncle from the first step how he had to cook. As a result, the oil was just poured in and he still wanted to run. But when he turned around and saw his companion standing in the doorway with a chopper in his hands, he was forced to shrink back and face the frying pan, and this first step was finally passed. Gu Xiaoxia wiped her invisible sweat. It was not easy to save up. However, she doesn't realize that her performance has made Elder Hua laugh like a goose as well. Then pointing at Gu Xiaoxiao on the TV, he said, "This child is also too amusing. Is she usually like this?" Well, right? Hui Yuxing suddenly feels like he doesn't know her too well somehow. In the beginning, it was her who kept chasing after him, and then he didn't dare to look at her more than once. Then it was him chasing her non-stop, but never really getting to know her. The TV side of him he usually sees less and finds it fresh and cute and full of vigor. Really a very perfect girl, though looking cute and amusing. I wish I could keep her like this for the rest of my life. The nurse came to change the medicine at this time, and when she saw their grandparents and grandchildren watching the program, she laughed and said, "You're watching it too? Our little sisters are almost amused by them. Which one do you like to watch?" Look at Zhang Mingjia. But there are also those who like to watch movie stars. How come no one likes to see Gu Xiaoxiao? Watch it too. I just don't think she's too famous. Hui Yuxing lowered an air pressure after hearing this. In the future, he must make her famous, very famous. After that, nurse left master who said, she can save a few dollars for such a performance. In fact, quite hard. A girl makeup does not put all over the mountains to find food, and then smoky cooking in order to feed their grandparents and grandchildren. He was a little embarrassed. Probably tens of thousands of dollars. He didn't ask for details, but he felt a little hot in his pocket. Usually your father and your uncle love to brag about what their women have bought them, but no one has ever been as blessed as you. Having a woman willing to support her man, what was this not a blessing? Hui Yuxing felt the same way. He only hoped that everything went well for his little woman, and that she didn't let a team of brats get the best of her. On the other side of the island, everyone's first competition has begun. The scene was once very lively. Even the village chief was invited. Everyone will be ready to serve out the dishes. Only half a day to learn to make this is already very good. The result is a bit surprising. Originally watched Zhang Mingjia's hands and feet contracted the entire crew after the laughs also when their group will hang, but accidentally got the first. Chapter 72, The Most Wanted Dishes. The reason was simple. Some of the other groups couldn't get all the ingredients together, and some simply didn't make the dish. In Yu Min's group alone, although she made the dish very well, the ingredients were missing a kind of shiitake mushroom, which was actually available on the island, but she couldn't find it in the limited time available. Another movie star's duck tongue is even more impossible to find. It is said that the island sold out, and the whole island is not raising ducks. And everyone raising ducks still have to lay eggs absolutely will not sell. Even if he will sell, he has no money to buy more than 100 ducks. Because the crew this time to each team to buy material money only one person 200, absolutely cannot be more. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao's team unexpectedly won. In Zhang Mingjia's words, it seemed that eating meat was still beneficial. The person they won was just pleased for a while, but they didn't know that there was one person who was extremely angry. Yu Min was simply furious. She hadn't thought that Gu Xiaoxiao would have this kind of luck, but she knew that she used to be a young lady who couldn't even cook noodles, and she had to help with everything. It seemed that she really couldn't be indulged too much, or else she would be overshadowed at any time. She had already asked her manager to secretly ask the cast and crew, and they said that the group of her and the movie star were not as hot as Gu Xiaoxiao's group in terms of the level of attention they were getting. In addition to the two people's face value online, it was just very funny. Well, let them have a little fun being poor. After this competition, it was time for the second competition, and this time the director asked each of them to name a favorite dish. Because of the experience of the last time, everyone reported a very simple dish, but Zhang Mingjia from the food group reported something like 100 phoenixes in the morning. Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes on the spot, and then this expression was adopted by a group of small fans, and became one of the most popular expressions at one time. She thought about it and reported a red meat. If she was asked to do this confidently, I'm sure it could still be done well. But I didn't expect the director to let a group of two people separate to do each other's favorite dishes. The thought of that, I don't know what the 100 Phoenix Sunrise Gu Xiaoxiao want a heart all have. After each of them had finished reporting, it was time for small talk. Yu Min asked Gu Xiaoxiao strangely, you don't like eating light dishes the most, but how come you've been choosing meat dishes lately? It's not good to eat too much. I don't dare to eat it. She was alluding to Gu Xiaoxiao being fat. On camera, she was fatter than she actually was. Originally, Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't fat at all, but after she was on camera, she looked a little rounder. When she said that, she was also trying to combat her body type problem. However, Gu Xiaoxia laughed and said, food is a thing. Sometimes you want to keep your mouth shut and keep your body in shape. That seems to be a bit difficult. After she finished speaking, her teammates immediately said, I feel the same way. Recently, everyone thinks I need to lose weight. Let's not talk about you. I've got a little tummy. Although Gu Xiaoxiao had never participated in a variety show, but she wasn't just selling stupidity. She knew in the book that this program would be on fire this period because of Yu Min's very grounded performance. All she has to do now is to be more grounded than Yu Min, and then behave a little better and cuter, so the results should be good. As for how Yu Min and the movie star hooked up, I don't care. Now look at them get along or quite harmonious. Just should not appear love or something. This point can be seen from the lifting finger. Like being pregnant. Yu Min let out a laugh, looking like a naive and ignorant little girl. However, Gu Xiaoxiao knew that this was completely intentional on her part. Ugh, I say. How can you people talk about a girl like that? The other girl was not happy. As the same woman, doesn't she know that it's annoying to say such jokes? They were just starting out in their careers, and this person was talking about an actress like this. Too ungrateful. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at that little starlet surnamed Sun in surprise. Later, she was not very accomplished, but a bit of a big, silly big sister look was actually not very appealing. But just because of her words, She felt that this woman could be handed over. She liked simple people, and she really wasn't tired of making friends with them. Sun Tong, well, she remembered, if there is an opportunity in the future, we'll certainly thank her. Yumin immediately waved her hand and said, I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. We grew up together and are friends, so I'm used to being mouthy in front of her. Hee hee. I remember I said a long time ago that we are not friends. After Gu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Sun Tong and reached out. Sun Tong, if you don't mind, I want to be good friends with you. Okay. Sun Tong reached out to shake her hand, before realizing that Yumin's face was not looking too good. It was strange that this blatant slap to her face could be good. Or the movie star smiled at this time and said, all right, the joke's over, we should go and do the dishes. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that he was giving Yumin an excuse and didn't care. Then she and her teammates started cooking. The other side of the dish is good to do, but this 100 Phoenix Sunrise genuinely difficult. Fortunately, the material is good to find. His carving is too laborious. Zhang Mingjia finally apologized to Gu Xiaoxiao after watching her carve the nth radish, scratching his head in embarrassment. I forgot this was hard to do. Haha. You ate my badly carved radish. Really eat it. Eat. Zhang Mingjia inexorably took a piece of radish and sat on the side and ate it in a kacha. Now even Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised. He really ate it, but in the end it was a teenager with no heart. It was quite adorable. Speaking of which, Zhang Mingjia had just turned 17. You don't have to eat if you have an upset stomach. Finding a way down for him, she continued to carve the radish. But it was quite a dangerous job, and in the blink of an eye her hand was cut, and the blood looked quite visible as it ran down the shredded white radish. The photographer was startled, while the cook was busy looking for a band-aid to put on her, and wanted to persuade her to give up. But Gu Xiaoxia didn't. She shook off her hand and picked up the radish and continued to carve the flower. Zhang Mingjia on one side was so stunned that he dropped the radish in his hand and couldn't help but apologize again. It's okay, the master said he cut his hand when he was learning. You always have to pay to learn a trade these days. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know that the pop-up screen had exploded again after she finished speaking carelessly. Heartache young lady a minute, so white and tender fingers. B. Miss just got hacked, then she's gonna get hacked by her teammates, so sad. C. Support Miss. Cut again. Too heartbreaking, ing cried. But their hearts aren't even half as sore as Hui Yuxing's right now, and he can't even sit down anymore. So he simply goes outside to smoke. Hu old man sighed. He kind of understand why this little girl get grandson's heart, because this is a temper, and look is also a serious work. Just you min that girl. Is it intentional or unintentional to say that sentence? The pop-ups taught him in minutes what it meant to be a heartthrob, but he kind of couldn't believe that a simple little girl like that would do such a thing. Chapter 73 Speculation on CP. As he was talking, he heard two nurses outside speaking. Tell me, is that Yumin taking revenge because Gu Xiaoxiao ruined her wedding? I think she should be thanking Gu Xiaoxiao, otherwise she'd have nothing now if she were to marry into the Hua family. You see, the two of them didn't interact at all on the show. They were simply more than strangers. But Gu Xiaoxiao is quite courageous and directly said that she is no longer friends with her. And that Yumin, I see very fake, are in this situation still say what two people grow up together is a good friend. This is not looking for scolding it. Maybe she thought Gu Xiaoxia wouldn't point it out, so she said that? Anyway, my heart aches for Gu Xiaoxia for a second. 10 fingers linked together. Master Hu knows how these outsiders comment on what they think in their hearts, and only they themselves know best. However, it is hard for him to avoid being biased, plus Gu Xiaoxiao, this girl is really good. Why don't we wait for her to come back and let his grandson marry her? And he did not know that on the other side of the movie star Yanagihara Kiyoshi was very annoyed in the room smoking, kicking the bed. His face was very grim piece. When the manager walked in, he was busy bringing the door closed and said, "Still angry? I also just realized that that woman is so stupid to do that kind of damaging thing. I think her image as a little white flower is a bit untenable. Bitchy, I look at it as annoying. You also said that there is someone behind her, surely can use the momentum to make a turnaround. I'm afraid that if this goes on I will be brought stink. Right now, can only think of other ways. You go to call them to come, we have a meeting." Okay. It didn't take long for the manager to call Yumin and her manager in. The evening crew was given time to get together and work on countermeasures. Yumin was wearing what looked like a very innocent snow-white nightgown today, but it looked very sexy to men, so it could be said that she was still good in terms of clothing. At least Shadow Emperor felt that although he hated this woman, but he was still interested in her body. "Ms. Yu, I believe you already know that the situation is a bit bad for our pair, and our popularity is dropping fast. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Gu Xiaoxia would be so ignorant of the world. It's better not to count on others in our current situation. We need to find a way to bring up our popularity ourselves. Otherwise we're losing. I, Yanagihara Kiyoshi, never admit defeat. And I believe that Ms. Yu is the same kind of person. Well, I don't want to lose either. Then both of you go out, and we'll discuss the rest on our own. After Lu Yuanqing finished speaking, Yu Min's manager hesitated for a moment, but finally went out. And Yu Min looked at Lu Yuanqing in puzzlement. Brother Lu, what are we going to do now? Kiyoshi Yanagihara poured her a glass of wine, then reached out and pulled her to her side and said, Of course it's fried CP. It's not good, is it? She said a little nervously. The movie star's reputation was too loud. If he was really fired, she was afraid that Situ Lufeng would be jealous. But her own current situation really wasn't too good. Moreover, she really didn't want to lose to Gu Xiaoxiao. What's wrong with that? It's not real anyway. When the time comes, if we don't recognize each other, there's nothing anyone can do about it, don't you think so? Yes. But how are we going to speculate? The CP wasn't that easy to speculate on, so she felt that of course she had to ask her seniors for their opinion. But it didn't occur to me that Lu Yuanqing had brought her to the bedside and said, There are some things that don't need to be taught as long as they are done. No, I have a boyfriend. Doesn't that delay your relationship with your boyfriend? Or do you feel like losing all of it, including your own dignity? I know that you desperately don't want to lose to that Gu Xiaoxiao. Men and women, as long as there is an inappropriate relationship, then it will be completely different from before. Between the action are brought out, he wants this feeling. Because he had no confidence in this woman, and felt that the only way to use this method was the safest. Yu Min was momentarily swept away. She really didn't want to lose to Gu Xiaoxiao, so she was momentarily hesitant to be embraced by Lu Yuanqing on the bed. Contact without much emotion was always less than beautiful, but after this time it was indeed a bit closer than others. Especially Lu Yuanqing is still considered quite a gentle man. He is much better than that Situ Lufeng who only cares about his own comfort. This more than an hour to speak. Yu Min is still quite comfortable. Go back and have a good look back anyway. They live in a group of places from a group of close to the middle of no one too close should not be found. The next day, the two interacted more than before and were extraordinarily close with a much more ambiguous tone of voice. Just like that, the internet started to quarrel about the CP between the movie star and Yu Min, but some of them are also calling Yu Min is hugging his thighs for speculation. However, it had to be said that their sweet behavior in this matter made their popularity surpass Gu Xiaoxiao and their group for a while. Unfortunately, the two didn't care about that. They were still playing games together, one teaching the other to play. You don't call home. I don't see you calling. I played yesterday. Gu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, but in her heart she thought that after calling Hui Yuxing yesterday. The two of them didn't actually say a few words, but he said at the end when he was about to hang up himself, I miss you. It was just a few simple words, but it had messed up her heart from yesterday until now. In fact, she knew that the male partner was avoiding himself. The reason is that he is now poor and so feel unworthy of her. Otherwise, with his domineering character, has long forced her to get married. However, he did not, proving that he has no plans to get married, and not too much like the same as in the past, chasing her not to let go. But he actually said those 4 words, so I guess he really wanted to. What a stuffy man. You got distracted and we lost. Zhang Mingjia, who had lost a match, seemed to be depressed and snapped and laid down on his bed. And his manager said at this moment, Can we talk about the situation now? Say it. A breathless voice. The two of you are now on the side of low popularity with Yu Min and the others, so I suggest that you also fire a CP, so it might be a bit better. After he finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxiao's jaw almost didn't fall on the ground. Speechless. He's still underage. You're asking me to fire a CP with a little brother? Sister-brother love is more like it. I'm going to be 18 next year, and it seems nice to have a girlfriend or something first. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Xiaoxia glared at him and said, And I have a boyfriend. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. What? Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, especially his own manager. Her eyes were about to stare out of their sockets. Wasn't it a dereliction of duty for her own daughter to have a boyfriend, who she didn't know yet? Gu Xiaoxia immediately coughed lightly and said, So, let's think of something else. She sat there thinking for a while before suddenly saying, How about the old mother's model? Chapter 74 Old Mother Mode on. Like my manager sister did with me. I'll be the mom and you'll be the kid, and then it's up to us to act. You just became an adult. Zhang Mingjia expressed his disbelief, but Gu Xiaoxiao said, My hands are full of injuries. Who caused them? Zhang Mingjia instantly wilted. then said, "Sister, you're my own sister. Whatever you say is fine." After the threat was successful, Gu Xiaoxiao gave herself a boost. Firstly, because she didn't want to lose to Yumin, and secondly, because the prize money was tempting. After discussing the two sides to go to bed, Zhang Mingjia naturally had to say something inspiring before he left. So he said, "Xiaoxia, let's go for it tomorrow." Gu Xiaoxia said, "Yes, you must refuel for the money." Zhang Mingjia scratched his head. He wasn't doing it for money. He was doing it to make good food. But seeing that his companions were so hot-blooded, he didn't say anything, and then didn't realize that the next day was a test of their humanity in every way, because the crew side gave them each group $1,000, and then today's competition is to see who can do 3 meals a day within $1,000 the best, the most popular. Of course, the cooks of the other crews don't even prepare breakfast for them, leaving them to figure it out on their own. If you can't use this $1,000, you can still stay. Gu Xiaoxia think if the calculation is good a day 2 people will spend $200 or $300. The rest can also be divided in half. Don't underestimate the $400 or $500. This can be a day of hospitalization of the old man, can be almost a week of her expenses. So, after getting the money, Gu Xiaoxiao took her little brother out to buy food. First of all, we have to discuss what to do with the color of the dishes. Breakfast. Well, Gu Xiaoxia decided to do tofu brain plus buns, both of which she will. But for the hair on the surface, still have to learn. Filling is mixed and very good at it. But Zhang Mingjia wants to eat meat buns. No, how greasy it is to eat meat buns early in the morning. We can only buy vegetarian stuffed ones. It's best to have leek filling. It tastes good. But I want to eat meat. Tell you what, we'll buy a piece of meat and mix it in so you can eat it and we can save some money. Oh, so it's about saving money. Zhang Mingjia thought that she was trying to save money to add meals for lunch and evening, so she was especially happy. Then he gladly agreed to make leek and meat stuffed buns. He just didn't know if she could do it well. Why don't we ask the master for help? Doesn't the crew have a rule that it costs $200 to hire a master to help us? We have to put our money to good use. We can't spend this money. Don't worry. I'm sure I can do a good job. The big deal is that I'll go on a quest and then you can just give me a hand. Gu Xiaoxiao's serious little appearance of saving money straight teased the people watching the variety show and laughed into a goose, because $1,000, and as a result, she saved a lot of money in the morning. In the end, with less than $30, she decided on this breakfast. The next morning, I got up early to let Zhang Mingjia go to the village to take the brain flour, and she cut leeks, wrapped up the buns. The flour was made last night, according to the master's requirements of the hair is really good at. She didn't have much strength in kneading, but she was still kneading with her teeth clenched. Over there, Hu Yuxing was so anxious to watch that he really wanted to do it for him. While he's thinking about it, Elder Hu comes back from his stroll outside, and he directly says, "Has the program started yet?" "Just started." Then the grandparents and grandchildren just sat there and watched, and the grandfather said, "I kinda want to eat leek-filled buns, so you go out and buy some later." "Aha!" Hu Yuxing puffed up a cigarette and said, "Her fingers aren't all healed yet." Then she started kneading the dough. It was so hard, especially since everyone else was only thinking about how to make it light and tasty, but she was thinking about saving money, and when she thought about it, she knew it was so she could save up. This little girl, always so heartbreaking. I'm getting out of the hospital tomorrow, not going to some nursing home either. Might as well go home and recuperate. No way. Hu Yuxing vetoed his grandfather's statement with a single sentence, because he had to go to the sanatoriums, or else he'd be even more sorry for that little woman Gu Xiaoxiao if he didn't recover well. I saw her hard work steaming the buns, and then the sweat on her forehead was so tired that she kept tripping down. Then she made soup and tofu brain, and after serving it up, everyone ate a shock, not thinking that Gu Xiaoxiao, a dainty girl whose fingers are not touched by spring water, could make so many buns. You have to know that all the girls in college are pampered and spoiled, which have done these jobs. Breakfast was not the most sumptuous they had prepared, but it was prepared with the most care, all made by hand. So, after tasting it and finding her bun the most homey, it got top marks. Gu Xiaoxiao gave a weak smile. Being a pregnant woman, she really put up a fight, but the thought of the reward she would get was nothing. At least she did it. At the same time, she also felt that relying on her own efforts to get everyone's favorite feeling is really good. Perhaps in the future they need to work a little harder so that not only famous and money. Suddenly looking across the room, that movie star was comforting Yumin. Although their pair hadn't scored high on the meal, but their popularity remained high. And from the sidelines it was really sweet to the point of being mushy. One is gentle and sweet, the other is super caring. It's kinda easy for people to misunderstand when you're firing a CP or something. "Sister Gu, I remember, didn't you find 2 pieces of candy back in the supermarket? Give it to me, give it to me." Zhang Mingjia pulled her arm and said. As a result, Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in place and said, "Be careful of tooth decay." After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. Zhang Mingjia held one in his hand and gave Gu Xiaoxiao a pandering smile, while she returned a helpless smile and said, "Eat your dinner before you eat the candy." "Fine, I'll eat right away." Off the field, Zhang Mingjia fans have gone crazy. "My cub is really cute and invincible. Even the young lady is attracted to turn into a Gu mother. I don't know why, but I feel that my cubs are better off with such an old mother taking care of them." So inexplicably, some people started powdering Zhang Mingjia and Gu Xiaoxiao's CP pair to come. This led to Yumin and Gu Xiaoxiao meeting in the corridor after a lightning bolt. She said in an uncouth tone, "The Hua family has just lost their power, and you're in a hurry to find your next family. Brother Hua is obviously so good to you. Don't be disgusting. When did you see me looking for the next family? Besides, I'm not looking for and you have nothing to do with obviously received Hua family so much money as a result of people in trouble you run far away. On the flip-flopping who has no heart compared to you. Also, you be careful to capsize. Situ Lufeng is not a pawn to be manipulated by you." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Yumin and directly went into his room and closed the door. Yumin was also quite afraid that Situ Lufeng would know that she and the movie star were together. But thinking about the fact that they were together only once and no one had seen them yet, I believe that he would not be able to find any evidence. But what's worrying is what's coming. Situ Lufeng even had the free time to visit the class. Chapter 75 Coaxing Men. He came over all of a sudden. Yumin didn't know at all. In the morning and the movie star, the two were quite close walking out. As soon as she looked up, she saw Situ Lufeng sitting on a chair. Because it was during the shooting, so she couldn't run over to talk to him. Just blinked and sat down with some apprehension. Who was Lu Yuanqing? Just by looking at her face, he already knew who that man was. Thus, the two of them didn't act as close today as they did in the previous 2 days. So their pair looked a bit awkward today, and basically nothing they did went too well. But the pair of Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Mingjia was going very smoothly. After all, the pairing and a few days had sort of rubbed off on them, and they were getting more and more in tune with each other. For some reason, Situ Lufeng was attracted to Gu Xiaoxiao. She seemed to have never put on any makeup, always facing everyone with a plain face, and her temperament didn't seem to have become excessive in this side of the program. It was still the same as before. But you can tell that she's saving up. For that Hua family's grandparents to work so hard. She's a good woman. Why was it that the good women were always someone else's, while his own one had been kissing other men for the past 2 days, and he felt his teeth pouring out of his mouth with acid? Yumin took the initiative to go to Situ Lufeng during the evening rest, then still pretended to be in love and said, "Why did you come?" Situ Lufeng liked this tone of voice, so she also pretended this tone of voice. Unfortunately, today he was particularly ascetic, and even ignored her indifference, saying, "You can be really sad. How I treat you well, but not as good as a little white boy I just met a few days ago. All day sticky and gentle to treat. We're just speculating, just trying to find a way to make the show good." Yumin immediately denied it, then aggrievedly twisted her head and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Situ Lufeng really liked her like this, and even walked up to pull her down and said, "How could I not believe you? So have you gotten close to him? How could that be? We're just acting." Yumin pushed him, feigning brain fury. Situ Lufeng said, "That's good," then pulled the person onto the bed. Yumin repeatedly refused, saying outright that it was not good to be like this on the set. But Situ Lufeng did not let her go. The next day Situ Lufeng smoked a cigarette and watched her go out, and then looked for the manager to ask for clarification. Although he knew that she didn't spend the night at that movie star's place, but he couldn't help it in his heart. Fortunately, he tried last night that this woman hadn't been with another man at least in these 2 days. Don't ask him how he knew, it was all a matter of experience. He's a showbiz boss who knows what it means to speculate on CP and isn't unsupportive of her work. It's just, sure enough, it's still uncomfortable. Today was the last day and the time to decide the winner. He found the producers and asked them to simplify the final arrangement. Because of Situ Lufeng's sudden investment, the directors and writers had to simplify the final competition, and then they asked everyone to each make a dish of braised pork to end the competition. No need for a chef to teach you. Each person does it separately on one stove and then scores it separately, then adds the group scores to determine the winner and loser. Then, the 8 stoves were already prepared, the ingredients were all exactly the same, the purpose was to be able to make it fair for everyone. Gu Xiaoxiao was quite happy in her heart, because she was very confident that she had studied this braised pork. At least she wouldn't get a 0. I'm afraid of the same team Zhang Mingjia to pull back, but look at his sunny smile at himself cannot help but think. Anyway, to this point, then continue to work hard. The big deal is not that the bonus chanting. Although a little reluctant to give up. Situ Lu Feng just watched from the side, although he didn't like that woman raising that old man and young man, but he wasn't too likely to be hard on a woman. After all, she really put up a good fight. In the blink of an eye, everyone was assigned pots and pans, 3 girls next to each other. You only have an hour, so start now. After the director said that everyone started, first blanching the meat with water so that the meat made wouldn't be mushy. Everyone did it almost in sync, and Gu Xiaoxiao, because of her experience, so she quickly cut the meat pieces and put them in. Because she was a woman with a fine heart, the long strips cut out were also very nice. On the other side, Yumin's cutting was not so good, because she was always looking at others, afraid of falling behind. As a result, she didn't cut the meat properly instead of concentrating too hard. So she was busy collecting herself and continuing with the following actions. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Gu Xiaoxiao's movements were simple, direct, and beautiful, and she seemed to have already cooked this dish. Who has she made this dish for? Or has she secretly practiced knowing the details? She is actually quite confident in this dish because Situ Lufeng loves to eat. She made it to him a few times, but looking at Gu Xiaoxiao like this, she doesn't want to admit defeat. So when she turned to remove the water from the blanched meat, suddenly she also turned to pour the water, and as a result, her pot hit Gu Xiaoxiao's arm and some of the boiling water spilled out. Ah! Gu Xiaoxiao shrieked. She looked at Yumin angrily, thinking that she did this on purpose. But Yumin kept apologizing. There was nothing she could do. She could only pour out the water, then lifted her arm to take a look and found a red patch there. Zhang Mingjia also ran over and said, "How are you doing? Does it hurt a lot? Do you want me to go buy you medicine?" "No, you'd better go and do the dishes. I don't care, go." Now it was live to buy any medicine. She was in pain but still forced herself to endure it. Just walked to the stove and rinsed her arm with cold water. Then put her sleeve down to cover everyone's sight. The director said, "Do we need to pause it to deal with it?" "No, I can still continue." Gu Xiaoxiao was actually in a lot of pain, and she was sweating. But now it's a live broadcast. The Hua family's grandparents and grandchildren might be watching. She definitely can't admit defeat on this. The situation just now, even if Yumin didn't do it on purpose, but watching during the match, she felt that the knife was intentional. If she acted a little stronger, then it would make people feel even more that Yumin was wrong. Anyway, Gu Xiaoxiao had gotten used to enduring the pain, even though she couldn't even serve the pot now. At this time, Hu Yuxing has already stood up from his bed in the hospital, not caring if anyone is there or not, before saying, "She must have done it on purpose." He points at the screen and says to Elder Hua, then spins around the room like a trapped animal. This time, Elder Hua didn't speak, and even the little nurse on the side said, "I think she did it on purpose too, as far as it goes." Hu Yuxing was still sitting quietly after a painful fire, and continued to watch, even though his hands were about to owe his fingernails to his flesh. He felt that she must be in a lot of pain right now, but she was still holding on, and he was really too unlike a man compared to her. Go get her. How is he going to pick it up now when he doesn't even have a car? You should be the last person she wants to see when she gets back. Aha! Hu Yuxing ran out of the hospital on impulse, then went to pick her up. Her afternoon flight should arrive at the airport in the evening. Chapter 76, Standing in the Light of Honor. Gu Xiaoxia, who was in the middle of the shooting, finally made the braised pork through the pain, and then the judges evaluated it. We are not familiar with it, but it seems to have done a good job, thanks to the cooking competition in the past few days, so that we have more or less learned a little cooking tips. This time, the judges were the chefs, and one by one, they tasted the dishes they made and then gave their scores. From 1 to 10 points, everyone's score did not exceed 8 points, including the confident Yumin, and Gu Xiaoxiao's only scored 7 points after being tasted, because she really had perseverance, so she was given 1 more point, which was 8 points. Now the rating difference between the two teams is nearly 8 points. Gu Xiaoxiao has begun to disappoint because her own pair of friends, although looking at the cellar is not bad, but she has no confidence. This kid cooking a little less rooted, always feel that they are about to lose. Yumin on one side was very pleased. She knew that Gu Xiaoxiao was in need of money. Let's see how she could get the bonus this time. However, she hadn't thought about the fact that those bonuses were used to treat Elder Hua, who used to treat her very well. However, it did not occur to them that the masters of the judging panel were stunned after eating Zhang Mingjia's braised pork and praised him straight away for doing it at a professional level, and then gave him the highest 10 points. Just like that, Gu Xiaoxia's group bucked the trend and became number 1. She covered her mouth in disbelief and stared blankly at Zhang Mingjia, completely unaware that this brat had even kept a hand. "I'm quite embarrassed that I caused you to get cut before. I know you love to eat braised pork, so I was going to learn how to cook braised pork and go out and make it for you later, but I didn't know that I'd use it now. Zhang Mingjia explained with that sunny little face, causing Gu Xiaoxia to jump directly to his side and give him a big hug saying, "You really are my lucky star." Zhang Mingjia was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head with a red face and said, You too." They didn't realize that this scene had all made the people in front of the screen cry. It was really too hard for them to finally get first place. No matter how famous you were before, but after getting this first place you have become the center of attention. Because they had gained the achievement through genuine effort, even the movie star had to admit defeat and come over to shake hands with them. One of these two can endure the pain, and the other secretly practiced vegetables, and they lost convincingly. But Yumin was unconvinced and secretly asked the director, "Director, may I ask who suggested this last dish? Is it them?" Zhang Mingjia was originally a cooking idiot. Why would he suddenly be able to cook? And it seems that he would only be able to do this one. It made her suspicious, very suspicious. The director took one look at her, and his impression of this little girl turned directly negative. He said coldly, "Someone did propose it, but you suspect the wrong person. The person who really proposed is your gold master. Really is not a bit of face to leave," directly said. Originally this time is for her and let the water, but unfortunately she did not perform well. Also will be people Gu Xiaoxiao to get hurt, even if it is not intentional, but also let a person suspect it is not it. Now coming back to say this, it is evident that this little girl's heart is really not good, as small as the tip of a pin. Yumin did not expect this. She looked up and glanced at Situ Lufeng, who was standing on the side and smoking a cigarette, face red, but not shame but hatred. However, she hid it well and walked directly to Situ Liufeng's side and said, "Thank you, I didn't know. Shouldn't you blame me for being nosy?" Situ Lufeng felt that Yumin, this woman, was very twisted, clearly emphasizing all the time that she and Gu Xiaoxiao were friends, and then just now for hurting her. Keeping saying that he didn't care about this, just give her a chance, and wouldn't even do anything by virtue of his power. He believed all of this because he had always felt that she was a good girl, after all, so reluctant to be with himself, knowing full well that he was rich and powerful. But now it seems that everything has gone bad. She blatantly went to the director to say that he was in favor of Gu Xiaoxiao, that team. If not have him in the backing, no starlet will be so bold. At least even if that movie star to ask the director is also to be polite, but she dared to do so. In the end, who gave the courage is not their own well. Situ Lufeng actually do not care about others to use themselves, so many years is not without. However, by always his own think weak woman use he feel his stupid really can. Or, did she always think she was a fool to take advantage of or to feel her temper? What an annoyance, he had never been so annoyed. But the smile remained on the surface. He wanted to see if she was really using him. Just like that, Gu Xiaoxiao's team got the final prize, and she was able to bring back $100,000 this time. But for their small family, this money doesn't seem to be quite enough because Elder Hua really wastes money. Everyone decided to go back and celebrate after completing the mission. After all, there really wasn't even a decent place on this island. So everyone packed their bags and rode in the crew car to the airfield, and it was surprisingly convenient to get on the plane right after leaving the island. Along the way, I don't know what was going on. Everyone didn't speak, as if they had gotten on the plane and were already out of the crew and didn't need to act anymore. Luckily, the pair of Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Mingjia were different. They sat on a seat and kept talking until Gu Xiaoxiao got tired and fell straight to sleep before it sort of died down. Hui Yuxing had come here in a springtime mood, but he couldn't even take a step forward after seeing her walk out from the inside, because there were so many people coming to pick her up. Although there were those who came to pick up Yumin, but you could tell that she was a bit more popular. Everyone called her Miss and kept waving at her to take pictures. And she didn't have a bodyguard around her. Then she was forced to take pictures with the fans. At this time, the teenager Zhang Mingjia came out and sold her out, which saved her the embarrassment of being pestered by fans who couldn't get away. However, no matter what time he felt that he shouldn't go out, even if no one recognized who he was, it would always cause trouble for her. As for Yumin at this time, and that Situ Lufeng walked in a place to be protected, it was really high up. But like this, it seemed to have proved that the two of them were afraid that they had already been exposed. Finally not hiding it? Before she said she didn't have a boyfriend, how many days has it been that her boyfriend has already gotten together with her? Hui Yuxing just laughed coldly, and then his gaze was back on the woman who was walking in her own in Yunguang, who shone so brightly that one couldn't take their eyes off of her. But people are very confused, leading the head to go even the wrong way, obviously out of the way that bright and only one. Chapter 77. The food is really good. It was her manager who ended up pulling the person back and then being swarmed into the car outside. He followed the whole time without saying a word, and only when her fans went after her to stop the car did he duly get in the way, and those people didn't follow. Gu Xiaoxiao in the car violently saw a familiar figure turn back, but did not find anything suspicious in the crowd. One side of the old mother manager also asked, "What is it? Ah? I seem to have seen an acquaintance. Did Hui Yuxing come to pick her up? But why didn't he step forward? He must have seen himself surrounded, so he couldn't step forward. Then he'll go back and ask later. The company has a celebration to go? You this time the fame but hit. Take the opportunity to..." I said, "How do you sleep? Ah? Don't sleep. Ah." The manager's roar completely did not wake up Gu Xiaoxiao. Good has been sleeping until the car to their own home downstairs before naturally woke up, as if they knew that they had arrived home. As a result, the manager didn't have time to say anything more about the celebration, because the person had already crookedly gone upstairs. The car just turned ahead. She saw a figure riding past the car. I do not know why there is so familiar. But think of the people in the realization does not seem to be so tall and powerful. Maybe he thought wrong, just a building tenants only. And said with sunglasses is carrying luggage to go up. Gu Xiaoxiao hands of luggage was suddenly snatched away. She was stunned for a moment, just about to attack, just to see a tall figure with luggage without a word upward. The heart was suddenly relieved. The man was his usual stuffy self. They entered the house together before Gu Xiaoxiao said, "How is the old man doing? He'll be discharged the day after tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with him now." Hui Yuxing puts his luggage down, then all of a sudden reaches out and grabs Gu Xiaoxiao's hand, then jerks her sleeve. Was this looking at the burns on her arms? She knew she would be watching the show. Just for some reason, she was a little touched inside. But the other person had let go, and then took out a tube of medicine and helped her apply it, with a very light touch, as if a feather had brushed it. In fact, her injury had already been treated and didn't hurt, so Hui Yuxing only felt a little itchy when he touched her. The main reason was that his movements were too light, and he was obviously born a bit rough, but his movements were not rough. One day, I'll let her taste the flavor of being scalded as well. Hui Yuxing lowered his hand after he finished speaking, his face still dark and terrifying. However, him being like this unexpectedly put Gu Xiaoxiao at ease. Did she finally have something to fall back on in this world? In fact, a girl pregnant was originally very worried in the heart, but the Hua family will not be so easy to accept her, only for their own reckoning, now only should be able to it. At least the man's mood has changed. He no longer like before only want to get her. He is in the heart of her, so it is enough. With a relieved heart, she suddenly flung herself into Hui Yuxing's arms and cried, "It's okay to have a reward for doing so much. I don't need you to retaliate. I just want you to be nice to me all the time." This sentence almost broke the mask that Hui Yuxing had been wearing all these days. How he wished he could embrace her for the rest of his life. But now his own. "I don't have what it takes to make a good life for you right now, so..." "What do you mean? Thought I'd wait for you?" Hui Yuxing hesitates a bit, but he resolutely says, "We can't have anything to do with it now no matter what. I'm only afraid that she'll be implicated." Why? After doing this himself, he still wouldn't let go of his promise to take care of her for the rest of her life? "When the old man is discharged from the hospital and we move out of here, you must take good care of yourself." "Well, in that case we'll never see each other again. The big deal is to find another man. You can't hang yourself from one tree." Gu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she crossed her arms and looked at Hui Yuxing. She didn't believe that he would let herself go to another man. She was obviously so overbearing. Sure enough, Hui Yuxing pulled her back and said excitedly, "No." "What no? It means you don't want to be with me, but I still have to wait for you. There's nothing like that in the world. To tell you the truth, I'm in a hurry to get married, preferably right away. So just go away and move out now." Gu Xiaoxiao was really angry. "I am afraid that you will be implicated. Do you know that those people behind the scenes have even sent out killers?" "Them," said halfway through the sentence, obviously afraid of scaring her. But the result was forced to say it anyway. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Gu Xiaoxiao's anger instantly disappeared without a trace. So it was because of this. She couldn't help but take Hui Yuxing's hand and then press it hard against her stomach. Then her face flushed. She felt that her actions were really too pugnacious, but now if she didn't put the baby out only to set him up as a father. "It's a bit sudden though. I was trying to say it nicely and it turned out. This is already very embarrassing." Did not expect the other party unexpectedly came to a sentence. Said, "It seems that you go out this time, although a little bitter, but the cruise food is good, all fat. All fat. All fat. Fat." Gu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she rolled her eyes. She was clearly pregnant, but she didn't realize that Hui Yuxing, the straight man, was really worried. when she was so angry that she almost spat out blood. She saw that there was someone standing at the door who looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's stomach with wide eyes and seemed to have understood. Master, why did you leave the hospital on your own? Hui Yuxing asked with a frown before his hand left Gu Xiaoxiao's stomach, and Gu Xiaoxiao reached out and directly opened Hui Yuxing's hand, humming, I'll go cook, finding an excuse to hide out, or else she was really too embarrassed. Making up her mind to tell a man that she's pregnant, only to have them not react, it's better to walk away. Wait, you're not needed for the cooking, Yuxing, you do it. Okay. Hui Yuxing was quite obedient, then really went to the kitchen to find something to cook. Gu Xiaoxiao had wanted to carry her luggage into the house, but Elder Hua had already closed the door and said, Wait a minute. Xiaogu, are you pregnant? Snap. The plate in Hui Yuxing's hand fell directly to the ground with a great deal of commotion, and the man scurried out of the kitchen at once to pull Gu Xiaoxiao and ask, You're pregnant? It was fake before, so it must be real this time, right? You go away. Gu Xiaoxiao glared at him and said, Didn't you say I've gained weight? Well, no, is that a child? Child. Oh my god. Hui Yuxing reached out without thinking and touched it again, no matter if Gu Xiaoxiao if blocking it or touching it. Really bulging. Hard little bag. This is his child? But Elder Hua sensed something was wrong and said, According to the time last time, it shouldn't be possible for you to show your pregnancy yet. Definitely can't feel it. It's only about a month or so at most. Unless it's, for example, the child that was carried for the first time. Chapter 78. That's the boy. Gu Xiaoxiao's entire body reddened as if she had exploded. How did Elder Hua know what time she was last with Hui Yuxing? No need to ask, it must have been this show-off man who said it. She glared at Hui Yuxing and realized that his entire body was dumbfounded. Don't think about it. It's the child that was mistakenly thought not to be there before. How is this possible when? Hui Yuxing already figured out without asking that it must have been designed by someone at the time, and couldn't help but glance at Elder Hua, only to see him sitting on a chair to one side. His flowery white hair hanging down from his head said, That Dr. Chun I've always trusted very much because he's a friend of my family doctor. Your little aunt has always disagreed with Xiao Gu marrying in, especially because she feels that this child can't be kept. At first I didn't think she had the guts to be so bold, so it seems that I've made a mistake. Then why didn't you say anything to me and kept it from me for so long? Hui Yuxing asked as he pulled Gu Xiaoxiao. I didn't know until I went to the hospital for a checkup later on, and besides, ever since I realized that I was truly pregnant it occurred to me that I've been having encounters with all sorts of dangers, and that these people were clearly running towards this child. I didn't know at the time who wanted to harm him. Finished glancing at Elder Hua, then touched her stomach and said, I just wanted to protect him, so I hid. Hui Yuxing glanced at Elder Hua while he was busy saying, How could I harm my own great-grandson? So this little girl was afraid that she was involved, so she hid? It's really silly, but it's also great. Protecting the little one and later saving their Hua family's grandparents and grandchildren. Now that I think about it, the girl probably never treated them as outsiders. They were the ones who excluded her. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Didn't realize that he was actually there all along. Hui Yuxing reached out and hugged Gu Xiaoxiao, then said, I've really been too remiss in the future. I'll try to protect you as much as I can, and we'll all be fine as a family. I'm afraid of killers. I'll be your bodyguard. Gu Xiaoxiao stopped speaking, but turned her head to look at the old man watching them couldn't help but blush and said, I'll go pack my bags. After saying that, she carried her own things into the house, and then also closed the door with a clap, always feeling the pressure of facing the two of them now. Hui Yuxing waited for the others to enter the room, suddenly turned his head before saying, Master, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Well, we can't let her be aggravated like this. I was wrong in the beginning, now? I will never leave her again. She has suffered enough. So I'm going to take back our family as soon as I can, so she can be a woman by my side with honor. Good. That's the man of the Hua family. After the two say goodbye, Hui Yuxing goes to cook dinner, and in the meantime asks why the old man was discharged from the hospital before learning that he wanted to avoid going to a sanatorium, so he was discharged early. Hui Yuxing hesitated, but Gu Xiaoxiao, who had come out to eat, heard it and said, No, you must go to the sanatorium. Unless you don't want to live, you must recuperate after this kind of surgery. I'll hand over the money tomorrow, you just go and get cured. Gu Xiaoxiao is suddenly strong. Master who surprisingly doesn't know what to say. I should say that he doesn't have the face to be stubborn with others. He has no choice but to glance at his grandson, and realizes that his head is lowered as he concentrates on eating. obviously not wanting to care about himself. It's over. Inexplicably, I'm being governed by a little girl. Elder Hu sighed in his heart, looking at Gu Xiaoxiao's fierce little look surprisingly a little heartbroken, and in the end had to say, fine, going to live, it will make room for them to fall passionately in love. Who let the other little girl is not easy, pregnant with a child to him, an old man to save money to pay the cost of convalescence, and then do not treat her as a family that really is to no conscience. Then I'll go tomorrow. Elder Hu thinks glumly, in the future, this family probably can't seem to stand up straight for himself and his grandson, and they'll all have to be run by this girl. Gu Xiaoxiao only felt that now that she had brushed up on the Hua family's favorability, the next step should be to go and trample the heroine under her feet. However, the Hua family hadn't gained power yet, so she should hold back for some days. Luckily, Hu Yuxing probably doesn't want to struggle anymore, so she can rest a bit more at ease. The big deal is to get the license first so that she can be considered the rightful parent. Hu Yuxing probably thought with her on this matter and said, let's pick a date and get the license first, right? Did I say I would marry you? When you make a girl angry, you must let him know that he has to negatively pay some price to be coaxed. Don't think that every time in vain. Hu Yuxing is a straight man. He had thought that since the children have been born he would have to get married right away, but he didn't think that the other party would flatly refuse. He glanced back at his grandfather, then found him pressing his head and nodding at Hu Yuxing's head. I now realize that this is all you have to look at. It's good to have a woman want you. Figure it out yourself. Hu Yuxing scratched his head after being despised by the old man, and then after cleaning up the table, the three of them took separate showers and went to bed. It didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing was pushed out of Elder Hu's house after walking into his house in a big way, on the grounds that he was snoring and moving around in his sleep, and that it wouldn't be good if he smashed into his wounds, so he was refused entry. Hu Yuxing understood for a second this time, and when he came out, he ran straight to Gu Xiaoxiao's side and knocked on the door, then looked at a small face tilted up and scratched his head and said, I've been kicked out by the old masters, so can I stay with you for the night? The door snapped shut. Gu Xiaoxiao told him with her behavior that it was impossible. Before, she was still clingy and wanted to live and die with him, but in the blink of an eye, she became ice cold and wouldn't let anyone get close to her. So how could he coax her? Scratching his head, the only thing Hu Yuxing could do was to be patient. He knocked on the door in no time and then again in no time, and in the end, he got so tired of knocking that he didn't even come to open the door, so he had no choice but to settle for the sofa. Originally, this sofa is quite short, after all, small family, he lies up and short and narrow, very uncomfortable. Not only that, there is no cover at night. But he didn't care, just nesting sleep. In the middle of the night when Gu Xiaoxiao must climb up to go to the bathroom, after seeing someone so big still shrinking there, inexplicably heartbroken. So when he came out he poked him and said, go in and sleep. Xiao. Hu Yuxing wasn't asleep at all. He sat up violently and was close to hugging and kissing her. But he was afraid of hurting her, so he could only silently follow her into the house, looking at her waist as he walked, and felt his body drying up. Now that we've become boyfriend and girlfriend, isn't it a good idea to quench your thirst? Chapter 79. Don't dream. As a result, a bed hit him head on and woke him up, so he really can't sleep with his arms around him, so he can only sleep silently underground. He was a good sport about it, taking the comforter and spreading it out on the floor, then murmuring, good night, and lay down. Gu Xiaoxiao actually wanted him to sleep on one side, which thought this person received the quilt on the face of disappointment lying on the ground to sleep. Pillows are not used, he can really be as the case may be. Since she didn't want to go to bed, then she would sleep on the floor. She thought about it and drew another quilt for him, then lay down on the bed herself and proceeded to rest. On the island is really too tired. She really do not want to sleep all the time. Hu Yuxing on one side tangled for half a day and realized that the other party had already fallen asleep. He couldn't help but sit up and lie on the edge of the bed to look at this little woman. She grew really more and more beautiful. Maybe it is the reason why the whole person is pregnant, rounded quite a lot. They are also stupid, also thought she grew fat. Suddenly, she was seen to roll over, then, her whole face contorted before she sat up with a loud ah. What's wrong? Cramps, they hurt. Don't move. I'll help you. Where the cramp is. Leg, right leg. After all, Hu Yuxing is someone who has been an athlete. He rushed to help massage Gu Xiaoxiao, and only a moment later did she sigh in relief and say, much better, your technique is quite good. Before I had a cramp, it took me a while to get past it. You're suffering from a serious calcium deficiency? I'll buy you some calcium pills to take tomorrow. You didn't take them before, did you? Shouldn't pregnant women buy these earlier? I didn't eat these days on the island. I didn't have this reaction before. It's just after I arrived on the island. Gu Xiaoxiao was tossed awake, very uncomfortable. as it was a bit hard for her to fall back asleep. Got out of bed and went to the bathroom one more time, then couldn't sleep again. Hui Yuxing finally acted like a man and said, "Do you want me to massage your feet so you'll feel better?" No need. How embarrassing to let a big man do that kind of thing for himself. But Gu Xiaoxiao only rolled over and felt her feet were grabbed by someone. She didn't struggle too much because she was too tired, and then felt the other person's hand was hot and strong, and could even wrap her feet. The uncomfortable feeling of having had a cramp disappeared little by little. Not only that, but also hot and very comfortable. And I don't know how he moved in any case. It is very relaxing. This relaxation and sleepiness came to her and she even fell asleep. This is embarrassing. The first moment still screaming don't, the next moment to sleep well. The next morning looking at the man sleeping next to her side. It is true that women are all mouth is not right. Obviously their own is not like this. As soon as she moved, Hui Yuxing sat up as well, then helped her and said, "Do your feet still hurt? I'll go make breakfast." "No need, right? I'll go buy it. I'm afraid it's too late to do it if I have to send the old man to the sanatorium." Actually, Hui Yuxing hadn't rested well in the hospital for a while, and yesterday he slept holding someone's feet until midnight, feeling embarrassed before turning to a comforter. This sleep is quite collapsed. He feels that he is really old satisfied. It's nice to be able to cuddle and sleep with your feet later. They're small and cute and still fleshy when you press them. No think too much. He immediately got up and went to change clothes and wash his face and went out to buy breakfast, serving his own woman with the old man willingly. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, she packed her bags after the people left, and then found the gifts she brought back from the island. It was very special, 2 local specialty ducks that had been killed and preserved in ice packs. Just take them out and put them in the refrigerator. And brought something back, ah? Master Hu knew that this little girl didn't quite want to talk to herself yet, being petty, so she had to take the initiative to speak. "Aha! Or duck. Although duck meat is delicious, it seems like I won't be able to eat it if I have to go into a sanatorium." Master Hu finally fights for himself. After all, he really doesn't want to go to a sanatorium for a month or 2 at a time. "Do it right afterward and send it to you." Gu Xiaoxiao lit the fire to heat up the hot water, then said, "Is it convenient to pack your bags? Or should I wait for Hui Yuxing to come back to pack them for you?" Master Hu huffed. It looked like he couldn't hide, then said, "I didn't take out my own luggage. I can just carry it and go." Aha! The morning conversation between the two ended like this. An elder Hu felt a bit surreal as he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's slightly raised baby belly. At first everyone thought that this child was non-existent, but suddenly it appeared again. Fortunately, the old mansion for the preparation of the baby room was not demolished, although Yu Min and his own said that he let the earlier demolition for fear that he looked upset, but he did not want to demolish. He didn't think that it would come in handy in the end. As long as herself and her grandson used these few months to take everything back, then her baby could still use that room. Eyes drooped down for a few minutes. Who was the one who stole the file from his side? The room's surveillance had been tampered with by others, and there were many people who came to comfort themselves in those days, but who could enter his study, and who knew where that file USB drive was stored. In fact, not many, at most 5 people only. Now their second son actually find out where? Hate to admit it, but of all the people to rule out one by one, the most likely might be her. But why? Until the morning gossip news on TV showed him 2 handsome men and women walking together. He pointed at the young man and said, "Who's that walking with Minnie? Looks familiar." Situ Lu Feng, a playboy. Quite ambitious though, quite a background. Hui Yuxing said. In fact, he also knew what the old master meant, suspecting that this Situ Lu Feng was the one who was fixing the Hu family. But could he really do that with him? "Is this the guy you guys said is Minnie's boyfriend?" "Yeah." Elder Hu didn't speak, then said, "The latter can be described as it's only right that we should look into it." Aha! Hui Yuxing nodded his head, only to have Gu Xiaoxiao on one side of the room spray the tofu brain. How do these two talk about such things in front of themselves? Obviously they never talked about this in front of themselves before. This is very trusting. Why are you acting like a child? You can't even be more careful with your meals. Quickly wipe it. Hui Yuxing glances at Gu Xiaoxiao with a caring look for his own daughter, then wipes her mouth for her. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she had suddenly jumped into an inexplicable strange circle, obviously being the mother of Hui Yuxing's child, but having the illusion of transforming into his child. Elder Hua, however, was calmly eating his meal on the side before saying, "If this kid wants to move the Hua family, he'll first have to find someone to help him. Who do you think he'll find? If he really only moved the Hua family because of some trivial matter of children's love, then he's really an arrogant person who just hasn't thought about the consequences at all. As long as one of their Hua family didn't fall sooner or later, they would make him suffer, and it just so happened that they had preserved one. Chapter 80 will have to take a break from school. Gu Xiaoxiao weakly asked, "These words, are you guys okay with me?" You eat. Ever since he realized that he had become a father and had become someone else's man, Hu Yuxing's temper had become straight again. There's also a slight bit of machismo coupled with a bossy boss model attached to it. As a result, he was hit by Elder Hua, saying, "Talk to a pregnant woman properly. Her bad mood can easily cause depression. Your mom almost jumped off a building when she was pregnant with you. So pay attention to me." Hu Yuxing immediately opened his mouth wide. So it was so serious. He had underestimated the profession of pregnant women. "You eat slowly, we'd better not chat." Hu Yuxing boarded up his temper for a moment and spoke gently. For this and other changes, Gu Xiaoxiao once again sprayed Tofu Brain, then covered his mouth with a red face and stifled a laugh. "I'm going to the restroom." Then she swooped over there and coughed and laughed a few times while gently pounding on the mirror. Hu Yuxing really doesn't have much acting talent, and this turn of phrase is so raw that she almost didn't faint from laughter. And at the dinner table, Hu Yuxing looked up at the bathroom and whispered, "What's wrong? I might have choked. Watch your temper and tone from now on. She's your woman, not your teammate or your subordinate. Okay? Got it." The grandparents and grandson ate their meal, then stiffened Gu Xiaoxiao to finish her share before taking a cab to the sanatorium. However, taking care of Hu Yuxing's face, Gu Xiaoxiao paid the old man directly, and then also instructed those sanatorium ladies to call and tell them if anyone comes to see old man Hua, and to never let strangers see him. Hu Yuxing felt that his little woman was really attentive, but the chance to kill them was only gone. So he said on the way back, "You don't have to worry. There are people in the shadows taking care of the old man's side. Only, it can't be discovered by anyone else." Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. How could she even be told such a thing? Wasn't she overdoing it a bit with this favorability brush? In fact, she only wanted to be Mrs. Hua and step on the heroin again. In the meantime, she didn't think of becoming a close family with the Hua family. But looking at the meaning of the Hua family's grandparents, this is treating her as a family, all knowing everything. "Can we get a license next week?" "Well, why next week? Shouldn't it be urgent? I have my own ideas." Hu Yuxing sends Gu Xiaoxiao home and disappears. But before he leaves, he urges her to get some rest and not to take on any more work. He'll raise this family, and he definitely won't let them suffer. Gu Xiaoxiao had absolutely no idea what he had gone to do, and she herself made the duck at home, then cut half of it up and had it sent over to Master Hua by same city courier, having of course contacted the caretaker before. She waited until the evening to see Hu Yuxing return, but it was already past 10 in the middle of the night. He came back very gently, probably because he was afraid of waking her up, but he didn't realize that someone was lying on the sofa, not sleeping at all. "Hu Yuxing, why are you so late?" Gu Xiaoxiao used the remote control to turn on the lights, and when she saw Hu Yuxing in all his blackness, she was surprised and dropped the remote control on the floor, saying, "What are you doing?" "Part-time job, dirty a little. I'll go wash," said. He went into the bathroom, came out white, but still did not give her the opportunity to ask, "There is still food?" "Yes, no, what kind of work did you do to get that look? You're not working as a cement worker, are you?" "Porter, I have the strength only to do this first." He wanted to go before, but he couldn't get away while the old man was in the hospital. That's still the same. It's really bitter for him, the titular president of the Lord. "Can't you find something else to do?" "No one's using it." Hu Yuxing intends to heat up the rice himself, only to be slapped away by Gu Xiaoxiao, who then puts everything in the microwave to heat it up and brings it out to him. The food was good, roast duck and duck soup. "I sent the old man's share." Thanks." Hu Yuxing knows that his little woman really is both soft-hearted and kind-hearted, and that there's really nothing for him to worry about regarding this family. She can take care of it all. In the future, even if she returned to the original Hua family, she could still be a very good Mrs. Hua. As soon as she thought of this, her heart warmed up, and she had a great feeling of having a wife and children who had everything going for them. "Why don't you do something else? Do you have to do manual labor? It's quick to save up, and no one will take it if I do something else." After saying that, he took out $300 and said, "I'll leave 200 for myself, and this is for you." "What are you doing for me?" "To pay the family? Household. It's pitifully small, but I don't really want you to go out and work hard to save up." "You!" This man, when she is what people can only enjoy it. In fact, 300 a day has been quite a lot. Enough for this family, okay. Buy yourself some more good food to replenish, and then this is calcium tablets. And there are 2 kinds of health supplements for pregnant women that I bought back for you. His $200 or so were spent on this, but it didn't feel heartbreaking at all. I really don't know what to say. After working hard for a whole day to give her $300 to buy the medicine, this man has almost no money on him at all. Take this money, you can't keep it on you. It doesn't matter. What's the point of putting so much money on a man? Hui Yuxing didn't say too much, ate his meal in a few bites and cleaned up, then probably got really tired and went straight into the house to rest. However, he slept on the ground floor of Gu Xiaoxia's house. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't do anything about him and said, "You couldn't sleep in another room. You're comfortable in this house and sleep well." Hui Yuxing's idea was to let her sleep alone as a pregnant woman, in case she got cramps again. As for other ideas are not, knowing that she will not agree, at least have to get a license to fool around, but the license first have to make her happy. The man makes the woman happy is probably thinking of giving the woman to spend money. He now has no money and no power, can only rely on their own skills to save money. Gu Xiaoxia in this regard know that men do not work all day to stay at home is not good. But he is so early and late and so hard, she is also quite distressed. So in accordance with the company's intention to open the live broadcast to save money. Because her belly is getting bigger, she's already taken a break from school to go to class. And she's also talking to her manager about taking some time off from work. The boss of the teas company, although he hadn't stepped in to help Hui Yuxing but was still considered righteous, still took great care of his woman after Hui Yuxing's accident, and didn't make things difficult for her in these matters. But now that her reputation was rising, and with the movie also being released, and with the situation being really too much better than expected, he felt that this girl might be about to be an instant hit. Don't look at her in the movie as a third girl, almost a vase, but it's hard to play a villainous vase that well. Chapter 81 Rough Diamonds. I don't know why she refuses to make herself popular, but it's not impossible for an actor to take a break. However, the live stream must be done, in order not to disappear so that everyone can still remember her. So, Gu Xiaoxiao resumed the live broadcast and then this time just opened the broadcast to find that more than double the number of people. The live room brusha opened broadcast to the screen. She did not know who to look at the speech. Finally said, "What do you want to see? I'm not too good at singing and I can't dance. How about, I eat and you guys watch?" Then, Gu Xiaoxiao brought out the duck neck king she had made. She was really too greedy, yet she didn't love to go out and buy it. So she made the leftover duck into a spicy duck neck king, whole and everything. While no image of nibbling while saying practice, but also answered the questions of the fans, simply instantaneous change eating broadcast, so that the company's managers are greedy to order the duck neck king of takeout to eat. Of course, she is not the only one. The entire fans watching the live broadcast of half of the people bought the duck neck king. So this day she was eating broadcast industry to see a variety of small commodity endorsement one after another to call the company to let her agent do not have to do what every night to eat some on the line. Of course, that's an afterthought. She's still wiping out a duck head and then going on about how it smells good. Being a veteran foodie, she managed to bring everyone to the pit. The live broadcast hadn't even ended yet, and her screenshots were already getting everywhere. And for a while, the fire was even more powerful than when she was on the show. The main thing is that she acted too grounded, and there was no celebrity baggage, and it really smelled too good to eat, and even a lot of the boys in the broadcast room followed along. That's not all. Somehow Zhang Mingjia was attracted to her, and asked Gu Xiaoxiao to mail him some, or mail the duck for her to make. "Fine, you mail it over and I can hack you 2 duck wings." Gu Xiaoxia touched the plate and realized that the duck seemed to be gone. She stared wide-eyed and looked around, then sadly realized that she was talking and eating, then swallowed a duck. Looking at the screen in horror, he said, "Zhang Mingjia, did you steal my ducks through the screen? Why are they all gone?" Then the fans instantly exploded with laughter. This is no longer grounded as a small rascal. Obviously their own will be duck eaten, but also to blame the side of the gluttonous Zhang Mingjia. He really is lying all shot. Then the fans have said that the duck was stolen by them through the screen. Since then, stole Gu Xiaoxiao's duck has become a new generation of network colloquialisms. We all use this to indicate that they didn't eat a lot of snacks last night, or to indicate that they are starving and want to steal other people's ducks. And Gu Xiaoxia said she was going to go exercise and then turned off the live broadcast. Afterward, after packing up the duck bones, the manager called and asked if she wanted to help push something delicious. Gu Xiaoxiao thought it would be good to save up some money, so she let the merchant mail the stuff to her and tasted it herself before deciding whether to give it a push or not. So that evening 5 or 6 snacks were brought to her, and she, a pregnant woman with a big belly, sat down and began to savor them. A gray Hui Yuxing returns to see Gu Xiaoxiao, who is eating a pile of shells in front of her, and her face doesn't look very good yet. "What's wrong?" he asked strangely. Why was he still eating with a sad face? 2 of the food items that these merchants got for me to taste were not very good, and the other few were palatable, but I didn't think they were as good as the duck I made. But don't even think about it. I just finished it all. What? Hui Yuxing was taking off his clothes when he heard her say that he was startled. A duck finished his stomach didn't burst? I think it can still hold something, it doesn't matter. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know why she was so spicy and able to eat. Hui Yubing went to the kitchen and found that the other party had also left himself a meals. There were small fried dishes, a plate of cold vegetables and rice, and of course a bowl of duck soup. He finished eating in a few bites and said to Gu Xiaoxiao, "Let's go out for a walk." "Don't want to go." Gu Xiaoxiao clutched her snacks tightly and didn't want to go, but she didn't expect that she'd be brought up hard by Hui Yuxing. Thinking about it, it's not good to eat so much food and not walk around, but she's just lazy and wants to eat and go to sleep. After being forced to come here, she still walked for a while, and the whole time, Hui Yuxing held her hand like a pair of young lovers who had just fallen in love. However, Hui Yuxing is really too tall and the pressure on Gu Xiaoxiao is a bit much. They also chatted as they walked. "Did you get your suspension done?" "Aha! When are you getting your license?" As they were thinking, they arrived at a supermarket. Hui Yuxing said, "Wait a moment." Gu Xiaoxia waited for him on the side of the road, and in no time the man came out with a cupcake, then took her to a nearby park and made her sit on top of a bench in the woods. "What do you want to do?" It was obvious that Hui Yuxing was up to something, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. However, all of a sudden, he was seen kneeling down on one knee, then raised that tiny cake box and said, "I, Hui Yuxing, swear in the name of the men of the Hua family to be faithful to Gu Xiaoxiao for the rest of my life. Miss Gu Xiaoxiao, can you marry me?" Proposed with a cake? Gu Xiaoxiao took the cupcake a bit depressed and said, "The sincerity is a bit lacking, but I'll think about it." Anyway, she could still ask for it back later when she had the money. But after opening the cake box and taking a look, he found that there was a ring embedded in the cupcake inside. The diamonds on it weren't big, and the workmanship of the ring holder wasn't too perfect. But at least it was a ring, wasn't it? At least it was formalized, which wasn't too bad. She smiled slightly and said, "You worked hard all these days just to buy this ring?" "No, I couldn't afford a ring because the cheapest one cost almost $10,000. So, I bought a loose diamond, then platinum, and found my own master to learn how to make this ring." Hui Yuxing picked the ring up and put it on sacredly against Gu Xiaoxiao's finger. And surprisingly, it fit just right. "You made it yourself?" "This is too much of a surprise. I have not heard of anyone proposing by doing the handmade ring themselves." She was slightly touched in her heart, then lifted her own hand to look at it and said, "Now there is a little bit of sincerity. Count yourself qualified." This man still had heart, even if he said his temper was a bit overbearing, but at least he was more determined when it came to marriage and love. As long as he was devoted to himself, it would be good, so that she wouldn't have to worry about the heroine abducting someone away. As for himself, at least he has a support in this world. Regardless of whether or not he could retrieve everything from the Hua family, as long as he could live a good life and be positive and kind to her as he was now, it would be fine. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hands and took the initiative to hug Hui Yuxing. "You can't make me regret this." "Absolutely not. Be good to me for the rest of your life. And definitely don't bother with that Yumin or any other woman." "It won't." "Hui Yuxing, do you love me?" Chapter 82, Love Me. Hui Yuxing suddenly picked her up, then looked straight into her eyes before saying word for word, "Love, love very much. The kind that doesn't want to lose you." "Aha." Gu Xiaoxia nodded. Then the two of them embraced, with one sitting on the bench and the other half kneeling on the ground. It was still the first time they had genuinely embraced after having all sorts of intimacy, as if their hearts had drawn a little closer together. "Shall we, then, get a license tomorrow?" "It doesn't depend on the date. And besides, my parents need to be notified." "Well, that's how it should be. I was the one who wanted to be too anxious." Hui Yuxing embraces her and stands up, then says, "Go home." Although it's good to sneak around outside, the cold nighttime weather shouldn't give anyone a cold. After the two of them went back, Hui Yuxing did not sleep on the floor. He fought for the opportunity to get into bed. But the other party did not allow to touch. He did not dare to mess around. Who let the other person is a pot-bellied woman, it. Dare to think, not dare to move. Besides, although the two have had two but not too familiar, so there is no need to have to force to do anything. Hui Yuxing did have stamina, and again, because his work was rather tiring, he was ready to sleep after tossing and turning for a while. "How about you don't go to work tomorrow? You didn't do this to buy me a ring. And now the purpose has been accomplished." I actually should raise this family, don't you worry, quickly go to sleep." Hui Yuxing puts his hand on her quilt. The two of them are covered with two quilts even though they share a bed. Gu Xiaoxia ate a lot, then walked for a long time and was really tired, then fell asleep. In her dream, she was holding her stomach in great joy because she knew she had Hui Yuxing's child. She knew she loved him and wanted to give him this child. But suddenly that child turned into a bloody little person crawling towards her and said, "Mom, I'm in so much pain. I was dropped so hard. I hate it. Why don't you let me be born? Why?" "No, don't blame me. It's not me." Gu Xiaoxia was terrified. She sat up in panic, then covered the position of her heart, very uncomfortable. She felt that she was afraid that this time she wore into the book was not that simple. Could it be that this female match and her child wanted to make herself take revenge for them? In fact, she really didn't like the feuding and hating, but then she felt that the female counterpart and that child were innocent. What's wrong? What happened? Is something uncomfortable? Hui Yuxing stood up all of a sudden, then embraced Gu Xiaoxiao so she could calm down. Because she doesn't look too good. Her face is a bit pale and her whole body is shivering and sweating. Gu Xiaoxiao looks at the man in front of her. The original owner might not have been tossed around so much if she didn't love him, and suddenly she blinks and asks, "Hui Yuxing, would it be painful for me to fall in love with you?" "No." "Then before that, I didn't feel happy." "I'm sorry, you will be in the future." Hui Yuxing feels that she must be resentful that she has to separate herself from her when she's clearly in a relationship with her. The Hua family couldn't tolerate her, forcing her to stay in hiding to protect herself. God knows how much his heart aches for her right now. "I will protect you always. You will not lie or I will take the child and go far away so you will never find it." "Gu Xiaoxiao, I said I would protect you. Hui Yuxing, do what I say." He gently touched her head, then laid the person flat on the bed and patted her gently, like he was patting a child's son. Gu Xiaoxiao has finally calmed down, but somehow she just can't forget the picture in her dream or something. She always feels that her stomach is not too comfortable. She was asleep and got up again to look for birth control pills, which made Hui Yuxing even more nervous than she was and had to be dragged to the hospital. But Gu Xiaoxiao felt better already, so she said, "Don't toss me around. I want to rest." Hui Yuxing agrees when he sees that she's having a hard time, but he doesn't sleep much at night either, just staring at her blankly until he gets up in the morning. He had to go very early for his work, so after making breakfast he didn't eat and left. But still do not rest assured Gu Xiaoxiao at home. Let her nothing to give himself a phone call or send a message or something. What is wrong immediately let him back. Gu Xiaoxiao, this day is not much, even takeout or order did not do it yourself in order to be able to rest and then take a good medicine, hope that today do not feel bad, or really have to go to the hospital. Luckily, she felt much better after resting for a day. At the same time, she also sent 3 messages to Hui Yuxing to tell him that she was fine, but the other party replied twice until it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening and still did not come back. She immediately called Hui Yuxing, only to be answered by his laborer. "So you're Hui Yuxing's what's his name? He was accidentally injured while he was just working. He's in there getting stitches now." "What?" Gu Xiaoxiao stood up from the bed in a flash, not expecting Hui Yuxing to be injured at all. After asking where the hospital was, she hurried over by car, of course with a disguise. Soon found Hui Yuxing. He seems to have just come out of the emergency room, one arm hanging, should be arm injury. "Are you okay?" She went up to the anxious, almost cried. The man is not ironclad. Yesterday did not sleep well today, but also worry about her while doing work, must be distracted. "There's nothing going on. How did you know? Does it matter if you run over here like this? Take a break." He, an injured, hastily helped her to sit down. The workers on the side were almost stunned looking at Hui Yuxing's such gentleness. They had been working together for a long time and had never seen anyone smile. "I don't care. But how are you hurt?" "I'm fine too." Hui Yuxing lifted his arm and said, "For stitches, it doesn't matter. How did you get hurt?" Gu Xiaoxiao saw that he did not look abnormal and finally let go of his heart, while Hui Yuxing did not speak, but it was his workmate who said, "He was smashed by a shelf on the construction site in order to save me. It's like this. Did it hurt any bones?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked very carefully, but when she saw the doctor come out, she directly left Hui Yuxing to ask the doctor. As a result, he said it was quite serious, saying that the bones were cracked and that he needed to rest and couldn't do heavy work. Then Gu Xiaoxiao glared at Hui Yuxing. He touched his head but didn't dare to make a sound, feeling that he would be publicly criticized if he dared to make a sound now. In fact, he was right. Gu Xiaoxiao had a stomach full of resentment when she saw him injured. Finally, she prescribed medicine and went home with him, saying, "Starting today, rest at home and don't go out to work again. You hear me?" "Aye." "You're all hurt. Working with one hand? I'm not. Listen to me, or you'll be on your own. Chapter 83 Hua Aigua. That's not good. Hui Yuxing simply couldn't intervene to explain that he'd recuperate until his injuries were healed and then work again. But the other party didn't give him a chance, and it wasn't easy for him to finally express the idea that he didn't want to spend time alone. And then when he saw that the other party didn't speak, he added, I just want to spend time with you. The driver on the other side almost laughed out a pig's voice. He never expected a man to be so amusing. Seeing as he was quite cultured, he never thought that people were so blunt. Gu Xiaoxia also blushed at such directness of his words, then said, One must obey. That's fine. It's not like you haven't heard it before. Anyway, at home with his daughter-in-law is also quite good, just do not save money. However, he did not really bedridden in the rest of the time but actively study, although he grew up in that kind of family for the business of what a little bit, but the future can be to support the family cannot be mixed or to learn a little knowledge of the good. So economics, how to behave like a book he did not read less. Gu Xiaoxiao live broadcast an hour a day, income a day probably also have a few thousand, although she does not agree with the fans to reward what, but on behalf of the sale of goods and so on also let her save a little bit. Her manager's requests for her to go out and film a drama were all rejected, and going over there with such a small belly was just a bit too flashy. However, she and Hui Yuxing took advantage of this time to pick up the old man and get the marriage license. After receiving it, I made a meal at home, but I didn't expect a man Gu Xiaoxiao didn't recognize to come to the house for a while. He was in his 30s and looked very decent. His appearance was a bit like Hui Yuxing's, and he was righteous and bold. Hui Yuxing introduced, This is my younger uncle, Hua Aigua. Oh, hello. Gu Xiaoxiao acted extremely calm. She knew that in the novel the Hua family had more than just one son, Hui Yuxing's father, or else they wouldn't have fought a turnaround later. This Hua Aigua is not simple, but today is their big day so they didn't talk too much. They just sat down and ate a meal in silence. Hua Aigua seems to be very concerned about Master Hua's condition, and then drank some wine and kept saying thank you to Gu Xiaoxiao. My identity can't come out brightly. Thanks for seeing to my dad's treatment during this time. What the Hua family owes you will definitely be compensated properly. Hua Aigua is a character that says one thing and does not say another. This point is common to the men of the Hua family. No need. Gu Xiaoxiao shook her hand in embarrassment. Although she had really done a lot, but there was no need to be appreciated like this. Definitely. Now that you're already a member of our Hua family, we'll share honor and disgrace from now on. After saying this, he raises his glass of wine. Then Hui Yuxing raises it as well, followed by Elder Hua. But the cup of wine didn't end up being drunk because Hui Yuxing coughed lightly and said, This too can be made up later. Neither the old master nor her are fit to drink right now. That's right. So Hua Aigua sat down for a while and left. He left in drag and seemed really very careful. Elder Hua is staying over tonight, and when he waited for Gu Xiaoxiao to take a shower, he asked in a low voice, Got it yet? Hui Yuxing's face bristled with blackness, then whispered, Her stomach is inconvenient. Gu Xiaoxiao just opened the bathroom door directly heard. Cannot help but head full of black lines? What do you mean the stomach is inconvenient? She is the whole person is inconvenient, after all, not ready to be someone's wife it. Besides, she was psychologically pressured to cavort with Hui Yuxing because both times weren't too pleasant. That guy, with all his muscles, was too appalling. Just thinking about this made her depressed, and she actually went back to her room a bit gray. Later in the evening, Hui Yuxing walked in wearing his pajamas, his arm still not fully healed, but no longer in a sling. His eyes seemed to have a kind of suction that could draw people in deeply. Gu Xiaoxia panicked and avoided it, then said, I'm very tired, first sleep, tomorrow my parents come. After saying that she directly lay down, for tomorrow to meet her parents is still quite nervous. After all, came to this world she has not seen her cheap parents yet. Today, our first day of marriage. Hui Yuxing stood and spun around under the bed and came back aggrieved. Gu Xiaoxiao surprisingly felt that she was hearing the sound of a large dog barking in aggravation behind her, and with a hint of pity, she subconsciously covered her ears, making sure not to be soft-hearted. After half a day of tension, Hui Yuxing obediently lay down and went to sleep in a short while. But Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't sleep. She always felt that there was a big dog whimpering in her ears. Quite sad. The next day, they send Elder Hua back and then go to pick up Gu Xiaoxiao's parents. The two of them looked dusty and looked at Hui Yuxing, who was standing with his daughter, after they got off the train. It's all been made clear on the phone, and in their hearts they don't agree with their daughter marrying someone who doesn't have a steady job. So as soon as he sat down at a nearby restaurant, Gu's father said, I heard you used to be Minnie's fiancé? We're not engaged, but it's just a joke from my grandfather's childhood. Hu Yuxing is still dressed appropriately today, but Gu Xiaoxiao feels that this formerly fearless man seems a bit nervous today, and his forehead is sweating. Yeah, but you know my daughter is still in college and you end up marrying her? No, we're licensed. It's over. Gu Xiaoxiao thought that Hu Yuxing, a straight male, would cause trouble, but she didn't expect that he could actually say something like this. This was going to be bad. She hadn't told her parents about this. You brat. How dare you force our daughter to get a license without going through us? Gu's father stood up with a huff, then yanked on Hu Yuxing's collar to lift him up. But he had a feeling that his daughter would be at a disadvantage, because the man's muscles were hard and tough to look at. Couldn't be, this man was forcing his daughter to make some decision. It had to be. Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't know why she especially wants to see Hu Yuxing being embarrassed by this cheap parent of hers. Everything doesn't go well for the heaven's best son and all that. So she's going to tell him right now that his own family is also very difficult. So don't take the Gu family seriously when the time comes, and don't take her seriously either. In short, it was important to have a maternal family that could shock him. But she was completely disappointed because Hu Yuxing is the kind of person who is particularly persistent and persistent. And he also has a way of exasperating people, directly telling Gu's father. Because Xiaoxia's belly just can't wait. It's the best decision to get a license first. But don't worry. I will welcome her to the door of the Hua family with the grandest wedding in the future. Unassuming is probably his kind of look, but look at the face that made Gu's father angry. Chapter 83. Hua Aigua 1915-1976. Patriotic leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Chapter 84. Don't want children. He glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, resulting in the other party lowering her head as if she was a bit scared, and then her shoulders twitched as if she was crying. Gu's father knew that his daughter had been willful since she was a child, and that she wouldn't relax if she got into a door. She was very stubborn, so it wasn't easy for her to show weakness like this. Really? Gu mother pulled her daughter's hand, searching for questions. Her daughter, she knows, should not be able to make this kind of bold things. Character is right, so everything is this man engaged in the ghost? Although he has a decent face, he doesn't have a formal job. The daughter, on the other hand, has recently become famous, so he is trying to take advantage of his daughter by confusing her with his face, right? The poor ones don't know the real situation of the Hua family, because Yu Min went back and didn't mention it, and the former neighbors also thought it was a scandal and didn't say anything. So, they just knew that their daughter used to like a gym teacher and had to chase him down, but they didn't know who that man was, and naturally associated Hu Yuxing with that teacher. He knew his daughter's thoughts and would never change his decision easily. It's just that this is still a college student having a child, so is it going to be ruined in the future? I'm going to sue you in the registrar's office. You teacher who even lied to his own students. I've resigned. Gu father and mother actually feel speechless. People have resigned that is not considered a teacher hooking up with students. But Gu's mother pulled her own daughter, said, "You are still small, or we will get rid of this child." No way. Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't waited to be born. Hu Yuxing opened his mouth first. And he also said in a proper and serious manner, "That's my Hua family's unique heir, my Hu Yuxing's son. But Xiao Xiao is still young. Isn't it too selfish of you to do this? Before long, I'll make her the happiest woman in the world and have everything without having to struggle. So it's not selfishness. I can do it and she believes in me, or else she wouldn't have agreed to marry me." At first, Gu Xiaoxiao actually could have not wanted that child, but she chose to secretly protect him, which showed that she still believed in herself as a father. Ahem, well, even if she didn't believe he was saying that now, she shouldn't be tearing herself apart anyway, right? Xiao Xiao. This youngster is too capable of blowing his bullskin to the sky. Why don't you come home with us? Gu mother said worriedly. Gu Xiaoxiao let out a laugh even though she felt it was out of place, then coughed and said, "I believe in him. He can give me a better life and will take care of us. If he wasn't a responsible person, this child, I would have gotten rid of it a long time ago. Besides, it's too late now." She stood up and straightened herself a bit, and Gu's father felt his blood pressure go up a bit. Surely you can't have a daughter, and raise her to be someone else's, and have children for strange men and hide them from them as parents. "I'm sorry, Dad." Gu Xiaoxiao was seriously apologizing. But Gu's father waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't ask about anything else. I just want to ask what kind of work he's doing now, and if he can support you guys." "I am now. He's in corporate outside sales now, and his $10,000 plus a month is enough to support us. Got a house? Got a car?" Gu's mother is also very direct in her questioning. The two of them don't have a good impression of Hu Yuxing right now, and they aren't afraid to ask this son-in-law away. Yes, we both have a building downtown, 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and he writes in my name. There's also a car, but he didn't drive it when he hurt his hand. Gu Xiaoxia answered for Huo Yuxing. She really didn't lie about the building. He did buy himself a building and left it there with no one living in it. As for the car, Huo Yuxing must have a lot of cars, but they've been frozen. I heard the building wrote the daughter's name Gu, father and mother of Gu, a little peace of mind. They are just worried about their daughters were cheated by others. When nothing can do, listen to the other side to buy a building on the proof of the heart in the daughter's body. That's fine, but you can't just be together for no reason. Thanks, Dad, Mom. I'll try to get my marriage to dash done as early as possible. Who are your parents? Why can't we do it now? Gu's father blackened his face, always feeling that this kid was too hardcore, afraid that his daughter would be wronged. It's like this. His grandfather is still recovering from his recent major surgery, so we want to wait until his grandfather is better, and then his parents come back from overseas before we organize the wedding. Gu Xiaoxiao knew that Huo Yuxing was a bad liar, so she finished everything for him. Gu's father's face looked a little better again and said, "Filial piety is due. After all, it is a loved one who is sick. He is also embarrassed to chase his daughter's wedding, but thought that when the time comes the belly is big to get married, when it is always not inevitable to be laughed at. Besides, the daughter is now very famous." Thinking of this, he made a wink at his wife. Gu mother understood in seconds. "Xiao Xiao, come with me to the bathroom for a moment." After saying that, he pulled his daughter away. After arriving at the bathroom, she looked at the left and right. No one said, "A while ago is not rumored that you gossip," said what was abandoned by a rich son and so on. "Mom, those were hype assignments set up by the company, for me to be able to will up the fame a bit. So what's going on with you and Mandy? I heard you guys are cut off?" "Mom." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately jumped into her mother's arms, first commiserating a bit to make her mother's heart ache, before saying, "Yu Min was originally Huo Yuxing's fiancé. I'm afraid you don't know about this. Do you?" "I don't know either, but Yu Min does, and she's been to the Huo family. She didn't like Huo Yuxing because he was a small-time athlete and pushed him on to me. I really liked him, but Yu Min had fallen for a big shot some time ago and somehow offended him, so she went to the Huo family for help, and the Huo family ended up losing Huo Yuxing's job because of that man. Later, I realized that she was the fiancé of the Huo family, but she never told me and used me and the Huo family, resulting in a lot of things. In short, I felt that she was full of lies that really made people not collapse, so I stopped getting involved with her. Yu Min, that girl doesn't look like that kind of person. Maybe you guys have a misunderstanding. Mom, sometimes the entertainment industry is a big dye bowl that can make good people bad or mature. I feel that I've been used by her before. You guys saw the program this time. She burned me like this," said, rolled up the sleeve, although already almost good. "But there is still some redness. Some places have just grown so molted skin. Looks black. A look know that the hot very serious." Ugh. That child can be really careless. In fact, Mother Gu originally did not believe that Yu Min would harm her daughter, but looking at her arm heart did hurt, then frowned. Chapter 85. The apology comes. The Gu family had always taken care of the Yu family, mainly because of the poverty they lived in. Of course, that's only some years ago. These 2 years have been much better. The reason is that the family they used to save is said to have money, and from time to time they will take over a little. However, Yu Min, that child, grew up in their family, cared for so long, never thought she would be so pitched their daughter. But now, she saw the strong daughter so aggrieved, inexplicably feel Yu family is not right. No wonder this period of time often to their home to run, either to send some food or to help do the work. The original is guilty. Leave this alone for now and keep an eye out for yourself. After what happened to Yu Min, I've learned my lesson. If he dares to treat me badly, I'll definitely abort the baby and leave him. However, he is really good to me. Our family is not compared to what Gate big family. As long as can and you have a place to live in the city on the line, in the future, the two of you fight work, have a small family, do not have to live too hard." Gu mother patted her own daughter, and then look at her vision. As a parent, if the control is too strict is not good. Plus, listen to her daughter's tone is indeed after calm thinking, so she is also relieved. The two finished talking in the bathroom and came back to inexplicably see Huo Yuxing actually in, and Gu's father spelled wine. Two people's alcohol is really quite a fight. A person drank a small bottle of white wine, even still face not red, heart not jumping. Gu Xiaoxia said breathlessly, "What are you doing?" "Dad and I are tasting wine," Huo Yuxing said with a serious face. "You guys stay out of it." Gu's father felt that the older generation's method still worked. Seeing character after drinking, and getting this young man drunk would tell him what kind of virtue he was. At this time, women are really not good at interfering. They can only watch them drink on the side, and finally Hui Yuxing will drink Gu's father to climb down. He looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes and felt like he was going to finish. But it's clear that his father-in-law asked him to drink it, and he's innocent too. Blinking his big eyes, he hiccuped and said, "What to do? What else can we do? Help someone to the inn to rest for a while first." "No need, we'll take a taxi home." Gu's mother took Gu Xiaoxiao's hand and said, "Recently, the factory at home has been a bit unstable, so we have to go back to deal with it. Although it's more expensive to take a taxi from here to home, it's only a 5-hour drive, and we'll be home by nightfall. Mom, why don't you guys stay here for the night? Must be worried about this cheap daughter of hers. Otherwise she wouldn't be in such a hurry to also rush over to take a look. Xiaohua, I know you're an honest child. Our Xiaoxia has been spoilt since she was a child, and she's a willful and stubborn girl. One day, if you're tired of her, just let her go home, and don't start a fight." Mother Gu was speaking the truth, with all the care and concern of a mother. "There won't be a day when I have to support her for the rest of my life. But now it's still tragically dependent on her to support her, and I blush to say it." But these could not be said to Gu's father and mother, for fear that they would not agree to the marriage. The old man to disagree up that really is all kinds of terrible, such as their own grandfather did things. It was not easy to stop a car to send them to the car. Gu's father suddenly pulled Hui Yuxing said, "You kid dare to move my daughter will have to give me a good protection. If one day, another day," she cried home, "I will beat you to death. I'm..." "Father-in-law, your old man really can't beat it." However, Hui Yuxing bent down and said, "No, I will protect her for the rest of her life." Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes to the sky, having just said at Gu mother's place that she would support her for the rest of her life, and at Gu father's place that he would protect her for the rest of her life. She was a bit skeptical of the reliability of those words. But when the person straightened up, she felt that the man seemed to be quite reliable after all, and said Gu father Gu mother returned to their own home. They are on the daughter suddenly married heart is not too comfortable, so took out the photos of her childhood slowly looked at. Growth is really a miracle. This time Yumin parents also came, they came to apologize. They had seen their daughter's program before, and at the end of the program their daughter had burned the Gu family's daughter. That girl was also the one they grew up watching, plus the Gu family was kind to their family, so they came over to apologize. Although Gu's mother was a little reluctant, but thinking that people Yumin's parents were still quite positive, so she didn't say anything. So she entertained them to sit down in the living room, and also cut fruits. At this time Yumin's mother looked at the table to take care of said, "Your family Xiaoxia was also born in Qingren Hospital. Ah. My family's Yumin is also." It was quite interesting at that time, living in a ward 404, we clinically kept asking for a ward change, but it didn't work out. "You were in 404? I was in that ward too for a while, and I asked for a ward change. Such a coincidence? No wonder I felt familiar when I saw you holding the baby out later. So we live in the same ward." The more they talked, the more they got excited, talking about the time when it seemed that all the 404 people also took a picture, in order to keep a memory. But Gu's mother said she couldn't find it, and there was a small white spot where the photo had been placed that seemed to have been taken down. Couldn't help but wonder. It was still there when I organized it last month. It probably fell out. I still have it at home. I'll go back and find it and wash one for you. The two mothers chatted happily, but what people didn't expect was that Yumin's mother didn't find the photo even after she came home, which was strange. After she had rambled for half a day, Yumin's brother said, "I saw that your daughter had moved the album when she came back last time, and at that time, it seemed like she had taken something else away. I didn't see it clearly. What is she doing with that picture? And why did she lose both of them together? That was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it?" But it didn't matter. She recognized one of the pregnant women and their house wasn't far from her own. So she went to their house to ask for the photo and then washed one with the intention of giving it to the Gu family. However, the more she looked at the photo when she got it, the weirder it got because she inexplicably had the illusion that she and Mother Gu were holding the wrong daughter. Of course, she didn't care too much about it, and the two families still got along harmoniously after giving the photos to Mother Gu. Just call Yumin when asked about this matter. The results she did not admit to move the album, so this topic did not carry on. Just Yumin's mother felt that the daughter's tone seems to be not as obedient as before, but also through a few points of ice cold do not know what is going on. When she put down the phone, Yumin almost dropped the phone. If it wasn't for the fact that they were kind to the Hua family, would she still recognize these parents? Only now there was no point in getting her identity back because that family had nothing for her to figure out. On the contrary, if she wanted to put Gu Xiaoxiao in a heavenly debt, it wasn't out of the question. Chapter 86 Watching You Quietly. There was just one thing that was very troubling, and that was that Yumin felt that she was being watched by Situ Lufeng. And he'd obviously promised to marry her before, but lately he'd suddenly died down. Didn't even take her to the ball anymore. Must have tried everything to get him to marry himself. Suddenly she touched her stomach and thought of the other day on the island when she and Situ Lufeng did it without any protection, it seemed. Couldn't she use this to her advantage? Although it was a cheap trick, as long as it worked well, it would work. At first, wasn't that Gu Xiaoxiao using this method to get Hui Yuxing's attention? Anyway, if it doesn't work, just get rid of the kid, won't it? Yumin counted the days and felt that it was not the right time, and that she would have to wait for some more time before she could do so. Only, she was very unhappy about Gu Xiaoxia's living a dashing and happy life. So she made a secret arrangement. Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't know what Yumin is up to, and she's desperately trying to find a way not to stay in the same room with the sticky Hui Yuxing. Although we used to be together, this person's arm got a little better in the last couple of days and he started to eat her heart out. All sorts of nothing discharges really make it quite breathless. Today, for example, she had just come out from doing a live broadcast when she saw someone just coming out of the bathroom after a shower, rubbing his hair while discharging electricity at her. Those wild eyes, those firm muscles simply left her with no way to avert her eyes. God! She felt like she was going to have a nosebleed. What are you doing this? Hurry up and put your clothes on. She used to be afraid of Hui Yuxing, but since this man had thoughts of courtship, she felt that the whole person had changed. The legendarily aloof man had completely disappeared. Obviously he was reserved. But now who could tell her who this man in front of her who had been endlessly exuding hormones was? Headache. You're blushing.
No.
You're really red in the face. Can't I be hot? I'm going to look for another job tomorrow. The sudden change of topic made Gu Xiaoxiao stunned for a moment, then immediately said with a stern face, "No, I don't want you to become disabled to serve you for the rest of your life," which knew that the towel in the opposite man's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and he actually said somewhat dully, "Are you willing to be with me for the rest of your life?" From the initial being chased by her, the girl who he couldn't stand without talking about love every day, to the girl who kept trying to push him away, to the present even if she lived with him and even got a license but always slightly rejected, the look made him not feel too substantial security about the marriage, always feeling that she might be with him because of the child, no chance that at some point she would meet another love and then throw him away. Just thinking, suddenly heard her cell phone ring, then she panicked and went to pick up the phone. Although the voice is small, but he heard her voice a little happy to say, "How is you ah? I'm not your cook. You're hungry has nothing to do with me. Okay. I'll mail you 3 boxes. I actually don't have a lot of snacks in this house. Money is a must. I'm short of it. Okay. I'll see you at the game later." Hui Yuxing pressed his ear to the door. Hearing her finish the call, he was busy taking a few steps backward before his face darkened. Actually, don't need to ask, also know is that Fudi Zhang Mingjia, that kid before in the variety Showtime and his own woman Sticky, even recently the internet has been speculating their CP. Although it is a means of publicity, but also feel uncomfortable in the heart. And the little woman to Zhang Mingjia, also very gentle look, but also to give him to do food. Think about it, all feel depressed. When Gu Xiaoxiao came out after the call, she felt that the atmosphere had changed, and just as she was wondering, she was embraced by someone. Then, hot air sprayed on her face and ears, causing her body to stiffen. "Worked hard and made your favorite dish tonight. This man is too much. Eat, eat." She shook off Hui Yuxing at once, but surprisingly, she didn't. He whispered, "We have a license now." Gu Xiaoxia also touched her stomach, then said, "There are goods here as well." Hui Yuxing looked at the goods in his own, silently put away his hand, but also aggrieved. "Before that, we were still together. That time you were the one who was being a jerk." Then she was mesmerized. "Rogue, he wants to play again. But this time you dare to play? Then come at him." Gu Xiaoxiao straightened her stomach, and there, although it was still a bit hard to see, Hui Yuxing subconsciously took a step backward. Seeing that he still has scruples, Gu Xiaoxiao lets go and happily eats a meal. Then she thought about Hui Yuxing going to look for a job again and couldn't help but wonder, "You can't go to the construction site. It's a lot of saving, but it's not good for his injuries." "No, I don't want to be disabled yet." Not wanting her to serve, he would serve her all the time if possible. Who cares? Gu Xiaoxiao also wondered how she had suddenly become so arrogant. In fact, she doesn't know if she truly loves Hui Yuxing, or at least definitely doesn't hate him. He's really excellent, so excellent that she's slowly falling for him. Especially now, the way he was in the kitchen. Obviously his hands were just right, but he had been doing housework for her. In fact, there wasn't much to do at home, and he even went out when he was fine, so it seemed that he still had some things of his own to do. Although she didn't know what he was doing, Gu Xiaoxiao felt that he definitely wasn't going out to play. At night, when she went to bed, she lay there unable to sleep, thinking about the plot and realizing that the Hua family's turnaround was fast approaching. In fact, she quite hopes that the Hua family will rise quickly. Her own belly is getting bigger and bigger, so she doesn't want to go out and do work. Luckily, she had saved up some money earlier, so she should be able to hold out for some days. As she was thinking about the bloating in her belly, she got up a little annoyed and went to the bathroom. Lately, she always likes to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, so she didn't sleep too well. On one side, Hu Yuxing also got up and hit the bedside lamp for her. And after watching the person go out in a huff, he said, "Didn't you fall asleep?" "No. I'll put my arm around you." "No need." As if he could sleep well with his arm around him, but he was not only holding it but also gently patting it, so Gu Xiaoxiao really did fall asleep slowly with the rhythm. Hu Yuxing saw people sleeping and thought to himself, "It's not easy to carry a pregnancy, but the conditions are still so bad, so I have to step up my action." He used the next day to find a job and met with his little uncle in secret. The next day he used the excuse of looking for a job to secretly meet with his youngest uncle, and at the same time he also found out that the person behind the scenes was actually Situ Lufeng, and the person who stole the documents was not the youngest aunt's family or the servants but Yumin. It was only that it was all speculation, and they hadn't left any evidence to come. However, all of this could be blamed on a servant because he was originally Situ Lufeng's person. Chapter 87. Something happened at home. Now that they needed someone to take the blame they found, I believe Situ Liufeng's side would not hesitate to push him out. In addition to these is the progress of the investigation team side. It is said to be almost close to the end. The reason why can be close to the end or by the little uncle secretly operate the result, otherwise Situ Lufeng arranged people certainly will not be so easy to Hua family released. As long as drag a year that Hua things even if check out, they want to go back to the peak is also a little difficult. By the way, how's Dash and the baby doing? Dad says you and her are still having trouble. Aha! So good girl, you have to catch after all, this society can find it together to enjoy the blessings of the easy, but can share the difficulties of the less. Aha! How are you going to chase it with that stuffy look? I, for one, tried the color seduction and it didn't seem to help. You don't have much of a lack of color, do you? Why don't you try coaxing her more? What do I coax? The little uncle helplessly took out 2 stack of money from his pocket and said, 20,000, more than that won't work, maybe checked. Aha! Hu Yuxing took it in his hands without hesitation, then thought about what kind of gift to buy for Gu Xiaoxiao when he returned. I'm sure you can't think of anything to buy. Tanabata is coming up, buy flowers. Girls love flowers the most, buy more. Uncle Junior suggested. I bought them, and she wasn't too happy about it. Hu Yuxing thought of the pile of flowers sent, and the other party seemed to frown at it. Really, by the way, what kind of flowers did you send? Little uncle for their own, this nephew knows very well. After all, before always play the game and then stay in the team to practice, there is not much opportunity to contact girls, so for him to send the gift a little worried. As expected, Hu Yuxing said a bit glumly, I didn't know what kind of flowers she liked, so I bought a little bit of everything. That is to say, a hodgepodge? No wonder the girl is not happy. On this method to chase girls which will agree to be his girlfriend, simply cannot be too embarrassing. Pretty much. What do you mean almost? Haven't you ever heard that you have to send roses to get flowers? How tacky to send that all. Yours is cheesier. Hu Yuxing was surprisingly speechless. Buy some wine, then make steaks and buy a bunch of roses to go back. I don't need to tell you what follows, you should know what to do, right? Okay. But she can't drink right now. Flirt, don't drink, people are willing. Okay. Don't want to talk to you. I'm going back to do my business. Saying it again will be exasperated to death, and it's really not good for men to be too straight. In this way, Hu Yuxing bought red wine, steak and roses as his little uncle had done. Then he also found a job in a gym, and feeling quite satisfied he went home with his sincerity. Today's Gu Xiaoxia was still on the air, and she was now pushing hard to go because she could save up money. He just little opened the bedroom door to take a look, and then got busy outside. When Gu Xiaoxiao came out after the live broadcast, she saw the living room lights turned off, and then Hu Yuxing, who was dressed in a manly fashion, pulled her to sit on a chair and said, satisfied? After saying that, he sent a bouquet of roses. It's not easy to be a big straight man who can arrange this kind of romantic dinner. It's just that he made Gu Xiaoxiao a bit strange by saying, "You, who taught you to do this?" Hui Yuxing stiffened for a moment, then said, "Little uncle."
No wonder.
Someone's teaching. Like it. Looked less than pleased. Love it. But it's such a waste of money. 2 steaks look really good. And they must be expensive. With that kind of money, it would be better to buy some other dishes for real. Also, as beautiful as the flower is, it won't come to you unless you pay for it, and it's not edible. Now Gu Xiaoxiao is completely into the rhythm of saving money and can't pull out, while Hui Yuxing is struck X2. The whole person is not good. Little uncle harmed him. Obviously people are not too fond of the look. Besides, a woman who saves money like this is a bit of a slap in his face. Obviously he is quite capable of saving money. Reaching out, he handed all the remaining money to Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "You keep it. Where did you get so much money?" Obviously, Gu Xiaoxiao's tone is a bit more cheerful than just now. Hui Yuxing draws the corners of his mouth. It looks like romance won't be useful in the future. Sending money when he's unhappy comes faster. It turns out that his own family is a little money grubber. But this look and reaction is still quite cute. Uncle Junior gave the same, but I also found a job. A friend introduced me to be a fitness instructor, more than 5,000 a month, with a commission if I do well. Oh, that's pretty good. The job was a proper job, but wouldn't it be a disadvantage to have those muscles seen by others? Gu Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt uncomfortable. When the time comes, I'll submit all my salary to you. Hui Yuxing said it sincerely, and Gu Xiaoxiao's face did show a smile before she cheerfully ate her steak. Hui Yuxing, who finally found a way to coax people, was relieved, but completely unaware that he was developing into a serious wife-slave and accelerating wildly, the kind that even 8 horses can't pull back. Gu Xiaoxiao's thoughts: the male partner is still very good. At least he knows that his salary is turned in. He just doesn't know if he will do the same when he recaptures the Hua family in the future. The two had just the right atmosphere when Gu Xiaoxiao heard the phone ringing. And when she answered it, it turned out to be her own cheap mother, Mother Gu, who trembled and said, "Xiaoxiao is not well. Your father has been hospitalized." "What's going on? How did my dad get hospitalized all of a sudden?" It suddenly occurred to Gu Xiaoxiao that the Gu family seemed to have run into trouble in the plot. She just didn't know when, and didn't expect it to happen all of a sudden. "Our factory suddenly caught fire, and your father was hospitalized in a hurry. Then the goods couldn't be shipped out, and the customers were clamoring for money to be lost. Gu mother was in a hurry. She didn't want to tell her daughter, but she had to go and find a way to get the money together, and Gu father needed someone to take care of him there. Okay, you take care of dad in the hospital and I'll take care of paying back the money." He still had some money saved up for himself, so hopefully he could use it. What's a daughter to do with money when she doesn't know anything about it? "I'll go with you." Hui Yuxing stood up and looked at Gu Xiaoxiao. His eyes filled with a factor that made her heart settle. Aha! For some reason Gu Xiaoxiao was still relieved. Having a male counterpart to follow along seemed like nothing would be a problem. The two of them took a moving train to Gu Xiaoxiao's original home. She took all her money with her and then went to the hospital first. Gu's father hadn't woken up yet, and when Gu's mother saw her daughter, she took her hand and said, "All those people are surrounding the house, so you guys might as well stay outside today, right? Is there a ledger?" Gu Xiaoxia does not want to hide. Gu's money is bound to pay people. Just this collective to ask for money is not a little too much. This is clearly a gun to hit the dog. Generally do business are not all things to stay a line of well. Generally will not force so anxious. Chapter 88 Zero Deposit. Gu's mother had to take the account book out and give it to Gu Xiaoxiao, and just as she was about to take it, Hui Yuxing grabbed it and said, "You don't understand this. I understand it better than you do." That's true, but she couldn't see a word of it when he was holding up the ledger. She had to cross her legs and look up in order to get a look. "She's adorable." But Hui Yuxing pressed the man down with a stern face and said, "Is there a reason why there are more than twice as many people ordering this month than in the past?" "No, it just suddenly increased." Mother Gu also felt strange. Then she realized that her despised son-in-law seemed to be very powerful. How as if he already knew what was the cause. The hand stretches out really long. There is definitely a problem here, and if there is no mistake it should be Situ Lufeng who did it. In order to suppress them they have also used all their methods. Oh! Gu Xiaoxiao, who understood the plot but obviously wasn't as fast as other people's brains, glanced dully at Hui Yuxing and didn't seem to understand what he meant. "Come on, let's go there. But you can't get close." "Mom, the car." Reaching out to Mother Gu for the car keys, the two of them drove Father Gu's broken Jetta, which was already 10 years old, to the Gu family home, and from afar, they saw a group of people gathered over there. Hui Yuxing took the ledger and said to Gu Xiaoxiao on the passenger side, "Don't go out and protect yourself. I'm fine. I'll take care of it soon. These people should all come prepared, and he has to be careful when dealing with them that they won't be able to make a move, so of course he has to protect Gu Xiaoxiao first." Sure enough, as soon as he went down to show his identity, some thorns came over to look for trouble, and were stepped on by Hui Yuxing a few times. With a man under his feet and a ledger in his hand, he said, "Is it really a good idea for you to push the Gu family to the brink of death like this? Or is there someone behind it? This kind of thing, as long as a check can be found out. Do you want me to report to the police to investigate your involvement in an industry scam? Or do you obediently take the ordering money and get out? Do you have evidence? Do not pay back the money also said that I am fraud." The man finished his neck, Nima, the man also do not know where to come from by virtue of the ground powerful. Look at a 1 meter 8 or so of the man was stepped on half a day not to get up. It has to be how big strength. The evidence just needs a little bit of checking to know that you companies usually order absolutely no more than 2 cars per month in the Gu family. But all of a sudden, the quantity has been raised, and there is no need to rush to order even for checking. Some, already more than its own needs, that is, ordered nearly half of the goods required, where the funds come from, suddenly ordered these goods and for what? It would be interesting to know if this shipment you then insured. It's simply a fraudulent insurance payment, and when the insurance company is the first to reach out and check, they'll surely find out the bottom of the barrel. As Hui Yuxing said, they did have some people insuring their goods because if something happened they could get a share of the insurance money, but it didn't occur to them that they would be thought of and pointed out. In order not to make a big deal out of it, someone mentioned, "As long as you return the money for the goods to us, we'll be fine. One more income and less trouble they cannot afford to fold. It's not that I can't, and I don't need you guys to slow down for a while. I just want everyone to charge less than 20% of the counterpayment funds. Otherwise we'll see you in court." Hui Yuxing waved his ledger. A group of weak-minded people felt that the Gu family's so-called auntie was too difficult to deal with, and besides, they were in business to seek wealth but didn't want to go to court. So, after another round of verbal sparring, Hui Yuxing alone totaled up everyone's money and wrote it down. After a unified calculation, there were about $300,000 that needed to be paid back, and he and Gu Xiaoxiao didn't have much money themselves. Then Gu Xiaoxiao called Gu's mother again, and she put money into Gu Xiaoxiao's account, and together it wasn't enough. In the end, there was no choice but to borrow. Now Hui Yuxing's manly intensity shows as he calls and borrows money from his old friend, a former team member. Because their family didn't have much money, Hui Yuxing hadn't wanted to bother these people too much at first, but now he could only do so much to help his poor little woman. Seeing as she's sitting in the car with her heart full of trust in herself, it's hard not to help. So, it was hard to get together the money. One by one, they returned the money to those people before dark. Waiting to return the money to find the card only a few dozen dollars left, slightly vicissitudes. Fortunately, there is a place to stay tonight, which is the Gu family. After they took the key and opened the door and walked in, Gu Xiaoxiao's memory instantly had a lot more things, everything about this Gu family, and her own little room. She immediately pulled Hui Yuxing to her room as if showing off. It was small but cozy. "This is my room. Let's stay here today." As soon as he turned around, he realized that the room that wasn't that big plus Hui Yuxing, who was a big man, looked constricted, and couldn't help but say, "Why don't you go to my parents' room?" "No, I quite like it here, this bed." Hui Yuxing sat up and then lay down, saying, "It smells good with your smell." Gu Xiaoxiao's face was red for a moment. Who can tell me who this tie-leg-breaking big brother is? Simply is the collapse of the male supporting persona, this little bit of seduction. She cannot control their own surging want to pounce on her ideas, but with the ball or to stop a little bit of it. Just turn left is the bathroom, you can take a shower. My mom won't be back today. Meaning, it didn't matter how he washed it, didn't have to worry about someone coming home all of a sudden. Aha! Hui Yuxing took a change of clothes and went off. He was very flattered by the little woman's naked gaze just now. Although he couldn't have a shot, it didn't delay the progress of his seduction, so maybe it would work out one day. But did not think, just rose out of that point of mind was mercilessly broken. He took a bath and wore a big shorts out. Because the Gu family also no one is not afraid of anything. The results heard a shriek. There are hooligans not, there are thieves How the thief is still Angie clean, after stealing things intend to wash and run again? He's not a chatterbox, is he? It's only right to call the police if you have the energy to talk. No, how come a man appeared in this Gu family? And he's still flowing? Doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Thinking of this, the two men's eyes paired in the air and electricity snapped. Then, the man who just came in with a bag on his back copied up the small machete next to him and ran to hit Hui Yuxing, because he felt that this man would not be easy to deal with if he didn't give a beating to death. Just this time Gu Xiaoxiao heard the call to open the door, and then saw this ferocious fight scene, subconsciously called out, "Gu Xiaoran, you quickly put down or you will be punched." Chapter 89, What to Do If You Hit Your Brother-in-Law. Too late, only to hear a bang, Maza was punched back, directly hit Gu Xiaoran's brain. He blah 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 sat on the ground, nose are bleeding, the brain is also green, how to look at it all, a good miserable a male. Hui Yuxing, who was playing the matzah, was also stunned, as he heard Gu Xiaoxiao call this boy Gu Xiaoran, and if he wasn't mistaken he had a brother-in-law whose name seemed to be something like Gu Xiaoran. So, looking at the alternative boy squatting on the ground, he swallowed. He seemed to have gotten into trouble. Beat up my brother-in-law, what are we gonna do now? Can anyone give an idea? Gu Xiaoxiao actually did not expect this cheap brother of hers to be styled like this. Simply spicy eyes. You say that you are a good high school student dressed like a little sister. Yes, it is a little sister because his hair is almost longer than her, only it is dyed granny gray, and then wearing a big pants skirt it looks like a woman. The Gu family spoils their children, but how can they be spoiled like this in the future? She found the medical kit by memory and walked over. Let me put a band-aid on that. Going to the hospital? Haha, no money. Gu Xiaoran said. My face is ruined. Thief, you do not go, you must pay. Alas. Sister, how do you hit me? This is your brother-in-law, thief-ass. Crouching, Gu Xiaoxiao self-confessed good temper does not love to say dirty words. How to see this teenager after dirty words all the time do not want to pop out. Is it? What did you say? Sister, brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoran was simply stunned. Then added, so admirable. Gu Xiaoxia narcissistic. Yes, your brother-in-law is quite powerful and her vision is not bad, right? Truly a man of God. How dare he marry you, not afraid of the destruction of his family. Gripgrass, what do you call this? I'm that bad. Gu Xiaoran, medicate yourself. Now Gu Xiaoran understood that this brother was specialized in restraining her. Sis, you see we are pro, right? First on the medicine before you lose your temper, ah. Otherwise, you are so beautiful brother will be disfigured. Then you support me, ah. I'm still looking forward to dressing up and seducing rich women, and then you'll get half of the inheritance. Legacy your ass. Gu Xiaoxiao knew why the original owner couldn't walk when she saw Hui Yuxing. It must be that this younger brother was pissed off at him for wanting to find a different man to live his life with because his personality was the exact opposite of his. Hui Yuxing watched the fun from the side, which he found quite interesting, except that such a younger brother was really quite worrisome. Want me to help? No need. Gu Xiaoxiao felt her hands were smooth. It seemed like she hadn't helped this cheap brother with these much since she was a child. There was no rejection either, which was a good sign. Gu Xiaoran, on the other hand, digs at Hui Yuxing with a glance and can't help but frown straight away. With this look he's definitely forcing himself on his sister. He must help his silly sister keep a watchful eye on her. But on the surface, he couldn't make her proud. So he said, Sister, I'm hungry. Is there any food? Instant noodle. I eat boiled. So Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the sky and had to go cook instant noodles for her brother. But Gu Xiaoran's attitude completely changed at this time, saying, I say, are you forcing my sister to be with you? Ah, the two of you are obviously not worthy, right? Hui Yuxing almost spat out blood. This is completely different from how he acted just now. But it was also clear that this teenager had just been undermining his sister but just for fun. And this was the time to really come down on him as an outsider. But what do you mean it's not a match? He glared. I think it's a match. Though it was true that he had forced it the first time, and of course the second time was a little bit. My sister must not be close to you. Hui Yuxing's eyes widened. How did this kid know? On your smelly and hard character. Even if you are long and yards of eggs, have abs, and have a human fish line, it is still damn good looking. Gu Xiaoran felt that his sister was probably seduced by the male color. So he said, how to be human-like again, but also cannot coax her heart. It was your sister who chased me first. Hui Yuxing hugged his arms and said, even if she doesn't like it now, she can't help but like it before. Thus, the face of his brother-in-law across the street contorted with visible speed. No. How could my arrogant woman, who is the only one in the world, fall in love with someone else? Don't tease, okay? Then he saw the man across from him looking behind him with a strange look and couldn't help but have his whole body tighten up. Turning back in a hurry, he was hit by a spoon. Bastard! Do you want to eat noodles or not? Do you have to be so mean to your sister at all times? Eat. Gu Xiaoran picked up the noodles and ate them, In fact, he was quite afraid of fighting. And you put your clothes on. It wasn't cool. But what were you doing tanning those hard pieces? Seducing her? Aha! Hui Yuxing didn't really know what to talk about with such a hip brother-in-law, so he went back to Gu Xiaoxiao's room to find something to wear. Then he casually opened her computer to take a look, and then his entire being was stunned. Because her computer screen was herself. It was a photo he had taken years ago when he was holding the trophy after winning the prize army in a game, and it seemed to have been beautified. Then there were no other files on the desktop, only a folder that said "My love Hui Yuxing." His face flushed red. He shouldn't have opened it, but he couldn't help it. There was no encryption, no protection, just a naked glimpse of a teenage girl's secret. It's full of videos of him, with introductions below. XXXX contest video, gold medal, I'm King Hua is just awesome. Also King Hua, little girl like. But you can tell she's her own little fan. It was a little heartbreaking to watch because that little fangirl was gone and so was her love. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that she was avoiding him, maybe he still couldn't look at the girl. But there was no denying that he was missing out on the purest and truest thing. Wouldn't it be nice if she could love herself like that now? Suddenly, he heard a movement behind him and busied himself with closing the file. But before he could turn off the computer, he was then seen by Gu Xiaoxiao. She seemed to be embarrassed, and was busy rushing up to turn off the computer saying, "No one is allowed to open my computer." Good. Milky Fierce was adorable with a kind of exasperation at being found out a little secret. Sleep. Gu Xiaoxiao reached out to pull open the closet door to look for a quilt, and the result was a clattering pile of magazines that slipped out of it because she tugged with too much force. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to die. Her face flushed red with shame. The original owner, you are intentionally harming her, even hid these things in the closet. Seeing that Hui Yuxing had already seen it, he couldn't help but bang his head against the cabinet twice as hard as he could, and the high and cool face that he had maintained so well was now all shattered. Chapter 90 Pillow. Hui Yuxing saw a pile of magazines lying on the ground and wanted to help pick them up. Then something very large came crashing down. He caught it at once, and then saw a face exactly like his own. Then he saw that what he had received turned out to be a human-sized pillow, made in life-size. The model used was what he looked like with his race suit off. It was basically full fruity, with only a large pair of pants on. The teenage girls turned out to be so direct in their pining springing up that they even made such a fake Hui Yuxing to hug all day. Fearing that people will see it, they even blocked it with magazines or something. It's really so cute. He could not help but laugh out softly. And at this time Gu Xiaoran suddenly pushed the door and said, "Sister, I will go to see Dad. Dad, you chat." After saying this, he ran away, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao alone to bang his head against the large cabinet 2 more times. And as a result, when he was ready to hit it again, he hit a ball of soft cotton. And when he looked up, it was actually one of Hui Yuxing's faces and his lips. Ah, what are you doing? Bullying her with his own pillow. However, by other men to see their own private stash of his full-body half-fruit pillow or something is really too humiliating. Hate cannot find a hole in the ground to drill in it. So, you miss me so much. Hui Yuxing stood up, holding his own pillow in one hand and propping it up on the cabinet with the other, which had enough space to circle Gu Xiaoxiao for a lifetime. You go away, that was before. Now don't you like it? You can look at my body and touch it all you want. Ah, stop it, rascal. Gu Xiaoxiao tried hard to push him away, but it didn't move. Raising her head, she found a pair of eyes that seemed to be flashing with starlight. It's over, it seems to be sucked in. It's a bit bad what to do. As he was thinking about it, the other man pressed down, and the two of them sort of kissed like they had never really kissed before. I'm going to take another shower. You sleep first, don't wait for me. Hui Yuxing whacks the cabinet and then walks off in a panic, leaving a flushed Gu Xiaoxiao in a surrendered position, still plastered to the door in a just ravaged look. When she came back to the taste of the person whooshed to the bed will be covered with a cover, muttered to himself. Hold grass, he. Almost scared to death, heartbeat has not been so fast. What are we gonna do when we get back? If he was gonna continue to be such a tease, it wasn't actually out of the question to do that, was it? As long as it's gentle, she seems to be less repulsed by it anyway, and it's rolled twice anyway. Well, one of those times belongs to memory itself only. Waiting for a long time, people did not come back. Open the door to hear the bathroom water is still clattering. That is to say, the other side is still flushing? Or, cover your face and go to sleep. I don't know how long it took for Hui Yuxing to finally come back. He seemed to be a little tired as he lay down next to her, and then pressed one hand on her waist without moving again, just inhaling and then obediently gonna sleep. However, it always feels as if you're sleeping with an abandoned large feline on your back. aggravated, and trying to please you in a way that can't go too far out of bounds yet. Actually, it's him who's having the hardest time, I think. Thinking about it, Gu Xiaoxiao balanced her mind and slept faster and with all kinds of sweetness. The next morning, when she woke up, she went to the kitchen and cooked rice, then scrambled an egg and persimmon when she saw Brother Gu and Hui Yuxing come in from outside. She couldn't help but wonder, "Where did you guys go? I just got back from the hospital. And then I ran into him." Shrugging it off, brother-in-law wasn't even called. It didn't look like they were getting along too well. And Hui Yuxing carried a bag in his hand and said, "Don't do it. I bought breakfast." "Okay then, go check on Dad after you eat." "No, Dad will be discharged in a few minutes. Nothing will happen to him when he wakes up." "Oh," Gu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, but thought that the Gu family's small factory couldn't go on, because even Hui Yuxing didn't know who was behind it. In fact, no one needs to think about it to know that the one who doesn't want her to save money to support the Hui family is probably Yumin or Situ Lufeng. The thought that these two people are now living well while they are saving money to pay off their debts makes my heart hate them. At noon, Gu's father was indeed discharged from the hospital, and said that he would return the money to his daughter when he could save it. For this time, the family has a difficult son-in-law borrowed money to help him or feel quite good. At least people on the daughter is a heart. Hui Yuxing suggests that Gu's father should take a break and start over again. In this situation, he has paid off his money and doesn't owe any external debt, so he should have no problem with reopening the business. Why does it take a while? I suspect that someone wants to organize our factory, so it must be slowed down until the Hui family is up. Supporting a small factory is not a problem. But this is something he didn't say, while Gu Xiaoxiao said on the side, following the original owner's tone, "It's not good to let you take a break. Do you have to go to the factory all day to be good? Accompany Mom when you have time. She almost died of fright this time. Big deal. I don't want my allowance these days, so you guys just take a break." Gu's younger brother was still quite understanding. It was just that the styling was a bit different. As a result, he was hit by Gu's father just as he finished speaking, saying, "What the hell kind of hair look do you have? Get it back for me right away." "Hey, Dad. It's hard to dye this hair. It's going to cost a lot of money to get it back. Why don't we wait for a while until we have money?" he said cheaply to his father. Mother Gu said, "You just came out of the hospital, so don't be angry. Xiaoxia, if you two have something to do, you should also go back quickly. Pay attention to rest. Got it." Gu Xiaoxiao was now thinking about going back to save up money. After all, the old man still had to pay next month, and then there were living expenses and all sorts of things to spend money on. Of course, there's a debt to pay. We can't let Hui Yuxing go, can we? Hui Yuxing is also thinking of going home to work and saving up to pay off his brother's debt, something he can't let his own woman do. So the two of them packed up and booked train tickets to go back. But when they were in the house, Hui Yuxing looked at the cabinet for half a day before saying, "Should we bring him along?" "Who?" Hui Yuxing didn't say anything and pointed to the cabinet. "You." Gu Xiaoxiao threw a pillow at him. "I was afraid that Mom and Dad would find out," Hui Yuxing said with a smile on his lips. This is really a problem, so Gu Xiaoxiao looked for a large purse. Will be that pillow. Rubber horse will be stuffed. The process contains the anger, a side stuffed also while playing. Hui Yuxing couldn't stop laughing in his heart, but on the surface he helped her pack her bags in a serious manner, and when the packing was done, the two of them went back out of Gu's house. Now the Gu family couldn't produce, so the two of them would be responsible for raising the family as well. Costs money everywhere. On the moving car, Hui Yuxing held Gu Xiaoxiao, who had fallen asleep with worry. This girl is very strong, and she is not the same at all as the one who flailed before. Chapter 91, Get a Life. When they got home, the two found out there was nothing left in the refrigerator. Hui Yuxing wanted to go grocery shopping, but Gu Xiaoxiao said, "No, you're a big spender. Now we only have a few $100s to spend frugally." So she dressed up and went to buy vegetables with Hui Yuxing, bought a bunch of cheap $100 at various markdowns, and then put them in the refrigerator and started a frugal life. Originally, Gu Xiaoxiao was so tired that she was planning to start live broadcasting again in a day or two, but there was no way to do it, and she could only spell it out for the sake of a small amount of money. Hui Yuxing also went to work, and he wasn't too familiar with this kind of work in the true sense of the word. Luckily, one of his former teammates took care of him, and the first day went by fairly peacefully. Only one problem he found was that according to their family's idea of saving money, the lunch in this fitness center's cafeteria was really too expensive, and it would take more than 30 to get a full meal. Hui Yuxing already eats more than others, plus he has to use up his physical energy every day, so it's a bit difficult. With only a few $1,000s a month, it's not a good idea to eat so much for lunch. Besides, He can't afford to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on these men when they come to the cafeteria. For the first time, I feel that this is a really bad life without money. So go back and discuss with Gu Xiaoxiao leading comrades. She thought about it and said, I'll do a good job at noon and send it to you. The round-trip fare will be $2, and then you can't do it yourself for a few bucks, so you can save a little bit as a little bit. No, this is too much work for you. It's okay to cook a meal and run around a bit, and I can't always squat around the house all idle. That's fine. It would be nice to have a car. He didn't even take his previous car seriously, and now it was hard to buy one. It was just hard on his little woman. If she was too tired, she would definitely not be allowed to toss around like that. He's still very active in his work, taking on more big clients so that he gets a bigger cut. But why are there so many men and women coming to him? One morning took 2 women, one all day to look at him really cannot stand. If this is before, he would have kicked out, but not now, to save money. Even his teammates are surprised to see Hu Yuxing, even if the Hua family is in trouble, but people's personalities don't change just because they say so, and he even put up with it. I say Lao Hua, you don't have to put up with it too much. After all, even though we are men, we can't accept other women harassment. What does it matter if I just take a few looks? I'm short of money right now. You didn't care when the old man cut off your allowance when you first came to the team? What happened? You'll know when you get married and have a wife and kids. Grip, what did you say? I didn't hear you with my bad ear. You'll know when you get married and have a wife and kids. Yelling look drew the eyes of the people next to him. You honestly confess. When did you get married? When did you have a son? The players stared at Hu Yuxing. They retired early in this line, so the general ones are still unmarried. But it did not occur to me that one of the straight men who used to be the craziest practicing had a wife and a son. Who can tell him what is going on? You won't be able to see it in a while. Hu Yuxing was proud for a moment. Then he received a message, and he immediately said, It's coming. Then excitedly he ran out. What's coming? It's not the daughter-in-law, is it? The teammates thought about it and followed, then saw Hu Yuxing talking to a girl with a mask underneath the building. The girl's body was really great, and she looked very gentle. He immediately went over and put his hand on Hu Yuxing's shoulder and said, Old Hua, why don't you introduce us? Grip a big grass, even came to deliver a love lunchbox. Don't be so lovey-dovey. His heart is almost giving out sour water. And it looked so pretty, even though the mask wasn't removed. I thought it must be a great beauty. My wife, this is my friend. Hu Yuxing introduced himself calmly, not feeling at all what was wrong with this nameless statement of his. However, Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she was not unseemly, so why not mention her name? So she politely took off her mask and stretched out her hand. My name is Gu Xiaoxiao, hello? Hello, you're Gu Xiaoxiao from that variety show. You're even prettier in real life than on TV. Hello, I'm a fan of yours. My favorite thing is to watch you cook. Ahem. I don't like anything. Gu Xiaoxiao thought they were really funny, so she didn't hold back her laughter. Hu Yuxing hadn't seen this girl smile like this in a long time, and he couldn't help but sway for a moment before elbowing his former teammate and saying, Have you eaten yet? Eat. Didn't he eat? Did not just eat it, no wonder Hu Yuxing ate, not moving to sit there and not eat it. The original is to wait for the love lunch. He didn't think at all about the fact that they were saving money because no matter what, he was a retired athlete and couldn't possibly spend all his money. Of course, what he hadn't thought of was that Hu Yuxing's personal assets were now under investigation. Don't you know if you've eaten or not? Yes, didn't eat. I'm going now. He waved his hand over Gu Xiaoxiao's body and left. Such a good-looking young lady had married such a black-faced fiend. How could she be so thoughtless? Alas, life is hard. Hu Yuxing, on the other hand, opened Gu Xiaoxiao's lunchbox, and the two of them sat in a corner of the garden plot where no one else was eating while enjoying the scenery. Her cooking has gotten better and better since she went on the food show. The flavors really can't be beat, and the usual dishes taste especially good. Well, happiness. Why don't you show me up there later? Aha! What are you looking at? Is it the ring mirror that's not comfortable with him working? Hu Yuxing was having a great time, but was completely unaware that Gu Xiaoxiao just wanted to see the gym with her muscular little brother. Although there was only one beside her, she was afraid that something would happen if she looked. So after dinner, Hu Yuxing took Gu Xiaoxiao upstairs. Admired for a while, she was depressed. This pregnant woman seems to be said to physiological reaction to come. Put the lunchbox to the side of a cocked foot to Hu Yuxing said, I go to the bathroom. Turn left. Hu Yuxing's face heats up from all the breath through the mask. The little woman is really getting more and more capable of teasing. He's a bit quick to explode in place. In the afternoon, there would soon be guests coming to the door. and they, the coaches, were packing up the equipment. Suddenly a delicate voice said, "Brother Hua, why are you here?" Hui Yuxing looked up with a frown and saw Yu Min standing not far from him, with 2 bodyguards behind her. She still looked as miserable as she had in the past, but to Hui Yuxing, she looked more like a canary in captivity. Chapter 92. Come to see if he's dead broke. Yes, the canary. Dressed extremely well, all kinds of famous brand, even the bodyguard behind seems to be very calm. He stood up and said in a very icy voice, "Miss, may I ask if you want to work out? There are monthly, half-yearly, and yearly cards. You can hire a personal trainer, and you can make a package according to your own situation so you can see what services you want." Brother Hua, I actually just wanted to come and exercise a bit, and I didn't expect to meet you. Why don't you be my personal teach? I'm sorry, this young lady. I'm not accepting any more new orders this month. Old Lu, this young lady is coming to us to work out. After saying that, he turned around and left. Brother Hua. Yumin reached out to pull Hui Yuxing, but she saw him directly dodge away. But she wasn't in a hurry at all. She had wanted to come here to irritate him, to see him laugh, to make him regret that he didn't choose herself, to make this man regret going. Now, she took out her card for the most expensive package, and then slowly watched him fall on his face. After placing the card, she spoke to the bodyguard on one side, and in no time he walked over with 2 neat stacks of cash, roughly 20,000, and placed it in Yumin's hand. Yumin walked over to Hui Yuxing and whispered, "Brother Hua, I know you're having a hard time right now, and this is the money." She raised it forward in order to humiliate Hui Yuxing and make him unable to even stay here. Hui Yuxing's face couldn't be darker. He finally knew why Gu Xiaoxiao hated this woman so much. She's really a set of words in front of people and a set of words behind her back. And now this is naked revenge. You know, the old man had given her a lot of money to compensate her. And now she's taking 20,000 to humiliate him? Just thinking about the money in Yu Min's hand was suddenly caught in a white tender paw. She also flung a laugh. "This is 20,000 ah? Yu Min, you really are a great help. Recently is short of money you came to return. By the way, I remember when the old man lent you 2 million, but think about your life is not easy on the recovery of 1 million it. Now there is still a difference of 98 million, can be quick to return ah." After saying this, he stuffed the $2 million in his bag and said to Hui Yuxing, "I'll go back first. You work hard." After saying this, he hooked his hand. Hui Yuxing subconsciously shortened his body, and Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly took off her mask at this moment and gave him a kiss, and then waved her hand and walked away generously, and the sound of the small leather shoes stepping on the ground was very nice. He couldn't even help but curl the corners of his mouth. This little woman of his own was so flamboyantly adorable, so flamboyant that he kind of couldn't help but want to bully her. But Yu Min's veins almost didn't come out in anger, making her otherwise beautiful face look a little twisted. Originally, some of the men had thought that a beautiful woman had come and wanted to rush to be her coach, but now it seemed that they had lost interest in it. "Brother Hua, my money? Well, thank you for being able to return the money." After saying that, Hui Yuxing went off to entertain his client, a man who looked a bit beer-bellied. Yu Min, who had come to return the money, was so angry that she almost didn't curse on the spot. But what can be done? She didn't know that Gu Xiaoxiao would be here, and she didn't even think that she would be a thief. Joke did not see into also lost $20,000. Angry that she did not exercise, turned away. Coach Lu also secretly asked Hui Yuxing, "Why is this little woman like this?" He was not a local man and had a native accent. He was not a local with a native accent. Hui Yuxing said, "Who knows? He came to seek abuse, but it had to be his own baby who was powerful, if he only wanted to beat people up. It seems that he still has to learn in the area of mouth cannons." When he came home in the evening, he found that the food had been added and there was wine. Picking up his lips, he said, "Did you get paid to feel good, so you added food?" He said as he took off his shoes. "What money?" A voice made him stiffen, then said, "What are you doing back here, old man? Come and see. Let's see what progress the young couple has made," but realized that it seems to be the same as before, and this grandson of his is really dumb as well. "Let's eat." At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao came out from the kitchen, then set out the dishes. Elder Hu sat down and nodded his cane. "What money? Don't lie in front of me." He thought they were out of money again, so wouldn't he be able to not have to go back to the sanatorium? Hui Yuxing didn't hide it, and told Yu Min about how he went to humiliate himself today. The boy still seems to have a grudge against the engagement. As he was saying this, he realized that a certain hand placing the bowl was suddenly heavy, and the chopsticks barely jumped when he dropped them. Ugh, his little heart, it almost didn't go away. Looking up and seeing Gu Xiaoxiao's stiff smile, she immediately said, "No, Don't mention those. Eat, eat, eat. By the way, the one who got hurt the hardest that time of the engagement was this girl in front of me. Can't be messed with, not good. Better eat. Only then did Gu Xiaoxiao sit down to eat, and then said, now that there's money, you can bring the old man over tomorrow to pay next month's money as well. Good. Giving her a piece of meat was really so sweet and filial. No, I think it's about as good as it's going to get. Besides, you have to call grandpa. What a worry, even if the grandson doesn't call grandpa, he doesn't call such a good granddaughter-in-law. Haha, eat. The words just now reminded her of the humiliation she had suffered in the past, grandfather and all. The grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other, and both silently ate their meals. People are pregnant, don't dare to mess with them. After the meal, Gu Xiaoxia went live, and their grandparents and grandchildren talked in whispers in the living room. Has it started on your little uncle's side? Right? All those old friends of mine have contributed as well, and now that there's been a big change in the Bureau of Investigation, I'm sure we'll hear something soon. Well, it's been found out who stole the documents, but there's no substantial evidence. It's that child, isn't it? Master Hua lowered his eyes and said, I've rarely been wrong about anyone in my life, but because she looks so much like grandma? Hui Yuxing actually understands that the most important thing in the old man's heart is still his grandmother, but he's just afraid that he'll be unhappy and has never spoken about it. It's not the look, it's the personality. Unfortunately, it's too vindictive. That girl of yours won't be either. It's that temper that needs to change. Seeing that Elder Hua wasn't upset by this matter, Hui Yuxing sighed in relief, then shook his head down and said, it's good that she's like this, chirpy and cute. Tian is working hard, saving money live if he can't go to the movie. Otherwise, he doesn't think he'd be able to keep such a good mindset in adversity. And of course, so is the old master. That's Sito Lu Feng. I'll just go through it head on. It's the man of our Hua family. After they chatted for a while, they saw Gu Xiaoxiao come out from inside with an empty cup in her hand. Hui Yuxing immediately stood up and whispered, you go in, I'll make you some milk tea. Aha! You can't just walk around in the middle of a live broadcast. She just came out because she wanted milk tea so badly. Chapter 93 Live Broadcast Blocked. Master Hua watched his grandson busy. Where have I seen him so carefully prepare something to drink for someone else before? It seems that this period of time has changed him a lot despite being down and out. At least it is much more calm than before in the past, although he has the ability but dipped into the fire. Now there is a little girl not cold hanging him. This patience is only a few times longer. Eyes couldn't help but pick up a smile at the corners of his mouth, as he returned with a small knock on the door to pass the milk tea inside, and then gently closed the door behind him. What are you laughing at, Gramps? No, you were quite supportive of her. She's working hard, and I'll give her better in the future. Well, that's the man of our Hua family. Suddenly Gu Xiaoxiao rushed out from inside, her face pale and with an incomparable tension on her small face. She said, Hui Yuxing, my live broadcast has suddenly been blocked. What's going on? Hui Yuxing stood up and walked in with her, and found that above her live broadcasting room was written, this live broadcast has been blocked for life because it involves pornography. Bye-bye, little master. Bye-bye, my ass. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao's nervousness, Hui Yuxing called the old head of the tea family. It had been a long time since he had looked for this person, but his attitude was still pretty much the same as before. I'd like to ask, why was my family Xiao Zhao's live broadcast blocked? It also involves pornography. He's beside himself, yellow fart yellow. It's not a reason to seal. Can't you find a better reason? Okay. I will immediately send a letter to the outside world to explain. But this matter is now Hua Deshao, you still don't care. You also know that I am out of some kind of pressure to... I know. Listening to the meaning, he knew that someone must have pressured Tea Family Entertainment before they had to block Gu Xiaoxiao's live broadcast. Cutting off people's wealth was really ruthless enough. Putting down the phone, Gu Xiaoxiao said, isn't there any other way? I'm counting on saving up some pocket money. Hui Yuxing painfully touched Gu Xiaoxiao's head and said, there's no way around it, so we can only commit for now. That side must have sensed something, so they wanted to crush them to death more and more. I thought Gu Xiaoxiao would cry, but I didn't know that she actually nodded her head in a very understanding manner and said, I'll get you quilts to rest. Hui Yuxing reached out and hugged her, rubbing his chin tenderly against her hair vertigo, saying, trust me, it'll get better soon. I know. How could one not trust the male counterpart, who was not the male lead but could not have gone head-to-head without the same status and talent as the male lead? Elder Hua watched the whole thing and his eyes were moist. Such a good granddaughter-in-law, really don't know what to say. In the future, what she wants to give cannot be too bad. Look, in order to support the family, she has suffered a lot of grievances. And those who were working in the shadows, he must not let them go either. At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao's mind was full of divine beasts running through the screen, did not think that they even cut off their live broadcast. At the moment, her stomach is protruding and she's really not suitable for outside activities. And they still have to save money to pay off their debts. But what can be done, like Hu Yuxing said, can only be endured. But completely unaware of their silence for one night, but the internet went to blow up the pot. Some look at the Miss Sisters fans really do not understand why the pornographic seal live, so a variety of amenable to the T-family entertainment. Of course, there were also some people spreading the story that Gu Xiaoxiao had been blocked only because she danced all kinds of unholy dances. As a result of this untrue news released the first fried hair is Zhang Mingjia. He also watched the live so the big V number directly send the Night Miss live video. Tell everyone that night the only pornography is the desktop placed on a takeaway box, but also deliberately with a small red circle up. People down there are going crazy, laughing. Wow, so this is pornography, so in the future, will all those who wear yellow clothes on the street be blocked because they are involved in pornography? Laughing my ass off, T-Family Entertainment step forward and explain if your family is not artists who can't order takeout. T-Family Entertainment also immediately stepped in to explain that it was because a reason was needed to block the live broadcast, so that's why the excuse of pornography was used. However, the live powder is not dry. Miss did not do anything why should be sealed. The result given by T-Family Entertainment is that there is another arrangement, but it has been 3 or 4 days and nothing has been arranged. No work. Gu Xiaoxia is very troubled. Nothing during the day when you want to go to send flyers because she has never carried external debt of her psychological pressure is a little big. In fact, right now the T's are just trying to snow her. This point the manager's elder sister has already told her with a sniffle, so she can only find some work on her own in the meantime, and she's totally unable to help. Said goodbye to the Hua family grandparents and grandchildren. Suddenly nothing to do, a little depressed, so she sat on the beach bench out of mind, thinking about what else she can do. It was at this time that a person sat down beside her, didn't say a word, just looked at her like this. Gu Xiaoxia thought it was some kind of outlaw. When she turned around and saw the male lead, she gave this man a hard white look. She must have something to do with him when she fell to this level. Dumped. He was running in the morning, and from afar he saw a woman sitting here. Her body was well proportioned, and her eyes were beautiful. A closer look surprisingly recognized her as Gu Xiaoxiao, albeit with a mask. You're the one who got dumped? Your whole family got dumped, huh? Shameless villain, don't want to talk to people like him. Gu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at him, still sitting there in all directions. The temper isn't small. Do you know that I like to fix people with temper the most? Situ Lu Feng said it coldly. Normally when he said this there were not many people who were not afraid. But he saw that the woman next to him suddenly stood up, and then turned to him condescendingly, crossed his waist and said, Yo, so presidential what else can you do besides bullying women? Don't think that putting on this kind of appearance is cool, haha. I'm really not scared at all. Come on, if you have the ability to even hand out flyers or whole I still do not believe that I Gu Xiaoxiao even 2 men cannot afford to support. After saying that, she hummed and turned around and walked away in style. Situ Lu Feng, who was originally pretending to be a pussy, blinked at her scolding. This woman is quite interesting when she is fierce. And to the extent that she threatened to keep 2 men and send out flyers, why is it so interesting? Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh when the man was gone, and then watched the otherwise dashing background suddenly run away, surprisingly with a few lopsided moments. Situ Lu Feng laughed out the sound of a goose, waiting for the person to walk away before he learned about Gu Xiaoxiao's matter from the secretary waiting on the side. No wonder she was crazy. It turned out that she was snowed in by the T family. He didn't do this kind of thing unless it was... Yu Min did it? Yes. Miss Yu went to T's house and then this happened. Going under my name, right? Yes. Rather bold. When the first time still-mouthed good friends turn around and so suppressed, women's jealousy is really strong. Just Yu Min, who exactly does she like? Chapter 94. It's really hairy. In fact, Situ Lu Feng really don't care to deal with a woman, but feel that Gu Xiaoxiao is quite interesting. Her family are like this. She is still supporting their grandparents and grandchildren with her belly, whether it is in the play or serious. Soon he realized how serious the other man was, because she was really handing out flyers. He didn't know when he had imprinted Gu Xiaoxiao's figure in his mind. Watching her standing on the street with a mask seriously handing out flyers was really a bit of a spell, and he accidentally watched for almost half an hour. She's really desperate, because she knows that the Hua family will turn over sooner or later. Or, true love. In this world, can there be true love between people? He doesn't understand. In his impression, it's all based on his own preferences. Gu Xiaoxiao was the kind of woman who was clearly not her favorite type but could attract her attention uniquely, while Yumin was the woman he thought in his heart was 100% suitable for him, but now he seemed to think that it was nothing more than a dream. A woman who is also considered a big star, now being refused to ask for a flyer and pushed also have to use it? He smoked a cigarette with some annoyance, then opened the car door and walked over and held out his hand. Gu Xiaoxia looked up at the visitor, a question mark filling her head. There was something wrong with this man. He didn't owe him any money. So why was he suddenly standing by his side with his hand out? She is actually idle, nothing to do, just saw this side of the store to send flyers of odd jobs, took an hour, $50 are enough to buy food money today. But I did not expect to run into Situ Lufeng. He is really in the way. One stop here, others are looking at him. After all, it is the male lead is really dazzling. To be honest, in terms of the impact of looks, it has to be this Situ Lufeng who is too demonic and refined. Hui Yuxing belongs to the kind of man who gets more and more flavorful the more you look at him. Although he is handsome, but if he has a dark face, people usually don't dare to take a closer look. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she was surrounded by spectators. Of course, everyone was not looking at her, but at Situ Lufeng. She was a bit anxious to let the people go, and after thinking about it, she took out $100 in her pocket and put it in his hand, saying, "That's all I brought with me when I came out." Situ Lufeng had a black line on his face as he pointed at the flyer and said, "Aren't you handing out flyers?" Oh yeah. You want to eat, quick please." Gu Xiaoxiao was busy giving him the flyer, then wanted to go and draw that $100. But as a result, the other person, Situ Lufeng, directly collected it in his pocket and said, "You insulted me. This is the evidence." Ha! Forgive her for being a bit stupid after getting pregnant, not understanding what Situ Lufeng meant. How did she insult him? She had lost $100 just to get him to leave. Going in for dinner? I'm working. This money. Okay. Working for 2 hours to save 100. Gu Xiaoxiao folded her back for 5 buckets of rice. After entering the store, Situ Lufeng still found a private room. After all, both of them are considered public figures. Waiting for the ordered things to come up, Gu Xiaoxiao took off the mask and then said, "Now you can return the money to me, right? I've noticed that you've put on weight." It was a bit more plump than in the past, and her face was tender, as if it was baby fat. With her appearance, saying 18 was a bit big. "You're the one who's gained weight." This meal was still letting people let them eat. Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Eat the meal money back to you, need to be so spellbound. You want to have no money to spend if you can come to my company. I give you to receive 2 dramas is not finished." Situ Lufeng said, "Oh, slap on the front foot and then give a date on the back foot? Why are you so changeable? Mr. President, do you have nothing to do? Idle egg pain. I didn't do what you did. Oh, that's Yumin. She is still not spoiled by you, otherwise she would dare to do this. This meal is really delicious. She now has a big appetite to eat everything, and her little tummy grows fast." Situ Lufeng just sat there quietly watching her eat, not moving himself. Gu Xiaoxia suddenly looked up strangely. "What are you looking at? Why don't you eat? Not as big-hearted as you." Gu Xiaoxiao, who had been flatly told off, rolled her eyes again, and then continued to eat. Situ Lufeng let out a giggle, then said, "You snacker." One sentence made Gu Xiaoxiao's spoon fall down. She forcefully swallowed the rice in her mouth and waved her hand. "Dare not dare to 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 dare. We're not familiar with each other. You and Yumin are really a bit different. Of course, 2 people. By the way, you're not coming to talk to me about Yumin again, are you?" "No, I already know her well. Acting and all that she was really good for, so he took the movie and let her act. As for relationships, he felt more comfortable without a buddy. If he wanted to, he'd go find her, just as if he was harboring a canary. He'd thought about having a relationship with her or something in the past. But that character of hers might backfire someday, and Elder Hua was an example of that. That's really great. I wish you wolves an early child. Oh no, this child doesn't seem to be Situ Liufeng's yet. That's not what your eyes say. Are you hiding something from me or cursing me in your mind? Situ Lufeng's peach blossom eyes were full of flavor. Grasping the grass, worthy of being the male lead in the president's article, and Hui Yuxing, that male counterpart, is simply too much higher, especially this sound. No, really. I'm full. Give me my money back. Is Hui Yuxing worth it? Or are you too old-fashioned in the head that you think you have to live with whoever's child you're carrying and dedicate yourself to them for the rest of your life? How about this, you transfer to my company and I'll give you $5 million to leave the Hua family's grandparents and grandchildren. He felt that the current Gu Xiaoxiao was worth that price, and she could save it back for herself. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Situ Lufeng and thought that the other party was for real, so was he finally going to make a move to cut the corner? Ah shucks, is he going to break the link between her and the Hua family? 5 million. That's a lot. She reached out and touched her small stomach, and the expression on her face suddenly became very gentle. Then she said, I'm sorry. I won't leave Hui Yuxing even if he stays like this. This is true, people have feelings, especially since Hui Yuxing has also done so much for her. Most importantly, there was a child between the two, so it was impossible to sever the connection. That's silly. You think a man who truly loves you would let you get pregnant at your youngest and prettiest? At the very least, it would let you break out into your own business. Gee, don't you men like to tie someone down when you fall in love and don't want the woman to throw her weight around and work? Ha! What times are we in now? Not that kind of thing. Gu Xiaoxia suddenly remembered the book Stuart Lufeng, although has been with the heroine sadistic love but never cut off her path to work. As long as she wants to go out to work, as long as not hooked up will support, so this man still has a flashpoint on it. She couldn't help but smile and said, well, you're absolutely right. Chapter 95. Someone is hitting on your sister-in-law. Situ Liufeng's glass holding the wine suddenly paused, his heart beating irregularly a few times. He admitted that Gu Xiaoxiao, this woman's smile just now, was the most genuine since they met. She was genuinely complimenting herself, it was easy to see. Yes, in fact, from the beginning of this girl's mind is basically like written on the face, a look to see, understand. Yu Min he has not been able to see through, but because of the woman's weakness to give her a layer of very beautiful aura, he was deceived, anyway, in front of Gu Xiaoxiao a little face. Since you agree, consider my opinion well. No, it might even work if you use it on Yu Min, you're both willing to fight anyway. You! Sita Lufeng didn't know why he didn't want her to mention Yu Min. Plus the sarcastic expression on her face was a direct stab, and without thinking, he stood up and turned around. Alas, you don't go Tang president cannot let me pay for the meal, and there is also there my $100. The result is that people are gone without a shadow. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the remaining meals thoughtlessly packaged. There is still one at home, did not eat it, go back to heat up is also possible. Today, it seems that she will have to pay for it, which is a real headache. How the president have this to line it, a Hua Yuxing a Situ Lufeng all the same, a angry on the run, ran regardless of the meal money, martyr. But when she walked out to pay, she was stopped by the waitress, who took $100 and handed it to her and said, the gentleman who just paid an extra $100 asked us to find it for you. Oh, did he pay? I was just getting angry, but now it's gone away. Yes. I'll move on to handing out flyers then. Can I leave the packed meals in your fridge here for a while? Sure. The service here is still quite good. She went to stand outside for another half an hour and settled the money before going home. After returning, she took a break to cook for Hui Yuxing, just warming up the leftovers, and then began to think about what she could do in the future. But she couldn't always hand out flyers. It's not good to be on your feet all the time, and she felt a bit of pain in her legs today. But I don't know why Hui Yuxing came back today looking a bit off. His face was a bit dark, especially after she brought the food up. The man didn't even eat a bite. Then he sat there as if he were an old monk, and Gu Xiaoxiao's heart kept beating. You, having a bad day at work? So did that Yu Min go looking for trouble again? Don't like leftovers? Okay, I'll go make you a new one. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this grandpa was really hard to serve, and it was kind of scary when he didn't make a sound when he moved. No need, I want to go to bed early. Hui Yuxing suddenly stood up, then took a shower, then surprisingly ran to the second bedroom to sleep, taking the initiative to separate from her. It seems to be really angry, just don't know at all why this person is angry. However, Gu Xiaoxiao was also depressed. She had absolutely no idea why she served him so much. Forget it, it's just two people tied together by a certificate anyway. Hui Yuxing, on the other hand, is lying on his bed very uncomfortable in his heart. Because today, his former teammate and coworker said that he saw his sister-in-law go to dinner with another man today, and that man seemed to be rich and handsome. It hadn't happened before because he was above it all. But now it was different. He would have had nothing left and little ability to retain her. If she wanted to leave, then what was he going to do? She's young and beautiful. Even if she has a child now but is still young enough to get there, no, there can be no such surprises. She was the only one who absolutely could not afford to fail or leave her side. He sat up violently. Then, with determination, he walked into Gu Xiaoxiao's room. As a result, the other party locked the door. Is angry, why? You've been holding back since you got back? Oh yeah, it seems like there hasn't been much talking. Hui Yuxing scratched his head. Why don't we find a way to coax him tomorrow? The next day he made breakfast, then waited for Gu Xiaoxiao to get up before enthusiastically serving the rice up and saying, "Today is your favorite? Do not eat." Hu is not a baby yet, and she played temper with her as if she was easy to bully. Right, come on to hurt each other, ah. That, I apologize for last night. Humph. The arrogant pregnant woman ignored him and went directly to the bathroom. But Hu Yuxing blocked the bathroom door with one hand and said, "I'm jealous. Because my friend saw you go to dinner with a very handsome man and I wanted to kill that man. And when I came back, I knew that you two had a good meal and I had to eat his leftovers heartily. You get out of the way. Don't let me, you'll have to forgive me for that." Gu Xiaoxiao, who had already woken up in the morning with a physiological reaction, felt that she was being abused and that the other party was probably trying to suffocate her to death. "Ugh, you get out of the way." She pulled as hard as she could, but it didn't help at all. The other side guarded the door as tight as a thief. In the end, there was no way out. Gu Xiaoxiao could only cry, I forgive all right, get up and go." As soon as he heard that the other party had forgiven, Hu Yuxing really did step aside, and then saw her rushing in at a fiery pace and closing the door. He just seemed to have done something really bad, like it was going to end. Hu Yuxing immediately felt that he should retreat, and panicked, leaving a sticky note without even eating breakfast before leaving straight away to go. I was holding my breath to get out for interrogation when I noticed the sticky note on the table. "Remember to eat. Don't mess with your stomach." Looking at the empty house, Gu Xiaoxiao yelled, "Hu Yuxing, you wait for me." Hu Yuxing, who had walked away, sneezed and gave himself a perfect score for his tawdry maneuver. As for the night, let's talk about it at night. Didn't think that just after arriving at the fitness center, he was called to the Bureau of Investigation by a phone call. His temper has been much more restrained now. If he had faced these things before, he would have directly lifted his leg and kicked it. After all, their Hua family was not at fault, only being pitched. And these people even investigated for so long, what a waste. But in order for these losers to finish early, he acted quite cooperative. Said all that he knew and thought. Of course, there was no groundless speculation about who exactly was retaliating, because even if it was said, there was nothing that could be done. After all, Situ Lufeng would at most let someone else be a scapegoat. Attitude is very good out. He pulled the collar to go to work. His heart is thinking that it is almost noon, the little woman is going to give him a meal. But look at today's situation, his lunch seems to be in vain. Sure enough, there was no one to deliver him at noon, so he could only eat a little in the cafeteria, and he didn't have enough to eat, so he'll make do with a meal. Chapter 96 wants to see the old man. However, in order not to have a civil war when he got home, he sent a message to his little woman with the cafeteria meal photographed on it. An amount I'm sure she'll understand. Well, she did get it and sent him back, starve yourself to death. Little women are always hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. So Hu Yuxing didn't care. Then when he waited to go back in the evening, he really saw that the table had already been put on the meal, although not all of them were his favorite, but it was true that it was filling. The corners of his mouth gently lifted upwards, and lo and behold, this woman of his was just so adorable. With a knife's mouth and a tofu heart, he hastily photographed these and posted them to his friends, and then captioned them below with the words, "Dinner with love." Then his teammates wailed. At a glance, they knew that this was a woman cooking for them, and dog abuse and all that was simply inhuman. Gu Xiaoxiao in the house silently picked up her mouth when she saw this circle of friends, but still came out of the house with a stern face. As soon as she came out, she was hugged by Hu Yuxing, who then whispered in her ear, "I want to tell everyone that you're mine. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about another man coming to abduct her." Thinking of him in the book mixed so miserable, and suddenly heard this kind of confession, Gu Xiaoxiao heart or a hot. She felt that she had sacrificed a lot for him, but she had even given up the path she had initially chosen. Of course, before is to want to revenge, now is really want to give up that self-improvement road. Anyway, the male match is sincere is not it. Now, can you tell me who that man is?
卧槽，这还是在吃醋，而且语气里为什么还有一种撒娇的意味？
This is not to tell him he is going to be angry again or pampered. He is quite a big man. There is really no way to take him. Don't you trust me? No, I believe in you, but I have no faith in myself. You also know my current situation. Everything I have is from you, and if you throw in the towel one day, I'll become no longer me. Hu Yuxing lifted Gu Xiaoxiao's chin and looked straight at her very seriously. Gu Xiaoxiao subconsciously tried to avoid it, but her chin was boarded up, and then Hu Yuxing's head slowly pressed down. The two had children, but such intimate moments with a great atmosphere were still few and far between. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't help but be mesmerized and excited as if she was a young girl in love. No, a young woman. What's wrong with kissing? Why are you going toward the room? Eat. I'd rather eat you. No, baby. Trust me, it's no problem. The unscrupulous father abducted the unscrupulous mother and finally stopped after eating a half-full meal. Hui Yuxing was happy in his heart, and after attentively serving his little woman himself, he heated up the meal and brought it inside to eat with her. But he couldn't help but feel proud of himself when he looked at the way the person was draped in a quilt and sitting on the bed, staggering around. Well, here was my own little woman, now so tender because of myself. Here, have some rice. I'll feed you. He hadn't taken the initiative to feed anyone in these 20 years. Well, don't want to eat, no strength. Gu Xiaoxia realized that a man who was too mature to be mature was hard to deal with even with how inexperienced he was. Luckily, the other party still knew how to protect her little belly, or else she would surely be eaten cleanly. Then you have to eat some too. After saying that, he really fed it, not thinking at all about such things as losing a man's face. In the end, Gu Xiaoxiao ate a few bites and then blah 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 laid down on the bed and closed her eyes to sleep. Even if she hadn't worked all day, this kind of work was still physically exhausting. And Hui Yuxing finished his meal in a few bites, cleaned up a bit and then lay down next to Gu Xiaoxiao and fell asleep. He went to work the next day floating, and the whole world felt different. To say that the two of them together, the first time was forced, the second time was a bit forced by him, only this time is considered to be consensual, the taste is unexpectedly good. With this, it's not far to the next time and the next time. What's wrong? So happy. You had a full stomach last night? His teammate bumped into him, but he was actually referring to the meal from yesterday's circle of friends. But Hui Yuxing was thinking of something else and frowned slightly. Didn't eat much. It was still small and half full, as the other hadn't been too comfortable with always screaming in pain, and he was a bit reluctant to give it up. The teammate said breathlessly, "You can really eat. Save up more money. Be careful of getting dumped for being a rice bucket. She, definitely won't dump me. You are beautiful, you now this virtue people follow you is considered good. No matter how to say is a big star. Now the whole network is speaking for her. Simply beautiful you. How about just beautiful? A man's gotta show off." However, as soon as the two of them came out after changing their clothes, Hui Yuxing's mood wasn't so rosy, because Yu Min had unexpectedly come back. She looked a little anxious, but immediately hid it when she saw him. "It's really great that you're here, Brother Hua. I only heard that Grandpa was sick in the past 2 days. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Well, sick. Are you here to pay it back?" Hui Yuxing slid his clothes onto his body. He only acted softer in front of his own little woman, letting him be soft in front of other people unless it broke his bones. But there are few people in the world who can break his bones. Thinking about it, he hadn't even been beaten by those foreigners in international competitions. Right now, it's even less likely to lose to a bimbo woman. He wasn't stupid. He didn't need to think about it to know that this woman was probably alerted, afraid of involving herself and wanting to hug the old man's thighs again. As long as he was still as in the past towards her, then no one would do anything to her. It's really a good fight, and one is quite impressed with the thickness of her cheek. "Brother Hua, I'll return the money Grandpa gave me. Can you let me see him? Really pay back? Then pay it back now. The old master, he can't see outsiders now for fear of having a heart attack, especially since he desperately needs money for his treatment, so give it if you have it." Hui Yuxing really didn't say anything ambiguous at all, and his voice was still loud, his low, thick baritone voice almost resounding throughout the fitness center. "But I want to see him before I feel comfortable." "What's the matter? You're still afraid I'll do something to the old man? That's my own grandfather, not related to you by blood at all. Brother Hua, give it back or not. If not, go away and don't delay my work." Hui Yuxing hates this kind of slimy person, but of course it would be nice if his little woman could be a bit slimier. Yumin gritted her teeth and said, "Then, why don't you tell the old man first that I want to see him, okay?" Hui Yuxing didn't make a sound, and when Yumin pretended to be lost and was about to leave, he heard Hui Yuxing say to his friend, "Rich to work out, no money to pay back the old man's money. Ha!" This invisible has hit Yumin's face. She walked faster and faster. Thought about the situation is now a little unclear. Might as well return the money to ask for a good. Then do not have to make too much of a stalemate. Chapter 97 Rich. But this Hui Yuxing is really annoying. He's fallen to this level and is still holding back. Sooner or later she's going to get back at him. So Hui Yuxing was out of work. Settled for $3,000 and threw him back. The whole thing black in the face. The teammate kept saying sorry to him. After all, this fitness center was owned by his friend. This sudden dismissal of his ex-teammate made him feel bad in his heart. You don't have to think much. I know how hard it is for you guys right now. But it doesn't matter. I'll ask for the money. Using his head to think, he knew that Yumin was behind this. Since this was the case, then there was no need to give face. Anyway, he doesn't pose as a domineering president now. His wife and children at home are important. So from here out, directly went to Yumin's company to find her to make her pay back the money. The purpose is very clear, and do not meet alone. The person sat on a chair in the company's lobby. His legs stretched out as long as 1 meter 8, with an aura that no one could easily ignore. Situ Lufeng got the news and walked to his side holding his shoulders and sneered. I didn't think that the Hua family had fallen so low that they even had to come and beg for the money they gave away. It was someone who came to me and said they wanted to pay back the money, and said they wanted to pay for the old man's medical expenses, but I didn't start the problem. Now that I've lost my job and she has this filial piety, I can't be too hard on a girl, can I? Anyway, she's your woman, so how could she not have money? Hua Yuxing's flirtatious behavior made Yumin inside stare, not realizing that he used to be so upright, but now he's become like this. Situ Lufeng, on the other hand, didn't think so. He felt that Hua Yuxing was even harder to deal with than in the past. In the past, Hua's style since Hua Yuxing took over has been to go forward and open wide. Just like a wolf that never gives up when it grabs a target. Although fierce, it would have been easy to roll over if Hua's family wasn't so big. But the current Hua Yuxing is a bit of a puzzle to even him. If he were to take over Hua again in the future, he felt that it would be an afterthought. But now, he couldn't penetrate the Bureau of Investigation side anymore, and now he realized that he had been gullible. If that's the case, then the $2 million will be my repayment on her behalf, but on one condition. Oh, Gu Xiaoxiao is resigned at Mai's. No. Hua Yuxing stood up all of a sudden, and although he and Situ Lufeng were about the same height, they were clearly more robust in terms of size. This comparison immediately made the other party look weak. But Situ Lufeng didn't care at all. He narrowed his eyes. This man's weakness had been found. It's good to have a weakness. I'm afraid that in the future, it's still good to deal with. Only the heart has some uncomfortable. In the past is not love. Why now is such a look of love? Ha, anyone who has a woman that is that devoted to them is only going to change. I just see her commercial value. I won't use her as an exchange chip no matter what the value is. Since you guys don't want to pay, then I'll come back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Hua Yuxing snapped and kicked the trash can off to the side. His attitude was not generally brutal. Situ Lufeng smiles slightly. It's not impossible to easily induce a change in his mood. Come on people, give Mr. Hua a check for 1 million. After all, times are tough right now. I've heard that your family is generous enough to only need $1 million, so I won't give more. Boss Situ is really generous. Oh yeah. I remember giving 20,000 earlier, remember to deduct it. What's wrong with these two big bosses, glaring at each other over a small amount of money here? However, these subordinates didn't dare to ask, and silently transferred $980,000 to Hua Yuxing. He got the money surprisingly, did not say a word, took a square step and left, leaving Situ Lufeng with an unreadable back. Situ Lufeng didn't care and lazily went back to his office. Not a moment later, Yumin came looking for her. She winked and said, "Thank you. Nothing to mess with them less. Do you think they'll find out what we did? You're scared." Situ Lufeng stood up, then said, "So, went back to trying to capture Master Hua's heart, then sent them $20,000? Sure enough, Situ Lufeng knew everything. You really like to save yourself for later, but we're grasshoppers on the same line. We can't run away from me or you, and you can't run away from me if something happens to me." Sure enough, after saying this, Yumin's face changed for a moment before saying, "Of course I know, so I definitely won't betray you." With his origin, that Hua family shouldn't be able to do anything to him. As for Situ Lufeng, I don't know why he's still so calm. Does he have no fear? Right, the Hua family can't be stronger than the current my family. It's good that stay by my side and save money for me obediently. For the next movie, you can be arranged to be the female lead. Hopefully, I can save $1 million back for me. It had to be said that Yumin's level of acting was still good. Even if she is not from the science class, but she is still very suitable to play that kind of innocent little white flower. A drama can at least save some money back for herself, and it is not in vain that she spends money on her. Yumin was sensitive to the fact that Situ Lufeng had suddenly changed. In the past, although he was also indistinguishable from his likes and dislikes, he was at least still interested in her. For example, at times like this he would find an excuse to sleep with her and then would give some compensation. At least there were no other women around quite so clean besides her. That was something she was very satisfied with, and at least she had gotten used to it lately. But today he didn't look like he wanted to do anything to her. Was he tired of her? Looks like plans are moving ahead. Well, I'll be sure to save a lot of money for you. After saying that, he turned to leave, but turned sharply and suddenly lunged forward. Situ Lu Feng still pulled her in a gentlemanly manner and said, "What's wrong?" "A little dizzy. It might be nothing recently." Yumin smiled faintly, then said, "Money, I will transfer to you," said stubbornly turned around and left. Soon after, Situ Lu Feng's subordinates said that Yumin had transferred $1 million to his account. If he didn't know what kind of character she had, he would have been misled again. I think she is a simple and innocent and kind girl, but unfortunately that is an illusion, otherwise she that 2 million would have returned to Master Hua. Clearly know that he had surgery is still convalescing in the lack of money when not to return that money even if, but also borrowed his name to cut off the two people's financial road. Really is a real black lotus flower. Lighted a cigarette and took a puff. He hated this kind of woman the most. In the past his own mother was pissed off by such a woman. Although he loved to play all these years but never dipped this kind of woman, did not think that in the end or be cheated. Chapter 98 After the debt is paid. Not to mention how much Situ Lufeng is in a tangle, Hui Yuxing paid back the money in the same order as he borrowed it before, and then there was still more than $600,000 left. He went to buy a 100,000 plus Volkswagen, a two-door car that both men and women can drive. Then he went to buy some nutritional supplements for Gu Xiaoxiao, and when he came back, he saw her wandering around the house. And when he saw her coming back, he ran over to her and said, "What did you do? What's wrong? Your coworker said in the circle of friends that you suddenly lost your job and left. I just saw it. I thought she was devastated and went somewhere to grieve. She was worried too." Okay. Hui Yuxing hears that she's concerned about herself and can't help but say, "Well, I've been dismissed, but it doesn't matter. This is for you." He handed Gu Xiaoxiao a card. Gu Xiaoxia also asked strangely, "Firing you for giving an extra 3 months of salary?" "No, there's over 600,000 here." "Huh. I asked you Min for money." Then Situ Lufeng paid off $98 million for her. Paid off the debt, bought you a small car, and the rest is in the card. You went to ask for money? When did you get so thick-skinned? Wasn't she the one who had to come and owe us money? Not for nothing. After Hui Yuxing finished speaking, he took off his coat and went to take a shower, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao alone, who was dumbfounded with her card. Suddenly there was money, and she simply didn't know what to do with it. Especially when over $600,000 was given to her to manage, should it be that good? But Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't know that a certain president has no concept of money, and $600,000 is just like a floating cloud to him. If he took over the Hua family, it wouldn't matter if he gave Gu Xiaoxiao a few million a month to spend. Gu Xiaoxia, a small citizen, was happy, and afterward she turned around in the house and said, "I have money. Finally I have money. What should I buy first? Oh, why don't we go buy clothes first? Or buy some delicious food first?" When Hui Yuxing came out, he saw someone happy like that and couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. It turns out that she is so easy to satisfy, so little money to let her happy like this. Must be the pressure of life forced. In the future must let her live a good life to do. Gu Xiaoxiao turned around to meet the pity in Hui Yuxing's eyes before she could understand what it meant, then suddenly said, "There must be a reason why you're doing this. Is it because you Min told that empty company to dismiss you?" "Aha! Why don't you ask for all 2 million? They don't give. There will be plenty of opportunity to ask for it later." "Ha! Sooner or later, I'll get it back for you. It's not like it's my money from the old man. The Hua family's money is your money." Hui Yuxing reached out and touched her head, saying, "What's mine is yours." The love words made one's heart flutter, and Gu Xiaoxiao's face burned. "I need to see the car. Tomorrow we'll get in the car today and then we'll see it in the morning." Gripes, why is this man so tight? Who can stand this every day? So she seriously refused. So the two covered pure chat, decided to use $600,000 to open a small company first, and then a little start. As for what company to start, Hui Yuxing thought that he still had to seriously consider, so he kept thinking about the next morning, when he planned to open a small catering company in Gu Xiaoxiao's name. It's the age of fast food, and it's easy to survive as long as there's a company or a crowded place, and then it's easy to make a name for yourself. Just get a franchise chain, the fastest way to make a name for yourself. Gu Xiaoxia seriously agreed. She was kinda interested in this catering business since she had participated in the food program. However, Both of them needed to take a back seat for fear of letting people find trouble. Another good thing about running this kind of catering business is that it doesn't require the owner to step in. The front is full of service staff. They can just do some things behind the scenes, and Hui Yuxing thinks that they can at least sustain the two of them now anyway. He would then actively operate it, at least making his daughter-in-law's industry, and definitely not letting her lose money. So they drove their newly purchased car to various locations. This is a residential area, so the location is still very easy to find. In Hui Yuxing's eyes, this place was perfect for a fast food business, and it was in desperate need of one. Gu Xiaoxia, on the other hand, didn't quite agree and said, "There are restaurants all around. Is it really good to open here?" It is because all the surrounding areas are big restaurants, even big hotels, that customers who come here to eat need to wait for a long time. For example, if you just want to have a casual lunch at noon, but all the stores are full of customers, then you need to wait for more than 10 minutes before you can have your meal, or even longer. Some people waste almost half an hour or an hour as a result, and basically the whole lunchtime exists only for eating, which is very hectic. However, people nowadays take up so much time on their cell phones that they would rather sit and play on their phones for a while after eating, relax, and then go back to work, so people are much more relaxed. Is there a difference between playing on a cell phone before a meal and playing on a cell phone after a meal? Before the meal you worry that you'll be too late for work, but after the meal what else do you worry about? What you said seems to make some sense. Anyway, doing business Gu Xiaoxiao didn't understand, so she could only listen to Hui Yuxing. After choosing a good site is decorated, everything is Hui Yuxing to find someone to get. He did not look down and out, but no, a lot of people very quickly did not use half a month on the basic decoration is good. This process he did not let Gu Xiaoxia go to the store. She asked him strangely, "Why not let me go to see Ah? I'm not the boss's wife Ah." "You are, for sure. But you're also pregnant, not to mention the fact that the decorating materials aren't too good for you or the baby, and I've heard the old man say that it's best for a pregnant woman not to go to a place where earthworks are being moved, or else it'll be easy to move the fetus." "You still believe this? Not to be trusted. I don't want to take any chances with you guys." After so many things, the woman in front of him and her child were the most precious things he had left, and nothing could be lost. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that the once straight man Hui Yuxing was now finally learning to comfort people, which was welcome. Hui Yuxing felt that his woman was becoming more and more like a little daughter-in-law, so comfortable. "By the way, yesterday my manager found me a snack food manufacturer who wants me to go to TB to do live broadcasts for them, paying $500 a day and then giving a commission on what I sell. I figured you wouldn't let me do the decorating anyway, so I might as well do it for a month. It's not good to be idle at home. Isn't it a bit of a bad idea to do this with your current status?" After all, she was a big star now, and it was okay to ask her to do endorsements. What's wrong with that, anyway? I'm saving my money fair and square, not using any tricks. That's fine, as long as you like it. In fact, recently Gu Xiaoxiao had quietly burst into flames, just that she herself was a bit unaware of it as she squatted at home all day. Although she had been temporarily snowed in by the T family, People's Movies were after all on the air, and everyone had expressed their great fondness for her portrayal in the drama. Chapter 99 Snacks for a Firestorm. Hui Yuxing had read some comments about her before. Netizen said, "Ms. Food not only has the face of this acting is also very good ah. A frequency of a smile is full of flavor powder. Netizen B. Kneeling down to the food lady, "It's a pity to meet such a proprietor. Even the live broadcast is shut down, so I want to watch it. Without her night, really hard to get through." Netizen C. Same hard time, don't even know what to eat. Don't know what to eat +1. Don't know what to eat +10086. Hui Yuxing thought these people were boring, but he was still happy to see his little woman popular. So he thought about it and waited until he was free to get a small number to post online about Gu Xiaoxiao going to TB to do a live broadcast. But what he wrote is quite tragic. Miss Food was snowed in by the proprietor for offending certain people, and in order to make ends meet now TB is doing a live broadcast. Really pitiful. Recently, Miss Food is already more well-known than the movie's hero and heroine, so it's surprising how many people have seen and retweeted this message. Whether it's true or not, everyone feels a little sorry for the little girl. After all, she was really too popular and likable in the food program before, and she was about to be read but was snowed under. Especially when it is also said that she offended someone, which still need to think about it. Most people guessed that it was Yumin who splashed her with a hot pot in the program. Yumin's fans didn't want to do it. All of a sudden, how did they target their little girl? Her fans were mostly geeks or some social guys, so the keyboard warriors started hitting up Gu Xiaoxiao. Mostly just insults, name-calling, and rumor-mongering. Men are always more impulsive than women. However, they had forgotten one thing, and that was that Gu Xiaoxiao's side was mostly girls. Girls, on the other hand, are more evidence-heavy, and cursing would not lose to men, although not cursing, but the cursing between them is simply all kinds of wonderful. There is even a technical stream to slow down the action in the variety show at that time, which makes people even more suspicious that Yumin is intentional. Yumin's side of the powder can't get the evidence is scolding. Of course, this is also Yumin no matter even has been secretly supportive of the reason. However, one day she was called into the office by Sita Lu Feng. His face was really quite ugly. He directly slammed the file in his hand and coldly said, "Have you been drifting a bit lately? How dare you condone those lewd men using such methods to attack another star? I didn't, they did. Didn't I already ask your agent to post a clarification? You're the one who stopped it. I think it's their own will. I don't have to. To say you're smart, you're really smart. To say you're stupid, you're really stupid. Do you think you can suppress Gu Xiaoxiao with those fans? You really are too self-important. Do you know that she might be nominated for the Golden 100 Flowers Best Supporting Actress? As long as she's nominated, these small actions of yours are nothing more than face-slapping behavior. Impossible, she can't have that kind of ability. Ever since she was a child, she has done nothing but spend money every day in a very capricious way to support others, and she can't act at all. Yeah, it's true that she's not as good at acting as you are. But have you ever seen that movie you were in? Have you ever seen her act? No, you're only jealous of her because she has something you don't have, like a sparkle that people can't ignore. Do you like her? Me? Haha. You're nothing but tools to save money in my eyes. And if the tools don't listen, then I'm happy to keep you honest in 100 ways. Yumin shivered as she suddenly covered her mouth and ran towards the bathroom in the office. And then she could be heard throwing up inside with glee. Situ Lu Feng frowned, then immediately reacted to what was going on. When Yumin walked out from inside, he calmly said, "On the island that day, right? As soon as possible to deal with it. Don't think too much. Work things I will let the agent to rearrange for you." What did you say? Yumin had thought that he would care a little bit about his previous feelings. After all, in the past, she could see that Situ Lu Feng liked her, as he even bought the ring for the proposal. However, the ring hadn't even been given to her before her attitude suddenly changed. It was really hard to figure out what exactly he was thinking. Originally, he thought that he had recently neglected him because of the shooting, but he did not think that not only was it not useful at all after using this trick, but even the other party did not even change a trace of his expression, and his indifference was heartbreaking. Coupled with his recent attitude, his various tolerances towards Gu Xiaoxiao, and just now defending her in his words. Yumin had a bold idea. Her feelings were always right, so she suddenly organized her expression and suddenly said with a resolute expression, "No, this child has nothing to do with you. He is mine. He is mine." Yumin finished speaking and directly turned around and walked away, which made Situ Lu Feng frown. A popular flower will not destroy her future for a child. So she is trying to use the child to tie herself down? Ridiculous, he will let a woman to tie up. Looks like it's time to fix this woman up. It's just strange why women's eyes become so strong when they are pregnant. Her own mom too, even though she married a man she didn't love, even though that man did a lot of things that were wrong to her, she insisted on giving birth to him, and then didn't divorce that man for him and ended up depressed and even died in silence. Yet she left it all to him. Women are different when they change their mothers, perhaps. Without getting tangled up on his side, Hu Yuxing has already opened up the store. As for Gu Xiaoxiao, she does 3 to 5 hours of live streaming for TB snack manufacturers every day, one during the day and one at night. Perhaps it was Hu Yuxing's online messages that made her sympathized with by everyone, or perhaps it was her previous charisma, but in any case it was clear that she was live streaming her snacks, but there were many people coming over every day. Everyone felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was working very hard, so they all more or less bought some snacks or something, and the products of this factory were immediately in short supply. They felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was really the right person to hire, and were so moved that they were close to tears. And Gu Xiaoxiao had always emphasized that the quality of the product must pass. Otherwise she would not do it. Therefore, the quality of the factory is also rigorous. We buy comfort with peace of mind. There are any problems Gu Xiaoxiao will also directly find the factory to solve. A little bit of impatience. Slowly they all feel that this lady's temper is simply too good, and there is no frame. It is a little lost, but it seems particularly cute. However, there are always some Yumin powder or black powder over to mess up, in the following brush screen cursing. Gu Xiaoxiao said on her lips that she did not mind, but everyone saw that she was not in a good mood and not like just so happy to smile a little bit uncomfortable. Basically come to a dare to scold Gu Xiaoxiao, they will scold back, and even screenshot amenable to Yumin's powder do not be too rampant. Chapter 100 Picking Up the Old Man Back. Yumin immediately posted an apology this time, saying that it had nothing to do with her powder and defended her powder vigorously. Then, in a turn of events, she hoped that her own powder wouldn't bully Gu Xiaoxiao because they were good friends. Even though she had now taken a break from school for some reason, their relationship was still unbroken. This is an attempt to lead her into a ditch, isn't it? Gu Xiaoxiao's now is not the original owner, directly amenable to Yumin hit the soul-questioning 3 companies. How much face do you think I will still be friends with you? I'm taking a break from school. What's it to you? Do you know that I hate your kind of green tea whore, little white flower? Don't bother me again. Okay? Yumin's face went black when she saw it. She never thought Gu Xiaoxiao would dare to be so direct and head-on with her. But on the contrary, she really should be more honest now, because she had to capture Situ Lufeng, this man's heart and his money. However, recently Situ Lufeng seemed to be very dissatisfied with her fixing Gu Xiaoxiao, so naturally, she had to endure it. So, she just gently replied back, I'm sorry. It had to be said that her coming in softly like this with such 3 words had a good effect. At least her fans still supported her and even pitted her. And Gu Xiaoxiao's side didn't take off her fans either. There wasn't much change on both sides. Gu Xiaoxiao thought that Yumin would have some follow-up action, but she knew that she was really quite honest this time, and she even paid attention for a few days strangely, and found that the other party was really very quiet before she continued to feel relieved to do her own work. On the other hand, she felt that Hui Yuxing had really excelled, even though he used to be an athlete, but now he was doing business in a surprisingly well-organized manner. The preliminary publicity was quite good and there was a lot of foot traffic. Recommending a dish from a food program every day quickly attracted a lot of people. Coupled with the fast food situation, the evening operation until 10 o'clock, every day basically constantly people, the benefit is also quite good. And I don't see how he's busy, everything is arranged. When the arrangements were finished, he invited her to sit in the store and tasted the food. Gu Xiaoxia thought it was quite good, although it was fast food, but the chef still had 2 brushes, at least it was tasty, not worse than the chef of a big restaurant. And it's cheap, and I don't know how he calculated the cost. We're not going to lose money, are we? No, trust me. It's been a long time since I've seen such a confident Hui Yuxing, and at this time, he's like a luminescent body that people can't help but keep their eyes on. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, slowly changing back to her original good nature. She hadn't been a crazy person, but she had been bullied badly some time ago and was covered in thorns. Hui Yuxing has been soothed too well in recent times, so he doesn't go against him anymore. Even Hui Yuxing feels that his little woman has become well-behaved. And not only that, she's also gotten prettier, with glowing white skin. He couldn't resist poking his fingers in her face and rubbing them up and down. What are you doing? Gu Xiaoxia asked somewhat breathlessly. Not doing anything. Thinking about how hard you've been working these past 2 days. Having to go live every day and cooking for me. No, you don't eat it all over here. And bring it back to her. Yeah, I feel like I did work a little harder than you two. Why don't you make it up to me today so? Snapped. Hui Yuxing's face was snapped shut with a box of Kleenex. He felt that his little woman was really too easily shy, clearly discussing with her why she was always being abused. But he is far from knowing the woman heavy is the atmosphere, if he wants to just hook her together to dance, so bluntly ask really not everyone will nod yes, after all the women also need to be reserved Unfortunately, straight men never know this. After being rejected the knight is honest and cuddles purely to sleep. Even when his body wanted to, his willpower suppressed it. Gu Xiaoxia, which will not know the change of the man behind the scene. Just this size of him cute. Refusing during the day doesn't mean it's not allowed at night Forget it, he deserves to be a bachelor. Let him continue to be a bachelor. The next day, the sanatorium called claiming that Elder Hua was ready to be discharged. Hoping that they would still have to take good care of him when they took him home, and not letting anyone stretch or get too emotional would be enough. Hui Yuxing is very happy. He feels that this rented house is too simple. So he proposes to Gu Xiaoxiao to go back to the original house he bought for her. There's more space there, and the conditions are much better, but the important thing is that they have a car and it's convenient for them to go back and forth. Gu Xiaoxia thought also agreed, after all they are to avoid them to run out to live, since there is a house that also saves the rent again, after all it is the period of entrepreneurship where can save is to save. So they moved back to the original house in only half a day. First by setting up the room where she was live before driving the VW to pick up the old man. Elder Hua is in good spirits now. Seeing that their young couple seems to have a good relationship puts his mind at ease. This grandson-in-law seems to have been taken by his grandson, and they will just live a good life in the future. I heard that the 2 of them had recently opened a restaurant and had gotten back the $1 million they had given to Yumin among others. Although it does not feel good, but they have been living this period of time is quite bitter. I hope that in the future we'll be able to get better and better. It didn't occur to me that they had brought themselves to the place where they had lived together before, and it was much better furnished than the previous 60-square-foot building. Especially since Gu Xiaoxia had her own workspace so that they wouldn't disturb her when they talked. This place is still not bad. It's fortunate that you wrote it under Xiaoxia's name. If it was under ours, I'm only afraid it would have been closed as well. Elder Hu sits down, the cane in his hand still gripped tightly. Yeah. It's a shame that you forced them all to run out and live there. Luckily, they came back to kill. In fact, Hu Yuxing is still afraid that Gu Xiaoxiao is still angry with the old man. And if he leaves, the two of them will lose their temper. However, Mr. Hu comforted him by saying, "She's a pregnant woman, and I can't be bothered with a pregnant woman. So I'll just go ahead and read a book. The young people, see them live so energetic, own a little, want to start a business." Hu Yuxing got the old man's promise to finally rest assured, and Hu old man or quickly regulate their emotions. Gu Xiaoxiao busy when he went downstairs with some of the old men in the same neighborhood to sit down and play chess and so on. He hasn't been this relaxed for a long time. After all, the Hua family's current industry is still relying on him to support. The son since childhood independence and do not like to take over the original belongs to the Hua family's industry. So alone to go abroad to open up the market to go. The grandson has been playing the game for the past few years, and this time only began to manage such a big thing. As for the second son, he's not on this side of life, so he doesn't have much time to enjoy life. Chapter 101. Uninvited guests. The two of them get along quite harmoniously, at least nothing frictional has happened. It's just that Master Hua is more worried about the relationship between his grandson and his grandson-in-law. He feels that they are not too close to each other yet. After all, sometimes his grandson comes back and sleeps directly on the sofa, where teenage couples are like this. Elder Hua beckoned to his grandson when he saw him return, and the two of them sat down in the pavilion downstairs to talk for a while. "Boy, is that girl still very repulsed by you?" "No, we've been fine lately." "Great. Then why do you sometimes come back at night and sleep directly on the couch?" "She is pregnant. I must not harm her." "Oh, so that's how it is. But she is this month. There should be no danger unless she still rejects her grandchildren." Hu Yuxing also felt so, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Ugh. Why are you so stupid?" Hu Yuxing was speechless. "Your uncle had a fight with your aunt back in the day, but it only took a day to make up. How did he do it?" "It's very simple, women, as long as you show a little more manly charm on the line." Finished saying a few words in his ear. Hu Yuxing's ears burned as he listened, and he continued toward home without saying a word, but he still silently took out his cell phone after quietly cooking and looked up something that had never occurred to him. How to make a woman happy in that area. The old man really gave him a difficult problem, and then look at the following answers to the way even more pit because several people said, "This kind of thing ironic to watch a small movie ah." He coughed softly and went back to his room to find 2 small movies to watch quietly. In the past, he usually in addition to training is training, and then came back to take over the family business is too busy to think about this matter. After being forced to marry by the old man and then have a relationship with Gu Xiaoxiao. After that, although I want to, but people have not chased to people can do has been in the cool office ah. Suddenly being awakened by the old man, he was forced to look for this kind of solution. But at first glance, he felt that he had opened the door to a new world. So that's how it still works, So that's how it works, huh? It didn't take long for his blood to boil as he watched. No, that's not good. He's afraid he'll be suffocated if he keeps this up. It was hard to wait until Gu Xiaoxiao finished her live broadcast. Then seeing that the old man had already rested, he watched her finish her bath. Then he stuck to her back and said, "Xiaoxiao wife? What is it?" Gu Xiaoxiao struggled a bit, feeling that he was too bold today, and couldn't help but glance at the old man's room. It was actually quite far away, so they shouldn't hear them, right? She was still trembling with fear. Then surprisingly she was picked up and forcefully brought to the room. This night, Gu Xiaoxia experienced what is a woman. As if the previous times are all in pain, only last night to know why women also love that kind of thing. Ugh Mar. Can't think about it anymore. She feels like her face is burning so much she could fry an egg. God, what was that man up to yesterday, and I don't know why he got the hang of it. But, nope, definitely can't face the old man alone today. It's really too embarrassing. Just that movement, there's no way he can't hear it, right? It was at this time that Hu Yuxing brought breakfast over and said, "Wife, come eat something. You big, bad man. How could you do that to me? I was shocked and humiliated yesterday. It really was a stirring night. Like it? I think you must like it because, Don't you say another word. Where's the old man? He's gone to play chess, and I'll wait until you've eaten before going to the store. If you want us to go together, you can just sit and read in the office then. I have a live broadcast to do. Take the day off, good boy. Gu Xiaoxiao also did feel a bit powerless, so she nodded in agreement. They happily went downstairs hand in hand after eating breakfast, and then went to greet the chess-playing old man collectively when they saw him in the pavilion. Gramps! Call Grandpa, the old man reiterated without lifting his head. We're going to the store and won't be back for lunch. There's food at home, just heat it up and eat it. If you can't, you can just take a bite outside. Hui Yuxing is still filial, or at least takes good care of the old man's life. He didn't have to do this in the past, but he must now, as there are no more nannies or maids in the house. Elder Hua, however, didn't care, waving his hand vigorously and saying, "Go, go, go. I'm not at the point where I need you to manage me." That's quite a temper. Gu Xiaoxiao just nodded at the surrounding bosses before she and Hui Yuxing got into the car and left. The two of them were still chatting as they walked, and she just casually asked, "You said, when will your Hua family be released? Why are they so slow in their work? It takes a backstabber after all, but that person has been found and should be cleared up soon. I do like my life now though. Simple. Aha. What? Like right now?" Who knew that Hui Yuxing suddenly drove the car askew, then twisted it a few times before returning to the original road. He seemed so excited that his face was slightly flushed. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Should I pull over?" Did he say anything himself? Do what he looked like that? Like, just fine. Doesn't her liking mean that she wants to suffer with herself? According to the status and position of the Hua family, it's really too lucky to have a girl who suffers with herself. It's hard to come across. Well, if Gu Xiaoxiao knew that this normal life was a miserable one in Hui Yuxing's mind, she would have rolled her eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't know, and just looked at Hui Yuxing's excited face and thought she was happy to be living with him. As he drove on, Hui Yuxing put his hand on Gu Xiaoxiao's thigh in a demented manner. She flickered a bit uncomfortably, but seeing him smile slightly at her in the end, she didn't object. This is the husband and wife right, in the end is different from others. His smile didn't carry a hint of lust, just a mutual kind of innocent feelings. Not the same as he was at night. Gu Xiaoxiao had been avoiding him a bit because of the night's events, but now in this moment she felt content. They had the right atmosphere, but they didn't know that Master Hua at home had received an uninvited guest. Yu Min. Situ Lu Feng would not stop her from coming to see the old master. Besides, she is now an innocent and kind persona. There is nothing wrong with coming to see the old master who has taken care of her before. Most importantly, because the pregnancy does not want to abort the child one, is that she is now having a falling out with Situ Lu Feng and avoiding him. Chapter 102, The Master's Soft Heart. Situ Lu Feng, that man preferences really hard to let people figure out. Even that movie star are better than him hook much, just need to pretend to be a fangirl to praise him a little. That man Baba invited her to eat 2 meals and even gave her a little resources. But what about him? He was obviously good before, but he managed to change in the middle of the day. It's so capricious that I'm speechless, so I must be careful how I deal with it these days. As for the old man, he was much easier to coax, and for once she was really here to coax him. Of course, there was another purpose, which was to give Gu Xiaoxiao some eye candy. Wash off the lead in front of the old master must be pure to be able to. This man, whether old or young, most like this kind of quite let a person speechless. In fact, she does not like to always play the role of white and flawless, but she knows that she is very suitable. In fact, she grew up envying Gu Xiaoxiao's face, which can be imperial sister or pure, simply foul. However, Yu Min realized that the old man wasn't much enthusiastic after seeing himself, and was even a bit cold, which wasn't a good sign. It took all her efforts to finally get the old man to speak to her, but not to invite her to his home. Yu Min watched as it was time and said, "Ever since the engagement thing, I've been a little unsure of what I'm going to do. But the first thing I wanted to do after I found out you were in an accident was to return the money to you. But Xiaoxia wouldn't tell me where you were. This money, please take it." After saying that, he handed the card over and then said, "The $2 million are all here, thanks to Grandpa for taking care of me before. For the real estate, I'm going to transfer it to Xiaoxia's name, can I? After all, she's brother Hua's girlfriend now." This sentence was nothing more than a sign of weakness in the open, but secretly soothed Gu Xiaoxiao, who didn't have the heart to see the old man because she was already the one who had finished utilizing him. However, now it could not be said like this. Master Hua's heart softened and he pushed the card back saying, "Didn't Sita Lu Feng pay back $1 million for you? He I didn't know about this, we haven't seen each other for some days, he has probably gotten tired of me, or never cared about me, said. Here Yumin lowered his head, looked very sad. Master Hua thought that if she had married into the Hua family, she would never have suffered like this, or everything would have been a lie to her by that man. You go back. He knew Gu Xiaoxiao would be unhappy when they came back and saw her. Well, I know that Xiaoxiao doesn't like to see me. Although Yumin was smiling bitterly on the surface, she frowned in her heart. She didn't think that the old man didn't act as capricious as he did before. It seems that he really showed his weakness to Gu Xiaoxiao. It was really useless, but it was just that woman who had been bribed with a few dollars. Then she can also, the card is received, but we'll be ready to put a bag in front of the old man, said. Grandpa, I have to go. These you keep to buy some nutrients, said directly away, and did not give the old man the opportunity to call her. Master Hua had to go back with the bag, and then counted about 200,000. How to get this money is a problem, or turn it in. After all, the family is now all Gu Xiaoxiao in charge. He cannot offend her. You should know that this girl is very stingy, and now also with their own strength. For the sake of family harmony, it's better to be truthful, and if you can't, talk to your grandson, and then let him go and make things clear with that little girl. After all, it is a pregnant woman carrying her own grandchildren, cannot stimulate her too much. Now that he had decided that Gu Xiaoxiao was one of his own, there was still a clear distinction here. Yumin's behavior he also knew some, but felt that this little girl, because of the Hua family's things, want to retaliate, angry with himself is not what is wrong. Who has not been young, who will not do the wrong thing, as long as you can change that is not okay. But, now that she was an outsider, she was never as friendly as her own family. So, waiting for the evening after Gu Xiaoxiao and the others came back, he called his grandson into the house and gave him the $200,000. Then he talked about Yumin coming over and said, this is the money she gave me. What do you think about giving it to that Xiao kid to deal with? No need. Since she gave it to you, then keep it. I'm sure Xiao won't want it either. Hu Yuxing made a direct decision. Then went back to his room to Gu Xiaoxiao to explain all about the old man. Who said I don't want money? I can't wait for the sky to spend the money she gave me. Isn't it necessary to buy nutritional supplements for the old man? Then it's still me who will buy them? The money isn't tied up in my hands. I don't care who she gives it to. I'll spend what comes into my hands anyway. So, I'll get the money from the old man? The little woman's thoughts are so peculiar. I thought she would be too noble to care about that money, but I didn't know that people would say it so bluntly. So it was true that his woman was not delicate and pretentious, and he liked it. Straight to the point, how good. He did not care about what the face of the fruit went to ask the old man for money. Wait, just ask for 100,000. The old man himself always has a few dollars in his hand. Can't be too spoiled for them, or else they'll be heartbroken that the heroine has thrown herself away again. Must let them know that they like money, whoever gives it. As long as the truthful account, then she will not care. In the evening they had a very good meal. Eat and drink well. Gu Xiaoxiao touched his small belly melon, hiccuped. Thanks to you, Min. We just ate a good meal today. Master, she next time to send money remember to accept we still have delicious Master Hu's hand shook. This girl's mental age is only 5 years old, but did not feel annoying. This kind of idea on the say, have revenge heart on the expression of the appearance really have so cute. Especially look at her happy look as if she ate someone's big family. So back to the 2 million he did not dare to say, is considering the next time Yumin sent again when he wants to accept. Ahem, one cannot be so spoiled child, otherwise to have no bottom line. How to say that he is also a person who is worth more than tens of billions of dollars, can't lose his self-esteem for a couple of million, and give it away, and also not quite in line with his persona. But the grandchildren are asking for it, and in case the granddaughter-in-law asks for it again, then it seems like he can't say no. Well, looking at her growing belly, the bottom line and all that doesn't matter. Because he handed over 100,000. Gu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards him much better. Although not called grandpa, but good food and drink served. So he had an idea. In fact, this granddaughter-in-law is extremely good coaxing. By her some things will certainly be able to happily all day. Maybe she was scared of being poor before, and that's why she became like this? Although not at all atmospheric, but it is this not atmospheric people did not abandon their Hua family's grandparents and grandchildren. What about him now, who doesn't like atmospheric people at all? When Master Hua thought of this, he bought his granddaughter-in-law a newest automatic stir-fry machine, spending a whole nearly $10,000. After all, she's quite afraid of splashing oil, and with this she doesn't have to be. Chapter 103 Automatic Stir-Fry Machine. As soon as the delivery arrived, Gu Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised to receive the goods, and then Master Hua said with a serious face, This is for you, so you don't have to work so hard to stir fry in the future. Gu Xiaoxia was stunned, not realizing that there was such an advanced gadget. She moved to the kitchen and started to try it out, and didn't think that the fried dishes were quite flavorful. And don't need to be in front of the pot all the time. Just put the dishes and materials in together. Don't worry about the fumes at all. I have to say, this stuff is really good. It didn't occur to me that the old man was willing to spend money to buy this for himself. This was to please her, right? In fact, after all, it is a family to get too stiff is not good. And he received Yumin's money immediately gave her to prove that it is still quite wise. Want a time to change the master who had distressed people heroine's attitude is impossible, or wait for the future little by little it. Anyway, when people who family turn over the success of their own invincible. Thank you, that machine works well. Gu Xiaoxiao said thank you to the old man while he was eating, which resulted in Hui Yuxing, who was drinking water on the side, choking and coughing straight up twice. What did the little woman just say? Thank you. You know, since the engagement that matter because she was deceived heart will be angry, usually are not very willing to take the initiative to speak with the old master. The reason why she would care about the old man's life and death, I'm afraid that it is also in the face of themselves and their children. Suddenly take the initiative to speak and say thank you. This is a big deal. Ahem. There's no need to talk about this as a family. I'm also being generous at the expense of others. Elder Hua also feels a bit embarrassed. The 10,000 plus fast money thing coaxed her to be so happy. The money doesn't seem to be so tied up anymore. Hui Yuxing just came back to eat, has not yet entered the kitchen, so do not know what happened in this. Could not help but look at the left and right before asking. You are not, there is something to hide from you. Gu Xiaoxiao glared at him and pouted. What nonsense. What are the old man and I hiding from you? It's not that he bought me a stir-fry machine that works well. So of course I have to say thank you. Oh, a stir-fry machine. There's such an advanced gadget. I'll take a look after dinner. There's no fumes and it's also very convenient, you just need to throw the dishes in. Didn't you say it tastes good? So I'll just use it to cook my midday meal from now on. Later you can also learn to use it, so that the kitchen is not full of grease and smoke. Okay. I'll learn it in the evening. At lunchtime, Gu Xiaoxiao does all the cooking because he's busy outside. When Hui Yuxing came back in the evening, he felt sorry for her because he was afraid of tiring himself out, so he took charge of dinner, and he usually made breakfast or bought some outside. The days are really just so peaceful, and the most important thing is the happiness in the midst of the peace. Some people feel that there is no passion and rush to change. But Hui Yuxing and Gu Xiaoxiao, who had experienced many things, loved this simple life. So after dinner they nestled in the kitchen to study the frying machine. The old man watched them, nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this couple can't be broken up, not to mention what kind of temperament his grandson has, but this girl is not someone who can be divorced casually. When the Hua family turns around, it will make up for the Yu family in the form of money, or failing that, they will see what they need to help out. As for Yumin, that child's mind is too mixed up. Even if he likes her more, he wants her to be his grandson's daughter-in-law, and now he's fated. Because even if the Hua family owes it to her, it's impossible for her to mess it up again. The two of them finished studying the frying machine and went back to the house to do some calculations, and realized that although it was profitable, but it would take almost half a year to save the capital back. In fact, this has been considered very short. After all, they have been in a low-profile processing, even advertising and so on did not do. Hui Yuxing has always been quite steady in his work, and now he's busy every day. But he has to be careful not to let anyone else catch the opportunity to fix their little store again. Just like that, the day of Gu Xiaoxiao's maternity checkup arrived. This time, Hui Yuxing was accompanying the whole trip, and even Elder Hua was going, so the whole family was nervous. Gu Xiaoxia, who has been hospitalized twice for almost having a miscarriage, doesn't care anymore, but she can't help it if these two men are nervous. However, the two men had no choice but to go together because they were stared at by an old man and a young woman. And then they realized that there were so many things to be checked, and that the blood alone had been drawn from several tubes. Gu Xiaoxiao's arm veins are still thin, and it took 2 whole stitches to get it on, and she frowned in pain, and Hui Yuxing's eyebrows could have caught a fly, thinking that if this nurse couldn't get it on again, she wouldn't be checking. But his man's aura was so strong that the nurse gave a glare that made her hands shiver. It was hard to get a good stab, and both people were relieved. The whole half-morning passed after the examination, and Gu Xiaoxiao was shaking with hunger because she hadn't eaten anything. So they had no choice but to go to a restaurant to have a meal before the results came out. During the process, Hui Yuxing went to get the results. But he didn't realize that during this time Gu Xiaoxia's meal with the old man was being filmed by someone with an axe to grind. An actress and a very old man were having dinner at the restaurant next to the maternal and child health hospital, and this old man was quite famous when he checked. but he was the former head of the Hua family. Although he has lost his power, there is no guarantee that he is bigger than a horse. So a photo of Elder Hua giving Gu Xiaoxiao food was taken to my entertainment to try to sell it for a good price. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao was still their artist even if she was snowed in by the T family, and the T family and Mai were still competing. But he didn't realize that people weren't interested in this kind of photo. Disappointed, he took it out just in time to run into a man who told to take the photo to a smaller magazine like City Entertainment, and they would give a good price. So he took it and left with a final $10,000 buyout. He's just a photo seller. What the magazine writes next is their business. I thought the magazine would headline Gu Xiaoxiao's easing relationship with the Hua family, but I didn't realize that the magazine, in order to make a splash, had written, Hua's family is old and strong, and is harboring a starlet, suspected of having a secret affair. That's too much to ask, isn't it? But after all, it's a buyout, so people can write whatever they like. The first one to know about this was Gu Xiaoxiao. She was doing live streaming in TB after all, and that night a drill fan told her about it and told her to be careful. Let me take a look. She took down her phone and tapped on a news item, only to find that she was on the hot seat again. This time there was no telling who had paid to help themselves to it, but it certainly wasn't to help her. The picture on it wasn't really anything on its own, but paired with that text it was kind of evil. She simply stared in disbelief at what kind of brainiac would come up with such a thing. Chapter 104, Being Righted. Grass, this magazine can grow a little bit of it, I obviously and his grandson and the old man to eat together, the results of the film this, but also such a random arrangement of us two do not have a face. When you just did not hear anything, Gu Xiaoxiao had blurted out what happened between her and Hui Yuxing in a moment of fast talking, and her obvious persona of a little girl out of love was now basically crumbling. Then, her live room was swept up, all asking when she got back together with the Hua family's eldest grandson, when clearly they treated her like that in the first place. Gu Xiaoxiao had to face up to the problem and said, I wasn't the daughter-in-law that their Hua family had their eye on at first, but my man had been chasing after me all along. Later, when the Hua family had an accident, my man found me and insisted on living with me. We had no choice, so we lived together. Now that you know, let's just sell snacks. This isn't my personal live show. She said simply and then did not let the fans ask. People also think Gu Xiaoxiao does not seem to lie, Star's personal life are private. And people have said very clear they are not asking, just help her to attack that unscrupulous magazine to go. What is not good to write, have to write people so nasty, this is clearly to a little girl body smear. Smear even if you pour the whole reliable plus Gu Xiaoxiao in front of more than 100,000 terabytes real broadcast powder explanation. There is a picture of the truth, this magazine's unilateral speculation led a person suspect. They felt that although Gu Xiaoxiao was spoiled by her fans, she was in the end a small star with no one to control her, so they didn't care if she was scolded or talked about. Anyway, they could just fire up and more people would buy magazines. Originally, it was just a hiccup, but because Gu Xiaoxiao got angry and cut her finger while chopping vegetables made a big deal because she was holding back the pain while whining with Hui Yuxing, and as a result, Elder Hua overheard her. He said with a flourish of his cane, Has our Hua family trying to keep a low profile lately given them the illusion that they're really easy to bully? Gramps, this can't be tolerated. Yes. It's time to let them know that the Hua family will always be in existence they can't mess with. Elder Hua has a solemn look on his face, looking quite intimidating. And Hui Yuxing's face is also dark, looking as if something major is about to happen. The two grandparents each occupied a room and went to make a phone call. After a short while, they looked at each other and said nothing. Gu Xiaoxiao was confused, but finally Hui Yuxing said, Don't worry. Soon no one will mention it again. It was really fast. Gu Xiaoxiao, who had been annoyed for 3 days, was told by fans on the 4th day that that magazine was yellow, the owner had been arrested, and even the company had been closed. This speed was no one's fault, and she finally realized that there were 2 big brothers living in her house. Offending one could live, offending 2 was basically looking for death. Everyone thought that the Hua family could not get up this time, but the facts told them that the camel was really bigger than the horse. They really need to step in and still be able to solve some people or some things. Yumin also understood, and she felt that Elder Hua's side genuinely couldn't be broken, and that she would have to visit him often in the future. However, now that she was being watched by Situ Lufeng, that man's people had found her and then wanted to take her to an operation. It seems like there's going to be a big drama to be played out, so she'd better think about whether the script she arranged is wrong or not. Finally, when Situ Lufeng came, her entire body shrank in the sofa with red eyes and said, I won't go, this is my child, and it has nothing to do with you at all in the future. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. Oh, Situ Lu Feng watched her act without a single fluctuation in his heart. Just keep him with me, that's all. Yumin covered her belly, and it seemed that she really wanted to seriously protect that child. Situ Lu Feng said, "That's fine too. Really? You agree to let me have him?" Yumin was pleasantly surprised for a moment, and she had to say that she looked quite smooth at this time. "Yes, but..." He waved his hand. Then a paper contract was handed in front of Yumin. It was written that Situ Lufeng would give her $3 million in the future, and then there would be no more relationship between the two of them, and the child she gave birth to in the future would not have any relationship with the Situ family or the Mai family. The contract was in duplicate, and when the time came, it would be impossible for Yumin to let this child inherit the property of these two families. Yumin laughed coldly in her heart. This Situ Lufeng is really desperate. At least Hui Yuxing recognized that Gu Xiaoxiao, an unloved woman, was pregnant with his child and was ready to get married. But he, who had been talking about marriage before, changed his mind at the drop of a hat. He clearly said he was pregnant with his child. But this person's heart is still cold. Was this testing her or something? But no matter what, Yumin knows that he can't wimp out today. This contract must be signed. Situ Lufeng's character, she also pinched cold some, belonging to the kind of special like to control other people's men, when no can't control or other people to him to have outside the heart of the time will immediately abandon. Similarly, for this child he probably really didn't want it, but rushing his attitude towards Gu Xiaoxiao told him that this man was fond of very maternal figures. This is probably because his mother loved him very much, but died early, so it's easy to want to see her shadow in other women. In any case, Yumin pondered over Gu Xiaoxiao's changed personality, and although she felt depressed, she had to follow her version. If there was no mistake, Gu Xiaoxiao would likely sign this contract if she was in such a situation and wouldn't say some nonsense. Besides, this child didn't exist in the first place, and sooner or later he would have lost him. Thinking of this, Yumin took over the contract without basically looking at it, and directly took a pen and signed his name. Then also relieved look, said, "Thank you." Situ Lufeng is really stunned for a moment. After all, such a contract Yumin can sign should not want to use the child to tie himself. Otherwise, even if she gave birth to a child, also have to raise their own, so young to have a child is equal to also destroy their own career. Yumin, such a woman will do this? But people did just that. Situ Lufeng felt strange, and he once again became interested in Yumin. People sometimes have strange feelings, a person who used to be super annoying, or because she said a word or because she did something is not annoying anymore. Moreover, Yumin was originally in his mind is a very suitable for his own girl, even if he did something also did not have any effect on him. However, since signing the contract, Yumin had been surrounded by several scandals one after another. What with a dinner date with a movie star and a secret room with a young freshman. The formerly innocent Jade girl seems to have turned on her chopper mode and has been chased by people. Chapter 105 Nominees. Even Gu Xiaoxiao feels that Yumin's recent image is a bit skewed. Before, but only a small white rabbit look, wherever they are known as a cute and well-behaved girl. Recently, it is a bit inspirational what filming is not afraid of the hard work, and then to speak out to the media when they do not rely on the agent. This is to train themselves into a strong woman. Obviously a gold master with the use of so hard. Could it be that that gold master of hers has changed? How is this possible? A male and a female lead will only be abusive and then lovey-dovey. There can never be a mistake in the main line, right? She touched her little tummy. She might not be able to go live on TV in some days, because her growing belly could be seen sooner or later. I really don't know how to explain it then. Now the whole country knows that Gu Xiaoxiao has a boyfriend who is the grandson of the former Hua family. Because the identity of his former president hasn't been made public yet, everyone doesn't know what kind of person he is. The Hua family engagement party on the drama is impossible to be released. After all, the Hua family was not down. Even if it fell, the general people also read the Hua family's residual power, dare not do too much, everything to stay aligned in the future, good to see well. Now that she was happy with her life, she wasn't looking forward too much to the Hua family's fight to turn things around. After doing the live broadcast during the day, she wanted to go out and have a look around. But she didn't expect that as soon as she went downstairs she would see Yumin accompanying Elder Hua and talking there. Although she knew that the old master loved the heroine as if she were his own granddaughter, she was still a bit uncomfortable. But in the end she said nothing, blinked and went straight back upstairs. It was off to the side that the old man saw this and said to Master Hua, "Your grandson's daughter-in-law just came down. Why did she go up again without speaking?" Elder Hua felt his conscience pricked by a needle. He knew how much Gu Xiaoxiao hated Yumin. Not to mention he didn't let her come. It was at this time that Yumin said with a bit of embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I seem to have made things difficult for you again. I didn't know before. But now I know that Xiaoxia might actually be unusually bad-tempered because she was pregnant in the first place. And that's why she broke off with me. That child doesn't even exist. Elder Hua is smart for once. Even if he's stupid, some things are better to beware of. When they could make the child in Xiaoxiao's stomach alive, then they could also make him come out, and then it would be difficult for the granddaughter-in-law to do so at that time. After all, the Hua family can't be the big tree behind her right now, so they can't give her another black eye. Even though she and her grandson had already been licensed, she was after all young and quite a popular actress, so if the pregnancy was publicized, there would always be people who would use it to make an issue out of it. Yes, is it? Yumin frowned. No one knew better than her that that child actually existed. So Elder Hua was already on the defensive against her now? It didn't matter anyway, although that Situ Lufeng had signed a contract with himself, he had already been seen coming around in the past 2 days. As long as she waits for him to marry her, then the child hasn't completely disappeared. How to disappear she has arranged. As long as Gu Xiaoxiao become the murderer, then she, whether in the Hua family or in Situ Lufeng, cannot stand. Then as long as she will be to the death of the suppression can be. Thinking is quite good. See Hua old man look faint, also don't want to talk about it. Then stood up and said, I should also go back. These several kinds of nutrients you must remember to eat on the maintenance of the heart is very good. Elder Hua nodded and said, I should go back too. Then I'll send you upstairs. Yumin helped Elder Hua towards the building. Then those few old men who were playing chess with him said, What a filial child. Look at how attentive. Master Hua smiled. Sure enough, Xiaomin, this child will come to things. His own granddaughter-in-law usually doesn't come down to speak to them, so it's not as good as Xiaomin's impression among them. That kid is too straight-laced and doesn't know how to coax much. But just then a courier rushed over to put a letter in the mailbox of the unit where Master Hua lived, and he immediately said, Young man, I'm the resident of that unit. Why don't you give me the letter? That courier immediately handed the letter to Master Hua, then took out the compilation for him to sign before saying, Congratulations. Master Hua was a bit confused, but the courier said, I know that this letter is from an actor or crew nominated for a Golden 100 Flowers award in this sector. And although I don't know which one it is, I still congratulate them in advance. After saying that, he scratched his head. The last one he sent seemed to be nominated for the Best Lighting Award, and that gentleman almost went crazy with joy. Really, thanks then. Master Hua didn't have that kind of old-fashioned thinking, and nowadays acting was also a pretty good profession. Although his own daughter used to say that theater people were heartless and told him not to trust Yumin, he didn't listen to any of this. Yumin clenched her hands on the side. She also participated in the performance. Why was the award Gu Xiaoxiao that? But this is something she can't say, and with an extremely bad mood she sends Elder Hua directly after saying, Congratulate Xiaoxia for me, then smiles and walks away. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know about this, and was stunned for a moment when she received the letter. I remembered that the female lead should be the one who won the award in the drama, and after she was nominated, the momentum was huge, and then she quickly caught fire. In the end, she won the Golden 100 Flowers Best Supporting Actress and Best Newcomer awards, which was a great success. She never thought she'd win this award. No, now it's just a mention. So, it wasn't a sure thing that she would win the award. She was really happy early. So he put the letter away and said, Thank you, Master. Then he was calmly going back to his room. Elder Hua said, Why don't we wait for Yu Xing to come back tonight to celebrate, and you call him to have some good food bought? It's just a mention. Why celebrate? Isn't it too early to celebrate? As a result, Master Hua almost didn't fall over, knowing that this Golden 100 Flowers award is almost the biggest award in the country. It was already a great honor for her, an actress who had only appeared in one movie, to be nominated. You can't think like that. After being nominated, it proves that everyone recognizes your acting skills. It's better for me to make the call. His own granddaughter-in-law was too deep in her heart, which was not a good sign in the entertainment industry. Even Master Hua said so. So the nomination is really great? Not yet waiting for her to open the envelope to see it, the old mother manager immediately called to say excitedly, My good baby, you finally made it through. Then there was a cry on the other end. You don't get excited. Have something to say slowly. In fact, she was feeling pretty good right now, having been fattened up by Yumin. The manager drawled, With your nomination award in hand, the company has decided to repackage and give you a movie. Not afraid to offend? You're so good. The boss couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. But I don't always win awards. That's not important. What's important is that you're a newcomer who can have such an achievement, has a great future ahead of you. Gu Xiaoxiao was praised, a little fluttering. want to think of their own when they received the play after the thought of seriously will play him well, but did not think of their own. A third female supporting surprisingly got the Best Supporting Role nomination. What about Yu Min? Was she nominated for another movie too? What's Yu Min got to do with it? Although the two of you were in that movie together, she was just a cameo and usually acts in dramas. She's not even in the nominations for this sector. Chapter 106 Celebration. Hearing her manager say this, Gu Xiaoxiao let go of her heart. She felt that she could do over the heroine really is too powerful. Also has been quite afraid of her protagonist aura. It seems that as long as it is to break a certain plot, and then do even better than her, then really can snatch her things. This was even happier than if she had actually won an award. So Gu Xiaoxiao made a small fist in front of her chest. Overjoyed. Well, I'll try harder from now on. Okay. I'll get right to work on keeping you busy. Then we all have to cheer. Gu Xiaoxiao finished hanging up the phone. Then depressed. She is a pregnant woman with a big belly to act what theater Stay at home is not good? Why don't we ask the manager to talk to her tomorrow? Just thinking about it, Hui Yuxing came into the house with a big bag, the corners of his mouth still picking up a hint of a smile. And when he saw Gu Xiaoxiao, he put the things on the dining table and then reached out to hug her and said, "Congratulations." Then he snapped and gave her a loud kiss. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Master Hu coming out, and as a result, he even kissed down like this without shame, and couldn't help but gently pinch his sturdy arm and say, "Shameless. Afraid of what? Own family." In the past, when grandma was alive, didn't the old man also say kiss, not avoiding their little ones at all? Now why does he still care? It's not like he's kissing anyone else anyway. And Hui Yuxing opened the letter and looked it up and down and said, "Well, the kiss is missing a bit. Huh." Before the dumbfounded Gu Xiaoxiao could understand what it meant, her face was glued with another bite, causing her to raise her small pink fist and pound Hui Yuxing several times, saying, "You, so shameless. Why do you need another kiss? My woman got 2 nominations at once, for Best Supporting Actress and Best Newcomer. All Yu Min's nominations in the book it seems that he may not be able to probably win the award. Of course, now cannot be said, who let her this little butterfly is too fierce, will be the plot to fan the chaos. That's good. Make some good food to celebrate, and we'll have a little drink today." Elder Hu chuckled from the side. "Ha, old master. Celebrating is fine, you shouldn't use this excuse to drink, no?" Hui Yuxing immediately changes his face and speaks quite seriously. "You kid dare to manage your own grandfather the granddaughter-in-law makes the call. Let me have a drink, a cup will do." Elder Hu doesn't want to lose face for the sake of wine, and directly begs to Gu Xiaoxiao's face. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao is an actor, thief can act. Gently pressed his head and said, "Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? I seem to have lost my memory. I have to go to rest." After saying that, took the nomination letter and went into the house. "Hey, grandson, daughter-in-law, dashing. It's useless to call anything, the door is closed." Hui Yuxing blinked his big eyes twice, wanting to laugh but not being able to do so, and in the end could only carry the dishes into the kitchen to cook them. Master Hu sighed and said, "Why is it so hard to get a drink?" Hui Yuxing waited for the old man to enter the house before he laughed out loud in the kitchen himself. His daughter-in-law is also too amusing, simply a little tease. But her accomplishments are really impressive. She has already won such awards at such a young age, and if she develops professionally in the future, she will surely be great. I don't know why, that dazzling, she always makes people panic, always feel that they are getting farther and farther away from her. A man has to achieve something. He decided to expand the fast food chain in his hands and open another one as soon as it was profitable. By then, even if he had to delay for a few more years, he would be able to afford her. He had been thinking about this for less than 3 days before someone from the police department came to his door. Hui Yuxing looked at them and said, "Something wrong?" The policeman said, "Now there is a matter that requires your assistance in the investigation. Could you come with us?" "What is it about and how long will it take?" "I need to speak with my wife. It'll probably take a couple days." Hui Yuxing glanced at Elder Hua as he nodded his cane, then said, "Go." They seemed to already know what it was for, only Gu Xiaoxiao didn't. Hui Yuxing's face was shocked when he turned around and saw Gu Xiaoxiao come out. "Don't worry, we're just going to cooperate with the investigation of something. It might take a little longer." "Aha! There is an explanation in the book. When the Hua family turned over some time ago was taken to the police station to be locked up for many whole days. At that time, the female lead acted very worried, and the original lead, too, went to the door of the police station almost every day to take a look. Unfortunately, the heroine comforts her on the surface, but behind her back, She arranges for someone to go for a break, saying that it's only going to take a long time to say how long it'll take for the situation to turn around. The original owner believed her words, and when she had only been a member of the famous clubhouse for 2 days, the Hua family underwent a radical change. This became a direct trigger for Hua Yuxing to want to divorce her, and even the outside world felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was an underbred white-eyed wolf, and there was a lot of cursing. This female lead is really dark enough. The original main character has been able to listen to her fooling around is also stupid no one. Hua Yuxing stroked her head to comfort her, then walked off with Master Hua with his chest held high. It can be said that these two men's mental quality is really good. She is obviously very scared, but they seem to be used to it, not taking it seriously at all. It can be said that their attitude affects Gu Xiaoxiao. She feels that there is really nothing to be afraid of, what to do. But what she should have done was to meet with her agent. And after they had a cup of tea, she said, "You need to eat less. Why have you gained weight again? What's with the double chin and the youthful appearance?" Yeah, I can't blame her. She's been eating a lot lately. It's as if she's trying to make up for a period of time when she was sick. And she's been eating a lot. This time the company let you make a comeback. Surely they have to arrange a good job for you. Can you take the TV series? I'm really bad at acting. And besides, the TV series takes a long time to shoot. So I'm not too comfortable right now. The belly got big right away. What's so inconvenient about it? You read the script first. It's great. After saying that, a script for Sweet and Spicy Mom was slapped on the table. The script is an adaptation of a presidential text about a president who has an accidental relationship with a girl who then becomes pregnant. The president later finds out and pays attention to the girl. She was originally very poor, but in order to cure her father's illness, even if she was pregnant, she still struggled to work. In the end, she succeeded in attracting the president's attention and married into a rich family. How is the plot so familiar? It is simply a combination of her and Yu Min.
Chapter 107 I'm pregnant.
You'd better take this script. From my many years of insight, this is a drama that will skyrocket. After all, nowadays little girls still like this kind of persona of the president. It was a disguised history of Cinderella's love affair with the president. This type of subject matter could never go wrong, and even if it didn't explode in popularity, it would still allow Gu Xiaoxiao to successfully embark on the path of an idol. Then, with her acting skills, she will be able to take on some movies later on in life, and then the child's future success will be unimaginable. In the midst of all the excitement, I heard the girl across the room say with a little bit of aggression, "But I'm pregnant." "What? I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again?" The managerial elder sister stood up all of a sudden and was on the verge of pressing her ear to Gu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Gu Xiaoxia opened her mouth and said, I'm pregnant." The big sister manager suddenly pressed her hand to her head and said, "No, I'm a bit dizzy. Hold me up a bit." Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this big sister might be a playwright, so she reached out to help her and said, "Big sister, are you okay?" "It's okay, my ass, cub. How can you be pregnant with someone else's child? You're still so young and so productive." How could she take that? It always felt like she was coming down with something scary. Even so, your drama still has to be taken. This script is basically pregnant the whole time. Big deal. The later episodes are put in the front to shoot. Just talk to the director. This is not very hard, though. After all, it is a youth idol drama. You absolutely can't let go of this opportunity. You'll give birth after the movie. Take 2 months off and then take on the same movie. This is not good. She is indeed very short of money. But there is no need to be so desperate, right? It's decided you'll be a hit. Trust me. Well, but can I hide my stomach? When the time comes. When the time comes, talk to the crew about hiding it. But if you can't, you'll just go public. No, are you married? Who is that man? That's too much of an afterthought. Why did you just remember to ask that? Actually, as you know, there's only one man for me, Hua Yuxing. Who else could there be? Oh, counting the time, I thought it had something to do with that Zhang Mingjia. After all, you guys would have been fired up pretty hot. She wasn't there at the time, so she didn't know how the two were progressing. How could that be? I treat him like a younger brother. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately waved her hand, thinking that Zhang Mingjia would probably have to take the blame for this in the future. The Hua family is now like this, then you are not. Right, a while ago you have been saying that you lack of money, and even TBS live broadcasts. Is it because you want to support the Hua family? They're broke, right? That's how it's rumored in the outside world. It's not that. It's because Elder Hua got sick a while ago and had to have an operation. That's why I don't have any money on hand. Whenever pretending to be a good boy and acting like a saintly mother is beneficial, such as now when she says it like this, the big sister of the manager is really excited. My poor cub, you really are too hard. You've suffered so much for the Hua family, and a while ago they were making up a story that you went through all the trouble of trying to marry into the mansion in order to get the Hua family's money. Now there's still a F King mansion. They still have to let my cubs raise them. Heartache. Heartache to heartache. It's still quite rare to see an artist one has brought up with such a positive outlook on three things and such a conscience. In this circle we all know that women are being adopted by men a lot, only did not say out so everyone also turned a blind eye. On the basis of their own family cub this character, she felt that she should give her to the red, at least in the future will not bite their own mouth. What cub? She's almost a cub's mom. Gu Xiaoxiao smiled a bit stiffly and said, there's nothing pathetic about it. It's just a bit of hard work. Don't worry, this time the filming location is in this city is not hard at all. You take the script to read, the director's side is very favorable to you. I'll go back and talk to the boss to see what he decides. Oh, Gu Xiaoxiao actually wanted to find someone to discuss it with, but Hui Yuxing and Elder Hua weren't there. Who was she going to find to discuss it with? So she simply waited for the company to decide. What do you know, the big sister of the manager really thought it was too good for her to have such a good character, so she went back and sent a V. The title is very serious. I found a glimmer of humanity in my own pups. Then, it will be a woman how not to dislike the poor and love the rich, in times of distress but also to help the people they want to help, and even go so far as to do for them some bitter and tired and fell work. Such a quality is really rare, so she was moved to tears. To say that this big sister has some fame in the entertainment industry, and there are a lot of artists with her, so her mentioning it like this immediately makes others think wildly. Some people also put this on Gu Xiaoxiao, even suspecting that the people who disappeared after the Hua family went bankrupt were being kept by her. Plus some of TV's food fans know about Gu Xiaoxiao having a boyfriend, and that boyfriend is the grandson of the Hua family, so what's not to understand when you think about it? The Hua family has collapsed, but she still hasn't given up. That's love. But because it is a guess, things did not make a big deal, but with the Hua family related to, some people have now panicked. As long as it is a little bit of doorway, people know that the Hua family investigation is now close to the end, and it is said that this is only afraid that the Hua family will turn over. There are some people who have long panicked now, and this includes Yumin, who had someone watch Master Hua go downstairs in the past 2 days, only for that person to report back with the news that Master Hua seems to have disappeared and hasn't gone downstairs in 2 days. Not to mention Elder Hua, even Hui Yuxing has disappeared, but we just don't know what the reason is and people aren't too sure. Yumin has been looking for information from various sources and realized that Elder Hua and Hui Yuxing are both involved in the secret investigation. If they come out, then the Hua family will probably turn around. If they don't come out, they basically won't come out. This kind of risk she can't take, because when the Hua family comes out, it's easy to go and look into what happened before, even if Situ Lufeng arranged a scapegoat, but they won't believe it. But if she herself shows some affection and friendship during this time, maybe they won't look into it that way, at least Master Hua won't. In both ancient and modern times, only green leaves can set off the beauty of red flowers, so this green leaf definitely has to be Gu Xiaoxiao. Now this her temperament is almost clear, not just love money well, then she will give her a good resource well. Yumin dressed up quite strong. Directly downstairs, blocked from the fast food restaurant back, Gu Xiaoxiao said, "Wait a minute, I have something to say to you." The whole person dresses up like a young girl who doesn't have to do anything. How can I see how annoying she is? In the past, Gu Xiaoxiao's appearance was quite attractive, but now she doesn't see where it's good. Chapter 108 Plot Kuan is still around. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at her, did not immediately pretend to be a small white flower, also did not hide. She is quite annoying, a good person all day pretending to annoy people. What is it? It was better to say it downstairs, for fear she'd run upstairs and splash herself with dog blood again. Yumin said, "I know that Grandpa is quite thinking about you. So there is a good thing I want you to go over this time, and you can also save up some money." What is it? Gu Xiaoxia almost rolled her eyes to the heavens. Sure enough, Plot Kuan still existed. Even if it was different from the book, Yumin still wanted to branch her out this time. The original owner was stupid enough to get sidetracked. She wouldn't have made such a mistake. It's a variety program also related to food. However, this time it's recruiting a host, and I think you're very suitable. Moreover, for one installment they offered a fee of $500,000. After all, you're somewhat famous now, so I'm sure it'll go up again. What? How much? Sorry, face hurts a little, but she really wants to go because there's a lot of money. As soon as Yumin looked at her this way, he knew that his offer had a chance. So he laughed and said, $500,000? But it should add some more. Geez, it's obviously all variety shows, why are there so many more than the last one? She really wanted to go. But no, she couldn't go along with the drama. But there was so much money. She was a little torn. Yumin said, "How about it? If you agree, I'll call the crew right away to tie the knot. I believe they'll welcome you in." "It's not necessary." Gu Xiaoxia pretended to be high and mighty and managed to find her expression to press the elevator. Yumin said, "This event is really rare. I think you should consider it. If it's okay, we'll go up and talk." "I don't like you coming to my house, that's all." Gu Xiaoxiao pressed the elevator. Only then did Yumin anxiously say, "Why don't you reconsider? After all, you guys need money for everything now. If you need it, just call my number. The cell phone number hasn't changed." "Okay, heroine, you need to stop hooking up. It's definitely not going to happen. But it feels so hard. Like I'm missing out on $1 billion. Why don't you ask how much that TV show is, and take it if you can, and make up for some of the damages?" She considered calling her manager for a moment, then said in a condescending voice, "Big sister, I just want to ask if the paycheck has been booked yet?" "This hasn't been booked yet. After all, you haven't agreed to it yet. Tell you what, I'll ask the director and the producer." "You wait. I'll give you news later." "All right then." Just after putting down the phone, Hui Yuxing's call came. His voice was unexpectedly crispy, and calling his wife was unexpectedly nice. He just didn't know why he would suddenly become like this. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with being in heat, love?" "Missed you," Hui Yuxing said gently over there, then said, "Couldn't sleep thinking about it." "Hey Demon Zero, may I ask if Mr. Hui Yuxing is possessed by something Dongade good?" Surprisingly, she started talking about love. Her ears were getting pregnant. "Cough, Xiaoxia. I should still have a few days to go back. Take good care of yourself. That's it, hang up first." The first time I said such meaty words, but I was surprised that the other party was scared and was about to call 110. In retrospect, he must have asked little uncle if he was in a fake relationship in the first place, and why he would come up with such impractical words of coaxing. Just now, he was quite worried about how Gu Xiaoxiao was uncomfortable, sad, and worried about being home alone. Now he felt that it was better to worry about whether he would be forgotten by the other party when he went out. Oh yes, it shouldn't be forgotten because after all, there's a baby in the belly. Now I feel that it is really good to let her get pregnant early. Without this child now I'm afraid that I want to chase cannot catch up. People may have run away. In a sense, Hui Yuxing is really the truth. While Gu Xiaoxiao was still waiting for the manager's big sister's reply at home, she felt a bit hungry and ordered a takeaway. Being by herself was really not happy to cook. In the past, she used to make quite a hearty meal, so it seems that people are really group animals. Just after eating a few mouthfuls of noodles, the manager called and said, "That director said, this drama is just over 30 episodes. Start counting at 100,000 per episode. And there's still $100,000 of subsidy after completing the filming." "Much? How much?" "More than 30 episodes of 100,000, that would be more than 3 million, and then adding another 100,000 would be 3,100,000. Although it was less than a variety show, but after all, it was local and not too tiring, and there were only a few shots in an episode. This absolutely can't be refused. Didn't think that she only got a nomination to have such an income. Then a few more films will always go up a bit more, right?" For a moment, she felt like she might be getting rich. But she doesn't know there is a hierarchy in this movie pay. Like her, the little flower is on fire when she will have this price, and after a period of time, if she doesn't continue to be on fire, it will even go down. Of course, if she becomes more and more famous, then it may even go up. How's that for heartwarming? Do you want to agree to take the movie? As soon as you figure out what happened with my pregnancy, I'll agree. Gotta Miles, you wait for my good news. Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't gone out to work for a long time, and she wasn't too sure about acting, so she carefully read the script. Then she realized that the heroine's character was a small replica of Yumin's, a little white flower in front of outsiders. But then she acted all kinds of inspirational. This is good to act because Yumin used to be a daily show in front of her, all show tired. She even auditioned a few times when she was at home with nothing to do, and realized that because she had the control she really was good at everything, so maybe this would work out. After that, it was up to the manager to arrange a meeting with the director and producer. The director of this drama is a very young director. Everyone calls him Director Xiao Zhou. Because his father was also a director, he was known as Director Big Zhou. He has a very lively mind, especially thinking that IP youth dramas of web novels may be the future trend. After asking him who the male lead was, he glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "For the male lead this time, we've hired movie star Lu Yuanqing. His image goes well with the characters in the drama. What do you think, Ms. Gu?" "Aha!" Gu Xiaoxia nodded her head, sipping her juice while thinking that this director's vision was still good. That Lu Yuanqing was very gentle when he smiled. but if he really had a stern face, he was really a bit of a boss. For the male co-star, I'm going to hire Zhang Mingjia, and he's already agreed, saying that he's happy to act with you. When director Xiao Zhou finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxiao's mouth lightly picked up a bit before nodding. That kid didn't know how to act, but he was indeed a foodie. The two of them would at least have something to talk about and wouldn't be too lonely. When things were finished, Gu Xiaoxiao signed the contract, and then was sent back to her place of residence by her manager. She cleaned up briefly at home, and then rushed to the theater group with Xiao Wang, the assistant sent this time. Chapter 109 Trivia before the start of the show. But into the set first to set makeup and then have to open what the press conference, in short, is still quite busy. Waiting for this side of the busy, almost the movie emperor male lead before the big frame to visit, he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao eyes with a few points of disdain. Previously in the row when the variety show cannot see him like this, so Gu Xiaoxiao reasonable guess. Either Yumin told him what is he felt that he is just a flow of small flowers, filming and his ride a little bit not enough style. And rightly so, who made them a real movie star. Gu Xiaoxiao also does not have the heart of some people to fight. After all, she is here to save money. Make so many wins and losses is simply a liability. Smiled and greeted Lu Yuanqing, although now do not know how far he and Yumin carried out, but it is said to be quite infatuation. Since the infatuation heroine that will certainly be very resistant to her as a female supporting role, I hope that it will not be manifested in the filming of the scene to be able to do so. There was a meeting before filming started, and the director said that he wanted to film all the episodes before Gu Xiaoxiao got pregnant first, and hoped that the movie star would cooperate. Kiyoshi Yanagihara said curiously, "I'd like to ask why?" The director was also too embarrassed to directly say that Gu Xiaoxiao was pregnant, and only said that it was for the makeup artist to be less troublesome. However, he still sought out Lu Yuanqing's opinion. This kind of messy approach is actually quite difficult for the actors, who must be familiar with the script and then must have a wide range of scenes to be able to do so. This is definitely a challenge for the actors. Lu Yuanqing thought, since people Gu Xiaoxiao a newcomer is not a problem, then what is he afraid of? Directly nodded his head and agreed. As for Zhang Mingjia, it is rumored that he will not enter the group until the day after tomorrow, so he will have to first film the scene where the female lead meets the male lead for the first time when she is still in high school. High school, how many years ago? However, Gu Xiaoxiao was still forced to put on her high school uniform, and then drew on a light makeup, and then combed up her two pigtails. She was quite curious as she took a look in front of the mirror, thinking that the makeup artist was really a magical creature, simply making her 5 or 6 years younger. She grabbed her cell phone and took a selfie, then sent it to Hui Yuxing. Hui Yuxing was sitting very seriously across from the police as they worked out what to do next. As a result, it didn't occur to me that my daughter-in-law had sent a photo of her high school going to college. No, it was only just taken. Grasping the grass, he finally felt like his old cow had eaten a tender grass. A mouthful of tea spewed out. "Excuse me, I'm going outside for a cigarette." Pressing the shock. "Mr. Hua, you don't have to be nervous. Even if you can't catch this person, this matter has been investigated and will soon cooperate with you to unfreeze the assets." "Aha. It's not because of that, it's because I feel so evil marrying a high school student." He was busy sending a message when he came out, saying, "What are you doing?" As a result, I waited for a long time before receiving a reply. "I've taken the movie and I'm on the set. Can you speak now? Didn't you say 2 days ago that you were not allowed to contact?" "It's okay. It's all good from now on, you can call me." "Oh, that's great. I'm a little busy right now, then later." Then the other person sent a little man 88 emoji, and then there was no message at all. Hui Yuxing felt a bit like a complaining woman waiting for her husband to pay attention to her at home, and now she was already a bit resentful. Since the engagement, this little woman has been stimulated by something, and she likes saving money much more than she likes him, likes children much more than she likes him, and likes food much more than she likes him. He is at home, the position seems to be not very secure. In that case, when the Hua family's assets are recovered, he must open a separate movie and television company for it, and all the money saved will be hers, so she won't ignore him, right? After all, he is the investor, her boss. It was settled, and he was already figuring out what to call the movie company. And this side of Gu Xiaoxiao first act has started shooting, in the picturesque high school campus. A wonderful young girl riding a car while enjoying the shadow of the leisurely outward. Suddenly from the side of the flower from which out of a slender figure, a scream of 2 people bumped into each other. It was a cheesy meeting scene and very well shot, but Gu Xiaoxiao felt the oppressive force from the movie star. This guy is on purpose, right? Want to bring run all over the rhythm of her so that people succumb to his aura? How could this be possible? Gu Xiaoxiao felt that his aura was a hair's breadth away from Hui Yuxing's. She is completely unaffected, still her own image of a little white flower, That is, not too nervous and did not mispronounce the lines hype level calm. It was the movie star's turn to wonder how this little girl, who was obviously a novice in acting, could remain calm and composed in such a serious situation as his own. What are you going to do about your hand from the fall? So much blood. As she spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao actually shed a tear. Yes, she's become very emotional since she got pregnant, especially after being loved by Hui Yuxing, and it's become a special skill for her to shed tears immediately when she thinks of something bad. There is actually no scene in the plot where the heroine drops her tears. This is purely Gu Xiaoxiao's super anal play. And the director felt that this could show the soft heart of the heroine's young girl, and surprisingly continued without calling a halt. Fortunately, the movie star is a movie star. He actually picked up a handkerchief to cover his hand and laughed. What's the point of crying? Letting others see it and think that I've suffered some kind of fatal injury. The tone was slightly flirty, and at a glance, he was not an innocent teenager or an old hand at teasing women. The president in the drama is this way. He acted correctly. In the first handful of scenes, both of them kind of knew the depths and minds of their opponents. Lu Yuanqing had already changed his previous understanding of Gu Xiaoxiao and took the future scenes very seriously. And he really stirred Gu Xiaoxiao's winning heart like this, and she also put up her best to act. But to others, this man and woman seem like they're boning up on each other, and it's just not a good look. The assistant sent the scene of the shooting to the manager's elder sister to look at, then said, "You can't always say that our cub is a newcomer in the future. The movie star has gone biao with her. The atmosphere of the scene is not too good. From the start of filming to today has been the third day. None of the scenes have been clicked. They are all over again. It's amazing." The older managerial sister was a bit disbelieving. Seriously? Really, look. The two of them filmed like a running stream. Everyone around them was brought into the scene. Even Zhang Mingjia, who just came here, looked so dumbfounded that the ice cream fell on the floor. The big sister manager finally realized that she had picked up a pearl after seeing the little video. In the past, that movie was thought to be her being coached by the director, but it didn't occur to me that people really have acting skills. And Gu Xiaoxiao's degree of surprise is not smaller than theirs. Originally just felt that she acted Yumin plus a little bit of her own characteristics can fully grasp this character. But acting skills she is still unfamiliar may not be able to keep up later. After waiting for 3 days of filming, she finally realized that she turned out to be the one who was empowered by the acting bug. Chapter 110, The Golden Finger. Perhaps there was still a golden finger in the book she had traveled into, and that was acting. As long as to the camera in front of a station, she felt like she lived into another person, very committed to the interpretation of her everything. Not only that, the lines are also memorized, obviously did not memorize down, but really acting when you feel like a hangover would all come to mind. This golden finger with really is not generally good Anyway, now she looked at everyone, including the director's face surprised look in her heart secretly happy. Not repeated shooting she gave the crew to save how much money especially also with the movie star Biao scene. This is even a lot of real actresses are difficult to do. But she did it, this is simply a mirage. So in the past few days, the inexplicable Gu Xiaoxiao acting, food sister and movie star, and other hot searches have been topped. Of course Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know about all this. She was still quite busy trying to catch up, and then the little friend Zhang Mingjia showed up, and they were busy getting together for some good food. Because she is now pregnant, so she has some scruples when it comes to snacking on general things. And Zhang Mingjia is controlling his diet lately because he's gotten fat and chubby. Being a chubby little guy wouldn't allow him to play the affectionate male second. So his manager forced him to cut back. So as soon as he saw Gu Xiaoxiao, his face was full of resentment, and he looked so pitiful. Why don't you eat after the play? No, I don't think I'm hungry enough to act. But it's not going to look good if you're going to gain 10 pounds acting it out. No fair. Why do you look so good on camera when you've gained so much weight? It's not scientific. You know that if you go on camera you must be more than 10 pounds thinner than normal to look good. However, this girl in front of me has obviously been a little slightly plump, but after the camera is still beautiful but also thin. This is simply a bug. Is this inherently my fault? As soon as Gu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, everyone laughed. Zhang Mingjia sighed, thinking that he might be pissed off by the girl in front of him. Luckily, she had brought a few snacks for him to be able to sneak in, or else she really would have turned against him. Lu Yuanqing was also very nervous lately, holding his breath in order not to lose to Gu Xiaoxiao. In case he was the one in the end machine, it would be a loss of face. How to say that he is also a movie star, and the other party is just a little girl, the Best Newcomer Award nomination, to lose to her then he really is a loss of face. Being a very strong person, He had to change his original loose character to act wholeheartedly. As a result, the atmosphere of the entire cast was made tense by the two main actors because they do not end machine, so the other actors also want to make themselves to keep pace, sometimes end machine twice, feel sorry for everyone, and even some actresses even hide and cry. Even Zhang Mingjia felt so much pressure that he automatically felt self-conscious about not being able to eat his meals after only being here for a day. Spitting at Gu Xiaoxiao, he said, "I'm also considered to have acted in a few plays, and it's rare to see such a tense crew. Everyone seems to have pressed the fast-forward button. It's so scary." "There is? I thought the crew was like this." The brave and fearless Gu Xiaoxiao was really not afraid. She thought all the crews were working overtime like this. After all, the funds were burning. "No, I'll die of overwork if all the crew does this. I'm so young, don't. Pfft. It needs to be more serious." Gu Xiaoxiao felt that Zhang Mingjia was just a little kid, who had no end in sight when he made a scene. But he is still very serious when it comes to work. At least he will never be beaten down by pressure. This is very admirable. On the other hand, Lu Yuanqing, who was looking at the script, received a call from Yumin, who said with some impatience, "Didn't you say one goodbye? You're already almost with Situ Lufeng. Why?" "I just wanted to inquire about Gu Xiaoxia, and to tell you something." "What is it?" "Gu Xiaoxia is pregnant. I believe that you may have to push this drama for a long time to finish shooting. I think she is too unscrupulous, even hiding the script from you, in case there is any problem, is not to drag you down. That's why I'm talking to you in advance, so that you can think of something while the shooting is still in progress." Yumin said this in the tone of a friend, then said, "I have something on my side. Think about it yourself. That's all." After saying this, he hung up the phone. It was as if she had gotten the news of Gu Xiaoxiao's pregnancy elsewhere, and was afraid that she would delay Lu Yuanqing's work before calling to remind her. But when Lu Yuanqing took a look at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was smiling in the distance, she couldn't really tell that she was pregnant, except for the fact that she had gained a little weight since last time. A girl this young is pregnant with someone else's child and still comes over to shoot a movie. What does she think? Or is that baby that kid's? Looking at them, they were quite close, but not beyond the distance between friends. It didn't seem quite like it. As for Yumin's comment about delaying filming, it seemed impossible. Although it was only over 3 days, the filming was progressing at such a fast pace that he almost couldn't catch up because of the distraction. Besides, her student storyline was almost finished, and then there was the storyline of the couple who had a baby. At that time, if the filming was also stepped up, he believed that Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't delay the progress. Because all those episodes in the middle of it were filmed when she was pregnant, so she really wasn't considered to be a pitiful person, and probably had already calculated to take this drama. Most importantly, her acting skills surprised him, and he even wanted to challenge himself to see how long he could last in this state. So instead of being at Yumin's mercy to do other superfluous things, a mature man like Yanagihara Kiyoshi used all his energy on acting. It can be said that this man is a fan of acting, as long as the work is the state of 6 parents. But just because he doesn't mess up doesn't mean others don't. By the time the student storyline is done, the group has to move to a building where the heroine has become a white-collar woman who has just graduated from college and is looking for a job, and she's just out of college, and then she comes to this company looking for a job. Wearing a professional dress, Gu Xiaoxiao a little depressed. She seems to have a small belly. This to do? Wrapped up is certainly not, so deliberately let the dressmaker will change the skirt to a wider so it looks like it does not show up. Then Zhang Mingjia found out about it and laughed at Gu Xiaoxiao for a whole day, saying that she needed to exercise harder or she'd turn into a beer belly. Angry Gu Xiaoxiao flung something to hit him, and a while later, she was fighting in the crew. Everyone was still tolerant of the youngsters. After all, they had known each other before and there was nothing wrong with getting acquainted so quickly. And the director secretly thought, Gu Xiaoxiao's baby is actually Zhang Mingjia's, right? It would be best if, when the time came, if they really couldn't hide it from the public, they would have a gimmick to publicize the drama. Chapter 111. A complaint has been filed. He was just thinking beautifully, but it turned out that a small assistant quietly walked in and said, "Director, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can we talk alone?" Finding it while everyone is having lunch, so there must be some secret to talk about. Director Cho nodded, then said, "Go ahead." That little assistant was baffled. Right now the male and female lead actors and the male supporting actor were all there. One of them was holding a working meal and eating it. The male lead was still studying the script while eating, while the female lead and male supporting actor were pairing their lines, all looking very busy. But he clearly said he wanted to talk alone. So why did these people act as if they hadn't heard him? Yeah, they all looked down on themselves, thought they were useless lighting assistants, or didn't even know him. Sure enough, none of them cared about themselves, so let them regret it. So he said directly to the director, "Director, I'm reporting the lead actress of this show, Gu Xiaoxiao. She's pregnant and still secretly signed a contract with the crew. This is clearly fraudulent behavior. This is clearly fraudulent behavior. When the time comes to delay the show and waste manpower and material resources, how much loss must she cause us? He pointed his hand at Gu Xiaoxiao, as if he viewed her as a class enemy. As a result, he realized that the director didn't care, and the male lead on one side continued to read the script as if he knew all about it. And only the male co-star was surprised and said, "What? Pregnant? You've only gained weight. Where do you see that people are pregnant?" Zhang Mingjia felt that Gu Xiaoxiao was totally a single dog. Otherwise, why would she get so many snacks? If she had a boyfriend who would stock up on snacks. But he completely forgot that Gu Xiaoxiao didn't start the live broadcast for fun or to save fame. She was saving money. So it's normal to stock up on snacks. We can go for a checkup. And if I'm wrong at your disposal, isn't that okay? The little lighting assistant spoke with a straight face, seemingly already very sure about Gu Xiaoxiao's pregnancy. Director Xiao Zhou waved his hand and said, "All right, you go out first, we'll handle this matter." The little lighting assistant immediately said, "Director, what I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, go have her checked." After saying that, he moved closer to Gu Xiaoxiao, and even had the urge to lift her skirt to show everyone the truth. Zhang Mingjia immediately stood up and said with a cold face, "What do you want to do?" Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, then said, "Who told you I was pregnant?" If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the only person who couldn't see her well was Yumin. Others shouldn't be so clear. Oh yeah, there were some other people who knew about her, and that was the Hua family's little aunt's family. But those people shouldn't be so stupid as to come after her, or maybe someone is secretly making it worse. In short, someone said it to me, and it's someone who knows the bottom line, so don't even think about hiding it. Just hand it over right away and get the hell out of the crew. The tone was very strong, as if he was very much expecting Gu Xiaoxiao to roll out of the crew. However, director Xiao Zhou said, "I've known about this for a long time, and our shoots will be arranged according to Ms. Gu's physical condition. No matter who instructed you to say this, it serves no purpose now. Go out, don't affect everyone's meal." "Impossible, director, you must be favoring Gu Xiaoxiao. No matter, you are not reasonable outside, there is always a reasonable place. You must make me look bad because you can get a large sum of money that way, right?" Gu Xiaoxia questioned coldly, then saw the man's eyes flicker and knew she was catching the point. "No, I'm thinking of the crew. Don't be ridiculous, the director has just explained, no matter what you are now because of, but your calculations are probably empty. Couldn't get her kicked off the set, so not only would he not get his money, I'm afraid he'd be kicked out and even lose his job." The little lighting master coldly said, "I will find a place to reason." After saying that, he ran out very quickly. Director Xiao Zhou knew that this thing was going to be bad. After all, it was still in the middle of filming, it was best not to have this kind of thing happen. So he stood up and said to the people outside, "Don't let him get away." Unfortunately, before the people outside could understand what was going on, that little lighting technician ran out. By the time he heard the director finish, it was already too late. In any case, this person can't be recovered. Gu Xiaoxiao poked at the rice in her hand, feeling that it was really a bit difficult for her to be the female match. "I was shooting a good movie, but suddenly I didn't know where to jump out of such a thing. Worry about it. Looks like we're going to have to deal with some media scrutiny in the future." Just thinking about it, all of a sudden, I heard someone stuttering above my head. What he said is true. Uyy.
I'm pregnant.
After thinking about it, Gu Xiaoxia added, "Not fat." Zhang Mingjia, the whole person is not good, cannot help but come to a sentence. Good to be a single dog is not good, pregnant with what Pest. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't hold back her laughter for a moment. This big boy could always make people laugh. As for the movie star's side, he was calm. But what did he mean by looking thoughtful? Lu Yuanqing, of course, to think about it, because he before believe Yumin words with the director to explain. Then the situation is not also as embarrassing as a small lighting engineer? Obviously the director are informed. He really owes to say it is really not a person. Recently, his popularity has declined and he wants to play idle dramas to slow down. But he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. That Yumin is afraid that he wants to borrow his hand to deal with Gu Xiaoxiao, said as if he is quite concerned about his own. But everything is her small mind. It's a good thing I didn't fall for it, or it would have been really hard to finish. Just as he was thinking, he heard an abnormal clamor outside the door, and then a tall black figure slowly walked into their room with a person in one hand, and then through the small lighting master who had just escaped to the ground and rolled twice before stopping, falling straight to a bruised and swollen face, which was very scary. He was probably also confused, The whole person trembled, then said, "You? Who are you?" "Hui Yuxing. Tell me exactly who sent you here. Was it the surname Fu or Hua?" He said this as if he already knew something, and the oppressive force was staggering. The people in the room had been able to say a few words, but they had all been staring at him since he arrived, and the image was really too high. Compared to him, the president played by Kiyoshi Yanagihara is still a bit young. "No, it's not. I don't."
No.
Hui Yuxing picked his lower lip and kicked down. The little lighting technician screamed miserably, covering his stomach in cold sweat from the pain. Gu Xiaoxia was also startled, and hurriedly swooped over to close the door, then said, "Keep your voice down. Don't invite the police." Zhang Mingjia felt that this is a little bit wrong. Not should be said to lightly kick the person kicked, bad how to also openly maintain on. Could it be that this man is brother-in-law? It's only at this time that Hui Yuxing retracts his gaze, a pair of sharp eyes sweeping every single person in the room. When he reached Zhang Mingjia, his eyes grew sharper and sharper, scaring Comrade Zhang so much that he immediately said, "Brother-in-law, hello." Chapter 112 Backing. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this little comrade's desire for survival was really strong. Sure enough, after saying that, Hui Yuxing's gaze moved away from him and then said to the little lighting technician, "I'll give you double the amount of money they promised you. Tell me who those people are?" The little lighting guy didn't struggle this time. He was supposed to be in it for the money. "Them? Give me 100,000. Okay, we'll give you." The sleeve was suddenly pulled, and Gu Xiaoxiao reminded from behind, "Our family doesn't have that much money." Upon hearing about our family, Hui Yuxing's heart softened, then unexpectedly revealed a smile that wasn't quite straight and solid and said, "Now there is. The Hua family has turned over, and it's really quite fast." Seeing her dumbfounded appearance, Hui Yuxing stroked her head and said, "Go sit on the side. It'll be done soon." Then, "Okay." But she was still uneasy. "But you can't just spend money when you have it." "Got it." Little butler like. But he liked it. "Comrade, now is not the time to send doting eyes quickly deal with business, you know." Gu Xiaoxiao stood to the side, while director Xiao Zhou also stood up. He felt that this had nothing to do with him, so he glanced towards the movie director, and that those of them who belonged to the outsiders should back off. "Even if you think with your feet, you know that the man in front of you is not to be messed with. I believe that Gu Xiaoxiao will definitely not suffer, but I just don't know who he is. But it's not hard to guess. Just calm down and think about it." But around this man, not to mention thinking about it, even his head felt a little pain. "The oppression is so great, I really don't know what he does." Lu Yuanqing immediately stood up and followed away. He also did not want to get into this muddy water. Don't look at him as a movie star, but the bottom is not deep, although rich, but acquaintance of the upper-class people style is too little, don't want to because of something to affect their own career. It was best that director Xiao Zhou looked at the male counterpart, Zhang Mingjia, who had just shamelessly called someone his brother-in-law. This time, he shook his head and stood very strongly behind Gu Xiaoxiao. Director Xiao Zhou felt that the boy was afraid that he was a bit foolish, and Gu Xiaoxiao probably needed his protection the least right now. But there is no way. People are standing, but also afraid of Gu Xiaoxiao's stained blood as the same way. "Sister, why don't we back off again? This is gonna fight up and hurt people how to do." "It's okay." The little lighting master, even if he's stupid, knows that he probably won't be able to withstand Hui Yuxing's second blow, and if he's hit by the kick, he'll probably be ruined. Hui Yuxing was still a good negotiator, and in no time that little lighting technician revealed who had paid him to make Gu Xiaoxiao stink, preferably by getting rid of the baby, and that person was Fu Lingyun. A deeply soulful female match, the heroine's second hitman. Amazing. How dare she lay hands on herself when the Hua family is about to rise up? How stupid does this brain have to be? But think about it, they had ganged up to make their own child disappear, and seeing that Hui Yuxing and the others were about to keep the clouds open, they naturally had to make her child disappear again, or else they would surely go back to grab the Hua family property with them. It is really too shameless when the Hua family grandparents and grandchildren suffered difficulties after they were even the people according to the door, and now want to come to harm their children and grandchildren to fight for the property. This thing to let the Hua master know, only afraid not to spare them. What is she going to say at a time like this? That's right, irritate Hui Yuxing. "I'm not a nerd to victimize them if they want to. Ha, this Hua family of yours, I'm afraid I really don't dare to enter for fear of having the life to go in without the life to come out." Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to walk out the door when she finished speaking, but Hui Yuxing was in a hurry and quickly reached out to pull her back, saying, "Her last name is Fu. Whether it's surnamed Fu or surnamed Hua, they don't treat me as a human being, and last time, if I hadn't been hospitalized in time, the baby wouldn't have survived." Forget it, you'd better stay away from me. As long as you're gone, there'll be no such thing. I can live just as well as the child, do you believe me? Gu Xiaoxiao changed her gentle image and argued so loudly that Zhang Mingjia, who was on the side, didn't know how to persuade her. It was at this moment that Hui Yuxing said to the two people in front of him, "You guys get out." The little lighting technician and Zhang Mingjia were startled, then silently went out in pairs, and only when they were out did they think, who are they, where are they, and why did they just come out like that? Sis is still inside. Zhang Mingjia turned back to pull the door, only to find that it was unlocked on the inside. Pills. That man won't hit Gu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Mingjia felt anxious, but director Xiao Zhou on the side said, "What are you spinning for? Gu Xiaoxia is pregnant. He can still fight what? Yeah, she's pregnant. Is that man the father of the child?" Zhang Mingjia's mind was a bit messed up, completely forgetting that he had directly called his brother-in-law before when his desire for survival was too strong. Inside the room was completely different from what was imagined outside. Hui Yuxing was as well behaved as a little sheep, pulling on his woman's coat and whispering, "I'm sorry. Our Hui family is sorry for you. Later. How about I send you a gift?" "Don't. It's something I promised to take care of. But how about we go home together tonight? Are you all okay?" Gu Xiaoxia thought it might be fine when she heard he was going home. "Well, I'll pick you up tonight. I'm afraid of being victimized again. I'll give you an account tonight." Hui Yuxing knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer, and that those people would not let him have a good time, so why should he tolerate them? "Okay. But don't you make a gas or I'll walk out on you guys." It was good to have a delivery. She loved it when people delivered. I don't dare. Don't look at him, he's a small man, but he's very short-tempered. He'll catch fire when he's lit up, almost as bad as a cannonball." Hui Yuxing recognized himself as a hot-tempered man, and was always on fire. But since he met Gu Xiaoxiao, his temper has gotten better and better, and he can be a saint in front of her. He doesn't dare to get angry, get upset, or do anything she hates. Well, he did it willingly. Whoever made her suffer so much deserved better. He would be busy in the future, but could become a solid shield behind her, lifting her to the top of whatever she wanted to do herself until she tired of coming back to him. Before, she indulged him like this. Now it was time for him to indulge her. For some reason, Gu Xiaoxiao always felt that the man's eyes in front of her were a bit drowningly gentle, and subconsciously wanted to hide. But Hui Yuxing had already managed to circle her into his arms and gently kissed her. How many days of longing for each other finally got a little sweetness in this moment. He actually felt very excited. Well, this is not at home should restrain themselves, but I do not know why, as long as the touch her want to die stuck in this woman's body do not want to leave. She was really sweet, really reassuring. As long as she was there, it didn't seem impossible to get the whole world. Chapter 113 Money is great. Gu Xiaoxiao was also kissed by him a little bit of love, but thought of their own drama to be photographed and vigorously patted him. "No, I still have a play later. Is there a kissing scene?" There was, I think, one scene as I recall. It seemed like it was just in the past few days because the plot had the two of them rolling in bed after all, so of course they had to kiss. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Hui Yuxing's face darken, then said, "No, only this point won't work. You wait. I'll go talk to the director about the script." "Ugh, don't you go." But Gu Xiaoxiao was kissed out of strength, and after greeting her, she sat down breathlessly on one side of the sofa to catch her breath. And Hui Yuxing's steps were too fast for her to catch up. Forget it. Let him study it if he wants to. What else can he study? In fact, people will study the flowers, not a moment. Gu Xiaoxiao out of the received a message, the future kissing scene with a kiss replacement. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't feel that she had much dedication, but thought that it wasn't a bit too good for her to get a kissing double to go up and kiss a movie star. Then Hui Yu walked over and said, "See you tonight," and left with that little lighting technician, really coming and going in a hurry, but leaving a deep impression on the crew. Soon everyone found out Hui Yuxing's real identity, and then they looked at Gu Xiaoxiao differently. I've heard that they had a tough time before but didn't break up. It's obvious that the Hui family has collapsed and she's still with that guy, so what does that prove? Proves that he's a true believer. Also, didn't the internet keep saying that Gu Xiaoxiao had koi luck before? And now it seems to be a bit true. Because they broke up, the Hui family fell, and this time they got back together, the Hui family turned over. This is not koi luck is what? I don't know who in the crew took a picture of Gu Xiaoxiao on Weibo and then captioned it. "This is just koi ben koi, you'll have to touch it more often in the future." This was somehow propagated, and then it was Gu Xiaoxiao's Miss Gourmet who was replaced by Miss Koi, and at the same time the Hui family was vocalized. The Hua family has been found to be free of any wrongdoing, and today the company as well as the funds can be mobilized. It's official, nothing else is written. Gu Xiaoxiao was also quite concerned about the Hua family's situation, so she played with her phone whenever she had time. As a result, Zhang Mingjia on one side said, Xiao Xiaoa, I think, call sister. Because of the Fu Zhang Mingjia in the live broadcast every day called Gu Xiaoxiao sister, then got used to it. Gu Xiaoxiao now every day to learn Hua Laozi let him call sister, one after another to get used to it. Even just scared called brother-in-law is also very smooth, no hesitation at all. Sis, your child is that Hua Yuxing's, huh? Yeah. Didn't their Hua family always think Yu Min was their daughter-in-law? Not anymore. Where did you get so much gossip? Remembering that the Hua family had a very strict control in the first place. The situation at the wedding didn't get out at all, but only some gossip was passed out. The story highlights the fact that Gu Xiaoxia and Hua's grandson broke up, and the Hua family identified Yu Min as their grandson's daughter-in-law, but Hua's grandson likes Gu Xiaoxia and so on. It's just that some people believe it and some don't, but it didn't occur to me that Zhang Mingjia had also heard and believed it. Now that the Hua family is back on their feet, so many people are talking about whether this granddaughter-in-law is you or that Yu Min. Look at what the internet is writing. He took out his cell phone and showed it to Gu Xiaoxiao. Then she realized that this kid has an amazing amount of WX friends, and then the circle of friends is also all kinds of gossip, and she couldn't help but say, you're really strong at this. Basically, as long as you go through the circle of friends of the world can know, and these young people's gossip circle is really quite strong, and now has opened the betting, some bet Gu Xiaoxiao can marry into the Hua family, because in the Hua family fell when she still recognized Hua Yuxing as her boyfriend. However, some people below have retorted. No one from the Hua family has spoken out, everything is just wishful thinking on her part. Others Yu Min already has a boyfriend, most likely Situ Lufeng, the president of Mai. However, there are also people below who say, Situ Liufeng's scandalous girlfriends can be lined up from here to M. She is only afraid that she is just a little white flower that has been wrapped up for a few nights. In short, all kinds of straight-phase June, all kinds of speculation. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at it and didn't care, saying, play your deep love mail second. It's all nonsense here. I was worried about you getting ripped off. What's he lying to me about? If it's really that way, then I'll just kick them out. I feel like I'm living a pretty good life, acting and collecting money, then buying snacks and not having to be piped into eating and drinking. Why go to the Hua family to hook up when the gods are living their lives? Of course, maybe she would actually choose to live that way if the heroine didn't always target her. Yeah, I also think that kind of day is quite good. That man was weirdly scary, and a girl like Gu Xiaoxiao would only be eaten without any bones left sooner or later, so it was better to warn her more often. So, you think I should get a divorce? Uh-huh. You guys tied the knot. Licensed. That's still cheat what are licensed. A man is willing to get a license with a woman that is already set in mind, so two hearts are in front of this girl. No, she was the one who was her friend. So Zhang Mingjia said, why don't you just settle for a few years? Just get by. Then let's just get by, and if the Hua family ever wrongs them again, they'll just leave. Gu Xiaoxiao had always thought this way, who made her feel insecure all along. After all, Elder Hua hadn't fallen out with Yu Min yet, and the hero and heroine had a halo after all, so it was better to be careful herself. After the last shoot of the afternoon, Gu Xiaoxiao came out of the side door under the protection of her assistant. Gu Xiaoxiao swiped her cell phone as she walked, while her assistant held an umbrella to help her walk, in case she was tossed down. At this time, a tall figure stood in front of them, and then Gu Xiaoxiao's head received a blow. She immediately covered her forehead and complained, it hurts. Why are you so bad? She didn't even have to look up to see who it was, and only Hua Yuxing could have flicked her so painfully. Walking can't play with cell phones, and you've said it countless times like a child. Besides, didn't I tell you not to bring this kind of cell phone? The radiation is big. I'm wearing radiation protection underneath. All right, let's go home. Hua Yuxing naturally takes the umbrella from his assistant's hands and says, don't call her if there's nothing today. I'll take a day off for her tomorrow if I can. No, filming can't be delayed. Money is tight on the crew side. I just invested $3 million and I'm not nervous at all. Gu Xiaoxia glared at him. No wonder there was a kiss replacement. Being rich is terrific. In fact, it proves that money is great. Chapter 114, The Hua Family. The little assistant immediately betrayed Gu Xiaoxiao and then went back in the nanny car by herself. Gu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, got into a very impressive-looking black car and couldn't help but say, changed your car? I didn't see you drive it before. Oh, I bought it before, but I haven't driven it much because I want to keep a low profile. However, this Maybach is quite comfortable. It's nice for you to sit in as a pregnant woman. The old one was pretty good too. That one's too high for you to get on and off now with your big belly. Where's the inconvenience? It's just that there are a lot of cars for the idle. Gu Xiaoxiao, a poor afraid of people, suddenly sat in this kind of luxury car, feel shocked. This interior is too luxurious and their small car simply is the difference between super simple and luxury anyway, quite shocked. But it was quite comfortable to sit there, and she fell asleep as soon as she lay back. I don't blame her, the intensity of her work has been a bit high in the last few days, plus she was worried about Hu Yuxing and the others and didn't sleep much at all. But when she saw that he had come back and even helped himself to some things, she was very relieved to fall asleep, and she slept quite sweetly. Hu Yuxing's heart ached and he couldn't help but slow down a bit. Not long after, the old man called to say that the meal was almost ready and asked them to hurry up and go over. Dash is too tired to fall asleep. I have to drive slowly. That's fine. It's not too late anyway. When Master Hu finished speaking, he looked at the people who were busy and inside and outside the old mansion. They were still the same people who used to work in the mansion. Just a phone call and they all came back. However, when the Hu family fell in the first place, how many of them actually spoke to the Dongjia? Almost every cross-examination is almost the first time all the fault attributed to the Hu family to take themselves out. This includes the daughter in front of her, who now directs the work of the personnel, who used to be quite sweet, but now seems to be nothing more than selfish. And then there's the things they do that always have to be cleared up. Grandpa, do you want me to call Minnie too? How nice to have a lively family. When did you become family with her? Elder Hu glanced at this granddaughter and asked coldly. No, this is not to think that she is quite filial to you, so. Fu Lingyun smiled, but her heart was drumming. I always think this time after Master Hu came back changed a lot, but do not know where changed. Called in, then there are some things that ought to be properly explained. Also, don't get busy. Sit there and wait honestly. My Hu family doesn't need you guys to point fingers yet. Elder Hu touches his cane to the ground, and the little ant's family sits down as you look at me and I look at you. But Fu Lingyun still called you Min, reasoning that today was the day the Hu family returned to the old mansion, hoping she could come over to celebrate together. Yu Min is happy to hear this. She feels that Master Hu still remembers her for being able to invite her. It's just that Situ Lufeng is there and he'll be in trouble if the Hu family flips. However, it's like he's not in a hurry at all. I want to go out for a while. After saying that, she grabs the bag on one side and wants to leave. But Situ Lufeng pulls her back and says, What do you want to do again to go? To the Hu family? No, I'm just going to visit Elder Hu. When it was clear that you didn't hear about it, did you want to stick it to them when you knew they were up? If Master Hu wanted you to be Hu Yuxing's grandmother, wouldn't you have agreed? Yu Min's eyes widened, not expecting Situ Lufeng to say such words. She didn't even know how to pretend for a moment. But still, in the first instance, she chose to reach out and slap him, then cried, I'm only worried about how they want to go about investigating that matter. It's obviously for your sake, but why do you think of me like that? I was just wondering, if I were to fall on hard times as well, would you still be on my side like Gu Xiaoxia? Will, I thought you said you were going to marry me and then never part. Good. Situ Lufeng gently touched Yu Min's face. Suddenly he wanted to know if she was telling the truth. Yu Min consoled him for a while before he went out to the Hu family. But on the way couldn't help but read in his heart, this Situ Lufeng can really be a madman. One look at a time, no one will know what he really wants, what he wants to do. To put it bluntly, he's crazy. Lately he'd been spending more time on her even though he acted like he didn't care. It was almost as if he was testing her in all kinds of ways, making one feel tired. Yu Min profoundly felt that if this man had nothing left, then she would definitely turn around and throw herself into someone else's arms. But now she really didn't dare, because Elder Hu's attitude wasn't mapped out. Perhaps it's not certain that he'll be the same as before. In fact, she's not looking to marry into the Hu family now because after all, Gu Xiaoxiao is standing there. But time is a magical being, and as days pass, she doesn't believe that the love between Hu Yuxing and Gu Xiaoxiao will last. Other than that, they were only together because of the child. Without that child, their relationship is fragile and breaks at the drop of a hat. Since the recovery of Situ Lufeng, that crazy Yu Min confidence doubled. Feel that even that kind of man can grasp, believe that other men will be able to seduce long ago, as long as she put her heart on it. After coming to the Hu family, I found that the atmosphere was different from before. Everyone in the Fu family was sitting there honestly, and the old man didn't look too happy either. When he saw her coming, he wasn't as cordial as he was in the past. But Fu Lingyun immediately ran over to her and held her hand, saying, You're finally here? Come and coax Grandpa. He's been looking forward to you for a long time. Hearing her say this, Min walks over and smiles. Grandpa, congratulations on the Hua family returning to normal. You don't have to suffer outside anymore. Master Hua waved his hand and said, How have I ever suffered? Take a seat. We'll wait a bit longer before Yuxing and Xiao Xiao arrive, and then we'll start the meal. After saying that, he no longer looks at them and calls for the chef in the back kitchen to come over, saying, Be careful not to do anything bad for pregnant women. If something goes wrong with Xiao Xiao, you won't be alive. It was said in a bland manner, but it made everyone in the room shiver. Fu Lingyun, who originally wanted to play some tricks, was also anxious at this moment. She hurriedly pulled Min to go to the bathroom with her. In fact, she wanted to ask her what she was going to do. After all, the last time that child was the one they tried to get rid of, and now all of a sudden there is again, then how to explain to the old man? Well, in fact, Fu Lingyun still doesn't know where the old man has disappeared for this period of time. Because the Fu family is afraid of being implicated. They have not heard of the Hua family's situation for some time, and have no idea how miserable their grandfather and cousin have been for some time. Chapter 115. Something's not right with this family. But what one didn't expect was that Min didn't follow her along. Instead she laughed and said, Lingyun can still get lost in her own house. I don't really want to go. You go. Fu Lingyun's eyes widened. This Min has always been quite close to herself. And today she was told to go to the restroom and didn't go. What does this mean? Her intention is not to go to the toilet. Can't she see that? In fact, Min could see and didn't follow her, sitting in front of the old man and pretending he couldn't read her hints. Seeing the old man turn around, Fu Lingyun was so scared that she hurried to go, and didn't dare to ask Min to go with her again. When she came back from the restroom, she heard her mom was talking to her old man. Everyone is hungry. Why don't we just go ahead? Go home and eat if you're hungry. This meal isn't for you either. After Master Hua coldly finished speaking, someone outside said, Master, young master and Miss Gu are back. Call the young lady. Yes, Dad. She's not even in the Hua family yet. Little auntie snorted coldly, not liking that demonic Gu Xiao Xiao at all. Min was a little better, at least she was obedient. But seeing that the old man is no longer as opposed as he was before, I don't know if it's because of that child or what. I just didn't expect that woman to still have that child, and thought that once the Hua family lost power, she would have aborted the child. As a result, once I saw the people came in and did not see the stomach have any changes, that is, some people fat look more and more young. And Hui Yuxing stood in front of her, one rear holding her arm, the other holding her waist, more careful than the last time he came back. And Gu Xiao Xiao was baffled. She had felt that it wasn't the way home before on the road. She hadn't thought that she had come to the Hua family once again in such a short period of time. This time is still the same as last time, the same people, the same place, but their expressions are different from last time. But she still felt depressed and frowned a bit. Not like the last time she held back, and immediately shook off Hui Yuxing and said, What do you guys mean again? Master Hua saw that she was not happy, immediately coughed lightly and said, After all, there are some things to deal with. Why don't you sit down for a while and we'll talk about it after dinner? No, can't eat. Gu Xiao Xiao turned around and was about to leave when Hui Yuxing said, Then don't eat. It's the same if we settle some things first before eating. After saying this, he swept the Fu family and Min in the room, his eyes very sharp. Min immediately stood up and smiled. Xiao Xiao, why did you just come? Quickly sit down. This is not your home, but mine. Therefore, you're the guest, and it's only right that I should say such things. Gu Xiao Xiao decidedly sat down graciously, then said, All right, Grandpa can speak now. Min had called Grandpa, why couldn't she? Master Hua was so excited that he almost cried when he heard it, saying, Hey, haha, let's talk about things. Called Grandpa, there is a first time, there is a second time. Hui Yuxing glared at his grandfather. Calling him Grandpa was beautiful. She hadn't called herself her husband yet. Alas, a tough-talking daughter-in-law was just a bit depressing. He also took his jacket off and sat next to Gu Xiao Xiao, then nodded at the old man to indicate that he could speak. Elder Hua glared at him. Not only did he not call Grandpa, he didn't even call Elder. Is he jealous? However, he did not want the family to be at odds with each other and spoke directly. Well, now everyone is here. From tomorrow onwards, I will announce in the newspaper that I will disassociate myself from Hua Xiaomei, and that I will have no contact with the Fu family's industry. We will withdraw our investment in the Fu family's industry, and we will no longer cooperate with them in the future. Everyone was taken aback when he said this, excluding Hui Yuxing, who casually beckoned a man in a black suit who had been waiting beside him for who knows how long to come out, and then opened a folder and said, "According to Mr. Hu's drag, the company has made an investment project about the Fu family's investment," and then read out a large series of numbers which Gu Xiaoxiao felt she had heard from millions to billions of dollars today, and her whole body had gone numb. Then a large series of numbers read out, Gu Xiaoxia feel that they are listening to today are millions to hundreds of millions of figures. The whole person has been numb. Just yesterday, she was worried about $100,000 or $200,000, and today she felt she had risen to the pinnacle of her life. As she was staring blankly, she saw Hu Yubing go out and come back with a plate of fruit in no time, then took a fork and gave her a piece of watermelon. When Gu Xiaoxiao looked back, she realized that the man's face was still stern, and his expression was as serious as ever. It's not like holding up a watermelon in a show of affection. It's like holding up a bomb and delivering it to where it needs to go. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she might get indigestion if she ate it, but she ate it anyway. After all, showing love in front of these people felt like showing off without half the pressure. After eating the watermelon and then a piece of peach, I thought it was a little less sweet. So he shook his head and said, "Not sweet." Hui Yuxing took out a piece of candy directly from his pocket, put a slice of the candy paper in her mouth, and said, "Is this sweet?" Gu Xiaoxia simply nodded at his attempt, then nodded. Sweet. The heart was sweet. At this time the man in the suit had finished explaining everything that should be explained. The Hua family's young aunt immediately stood up and said, "Dad, do you know what you're doing? I'm your own daughter. If it wasn't for the pros, would you all be standing here in one piece if I hadn't knocked you out by now?" Elder Hua said in a cold voice, "Dad, Mom knows it would break my heart if you did this to me." The Hua family's youngest aunt knew that her father's soft threat was her own mother, so she brought it up at this time. Master Hua stood up with a huff, then said, "Your mom was most oriented towards you since she was a child, and as a result you pissed her off. And what she wanted to hold the most was a great-grandson, and as a result you almost killed our great-grandson. I'd rather not have such a daughter." "We didn't do any harm," Hua's little aunt said with a bit of weakness, not thinking that the old man actually knew all about it. She couldn't help but turn to Gu Xiaoxiao and say, "Is it you, this woman, who said something, ah?" Just after saying this she saw Hui Yuxing suddenly stand up. He reached out and grabbed Fu Lingyun, who was sitting on the side, and said in a cold voice, "You said who is a cheap woman?" The hand moved to her neck of power. Fu Lingyun's face immediately reddened. The Hua family's youngest aunt immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't hurt Lingyun, Dad. Lingyun is also your granddaughter. If she was even a little bit like the Fu family, she wouldn't have done so many shameless things." Elder Hua finishes ignoring Hui Yuxing, acting as if he didn't see what he did. Chapter 116, Severance. Hui Yuxing, with a stronger hand, said, "He bribed a small lighting assistant on the crew to harm my wife, and then asked him to find a way to get rid of her child. Her child is my child, and when you and Dr. Chun linked up to get rid of my child, if she hadn't found it in time and been hospitalized, I'm afraid it would be gone now. You really are guilty as hell." "No, it's not me. It's you, Min. She told me I could go to the crew to find someone. As you say, the child in her womb is also related to you by blood, and yet you want to harm him. Why, I'm still interested in letting you guys come and drink blood and eat meat. All of you get the hell out and don't come over for a single step in the future." Hui Yuxing's tone seems to carry ice slag in it, making people shiver all over when they hear it. However, he didn't end up killing Fu Lingyun, but instead dumped her in the arms of Hua's little aunt. The Hua family's youngest aunt blocked her own daughter and said, "You also know that he's related to you. So why hurt your own relatives for a woman who has no blood? Blood relations? You guys are also worthy of mentioning this." Elder Hu turned his head to look at Yu Min before turning the topic to her and said, "Xiao Min, was what Ling Yun said just now true? Did you intervene as well?" No, it's just that she asked me where Xiaoxia was, so I didn't know what she was going to do. Grandpa, please, you must believe me." Yu Min stood up and then walked over to the old man, shedding tears and looking aggrieved. Elder Hu glanced at Fu Lingyun and said, "Is that so?" Fu Lingyun didn't expect Yu Min to deny it right away and couldn't help but point at Yu Min. "Wasn't it you who told me to look for that little lighting technician? Or did you tell me that she didn't mention the matter of having a child to the director? Just mention it to the director and she will definitely be kicked out of the crew." The fork in Gu Xiaoxiao's hand tightened. Then a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yu Min really did see the wood for the trees. I just wonder how else she's going to explain it. But people, Yu Min is worthy of being the leading lady, is so thick-skinned. She began to sob and waved her hand. "No, I just said to her that I was worried that Xiaoxia would be embarrassed by that director. After all, being pregnant is easy to be found out. Then Ling Yun insisted on going to see someone. So I introduced a small lighting technician I used to know for her to find. Pissed. Gu Xiaoxiao surprisingly laughed, but she also just laughed and didn't say anything. But this was enough to make people feel that she had ulterior motives for this laugh because the ironic flavor was really full. Elder Hua waved his hand and said, "All right, in addition to this matter before our company's documents were also stolen by you, right?" "No, it's not, Grandpa. I found out, you don't have to deny it." "Tell me. For what?" "Yes, Situ Lufeng forced me." Yumin lowered her head and gave a truthful explanation. And the Hua family's little aunt suddenly rushed up and slapped her across the face. Half of Yumin's face was swollen, but she didn't move and said, "It's me who did the wrong thing," and for a moment I was swept away by hatred. Knowing clearly that Brother Hua and Xiao Xiao are a pair, still jealous of them, pissed. Gu Xiaoxia picked up another laugh, then continued to eat her melon and watch the fun. "You, our Hua family really made the right decision in not wanting you. You even did such a thing." "Okay." Elder Hua glanced at them and drank. Everyone stopped, apprehensive. "Yumin, we won't pursue this matter any further. It was my fault in the first place, and it's normal for you to be angry for making a fool of yourself. However, now that the Hua family has gone through this, it is considered retribution. You don't have to come back to my Hua family in the future, and I can't be your grandfather, so that's it, leave." Elder Hua waved his hand as if he had instantly aged 10 years. Yumin said anxiously, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'll do something else to make up for it. Please don't let me go back to Sita Lufeng. That man of his is a madman." "Yumin, how is he a madman? Besides, Grandpa just let you go but didn't let you return to him. Are you overthinking it?" Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth, while Hu Yuxing on the side looked like he didn't know about her little action and didn't care. Yumin immediately sold out and said, "I've been controlled by him now, Grandpa. He's not human at all, so please, you must save me. He even wants to kill his own children without hesitation. So I don't know what to do now." "Yumin, these are matters between you, and what does it have to do with Grandpa? Besides, if Situ Lufeng really wants the life of the child in your belly, then can you still hide? You are saying here now that you want Grandpa to help you out to deal with Situ Lufeng. But on what basis? On the basis that you caused the Hua family to almost go bankrupt." Gu Xiaoxiao stood up. She felt that if she didn't dislike the heroine a few times, she was afraid that Master Hua would be chauvinistic again. Sometimes men are like that, and it's easy to feel compassion for weaker characters, especially women. Elder Hua glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao before saying, "Go away. Your business has nothing to do with us." "Grandpa, I know. I'm sorry for what happened before." Yumin was still very smart. Now she felt that there was really no way to convince the old man. Positively, just herself definitely suffered a loss. Obviously, Gu Xiaoxiao's position in this family could no longer be ignored. She glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, then bottomed her head and said, "I'm sorry." Then she turned around and left. Gu Xiaoxiao ignored her. But the Hua family's young aunt said, "Get lost. Don't ever come to our Hua family again. I'll beat you up once I see you come." After Yumin left, Gu Xiaoxiao took her cell phone out and turned off the recording, then found Situ Lufeng's previous application to add her information in WX and added it. One side of the Situ Lufeng is meeting, suddenly heard the cell phone rang. He subconsciously took out to see a glance on the inside. But I don't know why his heart jumped, and he was busy taking it out to look at it again and couldn't help but be stunned. Gu Xiaoxiao agreed to add his friend. What is the situation? For a time, he couldn't even hear the people next to him, and directly held his cell phone in a daze.
最后忍不住发了一个笑脸，然后心竟然扑通扑通跳个不停。这种感觉自小到大从来没有过。
However, after sending it, I found that it says you are not yet good friends with her. Please add friends and then have a pleasant communication. Situ Lufeng? Wasn't that just added? Why all of a sudden isn't it? Gu Xiaoxiao was also depressed on the other side. She had just added Situ Lufeng before she could send the recording over before Hua Yuxing deleted him. Then the cell phone was confiscated, saying, "Play less with your cell phone." "Oh." She gave a slimy assent, but her stomach rumbled in a very uncharacteristic way. There was no way to seriously shoot the movie, and as soon as I saw Hua Yuxing, the energy he was lifting was loosened, and his body knew that he was hungry. Chapter 117. Let's get engaged. Elder Hua waved his hand and said, "Prepare to start dinner. Anyone can starve. This big heavy grandson absolutely cannot." The Hua family's young aunt pulled her man to surprisingly find a seat again, But Master Hua said to the people on the side, find security to throw them out, and in the future this old mansion and any of the Hua family's properties, none of them from the Fu family will be allowed to set foot in. Dad.
Roll.
Dad. We won't do this kind of thing again. We recognize Xiaoxia as our daughter-in-law. You don't. There's no need for you guys to recognize it, and you no longer have any relationship with the Hua family. Our Hua family is already sparsely populated, and I definitely won't lightly forgive you for your sins. Elder Hua turned his face to the side as he finished speaking. However, the Hua family's little aunt still wanted to continue to say something. Just at this time a person outside coldly said, why haven't you left yet? You still want to make Dad angry again. Get out of here, and don't blame me for making it impossible for you to stay in the whole country if I see you bothering Dad again. The Hua family's second oldest is the one who absolutely says it all, and the women behind him stand solemnly when he speaks, plainly making his aura even stronger. Gu Xiaoxiao probed her head and looked at this second aunt, but she was really a model of a husband and wife. The Hua family's youngest aunt was clearly afraid of the Hua family's second, and weakly called out, second brother. But before she could say more, her second brother said to the bodyguards behind him, get the people out of here. Soon the 3 members of their Fu family were thrown out, and Hua's little aunt added, Dad, Dad, don't call me Dad. What did you do when they first joined your family? Do you remember? Hua Igua said, but there is literally no room in our house. Don't be ridiculous. If you guys are so inclined, you can even arrange a place for them to stay outside. How big a place do 2 people need? Then why didn't you take father and the others in? That's because your second brother had to find a way to get the Hua family out, and we were just going to your house for a temporary stay. Unfortunately, you guys hid far away for fear of being implicated. So why do I still have to raise the Fu family when the Hua family is back to its former self? Elder Hua was so angry about what happened before that he couldn't clear his head. There were actually 100 ways his daughter could have raised them. But not only did she kick them out, she didn't even give them a penny. The reason why Elder Hua and Hua Yuxing didn't approach their Fu family at the most difficult time is to cut off their relationship. So how can the Hua family be in the same boat with them again? And they don't even want to recognize their daughter anymore. And what about her? What has she done for you? It's only because she accidentally conceived a child that she's being treated like an ancestor by you guys. And that child isn't necessarily whose it is yet. The Hua family's little aunt was still babbling under the bodyguards. Elder Hua stood up violently and slapped her hard, saying, what are you babbling about? Xiao Xiao picked us up and brought us home when you guys abandoned us. She spent all the money for my surgery and then saved up to pay for my convalescence. What were you guys doing at that time? You were only too afraid to let people know about my relationship with you to show up, and you didn't even know I was sick. The Hua family's little aunt was truly unaware of the situation and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. While just taking this opportunity, the bodyguards pulled them all out. Hua family finally quieted down. The second uncle to Gu Xiaoxiao introduced the woman beside her. Did not say the name, let her call the second aunt. She of course obediently called, and then the second aunt very happy look sent her a jade bracelet, but also said, this jade nourishes people, you are young with it is also suitable. Thank you, Auntie too. It seems quite expensive. Should I put it away when I get back? I hear you're acting? I love watching your episode of Food Travel, and so does your second uncle. Get an autograph from that Zhang Mingjia for me sometime. I love him so much.
Okowo.
Second aunt, you said in front of the second uncle like other people fresh meat really good. However, little uncle didn't seem to care as he sat down and said, today we can finally sit down and have a meal and some wine together. I believe Big Brother and the others will be rushing back soon. Yuxing, when will you 2 get married? Now I've just taken over the company and there are a lot of things to deal with, and Xiaoxia also has to shoot a movie, so I'm afraid I don't have much time. I want to wait for her to give birth to the baby before organizing the wedding, and in the next 2 days when I'm free I'd like to go back to the Gu family with her to have a look first. Hua Yuxing stated his intentions, overbearing but also considered for Gu Xiaoxiao, and she didn't say anything because she felt it was just what she wanted. But Elder Hua said, it's time to meet the in-laws. When we're free, we'll all go and meet the in-laws and then book the marriage thing. There seems to be some trouble with their family's factory. Yuxing, you help with that. Got it. Gu Xiaoxiao waited for the meal to come up and then opened to eat. Today watched a play on the early hungry, and then they arranged their own rest assured. And people Hua master is not a state of charity, only said to let help deal with can be said to have given them Gu family face. Eat more, all hungry. After eating, go back to the previous room first to make do. I originally wanted to redecorate for you guys, but Xiaoxia is now a pregnant woman is most jealous of home removals, so just forget it. I hear it's not good to change beds. Auntie Tu mentioned off to the side. How about moving the city's bed over? Elder Hua said. Don't bother. I still have to shoot a movie and live over there. What Gu Xiaoxiao meant was that she didn't want to go back to the old mansion to live, so it was inconvenient to go back and forth, not to mention that she didn't have a sense of belonging to this place. Well, she always felt like she was about a bit of a bad match for the old mansion, and something always came up on one of her visits. Hui Yuxing can see that she's repulsed and gives a wink to Master Hua. It doesn't matter. We'll just come back a couple times a week. You can familiarize yourself with it first, and move back when you want to. That's fine. Okay. It's decided, let's eat first. Elder Hua couldn't say anything, then glared at Hui Yuxi. Hui Yuxing nodded, meaning he knew what to do. After the meal, Gu Xiaoxiao spoke with the second aunt. She seemed very bright and then was also very interested in acting. Finally, she said, I actually like acting too, but unfortunately the situation doesn't allow it, and my job doesn't allow it either. Ah, what kind of work do you do, Auntie Tu? Thought she was a jobless person. After all, I heard that the second uncle, old powerful character, surely do not need the wife to work. But I didn't expect Auntie Tu to say, I'm in the traffic police department. What? A traffic cop? How did he get together with Uncle Tu? Chapter 118. Afraid of her running away. Isn't it curious how I ended up with your little uncle? Auntie Tu asked with a wink. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded her head in a hurry, her big eyes flashing with curiosity, causing Hui Yuxing on the side to shake his head, just like listening to gossip, childlike. He brings the nutrients for pregnant women in front of her, then says, Eat, don't just talk. Well, get up and get out of the way. Don't delay me from talking to second auntie. Gu Xiaoxiao scratches Hui Yuxing to the side, then listens while taking a pill. The second aunt also thinks that this little daughter-in-law of the Hua family is awesome, knowing that the Hua family's reputation is known to almost everyone, and that she not only just refused to live in the old mansion but also didn't pander to her own man at all, which is true love. If it weren't for true love, Hui Yuxing's character would have blown up long ago, and there's no one in the world who doesn't take him seriously. But it seems a lot more stable than it used to be, and it sure has become different after some things. Tell me about Auntie Tu, how you and Uncle Junior met. How else can I know? I arrested his car, and then he smiled and begged for mercy. I was a moment of weakness, and fined him 206 points. This is still soft-hearted. You're so soft-hearted. If you meet someone else, even if it's a man, I then beg at least only 200 fine without demerit points. Why don't you try getting caught by me now? I can snap you until you doubt your life. Okay. I have a driver now anyway. Uncle Junior's second aunt is inexplicably quarrelsome, but it just seems like a trick. It wasn't long before Elder Hua went to rest, and little uncle and the others got up and went home. Hui Yuxing and Gu Xiaoxiao, who was so tired that she just wanted to sleep, were left, and she lay directly on the bed in her room, feeling that this bed was really not generally comfortable. Hui Yuxing finished his shower at this time and sat beside her, then said, Come here. There's something for you. What is it? Gu Xiaoxia rolled over, then watched as Hui Yubing walked over to the bedside cabinet, and after opening the cabinet discovered that it was actually a safe inside, a small one that was still fingerprint unlocked. Hui Yuxing took her right hand over and said, Which finger do you like to use to solve fingerprints? Gu Xiaoxiao put her index finger out and said, Is there anything valuable in here? The kind that thieves miss very much. What if one day they cut my finger to open the safe? You're overthinking it. I'll give you a bodyguard later. Why is his own little girl's brain so big? But it's just a small safe. After setting the fingerprints, the safe opened. There wasn't much inside, only 4 compartments in total. At the bottom were a few archive bags, and at the top was a very delicate little box. Other places are not idle, all put cash, probably a few million. In the future, if you're short of money, you can come here to get it. After all, you always need to keep some money in your wallet. Also, this box was left by my grandmother, saying it was reserved for the Hua family's daughter-in-law. My mom took some of her favorites a long time ago, and these are left for you. After saying that, he moves that rather large-looking box out of it. This box seems to be antique style, a look is some years old. But the carvings on it have not faded, the quality is really good. There's a small lock on it, and Hui Yuxing touches a small key on the side of the box, opening it up so Gu Xiaoxiao feels bad about her eyes. Elder Hua seems to really love Grandma Hua, so he hasn't bought her a lot of jewelry of all kinds, and it's all good stuff. In other words, ordinary gold and silver people can't look at, so these things are the kind that are quite collectible and let people know at a glance that they are very valuable. Gu Xiaoxia silently took the bracelet off her hand and put it in, saying, "You're so smart to know I have no place to put this thing to find one. Then lay down flat to sleep. These are yours. You can wear whatever you want. I think this necklace is nice." After saying that, he took out a nice-looking antique-style necklace. "I can't take anything with me right now. I'm filming." "Well, when you take on a role, you have to finish it, but this way you're working too hard." Hui Yuxing takes things and compares them on her, always feeling that she who doesn't like these makes people apprehensive. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao quite likes to live a dull life. This sudden step into the mansion will make her uncomfortable is the same, just afraid that she will escape. Now, all of a sudden it feels. Gu Xiaoxiao paused, and Hui Yuxing felt his heart suddenly go up. Feeling how? Not quite true. What do you think a person is going to do with money all of a sudden? You can do whatever you want, of course. I'm having a bit of a hard time thinking of something. Why don't you help me think of something? Okay. First, I'm going to get an entertainment company to sign you over. Oh no, it's you who is the owner of this entertainment company. Then you can take on plays if you want, and if you don't want to, you can rest and let someone else do it, to save you money. Rich people's world she a little did not understand. Save other people's money is not good. However, when you hear others save money for yourself, how can you feel so comfortable in your heart? And then what? Then publicize our relationship. Although it has been publicized before, but none of them are qualified to stand by her side. And now they can finally keep by her side in a bright and honorable way. However, one still has to work hard. For example, now the internet is very eat her and Zhang Mingjia that boy CP. At least let everyone know that they have never been separated. Why should there be an additional male junior? Aha! By the way, I have one more gift for you that should be here in the morning. Aha! Talking about it, Gu Xiaoxiao fell asleep because she was too tired, and the next morning she experienced a princess-style life. She woke up in a very large room, and the clothes on her body had been changed into newly purchased pajamas, which should have been changed by Hui Yuxing last night. Then the bath water was also put on, because she fell asleep all of a sudden yesterday and didn't even take a bath. She hurriedly went to take a shower, and when she returned, Hui Yuxing brought breakfast in for her. Surprisingly, it was a bit of a Western-style meal, but it was exquisite and delicious, and after several mouthfuls, she was in a hurry to get to the theater set. But when he came out, Hui Yuxing said, "I have a gift for you. Won't you take a look before you go?" "What gift?" Gu Xiaoxia simply combed her hair, then realized why the dresser was so full of skincare and cosmetics, all in sets. Once again, she confirmed that it was a brand she wanted to buy but couldn't afford, and pregnant women can use it. She was simply overjoyed and sat patiently rubbing up her skincare products, and then she put on lipstick without much makeup, and it looked like her whole face was looking better. Worthy of being a big brand. It's so hydrating. Hui Yuxing actually pinched her, then condescendingly said, "It's very tender and I wanted to kiss it, but she was in a hurry to get to the theater, so I gave up." Chapter 119. A different kind of bodyguard. From Gu Xiaoxiao's angle, she clearly watched Hui Yuxing's throat knots move. What this man was doing early in the morning was simply unbearable to watch. However, she was still very sweet in her heart. After all, this man was interested in him. Even though it's not very decent early in the morning, it's a sign of love, right? Probably. Go, I'll take you to see it. Hui Yuxing reaches out and pulls her out. Then Gu Xiaoxiao sees a pure white very racy car with gold trim parked in the courtyard. Not too big, kind of like a coupe. It's quite small though, and the license plate isn't big, so she doesn't recognize it anyway. This is a gift. Just looking at this car, I think it's really so luxurious that I could fly in it. Well, but you're not familiar with it. First got a driver to give you a ride. Later you can drive it when you're familiar with it, like it. Joy, love it. Just not as collapsed as driving a VW. But the driver had gotten her a good one, and she thought it would be a good idea to sit down then. Then go to the theater and I'll go to the office, and I'll see you at home tonight. Back to which? The city, a world for two. Hui Yuxing suddenly transforms into a big man drenched in hormones, causing Gu Xiaoxiao to blush, feeling deeply that she might be eaten if she has to go back today. But there's nothing wrong with it. The two of them have been licensed for a long time, but because she's pregnant with a child, Hui Yuxing's side has been in a state of drought, giving a little rain now and then can also enhance the relationship. And besides, she still counts on the Hua family to help her suppress Yumin. But look at Master Hua's side will definitely disagree. After all, have said that they will no longer blame Yumin in the future. However, she is a bit more stingy, so she definitely can't just give up so easily. Just after sitting in the car and fastening his seatbelt, He watched as 4 or 5 black-clothed men in the back opened the door of a black car, and then Elder Hua sat up. Thought he was going out too, so Gu Xiaoxiao didn't care. The driver started the car and she sat on the side and read the script. She was like this: if she did something she was unusually focused and made sure to do it right. Although there is no heart of victory, but also do not want to be scolded by the director on the scene. Xiao Zhou director, although looks gentle but fierce, is quite scary. She is timid and most afraid to say. The next episode is still a bit difficult. She pondered while thinking about how to deal with Lu Yuanqing. Recently his understanding of the characters has been fixed. It's good to deal with it. Tired of watching her neck a little sore, she stretches and realizes that Master Hua's car is still following nonchalantly. What's going on here? Is he going downtown too? That's not right. This is a movie town. What's he doing here? Elder Hua had already handed the whole thing over to Hua Yuxing, and he definitely didn't have anything else to do when he came to the city. If he did, it would be the pups in his own belly. Comrade driver, may I ask if the old man has been following us? Yes, old Mr. Hua sent you to work today. Why is there a feeling that parents send their children to kindergarten? Dona, she is how old? Why go to work with elders? This say out how bad to hear. No is feeling how embarrassed in the middle of a crew cannot raise their heads. Especially Master Hua, he is not like Hua Yuxing who just took over the Hua clan. There is no one in the entire city who doesn't recognize him. Especially these well-informed bigwigs in the entertainment industry. He himself was sent by this old man to shoot a movie. Ugh meh. So tired. After waiting for the crew, I really saw Master Hua's car parked outside, and Gu Xiaoxiao came down and walked to the old man's side, saying, Master, I've been shooting for a long time in the crew myself. It doesn't matter. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about my great-grandson. Elder Hua's sentence blocked Gu Xiaoxiao to death. After all, something else happened before, so it's normal for people to worry, right? Forget it, just follow it. It's just that she didn't know that this with her position as the Hua family's youngest grandma was seated. The appearance of Elder Hua immediately attracted director Xiao Zhou, who immediately left all his work behind to meet this old man. Before, he was still guessing, but now he knows that Gu Xiaoxiao's background is really hard. The Hua family has only been thawed out for a few days, but the work is already on track. The speed is quite fast, almost unimaginable. It's as if they've done everything they can to prepare for this moment of sudden outburst. Gu Xiaoxiao obediently stood to the side and waited for them to finish exchanging pleasantries, then smiled and said, Master, do you think you can go back? No, I'm sitting around at home, and I've been interested in acting lately, so I want to observe, can't I? Elder Hua said, and then immediately said, You have to call me Grandpa. Why did he experience the same treatment as Hua Yuxing? Still, director Xiao Zhou immediately started his day's work instruction, and in no time Zhang Mingjia came, and he also directly patted Gu Xiaoxiao like before, then said, We have a rivalry scene today. You have to be merciful. No problem, you have to cheer up too. Definitely. Is there some kind of reward if I pass it over and over? Well, the latest factory snacks that the market hasn't started pushing yet. Fine. Master Hua nodded the ground with his cane on one side and said, It seems that tomorrow we'll have to have Yuxing come. 2 people a day, surely this granddaughter-in-law to keep watch, cannot let her out of a little problem. Later on, it is still possible urban dramas do not have any dangerous scenes, is to look at their own grandson-in-law in front of the camera and other people in love slightly twisted. The grandchildren are not as sweet as the heroes of other people. Day after day will be cold face. If the girl is not firm in the heart of the future, this day cannot live. He was worrying about what all the old people in the world would worry about, and then the crew was even more tense today. Director Xiao Zhou was so nervous that he didn't even dare to use a dirty word when speaking about the scene. The actors were nervous because they recognized who the old man sitting off to the side was. This time, even Lu Yuanqing had made a little mistake, and he didn't feel awkward at all because the death stare from one side was really killing him. In the past, I thought that the reason why Gu Xiaoxiao was able to marry into the Hua family was because her face charmed Hua Yuxing, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Even Master Hua, who was rumored to disapprove of her entry into the Hua family, has changed his mind and has come to visit his grandson's daughter-in-law directly. So is this not a proof to the whole world that Gu Xiaoxiao is the grandson's daughter-in-law of the entire certified Hua family? Really underestimated the ability of the woman in front of her. Especially when waiting for a break, she sat down there and had a washed assortment of fruits and foods served to her, as well as nutritional supplements. It was really a noblewoman's treatment. Chapter 120 Shift Change. It was only at this time that the sluggish Zhang Mingjia felt strange, always feeling that her food lady sister seemed to be really surrounded by food, and the lunch was so powerful. It looks really tasty and expensive, and there's also bird's nest. It's really awesome. He swallows his saliva and just wants to go up and ask for some food before his manager grabs him and glares at him. You have some eyesight. The one sitting next to her is Elder Hua, the person who can make the whole a city tremble 3 times by stomping his foot. He sits there and you go to what is in the way. But there's still soup. It was really enjoyable. His mouth was dripping. Unlike his being stopped, the movie star Lu Yuanqing went to Elder Hua to greet him in a big way. Elder Hua just nodded slightly as a reply, and Lu Yuanqing didn't care, sitting on the side and eating her working meal. Some actresses are not convinced, but people are pregnant. The family brought some pregnant meal to let her make up for what is not wrong, right? It's just that this maternity meal is a bit luxurious. Master, why don't you go back after lunch? Always staying here. Everyone was in the wrong mood, and you had to be surrounded by spectators to eat a meal. She was afraid that she would get indigestion this way, so she could only open her mouth as she ate. Eat the bird's nest. I told you to call Grandpa. How is this different from what was imagined? Why does it feel like this Master Hua is begging Gu Xiaoxiao to become a member of their Hua family? Lu Yuanqing are stunned. A small star married to the Hua family is not just want to turn over and marry into the rich family. All because of the child in her stomach, but now it seems how it is different from the other. Married into a rich family, should not be trying to do everything possible to kiss the elders' asses. How to see today as if it is upside down. Lu Yuanqing, who was puzzled, watched Gu Xiaoxiao reluctantly eat the bird's nest and added, "It's too extravagant. Previously, I had never even thought of eating such an expensive thing. After all, I had to support my family. If you like it, you can eat it every day." No need. It's not up to you and it's not up to me. So who's in charge? Your family dietitian says so. Pest! Yanagihara Kiyoshi choked on his drink. He felt that he shouldn't have been over here to listen. Being a civilian-born movie star, he kinda couldn't accept this kind of life. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't accept it either. But what could she do? Master Hua also calmly said, "You suffered a lot a while ago and ate a lot of junk food. Now you need detoxification and nutrition. You know? I know. What else can you do if you don't know? Don't make another whole division out of nothing." After eating with difficulty, she hurriedly sent a message to her president husband. "Hui Yuxing, when is your grandfather leaving?" As a result, the reply from there was quick, a direct sentence. "That's our grandfather." "Okay, when is our grandpa leaving?" According to his old man, "You're in a special physical condition right now. So in order to prevent you from having an accident, his family will take turns guarding you." Gu Xiaoxiao sent a depressed emoji, then continued filming. The main reason was that her plot was really tight, and if she dragged it on, she was afraid that her stomach would get bigger and bigger, and she wouldn't look as good in her clothes. Originally, when she was wearing professional clothes, she sucked in her breath for fear that her small belly would pop out and be seen. After all, there was no crawling out of bed at this point in the plot. Luckily, there wasn't much drama behind it, and it was almost done after a few days of tight shooting. Then there was the matter of having had a child. These directors gave moved to the front of the shoot. Another day is to shoot after the birth of the child, and then because this time the heroine has been married into a rich family, where belt and so on are bejeweled. But the crew wanted to rent a very handsome car for her to drive, still have to find many days. After all, can rent a luxury car is really a little not too easy. But the stage manager went out and came back, pointing outside. "We have a suitable one right outside. Which actor drove it over? You can borrow it." Director Xiao Zhou first looked at the male lead, who was probably the richest, and he silently shook his head, riding in a nanny car in the morning. So they both moved their gazes to Gu Xiaoxiao, who also silently raised her small hand and said, "I." Director Xiao Zhou coughed lightly and said, "Tomorrow, can we borrow your car for a day? We'll change the license plate or something fake." "Well, it can be." Gu Xiaoxia was happy to help the crew and agreed without hesitation. All were happy and everyone went home. Gu Xiaoxiao first sent Master Hua away before letting the driver drive the car to his own home in the city, and then also bought some vegetables at the supermarket to prepare to go back to cook. But the driver said, "Young lady, the master has already instructed the chef of the house to go to your side to prepare the meal." "Huh? Then these dishes can be useful too." Gu Xiaoxiao is used to saving, and thinks that she and Hui Yuxing will eat the same again tomorrow morning. She's not too suited to this kind of life right now, and is a bit too ho-hum to react yet. After arriving home, sure enough, the meal was ready, and the chef immediately excused himself when he saw the man return. And Hui Yuxing came back on time for dinner, just like before when he worked at the fast food restaurant. Only this suit seems to be really good looking, it must be a customized model and it's new. Then the white shirt was glowing in the light kind of thing, plus the person was dressed up and much more handsome. All in all, he looked very radiant today. Gu Xiaoxiao's heart inexplicably jumped a few times. No wonder there are so many little girls who like the president and such. When a person has money and dresses up a bit, his normal looks will be very good, not to mention that Hu Yuxing's face value was not low. But he was just a bit unkempt and inconspicuous some time ago. Now he's a sight to behold wherever he stands. But he had no such self-consciousness at all. And when he came back, he first hugged Gu Xiaoxiao from behind, then lowered his head and kissed on her cheeks, saying, "Darling, are you still tired?" Gu Xiaoxiao was called by the whole body goosebumps up, shivered and said, "Or you Gu Xiaoxiao, even name with surname call it. I hear not accustomed to it." "Okay, wife." Hu Yuxing took out the wine from a cabinet on one side, then said, "Did the shooting of today's scene go well?" "It went well, but the old man said that you will have to send someone to follow me every day from now on, and no one on the crew is too suitable for fear that it's not good." "Well, it's my shift tomorrow. The old man is in charge of handling the company." There were still some things that the old man had to step in for now, or else some of the old men in the company really didn't trust him as the young president. But after a few things, Hu Yuxing felt he was good enough to handle those things. But more than anything, he wanted to be there for his woman. So leave it to the old man, no matter the face. Chapter 121. Spreading dog food on the spot. "Actually, the company is in need of people right now. Why don't you all go?" Gu Xiaoxiao was really uncomfortable with having someone behind her back, mainly because their status really made it impossible to be calm. And Hu Yuxing laughed. "Do you know what's most important to the Hu family right now?" Gu Xiaoxia subconsciously shook her head. How could she know this point? But Hu Yuxing reached out and pulled her hand, then said, "Little fool, the most important thing in his family is you and the child in your belly. Ah, if anything happens to you guys, we have no way to forgive ourselves. What can go wrong? It's you who are too nervous." "Yes, we're nervous about you, and you think about the kids." Fine. Gu Xiaoxiao feels spoiled, then pulls Hu Yuxing to sit down and eat. The meal was good, but she felt that Hu Yuxing's eyes weren't even on the food, but rather staring at her with a wolf-like light. She blanched at him a few times, but it didn't work, so she saw that after eating, he automatically cleaned up, then quickly took a shower and carried Gu Xiaoxiao, who was looking at the script, to the bed. "No, I have to read the script." "Okay, look." Hu Yuxing gives her the script, then says, "Read it more carefully, so that we don't delay either side." Gu Xiaoxia really wanted to do this, but later she was committed, and the script was thrown away to enjoy. Until she got up the next morning, she realized that she hadn't remembered anything. It's over. This time it's going to be a disaster. And Hu Yuxing breakfast has been bought, and after she ate it also did not use the driver to personally send people to the theater group, he also stayed behind. He sat in the seat where Master Hua sat before. Not long after the Hua family nanny car also arrived, what nutritionist, bodyguards, and even should be eaten with the things brought. Gu Xiaoxiao was nearly speechless, and those who didn't know thought she was at the level of a movie queen. It just so happened that today's shooting was the scene where she and the male lead Lu Yuanqing kissed and then rolled into bed, and she had a kissing double who did all the kissing plus pouring into bed. But Gu Xiaoxiao always felt awkward watching from the side. You have to realize that the hero and heroine have been portraying another person, so suddenly having an outsider's meddling always feels like something of their own is being moved. Luckily, she's the one with a husband, so it's only for a moment that she doesn't care. It's just that these two don't seem to get along very well, and it took several times for the end machine to get the shot. Lu Yuanqing finally found his confidence, and also realized that it was really not easy to meet an actor who could work with him, especially to an actress like Gu Xiaoxiao. After seeing her again, he felt that this person is quite precious. It's just that people's husbands can't show too much intimacy here. At noon, their entire crew was served a big meal. Hu Yuxing had ordered it from the famous gourmet restaurant in Jin, and Naomi Zhang Mingjia's brother-in-law and sister-in-law were screaming like a flower peacock that was about to open its screen. Gu Xiaoxia, this speechless, before she fed for so long, was not in vain. People a meal to buy. It just didn't occur to me that the so-cool Hu Yuxing was quite good at doing things, and he actually coaxed the entire cast and crew into a happy mood. Not only that, but when lunch was over, his assistant gave each actress a lipstick and the male actors cigarettes. Then, Gu Xiaoxiao was added to the WX by all the actresses in the middle of the day. Then it was straight through to the final shot where the female lead was going to drive a car and pretend. By the time the director saw the car Gu Xiaoxiao drove over, the whole person was bad. He looked at yesterday's field notes and said, "Do you know what kind of car this is?" A luxury car. This is a limited edition, there aren't many of them in the world. The Hua family really is a big spender to buy such an expensive car for their own daughter-in-law. Yes, is it? Can't a limited edition take a shot? The director glared at him and said, "Go away. I'll go ask the Hua family," although the heroine promised, but sent her the owner of this car did not go to find Aska. To know this kind of limited edition this to be placed in foreign countries want to shoot a movie with people will not necessarily let or spend a huge amount of money to rent. They don't have that kind of huge amount of money, so they had to ask. As a result, Hu Yuxing said, "Yes, we're sponsoring this play anyway." His own daughter-in-law has given up all the money, so what else can he not give up, as long as he can hurry up and finish the play? Sure enough, after he finished like that, the other little daughter-in-law smiled at her. And it couldn't have been too bright. The director is grateful too. He didn't expect the young couple to be so supportive of his work, and the actors here feel happy to be supported, and the hatred of the rich has faded. People are like that. If they think that the rich people are superior, they think that they are repulsive. But if the other person treats them a little bit better, the attitude will be different immediately. What's more, the gifts they sent are really good. Lipstick is a very good choice of color, are the red. And then the cigarettes are also good, absolutely all men like. Plus, it saves the crew money, so Hu Yuxing takes good care of these people. Gu Xiaoxiao came out of the dressing room in a short while, and her face, which originally looked like a mix between delicate and innocent, looked amazing after she put on a little thicker makeup, and she simply felt like a queen. It was almost impossible to look directly at her as she walked there again in a condescending manner. It's just that the heel is a little higher. She was careful the whole time, and the male lead, Lu Yuanqing, was also told to take care of her so that she wouldn't fall. But Gu Xiaoxiao's balance was so good that she was sent to the car with such high shoes, and then drove away in those shoes. She thought about it and sent a friend circle, suggesting that everyone should never wear high heels to drive. It's really hard to drive. The photo was taken by asking Hu Yuxing to take a picture of her sitting in the car wearing high heels. People's managers had sent her messages telling her to post something from the drama if she didn't have anything to do, one to promote it, and the other to make people think that she wasn't idle, or else she'd be easily forgotten. Being a star is not easy. The first person to like her after she posted it was Hu Yuxing. Watching him rush to get his cell phone and click like couldn't help but feel like laughing. Such a cold and hard person is now simply warm. It seems that people really do change. As he was sighing, he saw a playwright run over and say, "Sister Xiaoxia, there's someone outside who wants to see you." "Who?" He said he was a relative of your family. Gu Xiaoxiao thought it was the Gu family, since her cheap parents were quite worried about her lately, but hadn't been coming in order to deal with family matters. Could it be that they came at this time? But where did they know they were filming here? Still, she says to Hu Yuxing, "It can't be my parents. They said they're quite worried about me, and I haven't told them about your family in the past few days." Hu Yuxing nodded and said, "Let's meet then." After he finished like this, his outside bodyguards let go, and had really thought that it was the Gu family that had come in, but it didn't occur to them that it was Hu Yuxing's little aunt and Fu Lingyun who had come in. Chapter 122. She's to blame. In fact, they had prepared for this and weren't too surprised when they saw Hu Yuxing. On the contrary, they were happy that this time, in front of outsiders, as long as the two of them were forced to soften their hearts, then returning to the Hua family would be possible. You have to know that their company is nothing as long as the Hua family pulls out the bonuses they put in, and even the most basic employee wages are almost impossible to pay. Earlier, Fu Lingyun's father was a phoenix man who had nothing to offer by virtue of his face value to make Hua's little aunt's heart flutter. At that time, Hua's grandmother didn't agree with it, but Hua's little aunt dropped out of school and got pregnant without getting married, which made Hua's grandmother suffer a heart attack. There is no way to let them get married after, but cannot be regardless of, sponsored by Fu Lingyun's father opened a company. So many years have actually run up, all thanks to the Hua family behind the support. But they drink water without thinking of the source. How can they not make Master Hua angry? "Yuxing, Xiao, are you guys free right now? Can you help us out? We can barely eat." The Hua family's little aunt used to rely on this skill to trick the old man into sympathizing with her, and it still hasn't changed at such an old age. Gu Xiaoxiao turned her face to the side. Not being her own parents over, she wasn't interested. These people from the Hua family had harmed themselves that way. It would be strange to think of them as relatives. However, Hu Yuxing wasn't so nice. He directly waved his hand and said, "This isn't the place to talk. You guys shouldn't disturb her work." He originally resented the slow shooting and couldn't wait to finish it earlier. "Little Aunt Hua, Yuxing, let's just finish this in a few words. and then we'll leave without disturbing Xiao Zhao's work. The tone was not as respectful as the words, as if someone else had forced her to say these words. Just because of her attitude, Gu Xiao didn't even bother to say half a word for her, continuing to read the script as if she hadn't seen them. However, she had long since sensed the death stare from Fu Lingyun. Fine, let's go out and talk. Hui Yuxing had already stood up, but realized that his little aunt had no intention of going out to talk, her eyes wandering through the crowd as if she wanted to make a big deal out of it. He immediately understood what kind of plan his aunt had. She was trying to make a big deal out of it so that they would have to take care of it. However, what kind of person was he? He directly waved his hand to the bodyguards around him and said, "Bring them out." The Hua family's youngest aunt frowned a bit. She knew that Hui Yuxing was always direct, but what she hadn't expected was that he wouldn't give any face to his own family in front of outsiders as well. This had never happened before. However, since he had gone out, if he didn't follow him, there would be someone else to take them, so after thinking about it, he could only go out with him. On top of the corridor, Hui Yuxing directly says to his little aunt, "You should know that the old master has always said one thing and I have no way to change his mind, and since you want to harm my child, why would I go and intercede on your behalf, so let's just forget about it. Then you guys at least let me live a bit. I am after all a child of the Hua family. The old master's legacy also has a part of me." Hua family's little aunt was watched out to feel insulted. Plus Hui Yuxing was always the one he watched grow up, so he didn't have too many scruples. Legacy? The old man isn't dead yet. But I am a member of the Hua family. No one can change that. Afraid that she'll really cut ties with the Hua family in the future, she always reminds Hui Yuxing. The old man has already put it in the newspaper that you're not Hua family members anymore. Hui Yuxing lights a cigarette, which he only dares to smoke when he's outside. And Fu Lingyun couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Big brother, you weren't like this before. It's all because of that woman. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have become like this, being so cold to us. If it wasn't for her, old master wouldn't be where he is right now. She is the benefactor of our Hua family. If you dare to say another word about Xiao Xiao, don't blame me for being ungracious. The things you guys did without sending you to court is already considered polite. Fu Lingyun, if you keep messing things up, don't blame me for being merciless. Big brother, how can you threaten me like that? I'm your sister. Do you take me as your big brother? When I came to your house just to stay for a while, did you speak? Do you think I can't see that look of contempt? You're aching in your heart, aren't you? Now the Hua family finally fell, completely need to look at your face to act. Perhaps at the beginning again begged, you will find a place for us to live. But are you afraid that you will use this matter to blackmail us in the future? Of course this might be what you guys were hoping for, but unfortunately the Hua family are all born with a prideful spirit, letting you guys down. We didn't. Why would you think that, big brother? Is it that woman blowing pillow talk? Fu Lingyun feels that Gu Xiaoxiao is an outsider. No matter anyone or anything, they should come first. After all, she is the one who grew up as a child of the Hua family. Hui Yuxing didn't hit anyone this time or lose his temper and involve the flowers and plants around him, but instead had the actions to tell them that he had said something he shouldn't have. He leaned on the wall and took out the phone directly from inside and turned on the bracketed tone, saying, "Master, you heard it all? Well, where are they? Your daughter and granddaughter are making trouble here at Dash. I'll send him to you to do with as you please." Hui Yuxing took his cell phone. In fact, he had dialed the number long before he came out. Although he can handle it, but the person is still the old man's daughter. If he handles it ruthlessly in case his heart aches, what can be done? However, the Hua family's young aunt didn't expect that she would be undermined by the always straightforward little child. So she couldn't help but be furious. "Hui Yuxing, how could you do such a thing?" But Hui Yuxing didn't pay any attention to them at all, and Master Hua on the other side of the phone finally spoke up, saying, "No need. I don't want to see them, just blast them out directly." Hui Yuxing, however, said, "Little auntie said that your inheritance has a part of her. Are you in a conciliatory temper, or have you gone back on your ears and not heard?" Elder Hua's side was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll prepare." The two people calmly finished their words. Hui Yuxing turns off his cell phone and says to his little aunt, "You've heard it all, so quickly go home and wait for the inheritance. I don't have time. I still have to go back and stay with her. After all, she now has the true future heir of the Hua family in her belly." And turning his head to the bodyguard on the side, he said, "In the future, no one here at Miss Gu's place should be notified, especially the people from the Fu family. Even if someone comes to recognize her relatives, they should ask before doing so. So be careful of people who are unfavorable to her. Yu Xing, we won't be confused enough to do that kind of thing again. and we haven't thought about any inheritance, so why don't we just leave it at that? The Hua family's little aunt always felt that it wasn't as simple as that. Chapter 123. Surely there is danger. Hui Yuxing didn't say anything and walked back with his long legs, but Fu Lingyun pulled him back and said, "Big brother, I'm being mocked by the students at school now. They're all staying away from me now. I just can't stand living like this anymore." Hui Yuxing said, "Why are you being mocked?" "Because I wear the same clothes every other day. They all think our family is broke. I don't even dare to go to school. What should I do, big brother? Do you know where I was during the previous month?" Hui Yuxing looked down and sneered. "I was moving bricks at the construction site because Xiao Xiao, she was pregnant, couldn't even afford nutritional supplements, and all the money was used for your grandfather to use for treatment." Hui Yuxing to move bricks? This is really something unimaginable. He was born with a golden key, so how could he possibly go and do something like that? But he just did it and took it out, and it was really quite tragic. "But no one saw you going to move the bricks. I know me at school I used to." "You're actually nothing." Hui Yuxing directly dislikes her without waiting for her to finish, usually spoiling her and loving her because she's the youngest in the family. However, the things she did just didn't seem like something a child could do. After pressing the elevator, Fu Lingyun still wanted to chase after her only to be stopped by the bodyguard. She yells loudly, "Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest miss of the Hua family. If I tell my grandpa, do you know what he'll do to you guys? He'll sack all of you and make you not even dare to come out of the door." However, no one paid any attention to her frantic screaming like this, but it was the reporters who were hiding to the side trying to get some shots of the inside of the theater that did capture this footage, and even the way she screamed and cursed was posted on the internet. At the same time, there is a picture underneath that says that the Hua family's old man has severed his relationship with this daughter's family. The news came so suddenly that everyone thought that Master Hua was probably so desperate because the Fu family was the one who stole the Hua family's confidential documents in the first place. Thus, for a time, the Fu family was infamous. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know any of this. She was also in an urgent situation at the moment. There was a man holding a knife and pressing it to her neck coldly saying, "You guys dodge or don't blame me for killing her." "Where is Hua's family? Where is the surname Hua?" Zhang Mingjia nervously said, "Mr. Hua just went out. He'll be over soon. Don't get excited. Don't get excited." "I'm not excited. Quickly let him come over." The man was really calm, and Gu Xiaoxiao's neck immediately bled when the knife moved. Zhang Mingjia's face paled in fear, and he didn't even dare to move. Director Xiao Zhou was still considered calm and said, "This, sir. I've already sent someone to call Mr. Hua up. You see, she's a pregnant woman and can't be frightened." Zhang Mingjia said, "Yes, yes, I'll replace her." After he finished, his manager said, "My little ancestor, can you keep quiet?" Gu Xiaoxiao was also scared. She used one hand to cover her stomach to carefully protect him, then gratefully glanced at Zhang Mingjia. This friend really didn't make it in vain. At least it was quite enough. "This gentleman, we have no grievances. Why are you doing this to me?" She wanted to try to stall until Hui Yuxing came over, not knowing why she felt that she'd have no problems once he showed up. Sure enough, Hui Yuxing came rushing in from outside, and he saw the situation from the doorway, especially since the blood on Gu Xiaoxiao's neck caused his whole body to tighten up, and his eyes instantly turned red. It was only in moments like these that he realized how important this girl was to him, the kind that he could trade his life for. But he had to be calm now, and he absolutely couldn't let the other party do anything to hurt Gu Xiaoxiao. Sucking in a breath, he coldly said, "So it's you. What do you want to turn over if you don't do a good job as a scapegoat?" That's right, this man is the scapegoat that Situ Lufeng found out, the person who originally worked in the Hua family. Gu Xiaoxia finally realized what was going on. Just what was all the fuss about when he was top a crime and not a capital one? Could it be that someone didn't want him to live like Situ Lufeng? That's a real possibility. The hero of the book is not a virtuous man. I'm just a little confused as to what he's doing here. Hui Yuxing, as long as you find a way for me to leave the city and go abroad, I'll let her go or I'll die with her. Could be. But I don't want to wait too long. Just send me away now. Hui Yuxing glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, then said, "I'll call the Hua family's private jet to come over here. You can probably leave the country in this, and I'll handle the formalities for you when you get there." "Okay, do it on the plane. Also, I want her to accompany me on the plane." With that, he clicked the knife in his hand. "Yes, you can. Don't move. She really can't help it. Hurry up." The man looked like he was really pushed, like he didn't want to wait a moment. It also looked as if he was afraid, as if something was after him from behind. Hui Yuxing immediately made a call, then said, The plane will soon be parked on the top floor. We have to go there to make it. You let go of Xiao Xiao, and I'll be your hostage. Don't come any closer. Mr. Hua, I know what you're capable of. As long as you come close, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to do anything. When he said that, Hu Yuxing really didn't dare to mess around and even took a step back. Gu Xiaoxiao was very speechless. She had never been abroad in her last life, nor had she been abroad in her life, and she had never imagined that this first trip abroad would be in such a situation. It's really horrible, isn't it? Most importantly, she was afraid that if something happened to her, the baby would be gone. Although she had only been pregnant for a few months, she had somehow come to think of him as the most important person to her. Luckily, Hu Yuxing acted as a guide and pressed the elevator, leading them up to the top floor in front. The others were going to follow him. He swung his hand, and those didn't follow. Gu Xiaoxiao is being dragged by the man. She's a bit desperate, but looking backwards, Hu Yuxing's left hand is moving. It seems to be hinting at something. She's a bit puzzled. Then she hears him speak. Xiao Xiao, you first one, don't move. We just need to do what he tells us. There's definitely no problem. Gu Xiaoxiao was just about to agree in a good way, when suddenly she saw his left-hand fingers shaking again, seemed to understand at once. She couldn't help but cry. I blame you. If it wasn't for you, how could you have caused so much trouble? If I die, let your son accompany me and make your Hua family extinct. Hu Yuxing stumbled and almost fell. Although he was the one who signaled her to cry, there was no need to say something so serious. He didn't want the Hua family to be extinct, and immediately said, It's my fault, but I didn't expect this to happen. Don't you say it, I don't listen to it, I don't listen to it. Gu Xiaoxiao reached out to cover her ears and savagely exclaimed. Chapter 124, Manslaughter. It's hard to control a woman when she's really making a scene, and the man couldn't stop himself from screaming. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but get a little anxious. At the same time, Hu Yuxing suddenly opened the door to the top floor, and a strong light pierced the man's busy hand to block his eyes. However, Hu Yuxing suddenly reached out to hold the man's hand that was holding the knife right at that moment in time, and then saved Gu Xiaoxiao's neck with a twist. Get out! Hu Yuxing's intention was to let Gu Xiaoxiao cross over to the rooftop, but he didn't expect the man to suddenly raise his leg and kick. Even Hu Yuxing was surprised. Normally he would have chosen to run away if he didn't have a chance, but why would he hurt Gu Xiaoxiao? But this time he couldn't afford to think about it, so he dodged in front of Gu Xiaoxiao and kicked one of his legs at the man's calf. Only to hear a click, the man's calf was broken. He screamed to fight. To Hu Yuxing stabbed a knife. He could not dodge, had to use his fist to block, hard to fly the knife. And the man fell down the stairs at the same time, and I don't know if he was unlucky or just too inching, but the man fell all at once on a knife that had fallen to the ground and bounced back up, piercing him right through the chest. Ah! Gu Xiaoxiao, who saw this situation for the first time, screamed miserably, then covered her mouth and squatted to the side and vomited with a wow. She was quite uncomfortable, almost unable to breathe. It's okay, it's okay. Hu Yuxing is afraid she's not okay and is busy blocking her view to comfort her softly, but he forgets to hide his injured hand. As a result, the bloody handprint pressed on Gu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, and she fainted without holding on for a moment. Hu Yuxing was almost scared silly. He now only had one thought, and that was to send Gu Xiaoxiao to the hospital. He had never been so scared before, so he picked up Gu Xiaoxiao and went upstairs. Yes, he went up to the rooftop. People were still relatively calm at this time. After all, it would take a long time to get downstairs, and there was a traffic jam in case they drove to the hospital, and there was a private jet from their family upstairs, which was just the thing to use. The plane landed just as he reached the rooftop, and Hu Yuxing carried Gu Xiaoxiao up while contacting his grandfather to ask him to arrange for a hospital in the city, and preferably with a place to park. Hua heard the speed very quickly contacted. Not 15 minutes, Gu Xiaoxiao was sent to the hospital and did a full body check. Fortunately is that adults and children have nothing to do, but by the shock need to try to comfort. After all, people are pregnant, some drugs have no way to use. Hu Yuxing then did not move, and even the police who sought to ask about the specific incident went to the hospital to ask about the words. Although Hu Yuxing was a manslaughter, after all, it was still considered murder, and he had to ask something from Gu Xiaoxiao before he could rest. So everyone waited at the hospital for the terrified pregnant woman to wake up. It wasn't long before Master Hua arrived, and the dean came over to pick him up. Not a moment later, Hua Aigua arrived, and now not only the dean but even the senior management came. When the cast and crew came over, they felt that the Hua family lineup in front of them was just too strong. They kind of couldn't accept what to do, and their hearts were about to stop. After finally inquiring to know that Gu Xiaoxiao was fine, everyone retreated. After all, they felt pressurized in front of such three big shots. Gu Xiaoxiao waited until darkness fell before waking up, and she felt very uncomfortable, especially because she wanted to vomit. But even more worried about Hui Yuxing, she sat up violently and said, "Hui Yuxing," and then saw a man lying on his back in front of his bed. But wasn't it Hui Yuxing? He didn't seem to be in any trouble, but his hands were bandaged. I thought he was seriously injured before, but if it's just his hand, there should be no problem. I counted the 5 fingers that were still there. Well, not bad. She was so relieved that she got dizzy again, and her body was about to fall downward. Fortunately, Hui Yuxing woke up and held her up, saying, "Is it dizziness? I'll call the doctor." "No, it's already healed. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere else?" "No, I'm a big man. What are you worried about?" "I'm sorry. If I hadn't been pestered by those 2 women, how could I have given you a fright? But don't worry. I will definitely not let your sins be in vain in this matter." Aha! She's also really scared. If it wasn't for Hui Yuxing saving her, she'd only really have to be sacrificed. After a short break, the police department came to inquire about the situation, because there was a lawyer present, so they only asked some questions and left. After that, Mr. Hui came, and he didn't say anything, but inexplicably Gu Xiaoxiao felt what was called the aura of death. As soon as the old man left, the hospital room immediately quieted down, and Gu Xiaoxiao's face turned a little pale, which Hui Yuxing found heartbreaking. While teasing her about her child, he carefully said, "Xiaoxiao, I've made an appointment with a doctor who wants to talk to you alone. What do you think? You take me for a psychopath?" Gu Xiaoxiao gave him a blank look and said, "No, it's not. It's just that I'm afraid you'll have PTSD, so it's just a chat. And I'm right outside the door, so you don't have to be afraid." Her heart softened as she watched a man speak so carefully, then said, "Then let's talk for a while. I'm quite tired." "Well, I'll call him over." Hui Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to talk about it, so that you don't have to be tormented by nightmares in the future. A woman who encounters something so horrible can't help but think about it, not to mention the fact that she's still a pregnant woman. In this way, Gu Xiaoxiao met with a famous psychiatrist and really talked for more than an hour. When the person came out of it, Hui Yu walked up and said, "Doctor, is she okay?" "There's nothing going on. I feel that Miss Gu's mental quality is very good. She seems to be prepared for anything, so mentally she's already constructed a kind of protective film for herself, and this incident hasn't traumatized her too much. However, I feel that Miss Gu doesn't seem to have much of a sense of security." After the doctor finished speaking, Hui Yuxing frowned and said, "Then I'll try to accompany her more in the future." "No, you may have misunderstood. She's not insecure about people. She's insecure about some of the things around her, especially money." Hui Yuxing scratched his head and said, "It might have been caused some time ago. What should we do about this? The Hua family is lacking in everything right now, not money. This would really be pathetic if people knew that the young lady of their family was insecure because of money." Doc was a bit speechless. What else could be done in this situation? Send money? Just send it to a number she feels safe with. But I gave her the unlimited black card that she can just swipe. MasterCard, handing over the family's money like a feeling, you can swipe as much as you want. Dafu's heart is all kinds of envy and jealousy. Not only was forced to stuff a handful of dog food, but also was shown a wave of wealth, and he unexpectedly could not refute. Chapter 125, It Must Be Physical. Unlimited also means that you can't see the balance, you can't see the real thing, so it doesn't do Ms. Gu's condition any good. The doctor took a breath, still putting on a smiling face. He felt that the one in front of him was more like a patient. In kind. I even sent a multi-million-dollar car yesterday. A limited edition? Is it still insecure? Hui Yuxing said in a serious manner, a few million is not secure. Then should he send a few tens of millions? Feeling like he couldn't hang on to his smile, Dafu coughed lightly. It seems that Miss Gu wouldn't define a house and a car and any material things as something to feel secure about, so it's only money. You mean just pay? Yes. But don't give too much at once. Stack it up little by little. This man's attitude would probably give 1,000 or 8 million at once. Hundreds of millions were possible. But if that happens, it will definitely not be cured. It will never be cured. Because the patient has been dumbfounded by the money, and has only lost the excitement and idea of numbers that he should have. Good. Then how much to give? Hui Yuxing asks clearly before releasing the doctor. When he entered the hospital room, he saw that Gu Xiaoxiao was already asleep, and she was really quite insecure when she slept. The whole thing was scrunched up in a ball, a tiny one, as if it were a cat. He gently lay to the side, then gently stroked her back, caressing and comforting like a perishable rarity. Not a moment later, Gu Xiaoxiao's body finally stretched out. This sleep was truly comfortable, and when Gu Xiaoxiao woke up she felt truly relaxed, and those things were not to think about. Even wanted to get out of the hospital. But what was with the hotness around her? She looks up and opens her eyes, then looks at Hu Yuxing lying beside her wearing only a shirt. The hospital beds are small and there are beds for escorts, but he didn't go to lie down but slept beside himself. Half of your body almost fell off. That's really uncomfortable, isn't it? But he was sleeping soundly, and his resolute, handsome face looked unusually quiet and secure in the dim light of the hospital. She may have had feelings for Hu Yuxing in the past, but at this moment her heart was inexplicably pounding. What's wrong with you? You've got a baby and you're just thinking about love? But this feeling is right. She seems to have become like a little girl at this moment, even lifting her finger to gently draw Hu Yuxing's eyebrow line in the air. How could his eyebrows be so thick and coarse? And most importantly, there wasn't the slightest hint of loose eyebrows, and they were even a bit on the sword brow side. The eye sockets are a bit deep, big double eyelids. Such eyes must be pretty with makeup. Ahem, it's a shame it's grown on a man. The mouth is very nice, just a little fierce when the relatives let a person have a kind of no way to avoid the feeling. But it wasn't too big when you looked closely, it was just slightly bigger than hers, and then it was usually suppressed by such lips. The chin was a bit pointy, and the face wasn't really that big. It was a face that would have been fine for a star, if only it had been a bit more gentle. No, lately he's been pretty mild, at least for himself. Always tried to keep his voice down when he spoke, though sometimes straight men's aesthetics and behavior were a bit beyond her comprehension. As he was thinking about it, he heard a low voice say, "Does it look good?" "Good, good looking." Just as she finished speaking, she was hugged by Hu Yuxing and kissed. The two cozied up for a while before Hu Yuxing said, "Tomorrow is a day off. Is it okay if we go out for a walk and then work?" "I can't. My stomach is immediately visible in my clothes now, so I have to finish the previous episode." Gu Xiaoxiao was still serious about her work. In other words, she was still quite serious about money. "And don't you work too hard. I can support you now and make you live better than anyone else." "I know, but..." "No need to say it, I understand." All understood. A strong and almost stubborn girl who would not let anyone stop her. She had been stubborn when they first met, but not the same as later. Aha! It's good to understand. Sometimes it feels like Hu Yuxing is really getting more mature after all that. At least there's growth in coaxing her. "Take a half day off then. We'll go around and relax." "All right then." Gu Xiaoxiao can't be too hard on Hu Yuxing. After all, he's made 2 appointments. The next day, Gu Xiaoxiao was really discharged from the hospital and sent to shoot a movie, which moved the director to tears. But this time, Hu Yuxing, who was clearly injured, was still on his own, sitting there watching Gu Xiaoxiao and working at the same time. However, no one really messed with him when he was filming. In fact, today everyone's attitude towards him has changed. Before there were little girls who had a little heart to find a backer or something, taking advantage of Gu Xiaoxiao's lack of attention to try to brush some sense of presence in front of him. But today it's much more subdued, most notably because he accidentally killed someone to start the effect. They knew that a lot of people had seen the man's tragic state yesterday, and now their hearts were shivering. In my heart, I still admire Gu Xiaoxiao for coming to the shoot today as if nothing had happened, and she's still in good shape. I really don't know why her heart is so big. Anyway, no one else dares to approach Hu Yuxing now. Oh no, there are still repercussions. Gu Xiaoxiao, who is usually as helpful as a god in the movie theater, was still ND twice today. But it didn't affect the progress too much, and today almost all of the drama before she got pregnant was filmed, so tomorrow she can slowly film something else. It just didn't occur to me that people would have to take the afternoon off. Director Xiao Zhou understandably agreed. After all, people always need to rest for a while after going through such a big thing yesterday. It just so happened that Hu Yuxing's business was sort of taken care of, and he even found a room to have a video conference in a very leisurely manner. The two couples, i.e. sticking together and still getting their work done, really leaves one's mouth quite open. After the two went out, everyone let go of the air, and their work attitude immediately slackened off. Even director Xiao Zhou felt it. But no matter how he tried to raise everyone's morale cannot, he is a little depressed that this Gu Xiaoxia or really have to drive the surrounding people's emotional skills, just as everyone seems to mention the spirit of the work in the spirit of the work. As soon as she left, the spirit of the people seemed to be just too much concentration all of a sudden into a balloon has been scattered. By this time, Gu Xiaoxiao and Hu Yuxing had already arrived at the 3rd floor of the high-end shopping mall in a city, the brand name women's clothing area. Most of the brands here are domestic and international, and Gu Xiaoxiao is being held up by Hu Yuxing as she walks outside the boutiques, looking left and right. She didn't know which one she was going to go to and thought that these clothes were really horribly expensive. And Hui Yuxing remembered the doctor's words from earlier and silently asked his assistant to transfer $200,000 to Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 126 starting with $200,000. Gu Xiaoxiao was walking and suddenly her cell phone rang. She picked it up and took a look at it and looked at Hui Yuxing strangely. Who sent me money? $200,000. What's going on? Did you transfer the wrong amount? Hui Yuxing said, I had someone transfer it to you. You can use it to buy clothes. Ah, thanks then. Gu Xiaoxiao happily patted Hui Yuxing, then really went to look at the clothes. However, the clothes here were too expensive, so she picked out some less expensive ones, 2 or 3 $10,000 for 2, and picked out a nice pair of shoes costing $50,000. These heartaches made her suck in her breath, but Hui Yuxing sucked in his heartache. The woman herself is really poor and afraid of this amount of money is still heartbroken into this. Sooner or later, I want her to familiarize herself a little bit with life in the Hua family, buy whatever she wants, and it doesn't matter how much she spends, she can afford it. Don't you worry about the money. You can charge whatever you want on the black one I gave you. You've said that several times, but I don't have anything to buy in case I swipe through. Unlimited. But what am I going to do with all that money when I have nothing to spend it on? And besides, you have a business to run. Why is she so cute? She doesn't know what to say herself. Although some people would say that this kind of person is not atmospheric, but their Hua family, after such a big thing, to let him know that the atmosphere of the big lady may give him help, may give him a long face, but not as important as the woman who can still stand beside you when you are poor. And Gu Xiaoxiao just can live her life. She was born with a noble spirit. If she put on makeup and walk on the road is not worse than those so-called thousands of girls. Shouldn't you do something with your hair too? Don't bother. There's a makeup artist from the crew all day. It doesn't matter. I think that you need a specialized image maker. Do I need to? Gu Xiaoxia stood towards there, sending out a question that hit straight to the soul. Then Hui Yuxing really looked up and down and realized that there didn't seem to be any problem with his woman whether she was dressed up or not. It seemed that there was really no need for it. I'll transfer you $200,000 a week. Is that enough to spend? Really? Grass. Then she later still shoot what theater, waiting for her husband to give the family on the line. Seeing the starlight flashing in her eyes, Hui Yuxing almost didn't pay her for the whole year today. But thinking about the doctor's words, he suppressed it and just reached out and touched her head, saying, if it's not enough, feel free to ask me for it. After thinking about it, he added, as much as you want. Aha! It's good to have a promise that the money will be spent however you like from now on. Gu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with this, so she was generous with her purchases. This generosity meant that she bought Hui Yuxing a set of pajamas and then treated him to a meal. It's hard enough to eat out, as people usually only eat work meals or go home and make their own. If you can't, go to your own family's fast food restaurant and eat a little bit. Alas, this stingy daughter-in-law is rare. But the more you look at it, the more you like it. What's going on? Take your time to teach it. Maybe you'll get used to it soon. When the award ceremony is over in a couple days, we'll go to your house and help build the factory up. Is that okay? Hui Yuxing did mean to coax his woman to be happy. She was now a pregnant woman, and keeping her mind and body happy at all times would help her body. She is now a pregnant woman, and keeping her body and mind happy at all times will help her health. Besides, because of the previous events, she is afraid that she will have a psychological shadow, and she must forget about it before she gives birth. Award ceremony? Gu Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had forgotten all about these things. Okay? Hui Yuxing knew that she had forgotten everything about filming, even his husband if he wasn't with him every day. Couldn't help but shake his head and said, recently the internet has been in an open and shut battle, haven't you noticed? There are a lot of people who want to discredit you, and I'm now purposely making a task force to get this matter online. Of course, this is also the first thing that Huiyu Entertainment has set up. It's set up so soon? Don't you have other things to be busy with? He had just taken over the business. Obviously all the companies had stopped functioning after being frozen, and had just been unblocked for a few days, so there was no way he could take care of everything before figuring out how to set up a new company. Hua also needs to move into new areas. There are some bouts of old departments that should be disbanded. Hui Yuxing is also unwilling to say extra words to his woman. Not that he doesn't trust her, but he doesn't want to fret over these things. It wasn't worth it. All she could do was live happily and be with their child. That's how men are, so sometimes they make women misunderstand that they're hiding something, only that they don't want them to worry. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't thinking about that right now. She was still thinking about what she was going to wear to the awards ceremony. So rubbing his stomach, he said, how are we going to hide him? That's the question. Customize it. Get a specialist to design it, and I'll arrange it then. Is it that much trouble? No trouble. Gu Xiaoxiao also knows that she seems out of place with the Hua family's current life, and since everything is arranged by Hua Yuxing then so be it, only to ask somewhat weakly, will I disgrace your family in this way, and if you are going to dislike it why don't we get divorced earlier? Who knew that the word divorce was Hua Yuxing's scales? He immediately stood up and said angrily, say that again. Say it again and leave? Gu Xiaoxiao also felt that she was being a bit unreasonable, but she just couldn't pull the trigger and apologize. The result was that Hua Yuxing shriveled up just after she finished speaking, and obediently sat down and said, how can it be? Can we not mention the matter of divorce in the future? The scary, he just got someone a few days ago, he can't mention these two words. So do you dislike me? Why should I dislike you? If it wasn't for you saving money from all over the place I and the old man would have been living on the streets, not even knowing how we would die. Your behavior saved our family, so why should I dislike you? After Hua Yuxing finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a headache from being yelled at by him. Plus the surrounding eyes were also very strange, but her heart was still full of happiness. Suddenly confessing so loudly and praising so bluntly, she was really very embarrassed. Next time you talk a little quieter. Forgot that you're a public figure, but luckily none of us here can see it. Hua Yuxing isn't running entertainment, so there are some things he doesn't do as well as Situ Lufeng. Just thinking about Situ Lufeng and a woman passed their seats, and then Situ Lufeng stunned immediately stood still. He did not know why he can rely on a side face can be seen inside the semi-private room is that the woman is Gu Xiaoxiao and is immediately recognized. When he opened the bamboo curtain and saw her sitting with Hua Yuxing, he immediately felt bad, especially when their eyes fell on him with that kind of anger and indifference. Chapter 127 Engagement. Situ Lufeng, who never experienced sadness in this instant, actually felt as if his heart had been stabbed by something. His arrogance didn't allow him to show any special look, so he picked up his lips and said casually, I didn't expect to run into the two of you here. By the way, to tell you good news, I'm going to be engaged. It'll be on the 10th day of the month next month. Can you reward me with a face to participate? Sito Lufeng invited Gu Xiaoxiao instead of Hua Yuxing, which was a bit unreasonable. According to normal circumstances, as a prominent figure in a city, he should have invited Hua Yuxing first, but he only invited Gu Xiaoxia. Yu Min, who was on one side, opened her mouth and said, Brother Hua, you'll be free at that time. Not available. Hua Yuxing immediately refused and said for Gu Xiaoxiao, who also refused. She has to shoot a movie. Ms. Gu, I heard that the award ceremony will be held soon. Is there any interest in the winners of the various awards in this sector? We can have a good chat at the engagement banquet. Situ Liufeng's Mai's industry is mostly in the entertainment circle, so it can be said that the entire entertainment circle trembles when he stomps his foot. No matter which star has to give him a few points of face, otherwise the heroine's achievement would not be so high, in a short period of time has grown from an 18-line girl into the heroine. Moreover, it was also sealed as a powerhouse. In fact, if you ask Gu Xiaoxiao to look at it, her acting is really not good, it's just rumored to be divine. However, people Situ Lufeng is not a loss, and he can also save a large sum of money by promoting Yu Min. It's just that they've both been pretty quiet lately. I didn't think they were getting engaged. Sorry, I'm busy too. Even if Gu Xiaoxiao heard Situ Lufeng was threatening, she didn't care. She really didn't care about those awards anyway. Supposedly, there's a bonus. Situ Lufeng suddenly opened his mouth. Then he watched Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes light up with his own eyes and said, Really, how much? It is said that the Best Supporting Actress Award will have a prize certificate plus $500,000 if she wins. That good. Gu Xiaoxiao kinda wanted to get the award, with a look of surprise and happiness. I'm sure it's still a love of money, and it's kinda straight up cute to see her in this little form. Suddenly, Hua Yuxing stood up and blocked in front of Gu Xiaoxiao, then said, Please don't disturb our meal, both of you. For some reason, he felt that this Situ Lufeng had a bit of an improper look in his eyes. In the past, he had noticed the way he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were disgusted and even a bit disdainful. However, just now he felt a hint of danger. This Situ Lufeng's eyes are obviously different. This is a man looking at a woman's eyes, and very hot, sticky, like dipped in sugar. This expression he knows best. In the past, when he was struggling with how to chase Gu Xiaoxiao, wanting her to take the phone and hesitate to call, that look is very similar to this Situ Liufeng's now. Although Hua Yuxing was a straight man, he still had a man's keen mind, which to put it bluntly was a certain kind of wildness that belonged to male creatures. In short, he chose to protect his woman from the prying eyes of other men without even thinking carefully. Situ Liufeng's eyes also narrowed, ignoring the fact that there was still a Yu Min by his side, and said coldly, Is Mr. Hua planning to take the decision for her? She's my wife. You have a problem with taking decisions for her. You. Situ Lu Feng said, she is a talent. I hope you do not delay her development. No. I'll just make her happier than anyone else. Yumin coldly watched. She used surprised eyes to look at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was looking very anxious. What in the world is so good about this woman? Why do all the men care about her? Even when he called Lu Yuanqing yesterday, he was very agreeable to her and said that he didn't want to deal with her anymore. Obviously, besides a face, there are no other redeeming qualities. Could it be that men really only look at faces? Originally thought that Situ Lu Feng was different, but it turned out to be the same. She laughed coldly in her heart, but on the surface, she pulled Situ Liufeng's hand and said, yes, Brother Hua. Right now Xiaoxia is going to get the Best Supporting Actress award. When that time comes, she's really accomplished something extraordinary. Saying this, his voice trembles a bit and seems to be very aggrieved. Hui Yuxing, however, was unmoved and said, that's my pride. Situ Lu Feng said with a corner of his mouth. That's because her acting is good. What does it have to do with you? My woman. Although Hui Yuxing is a straight man, sometimes disliking people is really quite good at picking out people's hearts to stab. Situ Lu Feng said, then she really is unlucky, and her future development will only be not too good. Don't you think so, Gu Xiaoxiao? I think it's pretty good. Even if the achievements are bad, it doesn't matter, the family is at peace. Of course, it would be even more perfect if there weren't these external enemies. So Gu Xiaoxiao was still trying to use Hui Yuxing's power to suppress Yumin. It was only because she hadn't had time to deal with her yet, because she was busy filming the drama right now. It hadn't occurred to me that they were already going to get engaged according to the plot. It just seemed to be almost a month or so later than in the novel. Remembering that the time of their engagement should be the time when the Hua family lost their power, outwardly Yumin was forced by Situ Lu Feng to get engaged. But in fact it was she who had already given up the Hua family before willingly becoming Mrs. Situ. And the book doesn't show that the Hua family's loss of power is related to Situ Lu Feng. But in reality there's already a lot of evidence to show that it's actually him and Yumin doing it together. Or maybe they did that thing in the book too. That would be disgusting. A woman who almost brought the Hua family down for her own benefit. And as a result, one of them has a granddaughter for her all day long and a granddaughter for life, which is really ridiculous. What kind of plot is this? Isn't there something wrong with his brain? Hui Yuxing is not like such a stupid man. How is it possible for such a woman to abandon his wife who loves him? And then, never mind. Everything has changed since I crossed over anyway. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a heart-stopping gaze and realized that Yumin was staring at herself. She suddenly realized that if the female lead was really a true little white flower like the plot, then maybe nothing could have happened. But the female lead is a big white lotus with a black heart. If she finds out that it's bad, she will sabotage from it. If there's an opening, she will drill it, so many powerful people might also be trapped into it. Not to mention the fact that originally the Hua family had a good feeling about her. Now, she seemed to be fixated on herself, and look at those viper-like eyes that were frightening. Perhaps her reaction was too obvious. Situ Lu Feng also suddenly turned his head. But at this time Yumin has already bottomed the head. He even frowned and said, you'd better not think of something superfluous. The child is important. He said on his lips but did not care a little about her and the meaning of the child. There is a kind of cold and piercing feeling, as if he hated Yumin as well. Chapter 128, The Strange Hero and Heroine. How is this different from the plot? Isn't Yumin going to have a baby in a few months? How come it's earlier? Never mind, the book itself doesn't even have a child yet, it's all made up. Not to mention the fact that people already have one. A little early, in fact, there is nothing probably. No, the crooked floor now should be to stop these two men dry up. They seem to be born with a grudge like The book doesn't say that they are the type to meet and pinch each other. Even if it is the relationship between the male lead and the male supporting actor. But after the Hua family's rise to power, Yumin has already married Situ Lu Feng. And Hui Yuxing is not the kind of man who takes away people's love. He can only hold back and secretly take care of Yumin, and did not want to intervene in their marriage. So, although he can't see Situ Lu Feng on the surface, as long as he maintains a relationship with another woman, he basically won't look for trouble from him. Sort of the two sides of nothing. But now Mo is arguing and about to fight, and it looks serious. No, the dirty words came out. Seeing that Yumin today walks the deep and steady wind standing on one side without moving or shaking, does not intend to care. But she still thinks about eating a good meal, so she stood up and crossed the middle of the two people, intending to persuade. As a result, by this time Situ Lu Feng had already been unable to resist making a move, and he had wanted to punch Hui Yuxing. In the past, he wouldn't have been so impulsive, But today he's even more prone to do so than the irascible Hui Yuxing for some reason. But who knows, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly walked into the middle of the two. She is a pregnant woman, did not wear high-heeled shoes, people look very small. Situ Lu Feng hit out of the arm, suddenly wanted to take back. But it was a little late, can only be loosened fist into a slap. It snapped, hitting the top of Gu Xiaoxiao's head in one fell swoop, fanning her hairstyle into disarray. Gu Xiaoxiao also touched inexplicably, a little aggrieved. I thought you would at least slap me, but what are you doing hitting the top of my head? My hair. Situ Lu Feng was reported by her and did not know what to say. Just now in that moment he was actually afraid. Afraid that he would hurt her. Fortunately, it seems that there is no injury. Hui Yuxing, however, had been offended, and like a ferocious beast protecting its young. He suddenly turned red, lifting Situ Liufeng's shirt collar up across Gu Xiaoxiao and shouting, Situ Lu Feng, do you want to die? Don't fight. Don't fight. This is a public place. Gu Xiaoxiao held on to Hui Yuxing's arm, which was as hard as a rock, and pulled it down. But his arm didn't move for a second even though he had hoisted himself up. Unable to help his brain, he suddenly squatted down with an alas covering his stomach. Hui Yuxing was startled, and busied himself with shortening his body to support her. How are you doing? Is there any problem with your stomach? Gu Xiaoxiao took this opportunity to wave her hand behind her back and told Situ Lu Feng to leave quickly. Otherwise it would be bad if they attracted the media at that time. Situ Lu Feng has always been very good at getting into trouble and is not easy to persuade. But today he saw Gu Xiaoxiao defending himself and didn't know for what reason he drifted away. Even Yu Min still felt strange why he would be so obedient. Waiting to walk out a long way, she asked in a whispered search, Are you all right? Brother Hua is very impulsive. Especially when it comes to things about Gu Xiaoxiao, he loses his cool easily. Don't you ever say these useless words in front of me again. And he's not some brother Hua of yours. Don't call him so disgusting. Situ Lu Feng, although he agreed to marry Yu Min, it was really purely on the basis of her protecting her child. Although she may not be a good woman, but she should be a good mother. Just based on this, he felt it was right to marry her. As for the Sito family disagreeing, those were never in his consideration. Why are you always in such a bad temper after mentioning Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuxing? They have no reason to deal with you at all right now because there's no evidence. Can you calm down a bit? Our engagement. What did you say? You calm down some. No, the previous sentence. Yu Min's heart jumped. In fact, she also had a hint of alarm in her heart for a long time. But she didn't think that he just seemed to have discovered something. It couldn't be? I mean, you have a poor temper. Then immediately added by Situ Liufeng's eyes. You become nonchalant once you meet Hui Yuxing and the others. Situ Lu Feng thought back a little. His temper has always been quite good. Since taking over the business, there is no one who can really pull his emotions. In the beginning, Yu Min was one, but now she doesn't have that ability anymore. Originally, he felt that he was angry at Hui Yuxing because they had fought several times because of Yu Min, and then he had suffered a loss. But that's not always the case in business. But now that I think about it, it's obvious that it's not that, and most of the times when I'm really angry is when I see Gu Xiaoxiao with Hui Yuxing or when she mentions him. In the beginning, she felt that she was a stupid woman who silently carried a child for the Hua family without saying anything. Later, she did so many more things for the Hua family, the reason being that she was carrying the Hua family's child and was unfailingly devoted to Hui Yuxing. Yes, he's jealous. What gives Hui Yuxing the right to get that pure love that he's been begging for? Ever since worrying over Yu Min countless times and then vetoing Gu Xiaoxiao countless times, that woman always brightened his eyes. Then, she left him fiercely again, ignoring him and even hating him, even to the point that every time they met, they did not get along. No, it's not even met a couple of times to even count the words spoken. But he actually looked at her differently. It turned out that the reason for his irritability was so simple that he hadn't realized it until now. A time a little overwhelmed Situ Lu Feng. Surprisingly, some feel that he is too stupid, actually have not been able to find their own emotions, have problems turned out to be because of a woman, not how much hate Hui Yuxing, and does not have to be how it is, but just unconvinced jealousy and then love but cannot be. Right, so he likes Gu Xiaoxiao. No wonder he had always been comparing Yu Min to her lately, because she had virtues Yu Min didn't have. But suddenly realized, he inexplicably took her as her double. Only all of this he surprisingly did not know, surprisingly did not react at all until Yu Min's just reminded him to understand that his emotions turned out to be very unstable, and the reason for this was surprisingly Gu Xiaoxiao and Hui Yuxing. Why would it be destabilizing? Because as soon as he saw them together, jealousy grew in his heart. It was just really stupid of him to be unfamiliar with what it was, having never felt this way before. And Yu Min looked at some collapsed laughing Situ Lu Feng surprisingly for a moment in a daze there. She felt that she seemed to open what switch in his heart, and she would therefore walk on a road of no return. Chapter 129. So that's how it is. Then, one could hear Situ Lufeng nervously say, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I didn't even realize it. It's really stupid. So how was it? Situ, what happened to you?" Yu Min hated in her heart. Hated why that Gu Xiaoxiao would be so magical. Even Black Dog Blood had no way to deal with her before. It seemed that she would have to think of another way. You have to know that the Gu Xiaoxiao of the past was very stupid, and apart from Huo Yuxing, she almost never had a crush on any man. Even when she was young and wanted to play around, as soon as she appeared that man would immediately turn to her. And Gu Xiaoxiao would immediately give in to each other. She felt that a man who betrayed her wouldn't be worth thinking about. Since she doesn't think about it, then she doesn't want to either. So both of them haven't had any trouble with relationship matters since they were little, until they met Huo Yuxing. Huo Yuxing is Gu Xiaoxiao's knot, as well as hers. He's a real shaft of a man, and as soon as a door is drilled in he bites like a rabid dog, hard to get a hold of. It was just one Huo Yuxing, but now there was another Situ Lufeng. This guy is almost as difficult as Huo Yuxing. He's a perfectionist. As long as every girlfriend shows a hint of something he doesn't like, he'll immediately flip out, and now he's doing the same to her. However, he is now looking at Gu Xiaoxiao, which he never thought of as a possibility before. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao had been with Huo Yuxing from the beginning and was not a virgin, and Situ Lufeng was a perfectionist who could not possibly put her in his eyes. But now he realized that he had really thought wrong. Situ Liufeng's perfection surely refers not to the body, but infatuation. This was the only good thing Gu Xiaoxiao had on her. No, there was also the obsession and protection of the child. Recently, she even disgustingly imitated this point of Gu Xiaoxiao before she got Situ Liufeng's approval, but she didn't think that it turned out that he actually had such a heart. Sometimes men and women together is not because of feelings, or because of other things are not necessarily. For example, she is now and Situ Lufeng is so, as long as the engagement married that his property to be divided into half of her, by the time their own career is also successful, completely can go out to fly alone. But if you do not marry him, will not have these treatments, and will even be rumored to be adopted up. After all, her current situation is being adopted. However, it's just a package. I don't know since when they haven't even had a conjugal life. Not only her, it seems that other women haven't had one either. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that since that time he has fallen in love with the one called Gu Xiaoxiao? It's ridiculous. Does he still want to keep his body for a woman who didn't even know what to think at the time? She didn't even know how to say it. Now she could only pretend to be Gu Xiaoxiao to see if she could pull his heart back some. As long as he cared a little about himself, sooner or later she would tie this man up again. It's fine. Situ Lufeng opened her hand and then went back a little disoriented. What's the use of liking? That person has already gotten married while he will also be engaged. Only that there won't be any more interactions in the future. And he was really stupid. He didn't realize why he treated her differently than others until this moment. So, these Gu Xiaoxiao did not know. After she pretended to have a stomach ache and saw Situ Lufeng leave, she suddenly stood up and changed her face faster than turning over a book and said, "It's already done, let's eat." "You!" Huo Yuxing cried and laughed, not thinking that she would use such a method to keep them from fighting. "How am I doing? You want to help them? I just want to eat properly. I'm all hungry. Your son is kicking me in the belly with hunger. Come back to the old mansion at night. The old man misses you. Also, the children's room wants to be redecorated a bit, so I still need your opinion." Huo Yuxing said, "I'm going to declare to the public that I'm taking over the Huo family after these things are done, and I want you to stand by my side at that time." "It's not right," Gu Xiaoxiao said. "What's wrong? As I recall, aren't celebrities required to keep their relationships and marriages and whatnot a secret? Their previous world is like this, stars what married to the outside world also said not married, and then a variety of hidden when cannot hide before they will say." Huo Yuxing said, "You're not an idol star. Even though you've made this idol drama, but I'll let you take the path of a strong actor in the future. Besides, is there anything I'm not allowed to see? Also, it's pretty good too, which is so unseemly that it's practically ripe for the picking." Just as Huo Yuxing had said, she really didn't need to cover up. She wasn't too fond of things that were too complicated anyway, so it was good. "Aha! Huo Yuxing. Call the husband. Honey, you said I wasn't feeling too good inside. What's wrong?" Huo Yuxing was stunned, knowing that Gu Xiaoxiao usually doesn't say anything easily, and although she's been a bit more cordial with herself lately, she doesn't often spill her guts. All of a sudden, she said that she was not feeling well. So was she not pampering herself? He immediately looked at her with a 12% spirit. wanting to give comfort after getting an answer. Gu Xiaoxiao said, Yu Min is getting engaged. I feel very uncomfortable. Why? Hu Yuxing said, thinking it was normal. I hate her. What she did to me and my child is unforgettable. Gu Xiaoxiao puts her chopsticks aside and speaks quite seriously. And Hu Yuxing knows what she's thinking, saying, the old man won't agree. Besides, I have no intention of dealing with a woman. But I want to deal with her man. So you're a gentleman, I'm not. I'm a little woman. I'm definitely going to get back at Yu Min. I'm definitely going to make her look good when her engagement ceremony is over. So give me some help or you'll be sleeping on the couch at night. Pest. Hu Yuxing immediately became ungentlemanly and said, okay. I'll arrange for manpower to be given to you. What type you want? Just the ones that are good at scouting. And there's one thing that's suspicious I want them to look into. What is it? Her child. A woman's intuition. But I'll make her look good when something goes wrong. Huh? Hu Yuxing's heart trembled, thinking that it was better not to offend women. Too vindictive. However, he was also angry with Yu Min, so he didn't stop Gu Xiaoxiao's idea, and he wasn't the one who made the move anyway. The old man only told him not to make a move, but he didn't say that Xiaoxia should not make a move, and even if she did make a move, nothing would happen, because a pregnant mother believes that no one would be difficult for her. The two went back to his house at night, and then someone came to measure the size of Gu Xiaoxiao's custom-made dress, and asked what her requirements, and Gu Xiaoxiao only said a road. Think of ways to cover up my little belly. The TV series cannot be exposed before the end of filming. Chapter 130 Guest of Honor. Gu Xiaoxiao can be considered a very direct person, because many stars will not take the initiative to state this kind of thing when they encounter this kind of thing, and they also purposely add more money in the hope that they will not say anything about it. By the way, she's the Hua family's youngest grandmother, so even if she says it, it's nothing, and it won't bring any trouble to her future path anyway. But to measure the size of the people are also some people smart, this kind of thing they will not say, do not then offend the Hua family. Don't look at the Hua family has just recovered, but this momentum is really like a breakthrough. I've heard that they've acquired 2 entertainment companies and established their own, and are preparing their first movie. No need to ask about this movie, it should be for your own family's youngest grandma, right? Even Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't know about this, and after sending these people away, their side will start dinner. Elder Hua was in a good mood after playing chess with his old friends, and greeted Gu Xiaoxiao as she sat down and said, Xiaoxiao, I heard that the award ceremony will be held soon, so how about Grandpa going to support you then? How do you hold up? That was something she really didn't know. I'm going to be the guest of honor, Elder Hua proudly said. Old master, at your age you can just play chess with your friends at home. I'll go for this guest of honor, just in time to promote Hua's entertainment. Hu Yuxing immediately snatched it up, and then even gave Gu Xiaoxiao a curt look, as if she would immediately go if she just said for him to go. That's not for us to say, is it? Gu Xiaoxia asked in a small voice. Didn't she say that the competition was very formal? As long as you give some investment, of course you can go. Elder Hua said in an overbearing manner, but Gu Xiaoxiao felt that the point wasn't that small. Well, she didn't want to ask, knowing would definitely hurt her heart. Then you guys go together. Gu Xiaoxiao just casually said a joke when she was dealing with the 2 grandparents, which unexpectedly they both even looked at each other, and then Elder Hua said, going for 2 is a bit of an exaggeration, but you might be able to if you really wish it. No, I didn't wish for you guys to go. Gu Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Then seeing their grandparents and grandchildren very disappointed immediately added, it's just that if you guys go, I can't kick you out. Why was the situation so arrogant? What exactly had she been through? As it turned out, after that comment, they started working on how to go about being a guest of honor, and she was very well behaved and ate her meal. After eating, she needed to go outside for a walk, and it was at this time that she really realized how big the old mansion was. Not to mention the extensive grounds, there is actually a pool in the back. During the week, it is covered with a glass canopy that can be pulled back if the weather is good. It becomes an outdoor pool and it's really big and beautiful. There's also grass around it, which is perfect for dogs and meows. It's a great place to have a kitten or a dog. We do have dogs at home, but I thought you didn't like them, so they were all locked up. If you like it, we can sneak the dog together in the future. Hu Yuxing said somewhat happily. You have a dog? Where did you put it before? She was talking about when the assets were frozen. Let Uncle Junior take it back. Come on. I'll take you to see Blackie, he's so well behaved. Good wow. Gu Xiaoxiao loves dogs, and the name Xiao Hei is especially appealing once she hears it. And it didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing, who was so aloof in the book, also liked raising dogs, so there would be another common hobby in the future. But when she saw the small black, the moment she was a little excited. This is small black. People standing up may be higher than her waist than she is also fine. A black Tibetan Mastiff was called a small black. This is not funny. Besides, where can be good? But scary is true. She took back the line about having one more hobby in common. It really wasn't different at all. Okay. The most she was going to get was a German Shepherd, and to a lesser extent a Border Collie, the kind of Tibetan Mastiff she felt like she'd be eaten by. Who knew that Hui Yuxing came out holding Xiao Hei and walked up to her and said, "Xiao Hei, this is your mistress. From today onwards, you have to protect her and listen to her words, okay?" After saying this, he even rubbed its head. Xiao Hei looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with his tongue out, but there was no hostility in his eyes, and Gu Xiaoxiao always felt that his doggy face seemed to be smiling, and his tail was wagging. Could it be that, because she was often with Hui Yuxing and smelled like him, the dog was very friendly to her? Come and pet him, and when you do, he's your dog. Seriously, it's hers if you touch it? But Gu Xiaoxiao believes in Hui Yuxing, and has always believed in him from the beginning, which is why she chose to be with him. There's no way around it. Other people liked the male lead when they read the book, but she was hearting the male support when she read the book, only she didn't think that she'd get herself involved. Reaching out her hand, she touched the little black, and then realized that its fur was really soft and fluffy. Most importantly, Blackie didn't bite her. Obviously, this was the first time that one person and one dog had met, but what the hell was it as if they were familiar with each other? Hui Yuxing stood up when he saw that they were getting along well, then said, "Let's go. I'll take you guys for a walk outside." Outside is pointed out the villa's mountain. That mountain is really beautiful, especially in the fall. There are all kinds of wild fruits. Of course, there are some Hua family planted pure natural vegetables and so on. At first, although not tended, but now has a bumper harvest. When they got outside, Hui Yuxing let go of the leash, and the big dog flew away, the kind of dog that Gu Xiaoxiao thought would shake the ground when it ran. "Are you okay with letting it go like that? It won't bite, will it? There aren't any people around. It's okay. And besides, it won't get too far away from its owner." Hui Yuxing was afraid that Gu Xiaoxiao would fall and held her up. "I found the talent you wanted for you, and I even had them go and privately investigate you, Min. I don't think this kind of thing requires you as a prospective mother to do anything. The big deal is that the old man scolded you for helping me say a few words. Why the sudden change of heart? I don't want to get your hands dirty. You're still fit to smile. There were some things you got your hands on that you might not be able to shake off, and he was a man, he wasn't afraid. So which two sentences am I going to say for you? Old master, don't blame Hui Yuxing, it was actually my idea. Still, old master, you forgive your grandson for the sake of your heavy grandson. Ah, naughty. As long as it's what you say, the old master will listen." Hui Yuxing embraces Gu Xiaoxiao, then gently kisses her, one bite at a time like he's playing. The atmosphere was really nice, but not long after Gu Xiaoxiao was bitten by a very large mosquito, and both of them returned to the Hua home. By the way, they also took a look at the nursery, and then it was really different from the last time, and the style had pretty much changed. Why did it look like a boy's room last time, and why does it look like a girl's room this time? It's strange. Why does this family look forward to a son and then a daughter? Chapter 131. Young Lady. Hui Yuxing fiddled with the bells on the cot and said, "Before that, the old master had someone design it. What about now? I had someone design it." "You like daughters. Boys and girls are fine." Although Hui Yuxing said this, he still coughed lightly and said, "If it's like you think it's good to raise a daughter, calling me back means?" Gu Xiaoxiao had some bad feelings of desire, and sure enough, there was a knock on the door not long afterward, and then Elder Hu walked in. He glanced at this baby room and frowned, saying, "Xiao Xiao, what do you think of this room? It's over. What's she going to do when she's caught in the middle between the old man and Hui Yuxing? I think a little cuteness is fine. It's a little early for both boy and girl designs. After all, babies don't have any idea of their gender. Why don't we just leave it at that? Don't bother. No, then a little more neutral. Anyway, it's not good to look like a girl like that. In case it's a boy, don't you raise petulant. And what if it was a daughter? Wouldn't that raise wild?" The two men were wide-eyed and looked like they were really fighting. And they were talking and moving closer to one another, always looking like they were going to fight because of it. Neutralize it, neutralize it. Get someone to change the wallpaper tomorrow, nothing else. Or else, just wait for another 2 months, then find out the gender of the child. Gu Xiaoxia stretched out her hand between them. It was really too sad. How these two seemed to be only a few years old. Isn't it a little early to start putting in a nursery when the child doesn't even know the gender right now? No, the child is only small now, after all. It always needs to be ventilated after it's fitted. Even the materials won't work, so it has to be installed early. Elder Hua immediately said. Then, how about putting in a neutral one, and then the soft furnishings will follow the gender when the time comes? Gu Xiaoxia felt that they might have to fight if she said any more. But even with that said, they still seemed to reluctantly agree. Finally relieved to be able to sleep, sent away Elder Hua. Gu Xiaoxiao also changed into the new pajamas she had placed here. Then said, "Is it because of this that you guys have argued several times, and that's why I came back to make a decision? After all, you're the mom and you have the final say. The old man wants his heavy grandchildren to be red-eyed." Hu Yuxing frowned. "Then what are you doing going against him? Why don't you just go along with it?" "How can that be? I don't want my daughter to be born without even a person who likes her. How pathetic." Hu Yuxing frowned as if the birth must be a daughter. Gu Xiaoxiao snorted out a laugh, sat on the bed and rubbed his thigh and said, "You think too much. If it really is a daughter of the girl no one love I also like, the big deal is to carry away." Hu Yuxing didn't speak, but the veins on his forehead suddenly jumped up, and his fists were all clenched together as if he was very angry. "What is this guy angry, Gu Xiaoxia shrinks a little. "Is it because he wants to carry his daughter away?" "Maya, he seems to have met a daughter slave. What can be done? In the future the daughter wants to get married are difficult, right?" Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Hu Yuxing ask with a whimper, "Really? Is it really okay? Why didn't she get it?" Hu Yuxing looked at her like a little girl tilting her head as if she didn't know anything about this heart of fire burned even hotter, and without even thinking about it pounced up and directly pressed the person down on the bed and said, "You're the one who asked for it." "No, I didn't, Unfortunately, the action just now really seduced Hu Yuxing enough to eat the person without hesitation. When it was over, Hu Yuxing played with her hair, his eyes bright and scary. "What else do you want to do? It's not good to sleep. You're beautiful." Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. What was this sudden compliment to her for? Could it be that there was something she was being asked to do? Could it be begging her not to deal with Yumin? So would he say yes himself when he asked for it? Surprisingly, he was a little hesitant. However, in the end, Hu Yuxing didn't say anything, but those eyes never left her until she finally fell asleep from exhaustion. Hu Yuxing, on the other hand, kissed her a little and felt like the happiest person in this moment. Of course, he would have been happier if she didn't still have a child in her belly. It didn't matter, as long as the baby was born, he could still be the happiest man alive. In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao is a very good woman, and no matter what you do with her, you don't seem to have to worry about anything happening at home. But Hu Yuxing is still a little worried because he doesn't know if she really loves him or if she's with him because of the baby. Even now that the two have been licensed and married, but it always makes people think that if there is no this child she might not love him anymore and would not take in their Hua family. After all, she was hurt very deeply in the beginning. Even now, she still doesn't feel good about this place. What should he do with her? How was one going to get her to be able to say the words that she loved him? Had I known that I wouldn't have thought about what was right or wrong and said yes when she was chasing after her. But the her at that time seemed to be completely different from the one who got pregnant later. She was hot before, but not as likable as she was later. Never mind, the man is in his hands now anyway. Taking her hand, Hu Yuxing fell asleep with a happy face. The next day he personally sends Gu Xiaoxiao to the location of the shoot. But he's a bit busy, so it's Elder Hua who accompanies her today. It's really stressful, and it's not just her, everyone is too. Especially Zhang Mingjia. He realized that as long as he was close to Gu Xiaoxiao, he would be glared at by the old master, really quite sharp eyes. He couldn't stand it and specifically went to find Gu Xiaoxiao to ask her to persuade the old master not to glare at him for nothing. He just wanted to rub some snacks. Gu Xiaoxiao also shrugged her shoulders helplessly and said, "I'm also under a lot of pressure. I don't even dare not to work seriously. That said, everyone's working more than twice as efficiently. I think the show might be moving up." Aha! The two had just spoken for a while when Gu Xiaoxiao's assistant came over and called her. "Miss Gu, the old master wants you to go over and eat bird's nest. Didn't you just eat? It was eaten 3 hours ago. Is it good to eat that all the time? Besides, does their mobile nanny van come with bird's nest stew?" A rare break. All spent on eating bird's nest, she was thinking of eating something else. But after going back, they found two strangers standing beside the old master. They looked different from normal people with a very special aura. Immediately after seeing Gu Xiaoxiao, they nodded and said, "Young lady." Aha! How is this that everyone calls her young lady now? Chapter 132 got his period. The two of them are looking for you for something, but they're not speaking to me. What is it? Elder Hua is looking for Gu Xiaoxiao in a proper and serious manner. In fact, he wants to know why his grandson would introduce these two people to her, as they are very famous private detectives. There's nothing much going on. Just want to look into the matter of my parents' factory. Always feel that there's someone behind it. Gu Xiaoxiao was also someone with an urgent talent, and came up with this solution with a quick turn of the brain. Elder Hu didn't suspect anything, so he said, "Then you guys go and talk. If there's anything you can find me, Grandpa will help you." "Thank you, Gramps. Call Grandpa." Unfortunately, Gu Xiaoxiao didn't care and left with the two people Hu Yuxing found to help her, and they found a room to sit in. Gu Xiaoxiao was still wearing her costume, and was quite the high-class white-collar model, sitting there with an air of dignity. The two of them handed a piece of information to Gu Xiaoxiao before saying, "This is Yumin's movements in life over the past 2 days. Our people are still monitoring it, but we found a problem, and Mr. Hua asked us to confide in you." "Okay, you guys go ahead." Gu Xiaoxiao felt that it must be a big deal. Otherwise Hu Yuxing wouldn't have asked the two of them to come over and talk in person. One of them said, "Listening to General Manager Hua's account explained that Yumin seemed to be pregnant, but we found out how she secretly went to buy tampons." After saying that, he pulled up a video and handed it to Gu Xiaoxiao to look at. Then she saw a person who was wearing a very thick and then wrapped up rather tightly walk out. Although she couldn't see her face, she could recognize that this person was probably Yumin. Then she watched her walk to the supermarket around her home, and then someone followed up and filmed her buying a lot of tampons. These people are really skillful, worthy of being the people that Hu Yuxing trusts. Just because of this tracking technique, I'm afraid that no one is so bold and meticulous, and we have to know that Yumin is a star, and she's usually still very sensitive to tracking these. To be able to hide it from her and follow her so closely, it's really quite impressive. But after a while it will be realized that this is not the most powerful, because they not only tracked Yumin by sanitary napkins, and even squatted downstairs in their house, and finally Yumin alone dressed like a mysterious person to take out the garbage. She even looked around when she was done throwing it before finally going home with a sigh of relief. Could be said that Yumin was really careful, but it was completely unexpected that someone would dare to go through the trash can. Yes, they people actually went through the trash can and found tampons. This is too heavy-handed, and Gu Xiaoxiao felt psychologically ill for a moment. No wonder Hu Yuxing didn't watch it. He's a big man and it's really not appropriate for him to watch this. We've extracted the DNA from it for comparison, and have confirmed that Yumin is not pregnant. When they finished, Gu Xiaoxia sucked in her breath. This was really enough evidence. She nodded after hearing this and then said, "Thank you guys." Picking up and watching Yumin's every move again, she found that she was still quite concerned about getting engaged to Situ Lu Feng, and had recently been trying to find a way to order high-grade dresses. Only this Situ Lu Feng was a bit strange. Why didn't he show up at Yumin's home for many days? You know the book, but it is written that he is a person who has always been a forceful person, especially caring about Yumin. Because she was high-strung, she was fine running to her house and even ended up resting in her house all the time. But there's something different now. Is there something wrong with their relationship? Looking at Yumin so positively didn't seem to make any difference, so Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on with them. Anyway, now that Yumin had a handle on her, what was the best way to handle it? Letting those two go back first, she rubbed her chin and decided to return the favor. Last time, Yumin had joined forces with Huojia's little aunt's family to make her lose her child. Surely this time she would make her lose this child as well? I wonder what will happen to Situ Lufeng when the time comes. In short, she was very skeptical that that male lead would kick her out the door personally, not leaving any face at all. Situ Lufeng was that kind of person. He would become very extreme whenever someone betrayed him. Love someone so much that you can't wait to circle her in your arms and not let go. And if you don't love them anymore, then there's something to be said for that. As in, the so-called ex-girlfriend he had before. I remember there was such an emotion in the drama that his ex-girlfriend who once betrayed him came back and ended up being abused by him quite badly. Yumin used the child to lie to him. I believe that there will certainly not be any good results. But this matter, she also did not mention it to the old man, and after she came out, she still shot the movie very seriously. Elder Hu didn't ask in detail anyway, he was here to protect her. Don't ask much about anything else, young people nowadays are very heavy on what privacy is. Anyway, his own grandson is coming to pick him up when he gets off work, so let him ask about it then. Or forget it, young people's young couple matters between him or less. He may become an enemy if he meddles in it, and what happened before is a lesson. He had trusted a little girl and defended her all the time, but in the end, he had almost harmed his closest people. He was too self-paying and should have left the times to these young people. Her old man such indulgence also let Gu Xiaoxiao aid a surprise. She had thought he would pipe in the end it, did not think so easily let her off the hook. At the same time, I feel relieved that the old man is not so bad to talk about. It seems that in the future it may be able to communicate a little. In the evening, Hu Yuxing comes to pick her up, and the two return to their house in the city. In the car, Gu Xiaoxiao said, "Yu Min is lying. She's not pregnant at all." "Really? So what are you going to do?" Hu Yuxing asked. "Do to her what she did to me in the first place. Why don't we go over there the day she gets engaged? Go if you like." "Well, thank you. I have conditions." "What conditions?" Gu Xiaoxiao pouted, thinking that his condition probably had something to do with certain things at night. However, it didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing said in a different way. "When you choose the wallpaper, you and I will go and choose a pink one, right? Wouldn't pink be the right color for a girl?" This guy exactly how obsessed with daughters are. In the past, he hadn't always thought of having a son. She asked strangely. "As I recall, you used to like sons." "That was before. I just think everyone wants us to have a son. It would really be pathetic if we had a daughter with no one to love her. Who else expects me to have a son? A little uncle and auntie. Well, it would be pretty sad to have a daughter, wouldn't it? What about your parents? They're coming back soon, too. But I've called and they also think it's better to have a son. Put it this way, I don't think what you're thinking is wrong." Gu Xiaoxiao also feels that her daughter is super pitiful when she thinks about it carefully, and no one even looks forward to her birth. So it's not without reason that Hu Yuxing is so biased. Chapter 133 Award Ceremony. Why don't we have a little pain ourselves, or what if we have a daughter? So let's think about her, Hu Yuxing said squarely as he drove. It's still too early, he's still very small. Gu Xiaoxiao touched her stomach and said gently, "Actually, he's already very lucky. As early as 2 months or so ago he wasn't expected by anyone, and almost became a little pitiful baby that no one wanted. So he's okay now." She didn't mean to speak about this. She just lamented about the impermanence of the world. But she didn't expect this to irritate Hu Yuxing, and thinking about some of the asshole things she did some time ago couldn't help but even make her head hurt. Suddenly his car turned in a direction and said, "Let's go out to eat tonight. There's a Western food that's pretty good." In the past, they were all focused on saving money, but now they didn't need to. Why waste money when you can just make it at home and eat it? It's not a waste. A meal if it can enhance our relationship. I think it's saved. Don't you think so? Hu Yuxing gently squeezes Gu Xiaoxiao's hand. Then with a handsome toss of his head he leads her into a really high-class Western restaurant. However, Gu Xiaoxia still walked in fully dressed. In case she was seen, it wouldn't be good. When they went in, the two found a good seat and sat down, and then had a very romantic Western meal. Not only was it delicious, it was also quite exotic. The music was also quite good, and Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but get caught up in Hu Yuxing's action of cutting the steak for her. Men are not only handsome when they fight, sometimes when they do this kind of small things, they are also handsome so that people can't move their eyes. And her heart was sweet, as if she had eaten a piece of candy, really very sweet. She dragged her hand over her face and looked at Hu Yuxing seriously, looking at him strangely. "What happened? Why are you looking at me like that? You have a very handsome way with a knife. Did you used to cut steaks for people?" "No, you're the first." He finished handing her the steak and said, "Eat slowly. The first one, it's just a steak cut, but it's still a delight." Girls are such easily satisfied creatures, and all men never seem to be able to catch them in this weakness. After dinner, they went home, but Yu Min was waiting downstairs early. When she saw them coming back, she greeted them and would have crashed into the car if Hu Yuxing hadn't slammed on the brakes earlier. This performance was a bit unusual, as if it was intentional. Gu Xiaoxiao frowned and was thinking about how to deal with it when she saw Hu Yuxing directly open the door and get out of the car, yelling, "You don't want to die elsewhere. There's a pregnant woman in my car. What if you scare her?" Well, that's how a man should protect his woman. Although the one who yelled was also a woman, he was now handsome to a new height in Gu Xiaoxiao's heart. She also opened the door and walked down, not saying a word, watching Yu Min perform there. But she even aggrieved, "I am also a pregnant woman, ah." The voice is very small, seems to tell over to the onlookers how aggrieved she is, as if she was not the one who just rushed out to hit the car. "I thought Hu Yuxing would suffer, but he said without thinking, 'I didn't get you pregnant, so I don't care if you live or die. Besides, you're the one who came out of nowhere and rammed into our car, so I begged you to do it. It didn't occur to her that Hui Yuxing's mouth was quite powerful, and she had pretty much solved it without even having to make a move. Yumin lowered her head. In front of Hui Yuxing, she hadn't shown her true colors yet. Just aggrieved, she said, "I'm just here to invite you all to my engagement banquet. After all, we had misunderstandings before through this time can be solved." She hands the 2 invitations to Hui Yuxing, but he doesn't move or pick them up. Gu Xiaoxiao was in the car. She laughed with her mask. "We two are family? What do you mean by sending 2 invitations?" "Ah, I didn't realize you guys had. Already. We've already got a license, we just didn't have a wedding because we were busy. Already ahead, want to let outsiders think more is not it? So that's how it is, I was negligent." Then with a sad look, Hui Yuxing said, "Finish speaking. Get lost." Turning around, he helped Gu Xiaoxiao to go upstairs. But Yumin gritted her teeth and continued to send, "Brother Hua, are you really not going?" Gu Xiaoxiao turned around fiercely and said, "You have a problem with name-calling, you know? Don't make yourself look like a mistress. My man has never dared to touch you. A woman with a snake's heart? Who are you grieving for? Isn't it just that you want us to go, you can?" She reached out and took the invitation, then said, "Now get lost. Then you guys come early." After saying that, Yumin cried as if she had suffered a very great insult and walked away. Next to a grandfather also said, "Nowadays, young people are made, there are any problems solved, not just difficult for others to do what the little girl? What your old man said about the little girl stealing documents from my man's company and then handing them over to her man, almost killing my man's grandfather, and almost killing the baby in my belly, that's not as simple as the question." Gu Xiaoxiao isn't one to silently carry the black pot around, living in a neighborhood who knows what they'll say about Hui Yuxing and herself. After saying that, she and Hui Yuxing went upstairs. As soon as she saw Yumin, she was in a bad mood and put her bag with a voice. Hui Yuxing felt that he had to coax again. "You don't have to go if you don't want to." "No, I must go and expose the fact that she's not pregnant. It's really too disgusting. Moreover, there must be some kind of conspiracy for her to be so aggressive in calling us to go." "You're right. That woman will never know what it means to be honest." Hui Yuxing said, "You don't need to think about it anymore. Leave this to me. After all, the award ceremony is in 2 days, you need to prepare." Gu Xiaoxiao could only nod, and then didn't think that an award ceremony that required her to go over and prepare a day in advance was really a waste of time for filming. However, there was nothing she could do but get ready and ride in the nanny car with her assistant and manager to another district and stay at a hotel prepared by the sponsor, the Hua family. Hui Yuxing didn't come along because he had something to do, but he did send someone to entertain her. Gu Xiaoxia this side just stayed over there. Someone came over to tell her that Master Hua also arrived. Just a lot of media do not meet, let her be careful, but there will be bodyguards in the dark to protect her. The original Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this everywhere with bodyguards and whatnot is really too extravagant, but thought of the other day's events, he almost died, so now a little bit of extravagance is nothing. After all, he married into the Hua family, should be born together, should be born right. After all, he married into the Hua family, should also bear the burden together. Not to mention that he is still a star, wherever he goes, he is noticed. Chapter 134, Walking the Red Carpet. In the evening, someone came over to explain the process to her, and then sought to find out if there was anything she needed to be aware of. Gu Xiaoxiao shook her head. It was her first time attending this kind of ceremony, and she didn't know what she could pay attention to. Just walk the red carpet to take a companion, this is a little difficult. She did not know who she wanted to take. Then the visitor said, "In that case, tomorrow we will arrange the men's side of the red carpet for you from our side. Please wait for the news then, can you?" "Yes, just find an experienced one. I haven't walked before either, I'm afraid that something will go wrong when the time comes." It didn't matter who she walked with anyway. She wasn't familiar with this, so it was fine for the other person to have experience so they could lead themselves when the time came. However, she didn't know that the organizers were having a hard time because of this position, as 2 sponsors requested to walk the red carpet with Gu Xiaoxiao, which made it difficult to circumscribe. The result of the discussion to the middle of the night before a decision. The next day, a busy dress Gu Xiaoxiao learned that this time with their own red carpet is actually Situ Lufeng. He is also one of the sponsors of this time, plus is also a public figure. Walking the red carpet is also should be. Only why had he arranged for him to be with himself? Gu Xiaoxia frowned straight away, but there was nothing she could do. Saying no now would only affect the organizers' arrangements. There was no way to go together, and it took a lot of time for her side to put on her makeup and dress. It was hard to finish dressing up, and when she came out, she found Situ Lufeng standing outside waiting for her in a dashing dress. The moment she opened the door, She saw a flash of amazement in Situ Liufeng's eyes. Yes, Situ Lufeng did not think that a woman could be beautiful like this. In the past, he also thought she was beautiful, but felt that it was nothing more than a skin, and in his heart he despised her greed. But after the Hua family, he knew that this woman was quite loyal on the inside, and that she was as beautiful on the outside as she was on the inside. Especially fine over the fine dress, black partial wisp design makes her body looks very eye-catching. And the pair of straight long legs, even stockings, are not wearing the beauty of the amazing. This is the confidence. The waist is also very thin, and the tutu underneath is so pretty and playful that you can't tell there's an annoying baby inside your belly. The feet are cake shoes, simple and generous. After the face put on makeup, the person looks more bright than usual, but more mature than in the past. However, no matter how you look at it, you feel that she is a young girl with a little baby fat, not like a married woman. The heart beat faster. Situ Lufeng had never felt this way before yet. He had been inhibited since he knew what he was thinking, but now he felt as if he had suddenly let himself go. He extended his hand and smiled. "My goddess, please come with me." Gu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the sky, and then put her hand up and said, "Trouble." Knowing that he was just making a joke, so she didn't care. Since they were walking down the red carpet together, then it was just a matter of walking. Situ Lufeng held Gu Xiaoxiao towards the door, then said, "We'll take a car together to the venue afterward. Just take my car." Could be. As long as the male lead didn't cause any trouble, then of course she wouldn't take the initiative to make jokes on such an occasion. Situ Lufeng was stunned. He did not expect Gu Xiaoxiao to be such an obedient girl. Originally, she would have sung against herself as she had in the past, but he didn't know that she would obediently follow her to the car. Her assistant and manager, on the other hand, followed in her car, but did not tell her what to do. And she was obedient after getting into the car, and then also looked around curiously. Probably because she hadn't seen the extended version of the car before. A pair of big eyes flickering especially cute. Situ Lufeng took out a can of drink from the refrigerator on one side and said, "Cool one for you." "No need." Gu Xiaoxiao shook her hand, then said gently, "It's not good for him." After saying that, she placed her hand on her belly. "Do you love him very much?" "Aha. In that respect, she's a lot like you." "She should be referring to you, Min." Gu Xiaoxiao smiled contemptuously and then didn't say anything. She also pointed to reveal Yu Min in public, so she didn't say anything to Situ Lufeng, but she didn't expect him to be smart enough to see that there was something wrong with Gu Xiaoxiao's expression. However, it did not occur to her that he was smart enough to see that there was something wrong with Gu Xiaoxiao's expression, so she could not help but ask, "But what's the problem?" "How would I know what's wrong? The venue is here, let's go in." After she finished speaking, the car stopped. Situ Lufeng was just still surprised, but at this moment was already very dashing and handsome, getting out of the luxurious amazing car, then turned back to help out Gu Xiaoxiao under the reporter's flashing lights. Recently, Gu Xiaoxiao's reputation was still very loud. The main thing was probably her acting skills that were nominated after only acting in one movie, and she was simply being touted in all sorts of ways. Plus, the internet had been hacking her before, but she always managed to fight back. One moment Miss Gourmet, one moment Miss Koi, and the other moment the unrelenting love interest setting. In short, every time the noise could be very hot. As soon as she arrived, she was immediately nearly blinded by the spotlight. Luckily by Situ Lufeng's arm to guide her forward. As the first time to walk the red carpet, people completely do not know where to stand, to walk how fast. She is very calmly has been scurrying forward, if not Situ Lufeng pulling has been dashing past. "You slow down to take pictures. This girl can be really incomprehensible, people want to stay on the red carpet for a while longer. But she is all kinds of forward walking so directly without posing for anything." Aha! Gu Xiaoxiao was a little dizzy from the flash. Trying to keep her smile on was already good enough. It was fortunate that Situ Lufeng was with her, otherwise she wouldn't have known where to go. And Situ Lufeng was really gentle and even carried the hem of her skirt for her. All of this was captured by the media, and inexplicably it all felt so sweet. In the past, Situ Lufeng's reputation was not good, a typical playboy type. Usually, there were quite a few actresses who had rumors with him, but they had never seen him being so gentle with any woman. An elder Hua who was watching all this frowned, always feeling that this man seemed to be even more dangerous than that Zhang Mingjia, leaning a little too close. Although a gentleman, that gentle smile is annoying. Because there is Situ Lufeng as a guide. Gu Xiaoxiao's first walk on the red carpet was completed, followed by the signing of autographs. There were already so many people signing in that area. She froze there for a moment with the pen. Where to sign this? At this time Situ Lufeng pulled her a bit and pointed to a place. She saw that there was a place there, so she went over and wrote the 3 words gu xiao with one stroke. Her words looked regular and orderly, just like her character. Obviously the appearance is very bright, but the nature is so honest. Today and after she got along with her to realize that she is not so like a hedgehog like this dislike that, obviously quite a good girl. Chapter 135 Award. After signing, the 2 of them stood on the stage and took pictures with the reporters, and then Situ Lufeng reached out and pulled Gu Xiaoxiao down, hand in hand. Gu Xiaoxiao felt a little wrong. But after all, she is a pregnant woman, down the stairs really need to be more careful. So she let him assist her down the stage, but she didn't expect him to sit beside her when she arranged her seat. This is not all. The left is sitting Situ Lufeng, the right is sitting Hua Old Man. They just sat down Hua Old Man by the assistant to help over. Down a sitting cane a beat with the 3 of them can hear the voice said, "Kid, in the future away from our family who are a little bit, don't try to destroy the peace of our family, then be careful of your little life." Ah! Situ Lufeng just laughed lightly, then didn't make another sound. Gu Xiaoxiao, who had thought they were going to fight, sighed in relief. Fearing that the old man would irritate him again, he immediately explained, "Old man, there's nothing between us, but just now he helped me walk down the aisle, so I still have to thank people." Yes. Elder Hu didn't say anything else, but still felt that this Situ Lufeng might have ulterior motives. Not long after the host came on stage, a man and a woman's speech is very funny, will make everyone laugh. With the various awards unveiled one by one, Gu Xiaoxiao seems to be not so nervous before. She felt that timing is not necessarily a prize is true, because there are a lot of nominees did not get any awards still have to obediently sit as a chaperone. In fact, it is quite good to be a companion, not to have to go on stage is quite a relief. By this time the award for Best Supporting Actor had already been chosen. It was a strong actor, quite a handsome guy. She got nervous again. Her palms were sweating. Waiting for the male supporting actor who received the award to walk off the stage, Elder Hua was called up. He is a very serious person, and as he walks, he thinks that if this Best Supporting Actress award, if it is not his granddaughter-in-law's, then he really came for nothing. But looking at the performance of those actresses, they want to win over his granddaughter-in-law's fear is not easy. In a sense, the current Master Hua was even more confident than Gu Xiaoxiao that he could take the award. He walked up to the stage and gave a very serious speech about how everyone was doing, and then another actor who was also considered to be of a very high generation presented the award with Elder Hua, who said bluntly, "I'm really nervous, and it's really my young luck to be able to stand on this stage with you. Next, it's time to see which actress is so fortunate to get this award from old Mr. Hua." However, after getting the paper seal of the award, he felt the overwhelming pressure and had to turn it over to Elder Hua, smiling. "It's better for you to open this award." Master Hua nodded his head in satisfaction, then took that paper cover and opened it, smiling first when he saw the winner of the award. Yes, that serious Master Hua who puts everyone in fear in a city actually smiled and said, "The winner of the Best Supporting Actress is Miss Gourmet Gu Xiaoxiao." There was a round of applause below after saying that, and of course there were people laughing. Because that old man Hua actually knew that Gu Xiaoxiao had an alias Miss Gourmet. No need to ask, he must have seen that program. So was this old man Hua actually a senior foodie too? That's not all. I heard that he didn't want Gu Xiaoxiao to enter the Hua family. But why is he suddenly so enthusiastic about giving her an award? Well, in fact, the fact that Gu Xiaoxiao had become the Hua family's daughter-in-law had been concealed by those in the know, so very few people knew about it. Even those who did hear about it only thought it was a rumor. After all, the Hua family didn't announce it to the public. But now it seems that at least this elder Hua doesn't hate Gu Xiaoxiao. And at this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was still in a daze. She did hear that she won the award, but she couldn't believe it for a moment. It wasn't until Situ Lufeng gently nudged her arm that she stood up and hit her leg when she stood up too quickly. But she walked up to the stage as if she was unconscious. But just after 2 steps, Master Hua took the initiative to walk over and reach out to her to pull her to the stage, and then said, "Congratulations." Gu Xiaoxia said a little nervously, "Thank you." Elder Hua handed the trophy and certificate to Gu Xiaoxiao in person, then said, "Keep up the good work." Okay. Did this mean that she should continue to be an actress? In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao hadn't decided what her lifelong career in this world would be. But at this moment she suddenly felt that perhaps this was not bad. After all, the Hua family was supporting her, and look at the proud look on Elder Hua's face, as if he himself had won an award. Originally quite overwhelmed, but thinking about someone to support themselves, she finally settled down. The next is the speech. Although she couldn't mention the Hua family today, she still said to everyone, "First of all, I would like to thank the director as well as the crew for giving me this opportunity, and then I would like to thank those who support me in my work." This set was all written out early, so she memorized it without any problems. Any problems? But she was a bit nervous, her face was a bit red, and her eyes seemed to have tears almost dripping from them. Seemingly excited, but actually quite nervous. Situ Lufeng suddenly felt that she and Yumin were really two different types of people, because Yumin never had such an expression. She was always comfortable with all of them at once, and would never show such an expression as Gu Xiaoxiao did. But this was normal, a young lass deserved to have these cute expressions. This woman was truly endearing, and it was tempting to have someone go up and stand on stage with her to comfort her and protect her. Heartbeat slowly accelerated. Situ Lufeng actually felt an indescribable pleasure sensation. He was eager to stand in one place with her and keep going. Right at this time, Gu Xiaoxia had already bent down very vigorously to salute everyone, except that her figure was just too good, and she accidentally showed off what it meant to be a C-cup. Then, as if she was an afterthought, she only remembered to block it after bending over. As a result, with the trophy in her hand, she lifted her own trophy to block it. This action made a group of people under the stage laugh into a ball again, her face even more red, and subconsciously used the trophy to poke her hair, then walked off the stage. Sita Lufeng suddenly stood up and walked up to extend his hand. The steps were a bit high, he was afraid she would fall. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't expect him to react so quickly, but she could only hand her hand up in full view of everyone. Elder Hua gritted his teeth straight on the side. This man is really attentive, what exactly does he want to do? Luckily, his own granddaughter-in-law quickly came back and sat down, holding the trophy seemingly very happy. But next was the Best Newcomer Award, and this time, there was no distinction between men and women, as long as the newcomer with outstanding performance had a chance. Chapter 136 Newcomer Award. Gu Xiaoxiao was of course among them. She didn't look forward to winning this award too much. Anyway, she had already gotten one, and her mood hadn't recovered by now. However, what was not expected was that the best newcomer would be awarded by Situ Lufeng. He stood on the stage in a very dashing manner, and his image was really quite handsome and demonic. Even though there were numerous celebrities, none of them could suppress his face. It had to be said that the male lead was indeed quite the eye-catching man. But if such a man didn't have a problem with his character, he would only be able to find true love with this face. As he was thinking about it, he saw his gaze directed at himself and then read out, "The Best Newcomer Award goes to Ms. Gu Xiaoxiao. Congratulations." Gu Xiaoxiao was simply stunned, covering her mouth with her hand and almost didn't scream out in shock. This seems to be one of those awards that the female lead gets, right? Although I don't know if it's this golden 100 flowers. But she seems to have gotten all of them now. Is that impressive? Elder Hua also stood up and applauded for her as her grandfather. He was of course very happy that his granddaughter-in-law could have such an achievement. Gu Xiaoxiao had the urge to hug Elder Hua. After all, he was her elder. But as soon as she did, Elder Hua took the initiative to hug her, and then a male actor in the front row stood up, the same one who starred in the movie she had appeared in before. He also hugged Gu Xiaoxiao so that everyone looked and felt normal. He led her onto the stage, and then Sita Lufeng, still being a gentleman, helped her onto the stage and whispered, "I'm very happy that I was able to announce that you won this award today. It was also a pleasure to be able to come into contact with her so many times. Love has a really big impact sometimes, so big that it can make a person give up a lot of things, including their own self-esteem." Situ Lufeng never knew that he could be so humble for a woman that he didn't even dare to say he loved her. Because of that, she was afraid that she wouldn't even see him again. I really wish time would stop right now and they could stand together all the time. However, after the Best Newcomer Award was placed in her hand, he gently hugged her. Then his face flushed and his breathing became a little uneven. Luckily, he had to get off the stage soon to hide a trace of his discomfort, but just as he returned to his seat, he saw that Master Hua was looking at him in the wrong way, especially staring at his pants. Situ Lufeng somewhat awkwardly hitched his legs to hide his impulse, and couldn't help but think that this Master Hua's vision was really poisonous. When everyone was focusing their eyes on the stage, he was even looking at such a private place. Well, it's really that I've been holding back a bit hard lately, so as long as there's a little bit of touching, I'll become especially excited. Men sometimes really can't help a little provocation, such as the current Situ Lufeng. He was originally a person who easily indulges his desires. From adulthood to now, basically bed partners have not been broken. Anyway, he has a lot of money, what kind of women he wants to have. But now, he inexplicably abstained from desire. Even he did not know what was going on. Elder Hua's grip on his cane tightened, and his eyes grew more and more dangerous. The same pair of very serious eyes that Gu Xiaoxiao still saw when she returned. She was still stunned and didn't understand how her winning the award had angered the old man. But he was so happy when he just went to receive his award, and lo and behold, the previous trophy is still in his arms now. Originally, she wanted to go and receive it, but Elder Hua reached out and called his assistants to give the trophies and certificates she was carrying to them to take and send to where they should be sent, and said to Gu Xiaoxiao, Yuxing will come to pick you up later and go back together. Aha! It didn't seem like he was angry with her again, so why? As she was thinking about it, a bottle of water was handed to her and said, It's just water. You can feel free to drink it. Many thanks. Gu Xiaoxiao took it in her hand, but Elder Hua said, It's best to drink less of the unknown. Gu Xiaoxiao had already taken it, but at the moment it was neither to drink nor not to drink, it was really a dilemma. Holding up the bottle, she hesitated for a moment, then stiffly put it down and said, I'll drink it later. This will be fine, that is, do not have to give the water back to the people so embarrassing and do not have to drink on the spot to attract the old man's dissatisfaction. Originally, I thought Situ Lu Feng would continue, but he surprisingly did not do so but thoughtfully took the water away and said, Then drink it later. So gentle. What's wrong with the hero? You should know that this demon, but in addition to the heroine, cannot look at anyone, especially to the original owner of the book, is simply to see once a mouth cannon once, extremely as much as possible to insult her. In the end, what happened? Is it because she repeatedly exposed Yu Min's straight face so the two people's feelings crisis? It was so incomprehensible that she simply didn't ask. After sitting for nearly an hour or so, the award ceremony finally came to an end, and Gu Xiaoxiao's waist was sore and uncomfortable. When everyone retired, she stood up and felt some discomfort in her legs, which seemed to be cramping up. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. She was strong enough to endure the pain without making a sound or moving, while Situ Lu Feng beside her asked strangely, What's wrong with you? No, it's fine, go ahead. Xiao, are you in some kind of discomfort? Elder Hua also extends his hand to her. Gu Xiaoxia waved her hand and said, You guys first, go ahead. I'll just sit for a while. Did you just abduct your foot? Situ Lu Feng shortened down to take a look at her feet, which really belonged to the normal reaction of worrying about the other party. However, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly dodged and frowned. I cramped my right leg. It seems that even if he ignores that child more, he will find a way to show his presence. But she loves him that much, obviously making a fool out of her on such an occasion. But she still isn't even a little bit tired of it. Then wait a little before you go. It wasn't good to rub her on such an occasion, so she could only wait until she was a little better. Elder Hua did the same, sitting quietly and waiting for Gu Xiaoxiao's cramps to pass. Now that there were so many reporters, they couldn't mess around, so they waited for a few minutes, and only after everyone had almost dispersed and left did Gu Xiaoxiao barely stand up. Her legs still hurt, but she could walk out normally. As long as it wasn't too much movement, it shouldn't cramp up again, probably. Situ Lu Feng has been following her side. After leaving the hall, the manager and assistant came over. They are all women, so Master Hua said, You guys hold on to Xiao. She's not feeling well. Have the nanny car come over right away. Okay. The manager was busy calling for the nanny car to come over, and then they made a move to help Gu Xiaoxiao walk over to the parking plant together. Because there were a lot of cars coming and going, it took a while to get in line. Chapter 137, The Male Junior. At this time, Situ Liufeng's car came over first, and he immediately invited Gu Xiaoxiao to come along. After all, her legs seemed to be hurting right now, and her face was a bit pale. But Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at Master Hua and immediately refused, although her heart felt nothing. After all, the male lead is the heroine's, she is only a female match. But Master Hua didn't think so, and she could only refuse outright anyway. Standing for 5 or 6 minutes, her own nanny car would have arrived. Situ Lu Feng also saw her difficulty, so he could only clench his fist and get into the car himself. That Elder Hua is just too overbearing, and only won't allow him to do anything too close to her. It's really a pity, he still wants to stay by her side for a little while longer. This might be the last chance. After that, he'll be engaged and she'll be married. Or maybe it would be a few years or a decade or so before he had another chance to get close to her. And would she remember him then? After getting into the car, he opened the window and looked at Gu Xiaoxiao from afar, not knowing why he felt that they were very close, but seemed to be getting farther and farther away. He actually had a trace of fear that she in front of him would disappear from his side. I should have stayed away, but now the decision to snatch her up was suddenly born. However, Yu Min's side is already pregnant. At least for that child he should be responsible. Although at first he did not agree with Yu Min to give birth, but she as a mother is qualified, then he as a father should not just give up on him. This is the vow he made before. As long as it is any woman who sincerely wants to give birth to a child for him, that is his wife. But why did he have to meet Gu Xiaoxiao again? She shouldn't have let herself notice so much. But without realizing it seemed to feel like she was the one she was after. Not to mention the tangled Situ Lufeng. But Gu Xiaoxiao got into the car and she was in pain, hissing and cracking her teeth. It really hurts too much, and after the cramps to wait a long time, this leg tendons are still in pain, the pain of her cold sweat straight to the outside. Sitting in the car of the small assistant busy to her legs and feet rubbing, because the massage technique is good so it is quite comfortable. At least not like just that kind of pain, but there is a kind of pain after the mood of relief. The whole person is a little weak, fell on the back seat. Master Hu said, "Go to the hospital." No need. She had heard that it was normal for pregnant women to have cramps, so she hadn't thought about going to the hospital for a checkup. Besides, there were a bunch of problems as soon as she was checked, and she was scared to hear about it. Must check. But I'm tired. Besides, Hui Yuxing should be here by now. As she was talking, the phone rang, and she picked it up to see that there were about 20 missed calls in it. It's all from Hui Yuxing, so it seems he's quite worried about his side. But since she wasn't allowed to bring a phone into the venue, she gave her cell phone to her assistant. "Hey, what's up? Where are you guys at? I've come over. On the way, I watched the live stream. Congratulations." "Thank you." The old man said to take me to the hospital. Gu Xiaoxiao commiserated. "Why, what's wrong with you?" Hui Yuxing's voice is a bit anxious, and he seems to be genuinely worried. "My legs are cramping, but I'm also tired and hungry. I don't want to go to the hospital. What should I do?" Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know what was wrong with her. But after such a big event, she was still pampering Hui Yuxing on the phone. Elder Hua on one side is finally relieved. His granddaughter-in-law is pampering her grandson, so it's obvious that their relationship is still very good. Not knowing what her grandson had said, Gu Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly before having the nanny car return directly to the old mansion. Master Hu said, "Is it Yu Xing who has an arrangement?" "Nothing. It's just that he arranged for someone to arrange dinner at the old mansion for us to go back. And then there was something else to announce. Except Hui Yuxing doesn't say, and just tells her to change cars midway and go back with him. Since her husband had let her ride in the same car as him, then of course she switched, saving her old man from chasing her to the hospital again. The two cars stopped where no one was looking, and Gu Xiaoxiao walked out in her dress, then was hugged by Hui Yuxing, who came down to meet her and put her in the passenger seat. He had a warm smile on his lips, which was really rare. Gu Xiaoxia also said strangely, "You look like you're happy." Hui Yuxing pulled the seatbelt on for her, then smiled and said, "Of course, you won an award. You've been congratulated. Have you got any presents?" "Yes. Wait until you get home and you'll know." But he clamped Gu Xiaoxiao's chin and pulled her to his side and kissed her gently, saying, "This is the first gift." Gu Xiaoxiao was in a good mood, so she pushed him away and said, "You're renegade. Soon you'll know that I'm not a rascal at all." Hui Yuxing looked her up and down for a moment. Then, out of the blue, he brought the person to a place where there was no one else, and the scenery was quite beautiful. Then he took out his cell phone and had Gu Xiaoxiao stand on one side to take all kinds of photos of her in all directions. Gu Xiaoxiao, with a black line on her face, simply didn't understand what he meant. Why did he suddenly turn into this kind of demented person? "Good. That's it. This one's good. Did you use the beauty face on me?" Gu Xiaoxia walked over to take a look and found that the straight man is really a straight man, shooting quite straight, no use of beauty face, and the angle is not too good. Only the last one to shoot also looked better, but I have to mention that the face value of this woman is to be able to beat by him so bad even a little bit does not show. Fat can also be seen past really rare. Hui Yuxing, however, set the last one as his cell phone screensaver, which used to be her screensaver as well. I don't know why Gu Xiaoxiao thought of the original owner. That poor girl loved Hui Yuxing the most, and her cell phone screensaver was also him. But because she deleted it when she wore it, her screensaver will be randomized from now on. Now that Hui Yuxing is doing this, he's not shy at all, so he took a picture of him and made it into a screensaver. She was much more conscientious and used a beautiful face when she took the picture, plus her own man is handsome, so the screensaver is no worse than those celebrity photos. So the two mushy little couples milled around outside for a long time before returning to the old mansion. This time, Gu Xiaoxiao found that there were many people from the company waiting at the old mansion as well, all wearing black suits. However, Gu Xiaoxiao didn't realize that these were people from the company and frowned. "You're trying to divorce me? Calling in so many lawyers?" Hui Yuxing stumbled and almost didn't fall down while changing his shoes, finally giving a speechless look at his little wife. What was she thinking that these people were lawyers coming to give them a divorce? As a result, see her spit out her tongue as if she had just made a joke of the look of the heart-blocked panic. Could not help but be angry straight through the teeth to a sentence. Divorce, you do not want to think about it. The next life. Chapter 138, The Little President. This man is so overbearing, all of a sudden will divorce branch to the next life. The next life, do not want to be entangled with him again. Maybe it's not so bad to fall in love. Just thinking about the fact that she has had her shoes changed, yes, changed. Hui Yuxing grabbed her feet and lifted them up to take off her cake shoes, then put on a slipper. The service was spot on, but in front of so many people she was a little too shy to raise her head. Meanwhile, the Hua employees standing on one side had the feeling that their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Although they hadn't spent much time with Hui Yuxing, they knew that this little Hua was a man of thunder and lightning, and was quite serious about disciplining himself and demanding of his employees. It's totally unexpected that he's like this at home. Not only is he so gentle with his girlfriend, but he also takes off and changes his shoes. A big man of 1 meter 9 looks as meek as a little sheep. This is not scientific. Gu Xiaoxiao was about to be overwhelmed by everyone's strange and frightening looks, and she held up her small fist to her mouth and coughed lightly, meaning to make Hui Yuxing pay attention to his image. But Hui Yuxing misunderstood, and took 2 steps back to hold her hand, holding her step by step as he walked forward and asked, "Are you having cramps again?" "No. I'm sorry." "You're still like that, then you're even more afraid to look up." Luckily no one laughed and she sat down on the couch without incident. Then Hui Yuxing sat down as well, and didn't call for the old man to be brought in. Instead he sat these people down and said, "You can start now." A competent-looking woman came up and said, "Ms. Gu, I hope you can sign these forwarding documents." "What documents?" Gu Xiaoxia asked curiously. Hui Yuxing said, "This is my award gift to you. Haven't I mentioned it all to you before? That if Hua's entertainment company is built, it will be given to you to manage. Now that I've talked to T Family Entertainment, they've canceled their contract with you, and now you're an actor of Hua's and of course the president of Hua's entertainment." She just wanted to be an actress or make him her life's work, but she turned out to be the president. This is a presidential novel. Why did she become the president? Well, there's a big president above the president. But it can't be called Hua's entertainment. Do you want to name this company? Hui Yuxing spoke lightly, as if it was as simple as naming some kitten or puppy. Gu Xiaoxia considered for a moment and said, "But I'm not very good at running a business. These are all people I have heavily scouted from elsewhere. They will help you get the company up and running. You just shoot the scenes you want to shoot, and rest assured that you will be able to take care of your body." Oh, happiness came too quickly, and she was a little overwhelmed. Name. How about dash pictures? What kind of person takes someone's name and just uses it? Then you come and get it. Can't think of anything for a moment. So allow me to reconsider? It was indeed a bit difficult for Gu Xiaoxiao to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes. But Hui Yuxing didn't know where to get a lexicon to say, "Why don't we just flip to whichever word we want to call it?" This is too casual, but she looks at Hui Yuxing's rather serious look and is actually moved, finally saying a number and the first few words. Chang. Hui Yuxing didn't think his idea was very good, and flipped to a word that was quite difficult to take. Peng Chang Entertainment Company? This was too rustic, but the word Chang seemed to be the only best combination. That's it, you guys take notes. Hui Yuxing thought it was good, quite atmospheric. Want to wait no more? There's no time for that, let's go with this one, the moral is quite good. You're very good at picking names. In the future, if you open any more companies, you pick them. Hui Yuxing complimented, it seemed like he was really quite satisfied. A group of people feel that their own president is only afraid to see the small president IQ will fall kind of, this name which is good, although said the moral is good, but called this name of the company can be around the earth a circle. Well, it's good when people say yes. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao's film and entertainment company was called Pengcheng. It sounds like the boss had to be a man. What kind of woman takes a company name like that? But she did, so what can be done about it? After signing some documents, Gu Xiaoxiao had one more company in her hands, and she was the titular president. And it was the kind of idle person who could go to work all day long without having to go to work, just sitting around waiting for the company to assign her some resources. It's just that, recently, the other people's big president ordered that she would not have any other part for at least 10 months. After all, she has a drama now, and her belly is getting bigger and bigger. However, the fact that she had changed her employer had spread throughout the internet. Some people said that it was too much for her to change owners just because she was famous, while others said that she was returning to the Hua family and would probably become the Hua family's young lady. Anyway, all these are not as attractive to the crowd as the fact that she won the Double 100 Flowers Award, plus the fact that she really did well in the movie, making it impossible for people to forget the girl who was being simple and kind and beautiful and demonic. Although it ended badly, it was very pleasing to everyone. Then again, They all started looking forward to her new drama, although it has not yet begun to broadcast, but stills and other things have been spread like crazy, especially the one where the male and female main characters were photographed together. It was simply the standard contrast between the domineering president and the delicate little flower. It was just too pleasing to the eyes. These people quickly took care of the company's business and left, and the Hua family's old mansion arranged another sumptuous dinner. And even the youngest uncle and aunt came, specifically to celebrate Gu Xiaoxiao. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were far away from home, also sent her a video, through which she met Hua Yuxing's parents for the first time, and found them to be quite kind people. At least they didn't show any dissatisfaction with her as a daughter-in-law. They also sent her a set of jewelry as a congratulatory gift, which I heard was custom-made and very expensive. Gu Xiaoxiao was flattered, but Hua Yuxing said, "Mom and Dad, what with your business being taken care of, you haven't even met Xiaoxiao's parents yet." Hua Adong nodded and said, "It's a bit rude. Let's hurry back as soon as possible." When he heard this, Hua Yuxing nodded before he put his arm around Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "Mom, Xiaoxiao has suffered a lot, and now that she's pregnant and still filming all day long in the wind and rain, remember to bring back some good skincare products for her from your side of the family." Okay, I'll mail it back to you if I can't get back in the short term." Hua mother nodded and smiled, but when she looked at her daughter-in-law's face, she saw how she needed to take care of her skin. It was perfect, but she can't refuse when her son says so, plus it's in a woman's nature to love beauty, and she likes to share it with others. Chapter 139, The Second Actor. Suddenly she had such a beautiful daughter-in-law to be beautiful with her, and she thought it was nothing, a good thing. After the video ended, Gu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. It was her good fortune that her in-laws got along well. If she had to put on an ethical drama, she really wouldn't have wanted to go through with it. However, she was completely unaware that Hua Yuxing had called his parents before the video today, telling them that the girl was shy and told them not to be too serious, or else they wouldn't be allowed to see their grandchildren in the future. The threat worked, and although it infuriated Hua Adong enough, he compromised when he thought of his soft future grandson. Threatening is threatening. He also fought to see his grandson. After celebrating, Gu Xiaoxiao had to get back to work. She is really busy shooting movies, busy taking over Pengsheng Entertainment. The company has not signed any other actors or singers, mainly those who came to help her subordinates to analyze. Now the company has just started to accompany the newcomers is a bit uneconomical. To sign some of the second and third line of the stars still have to dig, but dig who is a problem, so we have to study it. Gu Xiaoxia was also worried about this matter, but she didn't expect the pie to fall from the sky, and it fell on Gu Xiaoxia's head. While filming the drama, it was known that Zhang Mingjia was recently in trouble with his company. The reason being that his company had arranged too many things for him, and he didn't even have time to properly film the drama. However, Zhang Mingjia felt that the whole crew is so serious in filming, if he always let others wait for him is not good. So, he fell out with the company and was worried about this. "Why don't you come to my company?" "What, your company?" It's the entertainment company run by Hua. It's only been running for less than a few days. However, the personnel are all elites hired from everywhere. I'm the first actor. Do you want to be the second? But if I want to go over there, I have to pay for the breach of contract. Zhang Mingjia sighed and added, "My manager has been with me for years, and I can't part with him." Recently, he was so tired that there were faint dark circles under his eyes. However, although he was popular, but after all, he wasn't an established actor. That was why the company had to blow up and dry the last bit of his value, not giving it time to rest. They say it's tough to be in showbiz, and it's really tough. Wait a moment. I'll make a call. Gu Xiaoxia made a phone call to Hua Yuxing's side, and then talked about Zhang Mingjia's situation. Although Hua Yuxing didn't really like Zhang Mingjia, he still called him brother-in-law. So he analyzed the situation and said to his little woman, "Zhang Mingjia's popularity isn't low, plus his acting skills are pretty good, so he should be able to make it big if he works on it a bit. As for the liquidated damages, it's nothing. As long as you want someone, we will help pay. Anyway, as long as we arrange some resources, we can let him save more money for us." No adulterer, no businessman turned out to be true. Originally thought that Hua Yuxing was a straight man, all kinds of straight. But now it turns out that people have never been straight when they should be bent, and they really analyze the situation so well that she has no way to refute it. Worthy of being a president, worthy of being a big brother who couldn't even the male lead in the book, cool-headed, not just muscular. Gu Xiaoxia realized that she had once again succumbed to the charm of her male counterpart. So why on earth didn't the heroine fall for the male counterpart? Oh yeah, because the male lead looked like a big old man at the time and was low-key scary. It's really nice to get high on such a good husband for nothing yourself. Put down the phone, the movie started shooting, but she asked Zhang Mingjia Mingshang to talk about this matter. Although Zhang Mingjia was forced to have activities almost every day, but the evening time is still free, cannot let people go to some kind of activity in the middle of the night. However, Elder Hua also had to follow, and it was only after her repeated requests that she switched to 2 bodyguards. Gu Xiaoxia wiped away a cold sweat. Her fame was really getting louder now, so when she went out she could be recognized by people even when she was dressed tightly sometimes. If she was always followed by Elder Hua, there might even be rumors of something bad by then. 2 men and women who were supposed to be quite normal met, with their managers around them, but still acted as if they were developing an underground affair. Both sides of the home is certainly not possible, so the appointment in a very secret hot pot restaurant. After all, we all love food. I heard that the hand-beaten beef meatballs here are good, so I chose. After sitting down, Gu Xiaoxiao thought that she was pregnant, and then ordered a pot base that both pregnant women and children can eat, although not too spicy, but still smells quite fragrant. Although there were only 2 of them, they ordered quite a few dishes. As for the 2 managers, they were all arranged to go to another room. They couldn't mention how to get Zhang Mingjia to terminate his contract in front of another company's managers. Could they? However, Gu Xiaoxiao's manager, big sister, is still from the former T family, and is now hired by Hu Yuxing as Gu Xiaoxiao's exclusive manager with a pretty high salary, at least $1 million a year. And the old mom-like manager also did her duty, still loving her own daughter. Now that her daughters have been promoted to little president, she, the assistant, of course, has to do more work than in the past, such as letting Zhang Mingjia's manager eat and drink well, ignoring what the 2 people over there are saying. Gu Xiaoxiao said, "Hua's company thinks you are a talent and wants to dig you over. As an old man, your treatment must be better than the previous company. This I can guarantee. Then is the liquidated damages in this regard by Hua's, you just come over on the line. As for your manager, we'll go dig him in after you've made a deal, so you can still work together." Huh? Don't you Hua's lose money? It's quite a lot of money for a breach of contract. Gu Xiaoxiao's hand paused for a moment. She doesn't know how to count these things, but she said very honestly, "Your brother-in-law said it's not a loss, so I don't think it can be." After all, Zhang Mingjia's drama as the affectionate male second is very easy to catch fire, and it's important to know that every young lady watching the drama will pity the male counterpart who loves but can't be loved. For example, she was very heartbroken at the time when she was reading the book as well, just like Hu Yuxing. The male lead is good but which is as appealing as the male co-star that no one wants. Women are creatures who love pity, so if the male lead who is so miserable in the drama doesn't catch fire, then probably no one will watch the whole drama. Zhang Mingjia didn't suspect anything once he heard this. Only he whispered, "Isn't Hua the one who's in charge of that horrible old man now?" "No, Hua's is now under your brother-in-law's control. It should be announced to the public soon. When the company stabilizes, she might not be the public version of Mrs. Hua by then." "That's right, then I'll go. However, you guys can't use me as much as my previous company did. I'm really exhausted. I can only sleep for 4 hours a day now, and I even have to go shoot a commercial during my lunch break." Chapter 140, going to steal the show. Zhang Mingjia pointed to his dark circles under his eyes and complained to Gu Xiaoxiao, obviously quite a young man, but now he seemed to be really very haggard. "Well, this I can promise you. Follow the legal working hours. You can't earn money without a life, after all." She was also an actress by trade and knew the pain of working overtime. As soon as she heard this, Zhang Mingjia immediately said again, "You can't restrict my diet yet. At least give me 1 day off a week to eat something I like." Aha! Little poor thing, what kind of life did she have in the past? Gu Xiaoxiao was simply motherly, and did not have a single rebuttal to Zhang Mingjia's request. Originally, he was still considering it, but hearing Gu Xiaoxia answer on this matter made him agree without thinking, and he folded his waist for the once-a-week food. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately called her subordinates and asked them to go to Zhang Mingjia's company to talk about terminating the contract, and then ate hot pot with him happily. The 2 of them were having a great time when suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open, and Hu Yuxing sat down next to Gu Xiaoxiao and said, "Why didn't you call me when you came out to eat? You're not busy? It's after hours, so of course I'm going to be with my own wife. How did you find it?" Hu Yuxing didn't say anything and pointed to the bodyguards outside, and Gu Xiaoxiao understood in a second that this was a question about their own location. Right? Luckily, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. Zhang Mingjia on the opposite side, however, immediately explained, "Xiaoxia, sis and I are talking about work matters. Brother-in-law, since you're here, then order something more. This person is already a member of the Hua family's current family, and he or she must not be offended." In fact, this is not the point is why does he have a feeling of trembling at the sight of him? The two were eating well, but the atmosphere changed when Hu Yuxing came. At first, Zhang Mingjia and Gu Xiaoxiao were chatting about food quite happily. As a result, now, it suddenly turned into Hu Yuxing and Gu Xiaoxiao both shamelessly showing affection. A moment later, there are some things in the hot pot that you can't eat. I'll check to see if they have any effect on the baby before you eat them. Okay? No good. Why do you just think for the kid? I can't eat anything when I have him? Can. But let's keep an eye on it. Here, have a juice. Hu Yuxing coaxed patiently. Gu Xiaoxiao ate while feigning anger. And Zhang Mingjia's hands were a bit stiff from chucking meat. They say that eating dog food doesn't taste good. And now he's finally experienced it. And usually that's some serious about their own work, but also very a little bit of high-cold model of Gu Xiaoxiao went where, in front of this pretentious will be pampered is which Also, what happened to Hu Yubing, who sat on the side of the set and was quite aloof, turned into a wife-slave look, and who can tell him what happened in between? With all sorts of unanswered questions, he returned home after successfully swallowing a load of dog food, then silently sent a WB, "Eat anything, just don't eat dog food," holding up "I wanna vomit." Everyone was guessing whose dog food he was eating, but the most vocal was Gu Xiaoxiao and the male lead Lu Yuanqing. After all, everyone kind of ate their faces once these stills were released, plus they were playing husband and wife in the drama, so it was natural to think of them. Gu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, gave him a very smooth nod, then looked at Hu Yuxing, who was lying on the side reading a book, and said, "I want to customize another set of dresses. In a few days it'll be Situ Liufeng's engagement ceremony, so I'll definitely want to be the prettiest boy." "Ha, it's fine, as long as you like it." Hu Yuxing has no problem with it, but he's worried about her safety. So he says, "It's fine for you to go, but you have to stay by my side at all times, or don't go." Oh, she could remember how the original owner was pregnant and framed by that Yumin, so how could she not be on guard? Right? Has Yumin made any moves in the past few days? The papers are on your left side, so you can look at them, and that's the reason I won't let you leave me. After Hu Yuxing finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxiao knew that Yumin must have gotten up to something again. She opened the file and took a look at it, and found that Yumin had gotten a lot of blood plasma. And it was human blood. What was she doing with it? She's turning into a vampire. She's trying to get rid of the baby in her belly, and if I'm not mistaken is trying to do it by your hand. Although I don't know what you've done to her, she does have that intention. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kept inviting you to go. Of course, if you don't go, this child will only be aborted. By then everyone knew that she and Situ Lufeng had a child before they got engaged. If this child was not there, then it was also related to Situ Lufeng, and he would marry her under pressure. However, if that child was miscarried because of his woman, there was no chance that Situ Lufeng would come after them. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want the couple to fall into that woman's trap. "I didn't do anything to her. It's just that since I was a child, Yumin has always been trying to control me, arranging my life in her way. Then I got out of her control, so she wanted to seek revenge on me. It's as simple as that. Maybe you don't believe me, but that's the kind of woman she is." "Oh? Controlling you? She's got a lot of guts." Hu Yuxing closes the book in his hand, then says in a domineering manner, "Very well, then we'll find a way to discredit her. First things first, we need to do some padding. Yumin has been trying to keep a low profile lately, so let her keep a low profile." Hu Yuxing called his assistant in the middle of the night and asked him to find someone to write an article to smear Yumin and send it out. The blacker the better. He would send this on the hot search tomorrow. It was important to realize that Yumin was still doing well these days, going to college and being a star at the same time. Whether in college or in society, she was doing well. This was mainly because Situ Lufeng was behind her, even if she occasionally did some green tea whore things, but she was quickly drowned out. To strike a blow is first and foremost multifaceted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been knocked down in one fell swoop and gotten up easily. However, if the continuity of one after another to discredit her, then 3 becomes a tiger, and the moment the truth is revealed guarantees that she will never be able to get up again. When Gu Xiaoxiao saw Hu Yuxing in action, she knew that her plan had succeeded, and she had finally gotten the Hua family's men to take care of themselves. And then they didn't even have to open their mouths to ask for help, but they had already taken the initiative to help deal with Yumin. This is really good. And now it's up to Yumin to decide what to do. When Hu Yuxing came back from the phone call, he saw his little wife looking at him with somewhat tender eyes, and couldn't help but say with a pang of nervousness, "Why aren't you asleep?" "Well, go to sleep right away." "Yuxing, why are you so nice to me?" She knelt up on the bed and stretched out her hands, a sweet smile on her face. People had to return a little bit for helping her, and knowing that Hui Yuxing wanted to sleep with her the most, so she took the initiative to throw herself into her arms. Was that good enough for her? Chapter 141, Another Payday. Hui Yuxing's throat moved, and he couldn't help but walk over and embrace Gu Xiaoxiao before the two of them naturally fell onto the bed. After another half-full day, Hui Yuxing whispered in his little wife's ear, "After you give birth, let's see how I'll bully you and make you cry." Gu Xiaoxiao was in between half asleep and half awake, and said in a daze, "Why let me cry? You'll see when the time comes." "I don't want to cry." The little woman shrank a bit, then rubbed against his chest, rubbing Hui Yuxing blood are down to the bottom, instantly angry to want to strangle her. Forget. Really can make fire. His sleep today, I'm afraid to sleep well, and so Gu Xiaoxia fell asleep. He went to take a cold shower before coming back to sleep. This really do not dare to think about it, for fear of suffocating themselves. Why couldn't they have brought some sense to it in the first place? A condom would have been nice. However, if they really did that, maybe they would have missed it. He'd probably regret it for the rest of his life if he missed out on such a good girl. The next day, Hui Yuxing was supposed to accompany Gu Xiaoxiao to the set, but she wouldn't agree. After all, she had 2 bodyguards by her side, plus Hui Yuxing and his assistant, as well as secretaries and whatnot, which was a huge army, and it was really eye-catching. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was concerned about keeping a low profile in everything, couldn't stand this kind of pressure, and besides, he couldn't let them follow him every day. Hui Yuxing does have something going on, as he's about to announce that he's taken over Hui's business completely, which takes time to prepare for. There's a reason he's in such a hurry, mainly because he wants Gu Xiaoxiao to be by his side when he announces his takeover of Hua, so that everyone else can know that she's his wife. It's got to be before it's too late for your belly to be covered. On this side, Gu Xiaoxiao, who was filming the drama on the other side, had already scooped up Zhang Mingjia into his company. For this reason, the two of them even went to the company to celebrate after filming the drama. Pengcheng Entertainment's office was on the 20th floor of Hui's building, taking up almost half a floor. After all, it was a company for his own woman, so the absolute arrangement of the place was also the best. Anyway, Gu Xiaoxiao stood in her own office and felt that she was already at the peak of her life. The large floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the sea, can simply overlook half of a city. Too powerful this. Even Zhang Mingjia said, "Wow, brother-in-law really knows how to enjoy himself. This office is amazing." "No, this is my office." "Huh. I forgot to mention to you that the president of this company seems to be me." "Sister, can we stop joking around?" "No, right?" Question. Zhang Mingjia twitched the corners of his mouth before saying, "It's just your families anyway, so I don't need to dwell on it much. No matter which one is in charge, Gu Xiaoxiao or Hui Yuxing, it's their family anyway. It's just that he's a bit worried. After all, Gu Xiaoxiao is too young. How can the company she's in charge of be reassuring?" Not a moment later, he was not worried because he saw a few upper-class people in the company. We all mix in this circle. Which person is powerful? Which person is famous in this circle? How can it not be clear? And this company hired these people are the circle of the reigning figure. See them, Zhang Mingjia and his manager, even heart-trembling. Feeling that this was really powerful, they seemed to be signed the right. Even if people Hua's is new to the entertainment industry, but hired so many celebrities, I believe it will not be wrong. Because they had signed their first artist, everyone decided to meet for a meal in the company and ordered a lot of things to put on the table so that everyone could eat as much as they wanted. This made Zhang Mingjia very happy. Finally, he could enjoy the food without any worries. Gu Xiaoxia felt so cute when she looked at him eating. It would be good if her own child could eat like him in the future. It is said that being able to eat is a blessing, and he looks like he is blessed. Ahem. People are already in their 20s after all. What's with this sudden sense of motherly love floating out of yourself? No, it's better to suppress some of it or else you're driving yourself old. Suddenly she understood why her manager always looked at her with the look of an old mother. The situation really was that much the same. At that moment, Hui Yuxing came down with his assistant, whose office was on the 25th floor. When the big leader arrived, they all stopped what they were doing and came toward Hui Yuxing. But their leader went straight to his own petite wife and went up to embrace her, saying, "Tough day." They remember the small president. In addition to walking in to see the office, nothing to do. This is also called hard work? Well, that means they're working harder. What's the reward for working so hard? Unfortunately, none of them dared to ask or come up to disturb the show of love. Only after Hui Yuxing finished consoling his petite wife did he begin to turn his head to look at his staff before coming in with, "Everyone's work will be very hard in the future. Try to find more resources for our 2 lead actors, but also utilize your time wisely. Of course, there will be more people joining our company in the future." Bora. A seat of the leader's instructions to say down to everyone to get the blood boiling, Gu Xiaoxiao once again found his own man's flashpoint. His mouth is a gold or how, usually did not see him so able to say ah. For example, when he was angry he would just stutter, and he wouldn't even coax people. But now it seems that he indeed does not coax women, but he will coax the staff ah. Gu Xiaoxiao thinks she must learn from her husband as a small president. See how people coax people to death. But she can't do anything. In no time at all, everyone was happily exchanging pleasantries. There was no one to talk to their two bosses, and then Gu Xiaoxiao felt her cell phone tremble and picked it up to find that she had an extra $200,000, which made her think that Hui Yuxing would give her pocket money from time to time. She hadn't spent all the money from last time. After all, everything at home was taken care of by Hui Yuxing or his assistants. She didn't have to take care of anything except for filming, plus she was busy and usually had less time to go out and didn't spend any more money. There's more of the last one. You spend it slowly. How's the car driving? Pretty good. The assistant usually drove it, and she usually sat in the car to read the script. Sometimes she simply didn't use that car, it was too eye-catching. Well, it's better for you to be careful now that your legs always cramp up. Hui Yuxing brings a piece of foie gras on his plate to Gu Xiaoxiao's lips and says, "This is fine, eat less. I don't like to eat it. Just pay it off." Gu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to simmer and whimper and eat it, then looked at her savings and thought it would be a shame if such a little rich girl didn't spend some money. So, she transferred to her cheap parents $200,000. After all, they have not been much of an income recently. Usually she has transferred money over, usually 1 or 2 million. Chapter 142 Strange Parents. This time sending over 200,000 at once made the Gu family side eat a shock, and they were busy calling to confirm. Gu Xiaoxiao said, "Dad, I forgot to tell you that the Hua family is actually quite rich. Something happened to them before and that's why they're poor, but they've slowed down these days. This is the pocket money Hui Yuxing gave me, so keep it. By the way, don't run the factory yet. Hui Yuxing said he'll be back in a few days to help you. No need, you guys have your own business. We'll just take care of things at home. And don't mail money home. Good boy." There was something strange in Gu's father's voice. He just couldn't hear why. Gu Xiaoxia frowned and said, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "No, nothing. That's it. Your brother's back and I'm gonna go talk to him about schoolwork and hang up." Oh. Gu Xiaoxiao remembered that the original owner's parents were quite concerned about her, and usually couldn't call her from time to time because they were afraid she would be busy. But once they did, they would nag her endlessly. What's wrong with her today? It can't be that cheap little brother getting into trouble again. Can it? But it doesn't sound like it. Is it something at the factory? Hui Yuxing asked from the side. What happened? No, it's just that I think Dad's in quite a hurry, and I don't know what he's rushing off to do. Maybe it was just her delusion? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Mingjia called her. Xiao Xiao. Sister, today's food is really delicious. Why don't you prepare it again next week? Are you planning to eat me poor? Gu Xiaoxiao glared at him, only to have Zhang Mingjia say, But you promised me that you'd let me enjoy a meal once a week. I'm letting you enjoy but did not say to give you money. You think I'm easy, so many people want me to support, but also water and electricity costs and your clothing. Gu Xiaoxia is now familiar with some of the process, so to speak of these without pressure. Zhang Mingjia really didn't say anything about her, and automatically thought it would be better to pay for the weekly food herself, or else she would really eat Gu Xiaoxiao like she was poor. She had always felt that she was cheap, and had thought that she would change now that she had a golden son-in-law. But now it seems that rivers and mountains are easy to change and nature can't be changed. Everyone got off work after the potluck, and Hui Yuxing dragged Gu Xiaoxiao to get her body checked out and found nothing wrong before going back. But after carrying a bunch of supplements, she felt like she had 2 big heads. After arriving home, the chef from the old mansion had already prepared a meal for them. And usually if they weren't eating at home, Hui Yuxing would have his assistant notify people in advance that they didn't need to come over. Gu Xiaoxiao felt that this was quite troublesome, but Hui Yuxing didn't care and only said, Now we can have a 2-person world here. But when the baby is born you must go back to the old mansion for the month. For one thing, it's a spacious place with someone to take care of it, and for another, it's still nice to be together as a family. Well, let's talk about it then. Now that the shots of the heroine's pregnancy had begun, her small belly would soon be unable to be covered. Sometimes it already protruded with a jerk of the waist, and it might get even bigger later on. Although she didn't have the self-consciousness of a beautiful woman, she always felt that she would be ugly later. For example, she now started to get pimples on her face, not big but uncomfortable to look at. In the evening, after taking a shower, she sat on the edge of the mirror with her face veiled and looked at the pimples on her face and said, "Will there be pimple marks when this goes away? Didn't I buy medicine? It shouldn't matter if you use it every day." Hui Yuxing doesn't care about looks. No matter if Gu Xiaoxiao is beautiful or ugly, fat or thin, he doesn't intend to change his daughter-in-law. As for those temptations outside, he never put in the eyes. Otherwise, in the beginning with Gu Xiaoxiao, that face, he would have been addicted to it. Will I get uglier and uglier? So ugly that I won't be able to shoot a movie? Gu Xiaoxiao was really worried. But Hui Yuxing changed into his pajamas and then lifted her chin to look left and right, then smiled and said, "Not ugly at all, very beautiful." "You're lying." "No lie. Even without makeup it can still mesmerize me." After saying that, he lowered himself to give her a kiss. This time Gu Xiaoxiao was comforted. How can a man not be happy to be addicted to her? Then, she didn't know how to get into bed. She was a bit depressed and felt that she was the one who was addicted. Yes, she was addicted to the male sex. On the crew side, because the shooting went well, so now Gu Xiaoxiao already had to wrap a bag around her stomach to be able to appear on camera. Although it is very bloody, but probably shooting smooth, so between her and the male lead Lu Yuanqing can already take the liberty to add drama each other can already pick up. As for Zhang Mingjia, since the change of company, the whole person has brightened up a lot, and the level of acting also soared by leaps and bounds. A few days felt as if he had changed into a different person, and entered the plot quite quickly. Director Xiao Zhou was moved to tears. In addition to a few supporting roles, sometimes let the worry, the progress is really not a little bit faster. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Mingjia's play was finalized. A simple banquet was organized for him, and Gu Xiaoxiao also attended. Only, under the lights, she looked very lazy, squinting her eyes and sitting in the corner, but the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were all with a smile, really a bit pleasing to the eye. As the male lead, Lu Yuanqing knew that Gu Xiaoxiao was beautiful, but in addition to her beauty, this woman had a good behavior that was different from others. The entertainment industry is a big dike, but she is probably too well protected, so there is nothing to stain what dark things. The young man is ambitious and has a backer behind him, so he looks more innocent than anyone else. As for Yumin, at first he thought she was a pure girl, but now more and more he realized that she had been contaminated. Last time, after taking advantage of him, the two of them did not have much contact, but recently she went so far as to tell him that the child in her stomach was likely to be his. When they were on the island, who didn't expect something like that to happen didn't have the tools with them. But even so, Yumin shouldn't have said this to him. After all, she had already decided to get engaged to Situ Lufeng. So what was the point of saying this to herself again? Preparing to find a receiver when Situ Lufeng doesn't want her? Or trying to use herself against that woman who sits obediently on the side again? Ha! Does she really think he's stupid? To offend the Hua family's beloved for a child that he doesn't even know if it's his or not? How heartless he is to do so. Even if Gu Xiaoxiao didn't have any background, he wouldn't, because it's not like she messed with him. On the contrary, he was very appreciative of it. Right, not about love, just pure appreciation, because her acting skills are really quite excellent. After winning the award, people also did not float. Just based on this heart, Lu Yuanqing feel that in the future her star road will be a straight road. As for Yumin, that girl's mind is too mixed and like to hook 3 and 4 sticky. If let Situ Lufeng know, have her good fruit to eat. Chapter 143, Another Invitation. Of course, he didn't say this out loud, but just thought about it in his mind. Just when everyone is happy to hear someone knocking on the door, leaning against the door, manager Zhang Mingjia opened the door to see a pretty woman standing outside, but with a mask, do not know who is. But for this outfit and the assistant following behind him, he felt that this should be the circle of people undoubtedly. After he hesitated for a moment, he heard the other party say in a very nice and gentle voice, "Hello, I'm here to find Gu Xiaoxia. I'm her friend." "Oh, she's in there. Which one are you?" "My name is Yumin." He had still heard of the word Yumin, and how did the two become friends when the internet said they didn't get along? However, since people had revealed their identities, he could only get out of the way and said, "Please come inside." Because it was loud inside, the sound of his speech was also loud. Yumin walked in like this, and at a glance she saw Lu Yuanqing, who she had a relationship with. 2 days ago, he purposely made him suspect that the child in his stomach was his, and when the time came, as long as the plan was successful, then Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to shoot this scene. Thinking of this, she drifted a glance towards Lu Yuanqing. Then without saying anything, like a very stoic person, she turned her head towards Gu Xiaoxiao and said with a somewhat curt smile, "Xiaoxiao, I heard that you guys were playing here, so I came over to have a look." After saying that, he walked towards Gu Xiaoxiao, but he didn't know that she suddenly stood up and sat far away. Such an obvious rejection made Yumin tighten her hand, but she still pretended to be a noob and sat down. "Right, Did I send you guys an invitation note last time? There were too many things that I forgot. My memory is not too good lately. Roger that. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to say much to her. She was just here to make sure she would be there anyway. So as long as it put her mind at ease. That's good, vomit. Sorry for walking so fast. After that, he vomited a few more times. Could be said that Yumin was pretending very well, and it was really a pity that this acting skill was not used in the filming of the drama. Just why is the opposite side of the movie star's eyes a little bit wrong? Why is his brow wrinkled so tightly? The book said that Yumin later got pregnant before marrying Situ Lufeng, and that child was not Situ Liufeng's. The book said that Yumin was pregnant before marrying Situ Lufeng. The book says it seems to be this movie star's, but some people analyze that it's the fourth male supporting actors. In short, it's very confusing. Well, in fact, in the whole novel, although the heroine and the hero together, but among her but not only Situ Lufeng a man, only some of the plot explains very secretive, which is still thanks to the taboo below the neck cannot write, so sometimes directly pull the light. So, without that kind of drama, it's easy to overlook what, at least Gu Xiaoxia remembered, is in addition to the male Hui Yuxing is a righteous man, and did not because of the love of the heroine ask the heroine derailment, other male match seems to have robbed the heroine of the drama. Then the heroine hooks up with them and looks very close to whoever she is with. But probably because of the arrival of Gu Xiaoxiao so changed a lot of things. For example, obviously in the program Yumin should and male supporting third hot, the results of the two of them that what a hype CP outside, but also did not see there is further contact. To know the book is not so written, that program is completed after the male is very active in chasing the heroine, and then and Situ Lufeng fight quite happy. Although he doesn't have much background, he can help the heroine above acting, and then the two work together several times, eventually rubbing off on something even more special. Anyway, the hero went to a lot of trouble to break them up. Now it seems that Yumin and this Lu Yuanqing do not seem to have any connection. I have been shooting with him for so long, but I didn't see any interaction between him and Yumin. Especially just Yumin came in when the two seemed to only Yumin unilateral with him to have intercourse. The other side is a blank look. The book's plot and the characters' emotional entanglements were much worse had they been slapped out of the book by themselves. There was more internal drama, but the surface remained calm as usual, and ignored Yumin's pretense of being pregnant. Fortunately, if she hadn't watched more drama recently, she really wouldn't have been so calm. Yumin wasn't surprised to see that Gu Xiaoxiao didn't cooperate with herself. Anyway, she was doing it for others to see. Dash. I had someone pick you up that day. Are you done? Can't you see we're having a party? Just finish what you need to ask. What are you doing talking about all that nonsense? As if no one in anyone's family has sent me off. Gu Xiaoxiao glared at her uncharacteristically, and everyone could tell she wasn't very happy. Zhang Mingjia and Lu Yuanqing, who had been on the program with them, knew that the two didn't get along, but it had always been Gu Xiaoxiao who seemed to be more emotional. Therefore, she would usually be blamed in the eyes of others for not being understanding. However, for after experiencing an incident where someone had scalded someone with boiling water, they didn't think so anymore. Especially Zhang Mingjia, who always felt that this woman surnamed Yu was stirring up Gu Xiaoxiao's fire at every turn, then driving the rhythm around her to frame her. So Zhang Mingjia suddenly said to Gu Xiaoxiao in a very exaggerated manner, "Xiaoxiao, I'm going to leave the theater group today, so you still have time to see other people. Come over, let's have a drink together." He pretended to be drunk, but he couldn't be seen as a drunk. Some people are really good at acting, but they can't act at all in reality, like Zhang Mingjia. There are people who are not good at acting, but in reality they act all the time, like Yumin. The two of them were really extreme, and Gu Xiaoxiao almost burst out laughing. The brain was patched up with 1,000 words, but the surface directly ignored Yumin. Yumin also felt embarrassed and found an excuse to leave after saying a few words to the director. Anyway, Gu Xiaoxiao had already said she was going, so there was nothing else to do, and it was good that the plan could be carried out. As soon as the people left, for some reason everyone was relieved, and Gu Xiaoxiao also let go, no longer as formal as just now. She and Zhang Mingjia were already having fun, so it didn't take long for them to play together. In the middle of the day, Yanagihara Kiyoshi got up and left to go to the bathroom, but he did not expect Yumin to be waiting for him outside. The first thing she said when she saw him arrive was, "I didn't expect you to be here. What do you want to do again? I just wanted to send you the invitation note." After saying that, she really sent the red invitation note to him. Lu Yuanqing laughed. "What do you mean by that? Do you want me to go in front of Situ Lufeng and tell him what happened between us?" "No, it's not. I think we should get closure. We didn't have much of a relationship originally, so don't do these useless things. I know that you want to use me to deal with Gu Xiaoxiao. I advise you not to think about it. She's now the female lead in my drama. There's no way I'm going to deal with her for you, or it's me who'll suffer. We were only together in the first place to achieve a certain goal, and now that matter has passed. Chapter 144. All men are ruthless. But I have, in my stomach. Yumin, if you're not afraid to spread the word about it, you can continue. Yumin really didn't make a sound anymore, only saying, then you remember to come. Then he left sadly. But in her heart, she was extremely uncomfortable. What exactly did she do wrong? Why did all the men have their hearts set on that woman? After returning home and realizing that Situ Lu Feng, who hadn't seen her for a long time, had actually come, she immediately pretended to be Gu Xiaoxiao and grunted, have you forgotten all about me, and only remembered to come back when you're about to get engaged? It must be said that Situ Lu Feng is still quite familiar with her sudden Gu Xiaoxiao upper body recently. But the traces can't be too obvious, or else they'll be seen. She might have to be abused again by this goddess. But Yumin could never know that their setting was an abusive relationship, so it was impossible not to be abusive. Opinions. Situ Lu Feng picked up a cigarette and smoked it. Yumin said, how can you smoke in the house? The baby is still small and is developing. Situ Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly stubbed out the cigarette, and with a much gentler tone, he said, where have you been? Someone from a friend's play killed off the show, so I went to check it out. Friend. It's the same Kiyoshi Yanagihara who used to speculate on CP with me. I even invited him to our engagement ceremony. This was beyond Yumin's cleverness. It looked bright and square so that people couldn't pick out a single mistake. And she also took the opportunity to observe Situ Lu Feng. His eyes no longer had that fervor from the past, and were surprisingly quite bland. Could it be that he's not afraid that he's going to cuckold him? Oh yeah, already gave the ban myself. For some reason, Yumin developed a thrill called revenge from the bottom of her heart. Cuckolding this man was really fresh and exciting, and it simply gave her the intention to go and do this kind of thing again. However, now still pressed down, looking at Situ Lu Feng, very well behaved sitting on the side. Gu Xiaoxiao is not like this, suddenly a shock of temper, and then usually look and a good gentleman like nothing to say or do, stay on the side like a good gentleman. Of course, she is referring to the current Gu Xiaoxiao before she really know man like. Probably, men like that tone of hers. She looks like a delicate, but in reality, she's just a wooden beauty. Situ Lu Feng now really quite like this. See her quiet, cannot help but stand up and said, do not go to provoke Gu Xiaoxiao, we will soon be engaged. In the future you also take a break from school. Peace of mind at home to wait for childbirth. Wait until the child is born and then we will think about the marriage. Aha! What else can be done? In fact, now should be married. But because Situ Lu Feng to family members still do not agree as an excuse to raw into the engagement, what can she do? But fortunately, they have already arranged to wait for the day before the engagement to go to get a license. So, she is even Situ family's daughter-in-law, when the divorce guaranteed to let him hemorrhage. Yumin, sometimes it's enough to put on an act. You're really disgusting like this. You know why I haven't bothered to see you lately? Because I can see that all your behavior is based on my preferences. It was like this in the beginning and it's still like this now. I only showed a little interest in Gu Xiaoxiao, and now you're all Gu Xiaoxiao's shadow. This child, was it conceived because you thought you could use him to tie me down? Situ Lu Feng softly said these words in Yumin's ear, then sneered and left. Yumin's whole body stiffened, only feeling that the blood was going to flow backwards. So he knew all about it, so was he pretending about liking Gu Xiaoxiao for a while, in order to make her misunderstand, and then acting like a clown in front of him. Isn't this man very twisted mentally? Why does he have such horrible hobbies? She had always thought that she was playing with Situ Liufeng's heart, but in the end she realized that it was not true. She was the one being played with. This fact is really too terrible. Yumin's whole body is cold. The whole person is not good. Ever since she was a little girl, Yumin had always loved to try to figure out people's hearts and then profit from them. Doing this kind of thing allowed her to taste a lot of sweetness, such as Gu Xiaoxiao's unconditional financial support, which allowed her to not have to bring those difficult meals from home, because she could eat a lot of food that she couldn't eat in her family's condition. Then there were the clothes, although some of them were picked up from Gu Xiaoxiao's leftover clothes. But in the end, they were good and looked better when worn out than when her mother altered the old ones to wear. Then, the class was also very fond of her and liked to find her the most to play with because she would make everyone like to spend time with her. For more than 10 years, she had always felt that she was the one who stood at the peak of humanity. Even Gu Xiaoxiao, who was not easy to deal with, could cure her to death if she wanted to. But she hadn't thought at all that there were mountains beyond the mountains. At first, she felt that Situ Lu Feng is just one of those rich and capricious young masters, and his love is just a slight rebuttal to him, and he looks at the novelty of it and thinks about her all the time, and then step by step, she grows up to be Mrs. Situ. However, it did not occur to me that he would suddenly come to his senses, and that it would be much harder to hold his heart in his hands again. Perhaps because he had already been completely seen through. The man was, in a sense, ruthless and terrifying. She had underestimated him and then overestimated herself. Her lips had begun to tremble. The great shame she had never felt before in this life made her eyes glow red. Even the bag in her hand was pinched and deformed. Never been counted by others, now so lightly by Situ Lufeng, even self-respect was chipped away. She really hate this man. However, there was nothing she could do with him. She needed to hold back. Originally, she thought Situ Lufeng had only come to satirize her. But she didn't know that he had brought the prenuptial agreement with him. Originally thought that after signing that agreement about the child, Situ Lufeng will not care about these. After all, the child has no inheritance, what else does he want? But it didn't occur to me that people would think of something like a prenuptial agreement. He didn't have to be so petty as to count on someone who was going to marry him and was carrying his child. Men, indeed, were heartless. However, when she was thinking about these words, she never thought about the fact that she did not have any love for Situ Lufeng but asked him to love her, which was unfair in itself. In any case, it's better to read the agreement first. She picked it up and looked at it for a few moments before placing it on the table and saying, "Do you really want to marry me? Aside from a few $1,000,000 is a few properties that aren't exactly nice, and all this to want a daughter-in-law and children? Then do you really want to marry me? If you were Gu Xiaoxiao, I'm only afraid that you don't really care about these things." Situ Lufeng lightly said, a hint of contempt in his tone. Chapter 145, Prenuptial Agreement. Yumin sucked in her breath. She sort of realized that this man was just hard-hearted. So she sucked in her breath and said, "I know. I'll just sign. Here's another one to look at." Aha! Yumin obediently took it out, and then was surprised to find that this piece of paper had the most things. Not only were there dividends, there was real estate, there was Situ Liufeng's industry, there was simply a wide array of things. She almost looked dumbfounded before she reacted by looking at Situ Lufeng. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't leave anything for him?" "Yes. Everything on this piece of paper is reserved for her son. As long as you are good enough to give birth to this child, all these things will be mine to leave to you in the future. Didn't you say that the child shall not inherit everything from the Sido and my families in the future? I've changed my mind, but it has to be that the child is mine." Situ Lufeng played with the cigarette in his hand and said, "Do you doubt me? It's anyone's guess, so after the baby is born it will need to be identified. And as long as it's okay, this thing can only be yours." "No, it's yours." Yumin suddenly said, "If the one carrying your child was Gu Xiaoxiao, would you believe her like this?" It was just to test him a bit, to see what was in his mind. However, it did not occur to me that Situ Lufeng actually laughed. He looked at Yumin and said, "What do you mean, feeling inferior to her? I can never trust women." When he finished, he stood up and said, "Sign it, and then you can wait to marry." Yumin is now really cannot understand this Situ Lufeng is really like Gu Xiaoxiao or take her to stimulate their own, but these she did not dare to ask, can only silently sign the document in hand. But the teeth will be gritted to death. She calculated, and Situ Lufeng married, but now realized that even if it is married she cannot get anything. However, she could not offend Situ Lufeng yet. After all, he was still her boss now. Even if he wasn't the boss, Situ Lufeng was still in existence. She couldn't offend unless he went bankrupt. Thinking of this, a poisonous plan welled up in her heart. The Hua family and Situ have a grudge. But recently the Huas haven't had the time to pay attention to Situ Lufeng because they've been busy reorganizing. However, if they grow in strength, they will one day make Situ Lufeng look good. Thinking about it, Song Rong put away those things, in fact, quite regret not pregnant with Situ Liufeng's child. If this child is true, then listen to Situ Lufeng, meaning they will be divorced sooner or later, when the time to give her son that money is her. But unfortunately she did not have Gu Xiaoxiao's stomach to fight. When I think of Gu Xiaoxiao winning the award and then getting the status of the Hua family's young lady, not only does she have money, but she also has such a big backer. If I had known, I shouldn't have offended the old man in the first place. It's too late to say anything now, so I'd better plan for my future. Anyway, after the engagement party, Gu Xiaoxiao is afraid that she won't be able to stand in the Hua family. After all, they can't possibly want a vicious woman to enter the family. The maid who passed by originally wanted to ask the hostess what she wanted to eat tonight, but suddenly saw a horribly distorted face, and the things in her hand almost didn't hold and fell. In the end, she silently turned out and did not ask anything. She felt that she should go home earlier to farm. This female patron is really getting more and more perverted. All day long temper tantrums. thinking of harming this and that, the heart is twisted, and pretending to be pregnant. She really cannot stand it a little bit. Although these words she never said, but all see, she has given birth to 3 children, a woman pregnant or not pregnant at a glance to see. But she had never been a talkative person, and knew that if she didn't leave in this situation, she would sooner or later get into trouble. On the other hand, Gu Xiaoxiao had already started customizing her dress. This time, she didn't feel as bad about the money as she did last time, and had gone to great lengths to surpass Yumin. Hui Yuxing let her go and invited several famous designers from home and abroad to come over, and then designed her a set of white bustier dress, which is simply not fairy. Gu Xiaoxiao is not like others, like very thin, her chest and back are very beautiful. Wearing this is simply like a new person, that is, delicate and lovely, but also with a little bit of sexy. See, Hui Yuxing will be his neckline loose, and even the tie or torn crooked did not go to the right. Alas, the man who has been in a half-starved and half-full state can't afford to be hurt. Not to mention the intuitive look, sometimes make a phone call to her voice a little bit so a little bit of her body will have a reaction. If not, his strong willpower may also be able to do something to it. Gu Xiaoxia turned her head and smiled. Does it look good? Good, good looking. This time, Hui Yuxing is looking straight at her, then nods vigorously and says so. Seeing him serious, Gu Xiaoxiao was happy. She also felt that this dress was better than the one from the last award ceremony. Yumin's engagement, my parents are probably going to come too, so you'll arrange a place to stay then. Of course, there's still plenty of room in the old mansion. If it feels too far away, we can go over to the villa. It's a bit closer to the city, and it's modernly decorated. It wasn't Chinese, so it looked a bit better. Besides, the old man over there said that he had already given it to the 2 of them, but Gu Xiaoxiao seemed to like living in the city. After all, it was close to the filming location. I haven't even been there yet, Gu Xiaoxia said as she turned around again. After dinner, I'll show you. Now you should try it out. Let's go eat. Today we have the sweet and sour pork ribs you've been eating lately, and the pot roast. What's with all the meat? Any more fat dresses were going to be too much to fit in, and she looked at her arms a little reluctantly. They always seem to be fattening up lately. You need nutrition now? You can't be concerned about your figure? Or what about the child? Hui Yuxing lectured with a sullen face, but immediately regretted it because his little wife didn't eat this at all. She wasn't afraid of him at all. How dare you leave me alone for the sake of the child? Gu Xiaoxiao pouted with ease and stomped her foot to show her dissatisfaction. Hui Yuxing's desire for survival has increased, and he can't be a straight man all the time. He coughed lightly, then signaled those designers and assistants to go out, and when he saw the people go, he hugged Gu Xiaoxiao and forced her to dance with him for a few rounds before saying, "Don't be afraid. Don't forget that I've been a fitness instructor, so even after having a baby, I can let you regain your figure in a very short period of time. Do you believe it?" Really? Really? Hard work? A little bit, well, it's a lot easier than you're shooting right now. There wasn't a break, and besides, it was getting cold. I'm not working too hard right now. That means it's okay to eat? That's not bad at all. Speaking as a foodie, there was nothing more depressing than losing weight in the mouth.
Chapter 146 Mei.
Every time she goes to the old mansion, Gu Xiaoxiao feels that it is a challenge to lose weight because the same as a chef, but when she returns to the old mansion she can always eat some of her favorite food, and her handiwork seems to have grown. So she suspected it was a tactic by the old man to get her back. And quite successfully, she's been feeling like her time back has increased lately. Even if it's just for food, she's still able to come back, not to mention the comfort of having Hui Yuxing to transport her back and forth. After dinner, they went to take a look at the villa that was supposedly close to the city. It covered a larger area than the old mansion and had all the modern amenities. She felt that it was too luxurious to let her parents live here where they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sleep. She felt that living here would be nothing short of a pleasure. The old mansion was big and nice, but compared to this place, it was a different concept. Do you like it? We'll live here when you're done filming, and leave the baby at the old mansion for the old man and my parents to keep an eye on. The child is mine. Why should I put it in the old mansion? She had fought hard to give birth to it. Surely it was better to take care of it herself.
No.
Why don't you tell us the reason? I want 2 people. Gu Xiaoxiao inexplicably blushed. How could she not understand Hui Yuxing's resentment? Just isn't this a bit too unscrupulous? But why go off topic? They are now arranging a place for Gu's father and mother to stay when they arrive. Luckily, it was explained in the car on the way back. First pick them up to go to the old mansion to live there for a day, and then go to the villa to stay and play for 2 days. Then, they sent people back even to discuss the things in the factory. It can be said that Hui Yuxing is quite a leader, and he definitely doesn't procrastinate like other people do. He does what he needs to do without any ambiguity at all. As his wife Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she had saved a lot of effort. She only needed to do her job as a wife, and then she was responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. Touching her little belly melon. Her heart was so full of happiness that she was on the verge of crying with joy. The corner of Hua Yuxing's mouth also gently lifted. There is nothing more important than family harmony. It's so nice that the person one spends one's life with doesn't hate oneself, and is so cute that even doing nothing to look at her can make one smile uncontrollably. Unfortunately, this really nice only lasted until the next morning. As soon as Gu Xiaoxiao woke up, she realized that she hadn't figured out how to deal with Yumin. It was said that a pregnancy was a fool's errand, and lately she did feel that her IQ was a bit in arrears, and suddenly she got frustrated and wanted to cry. Hui Yuxing came back from working out outside, only to see his little woman sitting on the bed looking like she was about to cry. The straps on her shoulders were still hanging to one side, revealing her delicate collarbone and the half of her body that wasn't wearing underwear. His hot blood surged up at once before brushing up and running down, his ears reddening completely. Although the two of them had seen each other naked many times, Gu Xiaoxiao was too attractive, and he was not capable of resisting at all. But looking at her face, it was better to coax her first. If you're too tired, get some more sleep. I'll call the crew. I'm not tired. I just feel really stupid that I didn't think of how to deal with Yumin. So it's because of this. Hui Yuxing just finished saying that he saw that the other party had already cried, and that the tears weren't falling a little too casually. He was startled, then busy sitting on the bed and embraced her. Don't cry ah. You didn't think of a way I've already thought of it, you just follow me around. Have you thought about it? Wouldn't I be useless then? No, you were useful. You pulled me out of the abyss and worked so hard to carry my child to take care of us. If you are useless, then wouldn't I be even more useless? However, it's now Luan's turn for you to come to rest while I become your umbrella. What you can't think of, I'll just do it for you. This time I want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I hope you will just watch the fun then. 3 birds with 1 stone? Yeah, that's number 1 is herself. Let her do it and sooner or later she'll realize her own evil. The second is her parents and yours. Save them from forcing you to make up with her all day long. The third is Gramps. Yes, the old man received the invitation note as well. Well, the old man is too lenient with her, so it's best to leave her alone from now on. This is only impossible. You know that my old master cares a lot about my deceased grandmother, and back then the Yu family saved my grandmother and helped my old master. It's impossible for him to forget this favor, just as I can never forget you. Hui Yuxing speaks gently, but each sentence is filled with persistence. The Hua family is really like that, and that's how it's written in the book. To put it nicely, it's called having morals. To put it bluntly, they are stubborn asses. She didn't know whether to be angry or speechless, but she admired them. In a world like this, very few people can keep their hearts, but these men of the Hua family can, and it's really a miracle. Blame us? Never mind, you have your ideas. I think this time, that woman will definitely harm me. When the time comes to let the old master know, hopefully, he will know what kind of woman she is. There was no use knowing. The old master would not normally strike against her. Even if he did, he wouldn't let her die. It was understood from the beginning. Then don't cry. Get up and have breakfast, will you? Well, I'm still confused as to what I'm going to do, and it's not good to have everything set up by you. Gu Xiaoxia sighed, seeming quite annoyed by her inaction. My wife. Just be responsible for being beautiful every day, ah. Hui Yuxing gently poked her face, feeling that his daughter-in-law had really gotten a lot more beautiful again recently. Even though her stomach had gotten a bit bigger, it still hadn't affected her appearance. Really? Hearing Hui Yuxing say this, Gu Xiaoxiao was very satisfied, then hurriedly got out of bed to wash her face and put on a lot of skincare products for herself before going to eat. Seeing her in a better mood, Hui Yuxing sighed in relief. His coaxing skills are really getting better and better. He can't help but admire them. Ever since Gu Xiaoxiao won the award, her value has risen, and all kinds of invitations have been coming in. Because they can't find where she lives, they go directly to the crew to find someone. As a result, in order not to affect the progress of the crew, so usually do not allow people to come in to find Gu Xiaoxiao. After all, she herself also said she did not want to let people come to delay her shooting. With a growing belly, it's definitely a good idea to try to get the drama out of the way. Director Zhou appreciates Gu Xiaoxiao's serious attitude, especially those who really do not understand the situation. The young lady of the Hua family is still lack of drama to shoot it, but also lack of money to spend it. Use this side of the filming on the other side of the scene to take the play well. Chapter 147 Compliments. However, the female lead's part is already getting smaller and smaller, so I believe it will be finished soon. because I know Gu Xiaoxiao's situation, so all the scenes were filmed first according to the female lead's plot. Everything else was put aside for fear that it would be difficult to do when her stomach got big. However, the original plan was to take 3 to 5 months to finish filming the plot. Surprisingly, it took less than a month, almost finished. The rest are some special points of subplot. It is not so important. Therefore, Gu Xiaoxiao had recently been given a 3-day vacation in order to pick up her own parents to come and stay over, and go to the Hongmen banquet in the meantime. This afternoon is when her parents and brother are coming over, and Hui Yuxing has taken time off to accompany her. At 1 o'clock he drove over in his car, and then Gu Xiaoxiao realized that it was actually a black 7-seater that looked quite luxurious. She couldn't help but wonder, why did you change your car? This car is bigger and not too confining. That's true. The family came 3 people, so a bigger car is really good. Who let the Hua family have so many cars? They could just drive a dozen or so. The old mansion had a large garage full of Hua Yuxing's cars. Originally, I thought he was a low-key man, but I found out that he was a rich second generation after all, and always had some hobbies that ordinary people like them couldn't imagine. The ordinary person's idea is, what kind of car should I buy after saving up money? Which kind of car saves gas? Which kind of car is more practical? But the rich kid's daily worry is, which car should I drive out in the morning? Luckily, Gu Xiaoxiao felt that she was still ordinary because she only had 2 cars. 1 Volkswagen and 1 luxury car. Basically, there was no need to think about it. The Volkswagen would be out of the question unless one went grocery shopping. Not long after the 2 arrived at the train station, Gu's father, Gu's mother, and Gu Xiaoran came out, and they each carried a small bag that didn't seem to intend to stay long. Hui Yuxing personally went over to get them into the car, and when he got here, Gu Xiaoran was attracted to the 7-seater. Then she pounced on it and said, "Wow, brother-in-law, a 7-seater Mercedes-Benz. How rich must your family be? What is this brat nonsense? Get in the car." Gu's father slapped him over. He had a pretty good impression of the son-in-law. After all, he helped the family solve a big problem, and he was also very good to his daughter. The most important thing was having money to take care of his daughter. "Give me the luggage, Mom." Hui Yuxing's call for Mom didn't soften his lips at all, and the corners of Gu's mother's mouth immediately curled up. The 3 of them got into the car as a family, and Gu Xiaoxiao spoke to them. Because she was more inviting, none of them dared to go out. "Sis, you're a star now. You know those elementary school classmates of yours? They come to me every day for autographs." Gu Xiaoran slumped his body behind Gu Xiaoxiao's car seat to talk to her, and then even poked her shoulder gently. Although they were siblings, Hui Yuxing was still a bit uncomfortable in his heart. His eyes went cold, and Gu Xiaoran hurriedly sat up straight as he felt a chill all over his body for some reason. "Really, you should lay low from now on. By the way, how are your studies going? Do you need to find someone to review?" Gu Xiaoxia looked at his 2 hairs and wanted to pull them all out, but because she wasn't familiar with them, she didn't control them too much. "Sis, when did you become like Mom and Dad? It's so boring. Brother-in-law, take me out sometime. We'll go to the old mansion. Then I'll take you out at night." Gu Xiaoxiao immediately said, "No, he's still underage." Hui Yuxing said, "Don't worry. I'll take him to places where he can play at his age." Gu Xiaoxiao frowned, but they still ran in the direction of the old mansion. Getting farther and farther away from the city, Gu Xiaoran marveled, "Brother-in-law, what kind of remote place does your family live in?" "Almost there." Hui Yuxing wasn't angry, as the old mansion was indeed a bit of a remote place. However, the Gu family realized that although it was getting farther and farther away, but the scenery was getting better and better. There were mountains, water, and flowers. It could be treated as a scenic area. "Wow! Living in a place like this can be awesome." Gu Xiaoran probed and looked outside, then saw the gate from afar. This was just like the gates of a mansion in a movie or television. Could it be that brother-in-law's family lived here? Just as he was thinking, the door opened and the car made its way into the yard. Grip groove. Parents only said that my sister married a rich man. Brother-in-law is to open the company. However, this is obviously the mansion. A rich family is not the same as a rich person, and by the looks of it, it should be a top-class family, and my brother-in-law is at least a second-generation rich person or a rich N-generation rich person. In the courtyard, they walked for about 10 minutes before arriving in front of a 3-story building, and outside stood about a dozen people greeting them. In fact, in the forefront stood an old man with a luxurious-looking cane in his hand. And behind him stood a pair of middle-aged men and women, also looks extremely imposing. The next ones should be the servants inside this house, right? Their clothes are all uniform. Gu's father and mother looked quite apprehensive. Originally really thought that their daughter married but a small company of rich people. But now it seems completely different. When she got out of the car, Gu Xiaoxiao walked up to Elder Hua and said, "These are my parents and my brother." Then turning to Gu's father and mother, she said, "This is Hua Yuxing's grandfather, and then this is little uncle and little aunt." Gu's father, Gu's mother rushed forward to exchange pleasantries with them. After all, their daughter is now married to their family. They always have to be careful to maintain. Such a rich family is certainly not look up to them such a small family, and now they do not even have a factory basically even if it is a hobo, to say that people make a joke so that their daughter cannot raise her head. He was getting more and more vain and felt that he had disgraced his daughter. Even Gu Xiaoran, who had just been chattering, stopped making a sound. Elder Hua immediately opened his mouth and said very enthusiastically, "Don't mind the two of you, Yuxing's parents are abroad dealing with some matters and don't have the time to come back. But they will definitely go and meet the two in-laws first when they return." It's fine, Xiao Xiao has just said it. Gu's father said good-naturedly. "Quickly please come inside. Everyone is a relative, don't be too outgoing ah." Elder Hua and his youngest uncle let them in, then sat down and served tea before giving Gu Xiaoxiao an all-encompassing, unprecedented compliment, which flattered the Gu family's parents. Of course, Master Hua didn't forget to say that they had a good education and raised their daughter to be so well-behaved and obedient as well as benevolent. Father Gu and Mother Gu were dumbfounded. They had no idea that their daughter had evolved into one of those radiant, dazzling creatures. Why didn't she sound like her own willful daughter anymore? Perhaps this had completely changed after having a man. Of course, they didn't say the opposite after all. Every parent likes their children to be complimented. Chapter 148, Locking the Door at 10. After the praise meeting was over, they started arranging to make a sumptuous dinner for Gu's father's family again. This meal was really a sea, land and air, as long as the rare plants and animals that could be eaten were brought up. Even the desserts after the meal were specially invited from abroad to be made by a pastry chef. This was a big effort, but Gu Xiaoxiao was still satisfied in her heart. After all, this was giving her face. When they had eaten, they began to tour the old mansion, even looking at the nursery. Gu Xiaoran simply reddened with envy and said, "Grip it, sis, your kid's room is twice as big as mine." Gu Xiaoxiao touched his belly, did not speak, but deeply his brother is right, when she saw the time also feel too big a bit. The crib and everything is ready. It's just that, is it really okay for such a small child to sleep alone? Gu mother said with a bit of worry. Someone will be hired to take care of it, and a nanny will be arranged here to live in when the time comes. Hua Yuxing introduced from the side. The nanny is not as attentive as your own family. When you have the baby, mom will come to watch you for a few days. Gu's mother was also kind. After all, she felt that the person she hired to take care of the child would definitely not be as attentive as taking care of the child herself. "All right, we'll naturally welcome mom if she wants to come," Hua Yuxing immediately said. "But, will your mother-in-law think I'm nosy?" Mother Gu glanced at her own daughter and regretted just saying this. After all, her daughter still had her mother-in-law on her side. This Gu Xiaoxiao didn't know, and she could only look at Hua Yuxing. He explained, "My mom is very busy. It's okay for her to watch the kids. Care is definitely out of the question." Only then did Gu Xiaoxiao nod her head and say, "So, mom, you can come and help take care of your grandson when the time comes." "Granddaughter," Hua Yuxing said from the side. "Did you see the gender of the baby?" Gu's mother asked strangely when she saw that her son-in-law was so sure, and really thought that her daughter had a daughter in her belly. "No, it's that he likes his daughter," Gu Xiaoxiao said a little helplessly. Mother Gu looked at her son-in-law and said, "I thought your family would be looking forward to a son?" "No, the old man is open to his heavy grandson, and he's looking forward to his daughter," Gu Xiaoxiao said a bit helplessly. "Oh, daughters have to work hard. This is the rhythm of the second child." After looking at the nursery, everyone got together to talk for a while. After all, this time they were here to attend Yumin's engagement, so naturally the conversation had to turn to her. However, the Gu family realized that everyone in the Hua family didn't look too good after mentioning Yumin, especially their own daughter who had changed more seriously. They knew that their daughter and Yumin had a conflict, but they didn't expect the conflict to be so serious. "I'll be there tomorrow as well, so I'll see you at the venue then." Elder Hua glances at Gu Xiaoxiao and is still relieved to see that she didn't blow up on the spot. His idea was that someone from the Yu family was coming tomorrow, so of course he was going to go and have a look. After all, it was the young man who had helped him back then, and their family hadn't accepted their help over the years, so they could only start with Yumin. But that girl, she's really a disappointment. But no matter how disappointing it was to go, for her father's sake. Although Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to get on Yumin's good side at the banquet, she couldn't be seen by the old man now, So she said, Yuxing, I'm a bit tired. Shouldn't we go back? Yes. Hui Yuxing had already talked to the old man and the others, arranging for the Gu family to go and live over at the villa, firstly to be close to the venue and secondly to live over here for fear that they would be uncomfortable. Elder Hua agrees and lets them go after retaining them for a bit. Little uncle watched the family leave before he smiled. Quite a frugal family. Yuxing counts himself as very discerning. Well, not greedy, timid, but very knowledgeable about human accidents. The family is harmonious and the population is simple, which will save a lot of trouble in the future. It's fine for such relatives to travel more. Elder Hua finishes. That family of the Yu family is also good, but their daughter grew crooked. In a material world, there are always some young people who can't stand the temptation. They will never know that feelings are far more important than money. After finishing his speech, the young uncle added, Xiao Xiao is a good girl. Even when she married into our family, she didn't see her drifting off, living as frugally as in the past. Yes, little auntie said from the side. It's hard to find a girl like that nowadays, and Xiao Xing just has a vision. The two of them had been married for many years without children, so they treated Hui Yuxing as if he were their own. Elder Hui nodded. He had to go through the motions tomorrow. In fact, he knew very well that Yu Min had gone to great lengths to invite him over but was only using him to block the eyes of the Situ family's power, as her identity could not even enter the door of the Situ family. He could have not gone, but he could not let the Yu family kid who saved him in the beginning feel bad, as if the previous generation owes this Yu Min it. Only hope, do not therefore offend their own granddaughter-in-law on the line, that can even the face of the grandson afraid to see. That little girl looked good talk actually stubborn not very coaxing On the other hand, they had already arrived over at the villa. Not only did they prepare desserts, but they also specially prepared clothes for all three of them. At Gu Xiaoxiao's request, a private hairstylist came over and specially designed a hairstyle for Gu Xiaoran, and then his hair was also dyed dark brown. Anyway, it wasn't as middle-aged and eye-catching as it was before, but instead, he became a very handsome young man. Hui Yuxing glanced at his brother-in-law and realized that he didn't look like his daughter-in-law. In the past, he looked like a man who couldn't tell what he looked like. But now, no matter how he looks, his daughter-in-law is not the same as the Gu family. It seems that my daughter-in-law looks so good all on her own. It's okay now. I'm sure I'll be laughed at by my classmates when I go back this time. Gu Xiaoran scratched her hair and said, What's there to smile about? How good-looking. This is what a handsome young man is. How many girls can be charmed to death? Gu Xiaoxiao changed into her loungewear. She realized that Hui Yuxing was still very attentive. Moving around didn't even need to bring along any clothes, which place he had arranged to put them. Of course, even the parents and brothers were put in place, really talented. Brother-in-law, come on. Let's go out and have some fun. Gu Xiaoran felt that her brother-in-law was so rich that he would definitely take him to places he hadn't been before to enjoy himself. Hui Yuxing silently glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, who wanted to hold his daughter-in-law to sleep and didn't want to go play. However, there was nothing he could do about his brother-in-law's request, so he was only spared the trouble of taking him with him. Luckily, his daughter-in-law instructed, I'll only give you a little over 2 hours, you must be back by 10 or I'll lock the door. The gate is a few miles away from the main entrance. You go lock it. Gu Xiaoran was used to lifting the bar with her own sister since she was a child, so she wasn't polite. But Gu Xiaoxiao hummed, I'll lock my bedroom door. After saying that, she even looked at Hui Yuxing. Chapter 149 Bad Temper. Gu Xiaoran, after all, is still a pure little man did not immediately understand. But Hui Yuxing did, and immediately said with a bitter face, Xiaoxia, wife, 2 hours can go where to play but since she has said so then he must complete the task. Let's go, brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoran fearlessly called Hui Yuxing away. Out of the car also said, If you can't get into the house, you can sleep in another house. Your house is so big. It's simply the luxury version. But he didn't expect to be glared at by his own brother-in-law, and then heard him say, You never know how scary it is to make a pregnant woman angry. He'd go crazy if he was allowed to sleep in another room for half the month. I think it's good. My sister has a much better temper. In the past, if I caused trouble, she could chase me for 3 blocks and beat me up, Gu Xiaoran said in a serious manner. But he completely failed to notice that Hui Yuxing, who was driving the car, had his hands shaking, and it seemed that he really couldn't offend Gu Xiaoxiao. At the thought of her petulantly chasing after him for 3 blocks, it's better not to let her chase after you. Just lie down and let her beat you. It's weirdly heartbreaking, and you're carrying such a big belly. With that decided, Hu Yuxing took Gu Xiaoran to the game hall, and then the kid was directly confused. He thought he was going to a rich man's world, but he ended up in a world where he usually hangs out. No, it's much more advanced than the kind he hangs out in, and there are private rooms for the games. The charges were also quite expensive, and he had to pay several $1,000s for an hour's play inside. Well, the game is still fun, but brother-in-law, I meant to say that you should at least take me around to places where men go at night, places like this. Go there often at night? Is that kind of place for a little kid like you? I don't usually dare to go there. My sister won't let me, don't worry. I won't tell her. This is a matter of a man's responsibility. Why don't you learn at a young age? Then, Gu Xiaoran was in a daze being lectured by his righteous brother-in-law for nearly 20 minutes. If not enough time to come back he would have to educate on. Gu Xiaoran finally realized how terrible her brother-in-law's outlook was. Simply comparable to the rules and regulations of the military educated by the state. No wonder my sister is honest. It was corrected by such a brother-in-law. Originally also thought of following brother-in-law have meat to eat, after all, is in the rich holly mixed out. But now did not think he not only cannot eat meat, even see cannot see, but also be a variety of lessons. In the future, it was better not to mention this. He felt stressed out, especially with brother-in-law's physique and that look in his eyes. He didn't dare to say anything too superfluous for fear of being beaten. He was old disappointed when he went back, thinking that he would never go out with his brother-in-law again, and that he might as well be comfortable going on his own. Brother-in-law, why don't you give me some money tomorrow and I'll go play by myself? Usually the pocket money given by parents is too little, and they don't dare to play as they wish. Now that there is a rich brother-in-law, of course they want to reach out and ask for money to play on their own. However, it didn't occur to me that Hu Yuxing would say, "How can a child like you go to a place like that and make people feel at ease? If something happens to you, your sister will be upset, and she can't afford to be irritated right now. So, I won't give you the money, but I'll send someone to follow you out, and I'll just pay for all your expenses." Ugh, rich people are horrible, they can send people to anything. Gu Xiaoran's head drooped down, that little look as if she was greatly aggrieved. You should learn from your sister. She's always been frugal. She can't even spend her allowance of $200,000 a month. Why does that sound so awkward? After thinking about it, Gu Xiaoran said, "My monthly allowance is only 100 or so. Oh? What do you want to talk to your brother-in-law later? Giving money is easy to learn from, but if it's something useful, maybe it's okay." Hu Yuxing also feels that this brother-in-law's pocket money seems to be a bit low, but when he was his age, he had a card that he could just swipe. So, I want a top-of-the-line computer and a mountain bike. Aha! Aha! What does that mean? Gu Xiaoran thinks he may want more brother-in-law unhappy. After all, these add up to more than 10,000 yuan. I've only just met him twice, so why don't you be a little more reserved? So, how about no mountain bike? He had just asked this when he heard his brother-in-law start to make a phone call and then said, "Xiao Zhang, help me order a computer with the highest configuration for teenagers, and the learning software should be installed. Also, buy another best mountain bike with good safety features." Well, yes, you watch and order. The domestic ones are not good. Then order the imported ones, you can. Don't order too expensive, just within $10,000. Gu Xiaoran quietly listened. He felt that his brother-in-law was pretending, imported mountain bikes and what kind of like he had never seen anyone else ride. Waiting to see him hang up the phone and said, "Do not have to buy so expensive, just buy a 3 or 5,000 on the line. How can riding hills be reassuring when safety is low? But it's too expensive, and my parents would probably beat me up if they knew I was asking you for a $10,000 mountain bike. Then I'll have them write you a fake invoice for over 3,000 RMB. Is that okay?" Gang. Wait, sis, brother-in-law, just now you said within 10,000. Is it RMB? No, dollars. More than $10,000 is how many yuan to come? He silently picked up his cell phone to convert a bit, and then stared at his cell phone screen wide-eyed. Think, Sister Vision is really good. This is to catch a golden sun and law it. In one fell swoop, he sent himself more than 60,000, nearly 70,000 mountain bike tycoon. He said at first, even a gift of money are not given to their own family to abduct the sister of the man is not credible. But now look at the people are not to give is not to the time. This to give up certainly scared through their guts. Brother-in-law, you're a real brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoran immediately said with starry eyes. Only this time of year is a little like his sister, with eyes brighter than the stars. Aha! Of course it was a kiss, he didn't need to say that. Glancing at his watch, he thankfully wasn't late back. They entered the villa at exactly 10 o'clock, and then Hu Yuxing practically ran up the stairs to report to his wife that he was back. He was relieved to see that she wasn't angry, and only then did he come down to arrange for Gu Xiaoran to rest. Then he went back and showered himself and bonded with his little woman for a while before going to bed. The next day, they collectively dressed up individually. After all, they were going to attend the engagement party and couldn't be sloppy. Fortunately, the Gu family had already prepared a dress according to the size they gave. They put it on and then let someone design a hairstyle and put on makeup, and when they came out, they found that this family's face value was still quite high. Chapter 150 Hongmen Banquet. This time, Hu Yuxing didn't drive himself, and he didn't know where the chauffeur drove a stretched Rolls-Royce from, which was simply luxurious to the extreme. The driver politely got out of the car and opened the door for them, and Gu's father and mother went up with trepidation. Gu Xiaoran, who had already been shocked by his own brother-in-law yesterday, was already very calm, and even if his elder brother-in-law suddenly came up with an airplane now, he didn't hesitate to think that he had the ability to do so. Soon they arrived at the venue that Situ Lufeng and Yu Min had booked. How could someone like Situ Lufeng hold an engagement banquet at someone else's venue? So the place he chose was also his own mansion. On the top floor, it could be said that the rehearsal was really big, even bigger than the time Elder Hua arranged Yu Min's engagement to Hu Yuxing. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Situ Lufeng was up for comparison, deliberately making it exceed the Hua family banquet for everyone to see. The reporters who came this time were also screened, and most of those who were able to come in were media that had some status in a city or even in the country. Even so, there were many outside who couldn't get in. They were separated on both sides by the security guards, constantly taking pictures of the guests who came to the banquet and going back without knowing what to write. After Hu Yuxing got out of the car, he shielded Gu Xiaoxiao, taking off his clothes and blocking them on her body so that people couldn't see who she was. He did this for fear of these tabloid reporters outside to write nonsense. Inside, because there are Situ family watching, should not write too much, but outside of these will be difficult to say. He has only started his entertainment company, but after all, he is a successful example of a man who grew up hiding from the media. His early years in the sports world is also considered very famous, after all, won the world championship. However, no one ever knew where he came from, and the whole process was very low-key, otherwise Situ Lufeng would not have recognized him when he first met him. So, although Gu Xiaoxiao was famous, she didn't attract too much attention because he was behind the public relations. After all, she's pregnant now, so it's not appropriate to publicize too much and put her under too much pressure. Soon, they embraced each other and walked inside, and Gu's father and mother were relieved to see their son-in-law being so protective of their daughter. Only after their family walked in did Hu Yuxing remove the clothes, and Gu Xiaoxiao directly took the bag to check her hair, saying, "Fortunately, it's not messed up, and you almost ruined my image by pressing the clothes up all of a sudden." Aha! Hu Yuxing gave a direct as a response to her. Gu Xiaoxiao was already used to it and didn't care, but it was Gu Xiaoran who said, "Wow, this place is too big and too luxurious. Isn't it? Sister Xiao Min is great. She married so well." He didn't know about his sister's affair with Yu Min, so it seemed that his tone was still like he was talking about one of his own. "Gu Xiaoran, you only have one sister. Gu Xiaoxiao now can be different from the previous good temper. For one thing, she became pregnant and became quick-tempered, and for another, she was spoiled. Now in the crew, because she was the main character plus filming seriously, so she was respected, and no one gave her a hard time. On the contrary, she was respected by everyone. So, not to say that it is not to say that no one has been bullied. When she returned to the Hua family, she was simply taken care of as if she were a great-grandmother, and if she ate less, there would be people behind her back chasing her to eat more. Every day at work there are people watching. After being so valued, which woman will give spoiled temper? She has not drifted to now, has been considered quite stable. After all, spoiled her, but a city's top mansion Hua family. What do you want, Noah? They ran into 2 or 3 acquaintances halfway there. After all, Yu Min was also in the entertainment industry and had invited quite a few stars. And Gu Xiaoxiao had won the Best Supporting Actor award, so there were quite a few people who knew each other at that time. The star is definitely not a popular face, so everyone will be able to recognize each other. Even if they don't recognize each other, there will be an assistant who will tell them. Anyway, Gu Xiaoxiao's assistant came over a long time ago and watched her arrive and immediately came over to help carry the bag. Gu Xiaoxiao's legs cramped up just as the group reached the halfway point, and she frowned with a sigh. Hu Yuxing was busy helping her to sit on the side of the hall and rest, then said to Gu's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, you guys go in first? We'll sit here for a while and wait for her to get better before we go. You can't cuddle in a gown or else he'd just carry on." "That's fine. Pregnant women are just like that. Their legs are cramping when they say they are cramping, so don't worry too much." After Gu's mother finished speaking, she felt that it was useless for her to stay here, so she might as well go and meet her old friends from the Yu family. Anyway, her son-in-law was here, and he was taking care of her daughter. Hu Yuxing nodded, but still squatted down to move his wife's leg muscles. Luckily, he had a good technique, and it didn't take him long to stretch her tendons. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to cry because of the pain, but in fact it didn't hurt much. She just wanted to be pampered. However, thinking that she still had makeup on her face, she endured it and didn't cry. But in the eyes of outsiders, she is now as aggrieved as she can be. What happened? A voice suddenly rang out from the side. Gu Xiaoxiao looked up and realized that the hero of the day had appeared. He was really handsome if he dressed up seriously, simply blinding everyone's eyes with that kind of demonic beauty. A man generating him like this really leaves a woman with no way to live, especially when his gaze falls on you. Even if she loves Hu Yuxing, she can't help but have her heart skip a few beats. Well, it can only be said that everyone loves beauty. After less than 3 seconds of looking at her, her eyes were blocked by a tall figure. She raised an eyebrow. Was this jealousy? Didn't the novel say that Hu Yuxing was very generous and didn't eat the vinegar of his favorite person indiscriminately? But now how come it's completely different? She silently withdrew her eyes and said, "It's fine. I'm resting here for a while with cramps. Do you want me to call a doctor?" Situ Lu Feng asked gently. Well, the main man is really the main man. This tease up people still a little really let people cannot resist. Special line is also exceptionally gentle. Listening to all very comfortable. No need. Hu Yuxing blocked in front of his woman and looked at Situ Lu Feng, then said, "I remember that you didn't have a big opinion of my wife. You even wanted to take a shot at her in the first place. No, it was out of the leg, so there's no need for you to pretend to be nice and caring today. We are here today to attend Yu Min's engagement ceremony and have nothing to do with you. This can really be said to be solid." Situ Lu Feng's face just turned white, but immediately smiled. "That's already a thing of the past, but you guys are guests after all. I always have to care. There's no need. Our Hua family members naturally have their own family members to take care of them." Elder Hua arrives at an unknown time, tapping his cane behind them with a particularly shocking voice. Chapter 151. Comparison. Situ Lu Feng turned around and said, "In that case, I will take my leave first." It had to be said that the Hua family was still quite satisfied with Gu Xiaoxiao as a daughter-in-law. At least on the surface, she is defended at every turn, but she doesn't know what it's like in the dark. However, Yu Min was really thick-skinned and actually called the Hua family here. One must know that he didn't have the guts to invite them, and he couldn't invite them even if he did. But can take this opportunity to see so beautiful Gu Xiaoxiao is also very good. Just he or the first time to see her pampered look, turned out to be so petulant and lovely, also thought that her hard-on will not do these things. Situ Lu Feng still couldn't hold back a glance back at her as he walked into the auditorium, and found that she was using the strength of Hu Yuxing's arm to stand up, and then kicked her good-looking white leather shoes, with a reluctant smile on her face, and then held onto the man's arm as they walked together towards the auditorium. With a start, he stepped inside first. However, the heart was beating a bit fast, and the person became rushed. Just looking at her coquettish smile. Is there a need to be like this? Shaking his head to calm his mind. Then looking at Yu Min, who was walking over, his brows were frowned. The attitude of the two women facing their men seemed almost exactly the same, but the spirit in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes could be seen with just one move. But this woman, it was as if she was acting as if her real life were a drama, and it was awkward to watch. But thinking of the child in her belly, he could only endure it. At least she was serious about her child. Taking a look at her stomach, nothing could be seen there yet. The Yu family's parents also came over. They had been put aside by Yu Min for a long time. Knowing that their son-in-law had come over, they naturally wanted to take a look. However, they felt that this man was too good-looking and a bit unreliable, so they naturally wanted to come and get to know him. However, it didn't occur to Yu Min to suddenly turn her head and say, "What are you guys doing following so closely? Don't disgrace me. Go sit over there. Okay?" In fact, her tone was not considered to be disgusting, but it was also unusually uncomfortable for people to hear. Yu's parents hesitated for a moment or didn't follow, and then chatted with Gu's father and mother who came over. In fact, Gu's father and mother had heard what Yu Min had just said and couldn't help but feel that this girl was completely different from before. But looking at the old friend couple seems to be very depressed, so after coming over, he purposely digresses from the topic. Like Yu Min's parents do not have to think too much. After all, the children are grown up, have their own ideas. For example, their daughters have married privately without informing them. Although the man they married is not bad, but who knows how it will be in the future. After all, rich men are not too stable. The girl from the Yu family seems to be looking for a rich man, and I don't know how it compares to the Hua family. They didn't talk much either, except for Gu Xiaoran, who would look around for some of her favorite food. They just talked on the side out of place with these so-called upper-class people. Yumin is indeed afraid of their parents too rustic to lose face. After all, here are still reporters. But after all, to maintain the image, so walked to Situ Lufeng in front of the performance of a very little girl attitude, pulling his hand, said, "My parents came over and Gu Xiaoxiao's parents. Do we need to meet?" Situ Lufeng was surprised to hear that Gu Xiaoxiao's parents had come, and he didn't know why, but he didn't have any idea about his real in-laws. But he was nervous because he wanted to see Gu Xiaoxiao's parents. But he was outwardly calm, and nodded his head a little grudgingly. "Of course I'll see it." Yumin raised her eyebrows. She had been trying to find a way to test what this Situ Lufeng was thinking in his heart, because this man she really cannot feel the true nature, but if really feel clear, then it is good to control in the future. As long as a man has a favorite thing or person, then she has a way to keep it under control or can use it. In short, the reason why she has no thoughts at all about Situ Lufeng is mostly because he is a man who is too deep for her to touch the bottom. But Hua Yuxing can, that man is easy to grasp. What's depressing is that I didn't realize he had such a background in the first place. And now I'm afraid it'll be hard to get close to him even if I want to go again. At this time, Yumin wants to see Situ Liufeng's reaction. When a man faces his favorite girl's parents in front of him, he will definitely be nervous, and then he can also determine to see how to deal with him. But she was destined to be disappointed. Situ Lufeng was rather bland on the surface, not changing at all. Only then did the two of them walk up to Yumin's parents before Yumin introduced the four old men and Gu Xiaoxiao's younger brother, Gu Xiaoran, in a very positive manner. Gu Xiaoran was still quite affectionate towards Yumin and poked her. "Is this my future brother-in-law? He's so handsome." He was better looking than his own brother-in-law, but he was evil and felt dangerous. Unlike his own brother-in-law, who was so decent, more police than police, looking at you as if all the bad things he did had nothing to hide. Yumin nodded shyly, then said a few words to Gu's father and mother in a very intimate manner. Situ Lufeng glanced at the woman's parents, then glanced at Yumin's parents and couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. That is, he felt that Gu Xiaoxiao did not seem to look like Gu's father and mother, but was a little bit like Yumin's mother, especially that pair of eyes. He squinted his eyes, perhaps he was being paranoid. But as soon as he turned around, he happened to see Gu Xiaoxiao and Hu Yubing walk in, and when she squinted and smiled, she really did look exactly like Yumin's mother in front of him. His heart couldn't help but be suspicious. But these two families didn't seem to notice this matter. He didn't say much. It could be said that Yumin's parents and the Gu family were both very ordinary and also quite simple. Gu Xiaoxiao had some rare and valuable things about her that were very similar to them, which was completely different from Yumin. After a long time, Situ Lufeng already knew what kind of person Yumin was. On the surface, she looks ignorant of world affairs, simple and lovely, but in fact ruthless and extremely careful, as long as the person who offended her will not let the other side good. For example, Gu Xiaoxiao, although he didn't want to mention it, he also understood that she had scourged that woman many times, both explicitly and implicitly. If she hadn't asked her to stop in the end, I'm afraid to say how much worse it might have gotten. Nowadays, even with the white dress on, the expression on her face wasn't as natural as Gu Xiaoxiao's. A person's appearance depended on her mentality. The expression on an open-minded person's face would also be quite free, and the expression on a narrow-minded person's face would also be quite distorted. Today, Yumin wore a small strapped white gown with a lily hem that made one look more youthful and sprightly. Unfortunately, the accidents on her face made it look less cute and sprightly, and at best, she could only be called good-looking but without any special temperament. Chapter 152 Singing. On the contrary, Gu Xiaoxiao was getting more and more beautiful lately, and her entire face was overflowing with a confident and gentle glow. Her temperament was also quite unique, as if she was able to remain conscious and self-conscious no matter what, not following the crowd and not being confused by anyone. Well, that anyone includes him one. Unconsciously, his eyes have been glued to Gu Xiaoxiao's body without being able to move away, and even for the first time, he felt that the original bustier small dress can look so beautiful and so fairy. However, he quickly received a look of disdain from Elder Hua and couldn't help but hastily withdraw his gaze. But Gu Xiaoran on the other side also noticed that something was wrong. He felt that Yumin's vision of this object was indeed very evil. Obviously engaged to be married, but it seemed like he could spit fire when looking at his sister. But his own sister is already married. This man is really too bold. The world of the rich was so complicated. He couldn't help but swallow or go find his own food. Yumin immediately spotted Elder Hua and greeted him, saying, "Grandpa, you're here. Well, little you, when did you guys arrive?" Elder Hu took the initiative to speak to Yumin's parents, but was rather cold towards Yumin. And Yumin's parents didn't know that their daughter had done anything wrong, and still had the same warm attitude in front of Master Hua as they had in the past. Master Hua was satisfied, after all. His benefactors were still as unchanged as they had been in the past. They just didn't know what kind of daughter they had raised yet. However, he didn't mention the present occasion and continued to exchange pleasantries with Yumin's parents. And he called Gu Xiao over and said, "Both of you, my grandson is now married to Xiao, just not announced to the public. I'm sorry to you for what happened to Xiao Min, but there's nothing I can do about my grandchildren." Although he said he was helpless, the satisfaction in his eyes was still visible to others. Yumin's father said, "Xiao is a good girl. Yu Xing didn't make a mistake in choosing her. Besides, Xiao Min has also found her own happiness." After saying that, he glanced at Situ Lufeng. In terms of looks, he was a bit better than the Hua family's kid, but they really weren't too sure about his temperament. They always felt that the way he looked at his daughter was not like he liked her at all, but rather like he was a bit impatient. However, since their daughter has become famous, she no longer listens to them, so they are also very helpless. By this time, the stage host had boarded and everyone was seated to look up at the stage. There were a couple of good shows scheduled, and a famous singer went up to sing. At this time, the host invited the two engaged to the stage, but did not invite the Situ family. I believe the Situ family didn't agree to Yu Min entering the door, because the book also has such a statement, the Situ family but has always disliked Yu Min, until she and Situ Lufeng together mastered the lifeblood of the Situ family, which was recognized by the Situ family. However, I remember that Situ Lufeng's father had already died at that time, and now that old gentleman is still alive and well, so I believe Yu Min's life will not be so good. She is not good over their own, rest assured. Gu Xiao sat in the rules to watch Yu Min on the top of the pretend to be shy look think she live is still really very tired. At that moment it was noticed that one of the men also turned his head to the side in great annoyance, and as a result the two gazes met in the air. You turned out to be here as well. There were just too many people to see, but it turned out that male supporting number 3 Yanagihara Kiyoshi had come over as well. Yanagihara Kiyoshi nodded a bit and said, "There's no female lead, I don't even have any rivalry for the male lead. So the director put me on vacation. I'm probably going to shoot some scenes for other characters today, since I've been working everyone really hard lately." Gu Xiao was still very self-aware, especially since the other male lead hadn't rested for a long time in order to accompany her to make up her scenes. "Nothing, it's actually been nice to get the play down without any problems. I feel that it's been a long time since I've acted so painfully." That wasn't wrong, he did indeed rarely encounter opponents when acting, and Gu Xiao was considered a rare talent. Gu Xiao's face blushed at the remark. After all, she felt that she didn't have that kind of ability, and everything relied on nothing more than a golden finger. Ahem. Hu Yuxing coughed lightly to the side, his face a bit uncomfortable. He knew that Gu Xiao and Lu Yuanqing were especially familiar with each other because they were the male and female protagonists, but wasn't it a little bit too good to talk so enthusiastically in front of him, his husband? "Hello, Mr. Hua." Lu Yuanqing stopped talking to Gu Xiao after he finished his greeting. He felt that having such a husband only made him afraid that it would be difficult for this talent to develop in the future. It was really a pity. At this moment, I heard Yu Min say on the stage, "I am very happy today. Not only did my family come to attend my engagement ceremony, but even my best friend Gu Xiao also came over. Everyone knows that she recently won the Best Supporting Actress Award and the Best Newcomer Award, which is due to her hard work. I wonder, would you be willing to dedicate a song for my engagement?" Gosh, this Yu Min has a big face. But Gu Xiao knew her provocation, how could she obediently hide it? After all, knowing that she was prepared, but her side is not without awe. Glancing back at Hu Yuxing, he gave her a nod. Gu Xiao then lifted up her small skirt and walked onto the stage, then picked up the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I am Gu Xiao. In fact, everyone knows that Yu Min and I are just childhood friends. Best friends don't exist, who made us join the entertainment industry together before and after not much time difference. So it's a rivalry. However, I still have the temperament to send my rival a song here." After saying that, she laughed by herself first, making everyone think that she was just telling a joke. But when they savored it, they felt that it wasn't a joke. Yu Min acted rather ladylike as she walked over to Gu Xiao and handed her the microphone, then said a bit playfully, "Thank you so much then, rival." Gu Xiao then took over and said, "And now, a song of sweet honey for everyone." In fact, she wasn't too good at singing any songs, And this sweet honey was still one that she had silently practiced for a long time before in order to be able to come up with a simple and good song to go to KTV. And Yumin was still sneering in her heart. She knew that Gu Xiaoxiao was a pentatonic, the kind where other people sing for money and she wants to sing for her life. Even Gu's father, Gu's mother or Gu Xiaoxiao frowned. Gu Xiaoren said, "What's the matter with Sister Xiaomin? You know my sister can't sing well, but you still let her go up and sing? There are so many people, it would be bad if she sings badly." Hui Yuxing on one side also heard it and he frowned. And Lu Yuanqing let out a cold laugh. This Yumin was really thinking of suppressing Gu Xiaoxiao at all times. She wouldn't even spare such an occasion. Really, what a black heart. Chapter 153 The Black Man Ends Up Black. Situ Lufeng didn't care at first, but after glancing down at the Gu family's faces, he knew that Yumin was playing tricks again. I wanted to help Gu Xiaoxiao, but I didn't know that she confidently took the microphone, then glanced at the accompaniment next to her, and gently pointed her toes and twisted her waist with the music. Sweet honey. As the lyrics rang out, those who were worried sighed in relief, thinking that she must have received some kind of training. While others were awestruck, even Gu Xiaoxiao was the same. She never knew this body of hers had such a good voice. It was almost as if it had been kissed by an angel. Since the acting bug followed by the singing bug, this was simply amazing. This is clearly given her can survive in this world to eat under the iron rice bowl and is the rhythm of film and television singing. It was fun. It's good that I didn't lose face. Hui Yuxing very happy. It's good that my daughter-in-law wasn't bullied. Situ Lufeng very happy, can see her singing and also sing so well, has a little buried her talent, if utilized must be able to penetrate half the sky. Women, it turns out, can be so good. After the song was finished, the relaxing and sweet tune made everyone from the family couldn't help but be in a good mood. Everyone applauded. And Yumin was even more excited as she walked up and said, "Xiao Xiao. Thank you." Gu Xiaoxiao said, "You're welcome. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm afraid I'll only be able to record songs in the future." The people present were some pretty savvy people, and there was definitely the presence of people from the singing side of the world. Yumin inwardly gritted her teeth in anger, but on the surface, she still pretended to be calm and said, "You're really good at joking. Be careful of the steps." She escorted Gu Xiaoxiao off the stage, which in the eyes of outsiders was quite a display of knowing how to be courteous. However, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately thought of the plot of the previous book, when the original owner tried to push Yumin down the stairs because she hated her too much. But she didn't realize that Yumin had prepared all this. She deliberately stimulated the original owner to make her crazy, and then deliberately ducked to the side when she did it. As a result, Gu Xiaoxiao fell down the stairs and shed a small life after the blood all over the floor, and she passed away due to the great loss of blood. The female match's ending was too tragic, and now Mo Ming's timing was just right. Only, the person behind the scenes was changed to Yumin. Gu Xiaoxiao had been avoiding walking on the same staircase as Yumin since she had gotten into the book, because she didn't know when she would go crazy and make a situation inside the book. But she didn't think that she would finally encounter it. Her heart was instantly in her throat, and her footsteps down the stairs were careful. Unfortunately, there were no handrails to the left or right, so she looked at Hui Yuxing all at once. Since he was sitting in the front row, he should be able to help himself. If Yumin pulled any tricks, he was the only one who could step in at the first opportunity. Sure enough, Hui Yuxing had pretty much left his seat at this point, leaning forward, just ready to rush over and save her if something went wrong. With a sigh of relief, the 5 tall steps seemed to become less intimidating, which knew that just after walking down 3 steps, he heard Yumin let out an alas, and then his back was pushed hard. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. This is intended to own in her stomach. The child dropped at the same time to her child also killed it. This is what kind of snake heart. Luckily, she was prepared for this and extended her hands directly to Hui Yuxing. Hui Yuxing also grabbed up in order to catch the person in his hands at the first opportunity, fast and precise, without making a single mistake. But he was still scared and took 2 whole steps backward before stopping. Gu Xiaoxiao. Situ Lufeng on the stage was also startled, reaching out to pull someone, but the result was fortunate that the person was caught. Relieved at the same time to see Yumin fell down, from the steps directly rolled to the stage. The people present were startled, and when they came back to their senses, they saw that Gu Xiaoxiao was nestled in Hui Yuxing's body and had nothing to do with it. But Yumin supported 2 times and did not get up, and then the discerning person saw that, blood. There's blood. It's a little out of place. It's not a miscarriage, is it? Modern people are generally fengzi chenghuan. This Situ Lufeng only cannot be exempted. just this child now seems to be unable to keep. Situ Lufeng was also startled, although he no longer liked Yumin but still had expectations for this child. He had never thought that the child would be lost because of this, and for a moment he lost his mind. He couldn't help but run to her and said, "How is it? I'll send you to the hospital right away. It hurts, it really hurts. Xiao Xiao, why did you duck? I just stepped on the skirt and slipped all of a sudden. You have to support me and I'll be fine. Now, the baby is going to be gone. What should I do?" Yumin cried and complained at the same time, sounding as if she was blaming in the heat of the moment, but pushing Gu Xiao Xiao, a celebrity, onto the cross of judgment in full view of everyone. Gu Xiao Xiao had already been put down by Hui Yuxing at this point, and was just about to say a few words on her own behalf. But Sita Lufeng said, "What are you babbling about? You fell down yourself and still blamed someone else for not picking you up. You should first think about how to save the baby." After he finished speaking, someone had already called for 120 to come over. But Hui Yuxing said, "Master, did you bring a doctor over to take a look at Yumin first? After all, Elder Hua is old, so he always has a doctor with him and even some first aid equipment. He usually doesn't bring one, but today Hui Yuxing had to let him bring one for fear that something might happen if there were too many people." Hearing his grandson say this, he didn't think much about it and let the accompanying doctor come over. But Yumin, lying on the ground, was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect such a situation at all. The ambulance that had been arranged before arrived right away, and she felt that everything had gone smoothly, except for the fact that she hadn't pushed Gu Xiao Xiao down to take the life of the child in her belly. What's the point of having an accompanying doctor all of a sudden at the most important juncture? But she can't refuse now. It would be easy to make people suspicious. She only hoped that the accompanying doctor was a Western doctor, or the kind that couldn't tell anything without the help of instruments. "Situ, I'm in pain. I'm going to the hospital. There's no chance I can save the baby there." Right now she no longer had time to frame Gu Xiao Xiao. Anyway, that sentence had already put her on the spot in front of everyone, and there would even be speculation that this incident was intentional on her part. Later, when she had time, she would use this as a reason to make Gu Xiao Xiao take the blame. But now it was better to find a way to get herself to the hospital as soon as possible. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard a clattering sound, and she wasn't able to look up even as she was pretending to be in pain. However, everyone was stunned, because it did not occur to me that Master Hua's entourage of doctors would be complete, not only with instruments and some equipment, but also in the blink of an eye with the speed of a hasty march to push in. Then, a doctor's voice said, "Ms. You don't worry, we'll examine you right away." After saying that, he first measured the blood pressure, then all sorts of instruments came on board, and there was even a makeshift first aid bed.